Opening reward. Great Emperor cultivation. I'm invincible. Jiang Chen, who should have been working overtime at the company, ended up transmigrating just because he fell asleep at his desk. Chapter 1. Transmigrated into a crown prince. Fengyan Continent, Balan Province, Great Yin Kingdom, Haiwest City. Your Highness, she has already fainted. Should this subordinate continue the beating? Jiang Chen, still unconscious, faintly heard a voice in his ear. Huh? Who's talking? He forced his eyes open, his expression somewhat dazed. Your Highness, you're awake. Hearing the movement, the guard beside him immediately stepped forward to support him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart tightened. He looked up at this guard. The guard wore armor and had an impressive bearing. Although he was a guard, there was no sense of inferiority about him. Instead, he exuded a heroic spirit. Holy crap, where is this? Jiang Chen's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. He struggled to recall. Just moments ago, he was slacking off at the company, only taking a short nap. How could he open his eyes and end up in this damn place? To ease his tension, Jiang Chen gently shook his head and instinctively looked around. This look made him realize he was in a torture chamber. Various torture instruments lined the walls, the most prominent being a dozen thick chains and a long sword gleaming coldly. To his left was a wooden pillar to which a young girl was tied. The girl's arms were tightly bound by iron chains, and a cloth gag was stuffed in her mouth. She was pale, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Her body was covered with whip marks and wounds, a shocking sight. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. She seemed to sense someone looking at her. She raised her head with difficulty, her vacant eyes meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, as if hoping for something. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's heart trembled violently, and an indescribable feeling surged within him. Although the eye contact lasted only 2 seconds, Jiang Chen could sense the girl's resentment, grievance, and fear. She seemed like an abandoned orphan, full of desolation and sorrow. Why is she looking at me like that? Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder. In an instant, countless memory fragments flooded Jiang Chen's mind like a tide, flashing by like scenes from a movie. After a long time, Jiang Chen finally understood that he had actually transmigrated, and into a cultivation world. The original owner was also named Jiang Chen. He was the current crown prince of the Great Yin Kingdom. In this Great Yin Kingdom, his status was second only to one person, above tens of thousands. 10 years ago, the original owner was cultivating in the misty forest and accidentally met a woman as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Time passed, and the two found themselves compatible, their feelings growing warmer day by day. However, a year later, this woman suddenly became pregnant and gave birth to a child, named Jiang. After entrusting the child to the original owner's care, she mysteriously disappeared without a trace, leaving no information, as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. Originally, things should have developed positively. But then, one night, the palace made responsible for caring for the young princess accidentally discovered her secret. A pair of furry ears quietly emerged from the top of Jiang head. Seeing this, the palace maid was scared half to death and fled, stumbling and crawling. Soon, the news spread. The original owner's father, the emperor, was furious upon learning this. He immediately ordered the revocation of her status as princess of the Great Yin Kingdom and forced the original owner to hand over Jiang. Otherwise, he would be stripped of his position as crown prince. In the end, blinded by power, he personally handed over his daughter and decided to execute her by fire at noon today. Why now? Jiang Chen had completely taken over all the memories of this body. He frowned in thought, sighing inwardly. Why did I run into this kind of thing as soon as I transmigrated? Just as he was engrossed in thought, the guard's voice interrupted his train of thought. Your Highness, she has woken up. Should this subordinate continue beating? Beat my ass. Jiang Chen raised his hand, his gaze steady and authoritative without anger, then said in a deep voice, hurry up and release her. Huh? The guard frowned, looking at him puzzled. Others also cast surprised glances his way. What? You won't listen to my orders either? Jiang Chen said coldly. Suddenly, this statement caused an uproar. The officials behind him all changed their expressions dramatically. The leading official loudly accused, Your Highness, this girl is the bastard child born from a shape-shifted demon beast. Yet you say to release her? Sheltering someone from the demon race like this, what are your intentions? Another official chimed in. Yes, Your Highness. The Emperor's decree. Surely you don't intend to openly defy it in front of so many people? Yet another official advised earnestly, Your Highness, please reconsider. If you release her today, I'm afraid you will not be able to keep your position as crown prince in the future. The officials behind him spoke one after another, voices of admonition rising and falling. Sigh. It seems the title of crown prince isn't so useful after all, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Then, ignoring everyone's admonitions, he directly stood up and walked towards the wooden pillar. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Even in silence, the authoritative aura he emitted made everyone hold their tongues, too afraid to make a sound. Suddenly, Jiang Chen turned around, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone. He slowly uttered 2 words. Release her. These 2 short words seemed to contain endless power, making the officials' hearts clench involuntarily. They knew that this crown prince before them seemed no longer the pushover he once was. Your Highness, you must not. An official tried to dissuade him. Are you telling me what to do? Jiang Chen's cold gaze fell upon him. Swept by Jiang Chen's gaze, that official couldn't help but shiver and didn't dare say more, silently lowering his head and stepping aside. Then, Jiang Chen stepped forward with the sword, swiftly swinging it to release a sword aura. A cold gleam flashed, striking the chains binding Jiang Yuer. With a clear clang, the iron chains broke accordingly. Clatter. The chains fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Freed from the chains, Jiang Yuer relaxed entirely and fell from the wooden pillar. Thump! Jiang Chen extended his right arm and steadily caught her in his embrace. Jiang Yuer's cheeks were flushed, her eyes tightly closed, her small hands clenched into fists, her breathing slightly ragged. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. Jiang Chen gently patted her shoulder, comforting her, while thinking to himself, I was single my whole previous life. How did I become a dad right after transmigrating? After all, he was a decades-old virgin with absolutely no experience in childcare. Hearing this, Jiang Yuer's eyelashes fluttered. She opened her eyes to look at Jiang Chen, and tears instantly streamed down. Wah! She burst into loud sobs, as if she had found an outlet. She cried while pounding Jiang Chen's chest. Woo-woo, you promised to bring me out to play, but instead you tied me to this big pillar and wanted to burn me. Woo-woo, you're a big liar. I hate you. Jiang Yuer hit him while crying, her voice choked, like a bullied little kitten. After crying for a while, Jiang Yuer fainted due to exhaustion. Huh? Jiang Chen was utterly bewildered. This little girl's reaction was just too intense. Actually, Jiang Chen was just about to explain when he noticed a strange look from the people around him and the sound of whispering. Look at His Highness the Crown Prince. He's determined to defy the decree. Now we'll finally have a good show to watch. Why are you still calling him Your Highness? His crime of openly sheltering someone from the demon race is no small matter. His Majesty won't let him off easily. In my opinion, this crown prince might be deposed by tomorrow morning. The discussion reached Jiang Chen's ears. He couldn't help but frown and shout coldly. Enough! His shout made the surrounding discussion cease abruptly. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not understanding why Jiang Chen had suddenly changed his mind. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over everyone present as he said solemnly, I will personally report this matter to His Majesty the Emperor. As long as I hold this position for a day, I am still the crown prince. Whoever dares to bring this up again, I will kill them. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, then promptly closed their mouths. Although this crown prince was currently in a weak position, he was, after all, the emperor's eldest legitimate son. If they truly angered him, many people's lives would likely be in danger. Chapter 2. System Rewards. The Emperor's Cultivation. Today, I shall take her away. Should anyone dare to obstruct me, do not blame me for my ruthless sword. With that declaration, Jiang Chen cradled the unconscious Jiang Yuer and departed from the torture chamber. As soon as he left, chaos erupted within the chamber. Has the crown prince gone mad? Does he truly intend to defy the emperor's edict? This is a grave situation. Quickly, let us follow him and see. Soon, the officials within the chamber hurriedly trailed behind Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, hundreds of soldiers stood guard, their gazes predatory and their stances vigilant. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge, they drew their swords, aiming them at him. Jiang Chen halted, his gaze icy, and spoke in a low voice. I dare to see who today would dare to impede my path. At these words, the soldiers faltered, exchanging anxious glances. After a moment's hesitation, they ultimately chose to sheath their blades and clear the way. Ha ha ha. Just as Father Emperor predicted, You truly lack the resolve to strike. A raucous laugh echoed from a distance. Following the sound, a young man descended from the air, clad in a robe of black and gold, with a jeweled sword at his waist, signifying his noble status. Jiang Chen vaguely recognized him as his royal brother, the second prince of the great Yin kingdom, Jiang Tianyu. Behind Jiang Tianyu followed an elderly man, exuding a profound aura, his steps steady and inscrutable. Witnessing this scene, the crowd displayed expressions of fervor, kneeling in unison and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Second Prince. There is no need for such formalities." Jiang Tianyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Your Highness the Second Prince," the crowd responded in unison. Once the crowd rose, Jiang Tianyu directed his gaze at Jiang Chen, mocking, "Father Emperor has decreed to strip Jiang Chen of his title as Crown Prince, to revoke his cultivation, and to imprison him for eternity within the royal mausoleum." What? This at these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. No one had anticipated that His Majesty would be so merciless, so unrestrained, to simply decree the Crown Prince's downfall. Heh! Jiang Chen, however, merely scoffed, feeling no surprise. He was acutely aware that a crown prince who brought shame to the royal family would undoubtedly receive no favor. Thus, his current predicament was entirely within the realm of expectation. Yet he had not anticipated that this callous father of his could truly enact such cruelty. To revoke one's cultivation was tantamount to taking one's life. How pitiful! With this thought, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh deeply. Perhaps due to a shared sentiment, his heart turned utterly cold. "Jiang Chen, do you have anything to say?" Noticing his prolonged silence, Jiang Tianyu taunted. However, Jiang Chen merely cast a dispassionate glance at Jiang Tianyu, cradling Jiang Yuer as he turned to leave without a backward glance. Seeing this, Jiang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he bellowed, "Stop! Who permits you to leave?" He raised his hand, fingers splayed, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into a dazzling white light aimed at Jiang Chen's retreating form. Whoosh! The white light shot forth in an instant, containing an edge of unparalleled sharpness. Jiang Chen abruptly halted, sensing a wave of danger approaching, and swiftly sidestepped. Bang! The white light grazed Jiang Chen's garments, crashing into a wall behind him with a deafening explosion. So fast, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. That beam of white light had nearly brushed against him. Had it not been for the original owner's concealment of his cultivation, which had already reached the spiritual sea, he would have been pierced through by that attack. This bastard truly intended to kill me. Jiang Chen's face darkened, his eyes flickering with a chilling, murderous intent. To prevent any ensuing conflict from endangering Jiang Yuer, Jiang Chen placed her in a safe location before preparing for battle. How could this be? That waste actually dodged it. Jiang Tianyu stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. His cultivation had recently advanced to the spiritual sea realm. Even against an opponent of equal standing, it was impossible to evade this strike. Moreover, Jiang Chen's cultivation was merely at the body refining stage, of vast disparity. By all accounts, this attack should have been sufficient to annihilate any body refining cultivator. Damn it! How did this waste manage to achieve this? Jiang Tianyu pondered in secret, astonished. Before he could contemplate further, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and a fist landed heavily upon his face. Uft! Jiang Tianyu spat blood as he was sent flying, crashing through two walls before finally coming to a halt, utterly disheveled. "Your Highness the Second Prince." Witnessing this scene, all nearby were thrown into disarray. Jiang Tianyu, clutching his face, scrambled to his feet. His eyes filled with rage as he roared, "Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and capture him. This prince shall personally slay him." At his command, the soldiers suddenly sprang into action, charging toward Jiang Chen. "Get lost!" Jiang Chen barked, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth. Bang! 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 In an instant, the entire group of soldiers was toppled, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of groans. How could this be? The Crown Prince's cultivation. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. They were all cultivators at the body refining stage, elite members of the palace, yet before Jiang Chen, they were utterly inadequate, dispatched with a single strike. This damned waste actually dares to resist. Jiang Tianyu gritted his teeth, a flash of cruelty crossing his face. Swish! He drew his sword, appearing before Jiang Chen like a wraith, the blade radiating a brilliant cold light. Clang! Jiang Chen swung his long sword to parry the blow, then counterattacked, delivering a powerful kick to Jiang Tianyu's abdomen, unleashing an explosive force. Crack! Several of Jiang Tianyu's ribs shattered under the impact, stumbling backward, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You are actually at the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm." Jiang Tianyu's eyes widened in shock. He had presumed Jiang Chen to be at most at the pinnacle of the body refining stage. After all, Such a lowly waste had never even warranted his attention before. Yet, he never anticipated Jiang Chen's cultivation to far exceed his expectations, reaching the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, leaving him feeling oppressed as if he had encountered a nemesis. Now you realize it? Too late. Jiang Chen chuckled coldly, advancing toward Jiang Tianyu with his long sword drawn, a fierce aura emanating from him that sent shivers down Jiang Tianyu's spine. No, please, big brother, we grew up together. You cannot kill me. Jiang Tianyu cried out in panic. Is that so? Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, his movements unceasing. Old Master Chu, save me. Jiang Tianyu, stricken with terror, desperately called for the elderly man in gray robes behind him. This gray-robed elder was one of the 3 royal guardians, possessing peak cultivation in the spiritual sea realm, widely renowned within the great Yin dynasty. Upon hearing the call, the gray-robed elder furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at Jiang Chen, and huffed, Your Highness, one should show mercy when able. Cease this at once. Ignoring him, Jiang Chen raised his hand, a flash of cold light illuminating the air, and Jiang Tianyu's head rolled to the ground. You dare! You seek death! The gray-robed elder's eyes gleamed with fury as he bellowed. As his words fell, his figure vanished, transforming into a gust of wind as he struck toward Jiang Chen with a palm. Buzz! The air shimmered, rippling like waves spreading outward. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, hastily retreating. However, he was already a moment too late, swept by an invisible force. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his head, and his body was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Had it not been for his exceptionally robust physique, that blow could very well have claimed his life. The peak of the spirit sea realm? Jiang Chen struggled to prop himself up, his gaze fixed on Elder Chu, his complexion as pale as a ghost. In an instant, the gray-robed elder had flashed before him, his icy stare piercing through Jiang Chen. Your Highness, I have afforded you a chance, Elder Chu remarked indifferently. What, do you wish to kill me? Do not forget, though I am no longer the crown prince, royal blood still courses through my veins. You are merely a dog raised by the royal family. Do you truly wish to challenge authority? Through gritted teeth, Jiang Chen rose to his feet, his tone chilling. He was now at the end of his rope, desperately hoping that his words would intimidate the gray-robed elder before him. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyelids flickered, clearly wary of Jiang Chen's declarations. But what did it matter? Killing a deposed prince. Would the emperor truly turn against him for that? Do you think I would be afraid? Go ahead and die. The gray-robed elder scoffed, lifting his hand to strike at Jiang Chen. As he beheld the rapidly approaching palm, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he shouted, Dog servant, how dare you? Buzz! At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as though the scene before him had abruptly shifted. The once bright surroundings were plunged into an abyss of darkness, instilling a profound sense of dread. Time seemed to freeze, and he could not perceive the passage of time. The silence around him was suffocating. The elder's ferocious assault also came to an abrupt halt, as if suspended in the void. Ding! A suitable host has been detected. System binding in progress. Suddenly, a clear chime echoed in Jiang Chen's ears, jolting him from his terror. Could it be that my external aid has finally arrived? Jiang Chen pondered, bewildered. Beep, system binding successful. Immediately, a blue holographic projection materialized before Jiang Chen's eyes. Ding. As the host has successfully activated the system for the first time, a bonus lottery opportunity is awarded. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes, Jiang Chen nodded resolutely. With a whoosh, a lottery wheel appeared on the projection screen, adorned with an array of enticing items. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen set the wheel spinning furiously, its speed dizzying. After a suspenseful moment, it came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations to the host on an extraordinary stroke of luck. You have randomly drawn a legendary item. You are rewarded with an elevation to the Emperor Realm. Would you like to upgrade? What? The Emperor Realm? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astounded by his fortuitous turn of fate. System, upgrade me now. He chose without hesitation. Upgrading in progress. Please wait. Whoosh. As the system's prompt resonated, Jiang Chen's cultivation soared to unprecedented heights. From the body refinement realm to the spirit sea realm, then to the Tao Palace realm, the divine reflection realm, the heavenly silence realm, the creation realm, the soul refinement realm, the profound venerable realm, the purple mansion realm, the ethereal realm, the void realm, the holy supreme realm, the quasi-emperor realm, and finally, the emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's cultivation leaped from the mid-level of the spirit sea realm to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Chapter 3, the divine reflection realm? Merely an ant. Ding. Congratulations on a successful upgrade. Ding. The system has automatically concealed the host's realm, as long as the host does not actively reveal it. No one will be able to discern the host's true cultivation. With the sound of these two prompts, a translucent personal information panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Chen. Identity, Crown Prince of the Great Yin Kingdom, deposed. Divine abilities, none. Cultivation method, Fierce Lion Technique, yellow tier. Cultivation, Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Weapon, none. Gazing at the information on the personal panel, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. So, this is the Emperor Realm? Truly terrifying. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. The power of the Emperor Realm was indeed formidable. With just a glance, he could effortlessly annihilate any cultivator beneath the Emperor level. In simple terms, whoever he gazed upon would meet their demise. Does this not imply that he could act with impunity in this world? Ding. The latest mission has been issued. The host must become the Emperor of the Great Yin Kingdom within 1 day, fulfilling the original owner's lifelong ambition. The means to accomplish this task are unrestricted. Successful completion will reward the host with a cultivation method suitable for the Emperor Realm. A cultivation method for the Emperor Realm? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, contemplating. What a treasure. Just what I need most at this moment. Perhaps this system will even reward me with weapons and divine abilities in the future. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the words means are unrestricted at the top of the mission panel, causing a chill to run down his spine. System. Do you wish for me to unleash a bloody massacre? However, that suits me just fine. I have little affection for that cheap father of mine. It's time to send him off to meet his ancestors. With this thought, Jiang Chen's expression gradually sharpened. At that moment, the scenery around him shifted once more. Returning to normal. Die! The gray-robed elder shouted fiercely, unleashing a ruthless palm strike toward Jiang Chen. Humph! Utterly deluded, Jiang Chen snorted coldly. With a mere flick of his hand, the elder's body disintegrated into dust, a scene so harrowing it sent shivers down the spine. The surrounding structures were also caught in the wake of this power, collapsing instantaneously. Oh dear, I seem to have exerted a bit too much force. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Chen offered an awkward smile, feeling a tinge of regret. Had he known, he would have used a gentler touch to deal with the elder. The onlookers, witnessing this sight, were left dumbfounded, as if turned to stone, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen in disbelief. It was time to pay a visit to my dear father. Oh, and let us not forget my beloved younger brothers. Just wait, I shall soon escort you to meet our ancestors. Jiang Chen thought to himself, disregarding the stunned crowd as he cradled the unconscious Jiang Yue and vanished from the scene. Terrifying. A monster. Truly a monster. I can't take it anymore. Thank goodness he has gone. The crowd finally snapped back to reality, erupting into a cacophony of discussions, many collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear. As if they had seen a ghost. In the grand hall of the palace, chaos reigned. Father, how could you heed the slanderous words of a villain and strip my elder brother of his title as crown prince? The fifth princess knelt beside the dragon throne, weeping. Though my elder brother has a child with that demoness, he was deceived. I implore you, father, to rescind your decree and forgive him this once. I have made my decision. There is no need for further words. The Emperor of the Great Yin coldly snorted, his face etched with authority. In that moment, he was no longer the benevolent figure he once appeared, but a formidable presence that instilled fear. Father, the fifth princess attempted to persuade him further. Enough. Do not plead on his behalf any longer. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind sent the fifth princess flying backward to crash heavily onto the floor. Guards, take the fifth princess away and confine her. She shall not leave her chambers without my command, the emperor declared coldly. Before he finished speaking, 2 soldiers stepped forward to seize her, dragging her away. Father, I cannot condone such treatment towards the crown prince. The fifth princess struggled incessantly, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Within the grand hall, the assembled ministers fell silent, none daring to plead on her behalf. Summon the decree. Yet, the emperor of Dayin paid her no heed, raising his right hand and proclaiming loudly, Your Majesty, what is your command? An elderly eunuch hastily inquired as he entered, bowing respectfully. Today, I shall confer the throne upon the third prince, who shall ascend immediately. The emperor of Dayin declared emphatically. As the edict reverberated throughout the palace, a profound shock enveloped the room, leaving the ministers frozen in disbelief. As commanded, the eunuch responded with utmost reverence, promptly turning to depart. Thank you, father. A young man, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, stepped forward, clasping his hands in gratitude. This individual was named Jiang Tianming, the third prince of the Dayin dynasty. His face radiated joy, his voice trembling slightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Truly, third brother, your prowess is remarkable. Even father, a master of Dao Palace, is under your control. Henceforth, I shall rely on your guidance. A dashing young man approached, casting a slightly envious glance towards the third prince. This individual was Jiang Liran, one of the princes as well. Ah, Fourth brother, you flatter me, Jiang Tianming replied, shaking his head. Without the assistance of my esteemed master, I would not have navigated this situation so smoothly. Your master? Have you truly succeeded in joining the Wuji sect? Zhang Liran exclaimed in astonishment. The Wuji sect is one of the most formidable forces in Bailan province, reputed to be guarded by masters of the Tianji realm. In the face of such a colossal entity, even the imperial family must bow in submission. The Wuji sect periodically recruits new disciples, and Jiang Tianming had fortuitously timed his registration to partake in the assessment. Indeed, fourth brother, it seems nothing escapes your notice. I have indeed joined the Wuji sect. Furthermore, I have been accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Yang of the inner sect, Jiang Tianming declared with pride. Congratulations, third brother. Zhang Liran responded, filled with envy. He understood the significance of being a direct disciple. Such an accolade promised boundless potential for the future. However, fourth brother, there is no need for envy. Once I ascend the throne, I shall not remain here indefinitely. Thus, you will still be the face of the Daiyan Empire, Jiang Tianming observed, seemingly reading Zhang Liran's thoughts, as he patted his shoulder and spoke with casual indifference. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liran's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly replied, Thank you. Third brother, how delightful it is to see you two in such high spirits. May I join your conversation? At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air, causing both Jiang Tianming and Zhang Liran to pale and gaze upward in alarm. You are Jiang Chen? Jiang Tianming's pupils constricted as he recognized the figure of the young man in white, sensing an ominous danger. The ministers in the hall were equally startled. Had not the crown prince just been confined to the royal tomb by the emperor? How could he suddenly appear here? Shouldn't you two be pleased to see me? Jiang Chen approached, a playful smile gracing his lips as he walked towards them, his hands clasped behind his back. His aura was ethereal and elusive, almost as if he were a wisp of wind that could dissipate at any moment, leaving an air of mystery. Father, Jiang Chen has intruded upon the imperial palace without permission and has defied your decree by leaving the royal tomb. This is a profound disrespect. I believe he should be executed on the spot. Zhang Liran, displaying his cunning nature, detected the impending threat and exclaimed vehemently, Fourth brother, your sharp tongue is your only asset, Jiang Chen retorted, his tone laced with derision. Unfilial son, do not overstep your bounds. The emperor of Daiyan, furious, struck out with a palm, unleashing his spiritual power like a tempest toward Jiang Chen. Boom. Father, with such a strike, do you truly wish to see me dead? Jiang Chen's voice turned icy, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In an instant, he appeared before the emperor, extending a finger to lightly tap the emperor's forehead. With a resounding crack, the emperor had no time to react before his body erupted in a shower of blood. The ministers in the hall stood aghast, nearly losing their wits. The emperor possessed the cultivation of Dao Palace, yet Jiang Chen had dispatched him in a mere heartbeat. What terrifying prowess was this? Zhang Liran was so frightened that he fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Having dealt with this matter, Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward the ministers below. Do you all comprehend your transgressions? His voice was as frigid as ice, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. A terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire assembly. Thud, thud. In an instant, all the ministers, save for Zhang Liran and Jiang Tianming, fell prostrate on the ground. We are unaware of our offenses. Please enlighten us, your highness. They implored, their foreheads slick with cold sweat. Humph. Jiang Chen scoffed. Very well, I shall not pursue this further. Since you refuse to speak, then you shall all perish. As his words fell, he waved his hand. Instantly, a tempest of violent spiritual energy surged forth, slicing through the air like a blade. In the blink of an eye, the kneeling ministers were obliterated. Chapter 4. The Imperial Realm Technique. Ninefold Ice Sealing Art. Only Jiang Tianming and Zhang Liran remained in the vast hall. They were paralyzed with fear, trembling on the ground, unable to utter a single word, terror enveloping their beings. At that moment, Jiang Chen approached them slowly. No, do not come any closer. Zhang Liran pleaded, his voice filled with dread. I was blind to your greatness and should not have offended the crown prince. But I assure you, I have done nothing to wrong you. You must believe me. Crown prince, I believe you, Jiang Chen replied, his steps unwavering, but you cannot be allowed to live. With that, he flicked his finger, and a piercing sword light shot forth, cleaving through the air and instantly piercing Zhang Liran's brow. Bang! A lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Zhang Liran's eyes wide open in disbelief. He never imagined his life would be extinguished at Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Tianming, witnessing this, could not suppress his gulp, his complexion ashen. What do you intend to do? He stammered, gazing at Jiang Chen with fear etched across his pale face. Do not be so tense. Allow me to inquire. You are the one who mentioned to father the idea of stripping me of my title as crown prince, are you not? Jiang Chen fixed his icy gaze upon Jiang Tianming. A wave of panic washed over Jiang Tianming, prompting him to instinctively deny, "No, that is not the case." His denial was heavy with guilt, his face betraying his inner turmoil. "Is that truly so?" Jiang Chen taunted. Jiang Tianming fell silent, unable to utter a word. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, nearly soaking his clothes. "Third brother, it appears we are unable to communicate effectively," Jiang Chen remarked with a cold smile. "Wait, what do you plan to do?" Jiang Tianming cried out in alarm, dread etched on his features as he bellowed. "I warn you not to act recklessly. My master is an elder of the Wuji sect's inner court, possessing the cultivation of divine illumination. Do you not fear his retribution if you dare to harm me?" "Ha ha!" Jiang Chen scoffed disdainfully, extending his right hand to seize Jiang Tianming by the throat, gripping it tightly as he coldly remarked, "The divine radiance realm? Merely a lowly insect." Crack! With that, he applied force, and Jiang Tianming let out a wretched scream as his neck was brutally twisted. Thud! Jiang Chen casually discarded his lifeless body onto the ground, as if disposing of refuse. "System, I suppose this counts as task completion?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, the ninefold ice sealing technique of the Imperial Realm. Would you like to learn it immediately?" "Learn." As his words fell, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind. He closed his eyes, meticulously comprehending the profundities of this Imperial Realm technique. In that moment, he felt as though he were ensconced within a glacier of millennia, surrounded by frigid temperatures that were suffocating. Buzz. The next instant, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliant clarity. "So that is how it is," he murmured, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "This Imperial technique consists of 9 levels, each increment doubling its power. Mastering the 9th level could even instantaneously encase vast expanses of land and ice. Furthermore, he need not exert effort in cultivation, for the system had already elevated this technique to its perfected state. How considerate!" Jiang Chen felt exceedingly elated, reveling in his newfound prowess. Just as he basked in his joy, an elderly eunuch entered the hall. Upon witnessing the corpses strewn about the palace, his expression momentarily faltered before he regained composure. The old eunuch hurriedly approached Jiang Chen, kneeling and bowing deeply, addressing him with utmost reverence. "Your servant pays respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince." "Ha ha ha, you amusing eunuch. Have you not noticed the carnage littering the ground?" Jiang Chen laughed heartily, teasing him. At this, the old eunuch trembled violently, his face paling as he stammered, "Your Highness, please do not jest with your servant. I saw nothing upon my entrance." As he spoke, he furtively glanced at the fallen Jiang Liran and Jiang Minghua. He was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that discerning the circumstances was essential for survival within the palace walls. "Enough of your petty tricks. The Emperor of the Dayan Kingdom is dead, and I shall ascend the throne tomorrow. You will serve me henceforth." Jiang Chen waved dismissively. Hearing this, the old eunuch bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. From this day forth, your servant shall faithfully serve you. Hold your gratitude for now. Should I discover your betrayal one day, no matter where you flee, I shall ensure your demise is without a grave." Jiang Chen coldly huffed, his gaze icy. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the old eunuch to tremble uncontrollably, prostrating himself and daring not to move. The eunuch shuddered and hastily pledged his loyalty. "Rest assured, your majesty, your servant swears eternal fealty." "Excellent." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Do you have any further commands, your majesty?" the old eunuch inquired. "Begone, and be sure to summon someone to clean this place." Jiang Chen waved his hand, prompting the eunuch to quickly rise and scurry out of the hall. Once the eunuch had departed, Jiang Chen's figure vanished from the grand palace. When he reappeared, he found himself in a secluded courtyard within the palace. This garden was adorned with various exquisite flowers, their fragrances intoxicating. In the center of the courtyard lay a crystal-clear pond. By the water's edge, willow trees swayed, their branches adorned with wind chimes that produced melodious sounds. "How beautiful! Is this to be my new abode?" Jiang Chen gazed at the enchanting scenery, a smile illuminating his face, filled with disbelief. Reflecting on his previous life as a weary tenant, that experience was indeed a painful memory. At last, he now possessed a home of his own. He had meticulously chosen this courtyard, situated at a distance from the palace, yet enveloped in tranquility, ensuring it would not attract undue attention. It has been quite some time. She ought to be awakening now, he murmured to himself as he strode toward the bamboo cottage behind him. Creak. Pushing open the door, a wave of fragrance enveloped him. The room was elegantly furnished, imbued with a subtle scent. On the bed, a soft satin quilt covered Jiang Yuer, her serene visage exuding tranquility. Her long lashes fluttered gently, and her porcelain skin glimmered ethereally. Hee hee, this little girl can truly sleep, Jiang Chen chuckled softly, sitting on the edge of the bed and caressing Jiang Yuer's tender cheek. Feeling his touch, Jiang Yuer slowly opened her drowsy eyes, gazing at him in bewilderment. Her black, glistening eyes, brimming with innocence, resembled a celestial child just awakened from slumber, pure and unblemished. Bad person, you're not allowed to touch me, Jiang Yuer mumbled, then forcefully swatted Jiang Chen's hand away before turning over and resuming her slumber. This girl dares to throw a tantrum. Jiang Chen maintained a composed expression, fully aware that Jiang Yuer was still upset over earlier events. Yet what could he do? This was a mess of the original owner's making, not his concern. Since he had traversed into this world and occupied the original owner's body, he could not simply disregard the young girl. Forget it. I shan't hold it against you, little one. Once I raise you, I shall owe the original owner nothing. We shall lead our separate lives, and I shall seek a beautiful wife and bear a healthy son, Jiang Chen pondered inwardly, the image of a stunning beauty flashing through his mind. His heart ignited at the thought. At this moment, Jiang Yuer suddenly turned over, her big, sparkling eyes fixed upon him. Jiang Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. Aren't you going back to sleep? Bad person, why don't you coax me? Jiang Yuer pouted, her expression one of discontent. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, Jiang Yuer grew anxious. Suddenly, she reached out, tugging at his sleeve, her voice soft and pleading. Daddy, can you promise not to abandon me again? From now on, Yuer will be very obedient. Her eyes shimmered with hope, her lips forming a slight pout, as if on the verge of tears, evoking a pang of sympathy. Jiang Chen stared in astonishment, taken aback by her swift change in demeanor. He had not anticipated that this little girl would alter her attitude so rapidly. Just moments ago, she was sulking, and now she appeared in such a vulnerable state. Chapter 5. Once raised, we are no longer debtors. So, you finally decided to call me daddy? Jiang Chen teased, ruffling Jiang Yuer's hair, internally marveling at her occasional mischief. But will you still abandon me? Jiang Yuer tilted her head, asking hopefully. As long as you are obedient, I certainly will not, Jiang Chen assured her with certainty. Jiang Yuer's face instantly brightened, and she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, then it's settled. Whoever goes back on their word is a little dog. All right, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, unable to resist pinching her cheek at her adorableness. Daddy, I'll go brew you a cup of tea, Jiang Yuer said joyfully. Bouncing off the bed and heading toward the table, she picked up the teapot and began to prepare tea for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat upon a stool. Observing the earnest manner in which Jiang Yuer meticulously brewed tea, a wave of warmth and emotion surged within him. Suddenly, he recalled the solitude he endured in his previous life, deprived of the care and affection of parents and kin. Now, however, he was blessed with such a delightful daughter. And this sentiment was indeed quite pleasant. Jiang Yuer poured the tea into a cup and presented it to Jiang Chen, saying, Father, please enjoy the tea. Jiang Chen offered a gentle smile, lifted the cup to his lips, and remarked, delightful, splendid tea. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from Jiang Yuer's stomach. She looked down, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. Given Jiang Yuer's tender age, she was in a growth phase, requiring ample nourishment. You must be hungry, aren't you? Jiang Chen spoke with a gentle demeanor. Jiang Yuer nodded vigorously, her face still flushed as she gazed at him. Please wait a moment. I shall summon someone to bring some food immediately. With that, Jiang Chen raised his hand and reached into the void, summoning the old eunuch from 100 miles away. Bang! Ouch! The old eunuch cried out as he tumbled from the void, landing in a disheveled heap, nearly losing consciousness. Yet upon recognizing Jiang Chen's figure, he hastily scrambled to his feet and knelt, trembling as he declared, This servant pays respects to your majesty. The old eunuch, quaking in fear, could hardly fathom the terrifying cultivation level of the new emperor. As one of the revered figures of the great Yin kingdom, he had attained the early stage of the Tao Palace realm, considered a formidable individual in any sect. Yet now, he found himself effortlessly summoned by Jiang Chen from afar, utterly powerless to resist. Such strength was indeed chilling. Quickly prepare some food and bring it to the courtyard, Jiang Chen commanded with indifference. Yes, your majesty. The old eunuch replied, not daring to delay, and promptly withdrew. A quarter of an hour later, he returned with several attendants, bringing an array of sumptuous dishes into the bamboo hut and placing them upon the table. Upon seeing the lavish spread, Jiang Yuer's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed hungrily at the delectable offerings. She swallowed hard but hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, prompting a furrowed brow from Jiang Chen. What is it? Is it not to your liking? And no. Yuer is just overwhelmed by the abundance of delicious food after such a long time, she hastily clarified. Then do taste them all. Jiang Chen gently stroked her silky hair, smiling as he selected a piece of fish and placed it in her bowl. Jiang Yue nodded in response, savoring each bite until her cheeks were puffed up with satisfaction. The old eunuch, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, pondering the enigmatic nature of this new emperor. "What is your name?" Jiang Chen inquired, turning his gaze toward the trembling old eunuch. "Your Majesty." "You may call me Xiao Lizzie," he replied respectfully. "Xiao Lizzie," Jiang Chen mused, nodding thoughtfully before questioning. "I have heard there are 3 revered figures in the great Yin kingdom. One has already been slain by me. Who is the other?" "Huh?" The old eunuch gasped in shock, then hastily shook his head in fear. "Your Majesty, this servant is not entirely certain." "Oh?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, emitting a cold snort. The old eunuch immediately felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare me. I have followed the previous emperor for many years and only heard that the remaining revered figure is connected to the 5th princess's mother, whose whereabouts remain unknown. I truly do not know." Jiang Chen squinted, scrutinizing the old eunuch's expression, discerning no signs of deception. "Enough, you may leave for now," he finally declared after a moment of silence, waving his hand to dismiss him. "Yes, Your Majesty, this servant takes his leave." The old eunuch sighed with relief as he exited the bamboo hut. Once the room fell silent, Jiang Yue paused in her eating, timidly gazing at Jiang Chen. "Aunt Jiang Yao was always so kind to me. You must not bully her, father." "You little girl, do you truly perceive me in such a manner?" Jiang Chen feigned a stern expression. "He, of course not." Jiang Yue playfully stuck out her tongue, adding, "However, I have noticed that your character seems quite different from before." "Oh?" Jiang Chen regarded her curiously, asking, "In what way?" Jiang Yue pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "In my memories, father was quite reserved and timid, but now you seem so domineering and formidable, as though you are an entirely different person." Taken aback, Jiang Chen was astonished by the girl's perceptiveness. If he did not dispel her doubts, he risked exposing the secret of his transmigration. "Is that so?" He feigned confusion. "Of course, Yue would never deceive her father," she asserted earnestly. Jiang Chen sighed softly, stroking her head. "I have merely experienced too much, which has altered my disposition. Do not dwell on it." Jiang Yue nodded obediently. Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed he had successfully allayed her suspicions for the time being. At the Wuji sect, atop the Ruyun Peak, abundant spiritual energy permeated this core area of the sect, with the mountains brimming with precious spiritual herbs, each one worth a fortune. Cultivating here for a single day equated to years of arduous training for an ordinary disciple. At this moment, at the pinnacle of Ruyun Peak, an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. A torrent of energy surged from all directions, converging beside him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, their depths unfathomable like the starry sky. He exhaled deeply, laughing heartily. "At last, I have broken through the bottleneck that has troubled me for decades." This white-haired elder was none other than the peak master of Ruyun Peak, Yang Hai. Beside him stood a man and a woman, his 2 disciples, Zhang Haobei and Li Yan'er. "Congratulations, master." "Congratulations." Zhang Haobei was the first to extol. "From this day forth, your entry into the late stage of the divine illumination realm is merely a matter of time." Li Yan'er chimed in. "Congratulations, master. I wish you rapid progress and an early attainment of the celestial tranquility realm." Well said." Yang Hai chuckled heartily, appearing quite pleased. Yet a hint of regret clouded his expression as he sighed. "It is a pity that I was stuck in the early stage of the divine illumination realm for far too long. This breakthrough was only possible with the aid of medicinal pills." As soon as he finished speaking, he produced 2 emerald green pills the size of longans and handed them to his disciples, smiling as he said, "These are 3rd-tier cultivation pills, capable of swiftly consolidating one's foundation. I no longer have need of them, so take them. Thank you for your generous gift, master." Both disciples received the pills with immense joy, utterly ecstatic. 3rd-tier pills were something they had never dared to dream of, and to receive such a bounty merely for flattering their master was beyond their expectations. Yang Hai nodded in satisfaction before changing the subject. "At this hour, why has that brat not yet returned?" Reporting to master. "The junior disciple has gone back to the great Yin kingdom once more," Zhang Haobei promptly responded, and then proceeded to divulge the matter concerning Jiang Tianming's preparations for ascension to the throne, adding, "At present, it is likely delayed due to the coronation ceremony." Upon hearing this, Yang Hai's expression darkened instantly, as he rebuked, "This is utterly absurd. With the tomb of a strong practitioner of the Tongyu realm about to be unearthed, instead of diligently cultivating in seclusion, he is preoccupied with matters of succession." Sighing, he continued, Indeed, master is correct. The junior disciple has been far too lax in his training lately, and I fear his strength has considerably waned compared to ours. Zhang Haobei exhaled deeply, wearing a look of disappointment akin to that of a mentor frustrated with a wayward pupil. Li Yinar, meanwhile, stifled a giggle to the side, inwardly thinking, the junior disciple has once again fallen victim to the schemes of the senior brother. He will undoubtedly face the master's wrath upon his return. As expected, Yang Hai's brows knitted tighter upon hearing Zhang Haobei's words. Enough. You two hasten to Dian Kingdom and bring him back to me, Yang Hai commanded. As you wish, master. Zhang Haobei and his companion replied, clasping their fists in acknowledgement before departing. Chapter 6. Alchemical Mastery, Perfection Achieved. In the Grand Palace Hall of Dian Kingdom, the morning sun shone brightly. Today was supposed to be Jiang Chen's day of ascension, yet he had opted to forego the cumbersome rituals out of sheer inconvenience. The hall, though illuminated by sunlight, felt unusually desolate. Reclining comfortably on the dragon throne, Jiang Chen rested his eyes, his countenance serene, appearing quite content. Your Majesty? At that moment, the old eunuch softly called out, cautiously approaching Jiang Chen to rouse him from his reverie. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and glanced at him. What is it? Your Majesty, this old servant wishes to inquire about a matter, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. The eunuch hesitated. Speak freely. I grant you pardon. Jiang Chen waved dismissively, his demeanor languid. Currently, Dian Kingdom no longer holds morning assemblies, and the vacant official positions have been filled. To prevent a recurrence of past corrupt practices, should we not appoint a capable individual to oversee them? The eunuch tentatively suggested, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, it was unprecedented since the establishment of Dian Kingdom for Jiang Chen to execute the entire court of officials. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at this remark, momentarily taken aback. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Indeed, Your Majesty. This old servant believes that the fifth princess would be the most fitting choice. The eunuch replied, producing a memorial from his robes and presenting it to Jiang Chen. Your Majesty, please peruse this. Jiang Chen took the document, unsealed it, and read it attentively. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, I did not expect my younger sister to possess such adeptness in governance. Very well, henceforth, all state affairs shall be entrusted to her. This allows me to enjoy some leisure. Please summon her to meet me. Jiang Chen spoke nonchalantly. His confidence in delegating power stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, Jiang Chen was not particularly adept at handling administrative matters. If he were to involve himself in every issue, he would be overwhelmed by a deluge of memorials. Secondly, he possessed absolute strength, rendering him immune to betrayal from those around him. After all, in the face of overwhelming power, all plots and schemes were futile. Yes, Your Majesty, this old servant shall take his leave. The eunuch bowed respectfully and exited the grand hall. In the inner courtyard of Taihua Palace, within the princess's chambers, a young woman clad in a red gown sat before her vanity, her exquisitely delicate features tinged with a hint of sorrow. She was the fifth princess, Jiang Chen's royal sister, Jiangyao. Beside her stood a younger maidservant, attentively awaiting her needs. Princess, are you still worried about the crown prince? The maidservant sighed, her tone laced with a mixture of helplessness and sympathy. Alas, His Majesty truly shows no mercy, having confined you directly. It is a hardship for you. Jiangyao furrowed her brows slightly. Li Yinar, what do you think could be the reason behind Father's sudden change of heart? Why would he seek to strip the crown prince of his title? Upon hearing this, Li Yinar displayed a peculiar expression, lowering her voice. Princess, as I passed by the emperor's study earlier, I seemed to overhear the second and third princes discussing matters concerning the crown prince. Oh, pray tell me what they spoke of. Jiangyao urged eagerly. Li Yinar shook her head, whispering, I could not discern the specifics, but I recall they mentioned something about a worm. Upon hearing the term worm, Jiangyao's eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting as a look of astonishment washed over her visage. Princess, what ails you? Li Yinar inquired, puzzled. Jiangyao regained her composure and quickly explained, it's nothing. Nothing at all. She had indeed been startled. The mention of worms was associated with sinister practices on the continent, used to control others against their will. A most malevolent art. Suddenly, a foreboding sense of dread settled in her heart. Li Yinar, I have an unsettling feeling that something significant is about to transpire. We must see father immediately. Jiangyao commanded. Princess, perhaps it's best to refrain. Li Yinar hesitated, aware that Jiangyao had already faced confinement. There is no cause for concern. Even if father wishes to punish me, I shall accept it willingly. Jiangyao insisted resolutely. Very well, Li Yinar relented reluctantly. Soon after, Jiangyao changed into a fresh long gown, tidied herself up, and prepared to venture out. As the two women opened the door, they encountered Eunuch Li approaching them. A broad smile gracing his face, exuding cheerfulness. Your servant greets the princess. Eunuch Li immediately bowed upon seeing Jiangyao. Eunuchly, do you seek me for something? Jiang Yao inquired, her brow furrowing. Though she harbored a deep disdain for this eunuch, wishing to see him met with 1,000 cuts, as a princess. She knew she must maintain her decorum and perform the necessary rites, no matter her feelings. To report, Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned you. Please follow your servant at once. Eunuchly replied with a cheerful demeanor. My father calls for me. Jiang Yao's brows knitted in concern. Could it be that he had changed his mind? Eunuchly chuckled lightly. Your Highness, the throne is now held by the first prince. You ought to adjust your address accordingly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao was taken aback. In just a few days, her elder brother had transformed from the deposed crown prince to emperor? Ah, Your Highness, I nearly forgot to inform you. I took the liberty of presenting your memorial to His Majesty. He appreciated it greatly and decided to delegate all state affairs to you. Eunuchly suddenly revealed. Did my elder brother truly say that? Jiang Yao's heart soared with joy. Your servant would never deceive you. Eunuchly smiled. Shall we make haste then? For His Majesty must be waiting anxiously. Indeed, let us go. Jiang Yao nodded, then set forth towards the grand hall of the palace. At that moment, within the hall, Jiang Chen reclined on the dragon throne, perusing the memorials in hand, his expression calm and his gaze indifferent. Just then, Eunuchly entered respectfully, announcing, Your Majesty. The princess has arrived and is awaiting you outside. Very well, Jiang Chen nodded, gesturing for him to allow her entry. Your servant takes his leave. Eunuchly bowed and exited. Soon, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a young woman clad in red entered the hall. It was Jiang Yao. As she approached Jiang Chen, the sight of his impassive demeanor caused her heart to skip a beat. Elder brother, I have come. Take a seat. Jiang Chen gestured towards the empty chairs below. Speaking softly, here, apart from you and me, there is no one else, so you need not feel constrained. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Chen suddenly sensed the presence of someone lurking in the void, their cultivation evidently reaching the realm of Tianji. It was quite remarkable to discover such a formidable individual hidden away in a small place like the Great Yin Kingdom, Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Noticing that the stranger did not display any murderous intent, he chose to disregard it. After all, eliminating such insignificant beings was merely a matter of a glance. The white-haired elder concealed in the void furrowed his brow, a look of contemplation crossing his features. He had the impression that the young man below had somehow detected his presence. Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. How could this be possible? He was a master of the Tianji realm. As long as he did not reveal himself, even those of the same cultivation level would be unable to perceive him. It must have been an illusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao exhaled softly, taking a seat not far from Jiang Chen, her voice tinged with anxiety as she asked, Elder brother, please tell me the truth. Does your ascension to the throne imply that father has been? She had already surmised the answer in her heart, but yearned to hear it directly from Jiang Chen. Ding. System task has been refreshed. Ding. The host must earn Jiang Yao's sincere submission without resorting to coercion. Should the host succeed in completing this task, the reward will be alchemy mastery elevated to perfection. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A slight smile graced his lips as he thought. This task is no trivial matter. It seems the time has come to test my acting skills. Elder brother? Jiang Yao called out, unable to contain herself after Jiang Chen's prolonged silence. Apologies, I was momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile, though sorrow soon clouded his expression. He spoke in a low voice. Fifth sister, have you always perceived me in this manner? Suddenly, Jiang Chen stood and walked slowly towards her, feigning sadness as he continued. At that time, I was imprisoned by Father's decree, only to later learn that he had been secretly harmed by my 2 royal brothers. By the time I reached the palace, Father had already suffered a cruel fate and passed away. What? Jiang Yao's delicate features paled. She had assumed that Jiang Chen was a patricide, but the truth revealed a deeper conspiracy. Overwhelmed with guilt, she regretted her earlier suspicions about her elder brother. Sighing heavily, Jiang Chen lamented. If only I had been able to see through the schemes of my 2 royal brothers sooner, perhaps I could have prevented this tragedy. Alas, I arrived too late. He shook his head with a bitter smile, his face etched with sorrow and regret. In that moment, he appeared to Jiang Yao as if he had aged considerably, losing the vibrant spirit he once possessed. I'm sorry, elder brother, Jiang Yao said, her eyes reddening with remorse. I was impulsive and should not have doubted you. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile curved Jiang Chen's lips, a hint of mischief dancing in his expression. He realized that his performance had successfully deceived Jiang Yao. In that case, I forgive you, but you must assist me in governing the Great Yin Kingdom. Do you agree? Fifth sister? Since you have put it this way, I naturally consent, Jiang Yao replied earnestly. Very well, now that you have agreed, I shall entrust the weighty affairs of state to you, Jiang Chen declared, rising to pat Jiang Yao's shoulder with a smile. Ding! Jiang Yao's sincere submission detected. System task completed. Reward: alchemy mastery elevated to perfection. Hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. The system had finally confirmed the task as completion, otherwise he would have been anxious about potential mishaps. Suddenly, a torrent of alchemical knowledge surged into his mind, and he felt an extraordinary clarity enveloping him. In that instant, his alchemical prowess skyrocketed from ignorance to unparalleled mastery, while Jiang Chen reveled in his newfound abilities. Jiang Yao's voice broke through his thoughts. "Elder brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." "Very well," Jiang Chen nodded. After Jiang Yao departed, he focused his thoughts and vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in the treasury of the Great Yin Kingdom. Inside, the shelves were adorned with a plethora of spiritual herbs, materials, and weapons, an impressive assortment. These treasures were collected by the emperors of the Great Yin throughout the ages, each item worth a fortune. Jiang Chen strode deeper into the treasury, finally halting before a row of boxes. "So many spiritual herbs?" Jiang Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the contents of the boxes. He discovered an array of herbs, including 2 fifth-grade spiritual herbs, the xianbing flower and the wanchen grass. With these 2 herbs, he could certainly concoct a 6th-grade breaking realm pill. His eyes sparkled with delight. For with his perfected alchemical mastery, creating a mere 6th-grade pill would be a trivial endeavor. Subsequently, Jiang Chen stored all the spiritual herbs into his storage ring and, without lingering further, he vanished from sight. In the palace, within a secluded courtyard, Jiang Yue, seated cross-legged in meditation, opened her eyes, her brow furrowed in concern. "It's so late. Why hasn't father returned yet?" Despite her complaints, anxiety gnawed at her, disrupting her focus on cultivation. "Forget it. I shall not practice any longer," Jiang Yue said, shaking her head in frustration as she rose from her meditation. She tiptoed to peer into the distance, worry etched across her face. "Sigh. Where could father have gone?" "Where I'm back." Just then, a gentle voice called out, causing Jiang Yue to startle. She turned towards the willow tree by the lake, where Jiang Chen's figure materialized. "Father!" Jiang Yue rushed towards him, tears brimming in her eyes as she threw herself into his embrace. All right, father is back now. "Do not cry," Jiang Chen said tenderly, stroking her hair soothingly. Seeing her clingy demeanor warmed his heart. This girl must have been worried about him. After a few sobs in his embrace, Jiang Yue slowly lifted her head, her lips pouting adorably. "Father, can you take me with you next time you go out? I feel a bit scared being alone in the courtyard." "Of course," Jiang Chen replied, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and adding. "But you must wait until your cultivation is higher." "Father, what level of cultivation is considered high?" Jiang Yue blinked her eyes curiously. "Well, let us set a small goal. How about aiming for the emperor level?" Jiang Chen said with a playful glint in his eyes, ruffling her hair. "The emperor level?" Jiang Yue tilted her head, contemplating how far this realm was from her current abilities. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. "Yes, the emperor level is quite distant from you at present. But fret not. With your father's assistance, I believe you will reach it soon enough." With that, Jiang Chen retrieved the spiritual herbs from his storage ring, preparing to commence alchemy. He understood that the best way to swiftly elevate Jiang Yue's cultivation was to concoct the 6th-grade breaking realm pill. In the end, when combined with a medicinal bath, such cultivation can yield twice the result with half the effort. Jiang Chen retrieved the alchemical furnace and placed the herbs within. Currently, he was equivalent to a 9th-tier alchemist. With the aid of the furnace, concocting a 6th-tier breaking boundary pill was exceedingly simple. Soon, the flames were ignited by Jiang Chen, and the herbs began to gradually dissolve. Within a minute, the medicinal liquid had coalesced. The 6th-tier breaking boundary pill was complete. Jiang Chen uttered a soft exclamation, the flames suddenly dissipating as the lid of the furnace flew open. A rich fragrance of medicine wafted through the air, permeating the entire courtyard. With a gentle wave of his hand, a crystal-clear pill shot forth, hovering above his palm. Gazing at the pill, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and tossed it directly toward Jiang Yue. "You swallow it." "Oh." Jiang Yue obediently nodded, opening her rosy little mouth. The 6th-tier breaking boundary pill transformed into a streak of flowing light as it entered her mouth. Subsequently, Jiang Yue sat cross-legged, closing her eyes. Jiang Chen watched her quietly, extending his consciousness to envelop her surroundings, preventing any external disturbances. After a while, the potent medicinal energy transformed into pure power, coursing through her limbs and rapidly expanding to every inch of her flesh. Soon after, her body underwent a tremendous transformation, a powerful aura erupting from her. Jiang Yu's cultivation level surged from the initial stage of body refinement to the pinnacle of spirit sea, with only a final step remaining to condense her Tao palace. While she continued her cultivation, Jiang Chen swiftly prepared a wooden tub in the courtyard and filled it with copious amounts of clear water. Flames burned beneath the tub. Before long, as the water within began to bubble, Jiang Chen immediately tossed the remaining spiritual herbs into it. Just then, Jiang Yu opened her eyes, excitement radiating from her. "Father, I have broken through." It seemed the pill had indeed worked. While the medicinal power is still potent, hurry and get into the tub. I shall help you condense your Tao palace in the shortest time possible, Jiang Chen urged. Yes. Upon hearing her father's words, Jiang Yu swiftly shed her outer garments and leaped into the tub. Soon, the hot water in the tub began to boil, and Jiang Yu joyfully splashed about. Alas, I still lack the final essential herb. Where can I find the essence blood of a magical beast? Jiang Chen sighed, feeling somewhat troubled. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Wait, since it's also essence blood, using my own should suffice, right? Jiang Chen realized this possibility and could not help but display a jubilant expression. His current cultivation level was that of an emperor. An emperor's essence blood was exceedingly rare. Perhaps I could attempt it. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, ultimately steeling himself to try. He took a deep breath, condensing a drop of essence blood from his brow, diluting it to 10,000 times before injecting it into the tub. Instantly, the water within the tub became scalding hot, akin to boiling oil, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. Concurrently, the temperature within the tub continued to rise. Jiang Yu's complexion paled, beads of sweat rolling down as the veins on her forehead bulged. Yet she did not flinch, gritting her teeth and enduring. Soon after, the medicinal power completely transformed into liquid, seeping through her skin and into her body. Thunderous sounds erupted as Jiang Yu's bones crackled ominously. Her body began to show fissures, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, the tub exploded. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly activated his spiritual power to shield her entirely, preventing the medicinal force from harming her. Hold on. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, offering encouragement. All right. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, her figure trembling as she shattered the final barrier, breaking through to the Tao Palace realm. Chapter 8. The Might of the Emperor. At that moment, the sky above the courtyard darkened, thick clouds gathering, and lightning flashing incessantly. Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon the heavens, his expression grave. He understood that breaking through to the Tao Palace realm meant facing the baptism of the Thunder Tribulation, a trial every cultivator must endure. Of course, special circumstances could arise. For instance, Jiang Chen's cultivation had been bestowed by the system, and his power did not originate from this realm. Therefore, he would not have to endure the Thunder Tribulation. Father, I'm a bit scared, Jiang Yu said, clinging to Jiang Chen, her small hand tightly grasping his sleeve, her face filled with panic. Do not fear. I am here, Jiang Chen reassured her, gently patting her head. Jiang Yu nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. She then turned to look at the sky. The might of the Thunder Tribulation intensified, the clouds thickening, vaguely forming a gigantic vortex. Jiang Yu held her breath, intently watching the changes in the Thunder Tribulation, not daring to miss any detail. Thunder rumbled. A thick silver lightning bolt tore through the void, striking down toward Jiang Yu. In an instant, she felt as if the sky were collapsing, darkness enveloping her, everything obscured as if being torn apart by an immense force. Suddenly, Jiang Yu cried out, her body trembling, appearing to be in excruciating pain. Jiang Chen's heart sank. He swiftly embraced her, channeling a surge of spiritual power into her. Jiang Yu gradually regained her composure, raising her eyes to the Thunder Tribulation above, her gaze filled with trepidation. Father, I'm sorry I couldn't hold on. Jiang Yu spoke with a tremor in her voice. Silly child, you've already tried your best. Jiang Chen shook his head, comforting her. He then stood up, gazing at the ominous clouds overhead. He could sense that this was no ordinary Thunder Tribulation for the Tao Palace realm. So, you wish to disregard the rules? Then do not blame me. Jiang Chen sneered, his eyes icy. In an instant, his aura surged to the Emperor realm, a terrifying presence sweeping forth. Disperse, Jiang Chen declared in a deep voice, conjuring an ice sword in his hand and slicing fiercely. A sword chi, tens of thousands of feet long, shot forth, imbued with boundless killing intent, slashing toward the clouds above. In that moment, the heavens and earth lost their color. Crack! The storm cloud shattered, transforming into countless raindrops that fell, landing in the courtyard and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the Thunder Tribulation disintegrated, Jiang Yu's cultivation firmly stabilized at the Tao Palace realm. Even the injuries inflicted upon her by the Thunder Tribulation were completely healed. Moreover, Due to the medicinal bath and the tempering of the thunder tribulation, Jiang Yu's physical form had been enhanced. At this moment, she could unleash combat power far exceeding her current realm. After dispelling the thunder tribulation, Jiang Chen glanced around the courtyard, discovering that Jiang Yu had already fallen unconscious. He nearly forgot. This child was only 8 years old. Was he being a bit too impatient? With this thought, Jiang Chen sighed, carrying Jiang Yu into the bamboo house and gently laying her on the bed. In High West City, within a tavern, a pair of men and women sat across from each other, a sumptuous array of dishes and fine wine laid before them as they dined and conversed. This pair was none other than Zhang Haobei and Li Yan'er. Senior brother, when shall we go to the palace to find our junior apprentice brother? Li Yan'er inquired, blinking her beautiful eyes. Do not rush, junior sister. It is a rare occasion for us to descend the mountain. Let us dine first. Zhang Haobei replied nonchalantly, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Li Yan'er pouted, a hint of frustration on her face. Senior brother, all you think about is eating. If we do not bring our junior brother back soon, master will surely grow anxious. Zhang Haobei remained silent, continuing to enjoy his tea. At that moment, a few voices from a nearby table caught their attention. Have you heard? The emperor has passed away. And now the great Yin kingdom is under the governance of Her Highness, the 5th princess. I have heard this news as well. The 5th princess is truly impressive. At such a young age, she has already begun managing state affairs. Do you think she might become the first female emperor of the great Yin? Not necessarily. It is rumored that the true power lies with the mastermind behind the 5th princess, and she is merely a supportive figure. Upon hearing these remarks, Li Yan'er's expression shifted slightly as she interjected, What nonsense are you all spouting? Wasn't the throne passed to the 3rd prince? Laughter erupted from the neighboring table as they exchanged glances. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Li Yan'er questioned, her brow furrowed. The little beauty seems quite out of touch with current events. That 3rd prince you mentioned was executed on the spot for treason by the crown prince. What? Li Yan'er exclaimed in shock. Ha ha ha. My dear, you truly are uninformed. The man at the neighboring table mocked, gazing at her with amusement. Biting her lip in anger, Li Yan'er found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Haobei, having overheard the conversation, slowly set his teacup down. Seeking death, his eyes narrowed sharply, transforming into icy daggers. Without warning, he drew a flying dagger from his robe and swiftly hurled it at the neighboring table. With a sickening thud, the man fell lifeless. The other patrons in the tavern, terrified, scrambled to escape, fearing they would be caught in the chaos. Zhang Haobei sheathed his dagger, his countenance dark and foreboding. Yet he did not pursue further. Brother, our junior brother, he is dead, Li Yan'er cried, covering her face as tears streamed uncontrollably. Zhang Haobei gently lifted her chin, whispering soothingly, Do not weep, junior sister. We shall head to the palace now. Perhaps our junior brother still lives. Li Yan'er nodded, taking solace in his words. They departed the tavern without delay. In the palace, within the imperial study, Jiang Yao sat regally upon the dragon throne, meticulously reviewing memorials with a solemn and focused demeanor. Princess, you have not rested for an entire night, her maid, Li Yan'er, gently reminded her. It is of no consequence. You may retire and rest, Jiang Yao replied, her gaze unwavering on the documents. Li Yan'er shook her head, reluctantly stepping out of the chamber. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Enter, Jiang Yao said coolly. A guard stepped in, bowing respectfully. Your Highness. 2 individuals claiming to be from the Wuzhizong seek an audience. Do you wish to meet them? Jiang Yao paused momentarily at the mention of Wuzhizong, a sect she had heard of, known to wield significant influence beyond the borders of the Great Yin. Let them in, she commanded. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Haobei and Li Yan'er entered the imperial study, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to Her Highness, the 5th princess. No need for formalities, Jiang Yao said, her eyes narrowing with surprise. You are disciples of the Wuzhizong? Indeed, Zhang Haobei affirmed with a nod. We have come to inquire about the whereabouts of our junior brother. Who is your junior brother? Jiang Yao asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. The 3rd prince of the Great Yin, Zhang Haobei replied. At these words, a sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Yao. She had not anticipated that Jiang Tianming had joined the Wuzhizong, and evidently held a significant position within the sect. I am afraid I must disappoint you. Since our father was betrayed, the 3rd prince has vanished without a trace, and I know not where he has gone. Jiang Yao stated, shaking her head. Are you not his royal sister? How can you claim ignorance? Li Yan'er interjected, her tone laced with skepticism. Whether you believe it or not, that is all I can say, Jiang Yao replied coolly. Li Yan'er's expression darkened. Are you not afraid I might inform master and have him eliminate you? Just as Li Yan'er prepared to threaten her, Zhang Haobei suddenly intervened. Junior sister, he said, shaking his head. After a brief exchange of glances, Zhang Haobei turned to Jiang Yao and clasped his hands respectfully. We shall take our leave for today. Wait. Jiang Yao called out, her gaze piercing. Since the third prince is no longer here, I hope you will not hold the great Yin responsible. Li Yiner's fury surged. But Zhang Haobei restrained her. Brother? She questioned, bewildered. He nodded, leading her away from the study. Miss, shall I dispatch someone to eliminate those two? A shadowy figure materialized, breaking the silence. A proper lesson will suffice, but do not go overboard, Jiang Yao replied, her brows furrowing slightly. Understood. With that, the figure vanished into thin air. As Jiang Yao watched the pair retreating into the distance, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. This is all I can do for my elder brother. Chapter 9, Bloodline Awakening. The daughter turns out to be a fox demon. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood anxiously beside the bed, gazing at the unconscious Jiang Yuer. 3 hours have passed. Why hasn't she awakened yet? He frowned, perplexed. Logically, one should recover swiftly from a tribulation-induced stupor, yet Jiang Yuer showed no signs of regaining consciousness, which puzzled him greatly. Suddenly, he noticed a faint blue glow emanating from her body, shimmering like the stars, captivating his attention. What is this? Jiang Chen murmured. The light surrounding Jiang Yuer expanded, forming a semicircular barrier that enveloped her. At that moment, a torrent of pure spiritual energy surged into her, bringing color back to her pallid cheeks and causing her delicate frame to quiver. With a thunderous rumble, dark clouds rolled in, cloaking the sky. Another lightning tribulation? Jiang Chen's expression shifted alarmingly. He vividly remembered dispersing the last one not long ago. With a deep exhale, Jiang Yuer expelled a breath of turbid air and opened her eyes. Instantly, the sky returned to normal. Just then, a pair of fox ears gradually appeared atop her head, and 3 fluffy, snow-white tails sprouted from behind her. Heavens, she truly is a fox demon. Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment. Despite having learned of this through the original owner's memories, witnessing it firsthand was still a shock. Although Jiang Yuer exhibited traits of the demon race, she was neither fully demon nor human, possessing only a fragment of demonic bloodline. It was said that those with a demonic bloodline could cultivate at a speed several times faster than that of ordinary humans. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer awoke, gazing at Jiang Chen beside her, exclaiming joyfully, "Father, you're finally awake. Yuer, do you feel anything different in your body?" Jiang Chen hastily approached to support Jiang Yuer. With her large, watery eyes blinking, she murmured dreamily, "Yes, it seems like there are some extra things on my head and behind. That is nothing to worry about. It merely signifies that your bloodline has fully awakened," Jiang Chen replied gently, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Bloodline awakening?" Jiang Yuer questioned, bewildered. "Yes, from now on. Our Yuer will be a delightful little fox." Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. "Fox." Jiang Yuer's adorable expression was irresistibly charming. "Your current realm is now entirely stable. Let us see if you can retract your tail and ears," he encouraged. "Okay." Jiang Yuer nodded eagerly, closing her eyes to channel her spiritual energy. In an instant, the 3 long tails behind her and the ears atop her head shrank away, vanishing completely. "Wow, it's really gone." Jiang Yuer opened her eyes, astonished, covering her mouth with curiosity. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that after the complete awakening of her bloodline, she could control her fox ears and tail with ease. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer's stomach let out a grumble, causing her to lower her head shyly. "Are you hungry? Come, father will take you to eat now," Jiang Chen said, affectionately patting her head before standing up. Jiang Yuer obediently nodded, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's. In High West City, on a certain path outside the city, Li Yiner was being forcibly dragged forward by Zhang Haobei, her heart brimming with displeasure. "Brother, why did you stop me earlier?" Li Yiner snapped, shaking off his arm, her demeanor as cold as ice. "Be quiet. Do you want to get me killed?" Zhang Haobei retorted sharply, glaring at her. "Get you killed?" Li Yiner furrowed her brow, puzzled. "Are you afraid of her seeking revenge because you won't let me confront the 5th princess?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Haobei's expression darkened. "Do you know the kind of background and power that the 5th princess possesses? Is she more formidable than the Wuzhizong?" Li Yiner scoffed, displaying a hint of disdain. "You fool. I am referring to the people behind her," Zhang Haobei mocked. "Are you worrying too much? A mere princess from the Dian Kingdom. What kind of formidable background could she possibly have?" Zhang Haobei fixed a serious gaze upon Li Yiner. "That is why I call you a fool. When you spoke those words earlier, I sensed an aura of murderous intent emanating from the void. There are surely powerful beings lurking in the shadows, warning us not to speak recklessly. Think about it. Those capable of concealing themselves within the void possess power that is certainly not inferior to our Wuzhizong's ancestors. How could this be?" Li Yiner's face turned pale in horror. The existence at the level of the Wuzhizong's ancestor could transcend the mundane, shaking an entire region with a stamp of the foot. Who would have thought that such a terrifying presence was merely a guardian of the 5th princess? I advise you not to act foolishly again, otherwise, Even master cannot save you, Zhang Haobei cautioned. You might be right. I have indeed considered eliminating you. A sudden mocking voice resonated from the void. In an instant, a black-clad elder appeared, his gaze landing coldly on Zhang Haobei as he sneered. You are quite perceptive. Today, I shall only give you a minor lesson. Feeling the overwhelming aura exuding from the elder, Zhang Haobei's expression shifted, inwardly cursing Li Yinar as a jinx. Predecessor. We are disciples of the Wuzhizong. I hope you can spare us for the sake of our ancestor, Zhang Haobei spoke solemnly. However, the black-clad elder ignored him, raising his hand towards them. Whoosh! A terrifying force of suction manifested, pulling Zhang Haobei and Li Yinar effortlessly into the elder's palm, rendering them powerless against his whims. What do you intend to do? Zhang Haobei exclaimed in alarm. Rest assured, I will not kill you, the elder grinned. But I cannot let you off so easily either. With that, the elder forcefully hurled the two to the ground. Boom! They crashed down, creating a thunderous sound. Their bodies engulfed in dust. Cough, cough. After a while, coughing could be heard from within the dust. Zhang Haobei and Li Yinar crawled out, disheveled and utterly miserable, their previous elegance completely gone. We have already received our due punishment. Can you now fulfill your promise and let us leave? Zhang Haobei remarked, suppressing the pain as he cupped his hands in a plea. Of course, you may go, the black-clad elder replied indifferently, turning to vanish into the void. Seeing this, Zhang Haobei and Li Yinar let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled into the distance. Hiss! Just after they departed, Zhang Haobei gasped, his entire body racked with pain as if every bone had shattered. That bastard. If I weren't at a disadvantage, I would definitely kill you to avenge today as humiliation. Zhang Haobei growled through gritted teeth, fully aware that the elder was someone he could not contend with. Chapter 10. If one offends me, I shall surely eradicate them. In Huaihua City, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The establishment stood as the closest tavern to the palace and was also the most upscale within the entire city, bustling with patrons daily. Inside the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Jiang Chen leisurely sipped his wine, a look of pure enjoyment gracing his face. Father, why are you drinking without eating? Jiang Yuer inquired curiously, watching as he neglected his food. Father, isn't hungry yet. Yuer, you are in a growth phase and must eat more to nourish yourself. After we finish our meal, I will take you for a stroll in the market. How does that sound? Jiang Chen responded with a smile, picking up his chopsticks to serve her a piece of chicken leg. Great. Hearing that they would be going shopping, Jiang Yuer beamed with delight, eagerly grabbing the chicken leg to munch on. After lunch, Jiang Chen led Jiang Yuer out of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and into the bustling streets. The streets were lined with an array of dazzling goods, a cornucopia of all sorts available. Naturally, the prices were exorbitant, often beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Holding Jiang Yuer's hand, Jiang Chen strolled through the vibrant streets of Huaihua City. Suddenly, he halted, pointing ahead. Yuer, would you like to eat candied hawthorns? Jiang Yuer nodded vigorously. Then shall I buy some for you? Yes. Jiang Yuer nodded enthusiastically. Haha, let us buy a skewer to taste. Jiang Chen chuckled heartily, approaching a vendor to purchase a skewer of candied hawthorns, which he handed to Jiang Yuer. Thank you, father. Jiang Yuer joyfully embraced the candied hawthorns, munching away with her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. Watching his daughter's radiant smile, Jiang Chen felt his heart flutter, unable to resist reaching out to tousle her soft, shiny hair. Father, you should eat too. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer lifted her small head, offering the remaining candied hawthorn to Jiang Chen's mouth. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then bit into one, the sweet flavor instantly enveloping him, bringing a wave of comfort. Delicious, isn't it? Jiang Yuer giggled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Indeed, it is quite delightful. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Praising her, Jiang Yuer, upon hearing these words, wore an even more radiant smile. Today marked the happiest day of her life. This young man seems somewhat familiar. Doesn't he? Yes, indeed, that visage appears to have crossed my path before. Suddenly, a few skeptical voices arose from the crowd, causing Jiang Chen to furrow his brow slightly. Yuer, let us change our dining location, Jiang Chen suggested to Jiang Yuer. Oh, father, why? Jiang Yuer inquired, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen replied calmly. It is rather noisy here, which detracts from our appetite. Jiang Yuer tilted her head thoughtfully, but ultimately acquiesced. As her words fell, she obediently followed Jiang Chen. Not far off, at the street corner, two young men observed Jiang Yuer's retreating figure with dark expressions. Second brother, that little girl is quite enchanting. Why don't we abduct her? She should fetch a handsome sum in spirit stones, the man in green whispered, his tone laced with malevolence. The man in gray frowned, coldly retorting, Elder brother, do not rush. Take a closer look at the person beside that girl. I have a feeling he is not to be trifled with. What are you afraid of? We are both at the Dao Palace realm. Could there possibly be someone stronger than us emerging from this small Yen kingdom? The gray-clad man scoffed. Upon hearing this, the man in green pondered seriously, finding merit in his brother's words, and immediately relaxed. Since you were so determined, I shall join in on this madness. He chuckled maliciously, revealing a devious expression. He then drew a dagger, coated with lethal poison, and stealthily blended into the crowd, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Chen. However, he did not anticipate that Jiang Chen had already sensed his movements, casting a piercing glance in his direction. The detected man in green trembled in fright, nearly dropping his dagger. Realizing he had been discovered, the man seethed with rage. You little brat. How dare you glare at me? You seek death. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Jiang Chen. With a flash, a glint of cold light appeared as he lunged forward with the sharp dagger, his fierce stance betraying his resolve. Yet, Jiang Chen did not flinch, nor did he exhibit any intention of resistance. Observing this, the man in green smirked sinisterly. 2 Dao Palace Realm warriors? Perfect for Yuer to hone her skills. Suddenly, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the 3 of them vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a secluded forest. The surroundings were vast and empty, save for the trees. What kind of sorcery is this? The 2 brothers were utterly bewildered, completely unprepared for such an occurrence. I must say, you both possess quite the audacity. At that moment, Jiang Chen emerged slowly, holding Jiang Yuer's hand, his voice icy as he fixed his gaze upon the 2 brothers. Feeling the terrifying aura exuding from Jiang Chen, the brothers broke out in a cold sweat. They had never fathomed that Jiang Chen was a concealed master, which explained his calm demeanor in the face of aggression. Now, they realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Swallowing hard, the brothers exchanged fearful glances. Senior, please spare us. Do not take our lives, they implored, kneeling in desperation. Yuer, your nature is far too innocent. It is time for you to sharpen your skills. You may deal with these 2, Jiang Chen instructed, turning to Jiang Yuer. Yes, Jiang Yuer nodded, her gaze fixed upon the 2 brothers. Little girl, we recognize our mistakes. We truly do. Please, grant us mercy. Hearing this, the brothers felt their souls leave their bodies, hastily begging for forgiveness. Humph, Jiang Yuer snorted coldly. Her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, how dare you harm my father? Recently, he has often told me that those who wish to inflict harm must show no mercy. Thus, I shall accept your lives. As her words echoed, Jiang Yuer's eyes narrowed. In an instant, 3 long, snow-white tails unfurled from her back, radiating a soft, white glow. Simultaneously, 2 pairs of fox ears sprouted atop her head, gently swaying, exuding an aura of cuteness. Her demeanor transformed dramatically, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the area, draining the color from the brothers' faces. A demon. She is of the demon clan. This revelation struck them with shock, flooding their hearts with intense regret. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Jiang Yuer struck without mercy. Her 3 fox tails whipped out, swiftly ending the lives of the 2 brothers. Exhaling heavily after the deed, Jiang Yuer regained her rosy complexion and turned to Jiang Chen. Father, how did I do? Jiang Chen tenderly stroked her silvery hair, replying lightly, you performed admirably, my dear. However, merely possessing power is insufficient. With that, Jiang Chen retrieved his imperial cultivation method from his system space and handed it to her. Study this diligently. And should you encounter any confusion, return to your father for guidance. Wow, thank you, father. Jiang Yuer beamed with joy as she accepted the imperial cultivation method. Were you afraid during your first kill? Jiang Chen inquired, observing his daughter. I only killed the bad people. Why should I be afraid? Jiang Yuer replied. Her head held high, a look of confusion gracing her features. Her response was so natural, as if taking a life did not weigh heavily upon her. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a chuckle, realizing his prior concerns were unfounded. Chapter 11. I demand your submission. At the Wuji sect. Within the grand hall, a man clad in white sat at the head of the assembly, surveying the gathered crowd as he spoke in a solemn tone. Today, I have summoned the elders of each peak to announce 2 significant matters. What does the sect leader wish to convey? Inquired an elder with a head full of white hair from the left side of the hall, who was none other than Yang Hai, the peak master of the cloud-entering peak, one of the 5 peaks of Wuji sect. Firstly, I have recently gained profound insights and have successfully broken through to the celestial silence realm. The elder's demeanor remained calm, yet his words radiated an overwhelming aura. What? The hall erupted in an uproar as several Wuji sect elders displayed expressions of astonishment. It was well known that the entire Wuji sect had only one celestial silence realm expert, the ancestor. Now, with the master suddenly declaring his breakthrough, did that not mean he was now a legitimate celestial silence realm expert? Realizing this, the elder's emotions surged with excitement. Congratulations, sect leader, on your successful breakthrough. It is indeed a fortune for our Wuji sect. Yang Hai was the first to extend his congratulations. Congratulations, sect leader, such an honor belongs to you. The other elders chimed in unison, expressing their accolades. Ha ha ha, this breakthrough was merely a stroke of luck on my part. As long as all of you work diligently in your cultivation, I believe you will also reach my level in due time. The white-clad man laughed heartily, his spirit invigorated. However, the expressions of the numerous elders grew somewhat stiff. After all, with limited talent and a lack of abundant cultivation resources, achieving the celestial silence realm in this lifetime was no small feat since the sect leader has attained the celestial silence realm. I believe it is necessary for us to request additional quotas for entering the ancient tomb from other sects. Another elder rose, his attitude turning assertive, clearly dissatisfied with the previous allocation results. Indeed, with two formidable heavenly silence experts present in our Wuji sect, what need do we have to fear the other major sects? An elder echoed. The proposals put forth by all esteemed elders will be considered by this sect master. The man in white nodded, and then continued. This brings me to my second point. The opening of the ancient tomb has been hastened. Thus, I implore the elders of each peak to select several outstanding disciples to venture forth promptly. Very well, the elders rose, preparing to take their leave. Sectmaster, wait. Yang Hai suddenly called out to the man in white. What is it, Peakmaster Yang? The man in white inquired with surprise. Sectmaster, I have heard that the saintess from the heavenly pool sacred land will also be attending the opening of the ancient tomb, Yang Hai said gravely, lowering his voice. If we could seize this opportunity to forge a connection with her, it might prove immensely beneficial for our Wuji sect. The sacred land. The man in white furrowed his brow, seemingly in contemplation. After a moment, he nodded and replied, Peakmaster Yang, I entrust this matter to you. Understood, Yang Hai acknowledged. Exiting the grand hall. Ah, the saintess of the heavenly pool, the man in white mused, his eyes narrowing as he watched Yang Hai's retreating figure. A glimmer of intrigue sparkling within. The following day, within the palace courtyard, Jiang Chen reclined on a bamboo chair, basking in the sun with his eyes closed in meditation. In the courtyard, Jiang Yuer stood poised with a sword in one hand. Suddenly, she drew her sword, the sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air causing goosebumps to rise. Flash! Jiang Yuer shouted, her sword slicing forth, unleashing an unparalleled sword aura that swept through the surroundings. In an instant, countless bamboo stalks were sent flying, severed into pieces as if a rain of bamboo leaves descended, creating a spectacular sight. With a deep exhale, Jiang Yuer retracted her sword, her face slightly flushed, clearly exhausted from the exertion. Despite her youth, her aura was remarkably steady. Her strikes decisive. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. Father, what is it? Noticing Jiang Chen's movement, Jiang Yuer quickly sheathed her sword, her expression filled with curiosity. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself for a conversation? I do not appreciate being watched from the shadows, Jiang Chen stated coolly. As his words fell, a rift in the void abruptly appeared, from which a figure clad in black emerged. The black-clad elder wore a smile, his aura ethereal, instilling a sense of profundity. Indeed, it seems you discovered my presence long ago, he remarked. Who are you? Jiang Yuer brandished her sword, her expression wary. At that moment, Jiang Chen concentrated his thoughts, and an invisible force enveloped the entire courtyard, creating a peculiar domain. Within this domain, only Jiang Chen and the black-clad elder existed. However, the elder appeared oblivious to any peculiarity, continuing his approach towards Jiang Chen. I am C2 Bei, an elder of the Tianxian sect, he stated lightly. Might I inquire which esteemed individual has usurped this body? If you would be so kind as to relinquish it, I would be more than willing to seek out another for you. You dare intrude upon my domain without permission, simply for such a request? Jiang Chen's countenance darkened, his cold gaze fixed upon him. My apologies, dear friend, this uninvited disturbance was not my intent. However, the body you have taken is one that I have watched grow since childhood, C2 Bei lamented, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Even if the child's soul has been extinguished, I wish to ensure his body receives a proper burial. Wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, C2 Bei continued, if you would kindly return this body, I would be glad to offer my gratitude as a token of contrition. With this, C2 Bei raised his head, his expression filled with sorrow. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle at his words. Why do you laugh? Is this not a grave matter? C2 Bei's brows furrowed as he spoke, his tone growing cold at Jiang Chen's unabashed laughter. Jiang Chen looked up, meeting C2 Bei's gaze with a smile. Do not misunderstand. I merely recalled some amusing memories. C2 Bei's brow furrowed further. You mentioned you watched him grow since childhood. Then, during his moment of peril, why did you not extend a hand to assist? Jiang Chen inquired, his expression still cheerful. Had you provided some aid at that time, Perhaps the original owner of this body would not have perished so swiftly, would he? C2 Bei's features twitched at Jiang Chen's words. What exactly are you trying to convey? After a long silence, C2 Bei suppressed his anger and replied in a deep voice, I advise you not to be overly arrogant. Even if you were once an unparalleled powerhouse, your current strength has yet to recover, rendering you no different than an ant. If I truly wished to kill you, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. In the face of C2 Bei's threat, Jiang Chen merely smiled indifferently. After all, who cares about an ant scurrying beneath their feet? It is merely an amusing spectacle to behold. Heh, it seems you have yet to grasp your predicament, Jiang Chen teased. Allow me to remind you to look around. What? Upon hearing this, C2 Bei's pupils constricted as he hastily scanned his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The air was frigid, saturated with frost, and the ground was blanketed in thick snow, with menacing fissures spreading like a spider's web. Hiss! Gazing at the cracks beneath him, C2 Bei inhaled sharply, a tempest of fear swelling within. Where's this place? After recovering from his shock, he looked up at the sky, only to find it adorned with countless stars. Is this an illusion? Or a celestial realm? C2 Bei's mind was in disarray, feeling a sense of disorientation. Buzzing. Suddenly, C2 Bei felt a tremor in his soul. He swiftly raised his head, witnessing the celestial silver light cascading down, enveloping the entire world. No, this is neither a celestial realm nor an illusion. What exactly is this? C2 Bei's entire being froze, and he laughed maniacally, appearing utterly deranged. Having cultivated for centuries, he believed he had transcended the mundane. Yet now he realized he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. What is the meaning of this celestial light? C2 Bei's mind was shaken, and he howled in madness, his sanity teetering on the brink. You succumbed so swiftly? Jiang Chen remarked, extending a finger, a stream of golden light surging into C2 Bei's brow. Instantly, C2 Bei's body stiffened, his frantic cries silenced. He stared blankly at Jiang Chen, his gaze gradually clearing as he murmured, Senior, I was blind to your greatness. I beg for your forgiveness. Though he was a formidable heavenly silence expert, the display of power Jiang Chen had just exhibited left him horrified, realizing they were not of the same caliber. Am I still an ant? Jiang Chen retorted. C2 Bei's expression turned awkward, stammering for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and saying, You are certainly no ant. I am the one who is like an ant. Then do you still believe that I require a body to possess? Jiang Chen inquired further. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, C2 Bei grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he lowered his head, saying, Senior, I acknowledge my error. Enough, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare your life this time. However, you should feel fortunate. Had you dared to exhibit even a hint of murderous intent towards me just now, you would have perished 1,000 times over. Thank you, esteemed senior. For your merciful grace, C2 Bei stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He then hesitated, asking, Esteemed senior, throughout my life, I have pursued ever greater realms of power, yet I remain curious about the extent of your own cultivation. I hope you might enlighten me. He was acutely aware that Jiang Chen's strength was profoundly concealed, far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Even after being vanquished by Jiang Chen's palm, he was determined to comprehend the chasm that lay between them. You wish to know? Jiang Chen retorted. C2 Bei nodded earnestly. Then I require your submission to me. Would you be willing? Jiang Chen spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone. C2 Bei's face twitched, his eyes darting. After living for over a century, commanding respect in his domain, he was loath to become a mere servant. Yet, observing Jiang Chen's formidable prowess instilled a deep-seated fear within him. If I refuse, will you take my life, esteemed senior? C2 Bei tentatively inquired. Kill you? Jiang Chen chuckled softly. You think too highly of yourself. C2 Bei exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, just as he was about to speak again. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Chen's lips moving, as if he were conveying some message telepathically. Instantly, C2 Bei's eyes widened in astonishment, joy illuminating his countenance. With a simple wave of his hand, Jiang Chen altered the surrounding scenery, casting C2 Bei thousands of meters away before vanishing without a trace. Farewell, esteemed senior. As Jiang Chen departed, C2 Bei knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with excitement. Ha ha ha, my opportunity has finally arrived. He murmured to himself, his face alight with fervor. Chapter 12. The Saintess of the Heavenly Pool, a talent like no other. At the Wuji sect, atop the cloud-entering peak, Zhang Haobei and Li Yanji, having endured the torment of a mysterious powerhouse, finally returned safely to their mountain sanctuary. Disciple pays respects to the master. The two immediately knelt before Yang Hai as they arrived. Rise, Yang Hai gestured for them to stand. Why are only the two of you here? Where is that insufferable brat? Once they were upright, he inquired slowly. Upon hearing Yang Hai's words, Zhang Haobei's expression wavered, and unable to conceal the truth any longer. He recounted the entire incident. Foolish, Yang Hai scoffed. Thankfully, that mysterious powerhouse was not inclined to commit further slaughter. Otherwise, would you both have returned alive? Zhang Haobei's face turned a shade of deep embarrassment, feeling a bitter frustration welling inside him. Master, must the humiliation I endured go unpunished? He declared through clenched teeth. Of course it shall be overlooked. Yang Hai shot him a glare. Do you expect me, a being of the divine light realm, to seek vengeance for you? But Zhang Haobei opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately lowered his head in defeat. Enough, let this matter rest. You both may return to your chambers to cultivate. Yang Hai waved his hand dismissively. Yes, master. Zhang Haobei and Li Yinji dared not argue further and respectfully withdrew. Once they departed, Yang Hai stroked his beard, murmuring, I never anticipated that the great Yin kingdom would harbor such hidden talents. Even a mere princess possesses a protector of the celestial tranquility realm. Pausing, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. It seems prudent to inform the sect leader. The great Yin kingdom cannot be taken lightly. Meanwhile, upon returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Chen was immediately enveloped by Jiang Yuer, who leapt into his embrace. Father, where did you go just now? Jiang Yuer pouted, her voice laced with reproach. You always do this. Are you hiding something from me? Hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled softly, pinching her rosy cheek. What mischief are you concocting in that little head of yours, my dear? Humph, Yuer isn't concocting mischief. Jiang Yuer huffed, swiftly changing the subject. Father, where did that bad man go? Do you wish to see him? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yup. Jiang Yuer nodded vigorously. Very well. With that, Jiang Chen reached out into the void, summoning a figure that tumbled before him. Who? The figure exclaimed, scrambling to its feet. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, it gasped. It is you, esteemed senior. Yuer, I've brought him to you. What would you like to do? Jiang Chen asked with a grin, ruffling his daughter's hair. What a villain. Jiang Yuer puffed out her cheeks, glaring at C2 Bei. Hee. C2 Bei forced a smile. Father, may I borrow your sword? I wish to slay him. Jiang Yuer glared at C2 Bei with fierce determination. Jiang Chen, both amused and exasperated, patted her head. All right, go ahead and use it. With that, he handed her a long sword. Seeing this, C2 Bei trembled in fear, his voice quavering. Esteemed senior, what are you planning to do? Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he fixed C2 Bei with a penetrating stare. Do not resist, otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Jiang Yuer took the sword, unsheathed the blade, and boldly approached C2 Bei, not hesitating to strike at his arm. Splurt. Blood gushed forth. Ah! C2 Bei clutched his arm. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Jiang Yuer, his throat emitting a series of strangled sounds. Panic and regret flooded C2 Bei's heart. He shouldn't have ventured here. He had unwittingly provoked a formidable demon. Villain, perish. Jiang Yuer raised the sword, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Enough, Yuer, Jiang Chen interjected. Halting her, Jiang Yuer, perplexed, asked, Father, why won't you let me slay him? Cough, cough. This old man isn't entirely wicked. A lesson is sufficient. If you were to kill him, would you not be committing an act of senseless slaughter? Jiang Chen coughed lightly. At his words, Jiang Yuer furrowed her brow. Realizing the wisdom in her father's reasoning, and reluctantly sheathed her sword. C2 Bei breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Jiang Yuer point at him again. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Villain, remember this. Today is merely a lesson. Should you dare cross my path again, I shall surely end you. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I promise I will never be so bold again. C2 Bei's body stiffened, his heart racing as he nodded repeatedly, not daring to show an ounce of discontent. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Jiang Chen found it amusing. The once arrogant figure had now been reduced to a groveling supplicant, eager to curry favor with Jiang Yuer. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. This revitalization pill can heal your wounds. Take it, Jiang Chen declared, producing a pill from thin air and tossing it to C2 Bei. C2 Bei hurriedly caught it, his heart brimming with joy. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you. Furthermore, take these pills as well, Jiang Chen continued, tossing a collection of assorted elixirs, sufficient for C2 Bei to enhance his cultivation. His decision not to eliminate C2 Bei on the spot stemmed not only from a desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, but also from the understanding that this individual could prove useful at a critical juncture. Esteemed senior, these pills are incredibly precious. Upon witnessing the quality of the pills, C2 Bei was nearly brought to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude as he prostrated himself in thanks. Enough of the dawdling. Be on your way. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Yes, I'll take my leave immediately. C2 Bei responded, as if granted a reprieve, and hurriedly departed. He understood that Jiang Chen had spared his life and would undoubtedly summon him for a task in the future. In Bailan Prefecture, at the Sacred Lake Holy Land. Senior sister, I have heard that the 50 coveted spots for this year's Sacred Lake Holy Land have all been claimed by the direct disciples, and astonishingly, our revered saintess is personally leading the expedition. I am utterly envious. Indeed, I once beheld the saintess's ethereal beauty. She is truly enchanting and possesses remarkable cultivation. It seems we ordinary disciples are fated to remain distant from her. One must wonder how advanced the saintess's cultivation has become. A decade ago, she was already at the pinnacle of the Tao Palace realm. Now she must have successfully entered the divine illumination realm. There is simply no comparison. The saintess's extraordinary talent is unparalleled. Given time, it is likely that even the elders will find themselves outstripped by her. Atop the peaks of the Sacred Lake Holy Land, several female disciples chattered animatedly. Suddenly, their expressions shifted dramatically as they turned toward the direction of Saintess Peak. They beheld a magnificent pillar of light erupting from the peak, dazzling and resplendent, cascading like the Milky Way over the Sacred Lake Holy Land. In an instant, the entire Sacred Lake Holy Land erupted in excitement as countless disciples gazed skyward. A deafening rumble of thunder resonated throughout the heavens, as if an apocalyptic calamity were sweeping across the land, striking fear into all living beings. Following this, the spiritual energy of the Sacred Lake Holy Land surged, intensifying several-fold. Someone has triggered a celestial phenomenon within the Sacred Lake Holy Land. This spectacle drew the attention of the higher-ups, who gathered at Saintess Peak. In the grand hall of the St. Lord Peak, all the elders gazed upward in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The saintess has broken through again? How can this be possible? Exclaimed an elder clad in white, unable to believe his own eyes. He vividly recalled that over 20 years ago, the saintess had entered the Sacred Lake Holy Land and, within just half a year, had ascended to the Spirit Sea realm. In a mere decade, she has advanced to the mid-stage of the divine illumination realm. Truly, she is the most radiant prodigy of our holy land. Indeed, her talent is simply extraordinary. It is likely that before long, we, the old-timers, will find ourselves eclipsed by her. May the heavens bless our Sacred Lake Holy Land. The elders murmured excitedly among themselves. Atop Saintess Peak, a youthful maiden of striking beauty stood gracefully, gazing upward at the vast sky, a hint of indifference gracing her exquisite features. She seemed to transcend the mundane world, exuding an aura of cold elegance and pride, radiating an icy chill that caused the temperature around her to plummet. She was none other than Su Qingxian, the saintess of the Sacred Lake Holy Land. Beneath her, a lotus flower blossomed, emanating a gentle glow as it spun slowly, suffusing the air with a wondrous fragrance. Surrounding her were several young men and women, all direct disciples of the Sacred Lake Holy Land, each wearing a sycophantic smile. Yet Su Qingxian did not cast a glance in their direction. At last, I have reached the mid-stage of the divine illumination realm, she murmured softly, letting out a gentle sigh. While this advancement was slightly swifter than anticipated, it still left her feeling disheartened. The cultivation method she practiced, the 9 mysterious scriptures, was extraordinarily unique, requiring the consumption of pure demon blood to progress. Although the Sacred Lake Holy Land had provided ample supplies over the years, they had yet to procure the most refined essence. Shinner, with less than 2 months until the tomb of the ancient stronghold opens, you must intensify your training to confront the perils that lie within. A hazy figure emerged in the void, revealing itself to be the Saint Lord of the Sacred Lake Holy Land. Yes, Master, Su Qingxian nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. That is well. The Saint Lord's form gradually faded, evidently returning to his true self. Chapter 13. Farewell, Jiang Yao departs. In the Great Yin Kingdom, within the Imperial Palace. In the study. At last, I have completed the review of the memorials. Jiang Yao sighed in relief as she reclined on the dragon throne, rubbing her temples. Fatigue evident on her visage. Your Highness, after such a long period of toil, it is time for you to rest. Lianer ventured cautiously from beside her. Indeed, a moment of respite is warranted, Jiang Yao agreed, stretching her limbs and revealing an alluringly perfect figure. By the way, Lianer, where is the Crown Prince residing now? Jiang Yao inquired, regaining her composure. Replying to Your Highness, His Majesty has relocated to a courtyard outside the Taichu Hall. Master Li also mentioned that should you wish to see His Majesty, you may visit him there, Lianer respectfully informed her. Very well, let us be on our way. Jiang Yao nodded and rose to head toward the door. Yes, Your Highness, Lianer promptly followed, and the two departed the study. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard where Jiang Chen resided. The courtyard was serene, immaculate. In one corner, a table and chairs were arranged, where Jiang Chen sat, savoring his tea. Crown Prince, Jiang Yao called out upon seeing him. Hearing her voice, Jiang Chen turned slightly, a smile gracing his handsome features. You have finally arrived. Your Majesty. I pay my respects, Lianer curtsied. No need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Jiang Chen gestured for them to sit. Did the Crown Prince already know I was coming? Jiang Yao asked, puzzled. Recently, I've had some leisure time, so I extended my consciousness across the entire palace. Naturally sensing your arrival, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, then gestured to the tea on the table. Come, sample the tea I just brewed. He poured a cup for Jiang Yao, the fragrant aroma wafting enticingly. Taking a sip, Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. What a delightful tea. Crown Prince, did you add something to it? She could not help but inquire, for the tea possessed a subtly enriching quality that was quite remarkable. It's nothing much. Merely a drop of essence from the thousand-spirit ginseng, Jiang Chen explained with a smile. Thousand-spirit ginseng? No wonder the tea is so refreshing and flavorful, Jiang Yao exclaimed, then added in astonishment, such a treasure is worth its weight in gold. A mere drop of the essence is nothing to me, Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly, his gaze turning to Jiang Yao, laced with concern. However, you have been working hard lately. I prepared a gift for you. With that, he produced several bottles of pills and handed them to Jiang Yao. What are these? Jiang Yao inquired as she opened a vial. Her pupils contracting in shock as she gazed at the pills inside, her voice trembling. These are all cleansing marrow pills, 6th-tier elixirs. Yes. I hope you won't find them lacking. The quality of the spiritual herbs in the royal treasury is rather low, and it is already my limit to refine 6th-tier pills. Jiang Chen replied casually, as if creating cleansing marrow pills were a trivial task. Brother, since when did you become an alchemist? Jiang Yao took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumult within her heart, and fixed her earnest gaze upon Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before he spoke softly. Every individual harbors their own secrets. If we were to delve too deeply, it would be detrimental for both of us. As your elder brother, I trust you understand this principle, and you, as the princess, ought to as well. At these words, Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback. She discerned many meanings within Jiang Chen's statement and grasped the concept of moderation. Thus, she resolved not to press further, believing that her elder brother would eventually reveal the reasons behind it all. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Yao regained her composure and gently spoke. Aunt Jiang Yao, what brings you here? At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in, causing both Jiang Yao and Jiang Chen to turn around simultaneously. Jiang Yuer emerged from the bamboo cottage and, upon spotting Jiang Yao, rushed over, wrapping her arms around her aunt's legs in a display of affection. Little Yuer, you seem to have grown a bit taller, Jiang Yao exclaimed, delightfully pinching the girl's cheek. Hee. Jiang Yuer playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Aunt Jiang Yao, it's been such a long time since you visited me. I apologize, dear. I've been rather busy lately, Jiang Yao replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone, acknowledging that she had indeed not seen Jiang Yuer in quite some time, especially given the tumultuous events within the royal family. Father, you must promise not to bully Aunt Jiang Yao anymore, Jiang Yuer pouted, casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Chen. Ha, you little rascal, Jiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head in amusement, yet he acquiesced. All right, I shall never dare to again. Is that satisfactory? Hee, you're the best, father. With Jiang Chen's assurance, Jiang Yuer beamed with joy. Yuer, why don't you return to your training for now? Your Aunt Jiang Yao and I have some matters to discuss. Suddenly, Jiang Chen instructed Jiang Yuer with a serious demeanor. Okay, Jiang Yuer blinked, obediently nodding her head. Once she had entered the cottage, Jiang Chen turned his attention back to Jiang Yao, smiling gently. Now, do tell me, your visit must be for more than just a casual chat. Indeed, it seems nothing escapes your keen perception, elder brother, Jiang Yao replied candidly. I have come to bid you farewell. You are leaving? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of concern. After all, if Jiang Yao departed, who would manage the affairs of the great Yin kingdom? Would he not be plunged back into the throes of busyness? I presume you are unaware, elder brother, that my mother is not of great Yan's lineage. I intend to return home to visit her, Jiang Yao confessed openly. Oh, this is the first I have heard of it, Jiang Chen remarked, genuinely surprised. While he was unaware of the specifics regarding Jiang Yao's mother, it was evident that raising such an exceptional daughter could not have been an ordinary feat, elder brother. Jiang Yao pressed her lips together. I do not know when I shall return. Should my absence extend, you may delegate all governmental matters to Lianer. She has been by my side for a considerable time, and I trust her capability to handle these affairs. Princess, Lianer, who had been standing nearby, turned pale at these words. Anxiety etched on her face as she looked at Jiang Yao. Elder brother, I realize this may come as a surprise. but I ask your indulgence to allow Lianer to remain and manage the affairs in my stead. Lianer, do not delay in expressing your gratitude. Jiang Yao urged with a glance at Lianer. Understanding the cue, Lianer knelt before them, tears of gratitude shining in her eyes. I humbly thank your majesty for your immense kindness. Sigh, very well, Jiang Chen sighed, ultimately nodding his consent. After all, Jiang Yao had made her intentions clear, and he could not selfishly compel her to stay. Before you depart, take this jade pendant with you, Jiang Chen said, producing a jade amulet and placing it in Jiang Yao's hand. Should you encounter danger, be sure to crush it. It will safeguard your life. Thank you, elder brother, Jiang Yao said with joy, tucking the pendant away, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude. Why are you crying? You must return swiftly. For I still require your counsel, Jiang Chen said, gently wiping away her tears with a tender hand, his tone imbued with affection. I will, I promise. Jiang Yao nodded earnestly, feeling warmth enveloping her heart. Observing her tearful visage, Jiang Chen was reminded of his younger sister from his previous life, who had shown similar reluctance to part from him. Dear princess, would you call me brother before your departure? Jiang Chen suddenly inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's heart trembled, her eyes reddening. The term brother felt infinitely more comforting and reassuring. Without hesitation, she sprang into Jiang Chen's embrace and, choking back her emotions, called out, brother. Yes, my dear sister, Jiang Chen smiled, contentedly ruffling Jiang Yao's hair. Now, I must take my leave, brother. She wiped her tears, stepping back from his embrace, turning to depart. As Jiang Chen watched her retreating figure, a profound sense of longing welled within him, and he murmured, with that pendant, she should be safe on her journey. Your Majesty, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Lianer said softly, approaching Jiang Chen. He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, you may go. Understood, Lianer replied, and exited the courtyard. Once the courtyard fell silent, an elderly figure emerged from the shadows, kneeling respectfully before Jiang Chen. Master, the young lady's mother once saved my life. I wish to escort her discreetly, and I seek your permission. The elder was none other than Sidu Bei. Having absorbed the elixirs Jiang Chen provided, he had broken through to the pinnacle of the Tianji realm. Granted, you must ensure her safety. Jiang Chen pondered briefly before giving his assent. Yes, the old servant shall comply. With the agreement secured, Situ Bei promptly took his leave. With Situ Bei's protection, Jiang Yao would be shielded from any troublesome encounters along the way. Even should she face foes stronger than Situ Bei, as long as she crushed the jade pendant, she would be in no danger. In the Water Order State, within the Immortal Dynasty, in Liangzhou City, Jiang Yao arrived after 2 days of relentless travel aboard a flying vessel. Upon entering Liangzhou City, she noticed several guards patrolling the entrance, indicating the heightened security measures in place to deter unfamiliar faces from entering. However, Jiang Yao was unconcerned and made her way directly toward the Liu residence. Soon, she stood before the grand doors of the Liu estate and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, the door opened, and a servant peered out, regarding her with suspicion. Miss, whom do you seek? I seek Lu Qingyan. Is she available? Jiang Yao inquired calmly. The servant shook his head. Our master is not receiving visitors at the moment. I must ask you to leave. Please, inform her that Jiang Yao is here to see her. I believe she will wish to meet with me, Jiang Yao replied softly. Very well, please wait here, the servant said, hesitating before closing the door once more. Jiang Yao patiently awaited at the entrance. Approximately half a stick of incense later, the door creaked open, revealing a familiar silhouette, Lu Qingyan. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin as fair as snow. She appeared as an ethereal being, exuding an air of noble elegance, with a hint of aloofness in her demeanor. Mother, I have returned. Jiang Yao playfully dashed towards her. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingyan furrowed her delicate brows slightly, extending her slender fingers to gently tap Jiang Yao's forehead, reproaching her. Why did you come without sending word? What if your father punishes you? But father has already been harmed by several princes. Before Lu Qingyan could finish her sentence, Jiang Yao interjected urgently. Hearing this, Lu Qingyan's complexion froze, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, What on earth has transpired? Speak carefully. Subsequently, Jiang Yao recounted the recent events succinctly. After hearing her, Lu Qingyan's delicate form began to tremble violently, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow and resentment. This is all I know, mother. Father's character has never been like this. Hence I suspect the third prince has used sorcery to control him. As she spoke, Jiang Yao clenched her fists, her gaze ablaze with fury. Lu Qingyan's expression turned icy, her eyes narrowing as she glared into the distance, gritting her teeth. The Lu family will never let this pack of beasts go unpunished. By the way, mother, several princes were executed for treason by elder brother. which counts as revenge for father. You mustn't vent your anger on him. Jiang Yao quickly grasped Lu Qingyan's sleeve, imploring her. I understand. Mother will keep it in mind, Lu Qingyan said, gently ruffling Jiang Yao's soft hair with a warm smile. Ah, that is a relief. Jiang Yao exhaled, then inquired, Mother, would you like to return with me to the great Yin kingdom? Elder brother would certainly wish to see you. Lu Qingyan shook her head. I cannot go. The Lu family has enemies on all sides. As the head of the family, I cannot abandon them at such a time. Mother, Jiang Yao's tone turned anxious. Do not worry. Once the storm passes, I will return, Lu Qingyan reassured her, caressing her face gently. However, you must be weary after your arduous journey. Let us return to my chamber, and I shall have the chef prepare a few dishes for you. All right. Jiang Yao nodded obediently, allowing Lu Qingyan to lead her deeper into the Lu residence. Before long, Lu Qingyan brought her to her private quarters. Yao, after a long day, you should take a bath and rest for a while. The meal will be ready shortly, Lu Qingyan said softly. Jiang Yao nodded dutifully. And then she shed her garments and immersed herself in the wooden tub, luxuriating in the warm water. After a while, she felt all her fatigue dissipate, her mind becoming much clearer. Splashing sounds resonated from the tub as she savored her bath. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Creak. The door swung open. Yao, are you done? Dinner is ready. Lu Qingyan's gentle voice floated in from the threshold. I'm almost finished, Jiang Yao replied. Then carefully dried her body and donned a fresh undergarment before stepping out of the tub. Yao, your undergarment is too revealing. Quickly put on something more modest. Lu Qingyan frowned as she eyed Jiang Yao's smooth, fair body, chiding her gently. Ah, I forgot, Jiang Yao responded, sticking out her tongue in realization. Never mind. I will fetch a nightgown for you. Lu Qingyan shook her head, chuckling softly, and turned to leave. All right. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly and immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, bringing her hands together in front of her chest, silently reciting her mantra and practicing her cultivation. Before long, a white nightgown was handed in, accompanied by Lu Qingyan's melodic voice. Hurry and put it on. Dinner is almost ready. Understood. Jiang Yao replied sweetly, promptly donning the nightgown. Squeak. Just then, the door swung open once more, and Lu Qingyan entered, carrying a dish. I had the chef prepare your favorite black-bone chicken soup. Eat it while it's hot, she said tenderly. Wow, thank you, Mother, Jiang Yao exclaimed with joy, quickly moving to take the bowl and chopsticks. By the way, Yao, how long do you plan to stay this time? Lu Qingyan inquired suddenly. Why do you ask, Mother? I returned specifically to see you, Jiang Yao answered without hesitation, then popped a piece of chicken into her mouth. You silly girl, Lu Qingyan chuckled, her gaze resting fondly on Jiang Yao's exquisite features. Tonight, we shall sleep together. And tomorrow, you can set off again. Are you rushing me away, Mother? Jiang Yao was taken aback, gazing up at Lu Qingyan in confusion. Yao, the Lu family is fraught with danger. If you remain here, it will only distract me, Lu Qingyan sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao felt a warmth in her heart and playfully replied, Do not worry, Mother, my cultivation has reached the Dao Palace realm. Ordinary ruffians cannot harm me. At this point, Jiang Yao paused and continued, Moreover, I have Uncle Bei for protection. Uncle Bei also came with you? Lu Qingyan asked in surprise. Yes, Jiang Yao nodded. Elaborating, in the palace, Uncle Bei has always been by my side. You need not worry. Uncle Bei, please show yourself. Jiang Yao called out. In no time, a shadowy figure materialized beside Jiang Yao. Rest assured, head of the family. With me here, no one would dare to harm the young lady, the shadow spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan finally felt at ease. She reached out her jade hand to gently rub Jiang Yao's forehead, saying softly, Very well, since that's the case. You may stay in the residence a few more days. Thank you, Mother. Jiang Yao beamed, taking another bite of her meal. Observing Jiang Yao's joyous demeanor, a gentle smile graced Lu Qingyan's face. After a moment, Lu Qingyan turned her gaze to the shadow, contemplating before speaking, Uncle Bei, many years ago, I saved your life by chance. Yet you have devoted yourself to protecting Yao all these years, which is truly unnecessary. Now that you have repaid this favor, please escort Yao back to the great Yin kingdom in a few days, and then find a peaceful place to settle down. You need not remain by our side any longer. As soon as Lu Qingyan's words fell, the shadow knelt on one knee before her, respectfully stating, The head of the family saved my life. Such a debt cannot be repaid in mere years. Moreover, I have watched the young lady grow since she was a child. I have long regarded her as family. Very well. Lu Qingyan sighed lightly, not pursuing the matter further. She knew that once Uncle Bei had made up his mind, it would be difficult to change it, so she refrained from further persuasion. Chapter 15. The 8th rank spirit herb, Jade Mica Mushroom. Mother, please tell me, who is targeting the Lu family? Jiang Yao inquired with curiosity. Lu Qingyin's expression grew serious as she replied slowly, I am not entirely sure, but I suspect it is likely the work of the Lin family. The Lin family? Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback, then coldly scoffed. So it is them. Are they under the impression that the Lu family is defenseless, resorting to such underhanded tactics? Alas, I did not wish to burden you with this. But it seems I can no longer keep it hidden. Lu Qingyin sighed softly, explaining, years ago, I discovered an 8th-rank spirit herb. Upon learning this, the Lin family has been secretly sending experts to ambush us, attempting to seize the herb. Had I not discovered their plot in time, they would have likely succeeded. 8th-rank spirit herb? Jiang Yao's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, it is the jade mica mushroom. Lu Qingyin spoke earnestly. In the past, your mother sustained severe injuries in her quest to procure this rare medicinal herb, and it was during that time that she encountered Lord Bei. I see, Jiang Yao responded, enlightenment dawning upon her. Yaoer, remember, you must never disclose the existence of this herb to anyone, including your royal brother. The significance of an 8th-tier medicinal herb cannot be overstated, and thus, your mother would prefer you to feign ignorance. Lu Qingyin imparted her heartfelt admonition. Understood, Jiang Yao nodded. However, mother, the eldest royal brother is a skilled alchemist. I believe it would be more prudent to entrust this herb to him for refinement, as enhancing our strength is paramount. After a brief moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled with a sudden insight. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Qingyin's eyes, but she soon shook her head with a bitter smile. You are not wrong. I have considered this too. Yet, can your royal brother truly be trusted? What if he wishes to keep it for himself? Do not worry, mother. The eldest royal brother is not that kind of person. Besides, he has even asked me to call him brother before, Jiang Yao replied with a slight smile, a blush gracing her cheeks. This left Lu Qingyin with a peculiar expression. Very well. Since you have said so, how could I possibly refuse? Ultimately, Lu Qingyin nodded in agreement. Wonderful. Then let us depart at once. There should still be a flying vessel heading back to the Great Yin Kingdom today, Jiang Yao exclaimed, eagerly pulling Lu Qingyin towards the gate of Lu Manor. Wait a moment, Lu Qingyin suddenly called out. What is it? Jiang Yao turned back, confusion etched on her face. Lu Qingyin pointed discreetly towards the wall outside, whispering, I cannot accompany you. If the Lin family discovers my absence, they will undoubtedly send someone to assassinate us. Yaoer, you must take this 8th-tier medicinal herb back with Lord Bei. As she spoke, she retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao hesitated briefly but ultimately accepted it. Mother, we shall take our leave now. Please take care. With the storage ring in hand, Jiang Yao waved goodbye to Lu Qingyin. As she watched the duo disappear from her sight, a trace of worry crept onto Lu Qingyin's face. I hope they can return safely this time. With a soft sigh, she turned back inside. In the western part of the city, within the Lin family estate, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on a lavish bed, cultivating, his aura immensely powerful. Suddenly, a loud knock resonated through the room. Master, I have urgent news to report. A slightly flustered voice called out. Come in. The middle-aged man halted his practice and cast his gaze towards the closed door. With a creak, the door swung open, and a steward hurriedly entered. Master, we have received word from our spies. Today, a mysterious woman arrived at the Lu Manor, and it appears that Lu Qingyin herself went out to welcome her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, a cold glint flashing within them. This is bad. The medicinal herb has been taken. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Lu Qingyin, do you think I would be unaware of such a lowly scheme to discreetly transport the herb out? Immediately inform the 2 elders and instruct them to intercept the situation at once. The middle-aged man commanded coldly. Yes. The steward nodded and retreated. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, suppressing the fury rising within him, murmuring, Lu Qingyin, since you refuse to surrender the herb, do not blame me for my ruthless measures. Meanwhile, after leaving the immortal dynasty, Jiang Yao boarded the flying vessel, speeding towards the Great Yin Kingdom. The vessel soared through the skies like a silver lightning bolt, stirring a fierce wind in its wake. As the vessel glided through the air, Situ Bei suddenly materialized from the void, his expression grave as he warned Jiang Yao. Miss, there are 2 spirit reflection realm cultivators within 100 miles radius, and it seems they are heading our way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of cold light surfacing within them. They are likely from the Lin family. Uncle Bei, can we eliminate them all? Not an issue, Situ Bei nodded, his form blurring into a dark shadow as he surged into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. 15 minutes later, 2 figures hovered in the skies 100 miles away from the flying vessel. Wait, I sense a terrifying aura. The elder in green clothing frowned, his expression darkening. The elder in blue beside him remarked solemnly, I feel it too. This aura is incredibly powerful, yet I cannot discern its precise cultivation level. Could it be a senior passing through? No sooner had the blue-robed elder finished speaking than a shadow hurtled towards them from afar. Who goes there? Both elders' expressions shifted as they swiftly summoned their weapons, adopting defensive stances. Boom! The shadow hurtled toward the two elders. An overwhelming force crashing down upon them like a tidal wave, suffocating in its intensity. Staggering back a few steps, the two elders managed to steady themselves. Their faces etched with shock as they stared at the apparition before them. Who are you? The elder in green demanded, his voice grave. Situ Bei scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "Two mere late-stage spirit reflection cultivators dare to pursue the young lady? How laughable. You seek death." Enraged, the two elders' eyes bulged as they charged at Situ Bei with furious roars. Merely ants, Situ Bei smirked, a hint of disdain curling his lips as his eyes glinted fiercely, gathering his spiritual energy into his hand. In an instant, Situ Bei raised his hand and grasped at one of the elders from a distance. The air surrounding the green-clad elder seemed to be sucked dry, a terrifying pressure locking onto him. This is bad. Realizing the horror of Situ Bei's attack, the green-clad elder's face turned pale as he cried out, attempting to evade. But it was too late. Bang! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by a spray of blood mist as the elder exploded on the spot. As the green-clad elder fell, the blue-robed elder coughed up blood, his face paling to the extreme, his body swaying precariously. In just a single strike, a spirit reflection realm powerhouse was annihilated. Such prowess was utterly terrifying. Heavens! The peak of the celestial silence realm? The blue-robed elder swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear and despair. The green-clad elder had not even comprehended what transpired before Situ Bei had dispatched him. So terrifying. Situ Bei slowly retracted his arm and spoke indifferently. "Where's your family head?" At this, the blue-robed elder's pupils constricted, his complexion growing increasingly pale, his body trembling involuntarily. "Senior, the family head did not accompany us." He stammered. "Oh, since he is not here, then you may die," Situ Bei replied, impatience flitting across his gaze. With that, he swung his arm once more, delivering a knife-hand strike towards the blue-robed elder. No! The blue-robed elder screamed in despair, yet he was utterly powerless. In the end, Situ Bei crushed his skull with a single slap. "It is time to report back to the young lady," Situ Bei murmured to himself, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing without a trace. Another vessel is approaching. As Jiang Yao, deeply engrossed in her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. A glimmer of brilliance erupted from her gaze. She lifted her head to the distance and beheld 3 flying vessels swiftly approaching. These vessels formed a triangular formation, encircling the one she occupied. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Yao recognized them. The edges of the vessels were etched with the insignia of the immortal dynasty, clearly indicating the presence of royalty. This was dire. Jiang Yao's complexion turned grim in the face of the immortal dynasty. Her current cultivation level at the Dao Palace realm left her with no means of escape. "Hush, miss, we must leave at once." Suddenly, the anxious voice of Situ Bei reached her ears. Almost instantly, Situ Bei emerged from the void beside Jiang Yao, grasping her arm and vanishing back into the ether. Jiang Yao, still in a state of shock, found herself enveloped in the void, her delicate face pale with fear. "Do not be afraid, Mississippi. For now, you need only remain calm. I will handle the rest," Situ Bei reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yao managed to compose herself somewhat, but her anxiety lingered. For these were indeed the people of the immortal dynasty. Rending the void? It seems this prince was careless. I did not anticipate that this woman had a guardian of the celestial silence realm by her side. The young man seated in the central position aboard one of the 3 vessels observed the scene with a hint of astonishment. He was none other than Murong Tianyu, the prince of the immortal dynasty. "Your Highness, the identity of that young lady remains uncertain. I believe we should exercise caution," suggested a burly elder beside him. However, Murong Tianyu, brimming with confidence, replied, "There is no need for concern. I am the prince of the immortal dynasty. Within this water-order continent, no force dares to provoke me. By the way, Elder Ming, are you certain that woman possesses an 8th-tier spirit herb?" Murong Tianyu waved his hand, shifting the topic. The elder nodded solemnly, stating, "Your Highness, through my spiritual perception, I can confirm she indeed carries the aura of an 8th-tier spirit herb. There is no mistake." "Haha, truly an 8th-tier spirit herb." Murong Tianyu laughed heartily. He then commanded, "Elder Ming, you go ahead and intercept those 2. Ensure they do not escape." "As you command." "Your Highness," Elder Ming replied as he departed. "Everyone follow me." Murong Tianyu barked. "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. The 3 vessels simultaneously set forth, racing towards Jiang Yao's location. "Uncle Bei, Do you think the people of the immortal dynasty have not caught up to us? In the void, Jiang Yao began to relax, her heart gradually easing. Situ Bei responded, Miss, our only course of action now is to flee swiftly. Among them, there is one whose aura I cannot perceive at all. Uncle Bei, if even you cannot discern this person as strength, does that not mean Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes widened in shock? Though Situ Bei was a formidable celestial silence realm cultivator, she knew well that he was indeed a powerful figure within the Water Order continent. If even he could not fathom the opponent as strength, they must be exceedingly formidable. Indeed, that individual is remarkably strong. Situ Bei pondered before stating, Miss, we must hasten back to the great Yin kingdom. Only our sovereign can save us now. Jiang Yao paused momentarily, then furrowed her brow in confusion. Uncle Bei, who do you mean by sovereign? Miss, our sovereign is none other than the current emperor of the great Yin kingdom. Situ Bei replied gravely. What? It's actually my eldest brother, Jiang Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Situ Bei nodded. Indeed, our sovereign's cultivation is unfathomable. Even I must bow to him. Upon hearing Situ Bei's words, an expression of deep reverence appeared in Jiang Yao's eyes. She had never expected her eldest brother to be such a powerful cultivator. An hour later, the two finally returned to the great Yin kingdom. Suddenly, above the palace of the great Yin kingdom, Situ Bei led Jiang Yao out from the void. Uncle Bei, are we safe now? Jiang Yao had been on edge throughout the journey, fearing a sudden appearance of their pursuers. Do not worry, miss, we are safe now. With our sovereign present, should they dare approach, they will have no chance of returning alive. Situ Bei smiled lightly. Abruptly, an ancient figure surged from behind, landing before Jiang Yao and Situ Bei, blocking their retreat. I had thought you would escape elsewhere, yet here you are in this tiny nation. I have underestimated you both. An aged voice echoed, and a white-haired elder stepped forth from the void. With arms outstretched, the elder unleashed a tremendous pressure that swept towards the two. This aura. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the elder, Situ Bei gasped, his expression turning grave. This is a creation realm expert. Indeed, you possess a modicum of insight, but there is no need for concern. As long as you hand over the spirit herb, I can guarantee a swift death. The white-haired elder sneered, looking down upon Situ Bei and Jiang Yao with disdain. A creation realm expert. The most powerful existence in the entire Northland continent. Apart from the Holy Lands. Have you made your decision? My patience is limited. If you do not surrender it soon, I will delve into your souls myself. The elder grinned wickedly, growing impatient. A wave of extreme danger enveloped Jiang Yao and Situ Bei, sending chills down their spines. Where are you, eldest brother? Jiang Yao trembled at the sight of the white-haired elder, her exquisite face marred by fear. Miss, step back a distance, Situ Bei commanded solemnly. Our sovereign is likely preoccupied. I shall buy some time. All right. Jiang Yao, heeding his words, swiftly retreated several paces. Hee. In that case, let this place be obliterated along with you. The white-haired elder coldly smiled, raising his withered right hand. Boom. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the surrounding 100 miles surged towards the elder, coalescing into a massive spirit hand. Now, with a single strike, he could raise the entire palace to the ground. Seeing this, Situ Bei's pupils constricted, panic etched on his old face. Sovereign, please come quickly, he thought frantically. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth, silently praying, eldest brother. Ha ha ha, die. The white-haired elder cackled maniacally. Insect, your words are tiresome. Just then, a voice, cold and devoid of warmth, echoed from behind the elder. The figure was none other than Jiang Chen. The white-haired elder felt an icy chill creeping up his spine, followed by a sharp pain in his heart. He glimpsed a hand, fingers curled like claws, piercing through his body and seizing his heart. How could this be? The elder struggled to turn his head, only to see a youthful visage. Spare me. Silence. Jiang Chen's gaze was frigid as he glared at the elder. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth as Jiang Chen mercilessly crushed the elder's heart. The elderly man with white hair exhibited a dazed expression, his eyes bulging in shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that as a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of the transformation realm, he would meet his demise at the hands of such a youth. With a thud, the old man fell backward, lifeless. Jiang Chen discarded the blood staining his hands and turned his gaze towards Jiang Yao. I apologize for my tardiness, Jiang Chen said with a gentle smile, expressing his regret. I'm sorry you had to endure this. Big brother, Jiang Yao cried, collapsing into Jiang Chen's embrace. Tears cascading down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms. Why do you still call me big brother? Jiang Chen ruffled Jiang Yao's hair and smiled. You should address me as brother now. Yes, Jiang Yao nodded, wiping her tears as she stood up and tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve, excitement bubbling within her. Brother, you finally arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would never have seen you again. What exactly transpired? Please, tell me everything so that I may avenge you. Jiang Chen inquired tenderly, though a tempest of fury brewed within him, his eyes icy cold. Humph, it's all the fault of those from the Undying Dynasty, Jiang Yao said, her lips parting as she recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her tale, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, revealing a glimmer of cold light. The Undying Dynasty, is it? Very well. His voice was low, infused with murderous intent. Master, 3 more ships from the Undying Dynasty are approaching. They are expected to arrive in about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Should I go and eliminate them? Asked Sidu Bei respectfully from the side. No need. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. Jiang Chen shook his head, his gaze turning cold as he looked into the distance. First, take Yao back and ensure she is settled. She has been traumatized and needs to recuperate. With that, Jiang Chen's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a blurry afterimage. Understood. Situ Bei bowed deeply towards the direction Jiang Chen had departed. In the Great Yin Kingdom. At the border, what is going on, Ming Lao? I have followed you all the way here, yet there is still no sign of him? Murong Tianyu stood atop a flying vessel, his face etched with displeasure. Your Highness, I have dispatched men to search for him and believe we shall receive news shortly. A soldier clad in black armor approached respectfully. Very well, let us continue onward. Murong Tianyu waved his hand, giving the order for the vessel to accelerate. Boom. Suddenly, the skies darkened, thunder roared, and the scenery on either side rushed past in reverse. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, casting an overwhelming shadow that bore down with immense pressure. Before the hand even reached them, the terrifying aura rendered Murong Tianyu and his companions pale, their hearts racing and breaths becoming labored. What is that? Murong Tianyu exclaimed in terror, staring at the sky. Run, quickly. In an instant, everyone reacted, fleeing in a panic. Yet, alas, they had no chance to escape. Crack! The giant hand pressed down slowly, crushing the void as if the very heavens were collapsing, mercilessly descending upon them. Screams of agony echoed ceaselessly. Under the weight of the giant hand, a group of celestial silence realm guards fell one by one, unable to even struggle, obliterated on the spot. Help! The remaining royal soldiers were paralyzed with fear, trembling as they gazed up at the giant hand, retreating frantically. Boom! Ultimately, the giant hand came crashing down, obliterating 3 flying vessels in an instant. A torrent of overwhelming force surged outward, annihilating everything in its path. The soldiers still aboard the vessels were engulfed by the shockwave, leaving not a trace behind. In but a single strike, tens of thousands of troops were exterminated. Were this seen to spread, it would surely incite a monumental uproar. Cough, cough, am I not dead? Murong Tianyu, covered in dirt and dust, crawled out from the rubble, gazing skyward with an expression of having narrowly escaped death. Thank goodness, this prince is still alive. Murong Tianyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, tears of relief streaming down his face. Fool, had I not shielded you with my spiritual power, you would have been reduced to a mere pancake, a voice suddenly echoed. Murong Tianyu froze, terror washing over him as he felt a chill run down his spine. He turned sharply and beheld a refined visage gazing at him with a smile that was neither here nor there. Who are you? Murong Tianyu stuttered, swallowing hard. Enough with the pleasantries. I will ask, and you will answer. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Please, spare me. Murong Tianyu begged, fear evident in his voice. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen appeared before him, gripping Murong Tianyu's neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. Let me go? Let me go? Murong Tianyu struggled violently, but his efforts were in vain. I shall say this one last time. I ask, you answer, Jiang Chen stated coldly. Why, you may ask. You may ask. Murong Tianyu was drenched in sweat, nodding fervently. Jiang Chen released his grip, and Murong Tianyu collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and gasping for breath. I ask you, where's the Undying Dynasty? Jiang Chen crouched down, gripping Murong Tianyu's chin, his voice frigid. Sensing Jiang Chen's murderous aura, Murong Tianyu trembled. I know, but you must let me go, he stammered, fear lacing his tone. You lack the standing to make demands of me. I will count to 3, Jiang Chen stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Murong Tianyu's expression faltered. 3, 2. Please, don't kill me. Spare my life, and I will take you there. Murong Tianyu exclaimed hastily, sheer terror etched on his face. Spare your life? Jiang Chen scoffed, a smile of disdain curling his lips. Suddenly, Jiang Chen paused, deep in thought, as if weighing the pros and cons weight. Why am I even questioning this fool? I could simply search his soul. Realization dawned upon him as he conceived a more efficient method. Though soul-searching could inflict damage on a practitioner's spirit, even risking fatality, Jiang Chen was indifferent to such concerns. He swiftly pressed his right hand against Murong Tianyu's forehead. Ah! With a piercing scream, Jiang Chen delved into his memories, extracting all information pertaining to the Undying Dynasty. Ah, so it lies in that direction. After a moment, Jiang Chen retracted his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he crushed Murong Tianyu's skull, leaving behind a headless corpse. Having completed his task, Jiang Chen vanished from sight with a flicker. In the Undying Dynasty. Within the imperial city, in the main hall of an ancient palace, a woman with a sullen expression sat, garbed in a dragon robe and adorned with a purple gold crown, emanating an aura of sovereign authority. Beside her stood several elderly men, all of whom were profound experts, their cultivation levels transcendent. What time is it? Why has the crown prince not returned yet? The woman, the empress of the Undying Dynasty, gazed at the official documents in her hand, her brows furrowed with anxiety. Your Majesty, perhaps the crown prince has been delayed on his journey. One elder stepped forward to suggest. There is a limit to mischief. Doing so every day is utterly unbecoming. The empress huffed in irritation, her beautiful face flushed with anger at the elder's explanation. Sigh. The other elders sighed in resignation. Well aware of their young empress's fiery temper, especially after ascending the throne, she became exceedingly harsh towards the princes and royal descendants. Any minor transgression would undoubtedly result in severe punishment. Not long ago, a prince from a former dynasty, emboldened by his status, provoked the empress and was brutally beaten to death. From that moment on, the entire royal family dared not act carelessly in her presence. Suddenly, the main hall began to tremble violently, enveloped by an aura of terror. With a gasp, the empress was struck first, coughing up blood and collapsing, grievously wounded. What is happening? This is bad, an enemy attack. The remaining elders were aghast, their faces ashen. In a flash, a figure appeared out of thin air within the main hall, gazing down at everyone. How audacious! Who are you? One elder bellowed in fury. A cacophony ensued. Jiang Chen's cold gaze swept over him as he extended his right hand and grasped the air. Not good. The elder felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation wash over him and hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy in an attempt to resist. There was a resounding bang, and the elder's body exploded, disintegrating into fragments that rained down. Gasping in shock, the remaining elders were taken aback, their faces etched with horror and panic. One strike, merely one strike. This young man had effortlessly annihilated a formidable opponent at the late stage of the transformation realm. What kind of cultivation is this? They thought in terror. Senior, may I ask, when has our Undying Dynasty offended you? Even in death, we deserve to know the reason, the empress stammered, struggling to rise as her beautiful eyes trembled in fear, acutely aware of Jiang Chen's unfathomable power. Chapter 18. A Sea of Corpses, Imperial Weapons Manifest. Thus, allow me to offer you a word of advice, Jiang Chen said slowly. Your crown prince possesses remarkable audacity. Now, there is no need for further words. You should understand the reason, correct? The empress bitterly smiled and slowly closed her eyes. After all, the crown prince was not her own progeny and was beyond her control. Even if she wished to intervene, the crown prince's mother would certainly step in to prevent it. Faced with such circumstances, she felt utterly helpless. After all, she had only recently ascended the throne and lacked substantial power. Now she was forced to bear the consequences of a calamity she did not instigate. It was truly unjust. Your Majesty, the other elders exclaimed in shock. Jiang Chen, however, was unrelenting. He reached out again with his right hand, and the remaining elders' bodies exploded into mist. Death has already claimed them. The empress opened her eyes, stunned by the scene before her. She never imagined that this mysterious powerhouse who had invaded the main hall would be so ruthless and decisive. I have struggled tirelessly to ascend to the pinnacle of power, and now I must perish due to unfounded accusations. My heart is filled with resentment, she thought, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. She fought to prop herself up, but felt as though every bone in her body had shattered, rendering her unable to channel any spiritual energy. Senior, if you wish to take my life, feel free to proceed. After all, to you mighty beings, I am but a humble existence. My life and death resting entirely in your hands. The empress sighed, her heart heavy with despair as she closed her eyes in resignation. I have indeed come here to eradicate the crown princess lineage, but clearly, you are not one of them. Moreover, I am aware of your innermost thoughts. Since you are an innocent party, why should I kill you? Jiang Chen suddenly spoke, shattering the silence. He then turned away, speaking in a deep voice. Furthermore, the crown prince has already been slain by me. As for the others who stood beside you, it was due to their possessing a similar aura to the crown prince. Upon hearing this, the empress was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of complexity. Now, quickly inform me of the location of your treasury. This matter shall end here. Jiang Chen gestured dismissively. Ah, the Empress hesitated at this statement. What? Are you unwilling? Jiang Chen asked, narrowing his eyes at her. No, I am willing. Please, Senior, grant me a moment. The Empress lowered her head, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Soon, under Jiang Chen's watchful eye, the Empress produced a jade slip and infused it with her spiritual energy. With a hum, the jade slip radiated light, forming a teleportation array. Senior, this teleportation array leads directly to the Undying Dynasty's treasury, she said respectfully. Very well. Jiang Chen nodded and stepped inside. In the next instant, as the formation activated, Jiang Chen's figure vanished from the main hall. With a sigh of relief, the Empress gazed at the now empty main hall. She looked around and found herself surrounded by a sea of corpses. To kill a being at the transformation realm in an instant, could he possibly be at the profound venerable level? Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing her to tremble slightly. Fear gleaming in her eyes. Crown Prince, you are truly skilled. You dare to provoke such a killing machine and nearly drag me into your mess. The Empress clenched her fists, her heart brimming with indignation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was transported to a valley. Where's the treasury? Where have I been sent? He looked around, realizing he stood at the edge of a cliff. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head. A familiar figure entered his vision. It was his younger sister from his past life, Jiang Ro. However, she appeared disheveled and weary, with blood staining her lips. Little Ro. Jiang Chen rushed forward, intent on grasping her shoulders. Yet, upon making contact, the scene before him shattered abruptly. Was it truly just an illusion? Jiang Chen paused, and as realization dawned, his expression darkened. He had sensed a mysterious force attempting to pry into his memories since stepping into this place. However, to ascertain its intentions, he ultimately relinquished a small portion of his memories, allowing the enigmatic force to explore. This part of his memory contained his deepest obsessions. Even within an illusion. Am I denied the chance to reach her? Jiang Chen shook his head with a cold laugh. An aura of chilling malice radiating from him as if frost enveloped the surroundings. The frigid air spread recklessly, causing every blade of grass and tree in the valley to freeze in an instant. Crack, crack. Under the onslaught of this icy presence, the vegetation withered quickly, turning to dust in the blink of an eye. The valley was stripped bare of all plant life, save for the rocks. Jiang Chen retracted his murderous intent, adopting a gentler demeanor. You managed to break through the illusion so quickly. At that moment, a slightly juvenile voice echoed. Oh, the source of this voice is formless. Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Young one, you need not search any longer. This space is entirely comprised of imperial weaponry. I am the spirit of one such weapon. Your ability to evade my illusions demonstrates your formidable strength. You are now worthy of my attention, the voice continued. As the words fell, a flame materialized out of thin air, gradually taking the form of a human figure. It was a child, approximately 3 years old, with a fair and handsome visage. Are you the spirit of the artifact? Jiang Chen gazed at the fiery apparition before him, astonished, yet refraining from making any rash moves. The power of an imperial weapon was unquestionable, yet considering Jiang Chen's current cultivation level, he could easily crush it. Moreover, the demeanor of the fiery entity appeared quite amicable at the moment. Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master? Jiang Chen inquired. Impudent. I am an imperial weapon. How dare a mere child like you presume to command me? The fire figure rebuked vehemently. Do not think I am denying you a chance. From this moment forth, submit to me, and your cultivation will surely ascend to unparalleled heights. Even glimpsing the mysteries of the imperial realm shall not be beyond your reach. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, he stood at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, and this was merely a shattered imperial weapon, yet it dared to claim it could grant him a glimpse into the imperial mysteries. Even more absurdly, it sought to make him its servant. This was, without a doubt, the most ludicrous joke he had heard all year. Impudent. You insolent wretch, I have changed my mind. I shall obliterate your soul and forge your body into a puppet. The fiery figure, enraged by Jiang Chen's laughter, seethed with fury. It was, after all, a once great imperial weapon, now subjected to blatant humiliation. If that is the case, let us see what you can do, Jiang Chen replied coolly. The fire figure began to speak, but suddenly its voice was cut off, as if a duck had its throat seized, leaving it in utter shock. Jiang Chen raised his hand and forcefully pressed it against the fiery creature's chest, his fingers curling tightly. With a thunderous bang, the fire figure exploded. Is it truly this feeble? Jiang Chen frowned, questioning the strength of his opponent. Youngster, you cannot kill me. Submit, and allow me to transform you into a puppet. Suddenly, the fire figure's voice echoed from all directions, sending chills down Jiang Chen's spine. The fiery being was not only peculiar, but could also reconstitute itself, making it impossible to eliminate completely. Give up. In this realm, I am an immortal entity. The fire figure laughed maniacally. Is that so? Since this place has transformed from an imperial weapon, I shall destroy it. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, releasing a hint of his aura. Boom. Suddenly, the entire mountain trembled violently, the earth fracturing beneath them. Damn it. This is the aura of an emperor. The fire figure's voice grew frantic, sensing an overwhelming danger. Jiang Chen, indifferent to the fire figure's panic, summoned a thread of spiritual energy from within, channeling a tremendous force into his fist before smashing it into the ground. Bang! With a deafening roar, the mountain crumbled, dust and debris swirling around. The cries of the fire figure echoed in despair. No, stop. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Such a degree of assault could not be withstood. Not even by a complete imperial weapon. Is this all you can withstand? I have only used a fraction of my strength, Jiang Chen scoffed, continuing his onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike, mountains and rivers crumbled in his wake, the once majestic peaks vanishing in an instant. No, you cannot destroy me. You madman. The fire figure shrieked in agony. Cease. Have mercy. Pleas for mercy echoed from the ravine. Enough. The warm-up is over. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. He had tried to temper his strength, yet had still caused such devastation. The valley was on the brink of obliteration. Curse you. I shall fight back. The fire figure's voice was resolute, as if it had made a desperate decision. Chapter 19. The submission of the imperial weapon. Instantly, a torrential rain of fire rained down from the heavens, akin to a storm. Is this your final struggle? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He extended his right hand, a force that devoured all emanating from his palm, meeting the descending firestorm. This scene left the fire figure, hiding in the shadows, utterly astonished. This fellow is a demon, it muttered to itself, unable to believe its eyes, as its once proud technique was effortlessly dismantled by Jiang Chen. Little firecracker. If you do not emerge soon, I shall take this matter seriously. Jiang Chen suddenly turned, his gaze piercing into the darkness, his tone chilling. And no, I will come out now? From the depths of the void came a fearful wail, as the fire figure could no longer contain itself and revealed its form. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. I only ask for your mercy. The fire figure pleaded humbly, aware that should this continue, it would undoubtedly be annihilated by Jiang Chen. Very well. Jiang Chen nodded, signifying his acceptance. Thank you, master. The fire figure was overjoyed, nearly brought to tears. By the way, little firecracker, where did you stash the treasures of the Undying Dynasty? Jiang Chen suddenly inquired. I absorbed them all, the fire figure replied honestly. What? Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he processed the shocking revelation. You absorbed them all. Not a single piece remains. Jiang Chen's countenance soured. No wonder he had searched with his divine sense for so long, only to find nothing. The fire figure nodded in admission. You insufferable creature. Jiang Chen fumed, wishing he could slap the creature into oblivion. Alas, what a futile endeavor. Realizing he had gained nothing, he sighed in resignation. Let us just leave for now. Right away. Master. The fire figure promptly complied, activating the teleportation array. In a flash, Jiang Chen and the fire figure vanished. On the other side, Jiang Chen re-entered the main hall of the Undying Dynasty through the teleportation array. I pay my respects, esteemed elder. The Empress, who had been waiting for some time, hurried forward to pay her respects, noting Jiang Chen's less than pleasant demeanor. Here, this vial of elixir is for you. Jiang Chen retrieved a bottle of pills from his storage ring and tossed it to the Empress. She caught it, momentarily taken aback. The elixir exuded an enticing fragrance, invigorating her senses. Upon probing with her divine sense, she discovered the elixir was imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, far surpassing any she had previously consumed. This is a 6th-tier supreme healing elixir. The Empress exclaimed in astonishment. She had recently suffered grave injuries at Jiang Chen's hands and greatly needed such a high-quality healing elixir. Very well, from now on, we are even. Should I ever witness the Undying Dynasty engaging in any wrongdoing again, I shall personally eradicate you. With that, Jiang Chen lost interest in lingering and, in the blink of an eye, vanished. This man seems quite extraordinary, she murmured softly to herself. Returning to his modest abode, Jiang Chen pushed open the door of the bamboo cottage. Father, you're back. Jiang Yuer, engaged in her training, leapt up upon hearing his entrance and rushed toward him. How was your training today? Jiang Chen crouched down to ruffle her hair, his face radiating affection. It was okay, Jiang Yuer replied with a grin. Okay. You need to work twice as hard to strive for a breakthrough into the divine illumination realm, Jiang Chen admonished with a stern expression. Remember, never become complacent. Humph. Jiang Yuer pouted, looking aggrieved. Oh, you. Jiang Chen shook his head in exasperation, just as he was about to offer some comforting words. With a creaking sound, the door of the bamboo house swung open once more. Jiang Yao stepped lightly into the room, utterly unaware that Jiang Chen had returned. "Little Yuer, your aunt has brought you a plethora of delicious candied fruits. Come and have a taste," she exclaimed with a bright smile. "Oh, brother, you're back." Jiang Yao then noticed Jiang Chen standing nearby, her lovely face displaying surprise. "I just arrived as well," Jiang Chen casually replied, his gaze fixated on the candied fruits in Jiang Yao's hand. "Wow, it smells so good," exclaimed Jiang Yuer, who immediately rushed over. Seizing a honeycomb-shaped piece of candy and taking a hearty bite, her eyes widening in delight. "So sweet." Seeing her reaction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He approached Jiang Yao, placing his hand gently on her head, and asked, "Why haven't you taken more time to rest? Is your health improving?" "I'm much better now. Thank you for your concern, brother," Jiang Yao replied with a sweet smile, then turned her attention to Jiang Yuer, saying, "As for someone here, she has been missing her brother quite a lot lately." Suddenly, Jiang Yuer halted her chewing, pouting as she glared at Jiang Chen, who said she missed him. "Yuer doesn't miss him at all." She glanced at Jiang Chen, then turned her head away defiantly. "Haha, you little rascal," Jiang Chen chuckled, choosing not to engage in a quarrel with the young girl. "By the way, brother, have you dealt with those from the Immortal Dynasty?" Jiang Yao suddenly recalled something, her expression turning worried. "Rest assured, it has all been taken care of," Jiang Chen assured her, then briefly recounted his recent experiences. Jiang Yao listened, her heart filled with astonishment. "Imperial weapons?" She gasped, never imagining that the legendary weapons of emperors would be found in the treasury of the Immortal Dynasty. "Little matchstick, why don't you come out and meet your new master?" Jiang Chen called out. In an instant, a red gleam flickered from the jade pendant in Jiang Chen's sleeve. Following that, a burst of flames shot forth from the pendant, transforming into a fire spirit. It hovered in midair, flames dancing around it, exuding an aura of majesty that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. "Hiss!" Jiang Yuer gasped in shock, stepping back in fright as she stared at the peculiar flame creature. "Hee, this must be my new master, indeed a beauty of unparalleled grace." The fire spirit flattered Jiang Yao with a grin. Jiang Chen couldn't help but find humor in its words, yet he sensed no malice from the fire spirit. "All right, enough with the flattery." He waved his hand to silence it. I understand. The fire spirit nodded obediently, drifting over to Jiang Yao and affectionately rubbing against her snow-white arm. "Wow, what a cute little fire spirit," Jiang Yuer exclaimed, unable to resist rushing over to pinch its cheek. She then turned to Jiang Chen, pouting, "Daddy, Yuer wants one too." Upon hearing this, the fire spirit felt a wave of exasperation. "You want another one? Do you really think imperial weapons are as common as cabbages?" Jiang Yao, seeing how much Jiang Yuer adored the fire spirit, suggested, "Why not let little Yuer have this imperial weapon?" No, Aunt. Yuer can't take your things. I'll just ask Daddy for another one." Jiang Yuer hurriedly shook her head in refusal. Jiang Chen let out a bitter laugh. Realizing there was no way to reason with this girl, he glanced at the fire spirit, which was displaying an expression of schadenfreude, clearly relishing the chaos. "All right, let my sister keep this imperial weapon. As for Yuer's wish, I will help her find another one later," Jiang Chen declared after a moment of contemplation, handing the jade pendant to Jiang Yao. After all, with his system, if a task for obtaining an imperial weapon were to arise in the future, he could always get one for Jiang Yuer then. Speaking of which, he mused silently. The system hadn't refreshed any tasks lately. "Then, thank you, brother," Jiang Yao said, accepting the jade pendant with a radiant smile. "You two chat first. I'm going outside to practice," Jiang Yuer announced before turning to leave the bamboo house. "This child is finally realizing the importance of cultivation," Jiang Chen sighed as he watched her retreating figure. "Truly, the daughter of a master, at such a young age. She has already attained the realm of Dao Palace. Such innate talent would surely lead her to become an emperor in the future, even in my era." The fire spirit suddenly remarked, its eyes glimmering with brilliance. "By the way, brother, I have this spirit herb for you," Jiang Yao suddenly remembered, retrieving the jade marrow herb from her storage ring and presenting it to Jiang Chen. "Is this an 8th-tier spirit herb? Where did you acquire this, sister?" Jiang Chen asked, a hint of surprise crossing his face as he accepted the herb. "This was entrusted to me by our mother. Brother, now that the Lin family is eyeing this spirit herb, and since you possess such formidable cultivation, could you?" Jiang Yao lowered her head, softly pleading. "At a critical moment, could you lend your protection to our Lu family?" Ding. A new task has been refreshed. The host must resolve the crisis facing Lu Manor within a limited time. If the task is successfully completed, the reward will be an exceptional imperial weapon, the 9 Netherfrost sword. Suddenly, the electronic voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. "Oh, this task seems relatively straightforward. To resolve the Lu Manor's crisis most efficiently, the most direct approach would be to eradicate the entire Lin family, thus eliminating the problem at its root," Jiang Chen mused, raising an eyebrow and suppressing a cold smile at the thought. Brother, what's wrong? Noticing Jiang Chen's sudden silence, Jiang Yao looked up, puzzled. Ahem, it's nothing. I agree to your request. Jiang Chen coughed lightly to mask his earlier expression, nodding in affirmation. Thank you, brother. Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully upon hearing his consent. Let us go. We'll head to Lu Manor now. Jiang Chen stood up, effortlessly tearing through the void with a wave of his hand. Jiang Yao nodded earnestly and followed closely behind. At Lu Manor, the atmosphere was tense and solemn, the lights bright yet oppressive, casting a heavy air around. An elderly man with a long beard sat in the main seat, his murky eyes filled with fury. Lu Qingyan, I shall ask you one last time. Will you hand over this 8th-tier spirit herb or not? His gaze fixated on a stunning woman kneeling before him, his tone icy. On either side of Lu Qingyan stood 2 individuals, holding her down to prevent her escape. The esteemed ancestor of the Lin family turns out to be an ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for my father risking his life to save you back then, do you think you would still be alive today? Lu Qingyan retorted, her face pale with blood at the corners of her mouth. Yet her defiance shone through as she glared at the elderly man. You insolent Lu Qingyan, even when death is at your doorstep, you dare speak disrespectfully to the ancestor? I shall end your life this very moment. A middle-aged man beside her roared in rage, raising his hand to strike Lu Qingyan. Hold on. At that moment, the elderly man intervened. Ancestor, the middle-aged man halted, looking at the elder in confusion. What this young lady says is indeed true. Had it not been for her father's selfless rescue, I would likely have perished long ago. The venerable elder with a long beard spoke slowly, taking a deep breath before continuing. Very well, I shall spare your life, but you must surrender the 8th-tier elixir to me. In your dreams. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Qingyan gritted her teeth in defiance. You ungrateful wretches. I would rather perish than give it to you. How audacious. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. The elder's eyes darkened with malice as he suddenly extended his hand, launching a strike towards Lu Qingyan from a distance. In an instant, a colossal palm imprint materialized, imbued with overwhelming might, hurtling towards Lu Qingyan. This is disastrous. Her complexion turned ashen, her pupils narrowing in terror. Even with her cultivation at the divine radiance realm, she could not withstand such an onslaught. Closing her eyes, she braced herself for the inevitable arrival of death. However, the next moment, Lu Qingyan felt herself lifted from the ground. The deadly palm imprint that was aimed at her suddenly vanished. Opening her eyes, she beheld a strikingly handsome man standing before her, shielding her from the lethal blow. May I inquire who you are? Lu Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Who was this man, capable of effortlessly blocking the elder's attack? The elder and several clan members beside him were also taken aback. Could this unfamiliar figure be Lu Qingyan's rescuer? Mother, how are you hurt? At that moment, a melodious voice pierced through the air. Lu Qingyan turned to see her beautiful and obedient daughter, Jiang Yao, rushing towards her. Concern etched on her face as she noticed the blood trickling from Lu Qingyan's lips. Jiang Yao turned her gaze, her lovely features marred by frost as she fixed a piercing, cold stare at the elder of the Lin clan. Is it you who caused my mother's injuries? Her delicate frame trembled, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with a burning desire for vengeance against the Lin clan for harming her mother. And what of that? I simply did not anticipate that the Lu residents would summon such a concealed expert. Nevertheless, even so, it will not save you from my wrath. The elder smirked coldly, showing no sign of fear upon witnessing Jiang Yao's fury. Young man, I advise you to leave quickly, lest you suffer the consequences of my unforgiving hand. His gaze then settled menacingly on Jiang Chen, his tone foreboding. Is this your final proclamation before your demise? A detached voice emerged from Jiang Chen, who stepped forward, instantly appearing before the elder. Boom. His fist collided with the elder's chest, shattering his very being. Grandfather. The sudden turn of events left the Lin clan members pale and speechless. The elder of the Lin clan had been slain in an instant. Against such a foe, there's no need to even expend any spiritual energy, Jiang Chen remarked, surveying the Lin clan members with disappointment. Who might you be? Why do you meddle in the affairs of the Lin clan? After regaining his composure, the Lin clan patriarch bellowed. You all, attack together. He commanded, standing with arms crossed. His demeanor one of disdain towards the remaining Lin clan members. The members of the Lin clan wore ashen expressions, utterly bewildered. Their patriarch, a peak expert of the celestial silence realm, had just been dispatched in the blink of an eye. They dared not continue the fight against Jiang Chen. You are too arrogant. The patriarch shouted in fury, launching the first strike. With a powerful thrust of his arms, his sleeves billowed, emanating a robust wave of spiritual energy, resembling a ferocious beast as he lunged at Jiang Chen. Indeed, to provoke the dying ant into a desperate counterattack before swiftly eliminating it. What a most satisfying method of slaughter. Jiang Chen sneered. Swish. With an expression of indifference, he flicked his fingers. Bang! A brilliant silver light shot forth, piercing the throat of the Lin clan patriarch. Thud! His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide with unfulfilled rage. Patriarch! The sight of their leader's death sent shockwaves through the Lin clan, leaving them paralyzed with terror. Now then, as for you insignificant minions, allow my sister to deal with you personally, Jiang Chen said, redirecting his attention to Jiang Yao. At that moment, Jiang Yao was in a state of shock, her heart filled with awe. She could hardly fathom that such a powerful clan as the Lin could be slaughtered like cattle at Jiang Chen's hands. Sister? Noticing Jiang Yao's stupefied expression, Jiang Chen called out. Swish! Coming back to her senses, Jiang Yao glanced at Jiang Chen before rushing towards the Lin clan members. Flee quickly! The Lin clan members, witnessing Jiang Yao charging towards them, scattered in panic. Yet, these Lin clan members were no match for Jiang Yao, who swiftly dispatched them in mere moments. Chapter 21. Quick in action, but have you considered your escape? After finishing off the Lin clan members, Jiang Yao released her aura and approached Jiang Chen with deliberate steps. Lu Qingyan, who had been observing nearby, looked at Jiang Yao with evident suspicion. This girl had previously referred to the prince as imperial brother. How had she suddenly altered her address? Now that the Lin clan has been utterly vanquished, you need no longer worry. Mother, Jiang Chen remarked, glancing at Lu Qingyan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao immediately relaxed. This was all thanks to you, brother. Otherwise, mother would have been in peril. With the Lin clan now annihilated, Lu Qingyan exhaled a sigh of relief, gratitude shining in her eyes as she nodded toward Jiang Chen. Your Highness, I cannot express my gratitude enough for your timely rescue. Had it not been for you, I would have surely faced a dire fate. It was but a trivial effort. There is no need for such gratitude. Jiang Chen replied dismissively, waving his hand. Your Highness, how could your strength have surged so rapidly? Lu Qingyan suddenly inquired. She was well acquainted with this prince. Not long ago, he had been merely a nascent cultivator, yet within a mere 2 years, he had ascended to his current prowess. Reflecting on the past, when he had relied on her guidance to cultivate, she now felt an inexplicable emotional swell within her. Cough, cough. Now that the crisis has passed, you two should catch up. I shall take my leave, Jiang Chen said, feeling a bit awkward under Lu Qingyan's scrutiny. After a couple of light coughs, he vanished from sight. Lu Qingyan stood in a daze, watching Jiang Chen disappear. Mother, brother also has his own secrets. You should refrain from questioning him, Jiang Yao said, tugging at Lu Qingyan's sleeve. All right. Lu Qingyan nodded, though the sense of doubt lingered in her mind. By the way, mother, why don't we relocate the Lu residents to the Great Yin Kingdom? With a powerful ally like brother here, we would no longer have to endure such tribulations. Jiang Yao suddenly proposed with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Lu Qingyan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well. This time I shall heed your suggestion. But will the prince agree? Oh, brother would certainly be more than willing, Jiang Yao assured. After departing from the Lu residence, Jiang Chen did not rush back to the Great Yin Kingdom, but instead headed towards the imperial city. At this moment, within the main hall, the empress reclined languidly on a plush couch, her lips curled around a grape, exuding an air of utter leisure. Beside her stood 2 palace maids, their heads bowed low, hesitant to utter a single sound. Li Ruoxi, you wretched creature, it is not enough that you have caused the demise of his majesty. Now my son is also missing. Is it not your doing? At that moment, an elegantly adorned woman strode in, unleashing a torrent of vitriol towards Li Ruoxi. Lu Yan, I implore you to temper your words, Li Ruoxi replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the opulent woman, her tone imbued with authority. Huh, my words. Lu Yan scoffed derisively, then raised her voice. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your feigned proximity to the emperor. Your ulterior motive is none other than the throne itself. Now that you have achieved your desire, I curse you to a most miserable end, you vile-hearted creature. Lu Yan's eyes burned with fury as she glared at Li Ruoxi. Li Ruoxi remained unperturbed, her expression icy as she fixed her gaze on Lu Yan. Lu Yan, do you truly believe that I would hesitate to take action against you after such insolence? Suddenly, she sat upright, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Ha ha. Lu Yan threw her head back in raucous laughter, mocking, take action against me? Li Ruoxi, do not presume I am ignorant. Those attendants by your side have long since been eliminated by a mysterious power. Should you dare to lay a finger on me today, do you think the Lu family will let you off? Li Ruoxi's countenance darkened, her expression betraying the sting of Lu Yan's words. Li Ruoxi, I must commend your audacity. You even dare to forge the imperial decree of succession. I wonder what means you employed to render the royal attendants so compliant to your whims. Yet, you did not anticipate that your seemingly flawless scheme would be unveiled by me. A victorious smirk spread across Lu Yan's face as she continued her scornful taunts. Now that you stand alone, what do you possess to contend with me? Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Li Ruoxi's face grew increasingly stormy, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling with suppressed rage. You are nothing but a worthless fool. How dare you ascend to the imperial throne? Lu Yan's eyes narrowed, glinting with malice. As she commanded, kneel before me. With a dull thud, Li Ruoxi's knees buckled, and she sank to the ground. Slaves are but slaves. When commanded to kneel, you kneel. I truly wonder how you managed to seize the throne. Your mother was a harlot, and you are no better. Truly, like mother, like daughter. As she beheld Li Ruoxi kneeling, Lu Yan's face radiated triumph and arrogance, her hand raised to deliver a resounding slap across Li Ruoxi's cheek. Instantly, Li Ruoxi's visage swelled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lu Yan, you seek your own demise. Li Ruoxi sprang to her feet, lunging at Lu Yan and seizing her by the throat. You shall perish. Lu Yan gasped for breath, her face turning crimson as she glared at Li Ruoxi. You worthless wretch. Release me. With a swift motion, Li Ruoxi tightened her grip, and within moments, she severed Lu Yan's life. Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she drew her final breath. Looking down at the lifeless body, Li Ruoxi stepped forcefully upon Lu Yan's head, coldly declaring, Foolish creature. Do you truly believe you could prance about for so long if I were unafraid of your Lu family? Though a sense of vindication surged within her, Li Ruoxi felt an overwhelming wave of regret, utterly at a loss. After all, she was isolated and defenseless. If the Lu family discovered Lu Yan's demise, her fate would be irrevocably sealed. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. I did not expect you to act so decisively. However, have you contemplated your escape route? Just then, a piercing laugh echoed through the hall. A young man emerged from the void. Senior, what brings you here? Li Ruoxi's brow furrowed as she recognized the newcomer. The young man was none other than Jiang Chen. I have come to inquire about the location of spiritual herbs in this vicinity, he stated, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi paused, then quickly responded, Senior, are you perhaps an alchemist? Indeed, Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. What grade do you require? Li Ruoxi inquired. Above grade 4, Jiang Chen replied. Please wait a moment, Li Ruoxi said, clasping her hands respectfully before hastening towards her chamber. Moments later, she returned, cradling a jade box in her hands. Within here lie 3 grade 6 spiritual herbs. I hope they meet your standards. Li Ruoxi cautiously extended the box to Jiang Chen. He effortlessly accepted it and opened it to reveal 3 vividly colored spiritual plants, each exuding a rich fragrance. Not bad, quite acceptable, Jiang Chen mused. Though he noted the quality was somewhat inferior, even less impressive than the herb Jiang Yao had previously given him. Still, it exceeded his expectations. Are there any other spiritual herbs available? Jiang Chen asked casually, examining the contents of the box. There are, Li Ruoxi hesitated, then resolutely added. The Lu family is organizing an auction soon, featuring spiritual herbs. If you wish, I can accompany you there. What a hassle. Aren't you the empress? Just command the Lu family to deliver the herbs. Jiang Chen scoffed, perceiving the task as an utter waste of time. Ah, senior, you may not be aware, but I have only recently ascended to the throne. My power remains unsteady, and my attendants have been. Li Ruoxi coughed lightly, carefully explaining her predicament. Forget it. I shall simply go to the Lu family and seize the herbs. Wouldn't that be swifter? Jiang Chen shrugged, feigning to depart. Senior, please stay? Li Ruoxi exclaimed in alarm. Grasping Jiang Chen's arm, you must not act rashly. For high-level practitioners, indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent defies the principles of fate. If you were to proceed in such a manner, the tribulations you face during your ascension would intensify exponentially. Trust me this once. I will procure the spiritual herbs for you, even if it requires all my resources. Oh, are you expressing concern for me? Jiang Chen's gaze fixed on Li Ruoxi's face. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen sighed, conceding, Very well, I shall grant you this favor. With that, he extended his right hand, placing it gently upon Li Ruoxi's forehead. Senior? Li Ruoxi's eyes widened in surprise, uncertain of Jiang Chen's intentions. Fear not, since you will be serving me in the future. I must ensure you are adequately compensated. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice resonated, causing Li Ruoxi's delicate figure to tremble, filled with trepidation. Subsequently, a silvery starlight shimmered in Jiang Chen's palm, surging into Li Ruoxi's mind, transforming into a golden small sword, indelibly inscribed in her consciousness. Soon after, Li Ruoxi felt an even tighter bond with Jiang Chen. Senior, what is this? Li Ruoxi could not help but inquire. Consider it a mark of servitude, Jiang Chen replied, his tone frigid. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi's pupils constricted sharply, gazing at Jiang Chen in horror. She could scarcely believe that the astute strategist she had always been would one day become a pawn of another. You are unwilling? Jiang Chen's expression remained stern, his gaze fixed on Li Ruoxi, imbued with an air of menace. I do not dare, Li Ruoxi quivered, unable to refuse any longer. Having witnessed Jiang Chen's formidable power, she knelt without hesitation, reverently proclaiming, Li Ruoxi pays homage to my lord. Rise, Jiang Chen said, nodding lightly. Li Ruoxi stood, her heart racing as she anxiously regarded Jiang Chen. Do not feel aggrieved. Rather, as long as this mark remains, you shall be able to wield the power I have left within it. For you, this will only be of immense benefit. Observing Li Ruoxi's fearful demeanor, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. This woman, it seemed, possessed an excessive timidity. Thank you, my lord. Li Ruoxi exhaled, expressing her gratitude to Jiang Chen. Very well. Lead the way, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, preparing to depart. Yes, my lord, Li Ruoxi responded promptly. Soon, under Li Ruoxi's guidance, Jiang Chen left the imperial city and arrived at Chuanyang City. The auction hosted by the Liu family was set to take place at the 7 Absolute Pavilion. Families of considerable repute in Chuanyang City would attend, promising an unprecedented spectacle. Upon their arrival, the 7 Absolute Pavilion had received word in advance and dispatched a steward to greet them. Greetings, your majesty. A steward dismounted from the carriage, his expression reverent. Let us set off, Li Ruoxi gestured, indicating for him to continue driving towards the 7 Absolute Pavilion. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the pavilion. The 7 Absolute Pavilion, with its ancient and elegant architecture, exuded a unique charm. They followed the steward into a private room to rest. There were only 5 exclusive rooms for distinguished guests at the auction. Those permitted entry were either members of the royal family or influential clan leaders. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. The auction is about to commence, the steward said with a smile, before turning to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen lifted his teacup, taking a sip, and waited in silence. After about the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, footsteps approached from outside the room. An elderly man appeared, making his way leisurely toward them. The old man, in his 60s, with graying hair and a stooped posture, bore the semblance of one nearing the end of his days. I am Lu Difu, the head of the 7 Absolute Pavilion. It is an honor to meet your majesty, the elder said, bowing respectfully before Li Ruoxi, his aged face reflecting a servile smile. You are too kind, Lu Leoi, Li Ruoxi replied with a slight nod, her demeanor unruffled. Her cool indifference left Lu Difu somewhat awkward, yet he dared not display it, quickly reverting to his previous obsequiousness. Lu Difu glanced at Jiang Chen, his thoughts stirring, and inquired, May I ask how to address this esteemed young man? While he perceived the unusual rapport between Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi, he bore no trace of reverence in his demeanor. Jiang Chen paused his tea drinking, casting a languid glance in his direction. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped the room, plunging Lu Difu into an icy abyss, his heart racing uncontrollably. Trembling with fear, he knelt, unable to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Li Ruoxi furrowed her brows, silently chastising Lu Difu for his audacity in offending a figure seemingly at the level of a transcendent master. Begone, Jiang Chen scoffed coldly, causing Lu Difu to collapse to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had traversed the gates of death. Jiang Chen cast a disdainful glance at him, disregarding him entirely, and closed his eyes to rest. Many thanks, young sir, Lu Difu crawled and rolled away in a flustered retreat. My lord, it is my oversight that has caused you to be slighted, Li Ruoxi murmured apologetically once Lu Difu had departed. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his tone indifferent. It is of no consequence. After speaking, he poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. Li Ruoxi hesitated, ultimately suppressing the words she wished to voice. Shortly thereafter, the auction commenced in earnest. Lu Difu presided over the event, slowly unveiling the red cloth amidst the audience's gaze. Behold, a 6th-tier spiritual herb. Gasps filled the room as every eye fixated on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this 6th-tier spiritual herb is known as the Holy Heart Lotus, renowned for its ability to cleanse impurities and expel toxins from the body. Should it be refined into a pill, it holds remarkable efficacy for cultivation. The starting bid is 2 million high-grade spirit stones. Lu Difu announced with vigor. 250,000. Rang out immediately after his words. 400,000. 600,000. After a brief silence, the price soared. 800,000. Li Ruoxi called out. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to her. Upon recognizing her, a commotion erupted as whispers filled the air. Isn't that the Empress? What brings her here in person? Does she require spiritual herbs? She is not even an alchemist. The crowd murmured, puzzled, for with Li Ruoxi's stature, she could easily send others to bid on her behalf. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the chatter. I offer a top-grade spirit stone. A young man clad in green appeared at the auction, standing opposite Li Ruoxi. Beside him stood an elderly woman, exuding an aura that sent shivers down spines. Li Ruoxi's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression turning wary. The young man, seeing her reaction, smirked and said, "Your Majesty, please do not take offense. This sixth-tier spiritual herb happens to be of great necessity to me as well. I kindly ask for your generosity." "You." Li Ruoxi's brows knitted together, a flicker of anger igniting within her. "Haha, is the Empress displeased? If you truly desire this spiritual herb, all you need to do is spend a night with me, and I shall gift it to you. What do you say?" The young man laughed heartily, tossing a storage ring filled with an overwhelming number of high-grade spirit stones to Lu Difu. Lu Difu, nearly leaping with excitement, hurriedly secured the ring. He then handed the Holy Heart Lotus to the young man. The young man seized the Holy Heart Lotus, placing it into his storage ring, and then clasped his hands towards Li Ruoxi, saying, "Farewell." "Wait." Li Ruoxi suddenly interjected. At this, both the young man and Lu Difu froze in surprise. The young man, displeased, asked, "What does your Majesty mean? I ask you one last time. Are you certain you wish to take this spiritual herb?" Li Ruoxi's gaze bore into the young man, her tone grave. "Huh? Is the Empress suggesting a forcible seizure?" The young man scoffed, unperturbed. "Not at all. I merely wish to offer you a piece of advice," Li Ruoxi said, shaking her head earnestly. "So, I wish you good fortune." "Thank you, but I require none." The young man replied with a playful smile. Li Ruoxi refrained from saying anything further and turned to take a seat. The young man cast a lingering glance at her before departing with the old woman. "My lord, this time I miscalculated. I implore you to punish me." After the young man had left, Li Ruoxi offered an apology to Jiang Chen. "There's no need. They were merely two insignificant insects." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Li Ruoxi chuckled bitterly, having thought for a moment that Jiang Chen was angry. "Let us proceed," Jiang Chen said coolly, making his way downstairs. Li Ruoxi followed closely behind, and soon the two vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the young man and the old woman had entered an inn. Upon returning to their room, they retrieved the Sacred Heart Lotus from their storage ring. "Aunt Yun, please refine this spiritual herb into a pill immediately. Tonight I wish to break through to the divine illumination realm." The young man urged the old woman with urgency. "Yes, young master," the old woman nodded in compliance, promptly sitting cross-legged and preparing the alchemical furnace along with the prearranged materials. The young man watched her actions, a slight smirk forming on his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation for a successful breakthrough that night. However, just then, an icy chill suddenly enveloped the room, instantly freezing the entire inn into a frigid tomb. The old woman, poised to dispense the spiritual herb, found her body rendered immobile. She had become an exquisitely lifelike ice sculpture, devoid of any sign of life. "Aunt Yun," the young man exclaimed in shock. He could hardly believe that Aunt Yun, a peak expert in the creation realm, could be so easily slain. He abruptly looked up, eyes widening with horror at the sight of a man and woman who had appeared out of thin air. "It is you," he spat through gritted teeth, rage flickering in his gaze. "I had warned you before. Some things cannot be seized at your whim." Li Ruoxi sighed softly, her tone laced with pity. "Huh, indeed. Today I have stumbled," the young man sneered, yet displayed no signs of panic. Maintaining his composure, he declared, "But I am the young master of the Blood Rain sect. Should you dare to kill me, my father will know immediately. At that time, do not think that merely you, a trivial empress, or even the entire immortal empire, could escape the endless retribution of my Blood Rain sect." "Ha ha." With that proclamation, the young man broke into a boisterous laugh. In response, Li Ruoxi's expression fluctuated. This young man's background was far from ordinary. Although she was unaware of the Blood Rain sect's true power, the presence of a creation realm protector was not to be underestimated. Killing him might invite insurmountable troubles. Why waste breath on this insignificant insect? Just eliminate him. Jiang Chen interjected coldly from the side, raising his foot to deliver a kick that unleashed a terrifying gust of wind. The young man barely had time to scream before his chest was pierced, blood gushing forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Ensure the body is disposed of cleanly," Jiang Chen instructed, casting a glance at Li Ruoxi before shattering the ice sculpture and retrieving the Sacred Heart Lotus. "Understood," Li Ruoxi replied respectfully, turning to attend to the young man's corpse. "Now that the spiritual herbs are finally complete, I wonder if your wearer is diligently cultivating at home," Jiang Chen mused, glancing out the window, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "My lord, the body has been entirely dealt with," Li Ruoxi reported upon her return, bowing her head. "Very well, I am preparing to depart. If you have urgent matters to convey, simply activate the mark within your sea of consciousness, and I shall appear in due time," Jiang Chen said, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Li Ruoxi as he slowly rose. "Farewell, my lord." Li Ruoxi knelt respectfully as she watched Jiang Chen leave. When she lifted her head, Jiang Chen's figure had already vanished, as if he had never existed. Li Ruoxi stood dazed for a moment before regaining her senses, murmuring, "What a powerful man! If only I could be with him." A blush crept across her cheeks at that thought. After departing from the immortal empire, Jiang Chen returned once more to the familiar warmth of his small courtyard. At that moment, Jiang Yuer was seated beneath the willow tree, eyes closed in concentration as she absorbed the spiritual energy around her. The little girl was making rapid progress in her cultivation, which filled Jiang Chen with satisfaction. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and Jiang Chen approached quietly, reaching out to stroke Jiang Yuer's forehead with a smile. "Father." Jiang Yuer opened her eyes, sweetly calling out as she leaped into his embrace, purring like a kitten. "How has your cultivation been progressing?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Well, I am on the verge of a breakthrough, all thanks to the technique you previously gifted me," Jiang Yuer replied, looking up at him with a face that begged for praise. "What? You've comprehended that technique so quickly?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. That was an imperial-level technique. He recalled that he had relied heavily on the system's assistance when he learned it. He never expected that this little girl could grasp it in just a few days. Truly astonishing. "Father, what's wrong?" Jiang Yuer asked, puzzled by Jiang Chen's expression. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Clearing his throat, he said, "You are doing well. Your talent is commendable, but Yuer must not become complacent. You must continue to strive for improvement." Oh, hearing her father's serious admonition, Jiang Yuer pouted and muttered, "I thought father was going to praise me." With that, she resumed her seated meditation, ignoring Jiang Chen. "What a peculiar girl she has become lately," Jiang Chen murmured to himself, shaking his head and chiding himself for overthinking. After all, children are bound to exhibit some rebellion. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Jiang Chen pulled out the alchemical furnace from his storage ring and arranged the spiritual herbs he had gathered over the past days beside him. With these herbs, he should be able to concoct a 9th-tier pill, right? Jiang Chen pondered aloud. He estimated that even if the quantity of herbs was insufficient, refining a 9th-tier pill would not be overly difficult. Suddenly, the flames in the alchemical furnace surged dramatically, sending waves of heat radiating outward. Jiang Chen then deftly controlled the spiritual fire, commencing the fusion of the various herbs. One by one, the herbs were swiftly refined under Jiang Chen's guidance, their essences coalescing within the cauldron. Commencing fusion, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes as he observed the herbs blending together. Boom! In an instant, he flipped the lid of the alchemical furnace, and a rich aroma permeated the air, intoxicatingly fragrant. "At last, it's done," Jiang Chen smiled as he extracted round, milky white pills from within, placing them into a pill bottle. The pills exuded a captivating fragrance, enticing even quasi-emperors to rush forth in a frenzy to seize them. 9th-tier pills held immense allure for quasi-emperors. "Alas, it seems I lacked sufficient herbs. I could only produce 10, Jiang Chen sighed, as he had anticipated yielding 36. Chapter 24. The youngest divine illumination realm expert in history. "Father, what's in that bottle?" Just then, Jiang Yuer ceased her meditation, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the jade bottle in Jiang Chen's hand. Seeing her excitement, Jiang Chen paused for a moment before smiling. "You little glutton. Take it and try. You'll find out after consuming it." "Really?" Upon hearing the news of a meal, Jiang Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hurry and take it, lest it cools," Jiang Chen urged with a smile. Prompted by his words, Jiang Yuer immediately opened her cherry-like lips and swallowed a 9th-tier elixir. Buzz! As the elixir settled within her, she felt as though she were submerged in molten lava, her entire being trembling, and her face flushed crimson. "Father, Yuer feels so hot. So uncomfortable," she managed to utter, clutching her stomach. Witnessing her distress, Jiang Chen felt a pang in his heart and swiftly placed his hand on her back, channeling a sliver of icy spiritual energy into her. Under the influence of this chilling energy, Jiang Yuer's suffering began to abate. After a brief wait, she finally felt a semblance of relief, lying on the grass and gasping for breath, her delicate face devoid of color. "Father, I have successfully broken through to the divine illumination realm." After a moment of rest, Jiang Yuer rose and nestled against Jiang Chen's arm, playfully seeking affection. "Indeed, my little Yuer is truly remarkable," Jiang Chen could not help but praise, acknowledging her astounding cultivation speed. It is worth noting that Jiang Yuer was still quite young, merely 7.5 years old. In contrast, other children, even those with extraordinary talent, would likely be at the body refinement stage at this tender age. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuer giggled, raising her chin with confidence. "Hee, of course. Yuer is daddy's daughter. Very well, you continue your diligent training. I must also deliver some elixirs to your Aunt Jiang Yao," Jiang Chen said, giving her shoulder a gentle pat as he stood up. "Father, may I accompany you?" Jiang Yue tugged at the hem of Jiang Chen's garment upon seeing him prepare to leave. Absolutely not, he replied without hesitation. Why not? Jiang Yue puffed out her cheeks, visibly displeased. You have just broken through to the divine illumination realm. You must first stabilize your newfound level. What if you were to falter later? Jiang Chen explained. Very well then, but you must return quickly. Father, Jiang Yue reluctantly acquiesced. This child is far too clingy. Jiang Chen chuckled softly as he departed with the elixirs. Once Jiang Chen left the courtyard, he made his way directly to the imperial study. I pay my respects to your majesty. The guards outside immediately recognized Jiang Chen and bowed respectfully. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, pushing open the grand doors of the study. Inside, Jiang Yao was intently reviewing memorials. Yaoer, Jiang Chen called out. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yao looked up, her face lighting up with joy. Brother, what brings you here? Jiang Chen approached and handed her the elixir vial. You've been working hard lately. I've come to deliver some elixirs. Upon receiving the vial, Jiang Yao opened it to discover 9 ninth-tier elixirs. All 9th-tier elixirs. Brother, I cannot accept this. You should keep it for yourself. Startled by the quality of the elixirs, Jiang Yao shook her head, insisting Jiang Chen take them back. Accept them. This time I succeeded in refining them largely thanks to the 8th-tier spiritual herb you provided. Besides, your mother will surely need them. Jiang Chen waved his hand, refusing to retract the elixirs. Upon hearing her mother mentioned, Jiang Yao hesitated for a few seconds, contemplating, before finally accepting the elixirs. Thank you, brother, she expressed her gratitude. So obedient. Jiang Chen ruffled Jiang Yao's hair, then inquired, by the way, where is your mother? Hasn't she come with you? Mother moved in yesterday to stay with me. She is currently in the Taiwan Palace. Would you like to visit her, brother? Jiang Yao looked at him eagerly, her excitement palpable. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I happen to have some free time now, so a visit would be just fine. In no time, the two arrived at the Taiwan Palace. As they stepped inside, a rich floral fragrance enveloped them. Jiang Chen looked up to see the palace's decor was simple, yet filled with warmth. Yaoer, you're back so early today, a melodious voice greeted them from ahead. A woman approached, her face adorned with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. She possessed delicate features, a voluptuous figure, and was clad in palace attire, exuding a regal beauty. Jiang Chen immediately recognized her. It was Lu Qingyan. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Lu Qingyan's gaze flickered, her lips parting as if to speak, but hesitating. Mother. It was Jiang Yao who reacted first, rushing into her embrace. You little rascal, why didn't you send someone to notify me of your return? Lu Qingyan chuckled, her gaze lingering on Jiang Chen for a moment as she acknowledged him. I pay my respects to your majesty. Lu Qingyan then performed a respectful bow. Ahem. There is no need for such formalities in the future. Jiang Chen coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He understood that Lu Qingyan was being cautious due to his status. Your majesty, this seems to contradict the established protocol. Lu Qingyan said after a moment of contemplation, her expression conflicted. After all, this is a tradition passed down through generations. Tradition? Are my words not tradition as well? Jiang Chen retorted, a hint of a smirk on his lips. Very well then, Lu Qingyan conceded, seeing Jiang Chen's resolute stance. Mother, didn't you always say you felt out of place in the palace? Now you need not adhere to such formalities anymore, Jiang Yao chimed in, looking up at Lu Qingyan. You little one. Lu Qingyan's face softened with affection as she gazed at Jiang Yao's exquisitely delicate face. Please sit. I shall fetch some pastries for you, she said, gesturing as she made her way to the door. After Lu Qingyan departed, the siblings settled onto a nearby chair. Brother, do you despise my mother? Jiang Yao suddenly asked. Of course not. Don't think that way, Jiang Chen quickly replied. You're lying. Your attitude towards her has never been kind. Jiang Yao pouted, a look of displeasure on her face. Jiang Chen chuckled, realizing there was some truth to her words. He indeed harbored a degree of reluctance towards Lu Qingyan, the primary reason being that she was the consort of the original emperor. And had he not bound to the system upon his arrival, he might have met his demise at the hands of this so-called father. Thus, there was a lingering discomfort, though it hardly reached the level of outright dislike. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen turned to her, tentatively asking, if I were to personally slay our father, what would you do? Hearing this, Jiang Yao froze momentarily, her expression dimming. Although father has committed many wrongdoings, I still wish for his survival. If you truly were to kill him, it would have to be under dire circumstances, wouldn't it? After a moment of silence, Jiang Yao suddenly looked at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Brother, can you promise me something? Jiang Yao reached out, grasping the back of Jiang Chen's hand, her head bowed. What is it? I hope that no matter what happens in the future, you will not harm my mother. Jiang Yao bit her lip and spoke slowly. Upon hearing her words, a complex expression surged within Jiang Chen's heart. although he had indeed committed patricide. It was under circumstances where his father intended to eliminate him. When someone is intent on your demise, would you extend your neck to be beheaded? Were it not for the malevolent intent directed at him, he would never have resorted to harming another. However, what took Jiang Chen by surprise was that this sister he had acknowledged was exceedingly astute. She likely deduced the truth even during their first encounter. As the saying goes, to see through yet remain silent. Silly sister, I merely mentioned it as a hypothetical. Why indulge in such fanciful thoughts? He gently ruffled Jiang Yao's hair in an attempt to comfort her. Oh, Jiang Yao murmured softly, her head bowed. After a considerable time, Lu Qingyan pushed open the door, presenting pastries before the two. Your Majesty, please do try this. I made these pastries myself, Lu Qingyan said with a smile as she placed the platter on the table. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen nodded and promptly took a piece of pastry, savoring it. Lu Qingyan observed the scene, her heart inexplicably tense. Indeed, the flavor is quite delightful, Jiang Chen praised after finishing a piece. I am relieved to hear your Majesty enjoys it, Lu Qingyan sighed, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Jiang Yao, witnessing this, also picked up a piece of pastry, chewing it slowly. Delicious. It tastes just like when I was a child. It seems Mother's culinary skills have not diminished over the years, Jiang Yao exclaimed after consuming several pieces. You should eat more if you like it, Lu Qingyan said sweetly, her gaze shifting towards Jiang Chen. She noticed a subtle shift in Jiang Chen's demeanor towards her. Though he still appeared frosty, the earlier sense of distance had lessened. Suddenly, Jiang Chen became aware of her gaze. Being scrutinized by such a beautiful woman made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ahem. Jiang Chen feigned a cough, diverting the conversation. Sister, why don't you show Mother the pill I gave you, so she can be informed? Oh, right, I almost forgot, Jiang Yao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she retrieved a jade vial from her bosom and handed it to Lu Qingyan. Mother, were you not worried about that jade spirit grass? Look, this is the pill that brother refined from it. So soon? Lu Qingyan gasped, surprised that it had been completed so quickly. She eagerly accepted the jade vial, uncorking it, releasing a fragrant aroma that enveloped her senses. Wow, Lu Qingyan inhaled deeply, her expression transforming into one of bliss, as if she were bathed in a gentle spring breeze. What a dense spiritual essence, her eyes gleamed with astonishment. It turned out to be a 9th-tier pill. She quickly recapped the vial and exclaimed, Your Majesty, this gift is far too precious. Perhaps I should only keep one, and you may take the rest for yourself. She was not a greedy person. Even the most exquisite treasures, once revealed, could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised that Lu Qingyan was willing to decline, which only enhanced his favorable impression of her. That's unnecessary. Should I require more in the future, I will refine them myself. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan hesitated but ultimately accepted the jade vial. It's been long enough. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Chen stood, swiftly vanishing from the room. Once Jiang Chen departed, Lu Qingyan realized she had merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow. Yaoer, tell me honestly, what level of cultivation does His Majesty possess now? She grasped Jiang Yao's hand, inquiring urgently. I don't know. Jiang Yao shook her head, a look of bewilderment on her face. Lu Qingyan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet could not pinpoint its origin. In the southwestern corner of Shuiling Prefecture, Blood Rain sect lay nestled among mountains, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. At this moment, within a palace of the Blood Rain sect, a man clad in white sat quietly in the primary seat, meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which seemed to harbor an endless abyss, deep and enigmatic. Master, we have received intelligence. A young man hurriedly entered, respectfully kneeling. Speak. The man in white replied in a chilling tone. Yes, master. The young man promptly stood, saying, I have just received information that an ancient tomb of a powerful figure will soon emerge in the southeastern direction of Bailin Prefecture. It is said that individuals from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land will also be dispatched to it. The Heavenly Pool Sacred Land? Upon hearing this, the man in white narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparking within them. The Heavenly Pool Sacred Land was one of the 2 major sacred lands of Bailin Prefecture, wielding tremendous influence. It was rumored that every disciple there possessed profound cultivation, particularly the Saintess, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Though the Blood Rain sect ranked within the top 5 in Shuiling Prefecture, the disparity with the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land was immense. Have you ascertained the tomb's exact location? After a prolonged silence, the man in white slowly lifted his head to inquire. Master, based on our investigations, the general vicinity of the tomb is at the edge of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, the young man continued. It is said that the tomb may appear in a lake, but due to its proximity to the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, we dare not trespass recklessly. A lake? The man in white paused slightly, then murmured to himself, could it be that this deceased powerful figure has some connection to the heavenly pool's sacred land? A spark of fervor ignited in his eyes as he commanded, take 2 individuals and discreetly investigate the center of the lake. Understood. The young man cupped his hands in salute and swiftly disappeared. Elder Yi, where has phone gone off to this time? The man in white suddenly recalled something. Addressing the void. Master, the young master mentioned before leaving that he accompanied Elder Yun to the Immortal Dynasty in search of medicinal herbs for a breakthrough. He is likely to return in a few days. A white-haired elder materialized in the void. He appeared stooped yet upright, with sharp, bright eyes that exuded authority. This impudent boy, he never showed such dedication to cultivation before. It seems his experiences over the years have cultivated him significantly. The man in white frowned, gazing into the distance with a sigh. Very well, I shall send a message for him to return promptly. He sighed deeply, then waved his hand, causing the void to crack open, and 3 jade tokens flew forth. He infused his consciousness into the tokens. A flash of light erupted, and one of the tokens exploded. What is happening? Why is there no trace of Feng's soul energy on the token? His expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stood, shouting furiously. Master, if a person perishes, their soul vanishes. It is likely that the young master. Elder Yi lowered his head, his face filled with sorrow. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Upon hearing this, the man in white cursed vehemently, an overwhelming aura of rage emanating from him, truly terrifying. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure. His gaze fixated upon the shattered jade tablet. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, so, Feng's final destination lies within the Immortal Dynasty, does it? Elder Yi, regardless of the means you employ, by noon tomorrow, I demand to witness the Empress's head before me. Understood, Sectmaster. Elder Yi responded respectfully, though inwardly. He could not help but smile bitterly. The Sectmaster was evidently serious this time, and it seemed the Immortal Dynasty was about to encounter significant troubles. Chapter 26. The Blooming Ice Lotus, Jiang Yuer's Lethal Strike. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen returned to the Great Flame Kingdom. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he beheld Jiang Yuer meditating in deep concentration, a surging aura of spiritual energy coalescing around her. Such pure spiritual energy. Jiang Chen marveled at the sight. Now that he had attained the Emperor realm, his sensitivity to the forces of nature surpassed that of anyone else. Oh, this little girl is progressing remarkably. In such a short time, she has already mastered the first level of the ninefold ice sealing technique. Suddenly, Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment. Jiang Yuer, originally seated cross-legged upon the grass, abruptly rose, exuding an aura of chilling cold, her body enveloped in a thick layer of ice, radiating an intense frost. Around her, torrents of frigid air surged, transforming into a blossoming array of ice lotuses. This is... Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene. Disbelief etched across his face. The first level of the ninefold ice sealing technique, the ice bloom, had been mastered by her in such a short span. It appeared that his daughter possessed remarkable talent, and it would not be long before she stepped into the realm of celestial silence. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. He recalled that during his own training of the ninefold ice sealing technique, he had relied entirely on the system's assistance. Yet here was a naive girl, surpassing all the continent's prodigies purely based on her training speed. Moreover, Jiang Chen observed Jiang Yuer as if she were conjuring a peerless skill. At last, a crystal clear, snow-white ice lotus unfurled, a sight of breathtaking elegance. This should suffice. Jiang Yuer opened her eyes, which shimmered with an icy blue hue. Her entire demeanor resembling that of an ethereal ice spirit, exuding an otherworldly grace. With a flick of her delicate fingers, an ice spear materialized out of thin air. Whoosh! In the next moment, the spear shot forth, striking a distant mountain peak. Instantly, the mountain was encased in ice, transforming into a massive ice boulder that towered against the heavens. What an overwhelming chill! Jiang Chen exclaimed in admiration. Such a level of coldness, if wielded against an enemy, could easily obliterate rivals of the same realm. Jiang Yuer retracted her aura, returning to her normal self. Father! Spotting Jiang Chen, she sweetly called out, rushing towards him. Indeed, your strength has grown, Jiang Chen remarked, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yuer's hair. Hee, isn't it thanks to you, Daddy? Jiang Yuer giggled, then linked her arm with his, inquiring. Father, has my strength now surpassed yours? Whether it has or not, why not test it for yourself? Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Can I really? Jiang Yuer clapped her hands in excitement, eager to try. Do not hold back. Unleash your full power. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. All right, but you better be careful, father. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuer beamed with delight. She then released Jiang Chen's arm, her fair, delicate hands forming seals. As a chill emanated from her palms. First level of the ninefold ice sealing technique, ice bloom. A piercingly cold wind erupted, sweeping toward Jiang Chen. Boom. The temperature around Jiang Chen plummeted, a thin layer of frost forming on the ground. Oh, this little girl has made considerable progress, Jiang Chen noted, slightly surprised but not astonished, as her high talent made her rapid advancement quite reasonable. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, allowing the icy wind to buffet against him. Bang, bang. In the next moment, Jiang Yuer swiftly formed seals with her hands, gathering the swirling frost into razor-sharp ice blades that sliced through the air, descending upon Jiang Chen like a storm. Swish. Jiang Chen remained composed, extending his right hand with fingers splayed, gently grasping at the multitude of ice blades. Instantly, they halted mid-air, suspended without further advancement. What? Jiang Yuer's face paled, her pupils constricting in disbelief. The ninefold ice sealing technique she executed was tremendously powerful, capable of annihilating a practitioner at the divine radiance realm. Yet, Jiang Chen effortlessly thwarted her ice blades. A tempest of emotions surged through Jiang Yuer, momentarily rendering her speechless. Yuer, do not dawdle. Continue showcasing your skills for your father to witness, Jiang Chen encouraged with a smile. He understood his daughter well and knew her limits. Humph, father, do not underestimate me. Jiang Yuer pouted, her cheeks flushed in protest, unwilling to concede. Swish, swish, swish. With renewed determination, she waved her jade hands, commanding the ice blades to cleave through the sky with an unstoppable force, charging towards Jiang Chen. Observing the onslaught, Jiang Chen merely smiled and raised his hand once more. Clang. In an instant, the myriad of ice blades came to a halt, suspended in midair under his command. How could this be? Jiang Yuer stood frozen, disbelief etched across her features. Though she recognized her father's prowess, she never anticipated it would be to such an astounding extent. Yuer, what did you just say? Could you repeat that for me? Jiang Chen teased, watching her astonished expression. Jiang Yuer puffed up her cheeks, resembling a deflated balloon, and replied, Father, you're just teasing me, aren't you? Haha, no such teasing here. Merely the vast disparity in our strengths, Jiang Chen chuckled, ruffling her hair once more. Is that so? Since you are so confident, I shall not hold back any longer. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer adopted a serious expression. Her previous look of dismay vanished, replaced by a cunning smile. Oh, what is this? Jiang Chen noticed a surge of potent cold energy gathering in her palms. With a whoosh, the coldness coalesced, ultimately taking the shape of a shimmering long sword, radiating an icy chill. Father, please receive this strike from me, Jiang Yuer declared, gripping the frost-laden sword and charging towards Jiang Chen without hesitation. Swish. A fierce beam of sword light surged forth, and Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he did not evade, remaining rooted in place. Thud. The sword light struck him, producing a crisp sound, yet no blood was shed. Father, are you all right? Jiang Yuer asked, momentarily taken aback with concern. Enough of this sparring. Even if I stood still for you to strike, you wouldn't be able to harm me in the slightest. Following this encounter, you must diligently train, Jiang Chen said, gently patting her head with a warm smile. After all, the world outside is far from the safety of home. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yuer felt her face flush with embarrassment as she lowered her head and replied, I understand. When my cultivation reaches a higher level one day, I will surely surpass father. Very well, I shall await that day. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. A counterattack in desperation, instantaneously slaying 3 masters of transformation. In the region of Shuiling Prefecture, several individuals soared through the skies above a mountain range, moving with remarkable speed, vanishing amidst the peaks in the blink of an eye. Elder, should we not deliberate further on the assassination of the Empress? After all, she is surrounded by several formidable masters of transformation. It may not be so easily accomplished with just the 3 of us, a gray-clad elder remarked gravely, his brow furrowed in concern. Several, you say? Elder, why was I not informed of this? Another elder in black questioned, his tone laced with confusion. Rest assured, your task is merely to divert the masters of transformation from the Empress's side. As for the assassination, leave that to me, the white-haired elder replied, stroking his beard as he addressed the 2. The 2 nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's proposal, though they acknowledged that the diversion posed little danger. Very well, then it is settled. Having concluded their discussion, the 3 immediately set off at great speed towards the Immortal Dynasty. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Immortal Dynasty, Li Ruoxi sat upon the dragon throne, her beautiful eyes revealing a depth of thought. Before her, a mirror projected an image depicting the scenes within the Great Yin Kingdom. How peculiar. The Mirror of Heaven is a quasi-imperial weapon, yet it reveals not a trace of that man. Li Ruoxi murmured, her face etched with confusion. The Mirror of Heaven, a quasi-imperial tool. was forged by the ancestors of the immortal dynasty at the time of their demise, a half-step imperial weapon. Once, the ancestor was a formidable quasi-imperial being. But following his fall, the entire dynasty began to decline. Moreover, the mirror possessed the ability to track individuals. Once it locked onto a presence, there would be no escape. Yet now, it provided no information whatsoever, let alone tracking anyone. Could it be that he is not in Shuiling Prefecture? Li Ruoxi pondered, her delicate brows knitting together as she considered the possibility. Otherwise, why can I not find his trace? I wonder when he will come to see me again. Subsequently, Li Ruoxi reined in her thoughts, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. Suddenly, an icy chill crept down her spine, as if being scrutinized by some fearsome beast. Li Ruoxi turned to look, her pupils constricting as a wave of cold terror surged through her, nearly causing her to faint. Behind her stood an elderly man with white hair, wearing a sinister smile, his murky eyes filled with cruelty and mockery. This white-haired elder was none other than Elder Yi of the Blood Rain sect. Under Li Ruoxi's horrified gaze, Elder Yi slowly raised his skeletal hand and reached out towards her. Crack, crack. Li Ruoxi's body stiffened. The sound of her neck twisting echoed ominously as she crumpled to the ground, utterly limp. How dare you? Who is it that dares to trespass upon the Grand Hall? The guards outside the main hall, hearing the commotion, rushed in, drawing their weapons in preparation. Bang, bang, bang. However, the moment they unsheathed their weapons, Elder Yi merely waved his sleeve, and an invisible force crushed the guards' bodies into dust. Without a glance at the fallen guards, Elder Yi approached Li Ruoxi, extending his withered hand to rest upon her shoulder. Buzz. As his hand made contact, Li Ruoxi's form instantly transformed into wisps of smoke, dissipating into the air. Merely a clone. How amusing. Elder Yi grinned, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before settling upon the distant void. Empress, you have concealed yourself for so long. It is time for you to emerge. Whoosh. As soon as his words fell, a thin stream of sword intent sliced through the air from afar. Elder Yi remained indifferent. Fingers aligned as he struck towards the incoming sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy shattered, shaking the very fabric of space. Not only do you conceal your presence, but you also mask your aura, Elder Yi sighed, shaking his head. Empress, your skill in hiding may be extraordinary, but it ultimately cannot escape my grasp. Come forth. What force do you represent, and why do you come to assassinate me without cause? A crisp, icy voice resonated as the void split open, revealing Li Ruoxi stepping forth. Her appearance elicited little commotion. Ha ha ha. Empress, you finally choose to reveal yourself. We have waited for ages, yet still, none of your masters of transformation have shown themselves. Do you suppose they have perished? Suddenly, boisterous laughter echoed around them. Two other elders emerged, each radiating an aura of terror, two mid-level masters of transformation and one peak-level master. Upon witnessing their cultivation levels, Li Ruoxi's delicate features hardened with gravity. Although she was at the late stage of the heavenly silence realm, facing masters of transformation felt akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Empress, our young lord met an untimely death in your territory, and upon learning this, our sect leader was furious. Thus, we were dispatched to claim your head. The white-haired elder stated coldly, his tone devoid of emotion, creating an invisible pressure. Ha! Elder, why waste words on her? While her protectors are absent, we should swiftly eliminate her. One of the black-clad elders laughed heartily. Such a beauty should not be killed so easily. Instead, why not capture her and savor the moment? Suggested the gray-clad elder. An excellent proposal. Let us proceed as third elder suggests. Hearing this, Elder Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he stomped the ground with great force, causing it to fracture. His figure darted towards Li Ruoxi like a specter. Swish. Elder Yi unleashed a punch, the force roaring forth, crashing into her chest with the weight of a mountain. Uft. Li Ruoxi spat blood, her delicate form flying backward, her complexion pale as paper, severely injured. Humph. Do you still wish to evade? Surrender obediently. Elder Yi extended his hand, reaching out towards Li Ruoxi from afar. Buzz. In an instant, a massive hand materialized, bearing the power to suppress the heavens, enveloping Li Ruoxi and rendering her immobile. Li Ruoxi's countenance turned ashen, feeling as though a colossal mountain bore down upon her, rendering her utterly incapable of movement. Spare your efforts. If you cease resisting, I can assure you a more comfortable demise, Elder Yi remarked nonchalantly, his tone tinged with amusement. Huh, you are sorely mistaken. With the likes of you three miscreants, I would never regard you with any seriousness. Li Ruoxi retorted through gritted teeth, blood staining her lips. Sigh, I had hoped to avoid using it, but you leave me no choice. You have forced my hand. With a resigned sigh, Li Ruoxi formed a seal with her jade hands, activating the mark left in her consciousness by Jiang Chen. Buzz. In that instant, A golden small sword emerged from her brow, floating before her. What is this? Both Elder Yi and the other two elders were taken aback. You must die. Li Ruoshi's eyes brimmed with determination as her delicate hand pointed towards the golden sword. Clang. Instantly, the golden sword resonated, erupting with a dazzling golden light. Not good. Take cover. The expressions of the three individuals shifted dramatically, and they swiftly retreated. Whoosh. The golden sword tore through the fabric of space, appearing before the elder in black in the blink of an eye. Get away. The black-clad elder bellowed, raising his right hand to unleash a powerful strike. However, the indomitable golden sword effortlessly shattered the elder's offensive. With a piercing sound, the golden sword pierced through his chest. The elder let out a chilling scream as his body was dragged backward by the golden sword, blood gushing forth. Second elder. The elder in green was overwhelmed with grief, unable to fathom the unfolding calamity. How could this happen? Witnessing the scene, Elder Ye's pupils constricted, his face contorted in disbelief. A single golden sword had instantaneously vanquished a formidable opponent in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Suddenly, Elder Ye recalled something, exclaiming, "The soul imprint. Could it be that you have a powerful ally backing you?" You are correct, but unfortunately for you, none of you shall leave here alive today. Li Ruoshi's delicate visage hardened as she deftly maneuvered the golden sword to turn its lethal intent towards the elder in green. The golden sword sliced through the air with a mournful wail, its razor-sharp blade instilling dread, causing the elder in green's countenance to pale significantly. Third elder, run. Elder Yi shouted anxiously, but it was too late. The elder in green's gaze flickered with uncertainty before he resolved to flee into the distance. Yet his choice did not grant him salvation. The golden sword was swifter, swiftly piercing his heart. Third elder. Elder Ye's eyes widened in a mix of fury and sorrow. Damnable woman, how dare you slay two elders of my blood-rained sect? One day, I shall make you pay dearly for this. With that, Elder Yi turned to escape. Where do you think you're going? Li Ruoshi hissed, directing the golden sword straight towards Elder Ye's fleeing form. However, Elder Ye's speed paled in comparison to that of the golden sword, and he was soon overtaken. No, Elder Yi gasped in terror, his eyes wide as he fixated on the approaching golden light. Crack. In an instant, Elder Ye's head was pierced by the golden sword. Having vanquished three adversaries of the transformation realm, Li Ruoshi's complexion turned ashen, her strength waning. The exertion required to control the golden sword had taken a tremendous toll on her, and she felt on the verge of fainting. With my current cultivation level, wielding this sword is still too demanding, she lamented inwardly. The sword contained boundless power, far beyond her grasp. Each manipulation demanded enormous spiritual energy, and her insufficient cultivation made it difficult to sustain such immense consumption. This man is certainly more than just a Saint Realm cultivator, Li Ruoshi thought bitterly, having initially believed Jiang Chen to be merely a strong Saint Realm practitioner. However, it now appeared that he might surpass even that, possibly having reached the threshold of quasi-imperial status. Chapter 28, Blood Refinement Array. Contemplating this, a bitter smile crept upon Li Ruoshi's lips as she murmured, "He truly is an enigmatic man." Next, she would seek retribution from the blood-rained sect. Her gaze turned icy, a wave of murderous intent swelling within her as she stepped into the void. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the blood-rained sect, a resounding crash echoed as the sect leader shattered a tea table with a slap, his murky eyes ablaze with fury. Bastards! For thousands of years, my blood-rained sect has stood in Waterling Prefecture, and we have never faced such humiliation. The sect leader roared, his voice reverberating throughout the space. The many disciples of the blood-rained sect trembled, utterly bewildered by the situation. The high-ranking officials within the sect shared the same apprehension, holding their breaths in anxious anticipation. Leader, what has transpired? Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired. Yesterday, I dispatched 3 elders to assassinate the immortal empress, and this morning, all their life tokens shattered. The sect leader replied coldly, his countenance ashen. Upon hearing this, the faces of those in the hall turned pallid, shock rendering them speechless. The blood-rained sect had dispatched 3 elders of the transformation realm, only to have them all perish. How is this possible? The immortal empress has only been reported to possess the cultivation of the celestial realm. Indeed, and the Grand Elder is a pinnacle transformation realm powerhouse. I believed it impossible for him to fall by her hand. Clearly, another power intervened. Leader, I suggest we mobilize more strong cultivators to surround and annihilate the immortal empress. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of suggestions. The sect leader pondered for a moment before calmly stating, though I am uncertain of who stands behind her. The fact that she could easily slay 3 of my elders indicates that her strength far exceeds that of the transformation realm. He was astute enough to deduce certain facts. What shall we do then? We cannot simply sit idly by. Indeed, The immortal empress has slain 3 of our elders. This blood feud cannot go unpunished. The crowd roared with fervor. Rest assured, even if her allies' cultivation is higher, they are merely at the soul refinement realm, just like myself. The sect leader's eyes glinted with cold determination. He then surveyed the crowd, his voice icy as he instructed, "Issue my command. Gather all disciples of the Blood Rain sect, and we shall march immediately to the immortal empire." Understood. Upon receiving the order, the mountain echoed with a deafening uproar. The leader is wise. The crowd rejoiced, lavishing praise upon the sect leader. Boom. No need for you to go. I have already arrived. Suddenly, the sect leader looked up at the void, his expression grave. Whoosh. The golden sword soared from the void, hovering ominously in the air. The Empress? The crowd's expression shifted. You possess quite the audacity, Empress. I have yet to seek you out, and you dare to come knocking at my door. The Blood Rain sect leader glared at Li Ruoshi, his voice frigid. Humph. Your Blood Rain sect has committed numerous atrocities. The death of a mere young master is merely retribution. Yet you audaciously dared to send assassins after me. Today, I swear by the heavens that I shall take your lives. Li Ruoshi declared indifferently. Impudent. The Blood Rain sect leader roared, a tempest of energy swirling around him. Boom. In an instant, the furniture and decor within the grand hall shattered, the scene utterly terrifying. Die. The Blood Rain sect leader growled, charging forward. He unleashed a punch. A torrent of force surging forth with overwhelming might. Li Ruoshi's delicate face paled as she summoned her spiritual energy, commanding the golden sword. Whoosh. The golden sword erupted in blinding radiance, akin to a sun illuminating the pitch-black night, an overwhelming pressure descending upon the hall. Bang! The sword clashed against the fist, unleashing a cataclysmic storm. Uft! In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as the Blood Rain sect leader was instantaneously slain, his corpse hurtling backward. Splash! Crimson blood splattered, staining a large expanse of the floor. No, this cannot be real. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of the Blood Rain sect stood in stunned silence, disbelief written across their faces. The esteemed leader, the strongest force of the Blood Rain sect, could not withstand the assault of a mere sword. This cannot be true. A disciple trembled in shock. Who else among you wishes to kill me? Li Ruoshi retracted the golden sword, her gaze sweeping across the remaining individuals in the hall, her voice sharp and commanding. An eerie silence enveloped the grand hall as the tension thickened. The disciples of the Blood Rain sect remained silent, uncertain whether out of fear or an inability to speak. With the sect leader defeated, how could they possibly resist? Suddenly, one disciple shouted in panic and fled the great hall. Run! The others of the Blood Rain sect quickly snapped to attention and hastily followed suit. Humph! Li Ruoshi scoffed lightly, her jade-like finger pointed forth as a golden sword shot out, enveloping the chamber in a cloud of crimson mist. In the blink of an eye, aside from her, only a handful remained, namely the deputy leader of the Blood Rain sect and 2 elders. Your Majesty, it is indeed true that our Blood Rain sect has transgressed. Might I implore you to show mercy and spare us this once? If you grant us clemency, the Blood Rain sect is willing to offer all our cultivation resources. The deputy leader knelt on the ground, his tone dripping with abject humility. He feared death. Having lived for centuries, his lifespan was nearly at an end, and he had no desire to meet his demise. Li Ruoshi's beautiful eyes turned icy as she regarded the kneeling deputy leader. They must be dealt with swiftly, she thought to herself. At that moment, she was already utterly exhausted, having manipulated the golden sword numerous times, her body reaching its limit. You of the Blood Rain sect have committed countless atrocities. Today, I shall eradicate you completely, Li Ruoshi declared indifferently. Upon hearing these words, the deputy leader's face turned ashen. Ha ha ha. In that case, Your Majesty, you shall accompany us to the grave. Suddenly, the deputy leader rose, laughing ominously. Buzzing sounds filled the hall as formations surged forth, intertwining to form a massive light shield that enveloped the Blood Rain sect. Activate the blood refinement array, the deputy leader cried, striking seals with his hands. Jia, Your Majesty, you cannot escape now. The deputy leader cackled maniacally. Please, deputy leader, we do not wish to die. The remaining 3 elders wept in terror, struggling desperately. Yet their efforts were in vain. In mere moments, the 3 elders' bodies began to dissolve into a bloody pulp, swiftly transforming into withered corpses. The light shield shimmered with ominous patterns, emanating a terrifying aura, as if a colossal primordial beast were awakening, suffocating all within. Your Majesty, did you not expect this? The blood refinement array is the greatest asset of our Blood Rain sect. Even if you are a soul refinement expert today, you shall not escape. The deputy leader sneered. Li Ruoshi observed the rising array around her, her expression growing increasingly grave. She had clearly not anticipated that such a formation would one day fall upon her. Ha ha. Your Majesty, are you stunned? This is merely the beginning. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something else. Once activated, this array will never cease, and your essence will be gradually absorbed until your death. The deputy leader laughed maniacally. Hearing this, Li Ruoshi's face grew serious. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. This is bad, she thought, sensing a powerful suction force consuming her vital essence. She immediately summoned her spiritual power, attempting to reclaim what had been siphoned away. However, she soon realized her error. The entity draining her essence was extraordinarily tenacious and utterly intractable. Your Majesty, I shall await you in hell. The deputy leader cackled at the sight of Li Ruoshi's torment. After a lengthy struggle, his body too was absorbed by the array, reduced to a desiccated corpse. What to do? Li Ruoshi was consumed with anxiety, noticing the rapid depletion of her vital essence. If she could not escape promptly, the consequences would be dire. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Li Ruoshi resolved to forcefully wield the golden sword. Swish! The golden sword shot forth, piercing towards the barrier ahead. Crack! Merely grazing the edge of the barrier, the entire array shattered with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into dust. Uft! Blood spewed from Li Ruoshi's mouth as her delicate form staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her complexion turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, her exquisitely beautiful features taking on a sickly hue. Moments ago, she had forcibly ignited her soul to barely control the golden sword, but such an act had exacted a far greater toll on her. Damn it! I nearly perished here today. She gritted her teeth while surveying the devastation around her. I owe you my gratitude this time, otherwise. She instinctively caressed the golden sword, reflecting on how without it, she too would have become a desiccated corpse. Uft! It seemed her injuries were far too severe. She needed to find a safe location to recuperate. With her thoughts racing, she quickly made her decision. Whoosh! Li Ruoshi's figure flickered and vanished from her location, racing towards the direction of the Eternal Empire. Chapter 29, Li Ruoshi's Intentions. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen lay on a bench, scrolling through the system interface. System, you have yet to reward me for the task I completed last time, Jiang Chen inquired. A few days prior, he had accomplished the mission of rescuing the Liu family. Yet the system's reward had yet to arrive. He initially believed it was a bug causing the delay. However, it appeared that the system would not proactively provide the reward unless he inquired. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Supreme Imperial Weapon. The 9 Nether Frostblade. The system's voice echoed as a pitch-black sword, glinting with a cold light, materialized in Jiang Chen's hands. The blade was somewhat coarse, adorned with dark red patterns. It resembled the root of some plant, or perhaps of forged metal. It emanated a chilling aura, lowering the temperature of the surrounding space as if one were encased in winter. The 9 Nether Frostblade is forged from the power of the laws of heaven and earth, unmatched in sharpness, capable of severing the sun, moon, and stars. Host, please select whether to activate it. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Activate it. Buzz. The 9 Nether Frostblade trembled, unleashing a blinding cold radiance. Immediately, it erupted with dazzling crimson light, a fierce and eerie aura permeating the air. So terrifying. Jiang Chen felt the overwhelming presence, his expression shifting. This sword was far more formidable than he had imagined. No wonder it was deemed a supreme imperial weapon. Buzzing. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I cannot wield this sword just yet. Jiang Chen shook his head, retracting the 9 Nether Frostblade. Yuer, come here. He turned and beckoned to Jiang Yuer, who was meditating beneath a willow tree. Hearing her father call her, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing her father waving, Jiang Yuer ceased her cultivation and obediently ran over. She lifted her small head, her large eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Jiang Chen. Daddy, what is it? Jiang Yuer blinked her big eyes, her pure and lovely face displaying a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled her little head and said, Did I not promise you last time to give you an imperial weapon? Really? Jiang Yuer's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, her joy palpable. Of course it's true. Jiang Chen smiled as he presented the 9 Nether Frostblade, handing it to her. Wow, is this the imperial weapon? It's so beautiful. Jiang Yuer embraced the imperial weapon, her affection palpable. The Juyo cold sword, weighing 1,000 pounds, felt feather-light in her hands. Eagerly, she swung it a few times, finding it remarkably easy to handle. Hee. Thank you, father, she beamed with a radiant smile, filled with delight. As long as you like it, Jiang Chen replied, gently ruffling her hair. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. What could that woman want with me? He pondered internally. Yuer, I have matters to attend to and must leave for a while. Be good and stay at home, he advised, gazing into the distance before turning to his daughter. Father, where are you going? Do you want me to accompany you? Jiang Yuer asked, her concern evident. No need, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Stay home and continue your training. With that, He stood and vanished in an instant. Oh, very well, Jiang nodded. Watching her father depart. In the immortal dynasty, within the empress's chamber, Li Ruoxi sat cross-legged on her bed, her delicate face pale, breath rapid, sweat trickling down her forehead, soaking her attire. Her chest heaved violently, akin to tumultuous waves. What should I do? Li Ruoxi's lips trembled, her beautiful eyes reflecting despair. Suddenly, her body stiffened as a chill coursed through her. Ah! She gasped, abruptly opening her eyes. What is happening? She realized her body was chillingly cold, frost covering her skin. The frost spread swiftly, enveloping her entire form. Ever since she returned to the immortal dynasty in a severely injured state, she had remained in a coma. Now, awakening to find herself icy, it felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. What do you desire, woman? A languid voice interrupted her thoughts. Li Ruoxi, with great difficulty, turned her head to see a man approaching, Jiang Chen. Greetings, your majesty. Li Ruoxi hurriedly rose from her bed and knelt before him. Jiang Chen ignored her, taking a seat and crossing his legs, observing her with keen interest. Li Ruoxi felt a wave of disorientation, as though he could see through her. Yet she strove to maintain her composure, not daring to reveal her feelings too overtly. After a moment, Jiang Chen spoke. Speak. What is it that you summoned me for? I have a request, your majesty, Li Ruoxi said through gritted teeth, having resolved to take a risk. Oh, what is it? Jiang Chen's tone remained indifferent, devoid of any discernible emotion. I hope you can help me dispel the cold energy within me. Li Ruoxi summoned her courage to voice her plea. Impossible. Jiang Chen replied without a moment's hesitation, dismissing her request outright. Li Ruoxi was taken aback, staring blankly at him. You have repeatedly drawn upon powers not your own. Your body can no longer withstand it. If I were to expel the cold energy within you, it would only hasten your demise, Jiang Chen stated coldly, lacking any semblance of compassion. But Li Ruoxi still felt a flicker of hope. Very well, in light of your submission to me, I do possess a method that may save you. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Li Ruoxi froze momentarily, then her expression brightened. Thank you, your majesty. Enough. Swallow this pill, Jiang Chen commanded, producing a deep red pill that materialized in his hand and tossed it to her. Li Ruoxi caught it, feeling the terrifying energy contained within. Without hesitation, she swallowed it. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged through her body, causing her immense pain. And she could not help but cry out. This woman certainly possesses commendable courage, Jiang Chen mused as he observed her suffering. Your majesty, save me. Li Ruoxi cried in agony. Relax, I will assist you in refining it, Jiang Chen declared, placing his right hand on her back, channeling the golden sword within her consciousness. With a resounding roar, the golden sword erupted, continuously refining the residual energy from the pill. This energy surged through Li Ruoxi's limbs and organs, and at that moment, every inch of her flesh felt as though it were ablaze. Eventually, unable to withstand the onslaught of energy, Li Ruoxi fainted, collapsing to the ground. It seems you have successfully survived, Jiang Chen remarked with satisfaction, noting that despite her weakness, she was at least alive. He carefully placed her back on the bed and fed her another pill. Li Ruoxi's body quickly returned to its former state, even healthier than before. This pill will suffice to significantly enhance her cultivation in a short span, Jiang Chen murmured. He then gazed at the slumbering Li Ruoxi, sighed softly, and turned to leave the room. Her destiny is now hers to determine, Jiang Chen reflected. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Li Ruoxi gradually opened her eyes. Her head heavy and her body exhausted. As she attempted to move, she felt a tearing pain, glancing down to find her body covered in numerous bloodstains, as if she had just endured horrific torture. Awake? Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Startled, Li Ruoxi looked up to see his familiar, handsome face. Your Majesty, I'm not dead, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with realization. Of course not. If I said I could save you, would I then allow you to perish? Jiang Chen retorted, rolling his eyes. Chapter 30, Elder of the Holy Land, Ji Wushuang. I. Li Ruoxi's cheeks flushed crimson, offering an embarrassed smile. She was acutely aware that her escape from the brink of death was solely due to Jiang Chen's intervention. However, consider this a blessing in disguise. Your cultivation has ascended to the peak of the soul-refining realm, Jiang Chen observed, directing his gaze at her. Do you have no expression of gratitude? Li Ruoxi pondered seriously before kneeling before him. The life-saving grace of your majesty is indelibly etched in my heart. From this day forth, I vow to follow you faithfully, through fire and water. Her resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. Rise, Jiang Chen nodded, satisfied with her attitude. Yes, Li Ruoxi responded, standing respectfully beside him. She then delicately extended her soft, nimble hands, cautiously massaging his shoulders. By the way, your majesty, It is said that the ancient tomb of a strong master from the communication realm is about to surface. Would you like to take a look? Li Ruoxi suddenly brought it up. Just an ancient grave. What is there to see? Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, uninterested. There were many matters he needed to attend to, leaving him no leisure to explore ancient tombs. Seeing his lack of interest, Li Ruoxi fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression shifted, as if he had thought of something. He himself could forego the visit, but Jiang Yuer could certainly benefit from the experience. Your Majesty. What is it? Li Ruoxi asked in confusion. When will that ancient tomb be opened? Jiang Chen inquired eagerly. 3 days from now. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. So. It is not long until it opens. Master, do you intend to visit that ancient tomb? Li Ruoxi asked in astonishment. Naturally, I shall not go. However, on the day it opens, you will accompany my daughter there, Jiang Chen instructed. Yes, master. Li Ruoxi paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Yet, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had a daughter, a twinge of inexplicable jealousy and bitterness stirred within her. 3 days later, at Blackwater Lake. Today marks the day of the ancient tomb's opening, and many cultivators from various factions gathered around Blackwater Lake. Who do you think will inherit the legacy once the tomb of the strong from the spirit realm opens? One asked. In my opinion, the Qingshan sect has the best chance. They have sent elite disciples, all at the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm, with a profound foundation. Ha ha ha, that's utterly laughable. Do they even deserve it? Not one of their disciples has reached the Dao Palace realm. A disciple from the Xuanhua sect scoffed dismissively. As for us, we have a senior sister who has already broken through to the Dao Palace realm. This inheritance will undoubtedly belong to us. Enough of this bickering. The inheritance from the strong of the spirit realm will surely belong to our Liuli sect, sneered a disciple from the Liuli sect, unabashedly revealing her animosity. The tension between the two factions escalated, the atmosphere charged with hostility. Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air caught everyone's attention. They turned to see 2 carriages soaring towards them. As the curtains of the carriage were drawn back, a breathtaking beauty in white emerged. Her features were exquisitely chiseled, radiating an aura that was both sharp and captivating. This enchanting maiden was Li Yener, accompanied by the elder of the Wujizong, Yang Hai. Look, it's Li Yener. She actually came in person, someone exclaimed, creating quite a stir. The female disciples of the Liuli sect cast envious glances at her. Li Yener's reputation was monumental. Humph, what a seductress. I wonder what these men find so appealing about her, a disciple from the Liuli sect remarked disdainfully, despite Li Yener's prominence. The carriage finally came to a halt at the lakeshore. Isn't that a disciple of the Liuli sect? As Li Yener stepped down from the carriage, she immediately spotted the Liuli sect's group. What are you looking at, Li Yener? Your skills in seducing men have truly improved. What a seductress. A disciple from the Liuli sect hissed, filled with resentment. Yener, ignore these people. What matters most is entering the ancient tomb, Yang Hai said indifferently. Yes, master. Li Yener nodded, redirecting her gaze. Junior sister. At that moment, someone from the Wujizong's group called out. Li Yener turned, her cheeks flushed with a sweet expression. Senior brother. It turned out to be Zhang Haobei, her senior from the Wujizong, who approached her with fervent eyes. Did you not say you would enter seclusion? Li Yener asked. I was worried you might be in danger, so I came to accompany you, Zhang Haobei replied earnestly. This remark elicited envy and jealousy from many young cultivators. Thank you. Senior brother, Li Yener responded tenderly. Everyone, rather than wasting time here, why not heed the words of this old man? At that moment, Yang Hai stepped down from the carriage and stood before the gathered groups, speaking loudly. As his words fell, the scene fell silent. I believe you all understand that the ancient tomb harbors hidden dangers. Thus, I hope that upon its opening, disciples of the Wujizong can enter first, to scout the way for everyone. Elder Yang, the 3 sects have already agreed to explore the tomb together. Why does your Wujizong wish to act independently now? A disciple from the Liuli sect interjected. Indeed, what is the meaning of this, Elder Yang? A disciple from the Xuanhua sect echoed. Yang Hai smiled faintly, explaining. There is no need to be alarmed. Allowing our disciples to enter first is for everyone's safety. After all, none of us are familiar with the tomb's conditions. And if our disciples can uncover any clues, it would benefit all. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. After a moment of contemplation, a disciple from the Liuli sect replied, Since Elder Yang has said so, let us wait for our elder to arrive before discussing further. Yang Hai, you must be aware of who holds the power here. Such a deceitful request is beneath contempt. Suddenly, the elders responsible for leading from the Xuanhua sect and Liuli sect rushed over, their anger palpable, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yang Hai furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Yang Hai, you must understand that it is the strength of our fists that speaks now, one elder asserted. Indeed, what right does your Wujizong have to stand above us? The elders from the Liuli sect and Xuanhua sect replied, their tone unwavering, showing no deference to Yang Hai. This left Zhang Haobei and the other disciples looking distressed. Ha ha. You two elders ask a good question, what right indeed? Just because my Wuzhizong has 2 experts at the Tianji realm. Yang Hai suddenly retorted loudly. The words echoed across the lake, causing all cultivators to change color, their pupils dilating in shock. The Tianji realm. That is a terrifying existence capable of tearing apart the fabric of reality. Since when has a mere Tianji realm been worthy of such grand pronouncements? Just then, a commanding voice resonated from above. Subsequently, a flying vessel glided through the air, landing steadily beside Blackwater Lake. From the vessel, an elderly woman clad in gray robes stepped down. She approached Yang Hai, her gaze cold and indifferent. As Yang Hai felt the overwhelming pressure of her powerful aura, beads of cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. May I ask who this esteemed elder is? Yang Hai's voice trembled slightly. I am the 6th elder of the Tianxi Holy Land, Ji Wushuang. She replied coldly. The crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers, astonished that an elder from the Tianxi Holy Land had come in person. This raised the question, does this mean the Holy Maiden of Tianxi will also participate in the contest for the tomb's legacy? Your Liuli sect, Xuanhua sect, and Wuzhizong truly maintain your customary arrogance, Ji Wushuang remarked, her eyes icy as she regarded the elders of the 3 sections. My holy land has long remained secluded, yet it seems the Northern Lin Prefecture has forgotten our existence. Elder, please allow me to explain. Yang Hai, sensing the atmosphere turning hostile, quickly bowed and apologized, hoping to quell the elder's anger. Upon hearing this, the elders from each sect exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Though she was merely the weakest elder from the Holy Land, her cultivation level was beyond their reach. Ji Elder, please expel all these irrelevant individuals. I alone shall enter the ancient tomb for this inheritance. Just then, an extraordinarily beautiful woman descended from the flying vessel, gracefully gliding towards the crowd. Her ethereal presence seemed to blend with the very essence of the heavens and earth, exuding an air of noble elegance that captivated all who beheld her. She is none other than the saintess of the heavenly lake, Su Qingxian. My goodness, is she truly the saintess? As they beheld her figure, the male disciples around were entranced, their eyes wide with admiration. Li Yenner was equally mesmerized, her expression reflecting astonishment. Yes, saintess, rest assured, I shall promptly have them leave, Ji Wushuang said respectfully, then turned to the elders of the 3 sects. Did you hear the saintess? You should vacate at once. Humph, the heavenly lake sacred land is rather domineering in its approach, is it not? Pondered the elder of the Liuli sect. Indeed, echoed the elder of the Xuanhua sect, who, despite his fear of the saintess, maintained a skeptical stance. After all, the ancient tomb's legacy was a joint venture among their 3 great powers. If the saintess were to monopolize the inheritance, they would undoubtedly resist. In contrast, Elder Yang Hai of the Wuzhizong chose to remain silent. Noticing their demeanor, Ji Wushuang's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. It seemed they were intent on courting death. With a swift motion, she raised her right hand, revealing a brilliant golden orb that hovered in the air, emanating a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. A spiritual weapon. This is a spiritual weapon. The gathered cultivators gasped in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Weapons are categorized into various tiers: mortal, profound, spiritual, king, emperor, celestial, holy, and imperial. Spiritual-grade weapons are exceedingly rare and precious, even for those at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Moreover, Ji Wushuang had summoned an authentic spiritual weapon. Gasp! At this sight, the elders of the Liuli and Xuanhua sects inhaled sharply. They had initially thought Ji Wushuang was merely trying to intimidate them, never expecting her to genuinely produce a spiritual weapon. Elderly, what should we do? The elder of the Xuanhua sect asked cautiously, swallowing hard. Withdraw. The elder of the Liuli sect commanded, taking a deep breath. The other elders from smaller sects nodded in agreement and promptly departed, vanishing from sight. Humph! Witnessing this, Ji Wushuang snorted coldly, retracting her spiritual weapon and preparing to return to the flying vessel. Senior Ji, please wait. Yang Hai called out urgently. Ji Wushuang paused, looking at him. Elder Yang, is there something further? I understand that the saintess is reluctant to have other cultivators accompany her into the ancient tomb, but I have one request, Yang Hai said through gritted teeth. Speak your mind, Ji Wushuang replied, frowning. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Hai said, the ancient tomb is fraught with peril. I hope you will allow me to bring 2 of my disciples to accompany the saintess. Yang Hai, are you truly so ungrateful? Ji Wushuang's expression turned frosty as she glared at him. I am not ungrateful, but rather, I have a gift to offer, and I hope you will show leniency. Yang Hai insisted, gathering his courage. Oh, what is this gift you speak of? Present it for my inspection, Ji Wushuang inquired with interest. Yang Hai hesitated briefly before retrieving a spiritual herb from his storage ring and presenting it to Ji Wushuang. Please take a look, senior. This herb is called star spirit grass. Ji Wushuang glanced at it, nodding in approval. A 6th grade spiritual herb, of fairly decent quality. Very well. I shall grant your request and allow you to accompany the saintess. Thank you, senior. Yang Hai exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, a massive stone tablet rose from the center of the Blackwater Lake. Towering at 20 zhang, it stood like a mountain amidst the waters. The surface of the tablet was inscribed with countless intricate runes, exuding an aura of ancient reverence, akin to a divine relic. As the tablet emerged, a thunderous sound reverberated above the Blackwater Lake. Could this be the entrance to the ancient tomb? Yang Hai gazed at the stone tablet in astonishment, his heart racing with excitement. Saintess, the entrance to the ancient tomb has appeared. Ji Wushuang pointed at the stone tablet, calling out to Su Qingxian. Indeed, let us proceed. Su Qingxian smiled, gracefully stepping toward the tablet. Yang Hai quickly followed, standing before it, with Li Yin'er and Zhang Haobei hurrying over as well. This must surely be the location of the ancient tomb, Su Qingxian remarked, extending her delicate, fair finger to press against the stone tablet, which erupted in a burst of radiant light. Buzzing with an otherworldly vibration, the tablet trembled, its runes beginning to swirl. Just then, Li Yin'er shuddered, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. She observed that as the light flowed, the entire ancient tomb began to tremble. Boom! The tablet shook violently, as if on the verge of collapse, causing a tremendous uproar. Subsequently, wisps of azure smoke emanated from the tablet, coalescing into a spectral figure clad in armor, exuding an imposing presence. Who dares disturb my peace? The ethereal figure bellowed, its gaze sharp as it scrutinized Ji Wushuang and the others. Respectful greetings, senior. We have come seeking the inheritance of the ancient tomb, and we hope you will grant us passage. Ji Wushuang quickly bowed in deference. You few are the ones here to participate in the trial? The spectral figure inquired, its tone indifferent. Yes, Ji Wushuang replied respectfully. Very well. Then I shall allow you entry, the figure declared, its form gradually fading and melding into the tablet, disappearing entirely. Thank you, senior. Ji Wushuang sighed in relief, bowing respectfully to the stone tablet. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the stone tablet sank, revealing a dark passage leading underground, ominous and foreboding. Let us proceed. Ji Wushuang took the lead down the passage, with Su Qingxian and the others following closely behind. Once everyone had descended, a flying vessel appeared above the lake. Sister Ruashi, do you think there will be treasures within this ancient tomb? A little girl on the vessel gazed expectantly at the dark passage below. Standing on the vessel were 2 female cultivators, one a breathtaking beauty, the other petite and adorably charming. They were Jiang Yue and Li Ruashi. This time, Li Ruashi had been tasked by Jiang Chen to bring Jiang Yue to the ancient tomb for training. Miss, there should be, Li Ruashi replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at the dark passage. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the vessel and dashed toward the passage. Miss, wait for me. Li Ruashi hurriedly chased after her. Within the ancient tomb, Ji Wushuang led the group deeper into the passage. After some time, they finally arrived before a massive bronze door. The door was intricately carved with various complex runes, exuding an air of ancient desolation, steeped in the essence of time. What is this? Ji Wushuang squinted at the door, revealing a look of astonishment. Su Qingxian explained. This place should be the burial chamber of the tomb's master. The runes etched upon this door are quite profound, Elder Yang Hai observed closely, noting that the surface of the bronze door bore many lines that resembled some sort of seal. This sealing enchantment appears to have existed for over 1,000 years. I wonder which formidable being from that era was the master of this ancient tomb. Yang Hai observed with curiosity, his gaze fervently fixed on the intricate runes engraved upon the grand door. Elder Ji, why not attempt to breach this door with sheer force? Su Qingxian suddenly interjected, issuing her command. As you wish, holy maiden, Ji Wushuang responded with a calm smile, promptly channeling her internal spiritual energy. With a whoosh, a brilliant flame erupted from Ji Wushuang's palm, its intense heat igniting the surrounding air, causing it to warp and emit a sizzling sound. Crack! The bronze door shuddered under the impact, a crack emerging, only to swiftly mend itself. Chapter 32. Keek. The Holy Maiden's blood is truly delectable. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone inhaled sharply. The seal's ability to withstand Ji Wushuang's full-force assault was indeed terrifying. It is crucial to note that Ji Wushuang, as an elder of the sacred land, possessed late-stage creation realm cultivation. Once more, and it shall surely shatter, Ji Wushuang declared, her confidence unshaken as she readied for another strike against the bronze door. However, at that moment, an arrow shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards Su Qingxian. Bang! In the nick of time, Ji Wushuang reacted, kicking the arrow into splinters. Who goes there? Ji Wushuang's brows furrowed as she scanned the distance. A horde of skeletal figures rapidly approached, clad in black armor, wielding bows and crossbows, exuding an aura of menace. Ah, look, these skeletons all possess the cultivation of the divine realm. Li Yin'er exclaimed in astonishment, hastily taking refuge behind Yang Hai. Do not fear. They are merely a group of lifeless beings, Zhang Haobei reassured her. Swish. The skeletal soldiers advanced aggressively, encircling the group in an imposing formation. What do you intend to do? Ji Wushuang's voice turned icy. Kik. The skeletal soldiers disregarded Ji Wushuang, their mouths agape as they emitted a cacophony of grotesque sounds. Their blood-red eyes fixated on the crowd. Seeking death. Enraged, Ji Wushuang raised her left hand, flames roaring to life, and struck at the foremost skeleton soldier. Boom. The force of her palms swept through like a tempest, obliterating the skeleton soldier into a cloud of dust. These fiends are utterly feeble. Ji Wushuang scoffed, retracting her hand. Be careful. Su Qingxian suddenly cried out. Holy maiden, what is it? Ji Wushuang turned, only to feel a sudden chill. Sizzle. Blood flowed as an arrow pierced her arm, leaving a shallow wound. Damn it. A mere horde of divine realm ants dares to injure me. Ji Wushuang growled, her voice resonating like thunder. In an instant, her body erupted with searing flames, the surrounding air distorting from the heat. The flames in her hands intensified, illuminating the ancient tomb's passageway. Elder Ji, the spiritual energy here is sparse. Please refrain from overexerting yourself, lest you deplete your reserves too quickly, Su Qingxian cautioned, raising her voice. Yet, Ji Wushuang was beyond heeding her warnings, akin to a rampaging fire dragon as she charged toward the skeletal soldiers. Her fists ignited with flames, swiftly reducing several skeletons to ash. However, more skeletal soldiers surged toward her, their eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Facing these adversaries, Ji Wushuang felt no trepidation, only an insatiable desire for battle. Her figure darted through the passage, evading the skeleton's attacks while launching ferocious counterstrikes. Each punch and kick bore devastating power, making the very air seem to ignite. The skeletal soldiers fell one after another, yet their numbers appeared to be endless. Beads of sweat began to form on Ji Wushuang's forehead. Curse it, these wretched creatures are truly persistent, she muttered under her breath. She understood that she must swiftly eliminate these foes, or the situation would grow increasingly dire. Drawing a deep breath, she gathered the last remnants of her strength, thrusting her hands forward as a torrent of searing flames erupted, engulfing all the surrounding skeletons. The passage reverberated with the screams of the skeletal soldiers, smoke billowing and ashes raining down. Ji Wushuang stood amidst the aftermath, panting heavily, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Have they all perished now? She sneered, wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Yang Hai and the others stared at her in awe, their hearts brimming with reverence and admiration. Ji Wushuang's prowess was indeed staggering. Her combat capabilities were unparalleled. Elder Ji's strength is truly horrifying, Yang Hai thought to himself, marveling at the scene. Roar. Suddenly, the fallen skeletal soldiers resurrected, howling in unison, causing the entire ancient tomb to tremble. This is bad. They can come back to life, Ji Wushuang exclaimed, her expression turning grave as iron. Her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and even if she wished to protect her companions, it was already too late. In the next moment, all the skeletal soldiers raised their bows and crossbows, aiming at the weakest among them. Li Yin'er, Su Qingxian, Zhang Haobei, and Yang Hai. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a barrage of arrows was unleashed, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Seeing this, Su Qingxian swiftly formed a seal with her jade-like hands, conjuring a protective shield. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the shield, producing a clear, metallic clatter as they shattered and fell to the ground. However, the situation was not as favorable for the three members of the Wuji sect. Yang Hai also conjured a shield, but in his effort to shield his two disciples, he expanded the shield's radius. This led to a greater expenditure of spiritual energy, weakening the shield's defenses. Ultimately, an arrow suddenly pierced through the shield, hurtling toward the vulnerable Zhang Haobei, who was hiding behind. Zhang Haobei cried out in agony as the arrow pierced his chest, collapsing to the ground, his breath waning. Senior brother, Li Yin'er exclaimed, her expression changing dramatically as she rushed forward, using her sword to sever the arrow lodged in Zhang Haobei's body. She pulled out a healing pill from her robe and placed it in Zhang Haobei's mouth. Zhang Haobei barely managed to utter a few words before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Kakik, that old fellow was not deceiving me. Every 100 years, some delicacies come knocking at my door, truly delightful. From deep within the earth, a soft, eerie voice echoed, and the ground trembled in response. Accompanying the voice, a skeletal figure clawed its way out of the soil, emanating a putrid stench of decay. In an instant, what was once a bare skeleton astonishingly began to regenerate flesh and blood. Creak, creak. The skeleton approached the group with stiff, jerky movements. Kakik. I smell the exquisite aroma of flesh and blood. You all smell delectable. The skeleton's gaze fixated hungrily on Su Qingxian and her companions. Swish. Su Qingxian furrowed her brows, flicking her fingers to release a silver needle that shot through the air, piercing the skeleton's skull and pinning it to the wall. Kakik. Quite impressive, the skeleton remarked, extending its claw to extract the silver needle, its blood-red tongue licking the blood from its fingers, its gaze turning ominously cold. In that case, I shall commence with you. With that, the skeleton accelerated suddenly, lunging at Su Qingxian like a specter. Su Qingxuan's expression changed drastically as she swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously striking at the skeleton's head. However, the speed of this skeletal figure was swifter as it seized the delicate neck of Su Qingxian, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Let go of me. Su Qingxuan's charming face flushed crimson as she struggled desperately, yet she could not escape its grasp. The skeletal creature's blood-red eyes gleamed with avarice as it sneered. I have a penchant for fresh delicacies. Rest assured, I shall not consume you so swiftly. But first, allow me to savor your essence. With that, it viciously sank its fangs into Su Qingxuan's wrist, greedily lapping at her blood. Ah! Su Qingxian cried out in excruciating pain, her body convulsing violently. You beast! Release the Saintess! Ji Wushuang roared, charging directly at the skeletal fiend. However, the creature merely cast a glance in her direction, a mocking glint flickering in its eyes. Bang! Ji Wushuang was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Senior Ji, Yang Hai exclaimed in shock at the sight. He too felt the overwhelming strength and terror emanating from the skeletal being, his gaze towards it fraught with fear and unease. The creature's power exceeded their wildest imaginations. Old hag, your flesh is too tough. Remain still and do not impede my enjoyment of this meal. The skeletal figure licked the blood from Su Qingxuan's wrist, its crimson gaze fixed upon Ji Wushuang. Sensing the icy, bloodthirsty stare of the creature, Ji Wushuang's heart raced, and she quickly fell silent. Crack! The skeletal figure released its grip, and Su Qingxian tumbled to the ground. Delicious, simply exquisite. I shall save you for later. The creature licked its lips, then turned its predatory gaze towards Li Yener, a sinister grin spreading across its face. Ah! Li Yener turned pale with terror, fleeing in a panic. Yet in the next instant, her feet seemed glued to the ground, unable to budge an inch no matter how hard she struggled. Help! Master, please save me! Li Yener cried out in desperation. Upon hearing her pleas, Yang Hai's heart tightened, his fists clenching involuntarily. Yet, he was acutely aware that his strength was woefully inadequate. Confronting the skeletal fiend would lead only to his demise. Reluctantly, he chose to ignore Li Yener's cries for help, turning his head away, pretending not to hear. Hee. Let me taste your flesh and blood. The skeletal creature chuckled wickedly, raising its bony claws towards Li Yener. Don't come any closer. Li Yener shrieked in despair, as if foreseeing her grim fate. You hideous creature, cease this at once. Just at that critical moment, a youthful voice suddenly rang out from beyond the passage. This little girl, could she possibly be a devil? The skeletal being halted its attack, turning its head to see a petite girl, barely over a meter tall, slowly approaching. This little girl was none other than Jiang Yuer. Hee, another morsel has arrived? The skeletal creature's excitement was palpable, its blood-red eyes sparkling with a predatory glint. Hungry as a beast eyeing its prey. Boom. As Jiang Yuer drew near, she delivered a powerful kick to the skeletal figure, sending it crashing against the distant stone wall. Hee, little one, you are doomed. The skeletal creature rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from its lips, glaring at Jiang Yuer with malice. Before vanishing from sight once more. This is bad. Ji Wushuang and Li Yener exchanged alarmed glances. Though Jiang Yuer's earlier display of strength was formidable, it was still far from sufficient to contend with the skeletal being, especially as the creature concealed itself in the shadows, stealthily approaching Jiang Yuer. They felt a wave of anxiety for her safety. Whoosh! Suddenly, the skeletal figure appeared behind Jiang Yuer, its sharp claws poised to strike. Hey, get out of the way! Ji Wushuang cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to realize her spiritual energy had been completely drained, her body unresponsive. That child is finished. Li Yener lamented in despair. Splurt. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The skeletal claws were mere hair's breadth from Jiang Yuer's back, yet they halted, unable to inflict harm upon her. What is happening? The skeletal creature was taken aback, sensing an unusual force. Who dares to lay a hand on my young lady? Li Ruoshi's indifferent voice resonated, followed by the sudden appearance of a hazy figure. With a casual flick of her hand, she sent the skeletal creature flying, crashing into the stone door, raising clouds of dust. Roar! The skeletal being bellowed in fury as it emerged from the dust. Hee hee, what a splendid day! Another meal has arrived. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with excitement. Li Ruoxi ignored it, instead approaching Jiang Yuer with concern, asking, "My lady, are you unharmed?" "I am fine, Sister Ruoxi. Could you suppress its cultivation level for me?" Jiang Yuer shook her head, then inquired earnestly. "As you wish, my lady." Li Ruoxi nodded, her delicate fingers moving through the air, conjuring a silver talisman that shot into the skeletal creature's body. Instantly, the skeletal figure froze, rendered unable to move. "What have you done to me?" The skeletal creature gasped in horror. "Come here." Li Ruoxi smiled faintly, her slender fingers lifting, causing the skeletal figure to levitate into the air. Damn it! The skeletal creature was overcome with terror, trying to muster its spiritual energy to resist, only to find it utterly futile. Bang! Li Ruoxi reached out casually, as though discarding garbage, tossing the skeletal figure to the ground where it rolled away, landing a considerable distance off. Gulp! Yang Hai swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. The formidable skeletal being, a creature of the transformation realm, was utterly powerless before this individual. Who is this person? Ji Wushuang stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before her. In the presence of Li Ruoxi, the skeletal creature appeared diminutive and feeble, a mere shadow of its former self. "My lady, I have suppressed its cultivation to match your level. Do you require further reduction?" Li Ruoxi inquired respectfully. "No need." Jiang Yuer waved her hand, her short legs taking her towards the skeletal creature. Roar! Sensing danger, the skeletal being roared wildly, its presence menacing. "Freeze!" Jiang Yuer uttered calmly, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, frost forming on the surface of the skeletal creature. "Awoo!" The skeletal creature howled in agony as its entire arm rapidly froze, eventually becoming a lifeless ice sculpture, shattering into pieces. Hee hee! The skeletal creature shrieked in torment, thrashing desperately, attempting to break free from the ice, but to no avail. Crack! Crack! The surface of the ice began to splinter, soon its limbs shattered entirely. "Hee hee! Spare me! I beg you to spare me!" The skeletal creature cried out in a harrowing wail, terror gripping its very soul. Jiang Yuer and Li Yin'er stood as if carved from stone, at a loss for words to express their current emotions. "Did you not claim to relish feasting upon humans? Today, I shall ensure you have your fill," Jiang Yuer remarked coolly. With that, she flicked her fingers, summoning a chilling current that coiled around the skeletal being, binding it in place. Whoosh! Jiang Yuer dragged the skeletal creature before a solid rock wall. "Hee hee, little one, what do you plan to do?" The skeletal figure's face twisted in fear. "You shall soon find out," Jiang Yuer replied with a playful smile, conjuring several fist-sized ice orbs in her hands. The ice orbs radiated an extreme cold, freezing the very air around them, plummeting the temperature to sub-zero, causing the skeletal creature to tremble uncontrollably. "Feast upon this." Jiang Yuer issued a sharp command, forcefully inserting an ice bead directly into the skeletal mouth. The sound of grinding teeth echoed as the skeleton attempted to expel the bead, but such efforts proved futile. The ice bead slid down its throat, transforming into a chilling wave that surged into its dantian. A wretched cry escaped the skeletal form. Its visage contorted in agony as it convulsed uncontrollably. Soon after, a thick layer of ice encased its body, rendering it immobile. "Hee hee, it seems to taste delightful," Jiang Yuer remarked with a radiant smile. Li Yin'er, Ji Wushuang, and Yang Hai stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the young girl's actions. Could she possibly be a demon? "Fear not. This is merely the beginning. Savor it slowly, for I have plenty more," Jiang Yuer grinned, producing several more ice beads to stuff into the skeleton's mouth. With a thunderous rumble, the skeletal form trembled, the ice shell rapidly melting away to reveal the flesh within. "Spare me, spare me." The skeleton wailed, tears streaming down its ghastly face as it could do nothing but watch its own body disintegrate until naught remained. This harrowing process lasted approximately 15 minutes. "Ah, finally done," Jiang Yuer declared, clapping her hands together and exhaling a sigh of relief once the skeleton had completely vanished. Turning her gaze to the three onlookers, her eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam. Sensing her scrutiny, Yang Hai and Ji Wushuang tensed up, their expressions guarded. "You need not be afraid. I am not a villain," Jiang Yuer blinked innocently. "Are you here in search of treasures as well?" Upon hearing this, Yang Hai and Ji Wushuang relaxed slightly. "Little sister, you are truly adorable. I must thank you for your timely assistance." Li Yin'er approached, gently ruffling her hair. Her tone was warm and affectionate, as if she genuinely regarded Jiang Yuer as a younger sibling. However, Jiang Yuer's expression suddenly darkened. In an instant, an ice sword materialized in her hand, swiftly severing Li Yiner's arm. Ah! Blood gushed forth as Li Yiner screamed in horror, staggering backward while staring incredulously at Jiang Yue. Humph! Who permitted you to touch me? Jiang Yue huffed, her tone crisp and laced with disdain. After all, in this world, aside from her father and mother, she would never allow anyone else to lay a hand on her. In Chapter 34, the treasures buried within the stone coffin. Yang Hai and Ji Wushuang were left in utter disbelief, taken aback by Jiang Yue's sudden shift in demeanor. Li Yiner, writhing in pain, her forehead veins bulging, glared at Jiang Yue with a twisted, vengeful expression. How could you treat me this way? Li Yiner gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with bitterness. Miss, should we eliminate all these individuals? Li Ruoxi turned to Jiang Yue, her gaze fixed on Yang Hai and the others. Absolutely not. Father said we must not slay the innocent. Ruoxi, you may simply drive them away. Jiang Yue shook her head resolutely. Very well, miss, Li Ruoxi nodded, turning to face Yang Hai and the others. You all should leave at once, she commanded coldly. Yang Hai trembled involuntarily. He had never encountered such a chilling gaze. Please do not be angered, esteemed one. I shall take my 2 disciples and depart immediately, he hastily promised, supporting the unconscious Zhang Haobei as they fled the ancient tomb. This expedition had resulted in a complete loss for him, nothing gained, and his disciples wounded and disabled. Yet, Ji Wushuang from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land chose not to leave. She approached Li Ruoxi, kneeling on one knee and speaking earnestly. Esteemed one, I am the 6th elder from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. The inheritance from this ancient tomb is of utmost importance to us. I hope you will show mercy and allow us to remain. Ji Wushuang's tone was sincere. She was no fool and could gauge from Li Ruoxi's previous display of power that the latter was undoubtedly a formidable being surpassing the level of transformation. Moreover, the fact that someone so young possessed such prowess filled her with even greater awe. Oh, you hail from a sacred land? Li Ruoxi replied, slightly taken aback. Indeed. Esteemed one, Ji Wushuang affirmed, nodding earnestly. Though our sacred land may not rank first in the northern Linzhou, we have several soul refinement experts. Should you be willing, I am prepared to offer items of equal value for an exchange. The Heavenly Pool Sacred Land was among the most prestigious factions in northern Linzhou, with several soul refinement experts and a leader of formidable power, deterring even the demon race from recklessness. Ji Wushuang believed that the foundation of their sacred land was sufficient for an exchange with Li Ruoxi. I must decline, Li Ruoxi responded indifferently. Ah! Ji Wushuang's expression stiffened in disbelief. Such arrogance to outright refuse an exchange from the sacred land. Elder, I wish to continue my plea. Ji Wushuang opened her mouth, attempting to persuade further. Enough, Li Ruoxi waved her hand dismissively. You may leave. I will only act according to my lady's orders. Understood. Ji Wushuang lowered her head, turning to carry the unconscious Su Qingxian away. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Yue called out to the 2. What is your command, little elder? Ji Wushuang halted promptly, inquiring respectfully. Why are you leaving? I am not here merely for the inheritance within this ancient tomb. Since you are willing to offer something in exchange, I will permit you to accompany me, Jiang Yue said cheerfully, her demeanor bright. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, her expression soon transforming into one of delight as she hastily clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, little elder, for your graciousness. At last, she would not be forced to depart against her will and could proceed without hindrance. Miss, are you not concerned about the dangers of retaining these 2? Li Ruoxi frowned, standing her ground. I have Elder Ruoxi to protect me. Nothing will happen. Jiang Yue waved her hand dismissively, trotting over to Li Ruoxi. She tugged at the hem of her garment and looked up with her adorably innocent face. By the way, Elder Ruoxi, please open the large door ahead. It surely conceals remarkable treasures. Very well, miss. With that, Li Ruoxi approached the bronze door, forming a series of seals with her jade fingers to cast a spiritual imprint. With a resounding rumble, the bronze door trembled violently, emitting a thunderous roar as the massive entrance creaked open. As the door swung wide, a statue of an elderly man came into view before them. Ji Wushuang gazed up in astonishment, her face alight with surprise. It's actually him. What is it? Do you recognize him? Li Ruoxi asked, puzzled. He is Ji Wushuang focused intently on the bronze statue's countenance, pausing momentarily before slowly articulating, esteemed one. This is an ancestor from our Heavenly Pool Sacred Land who has gone missing, known as the Tianji Daoist. He was a formidable figure who roamed the continent several centuries ago, one of the rare top experts of his time. Oh, so it is him, Li Ruoxi exclaimed, her confusion clearing. She had come across the name of the Tianji Daoist in ancient texts from the Undying Empire and was aware of his significance. According to the records, this Tianji Daoist had once dominated the continent for a time, successfully escaping from several ambushes by fellow practitioners of his realm. Later, for reasons unknown, he vanished abruptly from the annals of history. No one could have anticipated that the celestial extremity Taoist would be entombed within an ancient crypt. Sister Ruashi, shall we embark on a quest for treasures? Jiang Yuer exclaimed, her large, watery eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Li Ruashi. Very well, my lady. Li Ruashi nodded, stepping toward the left side of the statue. To the left of the bronze effigy stood a stone pedestal, half a meter in height, upon which rested a resplendent suit of armor, gleaming with a golden radiance. This is the dragon pattern armor. Ji Wushuang gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening. As an elder of the sacred heaven pool, she possessed considerable knowledge. This dragon pattern armor was indeed a genuine imperial-grade defensive weapon. Yet, it is merely of imperial grade. Is such a reaction truly warranted? Li Ruashi remarked, pursing her lips. After all, she wielded a quasi-emperor weapon, the Radiant Sky realm, far surpassing this so-called dragon pattern armor. I have been remiss, Ji Wushuang confessed, momentarily taken aback, clearing her throat in embarrassment. Sister Ruashi, look. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer pointed towards a distant stone coffin, exclaiming, could there be treasures hidden within? Upon hearing her words, both Li Ruashi and Ji Wushuang turned in unison, their expressions a mix of disbelief. They then approached the stone coffin at a measured pace. Jiang Yuer, brimming with impatience, lifted the coffin lid, revealing a skeleton within. The skeletal remains were a stark black and white, appearing as though they had perished centuries ago, with the bones nearly disintegrating. Clutched in its skeletal grasp was a pitch-black iron sword, rusted and exuding an aura of desolation. This iron sword was, astonishingly, also an imperial-grade weapon. Above the skull, a lotus flower with 9 petals rested, emanating a rich and intoxicating fragrance. A 9-petal lotus, the legendary 9-grade spiritual herb. Li Ruashi's eyes widened, her breath quickening. For alchemists, a 9-grade spiritual herb was an object of fervent desire. Esteemed elder, since you find these imperial-grade weapons unworthy, might you bestow them upon your junior? Ji Wushuang ventured, her voice trembling with trepidation. She would willingly pay any price to acquire these 2 imperial-grade weapons. If you desire them, then take them, Li Ruashi responded without hesitation. After all, these imperial-grade weapons held no value for her. Moreover, the owner of this ancient tomb was originally from their sacred heaven pool. Thank you, esteemed elder. Ji Wushuang exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy as she hurried to the coffin, carefully retrieving the black sword and the spiritual herb. Although both weapons bore rust, their formidable power was still evident. Then the 9-petal lotus shall belong to you, esteemed elder. Ji Wushuang turned, respectfully offering the spiritual herb to Li Ruashi, her demeanor humble. Despite her reluctance, the vast disparity in their strengths left her with no choice but to relinquish it. Li Ruashi accepted the spiritual herb with a gentle nod, placing it away. Wow, we found treasures. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer noticed a deep black storage ring adorning the finger of the skeleton's right hand. My lady, congratulations, Li Ruashi declared with delight. The storage ring appeared ordinary, lacking any special features. However, Li Ruashi's expression turned exuberant, for she understood what the storage ring represented. It contained the lifetime savings of the tomb's master. With that thought, Li Ruashi swiftly reached out, removing the storage ring from the skeleton's finger. Just then, the entire crypt trembled, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Oh no, the formation has been triggered. Feeling the disturbance, Li Ruashi's body shuddered, her complexion paling as she quickly stepped back. At that moment, the skeleton within the coffin suddenly rose, its hollow eye sockets fixating on Li Ruashi. With a series of unsettling cracks, the skeleton's head and neck contorted, transforming into a bizarre visage. Ultimately, this grotesque head fully revived, revealing a gaunt, sinister old man. His eyes glinted with a chilling light as he scanned the group, coldly declaring, "Have you come for my legacy?" His tone conveyed an unsettling indifference, devoid of any human emotion. Celestial extremity Taoist, are you not deceased? Li Ruashi warned, her instincts on high alert. The old man exuded an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down her spine. Greetings, ancestor. I am the 6th elder of the sacred heaven pool. We have entered this ancient tomb to allow the younger generation to receive your legacy. We humbly request your approval. Ji Wushuang prostrated herself, her forehead touching the ground in supplication. Ha! The celestial extremity Taoist laughed heartily, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Ah, so you are from the sacred heaven pool. No wonder you dared to enter here. Which of you wishes to inherit my teachings? He smiled faintly, his voice raspy and foreboding, instilling fear in those who heard it. Is it you, little girl? The Taoist gaze settled on Jiang Yuer, who stood nearby. I have no interest, she retorted, turning her nose up in disdain. Ancestor, you are mistaken. The one beside me is our Sacred Heaven Pool's true junior. Ji Wushuang hastily pointed to the unconscious Su Qingxian on the ground. At that moment, Su Qingxian lay there, having lost a significant amount of blood to the skeleton, still in a deep slumber. Oh! The celestial extremity Taoist's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Su Qingxian. What a remarkably gifted young lady, but alas, she is but a woman. It seems I shall have to make do. A greedy smile spread across his face as he approached Su Qingxian, his gaze ravenous. After all these years, I shall finally be reborn. I have waited for centuries, and my time has come. With that proclamation, his soul rapidly surged from his body, hurtling towards Su Qingxian. Ancestor. Witnessing this, Ji Wushuang was left dumbfounded. This is bad. We must stop him. Li Ruoxi shouted, her mind racing. It is already too late. The celestial extremity Taoist cackled, and in an instant, Su Qingxian abruptly lifted her head, her crimson eyes shimmering with a cold glint, filled with murderous intent. In a flash, she moved faster than Ji Wushuang, resembling a whirlwind, and within moments, she stood before Ji Wushuang, crushing her throat in a single motion. Uft! Ancestor you! Ji Wushuang's eyes widened in shock as blood gushed forth, collapsing to the ground, lifeless and in a pitiful state. This new body is quite satisfactory. I approve. Su Qingxian murmured, having dispatched Ji Wushuang, before turning her blood-red gaze upon Li Ruoxi. The aura emanating from the celestial extremity Taoist had inexplicably risen to the level of a mystic sovereign. Li Ruoxi's complexion drained of color, her breath coming in rapid gasps as she trembled uncontrollably. My lady, I will do everything in my power to hold her off. You must escape amidst the chaos. Li Ruoxi urged Jiang Chen anxiously, simultaneously channeling the golden sword from her sea of consciousness. Sister Ruoxi, I will not leave your side. Today, we shall confront her together. Jiang Chen resolutely shook her head, fists clenched tightly. None of you shall escape today. Su Qingxian screeched, her form blurring as she struck at the two with a palm. The two young women, witnessing the unfolding chaos, swiftly retreated in alarm. With a thunderous roar, the ancient tomb trembled violently, its stone walls fracturing and collapsing. Clouds of dust rising ominously. 9th layer of ice sealing art. 2nd layer, absolute zero. Jiang Chen exclaimed, her voice resonating with authority as she unleashed her technique. The ground beneath her feet surged with icy currents, freezing everything in proximity at an astonishing pace. In an instant, a thick layer of frost enveloped the tomb, spreading rapidly with astonishing speed. Crack! Crack! Within a mere 3 seconds, the entire ancient tomb was completely encased in ice, all forms of life trapped within its frigid grasp. Little ghost, you! Su Qingxian remained suspended in midair, her expression seething with fury. Well done, miss, now it's my turn. Li Ruoxi sighed in relief, swiftly conjuring a golden sword from her sea of consciousness, which emitted a dazzling brilliance. Die, she cried, directing her mental energy to propel the golden sword straight towards Su Qingxian. The sword hummed ominously as it struck her, piercing through her form. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared in Su Qingxuan's chest, blood gushing forth in a grotesque display. Ah, damn it! Su Qingxian howled in rage, her body radiating a terrifying force that melted the ice binding her. Whoosh! Once freed, she charged forward once more. Bang! Her claw slashed through the air, causing a deafening explosion and a ferocious gust of wind. Li Ruoxi, her face etched with seriousness, braced herself, wielding the golden sword to defend. Clang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Your little sword possesses some merit, but alas, your strength is far too feeble to unleash its full potential. Su Qingxian sneered, her eyes flashing with a sinister green light as her figure abruptly vanished. Bang! In the next instant, she reappeared before Li Ruoxi, claw descending upon her shoulder, leaving behind 5 gruesome gashes. Ah! Li Ruoxi cried out in pain, clutching her wound as she staggered back 2 steps. You rely solely on external tools, utterly worthless. Su Qingxian scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 36. Escape? Have you consulted me first? Dare to harm Sister Ruoxi? You shall pay. Seeing Li Ruoxi injured ignited Jiang Yuer's fury. Without hesitation, she summoned a supreme imperial weapon from her storage ring. The 9 nether-frosted sword. Brandishing the imperial weapon, Jiang Yuer flickered and appeared behind Su Qingxian in an instant. Whoosh! She swung the imperial weapon with determination, aiming for Su Qingxian's neck, imbued with a sense of destructive sharpness, as if capable of cleaving mountains asunder. Clang! However, Su Qingxian had anticipated her attack, extending her arm to firmly clamp the 9 nether-frosted sword, rendering it ineffective. This sword. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the blade, Su Qingxuan's expression shifted, her eyes betraying a profound wariness. Suddenly, the sword trembled, releasing a wave of terrifying cold. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Su Qingxian was forced to relinquish her grip, and Jiang Yuer seized the opportunity to swing the 9 nether-frosted sword once more, striking fiercely against Su Qingxian's shoulder. A sickening sound echoed as the pristine skin was sliced open, revealing bone beneath. Ah! Su Qingxian howled in agony, her voice a piercing wail. This sword. It is indeed the legendary imperial weapon. Her face turned pale as a sheet, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, eyes filled with dread. Those who harm my kin shall perish. At that moment, Jiang Yuer emanated a chilling and ominous aura, resembling a female demon, instilling fear in all. This little ghost's identity is not trivial. I must retreat. Su Qingxuan's expression changed dramatically, her thoughts racing. She had never anticipated that Jiang Yuer possessed an imperial weapon specifically designed to counteract malevolence. However, one who wields an imperial weapon must surely have formidable guardians nearby. In that instant, Su Qingxuan's singular thought was to flee. With that resolve, she transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, fleeing towards the tomb's exit. Escape? Have you consulted me first? Suddenly, a voice resonated in her ear. Who? The voice sent a tremor through Su Qingxuan's mind, and she frantically searched for its source. Yet, the voice remained elusive, difficult to pin down. Since you have arrived, you shall remain. In an instant, a terrifying force manifested, firmly ensnaring Su Qingxuan's body. Thud! Su Qingxian found herself uncontrollably drawn toward the voice. Instantly, the air nearby was violently torn apart, and she was consumed by the void. Oh! Su Qingxian shrieked in terror, her eyes wide with fear, but darkness soon enveloped her. Swish! As her vision gradually cleared, Su Qingxian found herself in an unfamiliar courtyard. She attempted to raise her head to survey her surroundings, only to discover her body immobilized by an unseen force. At that moment, a figure clad in white entered her line of sight. The white-clad man sat calmly at a stone table, his right hand propping up his chin, while his left held a teacup, his gaze fixed steadily upon her. Indeed, this man in white was none other than Jiang Chen. Su Qingxuan's heart raced in shock, but she quickly regained her composure, inhaling deeply before tentatively inquiring, "May I ask who you are, senior? Why have you brought me here? I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. Vacate this body immediately, or face death." Jiang Chen replied coldly, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Boom! As his words fell, a terrifying aura surged from him, akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth. Impossible, this overwhelming aura. Could he be a saint-level powerhouse? Feeling the pressure, Su Qingxian trembled. Although she was at the Xianzun realm, she felt utterly dwarfed in comparison to this man. The disparity was insurmountable. It appeared her only option was to comply with his demands. Gritting her teeth, she felt a surge of unwillingness. After all, she had painstakingly seized this physical form. Finding another would prove exceedingly difficult. 1. Yet, before she could contemplate further, Jiang Chen commenced a countdown. 2. Su Qingxuan's complexion turned pale as her inner turmoil intensified. Ultimately, with a resolute heart, she chose to abandon this body. She understood that prolonging the struggle would only lead to her demise. Swish! A wisp of her soul emerged from her brow, gradually coalescing into form. As the Tianji Taoist manifested in a spiritual state, he immediately knelt before Jiang Chen, pleading for mercy. "Senior, spare me. Hee, you finally emerged." Suddenly, Jiang Chen raised his hand, an invisible force binding the Tianji Taoist soul. "Senior, what are you doing?" A flicker of anxiety crossed the Tianji Taoist's mind as he anxiously gazed at Jiang Chen. "What am I doing?" Jiang Chen sneered. "I forgot to mention. That little girl from the ancient tomb is my daughter, hence, you cannot live." At this revelation, terror gripped the Tianji Taoist's heart as he cried out, "Senior, you promised me. You wouldn't kill me. When did I ever say I would spare you?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "Ah, no." The Tianji Taoist's desperate screams fell on deaf ears. "Die." With a casual utterance of 2 words, Jiang Chen instantly shattered the soul of the celestial extremity Taoist, transforming it into a myriad of brilliant lights that vanished into the ether. After vanquishing the celestial extremity Taoist, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards the fallen maiden beside him. Lamenting softly, "Her physical form has been usurped, and her soul extinguished. It seems this young lady cannot be saved." With a gentle sigh, his expression darkened as he contemplated how to handle the situation. After a brief moment of reflection, he devised a plan. He approached the girl's lifeless body, emanating a chilling aura from his hand, which caused the corpse to freeze instantly into a crystalline sculpture. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he murmured to himself, "To obliterate her like this would be a pity. It would be better to first store her in the system space, for she may yet prove useful in the future." With that, he raised his hand slightly, and the ice sculpture began to levitate. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the system space. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, clutching an imperial weapon, scoured the ancient tomb in search of the celestial extremity Taoist's presence. Where could that scoundrel have fled? She muttered, a hint of urgency coloring her adorable features. Miss, a voice suddenly called from behind her. It was Li Ruoxi. Sister Ruoxi, your injuries. Are you all right? Jiang Chen turned. Concern etched on her face. Yes, thank you for your concern, Mississippi. I just consumed the pill bestowed by our master. My wounds have healed. Li Ruoxi replied with a nod, indicating she was no longer in distress. I'm sorry, Sister Ruoxi. It's all my fault for being too playful. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured by that villain, Jiang Chen said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi smiled bitterly. She did not believe that her injuries were in any way related to Jiang Chen. Chapter 37, An Unprecedented Massacre. She gently shook her head, attempting to comfort Jiang Chen. It's all right, miss, this is not your fault at all. She then looked towards the exit of the ancient tomb and added, since the celestial extremity Taoist is absent, we should hasten our departure from this place. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Thus, the two set off, retracing their steps. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, wary of encountering further perils. At last, they emerged from the ancient tomb and stepped into the outside world. Finally, we're out. Li Ruoxi exhaled in relief. Look, Sister Ruoxi, there are so many people outside, Jiang Chen exclaimed, pointing towards the distance. What? Upon hearing her words, Li Ruoxi cast her gaze in that direction. Above the Blackwater Lake, a multitude of cultivators gathered, each bearing a serious demeanor and an imposing presence. Among them, the three major sects, the Xuanhua sect, the Liuli sect, and the Wuzhizong, were particularly formidable, their ranks filled with powerful figures, creating an intimidating spectacle. You too, hand over your inheritance immediately. The members of the three major sects shouted upon spotting Li Ruoxi and Jiang Chen. Humph, Li Ruoxi scoffed, remaining silent. Sister Ruoxi, these people are so annoying. Jiang Chen pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. I don't like them at all. Can we just eliminate them? Hearing the innocent and naive words of Jiang Chen, the members of the three major sects turned pale with anger, especially the leaders of these sects, who could no longer contain their irritation. Suddenly, the leader of the Xuanhua sect stepped forward, closing in on the two. What an impudent little girl. Such audacity. He sneered. Today, if you two surrender your inheritance, I might let you off the hook, otherwise. Smack. Before he could finish, Li Ruoxi sent him flying with a single slap. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion. A mountain peak beside Blackwater Lake erupted, rocks soaring into the sky, and dust enveloping the area, obscuring everyone's vision. Leader, how dare you ambush our leader? The disciples of the Xuanhua sect roared, attempting to rush forward but were halted by several elders of the sect. Elders, why are you stopping us? A disciple of the Xuanhua sect inquired, perplexed. Have you all lost your minds in your training? If our leader has been killed, what can you accomplish by charging in? One elder reproached sternly. The disciple of the Xuanhua sect hesitated, realizing the truth in the elder's words. What should we do now? They were about to seek the elder's advice. The elder of the Xuanhua sect said gravely, we must retreat. This time, our sect relinquishes the claim to the inheritance. Understood. The disciples of the Xuanhua sect nodded and began to withdraw. The other sect members also noticed the commotion and gazed quizzically at the Xuanhua sect. They could not fathom why the Xuanhua sect would suddenly retreat, especially at such a prime moment to seize the inheritance. As the dust began to settle, the sight that greeted them was one of shock. The corpse of the Xuanhua sect's leader lay gruesomely mangled, a pitiful heap of flesh. The leaders of the Liuli sect and Wuzhizong were taken aback, utterly stunned. How is this possible? They gawked in disbelief at the scene before them. They could never have imagined that the leader of the Xuanhua sect, a formidable cultivator at the heavenly tranquil realm, could be effortlessly slain by a female cultivator with a mere strike. What astonished them even more was that they could not perceive the strength of this female cultivator. Lord Lu, this woman possesses immense power. She has likely reached the pinnacle of the heavenly tranquil realm. Shall we join forces? The leader of the Liuli sect reacted swiftly, making a decisive judgment. Agreed, let us form a formation. The leader of the Wuzhizong concurred. In an instant, both leaders activated their formations, positioning themselves in different directions and channeling their internal energy. Buzz. The air trembled as a pale blue ripple spread, creating a vast circular net. 7 Absolute Killing Formation. The two leaders intoned in unison, pouring their formidable spiritual power into the array, causing its oppressive force to surge like a primordial beast. A heavenly grade formation? Li Ruoxi's brow furrowed, sensing a hint of pressure. Ha ha ha, you shameless woman, now you know fear? It's too late. The leader of the Liuli sect cackled maniacally. his eyes bloodshot and twisted with malice. Once I capture you and make you my dual cultivation furnace, I shall savor every moment of your torment. Fear? With your meager abilities, you are not even worthy of my regard. Li Ruoxi scoffed at the taunts. Huh, you insolent wretch, you seek death. The leader of the Liuli sect bellowed, controlling the 7 absolute killing formation. Buzzing. In an instant, 7 streams of light shot forth from the formation, bearing down on Li Ruoxi with overwhelming force. Swish. Li Ruoxi raised her delicate hand, unleashing a dazzling burst of white light. Crack. In an instant, the 7 streams of light shattered, dispersing like stars into the void. Uft. At the same moment, Li Ruoxi's form flickered as she broke free from the formation's grasp. She reappeared before the leader of the Liuli sect, delivering a single palm strike that reduced him to a mist of blood. Hiss. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the boisterous leader of the Liuli sect could be obliterated so swiftly. This is bad. This woman is not of the heavenly tranquil realm. The leader of the Wuzhizong, having witnessed Li Ruoxi's terrifying prowess, hastily retreated. He no longer cared for his disciples. Escaping alive was his only concern. Those who dare to come will not leave. Li Ruoxi's beautiful eyes flickered with a chilling light as she executed an uncanny stride, pursuing her target. This is bad. She is caught up. Sensing the murderous intent surging from behind, the leader of the Wuzhizong turned pale with fear. Whoosh. Whoosh. He swiftly summoned a profound-grade weapon, slicing backward with a razor-sharp sword light. Clang. With a delicate flick of her finger, Li Ruoxi shattered the profound-grade weapon, reducing it to dust that scattered into the air. How his pupils constricted in terror as he stared at Li Ruoxi, as if beholding a demonic deity. Bang. Li Ruoxi struck again, and with a mere grasp from afar, the leader of Wuzhizong found himself immobilized in place. Yu's eyes widened, his face etched with unwillingness. But soon, a crimson mark appeared around his neck. Thud. The leader of Wuzhizong was decapitated, blood splattering in all directions, meeting his ultimate demise. Hiss. The disciples of the sect around them were filled with dread, their gazes toward Li Ruoxi brimming with terror. The leader has perished. We must flee. They panicked, too frightened to linger, scattering in every direction. Sister Ruoxi, can we leave all these people for Yuer to kill? Jiang Yuer's figure flickered as she flew to Li Ruoxi's side, her face alight with anticipation. Certainly. Li Ruoxi nodded, offering no objection, allowing the young girl to take action. In an instant, tens of thousands of cultivators met their end. Thank you, Sister Ruoxi, Jiang Yuer exclaimed with joy. Then her figure flashed as she pursued the fleeing disciples. This, her aura, is even more terrifying than the leaderess. This young girl, despite her tender age, possesses cultivation far beyond ours. Which ancient monster could have nurtured her? The elders of Wuzhizong and Lulazong gasped, sensing Jiang Yuer's formidable energy. It's over. We are no match for her. The disciples of Wuzhizong wore expressions of bitterness, their spirits plummeting. She is but a little girl. With so many of us, we can surely wear her down. Exactly. As long as that woman does not intervene, we can unite to slay her. Indeed, numerous disciples of various sects rallied, steeling themselves for a desperate fight. Subsequently, tens of thousands of disciples surged forth, launching an assault on Jiang Yuer. Boom, boom. The sky was filled with overwhelming attacks, a spectacle of immense grandeur. However, faced with this relentless onslaught, Jiang Yuer remained unafraid. Bring it on. With a sharp command, she unleashed a piercing cold from her delicate frame, coalescing into a resplendent snow lotus. The snow lotus spiraled outward, causing the temperature to plummet, freezing the very air, as if even the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was encased in ice. Sizzle. In an instant, the bodies of numerous disciples stiffened, their expressions frozen in horror. No. Please don't kill me, spare me. A chorus of anguished wails erupted as they trembled, gripped by primal fear. Ultimately, they could only watch helplessly as the snow lotus approached, dread swelling in their hearts. Bang, bang. The snow lotus exploded, encasing everything in ice. All were instantly frozen into statues, utterly motionless. Crack. Mere moments later, their forms shattered, disintegrating into countless shards of ice that scattered across the heavens. In a fleeting moment, tens of thousands of disciples from various sects perished here. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the chilling wind. What? This girl's cultivation is merely at the divine radiance realm, yet we, of the same realm, could never achieve such a massacre in an instant. Such terrifying power could likely overwhelm even a celestial tranquility realm expert. This girl can unleash strength far beyond her cultivation level. It must relate to the techniques she practices. It appears we are doomed. The elders of Wuzhizong and Lulazong, watching Jiang Yuer's retreating figure, could not help but swallow hard. Just moments ago, Although they had not participated in the attack, they still felt the horrifying aura emanating from her. Damn it, had I known. I should have heeded Elder Yang Hai's advice and stayed out of this matter. The elder of Wuzhezong's face turned pale, filled with regret. But now, it is too late for remorse. Now, it is your turn. A cold voice emanated from Jiang Yue, causing the elders of Lulazong and Wuzhezong to tremble. But suddenly, a profound sense of crisis washed over them, raising the hairs on their bodies. Little girl, can you spare my life? The elder of Lulazong gritted his teeth and proposed. I am willing to offer a 5th-grade purple flame pill as compensation. How does that sound? The elder of Wuzhezong hurriedly added. I too am willing to pay a price. I beseech you to show mercy. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Jiang Yue shook her head. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the two elders shifted dramatically. Subsequently, they exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a grim resolution. Little girl, since you insist on exterminating us, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. The elder of Lulazong declared darkly, his expression menacing. I refuse to believe that. In the self-destruction of 2 divine radiance realm experts, you can remain unscathed. Indeed, let us perish together. No one shall leave alive. The elder of Wuzhezong nodded in agreement, then began to reverse the flow of spiritual energy. Haha, the 2 elders erupted into manic laughter, their voices echoing with madness. In the next moment, 2 surges of immense spiritual power erupted, akin to volcanic eruptions, sweeping through the realm. Let us die together. The 2 elders cackled wickedly, striking their chests with force to detonate their dantians. Boom, boom. The 2 torrents of overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth like volcanic eruptions, sending devastating shockwaves that shook the very heavens. In an instant, a violent aura swept toward Jiang Yue. Not good. Jiang Yue's delicate visage changed slightly as she hurriedly activated the 9-fold ice sealing technique for protection. Crash. In that moment, frost enveloped Jiang Yue, forming a solid barrier to shield her body. Bang. Boom. Alas, the terrifying spiritual energies were too powerful, instantly shattering her defenses. A fierce and domineering gust of wind slammed into her, causing Jiang Yue to grunt as she staggered back 3 steps. Stumble. Stumble, she retreated a good 7 or 8 meters before finally regaining her footing. That was close. She felt a lingering dread. Had she not reacted promptly, she would have suffered a grave loss. Miss, are you all right? Li Ruoshi rushed over, supporting Jiang Yue. Rest assured, Sister Ruoshi, I'm fine. Jiang Yue smiled, waving her hand, then turned her gaze toward the 2 lifeless bodies in the air. Father was right. The outside world is indeed less safe than at home. Jiang Yue murmured, her eyes sharpening once more. Miss, let us depart. Li Ruoshi cast a glance at the 2 corpses before taking Jiang Yue away. Tianqi's sacred land. In a secluded and forbidden cave, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged in deep meditation. The woman possessed a delicate visage, skin as fair as snow, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. She was the sovereign of Tianqi's sacred land, Mu Wanqing. What is happening today? I feel an unsettling disturbance during my cultivation. At this moment, Mu Wanqing furrowed her brows, sensing a hint of anomaly. Forget it. Let's set that aside for now and continue to focus on reaching a higher level. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wanqing cast aside her distractions and prepared to enter a state of cultivation. Suddenly, the stone door of the secret chamber swung open, and several female disciples of the heavenly pool rushed in, kneeling on the ground. We report to the Holy Master, during our patrol today, we detected signs of a struggle around the Blackwater Lake, and the Holy Maiden is also in that vicinity. Could it be? Are you implying that Xian'er might be in danger? Mu Wanqing's delicate face turned as cold as frost as she exclaimed angrily, Nonsense. Please, Holy Master, do not be angry. We too are concerned for the Holy Maiden. After all, it has been quite a while since she returned to the Holy Land. The Heavenly Pool disciples shivered slightly and hurried to explain. Xian'er is accompanied by Elder Ji for protection. Who in Balan Prefecture would dare harm her? Do not speak of this matter again. Yes, the disciples bowed in acknowledgement. Moreover, send someone to investigate the Blackwater Lake. I wish to see which force dares to act within the territory of our Heavenly Pool Holy Land. Yes, the disciples complied and withdrew. Once everyone had departed, Mu Wanqing's expression grew grave, and she murmured to herself, Xian'er, please do not let anything happen to you. Chapter 39. Have you ever seen this? It's called barbecuing. Subsequently, she took out Su Qingxuan's Holy Maiden token and infused a strand of divine consciousness into it. Instantly, the token radiated with light. A gentle humming resonated as the token emitted a soft green glow. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing's pupils constricted, and her delicate body trembled in disbelief. She has truly fallen? Who could have done this? Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, she was lost in despair. Xian'er, who dares to take your life? Mu Wanqing was engulfed in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. Although Su Qingxian was her personal disciple in Mu Wanqing's heart, she had long been regarded as her own daughter. Now, hearing of Su Qingshuan's demise, how could she not be heartbroken? Clutching the token, she murmured, "Xianer, rest assured. I shall ensure that all forces involved in the ancient tomb inheritance pay for your death." As her words fell, a fierce glint flickered in Mu Wanqing's eyes. With a crunch, she crushed the token in her hand, reducing it to fine powder that scattered to the ground. Meanwhile, after the conclusion of the ancient tomb inheritance, Jiang Yue and Li Ruoxi returned to the small courtyard. Upon entering, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. In the corner of the courtyard, Jiang Chen stood beside an iron rack, expertly turning various skewers of wild game. "Father, what are you doing?" Jiang Yue asked, her face filled with curiosity upon witnessing this scene. Jiang Chen looked up and smiled nonchalantly. "Haven't you seen this before? It's called barbecuing." As he spoke, he handed her a skewer of perfectly grilled meat, saying, "Give it a try. Let me know how it tastes." Jiang Yue took a bite, savoring it slowly, and exclaimed, "Wow, this is absolutely delicious. My lord, if it was merely about eating grilled meat, why not use spirit fire? Wouldn't that be quicker?" Li Ruoxi, standing nearby, asked with a furrowed brow, a hint of confusion on her face. In response, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly and replied, "While spirit fire can cook food rapidly, it lacks the aroma produced by charcoal grilling. However, I seek not only the flavor of the food, but also the unique warmth of human life that comes with grilling." Hearing this, Li Ruoxi nodded in understanding and remarked, "Indeed, it appears my lord has thought this through. I was too narrow-minded. It's no trouble. After all, you have been a cultivator since birth, so you naturally wouldn't experience the joys of ordinary life." With that, Jiang Chen retrieved another skewer of grilled meat from the rack and offered it to Li Ruoxi with a gentle smile. "Try it. I assure you will come to enjoy it." "Thank you, my lord." Li Ruoxi, taken aback by his generosity, extended her delicate hand to accept the skewer. As she took a bite, the savory juices burst forth, spreading delightfully in her mouth. Unbeknownst to her, her lips turned a shade of crimson, exuding an alluring hue. After a considerable time, having finished the entire skewer, she sighed contentedly. "Indeed, it is delicious. Father, I want more. More." Jiang Yue gazed longingly at Jiang Chen, while Li Ruoxi indulged in the barbecue. "You gluttonous child," Jiang Chen chuckled at Jiang Yue's eager expression. He then handed her several more skewers of grilled meat. Fulfilled, Jiang Yue beamed as she took the skewers and began to feast joyfully. "By the way, during your trial in the ancient tomb with Yue, did anything unexpected occur?" Suddenly, Jiang Chen turned to Li Ruoxi and inquired. "Reporting to my lord, the ancient tomb inheritance of that mysterious expert was merely a ruse, aimed at selecting an exceptionally talented individual for possession and rebirth. We encountered a life-threatening crisis within the tomb, but fortunately, with your covert assistance, my subordinate narrowly escaped peril," Li Ruoxi replied respectfully, her expression calm. Subsequently, Li Ruoxi produced a jade box from her bosom. Upon opening it, a 9-petal lotus flower was revealed. "My lord, please take a look. This is a 9th-grade spirit herb I found within that stone coffin." She presented the 9-petal lotus with both hands, her voice gentle. "I know you have been searching for high-grade spirit herbs, so I brought it back upon encountering it. Indeed, it possesses the aura of a 9th-grade spirit herb. Allowing you to leave was indeed the wisest decision." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction as he received the jade box without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi bit her lip. Pausing for a moment before speaking, "My lord, within that stone coffin, not only did I find a 9th-grade spirit herb, but I also uncovered a storage ring belonging to the master of the ancient tomb." "Oh, if that is the case, why mention it only now?" Jiang Chen asked, slightly surprised, his gaze fixed on Li Ruoxi. "Please do not take offense, my lord. I had no intention of keeping it secret. This storage ring was initially discovered by the young lady within the stone coffin. I merely forgot to report it at that moment," Li Ruoxi hurriedly explained, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, appearing quite anxious. "Ahem, in truth, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would not have held it against you." Jiang Chen cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Very well, hand over that storage ring to me." "Yes, my lord." Hearing this, Li Ruoxi's face lit up with joy as she promptly presented the storage ring to Jiang Chen. Upon receiving the storage ring, Jiang Chen broke the seal upon it, allowing his divine consciousness to permeate within and examine its contents. Jiang Chen let out a soft exclamation, his face displaying an expression of surprise. As his divine consciousness scanned the interior, he discovered an array of miscellaneous items: pills, spirit herbs, spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and much more in great abundance. Shifting his focus to the spirit herbs, Jiang Chen's consciousness zeroed in on 3 spirit grasses located on the far left. These 3 spirit grasses were soul-nourishing grass, purple flame flower, and thousand heart vine. Goodness, they are all 9th grade spirit herbs. A gleam of excitement flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. It seems that the old fellow I eliminated previously had quite an impressive stash. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He then extracted all 3 9th grade spirit herbs. You may have the storage ring back. The 3 spirit herbs within are all I require. With that, Jiang Chen tossed the storage ring back into Li Ruoxi's hands. My lord, do you not need the rest? Li Ruoxi's tone held a hint of astonishment. The rest? Jiang Chen chuckled softly. These 3 spiritual herbs are more than sufficient for my needs. As for the remaining items, they are mere trifles. If you wish to take them, feel free. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi took a deep breath and replied earnestly, as you command. Well, your discovery of the 9th tier spiritual herbs is commendable. Once I have refined the elixirs, I shall ensure you receive your share. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve, signaling Li Ruoxi to withdraw. Yes, my lord. As her words faded, she lightly tapped her toes and vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 40. Stepping into the realm of profound sovereignty, vowing eternal loyalty. Moon, please deliver the remaining skewers of roasted meat to Aunt Jiang Yao. Watching Li Ruoxi depart, Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Yuer beside him and instructed. Oh. Jiang Yuer replied obediently, scampering towards the door with her little legs. This girl certainly moves swiftly. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly, redirecting his gaze to the 4 9th tier spiritual herbs in his hand. With these 4 herbs, the quality of the elixirs I concoct will undoubtedly surpass my previous endeavor. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen eagerly retrieved the alchemical furnace, summoned his spiritual fire, and began to refine the 4 herbs. After a while, the furnace trembled violently, emitting thick smoke. Boom. Following this, the lid of the furnace was flung open, and a rush of hot air swept through the vicinity. An intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, enveloping Jiang Chen in sheer ecstasy. Haha, at last success. Feeling the warmth radiating from the furnace, Jiang Chen was filled with exhilaration. He beckoned, and over 30 elixirs floated out. Each elixir was of 9th tier quality, adorned with swirling elixir clouds on their surfaces. Excellent. Each one has reached the pinnacle level. This must be the complete 9th tier elixir. Jiang Chen examined them closely, his face alight with excitement. Humph, having a system is truly advantageous. Not only does refining elixirs not trigger a heavenly tribulation, but even mixing various herbs leads to successful concoction. Jiang Chen murmured, then stored all the elixirs in a jade vial. Just as he was about to continue refining, his brow furrowed suddenly, pondering, I wonder what that woman is up to. Well, I shall go and see. Subsequently, Jiang Chen put away the jade vial and utilized teleportation, making his presence vanish. When he reappeared, he found himself within the immortal dynasty. At this moment, in the Empress's chamber, Li Ruoxi lay in a wooden tub, her eyes gently closed. Her delicate form submerged in water. Her long legs rested upon the surface, radiating an alluring sheen. Who? Suddenly, Li Ruoxi's eyes flew open, and she vigilantly gazed towards the door, exclaiming sharply. It is I, Jiang Chen announced as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Greetings, my lord. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Li Ruoxi quickly rose from the tub, bowing respectfully. No need for excessive formality. Jiang Chen waved his hand, turning away, clearing his throat, and said, Ahem, please put on your clothes first. At his words, a blush crept onto Li Ruoxi's fair complexion, and she hurriedly wrapped herself in a bath towel. Shortly after, she donned her attire and stood respectfully to the side. My lord, did you come to instruct me on something this time? Li Ruoxi inquired. Did I not mention before that I would reward you? Jiang Chen smiled lightly, revealing 5 pure white elixirs that he had just refined today. These are for you. Thank you, my lord. Seeing the elixirs, Li Ruoxi's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she eagerly reached out to accept them. As the elixirs landed in her hands, and she beheld their quality, her expression transformed in astonishment. This is a 9th tier elixir. Her heart raced as she exclaimed in disbelief. She never imagined that Jiang Chen would bestow upon her such a miraculous treasure. 9th tier elixirs are immensely precious, even to the sacred lands. Yet Jiang Chen offered them without hesitation, highlighting his regard for her. With these 9th tier elixirs, I shall soon break through to the profound sovereign realm, or even higher. In this lifetime, I, Li Ruoxi, can follow such a man. I would have no regrets. She mused internally. Li Ruoxi then lifted her gaze to Jiang Chen. Suddenly, she felt as though the man before her had grown even more towering and majestic. My lord, your kindness is something I shall never forget. I, Li Ruoxi, am willing to serve you for a lifetime, obeying your every command. After a moment of silence, Li Ruoxi knelt on the ground, bowing her head in reverence. Your loyalty is duly noted, Jiang Chen responded with a smile of satisfaction, his voice solemn. Rise. I can see that Yuer holds great affection for you. Thus, you need not refer to yourself as a servant henceforth. Thank you, my lord. Li Ruoxi stood, casting a complex glance at Jiang Chen, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Feel free to consume the elixirs here. I shall safeguard you. Jiang Chen said casually, settling himself upon her bed. Thank you, my lord. Li Ruoxi's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. She understood that this was Jiang Chen's way of valuing her. Had it been anyone else, they would never have received such treatment from him. Taking a deep breath, Li Ruoxi calmed her thoughts and swallowed one of the pure white elixirs. Instantly, a torrent of potent and pure medicinal energy surged through her, coursing through her veins. Boom. Simultaneously, a rumble echoed in her mind as the spiritual energy within her body surged chaotically. Li Ruoxi did not hesitate. She immediately guided this energy into her dantian, forming a swirling mass of milky white spiritual mist. Congeal. Following this, Li Ruoxi operated the cultivation techniques of the cultivation world, channeling the spiritual energy into her dantian. Buzz. The dantian filled with spiritual energy flowed within, producing a resonant hum. As the energy continued to accumulate, Li Ruoxi's strength soared, and in mere moments, she reached the pinnacle of the late profound sovereign realm. Is this the spiritual energy of the profound sovereign realm? Feeling the tumultuous energy within her dantian, Li Ruoxi was left speechless. This energy was far more formidable than before, leaving her utterly astonished. The elixirs refined by my lord can aid me in such a substantial enhancement. Li Ruoxi gazed at Jiang Chen in awe, her eyes filled with admiration. I never expected that I, Li Ruoxi, could step into the profound sovereign realm in this lifetime. It is all thanks to my lord. She resolved silently, vowing to serve Jiang Chen with unwavering loyalty, even at the cost of her life. Indeed, it seems this breakthrough has further refined your cultivation, Jiang Chen mused, noticing the changes occurring within Li Ruoxi. He then waved his sleeve, causing the space around Li Ruoxi to distort. My lord, Li Ruoxi was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Chen in confusion. Though your cultivation has reached the profound sovereign realm, it has yet to stabilize. Allow me to serve as your whetstone. To refine you further, Jiang Chen stated, rising with an indifferent demeanor. With a thought, he instantly unleashed the imperial domain, enveloping the entire room and isolating Li Ruoxi from the outside world. Li Ruoxi felt an immediate darkness descend upon her, her entire being immersed in the void. As she reopened her eyes, she was astonished to find herself immersed in a realm of ice and snow, where an unrelenting chill pervaded the air, penetrating to the very bones. Chapter 41. The Domain of the Emperor, Jiang Chen's prodding. So cold, Li Ruoxi murmured, her lips barely moving. This place is rather peculiar. It even suppresses the spiritual energy within me. Furrowing her brow, she could only succumb to the onslaught of the icy air. Where has the master gone? Why is there no one else in sight? Just as she pondered, she suddenly felt a cold breeze sweeping from behind, sending shivers through her delicate frame. Whoosh. At that moment, an icy chain shot forth, hurtling towards Li Ruoxi. Bang! In the nick of time, she reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to the icy chain. Crack! The chain violently shook, nearly slipping from her grasp. It seems you have already acclimatized to this environment. Jiang Chen emerged slowly from the void, observing Li Ruoxi with a calm demeanor. From here on, I shall suppress my cultivation to the creation realm and engage you in combat. I hope this will help you solidify your own realm. Yes, master. Li Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Are you prepared? Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon her. Li Ruoxi bit her crimson lip and nodded gently. In that case, Jiang Chen's words were nonchalant as he stepped forward. Swish. In an instant, an icy chain tore through space, emanating a terrifyingly sharp force aimed to strike. This is impossible. I cannot move at all. Li Ruoxi's pupils dilated, her body bristling with fear. She wished to evade, yet her body felt as though it had lost all control. This is bad. Her complexion changed drastically as the icy chain drew perilously near her throat, threatening to sever it. Master, please hold back. I cannot withstand this. In a moment of desperation, Li Ruoxi cried out. She believed Jiang Chen would hear her and intervene to halt the icy chain. However, what she received in return was silence. Jiang Chen remained impassive, watching as the icy chain drew closer, making no move to stop it. I am doomed. Realizing this, despair washed over Li Ruoxi as she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the icy chain to pierce her throat. Bang! Yet, the anticipated pain did not come. Li Ruoxi opened her eyes in astonishment, realizing that the icy chain had vanished without a trace. I apologize, the technique I practice is rather unique, and it seems I must suppress my cultivation further to the divine illumination realm. Jiang Chen looked at Li Ruoxi with a hint of regret, speaking softly. He then suppressed his cultivation from the creation realm down to the divine illumination realm. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi found herself both amused and exasperated. It turned out that even when suppressed, Jiang Chen's strength remained utterly formidable. All right, let us continue. Jiang Chen did not afford her the chance to speak. Launching his attack directly. Prepare to receive, he called out, raising his right hand. In an instant, he flicked an icy chain from his hand, moving with lightning speed to assault Li Ruoxi. Her expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly conjured a protective shield to defend against the icy chain's strike. Crack. However, as the icy chain approached, the shield could not withstand the force and shattered. The icy chain then struck her body, producing a sharp sound. A cry of anguish escaped Li Ruoxi as a ghastly wound appeared upon her. Hiss. She clutched her injury, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Despite the pain, she held on resolutely. Can you endure? Jiang Chen inquired, admiration evident in his tone. I can. Please continue, master. Li Ruoxi bit her lips stubbornly, lifting her face defiantly. Very well. Without further ado, Jiang Chen flicked his fingers, sending the icy chain flying once more. Whoosh. Li Ruoxi took a deep breath, striving to adjust her state, focusing intently to confront the attack. Ding ding ding. The spiritual energy shield trembled violently under the icy chain's relentless assault, and Li Ruoxi dared not let her concentration waver for a moment. She quickly steadied her mind, channeling her spiritual energy to its utmost limit to resist the icy chain's onslaught. This exchange of attacks persisted for a full hour. Phew. Li Ruoxi finally relaxed. Drenched in sweat, her clothes thoroughly soaked. Excellent. It appears your realm has been thoroughly solidified. Jiang Chen approached her, stating, Master, please continue. I can still endure. Li Ruoxi wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke softly. Enough for today. I am somewhat fatigued. Now, you shall lead me to a nearby town for a stroll. At these words, Li Ruoxi's heart leapt with joy. Jiang Chen's willingness to stay further indicated his recognition of her worth. Lead the way, Jiang Chen commanded. Buzz. Instantly, the surrounding scenery reverted to normal. Master, please follow me. Li Ruoxi regained her spirits and promptly took the lead. With that, the two figures vanished from sight. Winter Spring City. Nestled in the northern region of the imperishable dynasty, Winter Spring City is one of the most prosperous cities, boasting a population exceeding 1 million. The city thrives on industries such as pill shops and weapon forges, attracting numerous merchants. In the streets, vendors hawk their wontons. Wontons for sale. 10 coins a bowl. Fair to all. A man resembling a proprietor stirred a pot, producing a steaming bowl of wontons. Master, this is Winter Spring City, my birthplace. Li Ruoxi explained as she walked ahead. Oh. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had assumed Li Ruoxi was born into royalty. Clearly, there were hidden truths. My father was the lord of Winter Spring City, but later, in pursuit of power, he sent me into the palace. Li Ruoxi elucidated. Fortunately, I possess a unique constitution, and with my innate charm, I managed to captivate the then emperor, ensuring my survival. Had it not been for that, I would have likely perished at the hands of the concubines in the harem. As she recounted her past, a sorrowful expression crossed Li Ruoxi's face. The past is like dust. What must go, let it be carried away by the winds. Jiang Chen stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. MHM. Li Ruoxi nodded softly, reining in her emotions. Could I please have a bowl of wontons? Suddenly, a youthful voice piped up nearby. Where did this beggar come from? You stink. A foul odor wafted through the air, prompting the wonton vendor to cover his nose in disdain. He glanced at the child again and coldly remarked, If you truly wish to eat, it'll be 10 coins a bowl, no credit allowed. But I only have 3 coins. The child lamented, displaying the meager 3 coins he possessed, stammering. What 3 coins? Get lost and don't disturb my business. The wonton vendor waved his hand dismissively, showing no mercy. Witnessing this scene, Li Ruoxi's face flushed with anger as her fists clenched tightly. What are your thoughts upon witnessing that moment? Jiang Chen's voice suddenly resonated in her ear. I don't know. At first, I felt a surge of anger, but upon reflection, aside from his poor attitude, the vendor did nothing wrong. Li Ruoxi pondered thoughtfully, her voice dwindling to a whisper as she revealed her inner turmoil. After all, in this world, it is no easy task for anyone to survive. Chapter 42. The Arrival in Winter Spring City. You are not entirely incorrect, Jiang Chen nodded, his expression remaining largely unchanged. He turned his gaze toward the horizon. However, I believe this child, who neither steals nor robs, deserves commendation. Such situations will undoubtedly arise again. Even if you assist one, a second and a third will follow. Thus, it is imperative that you address the issue fundamentally. Jiang Chen spoke with unwavering conviction, a hint of depth in his eyes. The subordinate understood and bowed in gratitude for the Lord's guidance. Yet, having witnessed the plight, we cannot turn a blind eye. As he spoke, Jiang Chen raised his hand towards the direction the child had departed, grasping at the air. In an instant, a gentle golden light emerged, enveloping the child. Moments later, the child found himself before Jiang Chen. Wow! The child opened his eyes, bewildered, and upon seeing the unfamiliar man, began to wail. Little one, do you wish for wontons? Jiang Chen smiled, gesturing toward a nearby wonton stall. Boo-hoo! At the mention of wontons, the child sniffled and ceased his cries. Come now, brother will take you to eat. Jiang Chen took the child's small hand and began to walk forward, with Li Ruoxi following closely behind. Wontons, wontons. Here we go, delicious wontons, filled with plenty of meat, exquisite in flavor. Jiang Chen led the child swiftly to the wonton stall. Why is it you again? You filthy beggar? What do you want now? The stall owner glared at the child, his demeanor far from pleasant. Boss, 3 bowls of wontons. I shall treat this child today, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the stall owner's expression softened considerably, though he still hesitated, unsure if Jiang Chen would pay. What are you standing there for? Did you not hear what my lord said? Li Ruoxi stepped forward, presenting a silver ingot with a commanding tone. Yes, yes. The stall owner trembled with fear, hastily acquiescing. Soon after, the 3 found a table to sit at, awaiting their meal. My name is Xiao Lu, thank you, brother and sister, for treating me to wontons. The timid child introduced himself once seated. Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi exchanged knowing smiles. Xiao Lu, where are your parents? Li Ruoxi inquired with concern. My parents passed away a few years ago. Xiao Lu lowered his head, tears dripping into his bowl. Now it is just my grandfather and me, and he is ill. Oh, how tragic, Li Ruoxi sympathized, gently stroking his head. Sister, may I take a bowl of wontons with me? But rest assured, Xiao Lu will not take it for free. I have some herbs at home that I can trade with you. The child looked up at Li Ruoxi, his big eyes filled with yearning. Herbs? Li Ruoxi furrowed her brow slightly, pondering before shaking her head in refusal. Sister does not need herbs. You should keep them for yourself. Sister, truly you do not want them? The child's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What I mean is, keep the herbs for yourself. As for the wontons, eat as many as you desire. Even take some with you if you wish, Li Ruoxi said with a gentle smile, reassuringly patting the child's head. How can this be? The child stood up in agitation, shaking his hands. Grandfather said we must not take things for free from others. Xiao Lu, please sit down. Once we finish the wontons, my companion and I will accompany you home to see your grandfather. Perhaps I may even be able to cure his ailment. Jiang Chen interjected suddenly. The child hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat back down, quietly sipping the broth. My lord, only now do I realize that you possess such a tender side. Li Ruoxi glanced at Jiang Chen with a light laugh. Tender? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then a charming smile graced his lips as he replied softly. No, no, I merely adhere to my own heart. Adhere to one's heart, she whispered, lowering her gaze. A blush appearing on her cheeks. Moments later, the stall owner brought over the steaming wontons, respectfully stating, Here are the wontons. Please enjoy them at your leisure. Here, eat while it's hot. Jiang Chen pushed one of the bowls toward the child, urging him to eat. Thank you, brother, Xiao Lu expressed his gratitude. You are welcome. Jiang Chen smiled, urging him to eat. Xiao Lu nodded, picking up a spoon and placing a wonton into his mouth. Delicious. As he ate, tears streamed down his face, as if he were savoring the finest delicacies of the world. Eat slowly now, Li Ruoxi chuckled at the sight. Jiang Chen observed the child devouring the food, his gaze shimmering with a peculiar light. Before long, Xiao Lu set down his spoon, his cheeks puffed out. Burp. Xiao Lu let out a contented belch, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Are you full? Jiang Chen inquired. Burp, I am full, Xiao Lu nodded, patting his round belly, beaming. The wontons are truly delicious. It is the best thing I have ever eaten in my life. Well then, since you are full, let us set off to visit your grandfather. Jiang Chen stood up, collecting the untouched bowls of wontons into his storage ring. All right, I will lead you, brother and sister. Xiao Lu wiped away his tears and obediently declared. Thus, the 3 departed from the wonton stall. Inside a dilapidated house. Grandfather, I have brought you something to eat. And I also brought back 2 kind-hearted brother and sister. Xiao Lu stood at the door, speaking earnestly. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing an elderly face. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Lu, quickly brew some tea. Do not neglect our guests. The old man spoke with difficulty, his frail body trembling. Xiao Lu complied and dashed to the kitchen. Moments later, Xiao Lu returned, presenting a cup of clear, cool tea to the 2. Brother and sister, please enjoy. Thank you. Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi accepted the tea, taking a delicate sip. Suddenly, Jiang Chen noticed that the outside of the teacup was thickly coated with dust, clearly indicating it had not been used in quite some time. He glanced at Li Ruoxi and conveyed telepathically, "Ruoxi, this is your subject. I leave it to you to handle." "Yes, my lord," Li Ruoxi acknowledged. Then, turning her attention to Xiao Lu, she asked with genuine concern, "Xiao Lu, what is your grandfather's current condition?" "Grandfather." At the mention of his grandfather's illness, Xiao Lu could not help but shed tears. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed violently a few times, gasping, "Do not worry, young lady, cough, cough, cough. This old man is not dead yet." Chapter 43, Return. Bloodbath at the Lord's Mansion. "Old man, please swallow this pill. It should help alleviate your condition shortly." Li Ruoxi offered a green pill to the elder. "How can that be? That pill is a treasure meant for cultivators. How could an old man like me deserve it?" The elder attempted to refuse. "Take it. Both of us are cultivators. This pill is merely of the lowest grade, not precious at all. I implore you, old man, do not decline it any further." Li Ruoxi smiled reassuringly. "Very well then." Upon hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment. He then reached out, took the elixir, and placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a sweet liquid. "Oh!" the elder exclaimed in surprise, feeling a warm current rising in his abdomen, with his pores relaxing throughout his body. Gradually, his complexion turned rosy, his breathing stabilized, and he appeared revitalized. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Xiao Lu inquired joyfully upon witnessing the change. "I'm perfectly fine. This young lady's elixir is indeed extraordinary. It not only alleviated my ailments, but seems to have restored my body to its youthful state." The elder replied with excitement. "Phew, that is a relief." Hearing this, Xiao Lu sighed in relief, a bright smile gracing his face. "I am eternally grateful for the life-saving kindness from both of you." Suddenly, the elder knelt and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi. "Please rise, sir." Li Ruoxi quickly assisted the elder, explaining, "It is my failure to rein in my officials that has caused you such hardship. This is entirely my dereliction of duty. Could it be that you are Her Majesty the Empress?" The elder gazed at Li Ruoxi in astonishment, stammering. Though he had already sensed her extraordinary aura and had previously glimpsed the portrait of the Empress, he was now even more certain of her identity. "Indeed, I am the current immortal Empress, Li Ruoxi," she affirmed earnestly. Thud. Without hesitation, the elder knelt again, bowing his head. "I humbly greet your Majesty. Previously, I was unaware of your identity, and I beseech your forgiveness." "Please, rise, sir," Li Ruoxi urged, helping the elder to his feet while retrieving several silver ingots from her storage ring to hand to him. "Sir, this silver should suffice for your livelihood," Li Ruoxi said gently. This is far too much," the elder exclaimed in surprise, hastily waving his hands. "Fear not, sir," Li Ruoxi reassured him, shaking her head. "Moreover, your grandson is still young. He cannot constantly go hungry. You must consider his future, so please accept this silver. After all, as Empress, it is my duty to care for the lives of the common people. Your Majesty is benevolent." The elder sighed, accepting the silver and bowing deeply once more. "Your great kindness will be etched in the hearts of my grandson and me for eternity." "Ah, sir, there is no need for such formality," Li Ruoxi smiled. "Xiao Lu, we shall take our leave now. These 2 bowls of wontons are for you and your grandfather to share." At that moment, Jiang Chen patted Xiao Lu's shoulder and placed the 2 bowls of wontons securely on the table. "Okay, brother and sister, travel safely," Xiao Lu waved. "Let us depart." Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi exchanged a smile before stepping out of the dilapidated dwelling. Sigh. Watching Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi's departing figures, Xiao Lu let out a sigh. "What troubles you, Xiao Lu?" the elder asked. "Grandfather, do you think our lives will truly improve, as the sister said?" Xiao Lu lamented. "Silly child. Since the Empress has made a promise, she will surely fulfill it." The elder gently stroked Xiao Lu's head, saying, "When life improves, you shall marry and start your own family." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi exited the thatched cottage. "Your Majesty, why did we leave so abruptly?" Li Ruoxi inquired as they walked along the street. "Your identity as Empress has been exposed. Staying longer would only bring pressure upon that grandfather and grandson duo." Jiang Chen replied. "Oh, I see." Li Ruoxi nodded, pondering for a moment before looking up and saying, "Your Majesty, you do not harbor any resentment towards me, do you?" "What would I have to resent you for?" Jiang Chen asked in surprise. "It is my failure to manage my officials that has led to the hardships faced by the people," Li Ruoxi admitted, lowering her head in self-reproach. "I have disappointed your expectations." "Not at all." Jiang Chen shook his head, offering comfort. "After all, you have only recently ascended to the throne. Many matters are still unclear to you, so there is no need to take it to heart." Li Ruoxi paused, seemingly understanding, and raised her head. "Your Majesty, I comprehend now. Let us go meet the city lord," Jiang Chen stated calmly, resuming his steps. Yes, Li Ruoxi replied respectfully. City Lord's mansion. Outside the gate. Before long, the two arrived at the grand entrance of the City Lord's mansion. Halt! Who are you? The guards blocked their way, barking an order. Impudent! I am the second miss of the City Lord's mansion. How dare you obstruct me? Li Ruoxi exclaimed imperiously. You impostor! Our second miss has long since entered the palace. What second miss could possibly be here now? One of the guards mocked. You two should leave at once, or do not blame us for our rudeness. You. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi's lovely face darkened. Ruoxi, why waste breath on such cannon fodder? Just eliminate them. Jiang Chen suddenly interjected coldly. He then slowly uttered two words, get lost. With a resounding crash, the two guards were sent flying, crashing through the City Lord's gate. Blood splattered across the door, and the stench of blood filled the air, a sight both shocking and horrifying. Who dares to trespass upon the City Lord's mansion? The City Lord, who had been in seclusion, was awakened by the commotion and bellowed in fury. In 3 breaths, come out to see me, or face death. Jiang Chen's gaze swept towards the mansion. Then, a powerful and domineering voice resonated throughout the entire City Lord's estate. Boom. As the words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped the mansion, akin to monstrous waves threatening to consume all in their path. The guards of the City Lord's mansion felt the overwhelming pressure and let out shrill cries, exploding one by one. Whoever you are, I apologize for not welcoming you properly to my City Lord's mansion. A hearty laughter echoed simultaneously. Soon after, several figures descended from the sky, landing before Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi. These individuals were clad in luxurious attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, each possessing at least the strength of the divine radiance realm. Who is the City Lord? Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings and coldly inquired. I am. A step forward revealed the City Lord, clasping his fists in salute. I am Li Yishan. I did not know the esteemed guest had come. What brings you here? Do you recognize her? Jiang Chen pointed to Li Ruoxi standing beside him. His tone icy. Her? Li Yishan frowned, scrutinizing Li Ruoxi. Who is she? Father, I cannot believe that after all this time, you have forgotten my appearance. Li Ruoxi glared at him, her teeth clenched. Why you are Ruoxi? Upon hearing this, Li Yishan's pupils contracted sharply. But you were sent to the palace by me. Li Yishan stared at Li Ruoxi in shock, unable to contain his astonishment. Chapter 44. Do not misunderstand. I, Jiang Chen, am a man of integrity. Back then, in your lust for power, you cruelly sent me into the palace to be mistreated. Li Ruoxi coldly retorted, Li Yishan, I am utterly disappointed in you. You do not deserve to be my father. Li Yishan's mouth opened, but he was at a loss for words. Li Yishan, my mother passed away in sorrow because of you. Yet now, you show no remorse and allow your officials to exploit the people. Can you be any more inhumane? Li Ruoxi's agitation grew, her lovely face pale. Ruoxi, the matters of the past can be explained. Upon observing Li Ruoxi's demeanor, Li Yishan hastily declared, there is no need for further discourse. From this moment forth, we sever our father-daughter ties. An imperious tone emanated from Li Ruoxi's lips, rendering Li Yishan's visage ashen. Father. At that moment, Li Ruoxi called out once more. Li Yishan, momentarily taken aback, lifted his gaze. On the road to the Yellow Springs. Do remember to earnestly repent to mother. Upon uttering these words, Li Ruoxi raised her hand and gently pressed towards the void. Boom. Instantly, a tempestuous storm of thunderclouds materialized. An inexhaustible torrent of lightning converging upon Li Ruoxi's palm. Crackle. In a heartbeat, a furious gale swept through, dark clouds amassed, and lightning flashed ominously. Boom. Amidst this chaos, a long sword coalesced, its edge gleaming menacingly, shattering the heavens as it cleaved toward Li Yishan. This strike was imbued with cataclysmic power. No. Li Yishan reacted with astonishing swiftness, immediately activating his spiritual artifact for defense. Yet, that sword was far too formidable, obliterating his defenses like dried twigs. Splurt. The next instant, Li Yishan was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth, staining the sky a deep crimson. The Lord. Several attending guests gasped in horror, their faces drained of color. The Lord is dead. This revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving their minds blank. You few were complicit in the events of your. Thus, you shall accompany mother in her burial. Having dispatched Li Yishan, Li Ruoxi turned her gaze towards the nearby guests. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent, utterly devoid of mercy. Flee. The guests, recovering from their shock, turned to escape. However, their speed paled in comparison to Li Ruoxi's. In the blink of an eye, she was upon them. Second Miss, spare us. Indeed, Second Miss, now that the Lord is deceased, we pledge our allegiance to you as the next Lord. Please, Second Miss, grant us mercy. The guests fell to their knees, beseeching her. You all deserve to die? Li Ruoxi stepped forward, her voice frigid. Bang, bang, bang. She waved her hands, and the terrifying thunder transformed into blades that danced through the air, claiming a life with each strike. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the few remaining guests in the Lord's residence were utterly annihilated. Only lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground. Not a single soul survived. Mother. Li Ruoxi knelt, her eyes brimming with crimson tears. She had never envisioned that she would be the one to take her father's life. Over the years, she had diligently honed her skills, even ascending to the status of empress. Was it truly all for this moment? Having completed her grim task, Li Ruoxi rose. She gathered her composure and turned to Jiang Chen. Master, Before she could finish, she abruptly halted, her delicate frame trembling violently. Jiang Chen, noticing her distress, spoke gently. If you wish to weep, then do so freely. With that, he waved his hand, and Li Ruoxi found herself collapsing into his embrace. Drip, drip. She rested her head against Jiang Chen's shoulder, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sometimes, when emotions are repressed and confined within, they can slowly give rise to inner demons. Jiang Chen reassured her, patting her back. Master, I simply cannot come to terms with it. Li Ruoxi choked out, her voice tinged with sorrow. Jiang Chen tenderly stroked her hair, advising, it is time to learn to forget the past and cherish the present. That is what you ought to do. Yes, master. Li Ruoxi inhaled deeply, wiping the tears from her eyes. Thus, time slipped away, second by second. Jiang Chen held Li Ruoxi close, his fingers entwined in her silken hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. This scent flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing his heart and leading him into a state of mild reverie. Master? Suddenly, Li Ruoxi seemed to sense something. She abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Jiang Chen's fervent gaze. In an instant, Li Ruoxi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, overwhelmed with shyness. Ahem, well, I merely expressed concern for you. Please do not misconstrue my intentions, Jiang Chen stammered, pushing her away and clearing his throat, seeking an excuse. He harbored no ulterior motives. It was simply a natural response from a man. Indeed, that must be it. Li Ruoxi replied softly, her head bowed, unable to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Master, actually after a prolonged silence, Li Ruoxi finally mustered the courage to raise her head. She hesitated, her cheeks tinged with a delicate hue. My moon is still waiting for me at home. I shall take my leave now. As for the affairs of the Lord's residence, you may handle them as you see fit. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Chen swiftly vanished from sight. Master, I truly wish to. Gazing at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Li Ruoxi opened her mouth, eager to continue. Ultimately, the remaining words remained unspoken. In the Dying Kingdom, within the imperial palace, the night had deepened. In a secluded courtyard, Jiang Yuer practiced her swordsmanship, her movements ethereal and imbued with chilling brilliance. Buzz. Her delicate face reflected a profound seriousness, each move exuding grace. Sigh. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer exhaled a breath of resignation. She ceased her practice and strolled towards the lake that lay before the courtyard. The surface of the water shimmered, reflecting her beauty. Jiang Yuer squatted by the lake's edge, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze lost in contemplation. Soon after, she picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it into the lake with force. Splash! The water erupted in ripples before settling back into tranquility. It is so late. Why hasn't father returned? With this thought, Jiang Yuer furrowed her brow, muttering to herself. Suddenly, her ears perked up as she caught the faint sound of footsteps from outside the door. Who goes there? Jiang Yuer immediately grew vigilant. Drawing her sword from her waist. Creak. The courtyard door swung open, revealing an elderly eunuch who entered with a bow. Your servant greets the little princess. The old eunuch bowed respectfully. Li Gonggong, is that truly you? Jiang Yuer exclaimed, her face brightening at the sight of the familiar figure. After all, at this hour, he would typically bring delicious meals. Little princess, tonight's supper has been arranged. Please enjoy your meal, Li Gonggong said with a smile, bowing slightly. Clap. With a quick motion, he summoned several waiting palace maids, who entered the courtyard bearing trays laden with dinner. They set the sumptuous feast upon the table in the bamboo hut. Witnessing this, Jiang Yuer hurried back into the hut. She gazed at the lavish spread before her, her mouth watering involuntarily. Thank you, Li Gonggong. You have worked hard. Jiang Yuer beamed sweetly, promptly taking a seat. She extended her delicate hand, grasping chopsticks in eager anticipation of her meal. Upon hearing this, Li Gonggong quickly shook his head. Little princess, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Oh, Jiang Yuer nodded, then picked up a piece of fish, savoring the delicious juices that filled her mouth. Your Highness, please take your time. I shall take my leave now, Li Gonggong said with a smile, bowing before quietly exiting the room. Soon, the dishes on the table were completely devoured. Burp, I am so full. Jiang Yuer patted her belly, her face radiating happiness. Yuer, it seems you enjoyed your meal quite a bit, came Jiang Chen's voice from outside the bamboo house. With a creak, he pushed open the door and strolled in. Father! Jiang Yuer exclaimed, rushing towards him. When did you return? She looked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Not long ago, Jiang Chen replied, glancing at the scattered bowls and plates on the table. With a smile, he inquired, did you indulge in something you particularly liked today? No, Jiang Yuer shook her head. However, the lingering blush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. You little rascal, Jiang Chen said, affectionately ruffling her hair. If you have a favorite dish, do tell your father, don't keep it a secret. Understood, Jiang Yuer nodded, then asked, Father, will you be going out tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled but did not rush to answer. He approached, found a chair, and sat down. After pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip, he finally said, Yes, I will likely be heading out. Well then, Jiang Yuer puffed her cheeks and fell silent. But your father will take you along. Jiang Chen added, Yay, but you must promise not to deceive Yuer, okay? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuer's eyes sparkled with delight. Rest assured, since I have promised you, I shall not go back on my word. Jiang Chen gently nodded while patting her small head. Seeing her father's assurance, Jiang Yuer excitedly hugged his arm, unwilling to part for even a moment. This feeling made Jiang Chen nostalgic. He remembered in his past life, his younger sister would cling to him like a needy kitten. It's getting late, Yuer, you should go to sleep, Jiang Chen said after a moment. All right. Jiang Yuer obediently lay on her bed and closed her eyes. Before long, her breathing became steady and rhythmic. Observing his daughter in such a peaceful state, Jiang Chen reached out to gently touch her little face. Then, he stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the silvery moonlight, murmuring, the moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. The following day, Jiang Yuer rubbed her sleepy eyes and climbed out of bed. Yuer, it's time to rise. Jiang Chen entered the room just then. Father, why did you wake up so early today? Jiang Yuer asked, surprised by his sudden appearance. Come, I promised you yesterday that I would take you out today. Jiang Chen said with a gentle smile, extending his hand towards her. Yay. At his words, Jiang Yuer's eyes immediately brightened, like a wild horse breaking free. Whoosh. In the next moment, she swiftly dressed herself. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yuer was ready. Father, where are we going today? She asked, playfully linking her arm with Jiang Chen's. Ha ha ha, you'll know once you get there. It's definitely a place you will adore. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, then waved his hand, tearing open the fabric of space. All right then, Jiang Yuer replied obediently. Yuer, hold on tight, Jiang Chen advised as he led her into the rift. Waterling State, the Broken Spine mountain range. This mountain range stretches for 1,000,000 miles, with peaks rising like swords, piercing the heavens and instilling a sense of awe. It is said that many monstrous beasts dwell here, some of which possess formidable strength. Since then, the northern part of the mountain has become a forbidden zone, with no human daring to tread lightly. Boom. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated across the sky. Following this, countless towering ancient trees in the Broken Spine mountain range were uprooted, shattering into debris and soil that scattered everywhere. Roar. Old turtle, come out and face me in battle. A frosty ice serpent burst forth from a crack, its roar piercing the air, shaking the very ground. The frosty ice serpent was colossal, measuring 5 zhang in girth, its white scales shimmering with an eerie glow, looking menacingly fierce. Heh, aren't you a defeated foe? What? Have you forgotten the pain after healing your wounds, daring to covet my demon core again? Accompanied by a cold laugh, a massive figure emerged from the lake, revealing itself to be the Xian Turtle King. Its body was clad in dark scales, resembling a natural armor, emanating an aura that instilled fear. Old turtle, last time I underestimated you. This time, I will certainly take your life. The frosty ice serpent hissed, its scarlet tongue flickering, eyes locked on the Xian Turtle King, a chilling killing intent radiating from it. Humph. I shall see just how much you have improved during your days of hiding. The Xian Turtle King scoffed, its form swelling to 7 zhang in size, a dense aura enveloping it. With a flick of its tail, it whipped up a tempest, sweeping through the surrounding forest. Bang! The frosty ice serpent opened its mouth and exhaled a gust of icy breath, freezing the raging winds. Old turtle, my lifespan is drawing to a close. Today, I shall devour your demon core no matter what. The frosty ice serpent roared, charging towards the Xian Turtle King. Boom! The two collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that devastated the nearby woods. You insolent creature, after provoking me time and again, do you truly think I am easy to bully? Since you dare to come again, you shall remain here forever. The Xian Turtle King bellowed, launching itself at the frosty ice serpent. Boom! As the two beasts clashed, the surrounding void tore open, revealing fissures. Countless energy ripples surged like a tidal wave, Where they passed, fierce winds howled, and dust flew. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Ah! A heart-rending scream reverberated. No, this cannot be. The frosty ice serpent's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the Xian Turtle King in shock. You have lost. The Xian Turtle King's face remained expressionless, as though this were the most natural outcome. Uffed. The Xian Turtle King opened its enormous jaws and bit down on the frosty ice serpent's head, swallowing both it and its demon core whole. In an instant, crunching sounds echoed. The Xian Turtle King proceeded to tear apart the remaining flesh of the frosty ice serpent, devouring it piece by piece. Chapter 46. A Human Clan Expert. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yue concealed themselves within the void, gazing down at the unfolding spectacle. Father, that serpent was eaten just like that. How unfortunate. Jiang Yue remarked as she watched the Xian Turtle King devour the frosty ice serpent's remains, swallowing hard. Are you lamenting that it could not end up in your belly? Jiang Chen teased with a subtle smile. Father, you are making fun of me again. Jiang Yue pouted at his words. Haha, how could I possibly mock you? Although the serpent meat is gone, we still have a grand turtle here, don't we? Jiang Chen affectionately patted her head, a warm smile on his face. True, but I have never tasted turtle before, Jiang Yue said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then soon, I shall ensure you have your fill, Jiang Chen promised. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then led Jiang Yue out of the void. As they emerged, the king of the Xian Turtle immediately sensed their presence and became alert. Human powerhouse. What brings you to the territory of my demon clan? The king of the Xian Turtle inquired in a deep voice, laced with wariness. What do you think? Jiang Chen replied with a cold sneer, saying no more. Seeking death. The king of the Xian Turtle roared in fury, its massive form lifting into the air, resembling a towering mountain as it bore down on Jiang Chen. It moved with astonishing speed, reaching Jiang Chen in an instant, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. Father, leave this great turtle to me. Jiang Yue called out anxiously. Very well, as you wish. Jiang Chen nodded, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. The king of the Xian Turtle's attack missed entirely. Swish. The creature squinted its eyes, expanding its consciousness to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Great turtle, where are your eyes looking? Suddenly, Jiang Yue conjured a shard of ice, swiftly launching it toward the king of the Xian Turtle. Whoosh. The king of the Xian Turtle's expression shifted slightly as it sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind. Roar. Reacting swiftly, it twisted its body just in time to narrowly evade the fatal strike. However, it was still a fraction too slow, and a massive gash was opened on its left side, blood gushing forth. What? The king of the Xian Turtle's expression turned incredulous, clearly taken aback by its own injury. It pondered, the strength of human cultivators is indeed formidable. It seems I must exert my full power to deal with this human girl. With that thought, the king of the Xian Turtle's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent coalescing within. Human, prepare to perish. It bellowed, stepping into the void and rapidly approaching Jiang Yue. At the same time, it extended a colossal hand, aiming to grasp her. Great turtle, your movements are far too slow. Jiang Yue giggled, transforming into a fleeting shadow to evade the attack. Whoosh. In an instant, she flipped in the air, her delicate hand radiating a brilliant light as she pointed at the king of the Xian Turtle's chest. Bang! A torrent of vast spiritual energy erupted forth, akin to an ancient beast of the wilderness, unstoppable in its momentum. The king of the Xian Turtle stumbled, nearly toppling over, but managed to stabilize itself at the last moment. Damn it, this human girl is remarkably powerful for her age. It glared at the wound on its body, seething with rage. Though its cultivation had reached the mid-phase of the heavenly silence realm, with formidable physical defenses, Jiang Yue's earlier strike had effortlessly breached its defenses, injuring its flesh. Great turtle, do you have what it takes or not? Jiang Yue teased, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Human girl, do not be so arrogant. The king of the Xian Turtle's fury ignited upon hearing her taunts, and it roared defiantly, exuding overwhelming ferocity. Divine ability. Mountain seal. The king of the Xian Turtle shouted, a massive force erupting from its body, transforming into a pitch-black mountain. Boom. Under the king of the Xian Turtle's mental command, the dark mountain trembled violently and surged toward Jiang Yue with earth-shattering force. Faced with the terrifying mountain, Jiang Yue dared not show any complacency. She swiftly mobilized her internal spiritual energy while executing her technique, the ninefold ice sealing technique. First layer, ice bloom. With a sharp cry, a layer of frost enveloped her entire being. As she formed a hand seal, a crystal-clear ice lotus emerged, floating above her right hand. What is that? The king of the Xian Turtle was taken aback upon witnessing this spectacle. It raised its head, observing the ice lotus, a glimmer of caution flashing in its eyes. As Jiang Yue gently lifted her right hand, the ice lotus drifted from her grasp, heading toward the approaching dark mountain. Though the two were still distant, the ice lotus radiated a blinding light, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze, with petals of ice cascading from above. In the blink of an eye, the ice lotus collided with the dark mountain, and upon contact, it released a terrifying wave of cold, instantly encasing the entire mountain in a colossal ice sculpture. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the king of the Xian turtle could only watch in shock as the black mountain crumbled inch by inch, exploding into dust. What? This scene left the king of the Xian turtle utterly astounded. Damn it. I refuse to believe you can withstand another of my attacks. Enraged, the king of the Xian turtle prepared to strike once more. Great turtle, I've grown weary of this game. Jiang Yue retorted coldly, drawing forth an imperial weapon and unleashing a blade of energy. Not good. Sensing the terrifying blade of energy approaching, the king of the Xian turtle's fur bristled, fear evident in its eyes. With a whoosh, blood sprayed forth, staining the surrounding area. A beast of the heavenly silence realm fell in an instant. Yue, you must not rely solely on imperial weapons. Jiang Chen emerged from the void nearby. Father, Yue understands her mistake, Jiang Yue replied, sticking out her tongue as she quickly stowed away the imperial weapon. Her serious expression elicited a fondness from Jiang Chen, finding her rather adorable. You little rascal, fine. First, deal with this turtle. Seeing her sincere demeanor, Jiang Chen shook his head. Jiang Yue, ever innocent, exclaimed excitedly, hooray! I can finally enjoy the meat grilled by father again. With that, they approached the corpse of the king of the Xian turtle. Jiang Chen glanced at the fallen creature and said, Yue, remember, for delicious grilled meat, you must extract the tender essence while discarding the coarse and flavorless remnants. Having spoken, Jiang Chen unleashed a blade of energy, slicing the king of the Xian turtle into pieces. He then gathered the most succulent parts, skewering them in preparation for roasting. By the lakeside, a bonfire was lit, and the two sat around it, their gazes fixed on the golden-brown turtle meat being grilled over the coals. Gulps. Inhaling the sweet, enticing aroma of the grilled meat, Jiang Yue couldn't help but swallow. Father, is it done yet? She pouted, glancing at the roaring flames, yet the meat remained uncooked. Soon, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Chapter 47. Devouring the demon core, strength advances once more. Oh, hearing this, Jiang Yue nodded obediently, patiently waiting. After a while, the meat of the king of the Xian turtle turned crisp and fragrant. Jiang Chen handed the grilled skewer to Jiang Yue. Wow, thank you, father. Receiving the skewer, Jiang Yue eagerly took a bite, her beautiful eyes squinting with delight as she exclaimed, delicious. So very delicious. You little one, you behave like a greedy cat. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Jiang Chen chuckled at her voraciousness. MHM. Jiang Yue nodded hurriedly, savoring the delectable morsels with relish. By the way, I almost forgot to retrieve the demon core from this turtle. Suddenly, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. He had been so focused on roasting the meat that he completely overlooked the demon core of the king of the Xian turtle. Swish. With a thought, a round orb the size of an egg floated out from the remnants of the king of the Xian turtle. This orb was none other than the demon core of the king of the Xian turtle. What is this? Jiang Yue was engrossed in savoring the grilled meat when she witnessed a captivating scene that compelled her to pause and reach for the alluring demon core. Be careful, Jiang Chen cautioned, harboring concerns for her safety. Hee, fear not, Jiang Yue replied with a sweet smile, her delicate and fair hand grasping the demon core with an almost magnetic allure. With a crunch, the core was extracted, and an immediate wave of refreshing comfort surged through her arm. Suddenly, her brows knitted together as she sensed a warm current coursing through her arm. This warmth flowed into her body, subtly enhancing her cultivation level. What is happening? Jiang Yue pondered, her confusion palpable. She then looked up at her father. Father, could it be that this little orb can also enhance cultivation? She inquired, her face illuminated with anticipation. Jiang Chen shook his head, uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, perhaps. He had initially believed the demon core was solely for alchemical purposes, not foreseeing its other remarkable potential. This revelation caught him off guard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue's charming visage fell, and she pouted, so it cannot? Yue, why not try swallowing the demon core? Jiang Chen suggested after a moment of thought. All right, Jiang Yue nodded, accepting the proposal. She settled herself cross-legged, regulating her breath and preparing herself. Subsequently, she opened her petite mouth and swallowed the demon core. With a gulp, a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. She felt as though the demon core transformed into searing flames, saturating every corner of her being with fervent heat. Yet oddly, her internal spiritual energy surged with remarkable rapidity. With a thunderous boom, Her spiritual power erupted, manifesting as a tempest that swept outward. Observing this, Jiang Chen was not taken aback, as he had anticipated such a phenomenon. "Father, I have broken through," Jiang Yue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Simultaneously, her cultivation reached the pinnacle of the divine illumination realm, mere steps away from the celestial quiet realm. Indeed, it seems that with her demon lineage, Yue can devour demon cores and elevate her cultivation just like demon beasts, Jiang Chen murmured, watching his elated daughter. "Father?" Noticing her father's momentary silence, Jiang Yue called softly, her eyes blinking innocently at him. "Indeed, it seems our Yue has drawn closer to the Emperor realm," Jiang Chen finally responded with a gentle smile. "Really?" Jiang Yue exclaimed, her petite frame shivering with excitement. Though she lacked a solid grasp of her own strength, she understood the significance of the Emperor realm. It had always been her aspiration to step into that realm. After all, it was a goal set by Jiang Chen for her. It is indeed true. Our Yue is not only adorable, but also possesses exceptional talent. She will undoubtedly become a transcendent fairy in the realm of cultivation, Jiang Chen remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair with a radiant smile. "Father, you just know how to flatter me," Jiang Yue replied, her cheeks tinged with pink, feigning annoyance while feeling delighted inside. Haha. Observing his daughter's bashful demeanor, Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle. "All right, resume your feast, or the meat will cool and become tough." With his laughter subsiding, Jiang Chen handed her another skewer of grilled meat. Jiang Yue accepted the skewer and resumed her meal. In no time, a dozen skewers had vanished into her small mouth. She licked her fingers and gazed longingly at the skewers still roasting by the fire, her hand reaching out once more. "Yue, are you still not full?" Jiang Chen asked, somewhat surprised. "Not yet. My stomach still feels a bit empty," Jiang Yue murmured softly. Seeing this, Jiang Chen sighed in resignation, yet the sight of his daughter's pitiful expression softened his heart. Very well. He then handed her another skewer. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yue had consumed nearly half of the meat from the mystic tortoise king. Once satiated, Jiang Yue patted her little belly. "Father, I am full now," she declared, contentment radiating from her. Such an appetite. Is it typical for those with demon bloodlines to have such voracious appetites? Jiang Chen mused, both amused and bemused. "Humans, who dare slaughter my kin?" Just then, a chilling voice emerged from the depths of the forest. A shadow then materialized from thin air, shrouded in black mist that obscured her features. "Kill me if you dare. What can you do about it?" Jiang Chen replied calmly, devoid of any hint of alarm. "Hee." She cackled ominously, her tone frigid. "It has been years since anyone dared to challenge my kind. You too must be weary of living." As her words fell, a suffocating pressure descended upon them, enveloping the pair. So heavy. Under this oppressive force, Jiang Yue turned pale, struggling to breathe. Silence. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen extended his right hand, fingers splayed, to grasp the air. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, dispersing the black mist. A figure staggered backward, desperately evading the attack. With a splatter, a trickle of blood fell as the figure stumbled several meters back, barely regaining their footing. "What level of cultivation are you? Why do you emit no trace of spiritual energy?" She halted 100 feet away, her gaze fixated on Jiang Chen. "Stop your prattle and come here." Jiang Chen cast her a dismissive glance, extending his hand to seize her. Suddenly, a massive palm print appeared from thin air, imbued with overwhelming force, advancing toward her. "Damn it!" The figure cursed under her breath, attempting to flee, only to find her body rendered immobile. Ultimately, Jiang Chen's palm print clamped down upon her like an iron vice. As he tightened his grip, a surprisingly tender sensation surged through him, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily. Ugh! Captured in his grasp, the shadow couldn't suppress a moan. Her exquisite voice pierced Jiang Chen's heart like a dagger, sending a shiver through his very soul. "What on earth? Why does that voice sound somewhat?" Jiang Chen coughed lightly, his face tinged with crimson, feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 48. The Power of Words. "You are indeed an emperor. Human, release me." She struggled, her voice laced with fury and resentment. "Do you know who I am?" "I couldn't care less who you are. All I know is that you are about to perish," Jiang Chen replied indifferently, wholly disregarding her identity. "Humph." In response, the shadow scoffed, then declared, "Human, if you dare to kill me, the entire human population of Water Command will face utter calamity." "Oh." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Then pray tell, who are you?" "Listen closely. I am the princess of the Tianpeng clan," the dark-clad woman proclaimed, her head held high in pride. "Oh, who would have thought? You are indeed a princess of the demon clan?" Jiang Chen chuckled at her grandiosity, teasingly. "Enough of your prattle. Are you even aware of the formidable strength of the demon clan? Your actions are undoubtedly akin to courting your own demise. Moreover, Our Tianpeng clan shares an unbreakable bond with the Qilin clan. They will never stand idly by. As she spoke with increasing fervor, it seemed she had already envisioned Jiang Chen's dismal fate. However, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "In that case, might I ask this esteemed princess of the demon clan to escort me to your territory for a visit?" "Visit? What do you intend to do?" The woman in black felt a surge of wariness at his words. "Fear not, I merely wish to pay a visit," Jiang Chen said, flashing a grin that revealed his pearly white teeth. "Do you truly dare to go?" The woman hesitated, scrutinizing Jiang Chen with suspicion. Yet, upon reflecting on his current cultivation level, she concluded that even if he ventured into the demon realm, he would surely be swiftly subdued by her father, who was at the pinnacle of the ethereal realm. With a sigh of relief, she said, "Very well, I shall take you to the demon domain." A cold smile crept onto her face as she spoke. "Father," Jiang Yue, terrified, tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve, pleading, "That place is too dangerous. Can we not go?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Chen shook his head, reassuring her, "My dear Yue, I will first ensure your safe return home, and then you can wait for me there." "I want to go with you," Jiang Yue insisted, biting her lip. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. "I want to accompany you, if danger arises." "I can help," she replied. "Foolish girl." Jiang Chen felt warmth swell within him at her words. "Very well," he consented. "Well, are you going or not? You won't tea back out again, will you?" The woman in black exclaimed anxiously. "Lead the way," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. "First, release my bindings, otherwise, I cannot utilize my spiritual power to open the passage to the demon realm," the woman insisted. "That is reasonable." Jiang Chen nodded, and then withdrew the energy that had restrained her. Instantly, she regained her freedom, yet she did not leave immediately. Instead, she observed Jiang Chen with caution. "Now, open the passage," Jiang Chen urged. "Why the rush? Once we enter the demon realm, we shall see how arrogant you remain." The woman in black snorted disdainfully, then began to weave her hands in intricate gestures, causing the space before her to warp gradually. Moments later, a swirling vortex began to take shape. "Let us proceed." Jiang Chen took his daughter's hand and stepped into the vortex, with the woman following closely behind. Inside the vortex, it felt as though they had entered another world. A kaleidoscope of colors surrounded them, reminiscent of a starry night sky. "Is this truly the demon realm?" Jiang Chen marveled at the breathtaking scenery before him. "Ha ha ha, human! I cannot believe you had the audacity to come to the demon realm. My father and I share a profound connection. He will arrive shortly, and your end is nigh." The woman taunted suddenly. "Is that so?" Jiang Chen replied with a calm smile, unperturbed. Boom. At that moment, a massive sound resonated through the void. A colossal shadow descended from above. Jiang Chen looked up and beheld a towering figure cloaked in black scales, rugged in appearance and exuding an aura of menace. "Boy, are you the one who harmed my daughter?" The man's voice was low and icy, radiating an intense malevolence. He was none other than the Tianpeng clan's formidable leader, the Tianpeng king. "She is your daughter?" Jiang Chen glanced in disbelief at the woman in black, puzzled as to how she bore any resemblance to the Tianpeng clan. "Indeed." The Tianpeng king growled. "Human, do you know your crime?" "What crime?" Jiang Chen countered with a smile. "You have harmed my daughter. Is that not a capital offense?" The Tianpeng king roared in fury. "Harmed her? Pray tell, do you not see the flaw in your judgment?" Jiang Chen pointed at the woman, chuckling. "Uft." Jiang Yue stifled a giggle at the absurdity of the situation. "You," the Tianpeng king's fury ignited at Jiang Chen's words. "You wretched being. How dare you mock me? You are courting death." Whoosh. With a fierce shriek, a sharp feather shot through the air, imbued with devastating force. "Is that all?" Jiang Chen scoffed, flicking his finger to shatter the feather. You have some skills." The Tianpeng king was taken aback, but quickly retorted coldly. "However, such trivial abilities are far from sufficient. Today, I shall show you the true meaning of disparity." As his words fell, he vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Jiang Chen, his fist descending with a terrifying gale capable of rending all asunder. "Boy, die." The Tianpeng king grinned maliciously. If his punch landed, it would surely obliterate Jiang Chen's skull. Yet, just as the Tianpeng king's fist was about to make contact with Jiang Chen's forehead, his arm froze in place, his entire being rendered rigid. "What is happening?" The Tianpeng king wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed as to why he had suddenly halted. "What have you done?" His gaze fixated on Jiang Chen, confusion deepening within him. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed a vivid red, radiating an uncontrollable aura of murder. "Ha ha! It has been far too long since I unleashed my wrath." Jiang Chen bellowed with laughter, his demeanor exuding arrogance that bewildered onlookers. "Seal." He uttered a single word. Instantly, the Tianpeng king's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed his internal energy being sealed. even his blood freezing in place. Could it be that you are an emperor? The Tianpeng king was filled with dread, his eyes wide with terror. Crack! Before he could ponder further, an overwhelming force bore down upon his chest. Accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing, Jiang Chen stepped forward, teleporting directly in front of the Tianpeng king, and struck down with his palm. Bang! The Tianpeng king's body erupted, transforming into a gruesome mist of blood, a sight too horrific to behold. Father! The woman in black let out a heart-wrenching wail. Silence! Jiang Chen frowned, raising his right hand and pulling her towards him with a forceful grip. As he clasped her throat with his left hand, she felt a chilling sensation. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. Sensing the icy grip around her neck, she was utterly terrified. Jiang Chen showed no mercy, tightening his grasp. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from her as she writhed in agony. Spare me. I promise I won't do it again. The esteemed princess of the demon clan. I am truly grateful for your guidance to the demon realm. As a token of my appreciation, I shall personally see you off, Jiang Chen said indifferently, his fingers exerting pressure. Crack! Her pupils dilated, life extinguishing from her eyes. This human is even more malevolent than we demons. In the distance, several concealed figures shook their heads in disbelief. The strength and methods Jiang Chen displayed surpass our own in cruelty. With the Tianpeng king slain, should we still intervene? Let it be. This human clearly embodies the prowess of a transcendent being, far beyond our capacity to contend with. Ultimately, they retreated, choosing not to linger any longer. Gentlemen, are you so eager to take your leave? Jiang Chen turned, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. What are they plotting? Upon hearing his words, several figures halted, their gazes fixated on Jiang Chen with wariness. I have recently arrived in the demon realm and am unfamiliar with the terrain. As you are locals, you should possess greater knowledge than I, Jiang Chen remarked. Therefore, I kindly request that you guide me. Oh no, have we been discovered? Surely not. My concealment techniques are rather proficient. Perhaps we should simply ignore him. What if he is merely attempting to deceive us? That could work. After deliberation, the figures resolved to depart. It seems I must eliminate a few disobedient ones to instill a sense of dread, observing the fleeing silhouettes. A smile crept upon Jiang Chen's face. In an instant, he summoned his mental energy, pinpointing the locations of several powerful demons. He is pursuing us. Sensing the disturbance behind them, the great demons turned pale with fright. Jiang Chen's speed was astonishing. He could close the distance in the blink of an eye. We must fight. They gritted their teeth, preparing to resist, refusing to succumb passively. Moths to a flame, utterly unaware of their own limitations. Jiang Chen's tone was frigid, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Help! One figure cried out in panic. Jiang Chen showed no mercy. With a swift motion, a blade of light surged forth. The sound of blood spraying filled the air as the great demon's head was severed, the body collapsing lifelessly. The remaining demons were paralyzed with terror, scattering in all directions. Die! Jiang Chen exhibited no hesitation, dispatching one demon with each strike. You fiend! One of the great demons roared in fury, yet met only the cold steel of Jiang Chen's sword. Should you dare to slay me, prepare for a relentless vendetta from the Tianpeng clan. Another great demon shouted defiantly as death approached. A relentless vendetta? You think you are worthy of such a fate? Jiang Chen retorted coldly. With that proclamation, he dispatched another demon. As the carnage continued, only one great demon remained, trembling in abject fear. Please, spare me. I am willing to guide you. It pleaded desperately. Very well, Jiang Chen nodded, refraining from immediately ending the last demon's life. Does your Tianpeng clan possess abundant spiritual herbs? Jiang Chen inquired. Esteemed elder, all the spiritual herbs of the Tianpeng clan are stored within a secluded cave. However, that cave is currently sealed by our ancient patriarch's enchantments, and I am unable to access it, the great demon replied respectfully, leaving no room for deceit. Where's that cave? Let me there. Please, esteemed elder, follow me. The great demon, not daring to tarry, promptly guided Jiang Chen away. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Father, where did you vanish to just now? I almost thought you had forsaken me again. Jiang Yuer exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Chen turned to see her sorrowful expression, his heart twisting with guilt. Do not cry, my dear Yuer. I did not intend to abandon you. He reached out, gently stroking her little head. After all, he had been consumed by the heat of battle and had failed to consider his daughter's feelings. However, to his surprise, Jiang Yuer wept even more fiercely, clinging tightly to him. All right, I apologize. I promise it will not happen again. Jiang Chen comforted her, yet his self-reproach deepened. Slaughtering his foes brought an exhilarating thrill, yet it often blinded him to those he cherished. If given the choice, he would prefer to dispatch his enemies swiftly rather than witness his daughter's tears. Really? Jiang Yue choked out. Of course, my Yue is the apple of my eye. How could I ever forsake you? Jiang Chen replied with a tender smile. Hearing this, Jiang Yue's worry melted away, her face brightening with joy. Yet, she pouted and said, this is the second time already. I do not wish for a third. All right, it was all my fault, Jiang Chen said gently, nodding with a smile. Afterward, he affectionately ruffled Jiang Yue's hair, his gaze filled with paternal love. By the way, Yue, how about we go treasure hunting soon? He suddenly suggested. He intended to locate the Tianpeng clan's cave and seize all the spiritual herbs within. Yes. Jiang Yue responded eagerly, without hesitation. Noticing her enthusiasm, Jiang Chen turned to the great demon, commanding, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. His tone was authoritative, causing the demon to tremble in fear. Please, esteemed elder, I shall take you there at once. The great demon stammered. Thus, Jiang Chen followed the great demon as they soared toward the Tianpeng clan. In no time, they arrived at their destination. Esteemed elder, our Tianpeng clan resides in the valley below, the demon indicated. The stone walls at the valley's entrance were riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. Wow, this place is vast. It must harbor countless treasures, Jiang Yue exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Intriguing. I did not anticipate that this valley would harbor such a multitude of demons. Did you deliberately bring me here, hoping to use these mere insects to ensnare me? Jiang Chen surveyed the area with his mental energy, speaking suddenly. Ha. Since you have uncovered our plan, there is no need for further pretense. Come forth. The great demon's visage twisted in malice as he bellowed. Instantly, a cacophony erupted from the valley, and the members of the Tianpeng clan emerged, numbering over 30,000, a truly magnificent sight. Jiang Chen glanced up and noted that more than 300 of the Tianpeng demons exuded a formidable aura, all above the creation realm. The leader, in particular, had reached the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. However, the rest, while slightly weaker, still possessed attainments no lower than the divine illumination realm. Clearly, the Tianpeng clan was already aware of the great demon's scheme, having laid an ambush long ago, waiting for Jiang Chen to walk into their trap. Chapter 50. A bountiful harvest, a bounty of 30,000 demon cores. Is this your confidence? What can mere insects do, no matter how numerous? Jiang Chen remarked coolly, observing the swarming Tianpeng clan. Enough with the idle chatter. Today, neither of you shall escape death, the great demon declared with malevolence. However, Jiang Chen paid him no heed, turning to his daughter and solemnly asking, Yue, what do you think these creatures resemble? Like roasted meat, delicious roasted meat. Jiang Yue replied, her big eyes sparkling innocently. Ha. Well said. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, his gaze turning sharp as he faced the throng of demons. You scoundrels! I will see you dead. The great demon, enraged by their mockery, thundered in fury, kill them. With a fierce roar, the great demon issued the command. In an instant, the entire Tianpeng clan surged forward. A tide of chaos. Get lost, Jiang Chen bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder. In the void, a mysterious ripple spread outward. Bang, bang. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted as the bodies of the Tianpeng clan disintegrated, all perishing on the spot. At this moment, over 30,000 demon orbs hovered in the air, radiating a verdant glow. These orbs were the remnants of the Tianpeng clan that had just met their demise. Jiang Chen raised his arm, drawing the demon orbs into his storage ring. His storage space was immensely vast, capable of accommodating up to 10 million demon orbs. Father, is it truly this powerful? Jiang Yue stood beside him, her small face awash with astonishment. How could this be possible? The great demon's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Jiang Chen, with a mere roar, had annihilated the entire Tianpeng clan. What unfathomable strength was this? This human could not possibly be a quasi-emperor. Panic began to surface on the great demon's face. Swish. No, I must flee quickly, or I will surely be killed. With this thought, he turned to escape, not daring to linger. Will you be able to escape? Jiang Chen scoffed, extending his hand and pulling the great demon back towards him in an instant. You vile scoundrel, how dare you deceive us? Watch as I make you pay. Jiang Yue stepped forward, extending her small hand to deliver several resounding slaps. Smack. Ah, little lady, please, no more. The great demon fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, letting out a cry of agony. His cheeks were swollen from Yue's blows, and several teeth had fallen out. Senior, please spare me. At this moment, he could only beg Jiang Chen for mercy. Spare you? Jiang Chen let out a derisive laugh, raising his foot to press against the demon's cheek. A sickening crunch echoed as bones shattered. Ah! The great demon screamed, his face completely caving in. Senior, I beg you spare me. I will take you to my lair this very moment. I swear I will not deceive you again. The great demon lifted his head, wailing. No need. I shall simply search your soul. Jiang Chen's tone was icy, devoid of any compassion. Boom. Before the words had left his mouth, he unleashed his soul-searching technique. Accompanied by a series of wails, Jiang Chen began to probe into the demon's memories. Instantly, a vast array of memories flooded into his mind. Moments later, he withdrew his technique. I see. Understanding the sequence of events, Jiang Chen grasped the situation. This valley was the ancestral home of the Tianpeng clan. After the fall of their progenitor, the clan had waned significantly, even relying on alliances with other clans to secure a fleeting peace. Once the soul search was complete, Jiang Chen plucked out the great demon's demon orb and discarded his corpse to the side. I wonder if Yuer will be able to withstand a demon orb of the Xianxun realm. Jiang Chen mused, holding the orb. Father, is this for Yuer? The moment the demon orb appeared, Jiang Yuer rushed over. Indeed, consume it. Jiang Chen offered it to her. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuer opened her mouth and took a bite. Zzz instantly, the energy on the surface of the demon orb was devoured. Jiang Yuer glowed with a blue-purple radiance. An aura of terrifying might erupting forth. Jiang Chen sensed his daughter's rising power, a smile of satisfaction crossing his face. Boom. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Jiang Yuer halted her transformation. She opened her eyes to reveal silver-gray pupils. Jiang Chen could feel that his daughter's demon bloodline seemed to have become even purer. By the looks of it, this girl has already entered the celestial silence realm. Jiang Chen pondered to himself. Father, look. Yuer can tear through the void now. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer waved her hand, and the space ahead was instantly rent, revealing a black fissure. Indeed, coupled with an imperial weapon, Yuer's current strength would allow her to contend even against those at the fake creation realm. Jiang Chen nodded, overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated his daughter's rapid growth. It seemed that devouring demon orbs was indeed far more efficient than consuming pills. Excellent. But do not become complacent. Continued effort is essential. Jiang Chen gently tousled her hair. Father, you always say that. Can't you just praise Yuer? Jiang Yuer pouted her small lips, acting coy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. You, truly a mischievous little one. He affectionately tapped her forehead and laughed. Our Yuer is indeed remarkable. Is that not sufficient? Hee. Jiang Yuer stuck out her tongue. All right, since Yuer has successfully broken through, let us continue our treasure hunt. Jiang Yuer nodded. Following this, Jiang Chen lifted her up and soared directly into the depths of the valley. Meanwhile, deep within the Kirin clan, a strikingly handsome young man stood before a lake, gazing into the distant mists. His hands were clasped behind him, his gaze profound, elusive to discern. Master, the princess of the Tianpeng clan has been slain. Suddenly, an elder emerged from the water, delivering the news to the young man. Oh, the young man turned around. His expression was calm, yet a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Who was responsible? Master. It pertains to the humans who intruded into the demon domain, the elder replied. The demon races had their own means of communication. When one clan faced misfortune, the others would invariably receive the news in a timely manner. Furthermore, when a great demon was slain, the residual aura would allow the killer's presence to linger, facilitating revenge. Humans, you say? The corners of the young man's mouth curled into a cruel smile. He was the young master of the Kirin clan, with a status of great significance. Moreover, the Kirin clan was even mightier than the Tianpeng clan, having had their progenitor attain the quasi-emperor realm, endowing them with extraordinary strength. Master, the Tianpeng clan has been friendly with our clan for generations. Should we take any action? The elder suggested. Let it be. A worthless life is no loss. The Kirin young master mused solemnly. However, although I have no fondness for the Tianpeng princess, she is nonetheless under our protection. The human who slaughtered her must pay a price, else my heart shall bear this grudge. Then I shall send someone. The elder hesitated, recalling the young master's earlier words, and fell silent. No need. I shall personally take care of this matter. Understood. The elder bowed his head. Chapter 51. This spirit tree. It resembles my family's husky a bit. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, accompanied by his daughter, soared through the skies until they reached the innermost depths of the valley. Inside, the spiritual energy was dense, and spiritual plants flourished, resembling a paradise. In particular, at the center stood an ancient palace beside a towering ancient tree. Is this a spirit fruit? It appears to be ripe. Jiang Chen observed in amazement, discovering that the ancient tree was laden with golden fruits. Each fruit emanated a radiant light, dazzling to behold. Yuer, hurry, come here. There are delicious treats. Jiang Chen softly called to his daughter, his steps steady as he approached the ancient tree. Wow, such beautiful fruits. Jiang Yuer gazed at the fruits on the ancient tree, her eyes shimmering with excitement, eager to try them. These spirit fruits should taste quite delightful. Jiang Chen smiled cheerfully, preparing to reach out and pluck a fruit. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He sensed something rushing towards him. What could it be? He abruptly looked up and saw a branch hurtling towards him. Bang! Although the attack was neither painful nor bothersome, it piqued Jiang Chen's intense curiosity. He could feel that this ancient tree had awakened a form of consciousness. This was rather intriguing. If he were to transport it back to his courtyard, he would never have to worry about a lack of spiritual fruits in the future. Jiang Chen pondered, then shook his head. However, the space of the storage ring was limited and could not accommodate such a large tree. Nevertheless, the system space should suffice. Father, are you all right? Jiang Yue asked, puzzled by Jiang Chen's prolonged stillness. It's nothing. I was just thinking of bringing this tree home, so we could enjoy fruits every day, Jiang Chen replied, pointing to the ancient tree with a smile. Really? Jiang Yue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Of course it's true, Jiang Chen nodded, reaching out to grasp the ancient tree. Yikes! Yet, the ancient tree emitted a sound, coldly addressing him. Whoosh! In an instant, several sturdy branches shot up from the ground, resembling giant pythons as they lashed out at Jiang Chen. Observing this, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, devoid of any panic. Freeze! He suddenly commanded, his inner spiritual power surging forth. Immediately, those branches paused momentarily, becoming rigid and immovable. I have no desire to harm you, but you must recognize your place. Jiang Chen's tone turned icy, conveying a subtle threat. Yet, the ancient tree did not yield. Instead, it erupted with even more formidable spiritual energy. Whoosh! In the next moment, countless leaves fell from the ancient tree, shooting towards Jiang Chen like arrows. Humph! Your spirit is quite unyielding. Jiang Chen scoffed, unleashing an extreme chill from within, transforming it into a tempest that swept through the area. In an instant, the multitude of leaves shattered, turning to dust. Sensing the oncoming cold wave, the ancient tree immediately retracted its spiritual energy. Its trunk trembled violently, as if in fear of Jiang Chen, reluctant to act out again. So quickly you concede. Jiang Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had thought the ancient tree possessed a strong spirit. Little did he know, it had surrendered so easily. Father, look! Suddenly, Jiang Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing her voice, Jiang Chen turned to see that the ancient tree had shrunk in size. Then, to Jiang Yue's astonished gaze, it transformed into a palm-sized orb, rolling towards Jiang Chen. Smack! Jiang Chen reached out and grasped the tree orb. It rubbed against his palm incessantly, seemingly trying to ingratiate itself. It feels oddly reminiscent of my family's silly dog, Jiang Chen chuckled. Is this really the same large tree? It has suddenly become so adorable. Beside him, Jiang Yue's eyes sparkled as she reached out to touch the tree orb, her expression one of pure enchantment. I suppose it must be, Jiang Chen nodded, amused by the ancient tree's trembling form. Yue, from now on, it will be your responsibility to care for it. He handed the tree orb to his daughter, offering a gentle reminder. Jiang Yue happily accepted the tree orb, examining it closely. Father, it has become so small. Indeed, the ancient tree was now only the size of a fist. No worries, once we plant it in the courtyard, it will naturally grow larger, Jiang Chen explained. Fantastic. Little tree, you must bear plenty of fruits so that Yue can feast to her heart's content. Jiang Yue gazed at the tree orb, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yue, let us depart. After observing the ancient tree, Jiang Chen headed towards the ancient hall. All right, Jiang Yue replied, her steps light as she followed closely behind him. Soon, they arrived before the ancient hall. There, on either side of the entrance, stood statues of the Tianpeng clan. According to the memories of the demon race, this place was said to be the storage site for the Tianpeng clan's spiritual herbs. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings, speaking softly to himself. Oh, there is actually a formation enhancing the exterior of this ancient hall. He soon noticed the fluctuations of the formation, astonished. It seems this formation was set by the ancestor of the Tianpeng clan. Unfortunately, to me, it is utterly inconsequential. Jiang Chen gazed at the tightly shut door, his demeanor calm. Father, if we can't enter, should we prepare to leave? Jiang Yue stepped forward, a hint of worry in her voice. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, since we have come this far, it would be a pity not to take a look inside. With that, he took Jiang Yue's hand and walked forward. Buzzing. As he approached the entrance of the ancient hall, the killing formation was triggered, and endless sword energy coalesced. What a nuisance, disperse. Jiang Chen spread his palm, fingers curling into a fist. With a resounding boom, all the sword energy was shattered, and even the door was obliterated. Father, you are incredibly powerful, Jiang Yue exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration as she looked at her father. Ahem. Hearing this, Jiang Chen coughed lightly twice, trying to mask his discomfort. Typically, he was the one praising his daughter. Being praised by her left him feeling somewhat awkward. Yue, let us enter, he said softly, a hint of amusement in his tone as he stepped forward first. Hearing this, Jiang Yue nodded earnestly, confidently following in Jiang Chen's footsteps. Finally, the two arrived at the innermost part of the ancient hall. Before them lay a series of stone platforms, each adorned with a variety of treasures. Jiang Chen scanned the array, ultimately fixing his gaze on a translucent jade tablet at the center of one platform. Is this a sacred technique of the demon race? Unfortunately, it holds no allure for me unless one reaches the imperial realm. Jiang Chen shook his head, diverting his attention to the other treasures. Suddenly, his consciousness stirred slightly, probing the entirety of the ancient hall. Found it, he realized, sensing a familiar aura. Whoosh. In the next moment, Jiang Chen shot towards a wall, raising his hand to strike it forcefully. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as the wall split open, revealing a dark opening. Father, let me go in first to scout the path for you. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yue hurriedly dashed into the opening. This girl has an insatiable curiosity. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Father, hurry inside. Not long after, Jiang Yue's excited voice rang out. Without a second thought, Jiang Chen swiftly entered. As he stepped in, he was immediately enveloped by a rich fragrance of spiritual herbs. Before Jiang Yue, numerous high-grade spiritual grasses grew, each brimming with potent energy. Beside the spiritual grasses, countless premium spiritual stones were carelessly strewn about, resembling mere refuse. Chapter 52. Hand over the soul mark. Acknowledge me as your master. Goodness, is this how affluent the demon race is? Jiang Chen's lips twitched, nearly swearing, his emotions complex. Father, what are you talking about? Jiang Yue blinked her large eyes, displaying a puzzled expression. Nothing. Jiang Chen regained his composure, redirecting his gaze to the spiritual grasses and stones, smiling brightly. Yue, quickly use the storage ring to gather all these items, he urged. Father, can we collect them later? I wish to keep observing a bit longer, Jiang Yue replied, shaking her head as she squatted down, meticulously identifying each spiritual herb and selecting the most suitable ones for harvest. All right then. It seems young ladies have a fondness for flowers and plants, and this little girl is no exception, Jiang Chen thought, standing beside her and quietly observing her actions. Suddenly, Jiang Yue exclaimed with delight. Father, look at this beautiful spiritual herb. She held up a pink-budded plant, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This one is called piqiao. It possesses vibrant life force and can be refined into a pill that is highly effective for healing injuries. And this Ning grass can also be used. Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Chen began to explain. Father, how do you know so much? Jiang Yue asked, tilting her head in confusion. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yue, just remember, your father knows everything and is superior to anyone else. Oh, I understand now, she replied and reached out to grab another spiritual herb. Ouch, that hurts me terribly. A sudden, aged wail echoed nearby. Who is it? Jiang Yue jumped in surprise, quickly retracting her hand and scanning her surroundings warily. Hee, the little girl may be young, but she is quite alert. A faint soul emerged from the spiritual herb, speaking in a deep, hoarse voice while scrutinizing the two with murky eyes. Indeed, the world of cultivation is full of wonders. A soul can actually emerge from a spiritual herb. Jiang Chen gazed at the elderly figure in astonishment, yet his face bore no trace of panic. After all, in the realm of cultivation, anything bizarre could happen. Not bad, not bad, still reminiscent of my youthful demeanor, the elder remarked, nodding with a benevolent smile as he looked at Jiang Chen. He paused briefly before continuing. Do not be afraid, young friend. I, like you, am of the human race. It is with great shame that I find myself in this state, having once been curious enough to enter the demon realm, only to fall into an ambush laid by 3 demon quasi-emperors, with only a fragment of my soul escaping. He sighed and continued, fortunately, by a stroke of fate, I was able to attach myself to this spiritual herb, preserving my life. After a moment of reflection, the elder lamented, in my prime, I managed to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm within a millennium, a true prodigy of my time. Alas, one misstep leads to eternal regret. My quest for greater heights brought me to the demon realm alone, where I was ambushed by those 3 demon quasi-emperors, resulting in my demise. Ultimately, only a fragment of my soul escaped, and it was not until several centuries later that I attached myself to this spiritual herb to survive. The elder's words were laden with boundless regret and bitterness, his expression betraying a hint of nostalgia and fatigue, as though the battles of yore remained vivid in his memory. Upon hearing his tale, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. What does it have to do with me? You err. We shall not keep this cursed herb that harbors an old man's spirit. It is too disgusting. He immediately turned to signal his daughter to discard the herb. Okay, I understand. Jiang Yue obediently nodded and disposed of the ice-condensing herb she had just picked. Witnessing this, the elder's face stiffened, his mouth agape in disbelief. Young friend, while I may be but a fragment of a soul now, I was once a quasi-emperor. If you help me reconstruct my body, I would gladly take you as my disciple and impart all my knowledge to you. After a brief silence, he added, what do you say, young friend? No need. You can stay here and wait for your next fateful encounter. Jiang Chen replied bluntly, showing no courtesy. He then produced the storage ring, collecting all the spiritual stones and herbs in the cave. You. The elder's eyes widened in shock, his breath catching. Jiang Chen ignored him, taking his daughter by the hand as they prepared to leave. Wait. The elder hurriedly followed, blocking their path with a serious expression. Young friend, do you not think your actions are rather heartless? Old man, if you do not move within 3 breaths, I shall end you. Jiang Chen coldly retorted, his handsome face set in a frigid glare at the elder. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill radiated from Jiang Chen, sweeping through the air like a tempest. Feeling the icy killing intent, the elder trembled involuntarily, instinctively retreating a few steps until he leaned against the wall. After all, he was merely a soul now, exceedingly fragile and incapable of withstanding the power of a cultivator's attack. Father, that old gentleman looks quite pitiful. Why don't we help him? Jiang Yue turned back to the elder, her eyes filled with confusion. Where does your sympathy come from, child? Jiang Chen gently tapped her forehead, scolding. It is not that your father does not wish to help, but those who seek help must possess a certain attitude. I will not accept moral coercion. Jiang Yue nodded, seemingly unfazed. Young friend, please wait. My fragment of a soul will soon dissipate. What is it that you desire, so that I may reconstruct my body? I will agree to anything you ask. The elder gritted his teeth, bringing up the matter once more, hoping Jiang Chen would relent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen paused, pondering briefly before stating flatly, surrender your soul mark and acknowledge me as your master. The elder appeared momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Young friend, I was once a quasi-emperor. Could we negotiate for a different request? Refusal is fine. Yue, let us depart. Jiang Chen shrugged, leading his daughter away. Alas, the elder sighed helplessly. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, and a brilliant golden light flickered between his brows as he condensed a soul mark. I agree to your terms. After the soul mark was formed, the elder opened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he spoke. This old man has acquiesced so quickly? Jiang Chen mused to himself, initially concerned that the elder would not compromise. After all, he was a quasi-emperor, if he were to be bound as a servant. Even if Jiang Chen were to traverse realms again, having a quasi-emperor as a protector would ensure Jiang Yue's safety. Father, the old gentleman has agreed, should we not? Jiang Yue whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen nodded, maintaining his calm demeanor. Since that is the case, let us have the soul mark. As the words left his lips, he extended his palm. The elder hesitated for a moment before ultimately relinquishing the soul mark. Though it may be impossible to reconstruct your body, I can find you a vessel of exceptional talent for you to possess and be reborn. Accepting the elder's soul mark, Jiang Chen replied indifferently, thank you, my master. The elder sighed in relief, bowing deeply in gratitude, visibly excited. Now, you shall temporarily reside within this soul-nurturing jade, Jiang Chen said, producing a jade pendant and gesturing for him to enter. Understood, the elder respectfully complied, then entered the soul-nurturing jade. Yue, let us depart. Jiang Chen said as he stowed away the soul-nourishing jade, gently grasping Jiang Yue's hand as they made their way outside the ancient hall. All right, Jiang Yue replied obediently, allowing him to lead her. As they stepped out of the ancient hall, Jiang Chen's keen senses detected something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he noticed hundreds of shape-shifting demons suspended in midair, all possessing cultivation levels that reached the Xianzun realm. Among this formidable assembly, a young man stood at the forefront, Mo Lin, the young master of the Qiling clan. His countenance was severe, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld him. At that moment, his icy gaze was fixed upon Jiang Chen, his words laced with accusation. You are the human who annihilated the Tianpeng clan? He inquired, his voice deep and resonant, reverberating like thunder. Indeed, and what of it? Jiang Chen replied coldly, meeting his gaze without a flicker of fear. Having encountered such inquiries countless times, he found it rather tiresome. Yet, he could not fathom why these demons persistently sought to deliver themselves to him on a silver platter. The Tianpeng clan is under the protection of my Qiling clan. How dare you presume to slay them? Mo Lin bellowed with fury. Oh, and what do you propose to do about it? Jiang Chen arched an eyebrow. Renounce your cultivation and kneel in submission. Perhaps then you might spare your life. Mo Lin declared imperiously, his tone dripping with arrogance. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen scoffed, surveying the surroundings with indifference. Should you choose to kneel and plead for mercy today, I might consider sparing you. You human, you possess an intriguing sense of humor, Mo Lin retorted with a frigid chuckle, mocking him. Do you truly believe that by extinguishing the Tianpeng clan, you can reign supreme in the demon domain? Today, even if you are at the Dongxi realm, do not entertain the notion of escaping my grasp. As his words fell, dozens of demons surged forth from behind him, their formidable presence palpable. The weakest among them had already attained the pinnacle of the Zifu realm, while the rest were at the Dongxi level. These demons constituted the Qilin clan's most potent forces, dispatched by the young master to guard various exits and prevent Jiang Chen from fleeing. I shall relish the moment I capture you and see if you can still maintain that arrogant smile, Mo Lin said, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Chen. Why must you always compel me to unleash a massacre? Jiang Chen's expression hardened as he spoke slowly. Depart at once, and I shall overlook this transgression, otherwise, death awaits you. After all, he had already vanquished numerous demons. If he continued on this path, the entire demon race would suffer grievously. In such a scenario, the human cultivators would lose their balance of power and inevitably march into the demon realm, exacerbating the conflict and war. Ultimately, it would be the ordinary mortals who bore the brunt of the fallout, a fate he wished to avert. Ha! Mo Lin erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the grandest jest in existence. You, human, have lost your wits. It is I who has you surrounded, and yet you dare to speak of mercy? Ha ha ha! The young master speaks wisely. This human must be terrified into madness. The demons behind Mo Lin joined in the derision, their laughter ringing out mockingly. You wicked fiends, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Yue exclaimed, puffing her cheeks in indignation. My father is mercifully granting you a chance at life, yet you are so ungrateful. As her voice echoed, the laughter of the demons faltered. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. The girl had not been in vain. Humph, what can a mere girl understand? Mo Lin sneered. I advise you both to surrender. Perhaps the young master might grant you a swift end. No, this human has slain so many of my kin. He must pay with his life. A cacophony of voices arose. You, Jiang Yue fumed at the uproar. Just as she was about to retort, Jiang Chen placed a reassuring hand on her back, silencing her. Very well, I shall await your approach. Who among you wishes to be first? Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, his gaze dismissive and contemptuous. Young master, allow me to deal with him, one demon eagerly proposed. Unnecessary. I shall take matters into my own hands, Mo Lin replied, shaking his head before stepping forward. With a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared right in front of Jiang Chen, unleashing a thunderous punch that shattered the air with a deafening roar. Where? I will suppress my cultivation to the Xianzun realm for this encounter. It presents a perfect opportunity to teach you the proper application of ice-based techniques. You must observe closely, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly as he extended his hand to catch the terrifying arm. Hum. Jiang Yue nodded eagerly, her eyes fixated on Jiang Chen, determined not to miss a single detail. Ever since their last encounter, she had not experienced the thrill of slaughter. How dare you treat me as a mere training tool? You seek your own demise. Mo Lin's face darkened as he formed his other hand into a claw, viciously striking at Jiang Chen's head. However, before his attack could even graze Jiang Chen's garment, it was sent flying by a single kick. Mo Lin landed awkwardly some distance away, blood trickling from his mouth. Young master. The demons gasped in shock, rushing toward him. How is this human so powerful? Mo Lin clutched his chest, his eyes wide in disbelief. All of you. Attack together. Slay him. He spat through gritted teeth. With a clamor, the demons surged forward, intent on overwhelming Jiang Chen. Yet, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, utterly unperturbed. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he uttered 2 words. I seal. In an instant, a frigid gale swept through the area, the temperature plummeting to an extreme chill. A wave of icy air erupted from the ground, swiftly engulfing the demons, who found themselves transformed into statues of ice, their expressions frozen in place. Wow, is ice manipulation capable of such feats? Jiang Yue observed in rapt fascination, her eyes wide with wonder. At that moment, her horizons expanded, filling her with a yearning for cultivation. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Mo Lin's lower half became encased in ice, his expression a blend of horror and disbelief. Break. He exerted every ounce of spiritual energy to free himself from the icy shackles, but to no avail. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Zifu realm. Could you possibly be a quasi-emperor? Mo Lin gasped, staring in terror at Jiang Chen. Take a guess, Jiang Chen replied with a grin. Thud. Mo Lin trembled, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, his gaze filled with despair. A quasi-emperor in the demon realm signified an insurmountable force, utterly unmatched. Please spare me. The ancestor of my Qilin clan was also a quasi-emperor. I implore you to consider his legacy and show me mercy. In a desperate plea, Mo Lin's demeanor shifted to one of utter subservience, groveling in the dirt. Speaking of which, I have yet to sample Qilin meat, Jiang Chen mused thoughtfully, eyeing Mo Lin with a contemplative expression. The indifferent gaze resembled that of a famished tiger fixated on its prey. Chapter 54. The forces on the list. Not one left behind. Senior, I beseech you, spare me. Sensing Jiang Chen's malevolent stare, the young lord of the Qilin trembled with dread, his heart racing with terror. Yuer, would you care for some Qilin meat? Suddenly, Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Yuer beside him and inquired. I would like some. Yuer wants to eat. Jiang Yuer swallowed hard, nodding eagerly. Very well. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze shifted back to the young lord of the Qilin, his smile gradually fading. No, you cannot kill me. The young lord of the Qilin shrieked. I am the heir of the Qilin clan. Should you slay me, you will become our clan's public enemy, and our ancestors shall not let you go. His voice carried a note of desperation, tinged with anger. Heh, Jiang Chen chuckled, dismissing the threat. Enough of your prancing. It is time for you to meet your end. With that, Jiang Chen pointed decisively. In an instant, a sharp beam of sword light surged forth, severing the young lord's neck. Lord, the remaining powerful demons, witnessing the scene, were filled with sorrow and rage, yearning to rush forward and fight back. Yet, their disparity in strength rendered them powerless, forced to watch helplessly as their lord collapsed, blood gushing forth. Ah, and you lot shall accompany him to the afterlife. Jiang Chen cast a cold glance at the surrounding demons, his tone chilling. He then extended his palm, locking onto the several hundred formidable demons present. Bang, bang, bang. In a heartbeat, a torrential rain of blood fell, as hundreds of demons were reduced to mere fragments. In the blink of an eye, not a single demon remained standing, save for Jiang Yuer, who stood in a daze. Can I truly reach my father's level of power? She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fearing she might not keep pace with her father's progress. Gather. Jiang Chen then spread his palm. Soon, the hundreds of demon cores began to levitate, along with the body of the young lord, drawn into his storage ring. The energy contained within these cores was immense, exceedingly precious to Jiang Yuer, capable of aiding her rapid ascent and strength. Yuer, come here. Suddenly, Jiang Chen beckoned. Oh, all right. Jiang Yuer snapped back to reality and scampered towards him. Take this storage ring. It contains tens of thousands of demon cores. But remember, Yuer, you must exercise caution when absorbing them. Should your body be unable to endure, you must cease immediately. Jiang Chen admonished, handing her the ring. Father, fear not. Yuer is nearly 9 years old now and is no longer just a child of 8. I know what to do, Jiang Yuer confidently declared, patting her chest. You, even at 9, you are still but a child. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pinch her rosy cheeks affectionately, his eyes filled with adoration. Yet, as he did so, Jiang Yuer felt an overwhelming joy. After all, the original owner of her body would never have shown her such intimacy. By the way, father, when shall we leave? Yuer does not wish to linger in this place any longer. Jiang Yuer suddenly looked up, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Very well, let us depart at once. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. He then raised his hand, tearing through the fabric of space, revealing a rift. At that moment, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Father, what is it? Jiang Yuer asked, sensing his tension. Nothing to worry about. Let us proceed. Jiang Chen turned his head, casting a fleeting glance at the distant void, a slight smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yuer nodded, reaching to grasp her father's wrist. Together, they stepped into the void, departing from the demon domain. Once they had vanished, several indistinct shadows slowly materialized in the void above the demon realm. That human seems to have sensed our presence? A deep voice resonated, imbued with authority and coldness. Unlikely. The human emperor has been in seclusion for a millennium, another aged voice interjected. Moreover, even if the human emperor concealed his cultivation to enter the demon realm, his imperial aura would be imperceptible to our minds. What of earlier? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Upon hearing the latter statement, the three figures fell silent. This human has slaughtered so many of our kin. Shall we simply allow him to depart unscathed? The first voice spoke again, filled with indignation. We have no choice. The emperor's realm forbids intervention. This is a covenant established with the human emperor, another voice replied frostily. Very well. In the end, the ethereal figures quietly dissipated. In the northern Linzhou, at the heavenly pool sacred land, within a certain forbidden area, Mu Wanqing had been in seclusion for a full 7 days. At this moment, she sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes slightly closed, her long hair flowing gracefully. Surrounding her were various elixirs and spiritual fruits, the air thick with the fragrance of potent herbs. Buzz. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing opened her eyes, her pupils icy and piercing, akin to 2 sharp blades. She exhaled a deep breath, her gaze regaining clarity. I have finally broken through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, she murmured. a joyful expression illuminating her beautiful face. "Xianer, as I promised, once I emerge from seclusion, I shall avenge you. The time has come." She clenched her fists, a fierce killing intent radiating from her eyes. "Come forth," Mu Wanqing commanded sharply. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, 6 figures clad in black materialized out of thin air, respectfully kneeling before Mu Wanqing. "We pay our respects to the Holy Master. Take this list and immediately inform the elders of each peak to summon all disciples. Leave not a single force listed unscathed." Mu Wanqing produced a stack of papers from her robe and tossed it to them. "As you command." The 6 figures accepted their orders and swiftly vanished from the space. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had returned to the Great Yin Kingdom with his daughter. At this moment, in the small courtyard, 2 figures emerged from the rippling void. "Hooray! We are finally home," Jiang Yuer exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement upon seeing the familiar scenery. During their time in the demon domain, she had remained by Jiang Chen's side, never daring to let her guard down. Now that they had returned to their homeland, she finally felt a sense of relief. "Look at how delighted you are. Did you not wish to linger a bit longer in the demon realm?" Jiang Chen shook his head, amused by his daughter's exuberance. "Of course," Jiang Yuer replied without hesitation. "Hee, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. This is what you taught me, father." After saying this, she winked at Jiang Chen. "You little rascal, why do you only learn the bad things so well?" Jiang Chen chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. Just then, Xiaomi called out, emerging from Jiang Yuer's embrace to carefully inspect the new surroundings. Chapter 55, Protest. The Wrong Spirit Tree. "Little one, why don't you take root by that willow tree over there?" Jiang Chen suggested, pointing towards a willow tree not far away. Upon hearing those words, the tree sphere trembled in its entirety, daring not to refute, and obediently rolled towards the willow tree. Before long, it had reached the vicinity of the willow, burying its form into the soil. Thunderous rumblings echoed as a terrifying suction force erupted, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, all of it was consumed by the tree sphere. Crack, crack. The tree sphere began to expand dramatically, soon reaching a height of approximately 1,000 feet. Its branches transformed into robust vines, enveloping the trunk. The entire small courtyard was shrouded in a lush green ambience. "Father, this little tree truly can grow larger again, just as you said." Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yuer's eyes widened in astonishment. "Hee, indeed, this spirit tree has absorbed such an abundance of spiritual energy. It merely restored itself to its original size," Jiang Chen replied with a proud smile. "But why hasn't it borne any fruit yet?" After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Yuer inquired, puzzled. "Is that so?" Jiang Chen's icy gaze swept towards the ancient tree. Suddenly, the ancient tree was startled, and under Jiang Chen's watchful eyes, it slowly unfurled its leaves. One by one, fruits began to appear, emanating an enchanting fragrance. "See, it has indeed borne spiritual fruits." After a while, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Whoosh! At that moment, Jiang Yuer's eyes sparkled, and she swiftly flew over to pluck one. "Wow, it's so sweet." After tasting the spiritual fruit, she revealed a look of delight. "Father, you must try it as well. It's truly delightful." She looked up at Jiang Chen with a sweet smile. "All right." Jiang Chen reached out to pat her head, then summoned a fruit from the branches, taking a light bite. Instantly, a pure surge of spiritual energy flowed throughout his body. After savoring it, Jiang Chen smiled and remarked, "Not bad, it is quite sweet. Father, if Yuer eats this every day, will it eventually run out?" As she spoke, Jiang Yuer's tone began to carry a hint of dejection. After all, treasures like spiritual fruits are rare and precious, typically taking a long time to bear fruit again. Seeing her like this, Jiang Chen turned his gaze back to the spirit tree and said with a gentle smile, "Indeed, that is a concern. What do you think?" Eek! The spirit tree seemed to sense danger and began to shake its trunk wildly. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Yuer, look. This little fellow has already agreed. From now on, you can eat to your heart's content. I believe it won't mind." "That's wonderful. Thank you, little tree." Hearing this, Jiang Yuer joyfully flew toward the spirit tree. She lay directly against the trunk and plucked another spiritual fruit to continue her feast. Observing his daughter's happiness, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think, "It seems I truly have a knack for raising children. By the way, with so many spiritual fruits, I should send some to my sister. They would surely aid her in her cultivation." With this thought, he willed the 30 spiritual fruits to float into his hands. "Yuer, remember to eat your fill and then practice. No slacking off. I must visit your Aunt Jiangyao for a while," Jiang Chen instructed before turning to leave the small courtyard. "Got it," Jiang Yuer replied, munching on the spiritual fruit. Eek! The spirit tree cried out in indignation, clearly feeling quite wronged. However, It ultimately remained powerless in its fury, unable to effect any change. In the Wuji sect, within the Grand Hall, several elders sat solemnly, deliberating on matters of importance. Esteemed elders, with the sect leader currently unaccounted for, whom do you believe should temporarily assume the leadership? One elder rose to pose the question to the assembly. Is that even a question? Whoever possesses the highest cultivation should take charge, another elder asserted. Indeed, if we are to decide based on cultivation level, I believe the second elder is the most suitable. I second the second elder among those present. Aside from the absent first elder, the second elder is the most qualified, several members whispered amongst themselves. Nonsense. Just then, a voice of reprimand boomed from outside the door. Following that, a powerful and resonant voice declared, "My disciple's life and death remain uncertain, and you all are here bickering. Do you not regard me, your ancestor?" The doors were thrust open, and an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow strode in. This man was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Wuji sect, Zhang Qiubai. The ancestor. The sight of him left everyone astonished. Zhang Qiubai's presence plunged the hall into silence. After all, the ancestor typically remained in secluded meditation until a breakthrough in cultivation was achieved. Once everyone regained their composure, they respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to the ancestor," whom Zhang Qiubai's expression was stern as he nodded slowly, stepping forward. He then took his seat at the head of the table. "Ancestor, please do not be angry." The earlier discussions ceased, and all the elders bowed their heads in trepidation, offering their apologies. "Do not be angry?" Zhang Qiubai snorted coldly and questioned. "I founded the Wuji sect with the hope of one day seeing it flourish. What have you all been doing?" "Ancestor, we acknowledge our mistakes." Upon receiving Zhang Qiubai's admonishment, the elders bowed their heads, appearing contrite. Sigh. After a long pause, Zhang Qiubai sighed and inquired, "Now tell me, aside from the first elder and my disciple, who else ventured to the Blackwater Lake?" Reporting to the ancestor, Elder Yang from the entering Cloud Peak led his disciples there not long ago. As per the sect leader's instructions, one elder promptly responded. "Oh." Zhang Qiubai raised an eyebrow. "If that is the case, why was I not informed at the time?" This. At his words, several elders were momentarily taken aback. Reporting to the ancestor, "At that time, you were in closed-door meditation. We did not wish to disturb you. Furthermore, the sect leader commanded that this time, during the quest for the ancient tomb's legacy, no information was to be leaked." After a moment's contemplation, an older elder stepped forward to explain. Upon hearing this, the ancestor furrowed his brows, remaining silent for a moment before asking, "Where are Elder Yang's disciples now?" Reporting to the ancestor, Elder Yang's two disciples returned severely injured and are currently recuperating in the cave of entering Cloud Peak, another elder quickly answered. Second elder swiftly summoned the three of them. "I wish to interrogate them personally," Zhang Qiubai commanded, closing his eyes to rest, appearing as though he had fallen asleep. "As you command." The second elder respectfully withdrew. Before long, Elder Yang, along with his two disciples, entered the Grand Hall. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Yang Hai was the first to bow deeply to Zhang Qiubai, then stepped aside. Li Yin'er and Zhang Haobei stepped forward, their expressions slightly tense. "Junior Li Yin'er, Zhang Haobei, pay my respects to the ancestor and esteemed uncles." They both bowed respectfully to Zhang Qiubai and the gathered elders before kneeling, awaiting Zhang Qiubai's interrogation. "Speak. How did you escape from the ancient tomb?" Zhang Qiubai asked directly. "Ancestor, the matter is as follows." Li Yin'er stood up and succinctly recounted the events that transpired. Chapter 56. How dare a flickering light compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? "What you just said, is it true?" After hearing her account, Zhang Qiubai slowly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze fixed upon Li Yin'er. In response to the venerable ancestor, the disciple solemnly affirmed, "What my junior sister has stated is indisputably true." In that instant, a weighty pressure enveloped Li Yin'er, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead as she spoke with a trembling voice. "Ancestor, my junior sister's words are entirely accurate. During our expedition to the ancient tomb, we were suddenly besieged by malevolent spirits, and even the elder of the sacred land proved no match for them. Ultimately, we were fortunate to be rescued by a little girl of unknown origin." At this juncture, Zhang Haobei, who was kneeling nearby, interjected, "Are you saying that it was an 8-year-old girl who vanquished the malevolent spirits?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiubai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, her strength is unfathomable, rendering her impossible to perceive. Zhang Haobei nodded in affirmation. "Is she truly that formidable?" The elders within the grand hall were left agape, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. "Esteemed elders, grave news. We have an adversary." At that moment, a disciple rushed into the hall in a state of panic. However, before he could finish his sentence, a swift and lethal sword light severed his neck in an instant. Thud. Blood gushed forth, staining the entire hall crimson. "Impudent." Who dares to slay a disciple of my Wujizong? The elders immediately became vigilant, their expressions contorted with fury. Silence. Do not create chaos. Zhang Xiaobai waved his hand, signaling the others to regain their composure. He then raised his gaze towards the ceiling of the hall, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, the air trembled, and a swirling vortex of pitch darkness materialized. Sensing the anomaly of the vortex, Zhang Xiaobai's pupils contracted sharply, and a rare expression of solemnity crossed his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In rapid succession, dozens of slicing winds reverberated throughout the hall. Subsequently, figures began to emerge from the vortex, landing around the hall. Is this the location of the final power on the list? A voice resonated slowly. TSK, TSK, the strongest among them is merely at the celestial quietude realm, truly weak. Since that is the case, let us conclude this swiftly and return to report to the Holy Lord. As these figures descended, they brazenly scrutinized the gathered individuals. Their robes were adorned with a golden sword pattern, unmistakably identifying them as sword cultivators from the Tianxi sacred land. The disdainful glances directed towards Zhang Xiaobai were unmasked and unmistakable. Who are these audacious individuals? Their arrogance is outrageous. It appears their intentions are far from benign. The elders' expressions shifted dramatically as they recognized the newcomers. Who are you, daring to intrude upon my Wujizong? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect to leave. At this moment, one elder could no longer contain himself and surged forward. Bang! In response, the leading sword cultivator suddenly drew his sword from its sheath and, with a single stroke, cleaved the elder's body in two. Crash! Blood sprayed everywhere, and the scene spiraled into chaos. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, all present felt their hearts tremble, their faces etched with terror. In one move, merely one move, and a god reflection realm elder has been slain. How terrifying! Huh? A mere insect dares to question me? The leading sword cultivator's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Who are you? Zhang Xiaobai interjected, rising slowly. Though he did not recognize this individual, he was acutely aware that anyone capable of dispatching a god reflection realm expert in a single strike was no ordinary foe, at the very least. Their power was on par with his own. Though you of the Wujizong have not wronged me, we are here on the Holy Lord's command. None from any faction involved in the ancient tomb's legacy may be spared. Upon finishing, the leading sword cultivator exuded a chilling murderous intent. This is bad. Could they be from the Holy Land, mistakenly believing our Wujizong has obtained the legacy and come to exact retribution? Zhang Qiubai's heart sank upon hearing their words. Boom. Just then, the entire hall trembled violently. A tremendous oppressive force manifested, filling the grand hall. What? Another powerful presence has descended. Instantly, the faces of several Wujizong elders changed dramatically as they mobilized their spiritual power in an attempt to resist this overwhelming pressure. Whoosh. Following this, a formidable figure stepped forth from the void, landing within the hall. The newcomer was a woman clad in purple, shrouded in dense black mist that obscured her features. We pay our respects to the Holy Lord. Upon seeing this woman, all the members of the Tianxi sacred land knelt in reverence. This purple-clad woman was none other than the leader of the sacred land, Mu Wanqing. How is it that exterminating a small sect has taken so long? She surveyed the crowd with a disdainful snort, her expression one of arrogance. My subordinates are incompetent. I apologize for troubling the Holy Lord. The sword cultivator elder immediately bowed his head, explaining in a fearful tone. This shall not happen again. Everyone, withdraw. Mu Wanqing nodded, her voice cold. As you command. Subsequently, several sword cultivator elders led their disciples away in haste. Master, I'm so frightened. I truly do not wish to die. Witnessing this scene, Li Yan'er quickly stood, hiding behind Yang Hai, her delicate face as pale as a sheet. Foolish disciple, against such formidable beings, even your master. Yang Hai clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. Master, is there truly no way out? Zhang Haobei, standing nearby, expressed his unwillingness. Alas, Yang Hai sighed deeply, his expression darkening. May I dare to inquire? Holy Lord, why do you insist on annihilating my entire Wujizong? Even in death, we wish to understand our fate. If it is due to the legacy, I assure you. While we participated, we did not seize it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobai, seated at the head, rose and clasped his hands in greeting. You are not worthy to know? Perish. Mu Wanqing cast a cold glance at him. Swish. In the next moment, she extended her delicate hand, flicking her fingers. Instantly, two sharp, sword energies burst forth, tearing through the air with the force of thunder, creating a resounding explosion. Crack! The sword energy, razor-sharp, pierced through the void. This is bad. Zhang Qiubai's eyes narrowed as he immediately focused all his spiritual power to shield himself. Puff! A dull thud echoed, and Zhang Qiubai let out a pained scream as the sword energy cleaved him into pieces, his demise tragically horrific. What? The ancestor has perished. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining elders of the hall were engulfed by waves of shock. The ancestor of Wujizong was a peak celestial quietude realm expert. To be effortlessly slain without even managing to defend against a single strike. This woman's strength is utterly terrifying. Curse it. The sacred land is exceedingly oppressive. Everyone. Fight to the death. Indeed, since we are to die, why fear her any longer? Upon Zhang Qiubai's death, the remaining elders erupted in fury, each one shouting madly as they unleashed secret techniques and charged towards Mu Wanqing. Yet Mu Wanqing regarded them with utter indifference. A firefly dares to contest with the brilliance of the moon? Her voice was devoid of emotion as she made her move once more. Raising her arm, she suddenly grasped forward. Buzz. In that instant, a pitch-black, profound palm print manifested, descending like a mountain of demonic force. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of splintering bones echoed throughout the hall. The inky black imprint surged forth with astonishing swiftness, rendering evasion utterly impossible, as it instantaneously crushed several elders. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall transformed into a veritable hellscape. A thick, acrid scent of blood permeated the air. Chapter 57. The Wuji sect faces annihilation. Witnessing the elders fall before that woman as if they were mere vegetables being chopped, Yang Hai stood in stunned silence, trembling uncontrollably, his lips parched, unable to utter a single word. Is our master about to come and slay us? Suddenly, Li Yan'er's delicate visage turned pale, her body shaking as she stammered. Senior sister, do not fear. I shall accompany you to death. At least on the road to the underworld, you will have company. Beside them, Zhang Haobei displayed a resolute expression. Upon hearing his words, Li Yan'er's eyes reddened, and she sobbed. Senior brother, Yan'er does not wish to die. If anyone is to perish, let it be you alone. Gifted since childhood, she had resolutely abandoned her mortal parents and, through relentless effort, had finally embarked on the path of cultivation. Now, faced with the specter of death, she was adamant that she would not fall so easily. Next, it would be your turn. At that moment, Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes flickered, finally shifting her gaze towards the trio. In an instant, two chilling waves of murderous intent surged forth, causing Yang Hai and his companions to tremble violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Elder, please wait. I have urgent news to convey regarding the saintess. Yang Hai forced himself to steady his emotions and hastily spoke. Oh, pray, enlighten me, Mu Wanqing replied, arching an eyebrow slowly. Elder, your presence here is undoubtedly tied to the matter of the saintess, is it not? Please, take a look at this. This is a recording stone, which has captured all that transpired within the ancient tomb, Yang Hai declared, producing a recording stone and offering it to Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing accepted the recording stone, her consciousness probing within. Thunderous roars erupted from it, followed by a rapid succession of perilous scenes unfolding, showcasing the saintess engaged in battle with spectral foes. Speak quickly. Who are the two individuals that appeared last? From whence do they hail? After absorbing the information from the recording stone, Mu Wanqing's brows knitted together, her voice icy as it resonated through the hall. Elder, I truly do not know. However, my disciple's arm was severed by that young woman's sword, and even now, her aura lingers upon it. As Yang Hai heard Mu Wanqing's inquiry, he promptly knelt, speaking with utmost reverence. Surely, with your vast powers, you can trace that aura. Perhaps she knows the whereabouts of the saintess. Is that so? Mu Wanqing's exquisite eyes glimmered. Suddenly, she raised her jade hand, unleashing a stream of pure spiritual energy that surged directly towards Li Yan'er. As the energy entered her body, Li Yan'er emitted a pained groan. No, please, do not. I beg you, spare me. Her face was a mask of terror as she struggled to plead. Yet, Mu Wanqing remained unheeding. With a crash, the spiritual energy wreaked havoc within Li Yan'er, as if attempting to tear her apart. Soon, her body began to convulse violently, as a network of gruesome veins erupted beneath her skin. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, her flesh was obliterated into a cloud of dust, leaving only a skeletal frame lying on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yang Hai's pupils constricted. Indeed, her body bore the faint remnants of that young woman's aura. Although faint, it was not beyond my capabilities. Casting a glance at the remains, Mu Wanqing remarked coolly, I have found it. It is located in that direction. Approximately half an incense stick later, Mu Wanqing stowed away her royal artifact, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, why did a sense of unease linger in my heart? Could this expedition forebode peril? As her beautiful eyes twinkled, she seemed to sense a trace of danger. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, she shook her head and chuckled softly. As a formidable being of the Purple Mansion realm, could a mere remote locale truly pose a threat to her? It was sheer folly to think so. Elder, I have spoken the truth. according to our agreement, should you not release us now? Yang Hai lowered his head, speaking cautiously. Did I ever utter such words? Mu Wanqing's flawless visage revealed no emotion. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, a fierce gust of wind sliced through the air. Bang! Before Yang Hai could comprehend the situation, a chill enveloped his chest, and then darkness claimed him. His legs flailed, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide in death. Ah! Upon witnessing this, Zhang Haobei screamed, fainting from terror. What a worthless fool, to faint in fright. Glancing at the unconscious Zhang Haobei, Mu Wanqing's eyes turned frigid. With a tremor of her delicate form, a wave of spiritual energy enveloped him. Where the energy coursed through him, causing Zhang Haobei's body to swell rapidly, transforming him into a round, bloated orb. Bang! Finally, Mu Wanqing clenched her fist and with a swift motion, obliterated Zhang Haobei's form, scattering his remains in a gory display. In that moment, the vast hall was left devoid of life, save for Mu Wanqing. Alas, Xianer, all that I can do for you has been rendered to this. Gazing at the gruesome remnants before her, Mu Wanqing sighed deeply. Subsequently, she flickered and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Meanwhile, within the imperial study of the Great Yin Kingdom, Jiang Yao had completed her review of the memorials and collapsed onto the dragon throne from exhaustion. Princess, you have worked hard today. Allow me to give you a massage, said the maid Lianer, approaching upon seeing Jiang Yao's fatigue. Thank you for your kindness. Jiang Yao nodded, acquiescing to Lianer's offer. Lianer, your massage techniques are becoming increasingly adept. It seems I did not err in selecting you as my maid. As Lianer's tender hands worked on her, Jiang Yao closed her eyes languidly, relishing a moment of tranquility. Thank you, princess. It is Lianer's fortune to serve at your side, Lianer replied with a sweet smile. Suddenly, a figure materialized out of thin air within the study. Indeed, it was none other than Jiang Chen himself. Your Majesty, upon recognizing the visitor, Lianer's lovely face paled, and she opened her mouth to speak. Shoo! Jiang Chen raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Lianer stood frozen, unable to comprehend. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took Lianer's place, administering a massage to Jiang Yao. After a brief session, Jiang Yao felt utterly relaxed. Lianer, your touch is quite pleasant, even better than before, she praised lazily after a while. Then, shall I give you a massage every day? Jiang Chen smiled gently, his voice warm. Hearing that familiar tone, Jiang Yao's heart raced, and she quickly opened her beautiful eyes. Brother, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Jiang Chen, her face flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. She could not fathom from where Jiang Chen had emerged. Chapter 58. I have long considered you family. Here, take these spirit fruits. They were specially brought for you. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then placed 30 spirit fruits on the table, gesturing for her to indulge. Oh, how wonderful! Jiang Yao stammered a few words before extending her delicate fingers to pick one of the spirit fruits and pop it into her mouth. The spirit fruit was sweet and fragrant, melting instantly, enveloping her body with a warm, comforting sensation. Brother, where did you acquire these spirit fruits? They must be quite rare, right? After finishing one, Jiang Yao looked up and inquired. Just focus on enjoying them. These spirit fruits aren't particularly rare. I have an entire spirit tree growing in my garden, so you need not worry at all, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, sitting beside her. Standing nearby, Lianer watched the intimate interaction between the siblings with a hint of envy. Coming from a humble background, she had been sold into the palace as a servant during her childhood, enduring a life of hardship. The existence of a servant was fraught with suffering and bitterness, which had exposed her to the harsh realities of life. At that moment, she couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if she had someone like Jiang Chen to care for her, or someone as considerate as Jiang Yao. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly roused by Jiang Yao, who waved her hand and called out, Lianer, come and have some too. Startled, Lianer quickly shook her head in refusal, saying, No, this is a gift from His Majesty to you, princess. How could a servant like me dare? Seeing Lianer hesitating, Jiang Yao feigned anger and said, It's fine. If I say you should eat, then you should eat. Do you wish to refuse me, Lianer? Jiang Chen, witnessing the scene, chimed in lightly, I grant you permission, feel free to partake. Hearing their words, Lianer felt a wave of warmth wash over her, recognizing the princess's care and affection. Thus, she no longer declined, and respectfully knelt, saying, Thank you, Your Highness and Your Majesty, for your generous gifts. She understood well that the princess had a stubborn nature. Once she made up her mind about something, no amount of persuasion would change it. Subsequently, she picked up a spirit fruit from the table and began to savor it slowly. Your Highness, this spirit fruit tastes absolutely divine, Lianer exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise after taking a small bite. If you enjoy it, then eat your fill, Jiang Yao said with a caring smile. offering her a few more. Thank you, Your Highness, Lianer replied cheerfully before lowering her head to continue eating. By the way, brother, the Qixi festival is approaching in a few days. Shall we invite Xiao Yuer to stroll outside the palace together? Jiang Yao suddenly raised her head to ask. Qixi festival? Jiang Chen paused, a flicker of memory surfacing in his mind, as if he recalled something of the sort. What's wrong? Have you forgotten, brother? Noticing Jiang Chen's hesitation, Jiang Yao pouted and questioned him. Of course not. I always keep your matters close to heart. Yaoer, Jiang Chen coughed lightly, hurriedly trying to appease her. Just then, Lianer suddenly inhaled sharply, her face contorted in pain. Lianer, are you all right? Jiang Yao's expression tightened, her eyes filled with concern. Do not worry. She has just broken through to the body refinement stage, Jiang Chen explained with a slight nod. Lianer, congratulations on successfully embarking on the path of cultivation. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Yao felt genuine happiness for Lianer. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am fine now, Lianer said, her face blooming with a radiant smile. She never imagined that one day she could also become a cultivator. Now, she had transcended the realm of ordinary mortals, standing apart from the common folk. Brother, these spirit fruits are truly miraculous. I've given Lianer numerous first-grade pills before, yet none could help her achieve the body refinement stage, Jiang Yao remarked, her understanding of the fruit's extraordinary value deepening as she gazed at the remaining spirit fruits on the table. Well, her innate talent is somewhat lacking. Jiang Chen replied with a slight nod, then took out a vial of pills. He handed the vial to Lianer, saying, Take this vial of pills. Consume one during your cultivation sessions. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lianer trembled slightly at the sight of the pills, her eyes glistening with tears as she knelt in gratitude. All right, since the spirit fruits have been delivered, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With those words, Jiang Chen's figure vanished into thin air. Phew. Once Jiang Chen had departed, Lianer let out a long sigh, suppressing her internal excitement. Lianer, quickly rise. My brother has said you need not be overly formal, Jiang Yao urged, pulling Lianer up. Your Highness, I lost my parents at a young age, and now both you and His Majesty treat me so well. I am truly grateful, Lianer spoke softly, lowering her head after being pulled up by Jiang Yao. These words had remained buried deep within her heart, never uttered to anyone. She felt fortunate to have encountered enlightened leaders like Jiang Yao and Jiang Chen, granting her a sense of family. Lianer, I have long regarded you as family. There is no need for such formalities. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to tell me and my brother, understood? Jiang Yao gently caressed Lianer's forehead, speaking tenderly. I shall obey, Lianer replied, tears welling in her beautiful eyes as she nodded earnestly. In the northern Linzhou, at the Desperate Mountain Range. High above the Desperate Mountain Range, a woman clad in purple soared with astonishing speed. At last, I am nearing my destination. This little place is quite far indeed. She scanned her surroundings, her eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Suddenly, the woman paused momentarily, her toes barely touching the ground, before accelerating fiercely, tearing through the void ahead and creating a black hole that exuded a terrifying pull. In the next instant, the woman in purple plunged into the black hole, vanishing from sight. Moments later, she reappeared above the Dayan Kingdom, gazing down at the city below. Damn it! The closer I get to this place, the stronger this unsettling feeling becomes. The woman furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring to herself. She then concealed her aura and descended into the city below. This woman was none other than the sacred master of Tianqi, Mu Wanqing. Found it. That little girl's frosty aura is in that direction. She utilized her spiritual sense to envelop the entire city, quickly locating the source, the royal palace. However, just as she intended to head to the palace to investigate, she suddenly felt a powerful wave of trepidation wash over her. This feeling was inexplicable, causing her to feel uneasy. Damn it, this dreadful sense of foreboding has resurfaced. Could there truly be a powerful presence in this place? She bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After a while, Mu Wanqing refused to accept this reality, thinking to herself, in such a remote location, with such sparse spiritual energy, it must be that I have overexerted myself in my recent cultivation, leading to some issues with my body. Once I return, I must take proper care of my condition. With her thoughts settled, she regained her composure, preparing to seek out an inn to gather some information. Soon enough, she identified an inn named Yunxiang Pavilion. Chapter 59, The Remnant Soul of the Emperor, Successful Possession. Whoosh. Her figure transformed into a streak of light as she swiftly descended, landing before the inn's entrance. Mu Wanqing stepped inside, and immediately noticed a table in the corner. In that place, a gentleman clad in white sat, his striking features revealing an air of refinement. He held a wine cup in hand, sipping the exquisite vintage with an effortless grace. Esteemed guest, please come inside. The innkeeper, despite his advancing years, greeted warmly from behind the counter. "Bring me a jug of your finest wine and deliver it to that table in the corner," said Mu Wanqing, casting a glance at the server with a tone of indifference. Having spoken, she made her way directly to the secluded seat. "Certainly," the server replied, retreating to fulfill her request. Soon, Mu Wanqing settled at the corner table, a charming smile gracing her lips as her melodious voice rang out. "Might I impose upon this young gentleman by sitting here?" "Feel free," came the response from the gentleman in white, who lowered his cup and glanced up at Mu Wanqing, offering a slight smile. Shortly thereafter, the server returned with a jug of wine, placing it before Mu Wanqing. "Enjoy your drink, esteemed guest. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Young sir?" Mu Wanqing asked, taking a delicate sip of her drink, curiosity evident in her tone. "Jiang Chen," he replied, his gaze fixed upon her with a gentle smile. "Jiang Gongzi, allow me to offer a toast in your honor," Mu Wanqing declared, raising her cup before tilting it back to drain its contents. Indeed, Jiang Chen reciprocated, lifting his own cup and following suit. "Jiang Gongzi, might you be aware of any formidable figures residing in or passing through the Grand Yin Kingdom?" She placed her cup down, shifting the conversation to a more serious note. "Oh, why do you inquire about that?" Jiang Chen responded, his expression remaining calm, as if he anticipated her question. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. This is my first visit to the Grand Yin Kingdom. However, I have heard tales of His Majesty's remarkable deeds over the years, instilling in me a deep admiration. My inquiry is merely to discern potential threats to His Majesty." She hurriedly clarified, noting Jiang Chen's unease. "Since you admire His Majesty, why then do you come bearing ill intent?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Mu Wanqing. At his words, Mu Wanqing's complexion shifted dramatically, her breath hitching in her throat. Striving to maintain her composure, she feigned confusion. "What do you mean, young sir? I do not understand your words. Spare me your pretense. The moment you approached the Grand Yin Kingdom, I sensed your murderous intent. Had I not wished to uncover your purpose, you would have been obliterated the instant you spied upon the palace," Jiang Chen retorted, his voice laced with icy disdain, the temperature around them plummeting. Suddenly, a protective barrier of condensed spiritual energy enveloped them, appearing to outsiders merely as an amiable conversation between two individuals. "You." Mu Wanqing was left speechless, her face pale as she grappled with her exposed thoughts. Thump, thump. That unsettling feeling surged once more. Could it be due to the man before her? Her heart raced uncontrollably, panic setting in. Though Jiang Chen emitted no overt aura, his mere presence exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. Especially those eyes, sharp as blades, rendered Mu Wanqing paralyzed with fear, utterly unable to move. "Speak. Who do you intend to kill in the Grand Yin Kingdom?" Jiang Chen's voice was a low growl as he surveyed the area. "I." Under Jiang Chen's fierce scrutiny, Mu Wanqing's anxiety intensified, her mind blank. "Speak." Jiang Chen thundered suddenly, his voice reverberating like thunder. "Ah!" Mu Wanqing cried out, clutching her ears in agony. "I will tell you. I will tell you." Under Jiang Chen's imposing presence, she could no longer hold her ground, pleading for mercy. She knelt before him, forehead pressed to the ground, trembling as she confessed, "I seek the master of a chilling aura. My disciple mysteriously perished in an ancient tomb days ago, yet the one who possesses this chilling aura has survived. Thus, I am convinced my disciple was slain by them. Your cultivation is unfathomable, and I am but a mere novice. I implore you, do not obstruct my quest for vengeance. Therefore, the one you seek lies within the palace?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze frigid. "Indeed, my disciple's death is inextricably linked to this individual. If I do not avenge them, I cannot face the memory of my departed disciple," Mu Wanqing declared, her teeth clenched in fury. At her words, an icy murderous intent enveloped Jiang Chen, his aura surging ominously. Boom. In an instant, a tempest of wind and snow swept through the area. The previously clear skies darkened ominously, clouds roiling in. "A mere waste from the Purple Mansion dares to threaten my daughter? You seek death." Jiang Chen's consciousness surged forth, striking at Mu Wanqing's mind. "Ah!" With a piercing scream, Mu Wanqing's eyes widened, her pupils dilating as all light faded from her gaze. Her soul was instantaneously obliterated, leaving only a limp body upon the ground. "Old man, I have found a vessel for you. Are you satisfied?" Jiang Chen remarked coolly, addressing the jade pendant in his possession. "Thank you, master." An exhilarated voice emanated from within the pendant. Suddenly, a soul fragment drifted out, hovering beside Mu Wanqing's lifeless form. This fragment belonged to the remnant soul of the quasi-emperor Jiang Chen had previously bound as his servant. Gazing at the body before him, the remnant soul paused momentarily, then queried, "Master, did you not say you would provide me with a new vessel? Why is there only a female cultivator's corpse?" "Indeed, this is the vessel. It will suffice for now." If I acquire another suitable body in the future, you may possess it once more, Jiang Chen replied with a sheepish grin. Master, as a dignified man of 7 feet, how can I inhabit a woman's body? The remnant's soul lamented, displaying a countenance of despair. If you refuse to accept it, I shall destroy it. Jiang Chen waved dismissively, appearing unperturbed. Do not. I will take it, master. The remnant's soul quickly acquiesced. In an instant, it transformed into a wisp of azure light, diving into Mu Wanqing's lifeless body. Crack. Soon, a sound of bones cracking echoed from Mu Wanqing's neck. Waves rippled through the corpse as she gradually awakened, the remnant soul now occupying her form. Ah, the sensation of possessing a body is simply exquisite, the remnant soul exclaimed, standing tall and stretching with palpable excitement. Turning towards Jiang Chen, he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master, for granting me this corporeal form. Very well. Jiang Chen replied with a nod, instructing, return to the sacred lake and utilize this identity to seize complete control of the place. Additionally, take this vial of elixir. You must hasten to restore your former strength. I shall summon you when needed. As he spoke, he produced a vial of elixirs and tossed it to Mu Wanqing. Upon receiving the vial, Mu Wanqing promptly uncorked it. Instantly, a rich fragrance of the elixirs wafted through the air. To her astonishment, all these elixirs were of the highest 9th-tier quality. A tempest of emotions surged within her heart as she incredulously raised her gaze. What is it? Jiang Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. Is there an issue with these elixirs? Mu Wanqing shook her head, explaining, no, it is just that these elixirs are exceedingly precious. Very well. You may return to the sacred grounds and await my command. Jiang Chen gestured dismissively, indicating for her to depart without further discourse. Yes, master, she replied and promptly vanished from sight. Thinking aloud, Jiang Chen mused whether Yuer had heeded his advice and diligently practiced her cultivation. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of anticipation graced his lips. Subsequently, his figure also faded away. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard, Jiang Yuer had finished consuming the fruits from the spirit tree and lay contentedly upon a branch, drifting into a deep slumber. A gentle breeze swept by, whisking away the warmth from her delicate skin, leaving it cool to the touch. With her eyes tightly shut, Jiang Yuer felt a flutter of her lashes. Suddenly, she slowly opened her bright eyes, as if sensing something amiss. In the next instant, she leaped down from the branch, her steps light as she made her way to the door. Creak. Pushing open the door, she spotted Jiang Chen seated at the table, sipping tea, and her face instantly lit up with joy. Father, you returned so soon today, she exclaimed, rushing over and tugging at Jiang Chen's sleeve with a playful smile. Jiang Chen set down his teacup, his expression calm. You little rascal, before I left, I expressly instructed you to practice diligently. Have you forgotten already? Not at all. Jiang Yuer giggled, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's, and playfully pouting, I was just so full that I had no choice but to take a nap. Please don't be angry, father. Thump, thump. Observing his daughter's endearing antics, he inwardly lamented, oh dear, this girl has become far too adorable all of a sudden. Yet he quickly composed himself, thinking, no, I must maintain the demeanor of a strict father. Otherwise, this little one will undoubtedly become increasingly disobedient. Thus, he feigned severity, adopting a stern expression. Seeing this, Jiang Yuer shrank back slightly, apprehensive. Father, why are you looking at Yuer like that? Humph, Jiang Chen scoffed lightly. You, my dear, have been slacking off, and now it seems you still have the energy to sleep. Jiang Yuer lowered her head, meekly suggesting, then how about I start cultivating right now? With that, she prepared to sit down and meditate. Enough. Jiang Chen sighed in resignation, grasping her shoulders and pulling her into his embrace. Feeling the softness of his embrace, Jiang Chen's expression remained stern as he admonished, Yuer, you must not be lazy from now on. As punishment, you shall cultivate until nightfall. Oh, Jiang Yuer pouted, appearing exceedingly aggrieved, but ultimately acquiesced. She then settled down in a cross-legged position, focusing her energy and entering a state of cultivation. Was I perhaps too harsh? Jiang Chen pondered, stroking his chin as he cast a glance at Jiang Yuer, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. After a long while, he resolved to continue his strict guidance. After all, should he one day suddenly find himself transported back, leaving Jiang Yuer to fend for herself? She must be capable of independent living. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Chen contemplated this. Boom. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, and the spiritual energy within the Great Yin Kingdom surged wildly towards the imperial palace. The terrifying wave of spiritual energy startled the cultivators within the Great Yin Kingdom. They all rose, gazing towards the palace with bewildered expressions. What is that? People stared blankly at the sky, where a formidable aura manifested in myriad forms. Look quickly. All the spiritual energy is heading towards the palace. A cultivator exclaimed in shock. Let's go, we must see. In an instant, various cultivators converged towards the palace, their figures streaking across the sky like shooting stars. Inside the palace, within the imperial study, Jiang Yao, who was still savoring the spirit fruit, was also taken aback by this overwhelming presence. This aura emanated from the direction where her brother resided. Could it be that little Yuer has made a breakthrough? Sensing the drastic shift in the spiritual energy of the world, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Yao's eyes as she mused. Simultaneously, the citizens of the entire great Yin dynasty turned their gazes towards the palace. Someone is making a breakthrough. Heavens, this aura is terrifying. Could it be the emperor is advancing in cultivation? Surrounding the palace, numerous cultivators looked on with trepidation, their hearts filled with unease. At this moment, within a bamboo cottage, Jiang Yuer formed hand seals. As her technique operated, the spiritual energy converging from all directions flowed into her body like a stream. In an instant, she refined all this spiritual energy, and a faint white halo became discernible around her, exuding a gentle and profound aura. However, Jiang Yuer did not cease her absorption of spiritual energy. As her technique accelerated, she transformed the energy into abundant spiritual power. With a continuous influx of spiritual energy, her meridians and dantian expanded and filled, even as her realm steadily ascended. Phew! Half an hour later, Jiang Yuer halted her cultivation, exhaling a breath of impure air. Father, I have made another breakthrough, she exclaimed, elated by the surging power within her. Indeed, it seems Yuer is but a step away from the creation realm. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, nodding. He could sense the transformation in his daughter's physique, her aura significantly more profound than before. Although she had yet to reach the creation realm, she was exceedingly close. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression turned peculiar as he scanned her from head to toe. It appeared that her previous attire no longer suited her current height. Could it be that this girl has grown taller? Jiang Chen pondered, then shook his head, reasoning. But how could that be? She is only 8 years old. Development before the age of 12, in his recollection, fell within normal parameters. Could it be that her cultivation had gone awry? With that thought, Jiang Chen immediately checked his daughter's condition. However, he found nothing amiss. Father, is something wrong? Jiang Yuer inquired, tilting her head in confusion at her father's strange behavior. Cough, cough. Nothing at all, Jiang Chen replied with a light cough, waving his hand. In a few days, your Aunt Jiang Yao plans to take you on an outing outside the palace. Would you like to go? Really? Jiang Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course it is true, but you must not slack off in your cultivation these days, Jiang Chen said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yuer understands. Jiang Yuer nodded vigorously, her lovely face brimming with anticipation. 3 days later, in the evening, deep within the palace, in a tranquil small courtyard, a charming bamboo cottage stood quietly. Surrounded by lush green bamboo, the atmosphere was serene and untainted by worldly affairs. Within the bamboo cottage, Jiang Yuer donned a delicate pink garment that accentuated her skin, as smooth as jade, resembling a peach blossom poised to bloom, vibrant and alluring. With a wooden comb in hand, she gently groomed her cascading hair, pausing intermittently to gaze at her reflection in the bronze mirror, tilting her head this way and that. Suddenly, she turned to Jiang Chen, offering him a sweet smile as she softly inquired, Father, do I look beautiful in this outfit today? Jiang Chen smiled warmly and nodded in approval, responding, Indeed. You look utterly charming. Upon hearing her father's compliment, a rosy blush adorned Jiang Yuer's cheeks, akin to the hues of a sunset. Of course. After all, I am my father's daughter, she giggled, her melodious voice resonating like the tinkling of silver bells. This laughter seemed to illuminate the entire courtyard, enveloping it in warmth and happiness. Father, shall we set off now? Jiang Yuer urged eagerly, tugging at Jiang Chen's arm as they exited the courtyard. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered Jiang Yao, who had been patiently waiting by the entrance, accompanied by a horse-drawn carriage. Little Yuer, Jiang Yao greeted, her smile radiating warmth. Auntie, you look exceptionally beautiful today, Jiang Yuer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired Jiang Yao's graceful figure. Today, Jiang Yao wore a pale purple silk dress, cinched at the waist with a blue jade belt that accentuated her slender physique. Around her neck rested an exquisite necklace, shimmering with a brilliant luster. Additionally, her lips were adorned with a light crimson hue, amplifying her already ethereal beauty. Little girl, you certainly are quite chatty. Jiang Yao chuckled lightly, playfully flicking Jiang Yuer's forehead. I concur with Yuer, you truly are beautiful. Jiang Chen, having just emerged, chimed in with a broad smile. Brother, do you really think so? Jiang Yao asked, a look of surprise gracing her features. Of course. My sister is the most beautiful, Jiang Chen replied, his gaze fixed affectionately on her. Upon hearing this, a delightful blush blossomed on Jiang Yao's cheeks, filling her with joy. Brother, let us be on our way. she said with a gentle smile, taking Jiang Yuer's hand as they boarded the carriage. Very well. I shall once again experience this mode of transportation of the common folk. It should be quite enjoyable, Jiang Chen remarked, shrugging his shoulders before following suit. Soon, the guards drove the carriage smoothly into the night, quickly disappearing into the shadows. Tonight, the streets outside the palace buzzed with lively excitement, lanterns hanging beneath the eaves in vibrant displays. Even before reaching the main thoroughfare, the streets were already brimming with people. At this moment, the long street was ablaze with light, even more bustling than during the day, as passers-by carried lanterns in their hands, laughter echoing in the air. Shops lining the street were adorned with an array of colorful lanterns, a feast for the eyes. Stalls along the roadside displayed various pastries, candies, and an assortment of peculiar trinkets. Wow, Jiang Yuer exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed the throngs of people. Father, if you see something you fancy, feel free to take some silver to buy it, Jiang Chen suggested, pulling out several silver ingots and placing them in her hands. Hee. Thank you, father. I shall go explore now. Jiang Yuer beamed, accepting the silver and darting off in a flash. That girl certainly runs fast. Jiang Chen murmured softly as he watched her retreating figure. Brother, what do you think of this hairpin? Jiang Yao suddenly asked, holding up a delicate hairpin from a nearby stall. Quite lovely. It suits you well, Jiang Chen replied after a brief glance, nodding in agreement. Then I shall choose it, Jiang Yao declared, promptly inserting the hairpin into her dark, flowing hair. Instantly, her lustrous locks fell gracefully, enhancing her stunning visage further. How much for this hairpin, good sir? She inquired of the stall owner. Miss, this hairpin is crafted from special materials, hence the price is a bit steep, the stall owner replied, rubbing his hands together. Visibly flustered. Take it. No need for change, Jiang Yao stated, producing a silver ingot and handing it over before the stall owner could finish his sentence. The hefty ingot gleamed brightly, reflecting a dazzling light that momentarily blinded the stall owner. He stood in shock, unable to believe the generosity of his customer, who had initially intended to charge a mere 10 coins. Brother, let us go release the wishing lanterns, Jiang Yao proposed with sudden inspiration. Certainly, Jiang Chen agreed readily. After settling the payment, she took Jiang Chen's hand, leading him through the bustling street to a small arched bridge by the riverbank. At this moment, the river was adorned with floating lotus lanterns, and many people gathered by the water's edge, holding their breath as they watched the lanterns drift downstream. Some clasped their hands in prayer, wishing for the safety and happiness of their loved ones, while others gazed into the distance, sending their thoughts and blessings aloft with the flickering candlelight of the wishing lanterns. Amidst this scene, the voice of a vendor rang out. Come, dear guests. Choose a wishing lantern for your loved ones and make your wishes. The stalls along the arched bridge displayed a colorful array of wishing lanterns, artfully arranged on either side. The vendor occasionally lifted a lantern to showcase it to passers-by, sharing stories about each one. Yaoer, which one catches your eye? Jiang Chen asked, turning to Jiang Yao. After a moment of contemplation, her delicate fingers pointed to a lantern adorned with a moon rabbit design. Brother, let us choose that one, she exclaimed. Very well. If it pleases you, Jiang Chen replied, gently nodding. After completing the purchase, he took the moon rabbit lantern and walked alongside Jiang Yao toward the riverbank. At the river's edge, a crowd of young men and women gathered, all holding their wishing lanterns with eager expressions, ready to release them and make their wishes. Yaoer, you shall be the one to release the wishing lantern, Jiang Chen said, handing the lantern to Jiang Yao. She nodded, cradling the lantern in her hands and closing her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the lantern burst into radiant light, enveloping her in its glow. Moments later, she opened her eyes, whispering softly to herself. With a swift motion, the wishing lantern soared into the air, ascending gracefully and illuminating the surrounding darkness. Upon witnessing this, cheers erupted from the crowd along the riverbank. It's truly beautiful, Jiang Yao exclaimed, gazing dreamily at the moon rabbit lantern glowing in the sky. After a while, she snapped back to reality, turning to Jiang Chen with a beaming smile. Brother, today has been the happiest day for Yaoer. Thank you. Her clear voice resonated, captivating those around her. Silly girl, why must we thank each other? Jiang Chen stepped forward, affectionately ruffling her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. What wish did you make just now, little sister? He asked with a caring tone. My wish is that I, mother, you, and little Yuer, along with Lianer, can always be together and never part, Jiang Yao replied with a sweet smile. At her words, Jiang Chen paused momentarily. Then, without hesitation, he responded, all right. This simple word ignited a warm current within Jiang Yao's heart. Chapter 62. Is she really that gluttonous? Brother, since the wishing lantern has burned out, we should go find little Yuer. After speaking, Jiang Yao smiled slightly and gazed towards the nearby night market. Well, let's go, she said, Jiang Chen nodded and hurriedly followed in her footsteps. The two retraced their steps and soon arrived at the bustling night market. The market was ablaze with lights, and the food stalls buzzed with excitement. Groups of people gathered, some savoring delectable treats, others engaging in lively conversations. At that moment, Jiang Yuer was seated at a stall selling stinky tofu, indulging in the exquisite flavors of the world. It was evident that her table was already stacked high with over 100 empty bowls. She lifted her gaze and waved her sleeve, calling out, "Boss, another bowl of stinky tofu, please." "Certainly, coming right up." The stall owner replied with a hearty smile and a nod. Before long, a steaming bowl of stinky tofu was placed before her. Just as she immersed herself in her feast, the onlookers began to take notice. An elderly woman exclaimed, "Oh my! Whose child is this? She can really eat." A burly man chimed in. "Indeed, she looks to be only a few years old, yet her appetite is astonishing." Others murmured, "But this little girl is quite lovely. I wonder where her parents are." The chatter of the crowd echoed around her, yet Jiang Yuer remained unfazed, lowering her head to continue eating. "Oh, isn't that my father and aunt?" Suddenly, her keen eyes spotted Jiang Chen and Jiang Yao in the distance. She quickly stood up, waved her hand, and called out, "Dad, Aunt Jiang Yao, come over here." Jiang Chen looked over and chuckled. "I knew it. This girl would definitely come here for a snack." With that, he walked over with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yuer's shout drew the attention of the stall owners and nearby patrons. "Did that child just call that distinguished young man Dad?" An elderly woman gasped in disbelief. Another woman covered her mouth and laughed. "That young man is truly fortunate to have such an insatiable little girl. I wish I could have one too." Hearing the crowd's remarks, Jiang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment as he scanned the area awkwardly. However, Jiang Yuer was completely unconcerned, her smile radiant. "Boss, please pack me another portion of stinky tofu." Before she could finish, Jiang Chen hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Dad, what are you doing? Yuer hasn't finished ordering yet." Jiang Yuer pouted in protest. "Ahem. Hold off on eating for now. We need to leave," Jiang Chen said with a light cough. "Little Yuer, you've played long enough today. We can come out again another time, all right?" Jiang Yao gently pinched her cheek, speaking softly. "Oh, fine," Jiang Yuer replied, her expression tinged with reluctance. Soon after, the three of them made their way towards the end of the street, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, the remnant soul of the quasi-emperor, obeying Jiang Chen's command, used Mu Wanqing's body to successfully arrive at the sacred land of Tianqi. To her surprise, there was not a single quasi-emperor present. Such strength dared to claim the title of a sacred land? She hovered in midair above the sacred land of Tianqi, frowning as she sensed the absence of any powerful auras. It seemed that the forces behind the original owner of this body were far weaker than I had anticipated. Confirming the situation, the remnant soul of the quasi-emperor wasted no time. With Jiang Chen's order in mind, she stepped directly into the sacred land. Boom! As her foot touched the ground, the entire sacred land of Tianqi erupted with a thunderous roar that was deafening. What is happening? Oh no! A powerful being has descended upon the sacred land. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry out and see. In an instant, several figures surged from the depths of the sacred land, soaring into the air. Their eyes swept around, landing on Mu Wanqing, and they were all momentarily stunned. Subordinates, pay respects to the sacred master. The next moment, they snapped back to reality and knelt on one knee before Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing nodded indifferently. "Sacred master, didn't you say you were going out for a while? Why have you returned so suddenly?" A white-robed elder asked respectfully. Mu Wanqing cast a glance at them, her tone cool. "What? Are you questioning my authority?" The elder trembled in fear, quickly clarifying. "And no, I would never." "Humph." Mu Wanqing scoffed, retracting her piercing gaze, and instructed the others, "Immediately notify everyone in the sacred land to gather in the main hall." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the sacred master peak. The sacred master has grown even more formidable. The white-robed elder wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. "Elder, how could you question the sacred master's whereabouts? If she had been angered, you might have lost your life." Another elder in black remarked, expressing his gratitude. "Let us not bicker anymore. We should focus on gathering the disciples from each peak," a blue-robed elder suggested. Agreed. They all nodded in agreement and immediately soared towards their respective mountain peaks. At the sacred master peak, in the main hall, a white-robed elder stood at the center, respectfully reporting, "Sacred master, all the elders and disciples from the peaks have arrived." Sitting at the top of the hall, Mu Wanqing opened her eyes, exuding an air of authority that seemed to overlook the world. She slowly rose from her jade chair and walked steadily to the front of the hall. "Excellent. Since everyone is present, I have two important matters to announce today." Mu Wanqing paused momentarily before continuing. "First, I wish for the elders of each peak to condense a soul imprint and hand it over to me for safekeeping." "Sacred master, What do you need our soul imprints for? Indeed, the soul imprint is the most crucial aspect of our cultivation. It should not be relinquished lightly unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, the elders began to voice their doubts. The soul imprint, as its name suggests, can dictate life and death. Once given, one's fate lies in the hands of another. What I intend to do does not require your explanation. Mu Wanqing's face grew cold, her words laced with a hint of menace. Seeing this, the elders shivered and quickly waved their hands, saying, "No, please, Sacred Master, we have no objections." Very well. Satisfied with their response, Mu Wanqing nodded. She then shifted the topic, saying, "The second matter I wish to discuss concerns the future of our sacred land. A few days ago, I encountered a powerful being of extraordinary capabilities. That individual promised that if our sacred land is willing to submit to him, all of you will be able to attain the quasi-emperor realm." Gasp. At this declaration, all the elders drew in a sharp breath, their expressions shifting drastically. Although they had suspected it would relate to the future of the sacred land, hearing it outright still left them astonished. "May I ask, Sacred Master, is this true?" One of the blue-robed elders stammered. "If such a being truly exists to protect the sacred land, it will undoubtedly rise to prominence. The sacred land of Tianxi could become the pinnacle of the world." "Naturally," Mu Wanqing affirmed. She then looked at one of the white-robed elders and inquired, "Elder Wu, do you agree with my decision?" Elder Wu's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. "Holy Master, I have no objections. I shall heed your every arrangement." "What say the other elders?" Mu Wanqing twirled the beads in her hand, her cool gaze sweeping over the assembly. "We shall faithfully comply with the Holy Master's command." The elders replied in unison. Forthwith, they coalesced a soul mark from their foreheads, sending it soaring towards Mu Wanqing. "Ah, you exhibit a commendable sense of propriety," Mu Wanqing remarked, a cryptic smile gracing her lips as she accepted the soul marks. "Very well, I have said all that needs be said. You may withdraw." After receiving the soul marks, Mu Wanqing waved her hand dismissively. "As you wish." The elders bowed deeply once more before gradually departing. The time for procrastination was over. She must enter seclusion to cultivate and strive to regain her quasi-emperor status at the earliest opportunity. Once the others had departed, her figure flickered and vanished from the grand hall. In an instant, she materialized atop the Holy Master Peak. With a swift motion, Mu Wanqing summoned an ancient, ornate mirror suspended in the void. A resounding boom echoed as she flicked her fingers, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into the mirror, which erupted in a magnificent golden radiance. The golden light flickered, illuminating the entirety of Holy Master Peak, radiating vast and overwhelming waves of energy. This was the protective grand formation of the Holy Master Peak, the Xianguang Mirror. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds resonated as the barrier enveloping Holy Master Peak gradually dissipated. The mountain brimmed with rich spiritual energy. Secluding herself here would undoubtedly expedite her progress. Mu Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within. In a flash, she had entered the sanctum of Holy Master Peak. She hastened into the secret chamber and sat cross-legged. A hum filled the air as her delicate fingers formed seals, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that swept across the entire sacred ground. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire sacred land surged towards her, continuously pouring into the secret chamber. Simultaneously, beams of light descended from the heavens, merging into the chamber and transforming into pure spiritual power, which she absorbed with fervor. The colossal spiritual energy converged like a torrent, overwhelming and exhilarating, as if it sought to engulf her completely. Mu Wanqing nodded in satisfaction. The spiritual energy of this sacred land had not disappointed her. Subsequently, she retrieved a pill, swallowing it whole. Instantly, the pill's potency dissolved, infusing her with an intense life force that coursed through her body. The energy nourished her flesh, bones, and meridians, enveloping her in a warm and pleasant sensation. It was time. She would initiate her breakthrough. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath, gently closing her beautiful eyes as she guided the immense energy to assault the bottleneck within her. Bam, 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 bam. The surging spiritual energy cascaded forth like a deluge, effortlessly demolishing all obstacles in its path, shattering the final barrier. Simultaneously, Mu Wanqing's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. A thunderous rumble resonated as an even more formidable wave of energy emanated from her, sweeping outwards in an instant and reverberating through the heavens. The entire sacred land trembled violently. At that moment, several elders at the foot of the mountain sensed this wave and halted in their tracks. What is happening? That wave seemed to emanate from the peak. Could it be that the Holy Master is undergoing tribulation? After exchanging glances, the elders swiftly distanced themselves from Holy Master Peak. Meanwhile, within the secret chamber atop the peak, The immense spiritual energy continued to churn and boil. Mu Wanqing sat in tranquil meditation, her expression serene. Yet her eyes sparkled like stars. Suddenly, she opened her eyes with a start. Indeed, she was but a step away from breaking through to the ethereal realm. Mu Wanqing nodded slightly, satisfaction radiating from her. Excellent. Let us continue with the breakthrough. In the next moment, she crossed her legs, raised her left hand with her palm facing the heavens. A tremendous surge of medicinal power and spiritual energy erupted from her body, swirling around her. In an instant, the overwhelming spiritual energy transformed into a mighty ocean, rushing towards her head, encircling her in a whirlwind. Boom. The next moment, the spiritual energy exploded, creating a dazzling spectacle of radiant light that illuminated the entire firmament. This energy surged like a tidal wave, crashing against her, flooding into her being. Then, Mu Wanqing gently closed her eyes again, forming seals with her hands, activating her technique to voraciously consume this spiritual energy. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A series of piercing sounds echoed as the medicinal power and spiritual energy alternated, colliding and refining one another. As this transformation unfolded, their quality elevated, their potency intensifying. Finally, after half an hour, they began to stabilize. Boom. When the last wisp of spiritual energy entered Mu Wanqing's body, she abruptly opened her eyes. Two brilliant flames danced within her gaze, exuding an aura of mystery and terror. Her energy surged dramatically. Puffed. Mu Wanqing spat out a mouthful of blackened impurities. At last, she had achieved her breakthrough. The ethereal realm. Mu Wanqing rose slowly, a flicker of joy in her eyes. Though she had merely stepped into the ethereal realm, she could distinctly perceive her strength had multiplied several times over. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of vigilance crossing her gaze. She was being monitored. How intriguing, Mu Wanqing chuckled softly, her figure flickering out of existence. In an instant, she reappeared 100 meters away. What? How did she perceive my presence? A man clad in gray, hidden in the shadows, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. His concealment skills were exceptionally sophisticated. Even a master of the ethereal realm would struggle to detect him. Yet, this woman had managed to uncover his presence. Just as the gray-clad man pondered, Mu Wanqing swiftly approached. She extended her delicate hand, fingers curling as she reached out to grasp the void before her. Boom. The air exploded with sound. A fierce wind howled, revealing a figure. Wanner, your strength has indeed improved significantly over the years. But do you think this will suffice to contend with me? The gray-clad man scoffed, striking out with his hand. Bang. Their palms collided, producing a deep, resounding boom. The gray-clad man stumbled back 3 paces, while Mu Wanqing merely stepped back 1. The outcome was evident. The gray-clad man's pupils contracted in shock. Your strength has actually reached the ethereal realm. I recall you were merely at the Purple Mansion realm a few years ago. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. Utterly unable to comprehend how in such a short span of 3 years, Mu Wanqing had become so formidable. Chapter 64. In this world, aside from my lady, who dares to claim themselves a prodigy? He chuckled. Mu Wanqing gently caressed her hair at her temples and spoke with an air of indifference. It is merely a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Upon hearing her words, the man in gray nodded in realization. So it is. Regardless, your ability to ascend from the Purple Mansion realm to the ethereal realm in just 3 short years is indeed remarkable progress. Since you, Wanner, have reached the ethereal realm. Then, the gray-clad man paused momentarily before darkly proclaiming, let us put today's events behind us. Farewell. With that, he vanished in a flash. Attempting to flee the scene. Attempting to escape? Did I grant you permission? Mu Wanqing uttered coldly. In the next instant, her right hand clenched into a fist, and she struck out fiercely, inferno of devastation. Instantly, a searing flame surged forth from within her, sweeping outward like an unstoppable tide. Rushing toward the man in gray, the flames roared like an enraged dragon, filling the sky with an awe-inspiring spectacle. Damnable woman, you truly intend to eradicate me. The man's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in fury. Mu Wanqing's strength had grown formidable. Even in his prime, he dared not confront her directly. Moreover, he was still nursing serious injuries, leaving him with no chance of victory. With a swift motion, he activated his movement technique to evade. Yet, the flames were too numerous, saturating the air and leaving him with no refuge, completely engulfing him. As the searing flames swept past, his garments shredded and blood splattered. Agonizing cries erupted from his lips. Despite his desperate attempts to fend off the flames, it was futile. He was mercilessly scorched, his flesh torn asunder in excruciating pain. Damn it, he spat, his eyes darting wildly, his mind racing. Suddenly, he stomped his foot and dashed deep into the forest. You're quite quick on your feet. Mu Wanqing remarked, her brows knitting together, her expression frigid. Humph, let us see how far you can run. With a cold chuckle, she propelled herself forward, pursuing him. In a flash, she employed her profound footwork and swiftly caught up to the man in gray. Cursed harlot, what madness has possessed you today? I have done you no wrong. He cursed angrily, swiftly drawing a long sword and aiming a fierce strike at her head. With a whoosh, as his sword descended, the blade glimmered with lethal intent. Mu Wanqing merely glanced at him, scoffing, with such paltry skills, you dare to spy on me. Without pausing, she swung her right arm, her delicate hand aiming directly at the man's sword. In an instant, their forces collided. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, creating a deafening cacophony. The man's countenance drastically changed as he staggered back, his arm trembling uncontrollably. He was powerless against the potent force, stumbling backwards, his body quaking. In contrast, Mu Wanqing remained steadfast, like an unyielding statue, unmoved. Wanner, we are destined to be dual cultivation partners. Why must we escalate to such extremes? The man's face paled as he attempted to negotiate. Repugnant wretch, who would ever consider you a partner? Begone. Mu Wanqing's expression darkened, her wrist flicking once more. Her hand surged with energy, ripping through the air and piercing into the man's chest without mercy. With a sickening squelch, his face turned as white as a sheet. Struggling to turn his head, he fixed a vengeful gaze upon Mu Wanqing. Wanner, how dare you kill me? Do you not know who stands behind me? Heh! Merely an insignificant insect, daring to threaten me. Mu Wanqing retorted with a cold laugh, withdrawing her arm, blood spraying forth. The man opened his mouth to speak, but his body slumped lifelessly to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and unyielding fury. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes narrowed. Master, I truly do not wish to inhabit this female body. When will you grant me a male form? As she spoke, her figure flickered and transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, within the immortal empire, in the chambers of Li Ruoxi, a cloaked figure knelt respectfully, reporting, Your Majesty, I have received an invitation to the Young Talents competition from the ancient sacred land. According to the letter, the prize is a sacred weapon. I believe this matter is of great significance and request your decision. Li Ruoxi furrowed her brow slightly. A sacred weapon, indeed. The ancient sacred land remains as generous as ever. I shall deliberate on this matter myself. You may withdraw. Yes. The cloaked figure acquiesced and bowed before retreating. The Young Talents competition? In this world, who else besides our esteemed young lady is worthy of such a title? A cold smirk appeared on Li Ruoxi's lips as she murmured, It seems I must inform my master. He would surely be inclined to allow her participation. With that, she waved her jade hand, and the letter ignited spontaneously, dissolving into nothingness. After completing this, Li Ruoxi took out a communication jade slip and infused her consciousness into it. Master, concerning the Young Talents competition hosted by the ancient sacred land, should we arrange for the young lady to participate? Soon, a response echoed within the slip. The Young Talents competition? Yes, I shall ensure her attendance. A warm, melodious male voice resonated. We shall discuss the particulars further upon my arrival. Understood. Li Ruoxi nodded in acquiescence, placing the communication jade slip aside. Just then, a ripple in the air manifested, and Jiang Chen stepped forth. Greetings, master. Li Ruoxi hurriedly bowed. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze drifting toward the scenery outside. How does the ancient sacred land compare to the sacred land of the heavenly pool? He casually inquired. Li Ruoxi paused, taken aback by his interest, but she answered truthfully. In response to your question, master, the ancient sacred land is one of the most prestigious sacred lands in the central continent. Far surpassing the sacred land of the heavenly pool, they are not comparable. Central continent. It seems this body possesses no memories of such matters, Jiang Chen mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He then shook his head, casting aside those distractions, and asked, how long until the competition? Master, there are still 3 days until the Young Talents competition, Li Ruoxi answered respectfully. Jiang Chen nodded lightly, instructing, at that time, take you where with you. Yes. Li Ruoxi responded with joy, quickly bowing in acceptance. However, when she lifted her head again, Jiang Chen's figure had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 65. The Nine-Tailed Fox Demon, Shunling Xue. What level of power has my master attained? Li Ruoxi felt a surge of admiration for Jiang Chen. In the demon domain, on the other side, within the sacred hall of the Qilin clan, a burly man sat majestically upon the throne, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Reporting to the clan leader, I have uncovered the identity of the human who entered the demon realm a few days ago. Suddenly, a deep voice shattered the tranquility. A towering figure strode into the hall, muscles taut as if forged from steel, emanating a palpable aura of power. His name was Man Yo, one of the 4 protectors of the Qilin clan. Speak. As soon as Man Yo's words fell, the Qilan clan leader's eyes snapped open, his voice low and authoritative. His irises shimmered with a haunting azure glow, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. Yes, Man Yo clasped his fists and continued, according to our clan's disciples. It was the princess of the Tianpeng clan who opened the passage to the demon realm for this human. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, all members of the Tianpeng clan were slaughtered by this individual, leaving none alive. Man Yo paused, then reported further, moreover, the young master has taken our clan's 3 primary protectors and all of our elite fighters with him. What audacity! Upon hearing this, the Qilan clan leader sprang to his feet, fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot with fury. A dense aura of malevolence enveloped the entire hall, rendering it nearly suffocating. After all, the elite of the Qilan clan were invaluable and could not be lost. And what of the others? Why have they yet to return? After a prolonged silence, the Qilan clan leader inquired coldly. Well, Man Yo's expression turned grave, hesitating for a moment before replying, reporting to the clan leader. The young master has met his demise, along with the clan members he brought along. All perished in the territory of the Tianpeng clan. Upon hearing this, the Qilan clan leader's face darkened, his lips quivering slightly, yet ultimately, he could only emit a long sigh. Alas, you may leave now. Yes. After Man Yo exited the hall, the Qilan clan leader resumed his seat. He lifted his gaze, staring into the vast starry sky beyond the hall, his heart heavy with turmoil and resentment. In that moment, he felt as if he were being washed over by the passage of time. Suddenly, a peculiar wave of energy rippled through the air. Who goes there? The Qilan clan leader's expression shifted abruptly as he sprang up, focusing intently on the entrance of the hall. There, a captivating figure stood, a woman clad in white, her form graceful and alluring, her brow infused with enchantment, particularly highlighted by her soul-stirring eyes. Even from a distance, her breathtaking beauty was palpable, capable of eclipsing all else. She was none other than the infamous nine-tailed fox demon of the demon realm, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Who are you, and why do you dare intrude upon our sacred hall? The Qilan clan leader bellowed, sensing danger from Xianxiaaudiobooks' aura. Unfazed by his inquiry, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled sweetly and replied, have the denizens of the demon realm truly forgotten me after a mere century apart? Her voice was soft and mellifluous, melting into the air like cotton candy, intoxicating all who heard it. You. The Qilan clan leader felt a surge of wariness, struggling to recall who this woman might be. I was unaware that you had graced this place with your presence. What brings you here? Just then, a voice echoed, and an elder clad in golden robes appeared. He was the progenitor of the Qilan clan, having attained the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status. Upon the arrival of the Qilan progenitor, Xianxiaaudiobooks showed no signs of concern. Rather, she regarded him with interest, chuckling lightly. Oh, it's you. Her tone was flippant, as if the elder before her were merely a child. A century ago, that little brat who vowed to seek revenge on me has now reached quasi-emperor status, has he? Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked with playful scrutiny. The Qilan progenitor, hearing this, spoke respectfully. You jest, my lady. You are the strongest among the demon race. How could I dare to seek vengeance against you? His tone was humble, clearly understanding the implications of her words. In the past, Xianxiaaudiobooks had wreaked havoc upon the Qilan clan, slaying their emperor in cold blood, which led to the clan's grievous decline and misfortune. Since then, she had vanished from the demon realm's sight, her whereabouts unknown. Some in the demon realm speculated that she had been struck down by divine retribution. Otherwise, how could one of her immense powers simply disappear? Now, no one could have anticipated that she still lived. How dull. I expected you to put up a bit more of a fight, Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed, shaking her head in disappointment. She then turned her gaze to the Qilan clan leader and beckoned him closer. Noticing this, the Qilan progenitor cautiously approached and urged, my lady, may I inquire what grievance this young man has caused you? I can apologize on his behalf and compensate for any losses. You may stipulate any terms, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests. Did I grant you permission to speak? Unfortunately, Xianxiaaudiobooks offered him no chance, scolding him sharply. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon the Qilan progenitor, rendering him immobile, frozen in place. Then, with a wave of her delicate hand, blood erupted from the progenitor's throat as he was sent flying. Progenitor. The Qilan clan leader, witnessing this, was horrified and rushed forward. Stay back, do not approach. However, the Qilan progenitor forcefully pushed him away, struggling to rise. He clasped his hands together and said, my lady, you may proceed as you wish. I shall no longer intervene. He wiped the blood from his mouth and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Progenitor, how could you? The Qilan clan leader stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. He could not fathom why the progenitor displayed such cowardice and fear in the presence of Xianxiaaudiobooks. a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Buzz. Suddenly, an invisible force pinned the Qilan clan leader in midair, rendering him helpless. What do you intend to do? The Qilan clan leader's face was etched with terror as he gazed at Xianxiaaudiobooks, his body trembling uncontrollably. Shoo, do not fear. First, let us play a little game. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled sweetly, yet her eyes glinted with icy malice. Please, I beg you spare me. The Qilan clan leader cried out in desperation. But his voice was abruptly silenced. Bang! In the next moment, a tail lashed out from behind Xianxiaaudiobooks, brutally tearing off his limbs. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as blood gushed forth, a scene of unspeakable horror. Following this, his skin was violently shredded, bones splintered and crushed. A sight too dreadful to bear. The excruciating pain forced a heart-wrenching scream from the Qilan clan leader. Yet, he was utterly powerless to resist. Unable even to self-destruct. This torment persisted for a full hour before Xianxiaaudiobooks finally relented. How unsatisfying, she sighed, shaking her head as she turned to leave. Time passed, and eventually, the Qilan progenitor made his way back. Alas, what misfortune have you brought upon yourself to provoke this harbinger of death? Upon witnessing the ghastly scene before him, he couldn't help but exhale a heavy sigh. Now, the Qilan clan leader had no breath left within him. His life essence completely drained by Xianxiaaudiobooks, leaving him a mere shell. Furthermore, he was grievously injured, his body mangled and broken, resembling a desiccated husk. With no hope for salvation. Rumble. Suddenly, the Qilan progenitor waved his hand, and flames erupted, incinerating the clan leader's remains into nothingness. Chapter 66. The Eighth Year Transformation Realm. Who would believe such a remark? Alas, our Qilan clan's fortune has run its course. The ancestor of the Qilan shook his head in dismay, his tone laden with frustration and helplessness. Silently, he turned and stepped into the hall, his figure gradually vanishing from sight. In the great Yin kingdom, at that very moment, within a small courtyard of the royal palace, the enticing aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air. Jiang Yao and Jiang Yue were seated around a stone table, indulging in roasted Qilan meat. Brother, have you truly made up your mind to let little Yue participate in the genius tournament? Jiang Yao inquired, her brows furrowed with concern. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded. The upcoming genius tournament at the ancient sacred land is an excellent opportunity for Yue to witness the so-called unparalleled talents of this continent. However, he paused thoughtfully. Given Yue's current cultivation level, even if she attends, she would only be a bully to others, so there is no need for you to worry. Since that is the case, I shall heed my brother's advice. Jiang Yao smiled, picking up a piece of Qilan meat and bringing it to her lips. It's truly delicious. Auntie is even greedier than Yue, nearly finishing all the roasted meat. Jiang Yu pouted, visibly displeased. Oh, my little Yue is now learning to guard her food? Jiang Yao teased, pinching her tender cheek. Your father's roasted meat is indeed delightful. I simply lost track and ate too much. Saying this, she grabbed a few more pieces and stuffed them into her mouth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue huffed, muttering, humph. Yue must eat quickly so that Auntie doesn't consume it all. Without lifting her head, she hastened her consumption of the Qilan meat. Observing their playful exchange, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Father, will Sister Ruashi be accompanying Yue this time? Suddenly, Jiang Yue looked up at Jiang Chen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Since their last parting, she had not seen Li Ruashi for quite a while. Yes, she will. That should make Yue happy, right? Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. Sister Ruashi will be joining Yue. Jiang Yue exclaimed with delight, quickly offering a piece of roasted meat to Jiang Chen. Father, have a bite of the roasted meat too. All right. Accepting the piece from his daughter, Jiang Chen took a bite. Delicious, isn't it? Jiang Yue blinked her eyes, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Indeed. Jiang Chen nodded, savoring the delightful flavor. Brother, I have yet to finish reviewing today's memorials, so I must take my leave. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Yao set down her utensils and stood up. Very well. Jiang Chen nodded, watching her depart. He then turned his gaze back to Jiang Yue and lifted her up. Father, what are you doing? Jiang Yue inquired, puzzled as she was hoisted into the air. You've had enough to eat today. Now it's time for you to practice diligently. Jiang Chen said with a smile, patting her head and adding, don't even think about slacking off. Your father will be keeping a close watch on you. Understood, father. Jiang Yue murmured, her feet touching the ground as she sat cross-legged. She then retrieved dozens of demon cores from her storage ring and swallowed them all at once. Closing her eyes, she silently recited her cultivation mantra, channeling her spiritual energy to refine the demonic power contained within. Jiang Chen stood by, observing his daughter's transformation closely. As her breathing gradually steadied, a faint blue glow enveloped Jiang Yue, enhancing her aura. Suddenly, a subtle wave emanated from within her. drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into her with fervor. What is happening? Jiang Chen's expression grew serious, his eyes narrowing. The transformation realm? This girl has actually broken through so swiftly. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous thunderclap echoed from above the courtyard. Dark, ink-like clouds began to gather ominously above Jiang Yue. Crack. With the passage of time, the clouds thickened ominously. A blinding golden lightning bolt cleaved the air, hurtling directly toward Jiang Yue. Boom. The lightning descended, akin to divine retribution, wielding a terrifying force capable of annihilation. Sensing imminent danger, Jiang Yue suddenly opened her eyes. This time, I will not be defeated, she declared. Taking a deep breath, her gaze filled with resolve. Immediately, she formed hand seals, invoking the third level of the ninefold ice sealing technique. Roar! In an instant, an ice dragon erupted forth, charging toward the lightning. Bang! The ice dragon collided with the lightning, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Crack! In a fleeting moment, the ice dragon shattered into countless fragments, vanishing into the sky. Yet, the lightning too dimmed significantly, pausing in midair as if preparing for another onslaught. Not bad, Jiang Chen murmured, his eyes narrowing with approval. In such a brief span, Jiang Yue had already managed to execute the third level, demonstrating remarkable progress. Furthermore, her comprehension of ice-type techniques had reached an impressive level. If this continued, it would not be long before she stepped into the fourth level. This girl truly possesses extraordinary talent. A smile of gratification crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. He pondered how the original owner could bear to abandon such a well-behaved daughter. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. How could her beautiful mother have ever chosen the original owner, a mere wastrel? Suddenly, an odd notion surfaced in his mind. His brow furrowed as he fell into contemplation. Could my crossing over be related to this matter? Jiang Chen whispered, finding the situation somewhat perplexing. Never mind. I must assist Yue in overcoming this lightning tribulation, or she may be harmed once more. With that, Jiang Chen focused his mind and looked up at the lightning tribulation in the sky. Buzz. At that moment, the lightning seemed to sense something, tremoring violently. Whoosh. Moments later, the thunder clouds above split apart, forming two incredibly thick pillars of lightning. Instantly, the lightning tribulation crashed down with unstoppable force. Freeze. Seeing this, Jiang Chen waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying chill. Sizzle. Where the cold air passed, the void froze, and the temperature plummeted. Boom. The two lightning pillars struck the ground, instantly shattering into a flurry of snowflakes. Meanwhile, the mass of thunderclouds was entirely encased in ice. Crack. In the next moment, the ice layer fractured, ultimately turning to dust and vanishing. The sky cleared, sunlight streaming in. Beside him, Jiang Yue exhaled a breath of cold air, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 67, Middle Continent, Ancient Sacred Land. Father, can Yue go play now? Suddenly, Jiang Yue stepped forward, tugging at his sleeve. Go ahead, Jiang Chen replied with a gentle smile. Yay. Upon receiving her father's approval, she cheered and dashed away. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmur to himself, this girl truly does not make it easy for me. It appears that I too must quietly follow along. The Central Continent. The Primordial Sacred Land. At this moment, a vast crowd fills a plaza outside the Primordial Sacred Land. Today marks the Disciple Selection Day for the Primordial Sacred Land, and the plaza is alive with excitement. Outside the plaza, several elders and stewards stand guard, maintaining order. In the center of the plaza stands a stone pillar, approximately a meter wide and nearly 100 meters tall. The pillar is circular, its surface a grayish white, inscribed with intricate runes, clearly of significant importance. This stone pillar serves as the entrance examination stone of the Primordial Sacred Land, specifically designed to assess the talents and cultivation levels of new disciples. Every 5 years, the Sacred Land conducts an entrance trial. The number of those who have passed in previous years is exceedingly rare. However, this year's recruitment criteria have been significantly relaxed. As long as one's talent is not particularly poor, the Sacred Land will generally accept them. Can you guess how many will pass the test today? I anticipate a considerable number, as I have heard that the Primordial Sacred Land has intentionally eased the entry requirements this year. Indeed. Now, as long as one's talent and cultivation are not excessively lacking, one can essentially enter the Sacred Land as a servant disciple. Truly commendable for the foremost sacred land of the Central Continent to consider us wandering cultivators in such a manner. As the crowd buzzes with discussion, the entrance disciple test commences. Suddenly, a young man clad in blue, wielding a long sword, swiftly ascends beside the examination stone. He releases his aura and pours a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the stone's groove. With a resonant hum, a series of radiant points of light appear on the surface of the examination stone, arranged in order from weak to strong. 2 stars, 5 stars, 7 stars. With each successive point of light illuminating, the brilliance of the examination stone intensifies. The 2 inner disciples tasked with recording the results immediately widen their eyes. It is known that the vast majority of true disciples in the primordial sacred land possess only 4 or 6 stars of talent. In the past century, only 30 individuals have achieved 7 stars. Did I just imagine that? 7 stars. Indeed, it is 7 stars. The 2 inner disciples exchange glances, gasping in astonishment. 7-star talent signifies the potential to reach the void realm. Hurry and report to the sacred lord. Quickly, realizing the gravity of the situation, they turn and dash away. Meanwhile, within a palace in the primordial sacred land, a room adorned with elegance and an air of nobility houses a burly, imposing middle-aged man who sits quietly at a desk, perusing an ancient tome. Suddenly, he lifts his gaze toward the window, noticing 2 figures hastily approaching from a distance. What matter has them in such a flurry? The middle-aged man furrows his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. He is Jiang Chen, the sacred lord of the primordial sacred land. Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples exchange glances, and one cautiously speaks, reporting to the sacred lord, today's examination stone has detected a disciple with 7-star talent. According to your prior instructions, we must report immediately upon such an occurrence. Oh, upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes flicker with surprise. After a moment, he sets down the ancient tome and replies coolly, take me to see. At the plaza, surrounding the examination stone, 7-star talent. Is this individual a wandering cultivator? How impressive. Such talent will surely attract the attention of the sacred land's elders, who will likely take him as a personal disciple. When Jiang Chen and his entourage arrive, the plaza erupts in a fervor. Jiang Chen's expression turns grave as he gazes at the examination stone, which continues to radiate brilliantly, its luminosity gradually increasing. 7-star peak. 8 stars. After a brief silence, the plaza is thrown into chaos. It has risen again. What kind of prodigy is this? Some speculate. Such talent will undoubtedly receive the sacred land's utmost attention, ensuring that he will never lack for cultivation resources. How enviable, truly too enviable. The crowd buzzes, stunned by the spectacle before them. Meanwhile, in the center of the plaza, Jiang Chen furrows his brow, his face filled with perplexity. 8 stars. It truly is 8 stars. The tranquility of his heart is shattered, and his heartbeat quickens. In his perception, the light upon the examination stone flows like rippling water. With a disciple of such talent joining us, our sacred land will surely gain a formidable ally. Haha, the sacred lord must be overjoyed. Perhaps he will even make an exception to accept the disciple. Behind the young man in blue, a group of elders is beside themselves with excitement, momentarily forgetting the presence of Jiang Chen. Ahem. Jiang Chen clears his throat. Instantly, silence falls over the crowd. All present bow in reverence. Several elders, returning to their senses, hastily offer their respects. Well done, well done. What is your name? Jiang Chen inquires with a gentle smile, directing his gaze toward the young man. Reporting to the sacred lord, the disciple's name is Yang Lin. Yang Lin bows respectfully and replies, excellent, follow me. Jiang Chen replies nonchalantly before striding away. Yang Lin is momentarily taken aback, then a look of ecstatic joy spreads across his face as he follows closely behind Jiang Chen. The multitude of cultivators in the plaza watches with envy, fully aware that Yang Lin's future is destined to soar. Soon, Jiang Chen leads him away from the plaza, and they find themselves in a hidden realm. Deep within this realm, a red crystal hovers in midair. Subordinate, I pay my respects to Lord Dragon. Upon arrival, Jiang Chen kneels and bows deeply. Sacred Lord, what are you doing? Yang Lin, witnessing this, is momentarily stunned. Is this the blood sacrifice you present to me? Suddenly, the red crystal emits a blinding crimson glow, and a deep, hoarse voice reverberates from within. Indeed, Jiang Chen smiles faintly as he speaks. Without hesitation, he knocks Yang Lin unconscious and casts him before the red crystal. With a splash, the red crystal quivers violently, erupting in a dazzling crimson radiance that envelopes Yang Lin. In the next moment, Yang Lin's entire being transforms into a pool of thick, fresh blood. The rich and pure scent of blood rapidly permeates the surroundings, merging seamlessly with the red crystal. Chapter 68. The Qinglong Clan, the truth behind the fall of the emperor. Indeed, the flesh and blood of this human race is far more delectable than before. The red crystal trembles violently, emitting an ancient laugh. Then, as if recalling something, it sneers. Jiang Chen, regardless of the means you employ, you must procure flesh and blood identical to today's. Lord Dragon, a disciple of such talent is exceedingly rare. I presently cannot find so many. Jiang Chen's expression turns bitter upon hearing the Dragon Lord's words. Humph, I think your Sacred Land disciples are quite satisfactory. The red crystal emits a sinister laugh. Lord Dragon Monarch, those disciples are all exceptional talents painstakingly cultivated through rigorous selection by the Sacred Land. Qin Chuan shook his head and sighed deeply. Indeed, he had contemplated the idea of offering the Sacred Land's direct disciples as nourishment. Yet he could not bring himself to do so. After all, each prodigy from the Sacred Land had been nurtured with abundant resources to reach their current stature. What? Do you wish for me to take matters into my own hands? I dare not. Qin Chuan hastily bowed in fear, denying the suggestion. He then added, however, in 3 days, I will host a grand tournament for the prodigies at the Sacred Land, which is sure to attract many human talents. At that time, I will present all the corpses of the human prodigies before you, allowing Lord Dragon Monarch to feast at your leisure. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the crimson crystal paused for a moment, then suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha, you truly are the human I have chosen. This idea is quite splendid. In that case, I shall reward you. As the words fell, the crimson crystal trembled violently, unleashing countless beams of light. The speed of these beams was astonishing, rendering them nearly invisible. Boom. Simultaneously, deep within Qin Chuan's mind, a profound cultivation technique, refining the spirit, materialized. Could this aura be that of a legendary imperial-grade technique? Is it possible that Lord Dragon Monarch intends to bestow this technique upon me? Qin Chuan trembled with excitement. Refining the spirit is an imperial-level technique among the demon race, and mastering it could lead to rebirth. For cultivators, it is an object of utmost desire. The refining the spirit you are cultivating now is divided into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower, each of which is further divided into 3 realms. Once you master this technique and internalize every step, I shall naturally assist you in breaking through to the quasi-emperor level, the Crimson Crystal stated suddenly. Thank you for your gracious gift, Lord Dragon Monarch. But there is one matter I do not understand, Qin Chuan replied respectfully, lifting his gaze to inquire. Oh, the Crimson Crystal paused momentarily before responding with indifference. Speak. Lord Dragon Monarch, you were once a mighty emperor. Who could inflict such grievous wounds upon you? His tone held a mix of curiosity and pity. His gaze fixated on the Crimson Crystal, awaiting an answer. He understood well the terror of an emperor's might, and the individual capable of wounding such a being must surely possess formidable prowess. It was that wretched fox. She truly deserves to die? The Crimson Crystal's fury erupted upon hearing this. It gritted its teeth, seething with hatred as it exclaimed, had she not ambushed me back then, I would not be in such a state now. The more it spoke, the more enraged it became. What? Qin Chuan's entire being trembled as he revealed an expression of shock. Though he had suspected certain details, he could never have fathomed such a conclusion. An era-defining emperor, defeated by someone. Fear not. One day, I shall return with vengeance and personally sever that fox's head to avenge the grievances of the past. The Crimson Crystal roared, its voice brimming with boundless fury and indignation. Sigh, why do I share this with you? You wouldn't comprehend. Enough, be gone. With that, the Crimson Crystal regained its composure, as though the previous emotional upheaval had never occurred. Understood. Qin Chuan ceased his lingering and quietly departed from the scene. 2 days later, a flying vessel ascended slowly from within the great Yin kingdom. On board stood 2 young women, none other than Jiang Chen and Li Ruoxi. Sister Ruoxi, is father not coming with us? Jiang Chen perched at the highest point of the vessel, her lively eyes glancing at Li Ruoxi as she spoke. Miss, the master has matters to attend to and cannot join us for the time being. Li Ruoxi replied with a gentle smile, offering reassurance, but you need not worry. I shall remain by your side. Hee, with Sister Ruoxi protecting me, I feel completely at ease. Jiang Chen teased playfully, a broad smile on her face. All right, let us set off promptly, Li Ruoxi said with a light smile, then elegantly waved her jade finger, causing a flash of golden light. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden vessel surged upward, slicing through the void as it sped towards the north. But just then, ripples appeared in the air, and suddenly, a figure materialized. That girl, rest assured, father has always been protecting you, Jiang Chen murmured, watching the receding vessel with a fond smile. Never mind, the central continent is surely teeming with powerful beings. I shall quietly follow to observe the situation. With that, Jiang Chen vanished without a trace. Central continent. Half an hour later, the flying vessel descended near Nanyun City. The spiritual energy here seems upon landing just outside Nanyun City. Li Ruoxi keenly sensed the unusually rich spiritual energy in the surroundings. A frown creased her brow as she contemplated this. Wow, Sister Ruoxi, this place is truly magnificent, Jiang Chen exclaimed, her mouth agape in awe at the sight before her. She had never imagined that such a vast city could exist in the world, especially with a radiant glow enveloping it, resembling a fairyland. Miss, we have arrived in the central continent, Li Ruoxi explained, after passing through Nanyuan City and traveling a few hundred miles further. We shall reach the location of the ancient sacred land. Then let us hurry into the city, Jiang Chen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Very well, Li Ruoxi replied with a charming smile, please follow me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as they prepared to enter the city, dozens of figures suddenly obstructed their path. Stop right there. This group appeared fierce and imposing, their expressions menacing. What do you want? Are you trying to rob us? Jiang Chen glared at the group, her voice laced with indignation. You little brat, if you wish to enter the city today, you must first pay the toll to me, or you shall not pass. The leader of the group sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at the two. Hearing this, a surge of anger flared within Jiang Chen. She turned to Li Ruoxi and coldly declared, Sister Ruoxi, I detest these people. Please eliminate them all. As you command. Mississippi. Li Ruoxi stepped forward, her figure shifting in an unpredictable manner, a fierce killing intent suddenly emanating from her. Heh, you think you can kill me? Just because you're a little brat? You must be tired of living. The leader of the group mocked, raising his hand to deliver a strike. Bang! A torrent of flames erupted, instantly transforming into a fiery hand that slammed toward the two. Chapter 69. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Boom! The fiery hand descended like a mountain, unleashing a violent wave of force. Humph! Li Ruoxi let out a cold snort, extending her delicate finger to point in the air. Puff! The fiery hand was obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Thud thud. This scene caused the leader's expression to shift dramatically, and he hastily retreated several steps, his face filled with apprehension. He could not fathom how a mere woman could possess such formidable strength. Indeed, this is the central continent. Even those at the celestial silence realm are commonplace here, but sadly, they remain too weak. Gazing at the leader, Li Ruoxi shook her head, her expression one of disdain. In an instant, she directed her thoughts, unleashing a swift surge of sword energy. Whoosh! The blade-like force sliced through the air with astonishing speed, reaching the towering man in the blink of an eye. A sense of foreboding struck him. His heart raced as he raised his hand in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the man was sent flying, blood spewing forth as his chest caved in. Hiss! What a terrifying woman, capable of dispatching Brother Zhuang in a single strike. Everyone flee. Observing this, the remaining dozen or so cultivators were seized by panic. They were no match for her, scattering in all directions in an instant. Useless lot, leave them all to me. Li Ruoxi spoke coldly, her delicate hand elegantly gesturing. In that moment, thousands of sword energies howled forth, engulfing the surroundings. Cries of despair filled the air, and in mere moments, several individuals fell lifeless to the ground. These villains are truly insufferable, Jiang Chen pouted, expressing her discontent. My lady need not be angered by these insignificant ants. Regardless of their numbers, I could easily crush them with a mere finger, Li Ruoxi replied softly. Moreover, our immediate priority is to escort you to the ancient sacred land. Jiang Chen smiled sweetly in agreement. Let us continue onward, my lady. With that, the two gradually approached the city gates. Before long, they traversed through Nanyuan City, arriving at the mountain range housing the ancient sacred land. From a distance, the mountains loomed majestically, exuding an imposing aura, reminiscent of a slumbering beast poised to devour. Deep within the mountains stood a towering peak, the residence of the sacred lord. At the foot of this great peak, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, clad in various attires, clearly hailing from different continents. At last, we've arrived. Is this truly the ancient sacred land? Li Ruoxi mused, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Soon, she led Jiang Chen towards the summit. Halt! Those who are not disciples of the sacred land are forbidden from entering the mountains. An elderly woman suddenly obstructed their path. Greetings. We are here by invitation. Seeking entry to participate in the Celestial Talents competition, Li Ruoxi replied with a gentle smile, elucidating their purpose. I see. The elder nodded in understanding. In that case, you may proceed. Thank you, she said, taking Jiang Chen by the hand as they ascended the peak. As they set foot on the summit, Li Ruoxi was astounded by the sights before her. The air was thick with spiritual energy, shrouded in mist. To her astonishment, it was filled with ninth-tier spiritual herbs. Each herb radiated brilliance, captivating her gaze. Wow, how beautiful! Jiang Chen clapped her hands excitedly upon witnessing the breathtaking view at the summit. Hey, what is that place? Suddenly, Jiang Chen noticed a small pond not far away. The pond, though modest in size, emanated a vibrant aura, as if liquid were flowing within. Buzz! In the next moment, the pond's waters rippled, and a jade-green pill, the size of a longan, burst forth, landing in Jiang Yuer's hand. What is this? She furrowed her delicate brows, perplexed by the green pill. Splash! Just then, the pond's spiritual spring began to churn, revealing a silver-scaled serpent. The serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, was adorned with shimmering silver scales that radiated an icy chill. The sudden drop in temperature enveloped the area, reminiscent of the depths of winter. It opened its crimson eyes, surveying Li Ruoxi and Jiang Yuer before settling its gaze upon Jiang Yuer. You appear merely human. Yet there is a distinct aura of the demon race about you, the silver-scaled serpent remarked, its piercing gaze seemingly uncovering Jiang Yuer's secret. Demon race? Li Ruoxi's countenance shifted in astonishment as she regarded Jiang Yuer, her eyes filled with surprise. Though she was unaware of the full truth, she surmised much. No wonder her lady possesses such extraordinary talent. It seems she bears the blood of demons. Li Ruoxi mused inwardly, increasingly convinced that her previous choice was indeed correct. What concern is it of yours? Step aside, Jiang Yuer retorted, her brows knitting in irritation at the serpent's inquiry. Ha 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 ha, such a fiery temper for a young girl. Very well, considering you share a kinship with the demon race, let me offer you a word of caution. Do not reveal your talents within the sacred land, or calamity shall surely befall you. The silver-scaled serpent ominously warned before submerging back into the pond. Calamity? At these words, Li Ruoxi's eyes flickered, as if she grasped a hint of the implications. Sister Ruoxi, let us leave quickly, Jiang Yuer urged, tugging at her sleeve. Li Ruoxi nodded slightly, gathering her thoughts as they continued onward. Moments later, they arrived at a grand plaza. At that moment, the Celestial Talents competition was about to commence. The stands were already filled with spectators eager for the event. These individuals varied in age and exuded formidable auras, with the weakest among them being at the Divine Radiance realm. Among them, there were even 3 at the Creation realm. As soon as Li Ruoxi and Jiang Yuer made their appearance, they were recognized by several onlookers. Isn't that the Empress of the Immortal Dynasty? What brings her here? One young cultivator exclaimed, his gaze ablaze with admiration. The Empress is truly stunning. To marry her would fulfill all my desires in this lifetime. Another man sighed dreamily. However, a nearby individual scoffed. What does it matter if she is beautiful? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, regardless of her beauty. She is but a vessel for our dual cultivation. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Though they dared not voice their opinions openly, they whispered without hesitation, their eyes unabashedly roaming over Li Ruoxi's form. Such gazes filled Jiang Yuer with indignation. Sister Ruoxi, they are utterly excessive, Jiang Yuer fumed, her fists clenched in anger. My lady, there is no need to concern yourself with them. These worthless fools only seek to boast with their words. We shall simply ignore them, Li Ruoxi reassured her, shaking her head. She had long grown accustomed to such remarks and had no inclination to engage. Subsequently, the two found a secluded corner to sit quietly, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Chapter 70. Dare to touch me, and beware of your demise. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous noise reverberated through the air, capturing everyone's attention. As they turned to investigate, they beheld a tempest brewing in the sky, with lightning crackling violently. Eventually, an elder descended gracefully from the void. This elder, with white hair, yet youthful features, emanated an ethereal aura, surveying the crowd from a position of authority. Bow before Elder Imo. Upon witnessing this, the cultivators present rose in unison, bowing respectfully. This elder was none other than Imo Xingyun, the law elder of the ancient sacred land. Please, no need for formalities. Imo Xingyun gestured dismissively, proclaiming in a resonant voice. The rules for this competition are quite simple. The ultimate victor will be awarded a sacred level technique. The heavenly chart, Imo Xingyun's voice boomed, resonating far and wide, clearly reaching the ears of all present. Additionally, those who display exceptional talent will receive a sacred-grade weapon as an extra reward. As soon as the words were uttered, a gleam of avarice flickered in the eyes of all the cultivators present. Particularly among those seated in the front row, a palpable restlessness began to stir. This current competition for prodigies was personally overseen by the elder, who enforced stringent regulations. With a total of 1,000 participants, due to the overwhelming number of competitors, the elder decided that the order of combat would be determined by lottery. Upon finishing his announcement, Imo Xingyun produced a jade slip, infused it with spiritual energy, and cast it into the air, where it transformed into a luminous screen. Upon this screen, a dense array of characters and descriptions materialized. Now, the elder proclaimed, let the competition commence. No sooner had Imo Xingyun's voice faded than 2 figures streaked through the air, swiftly landing upon the competition stage. As the crowd focused their gaze, they discerned that one contestant hailed from the Tianyo sect, while the other donned the attire of the Misty Rain sect. Both had completed their preparations and were now intensely scrutinizing one another. Merely at the Dao Palace realm, and yet they dare to step onto the stage? Have they grown tired of living? Scoffed one rogue cultivator, his disdain evident as he crossed his arms over his chest, clearly underestimating his adversary. In response, the disciple from the Misty Rain sect exhibited no fear, retorting with sharp sarcasm. Although you are esteemed as a formidable god reflection expert, do you possess any skills beyond mere verbal bravado? This remark dripped with derision, inciting immediate fury in the rogue cultivator. You seek death, he bellowed, his anger unabated as he stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Instantly, the arena pulsed with the fierce clash of energies, a wave of oppressive force sweeping over the spectators. At that moment, everyone understood that the disciple from the Misty Rain sect was about to face dire consequences. After all, he was merely at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Indeed, there existed a vast chasm between them, akin to an egg striking a rock. Sighs of concern rippled through the crowd. Many believed the disciple from the Misty Rain sect was doomed to fail. Jiang Yuer, who do you think will emerge victorious? Suddenly, the petite Jiang Yuer, seated in a corner, turned to her companion Li Ruoxi and inquired. In response, Li Ruoxi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a moment before replying. Miss, I believe the disciple from the Misty Rain sect will prevail. Oh, yet that individual evidently falls short by an entire realm. Is there any chance of victory? Jiang Yuer questioned, her expression laced with skepticism. Noticing her doubt, Li Ruoxi regarded her with profound understanding and replied, Miss, sometimes, realm is not the sole determinant of triumph. Although the disciple from the Misty Rain sect is slightly weaker in rank, the aura he emanates surpasses that of an ordinary god reflection expert. Oh, so that is how it is. Enlightened, Jiang Yuer nodded, her confusion dissipating. She turned her gaze back to the competition stage, where she indeed observed the disciple from the Misty Rain sect, a smile playing on his lips, clearly unfazed by the situation as others had assumed. Ruoxi, it seems you were right. Jiang Yuer chuckled, her spirits lifted as she watched intently. You little brat, are you not going to evade? Do you underestimate me? The rogue cultivator shouted, his body radiating lethal intent. He then propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, his fists surging with energy, creating a piercing sound as it hurtled towards the disciple from the Misty Rain sect. Come on. The disciple's eyes narrowed, his internal energy swirling as he thrust both palms forward. A resonating clash ensued, filling the arena with a thunderous din. As dust settled, two figures emerged. The disciple from the Misty Rain sect stood resolute, his attire billowing, apparently unscathed, while the rogue cultivator stumbled back, his face pale and utterly disheveled. You have lost, surrender. The disciple from the Misty Rain sect stated coolly, casting a dispassionate glance at the rogue. What? I could never lose to you. The rogue stammered, his pride refusing to accept the reality. Yet, before he could finish, he felt a constriction in his throat, followed by a violent cough. With a spurt of blood, the rogue was thoroughly defeated. I concede. The disciple from the Misty Rain sect offered a courteous salute before gracefully descending from the stage. This declaration left the audience in utter astonishment. Good heavens! Who was this individual? How could he be so formidable as to defeat a god reflection expert? Whispers of disbelief circulated among the crowd, each person marveling at the prowess of the Misty Rain sect disciple, completely disregarding the defeated rogue. The rogue cultivator's face turned a shade of deep crimson, his silence betraying his humiliation as he scurried off the stage. Thus, the Misty Rain sect claimed the first victory in this competition for prodigies. Following this, 800 more contestants sequentially concluded their battles. Soon, it was Jiang Yuer's turn to take the stage. However, as she stepped onto the platform, laughter erupted among the assembled cultivators, their derision palpable. Look, is that a little child? She seems barely 9 years old and dares to step up to the challenge. They jeered, pointing at Jiang Yuer, whose youthful appearance elicited scoffs. The crowd, unable to contain their mirth, mocked her with cruel taunts, for Jiang Yuer looked far too tender and innocent to be taken seriously. Hearing their jeers, Jiang Yuer puffed up with indignation, muttering, "These people are insufferably annoying." She stood firm, awaiting her opponent with quiet resolve. "Hey, little girl, are you the one challenging me?" A towering figure leaped onto the stage, looking down at Jiang Yuer with an air of superiority. "Who are you calling a little girl? Do you dare to provoke me?" Jiang Yuer retorted, her cheeks flushed with anger as she placed her hands on her hips. Well, a fiery temper. I like it." The burly man grinned, his gaze turning predatory. "Come on, let me show you some affection." As he spoke, he reached out with a massive hand, intending to grasp Jiang Yuer. In response, Jiang Yuer's expression darkened, her voice cold as ice. "I shall end you." She swiftly raised her hand, conjuring an ice sword that sliced through the air. With a chilling whoosh, a frigid gale accompanied by swirling frost enveloped the man, instantly freezing him in place. With a crack, he plummeted to the ground, shattering into icy fragments. The scene left the audience in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of technique is this? Its power is utterly terrifying. That man was a peak god reflection expert, and yet he was vanquished in an instant. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into exclamations of astonishment, gazing at Jiang Chen with a mix of fear and admiration. Indeed, such prowess at such a young age. It seems my disciple will gain another worthy companion, Mo Xingyun mused, impressed by Jiang Yuer's performance. He then redirected his attention to the audience, calling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" As his voice echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were filled with awe and trepidation as they regarded Jiang Chen, who in their right mind would seek death after witnessing a peak god reflection expert being obliterated in the blink of an eye. With no challengers forthcoming, the competition was set to proceed. Hold on. As Mo Xingyun was about to announce the final results, a melodious female voice unexpectedly rang out. Turning towards the sound, a graceful figure slowly ascended the stage. Dressed in a flowing white gown, with long hair cascading elegantly, she exuded an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Indeed, she was none other than Gu Qinghuan, the saintess of the ancient sacred land. Who is she? How come I've never seen her before? Could she be a prodigy from some sect? Around her, the crowd buzzed with curiosity, captivated by the sudden appearance of this female cultivator. We pay our respects to the saintess. Mo Xingyun slightly bowed, his demeanor respectful. What? She is actually the saintess? My goodness. To behold the visage of the revered saintess in my lifetime is truly a blessing, one for which I could die without regret. Undoubtedly, she is the saintess. Her aura suggests she has already entered the realm of heavenly tranquility. In an instant, the atmosphere was electric, with all eyes fixated on Gu Qinghuan. Please step back. Gu Qinghuan said indifferently, casting a glance at him. Understood. Mo Xingyun nodded in acquiescence and quietly moved aside. Little sister, what is your name? At this moment, Gu Qinghuan had reached the stage. Due to the height disparity, she had to look down at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen replied calmly, tilting her head up. So your name is Jiang Chen, such a lovely name. Upon hearing her name, Gu Qinghuan seemed amused, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, despite her smile, an icy demeanor enveloped her, sending chills down one's spine. Little Chen, your talent is commendable. Would you care to be my personal maid? She inquired haughtily. At her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The illustrious saintess of the ancient sacred land, seeking to take a young girl as her maid? This was utterly unfathomable. Consequently, envious glances were cast towards Jiang Chen. I refuse. Jiang Chen decisively shook her head. Gu Qinghuan's brow furrowed. She had not anticipated Jiang Chen would reject her so curtly. At that moment, Gu Qinghuan felt a tempest of emotions, her pride wounded. Is it that you find the position of a maid beneath you? Gu Qinghuan's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with a frosty light. In response, Jiang Chen shot her a glare. Why are you so bothersome? I've already said I don't want to. You keep pestering me. You truly are an annoying brat. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuan's face turned a shade of fury, her eyes flashing with anger. Do you understand what it means to refuse the saintess? I could not care less what it means. I simply do not like you, Jiang Chen retorted, hands on her hips, unyielding. Huh, very well, Gu Qinghuan replied, her voice cold as ice. If that is the case, do you dare to compete against me? What is there to fear? I only worry that you cannot handle the defeat, Jiang Chen replied confidently. My father once told me that some individuals, devoid of any sense of shame, strike the young and then summon the old. Truly, it is the height of disgrace. What do you mean by that? Gu Qinghuan paused, slightly taken aback. I mean that once I defeat you, you will be so humiliated that you'll turn into a rabid dog. Jiang Chen scoffed disdainfully. Impudent. Gu Qinghuan's fury reached its peak. This girl had dared to insult her so brazenly. How utterly outrageous. You clever little girl, since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Gu Qinghuan bellowed, wielding her saint-level whip and striking fiercely at Jiang Chen. Crack. The whip sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Observing this, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. Clearly, Gu Qinghuan's attack was vicious enough to severely injure Jiang Chen. Many secretly worried for her safety. Yet, Jiang Chen remained rooted in place, unmoving. Mere pretense. Gu Qinghuan sneered. Let us see if you can maintain such bravado. As her words fell, the whip was upon Jiang Chen. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly raised her hand and grasped the whip's tail. Then, an aura of frost emanated from her hand, and with a series of cracking sounds, the whip shattered into countless fragments. Gu Qinghuan's pupils dilated, her face a mask of disbelief. How could this be? She lowered her gaze. scrutinizing the remnants of the whip in her hand. The once resilient saint-level weapon had now crumbled as easily as tofu. You are no match for me. Step aside. Jiang Yue coldly glared at her and said flatly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuan's face turned as pale as a sheet, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. Utterly resenting Jiang Yue, how could she accept that she, the favored daughter of heaven, having worked diligently to reach her current level, was now outdone by a mere child? She would never admit it. Damnable little girl, today you've thoroughly provoked my ire. Suddenly, Gu Qinghuan's expression twisted, her voice sharp as a needle, as she hastily executed a series of incantations. With a whoosh, in an instant, a tempest arose. An overwhelming force descended upon the arena. This aura is terrifying. The saintess is truly intent on killing. Alas, one can only hope this little girl is reborn in her next life to a more favorable fate. The crowd gazed in shock, horrified at Gu Qinghuan. Wind of execution. Gu Qinghuan coldly scoffed, unleashing her spell. In that moment, the entire arena was engulfed by a maelstrom, transforming into serpentine dragons that twisted and danced through the air. Brat, perish! Accompanied by Gu Qinghuan's shrill shout, the boundless gale coalesced, resembling a towering wave, sweeping across the sky. Under this immense power, cultivators surrounding the arena hastily retreated, fearing for their safety. Witnessing this scene, Li Ruoxi, seated in a corner, could not help but chuckle derisively. With such meager strength, she dares to think she can harm my lady? Truly a delusional fool. In her eyes, Jiang Yue's true combat prowess had long surpassed the realm of creation. Chapter 72. Jealousy transforms one's countenance. Boom. The invisible tempest raged across the arena, causing the surrounding scenery to sway incessantly. Jiang Yue stood firm on the stage, her gown billowing in the fierce wind. Her expression was stern, her dark eyes glinting with a sharp glimmer. Ice ceiling. Suddenly, she uttered 4 words. In an instant, 2 crystalline orbs of snow materialized in the air, translucent and dazzling, as if carved from ice. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 2 snowballs exploded, scattering into countless icy shards. Each shard was as thick as a bowl, bristling with sharp points. They converged from all directions, forming a colossal net that ensnared Gu Qinghuan within. This is bad. Sensing the impending danger, Gu Qinghuan's expression shifted dramatically. However, it was too late. Bang! A flurry of ice shards pierced through Gu Qinghuan's arm. In that instant, blood spurted forth, and Gu Qinghuan let out a heart-wrenching scream, her body flying backward. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Saintess! Mo Shinkong's expression changed abruptly as he hurried forward, reaching out to support Gu Qinghuan. He lowered his gaze, and his eyes fell upon Gu Qinghuan's right arm, bloodied and gruesome. A heart-wrenching sight. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions marred by profound astonishment. Gu Qinghuan, a practitioner of the celestial tranquility realm, had unexpectedly been bested by that little girl with a single strike. Such a stark contrast left the gathered cultivators in utter disbelief. Among the spectators, an elderly man suddenly exclaimed, "This is the aura of an emperor." His features were etched with astonishment, and his gaze burned intensely upon Jiang Yue. The disciple beside him was momentarily taken aback. "Master, what do you mean?" The old man stroked his beard, affirming, "I cannot be mistaken. Although the 2 auras are faint, they undeniably emanate from her. It appears this little girl's identity is far from ordinary." He continued to stroke his beard, his tone unwavering. After all, only those with the blood of an emperor coursing through their veins could exhibit such a presence. "Master, how can this be? Wasn't the emperor no longer involved in worldly matters 500 years ago?" Upon hearing his master's explanation, the disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who can say?" The old man shook his head, resuming his observation of the contest. On the arena, Gu Qinghuan, still reeling from her defeat, clutched her bleeding shoulder, her countenance reflecting desolation. "You have lost," Jiang Yue remarked indifferently, her eyes brimming with disappointment. "I refuse to believe it. You must have used some despicable trick." Gu Qinghuan bit her lip, seething with indignation. She had prided herself as a paragon of excellence. Yet today, she found herself vanquished by a girl scarcely 9 years old. Should word of this spread, how would she ever face the world again? With this thought, Gu Qinghuan turned to Mo Shinkong beside her and transmitted, "Elder Mo, eliminate her for me." Upon receiving the command, Mo Shinkong hesitated, his expression troubled. He understood Jiang Yue's prodigious talent. Her current prowess at such a tender age hinted at a future of unparalleled greatness. To take her as a disciple would be a tremendous boon. "Elder Mo, are you not going to act?" Gu Qinghuan raised her voice, urgency lacing her words. "Yes," Mo Shinkong sighed internally, acquiescing. He turned to face Jiang Yue, his gaze chilling. "Little girl, I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent?" He was direct, leaving no room for ambiguity. Should Jiang Yue agree, Mo Xingkong would strive to ensure her safety today. Conversely, should she refuse, he could not allow such an extraordinary talent to flourish unchecked. Oh, Jiang Yue arched an eyebrow. Her interest piqued as she regarded him. After a moment, she smiled. I decline. What? Mo Xingkong was momentarily taken aback. I said I decline, Jiang Yue reiterated, her tone firm. Excellent. That is precisely the response I awaited. Mo Xingkong scoffed, raising his left palm to strike down upon Jiang Yue. His movement was swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. However, Jiang Yue stood her ground, unflinching. Just as his palm was about to descend upon her, a white figure swept in front of her. Smack! Mo Xingkong's strike was forcefully intercepted, and he stared in astonishment at the woman who had appeared. Who are you? He demanded, his brows furrowing in suspicion. This matter does not concern you. I implore you to withdraw. The newcomer was none other than Li Ruoxi. She regarded him with a cold glare. A smirk etched upon her lips. A formidable figure of the Purple Mansion realm, and yet you resort to bullying a mere child of a few years. Where is your dignity? With that, Li Ruoxi struck once more. At that moment, her internal energy surged violently, akin to a tidal wave. Boom! She launched a punch. A colossal wave of spiritual pressure cascading forth. In an instant, the arena was swept by a fierce wind. Bang! Mo Xingkong, caught off guard, was hurled several meters away. Steadying himself, he felt a dull ache in his chest. Cough, cough. Mo Xingkong coughed, wiping the blood from his lips. Huh. I never expected you to also be of the Purple Mansion realm. He bellowed, laughter booming like thunder. Enough with the pleasantries. Since you dare to strike at my lady, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Li Ruoxi's expression darkened, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Very well, Mo Xingkong declared, his voice low and resolute. I shall witness how you intend to bring about my end. As he spoke, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from his dantian. In an instant, a silver-white longsword materialized out of thin air. Grasping the hilt, he infused it with his profound spiritual energy, causing the sword to hum and tremble, emanating a chilling brilliance. Go! Mo Xingkong commanded the holy-grade longsword, directing it menacingly at Li Ruoxi. Whoosh! The sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards her. Li Ruoxi's expression turned solemn as she clenched her fists, prepared to confront the incoming blade. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle, the exchanges unfolding in a blur. In the blink of an eye, they clashed thousands of times, the surrounding void continuously rending apart. Li Ruoxi's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. Break! She roared, striking the side of the long sword with a fist. Crack! The sword shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruoxi swiftly grasped the broken blade and lunged forward. Thud! The jagged end pierced Mo Xingkong's abdomen, emerging from his back and leaving a gruesome wound. Ah! Mo Xingkong screamed in agony. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his garments. Damn it, vile woman, I will kill you. His enraged roar echoed. In the next moment, Mo Xingkong channeled his internal energy, his arms outstretched, propelling himself into the air. Moon-slash technique. Accompanied by his deep shout, a long knife abruptly unsheathed, radiating blinding brilliance. In an instant, a massive blade of light descended from above, carrying with it a cataclysmic pressure. Such formidable power. It seems Elder Mo is indeed serious this time. This is untenable. I have retreated this far. Yet I can still feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation. We must flee, lest we be caught in this force. The nearby cultivators gasped in shock, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Incredible. Is this the true strength of a formidable warrior? It was utterly terrifying. This attack cannot be met head-on. Li Ruoxi's pupils constricted, her expression grave. She inhaled deeply, her right hand forming seals as she summoned a quasi-emperor weapon, the Mirror of Heaven. Whoosh! The Mirror of Heaven floated in midair, emitting a dazzling blue glow. The ethereal blue light enveloped the entire area, forming a membranous barrier that deflected the incoming attack. Chapter 73, The Bloodline of the Emperor, Jiang Yue. How do you possess a quasi-emperor weapon? Mo Xingkong's eyes bulged in astonishment. He never anticipated that a woman of the Purple Mansion realm would possess such an artifact. In nearly a century of existence, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Huh. Li Ruoxi cast him a sidelong glance, offering no explanation. Instead, she manipulated the Mirror of Heaven, directing its luminescent beam towards Mo Xingkong. Instantly, a beam of blue light shot forth at him. Not good. Mo Xingkong's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly conjured a protective shield to defend against the attack. Bang! The blue light collided with the shield, producing a resounding impact. The shield shattered with a resounding crack, and the eerie light continued to pierce towards Mo Xingkong. A dull thud echoed as the ethereal glow penetrated Mo Xingkong's skull, leaving a horrifying gaping wound. How could this be? Mo Shinkong lowered his gaze to his chest, then raised his eyes to Li Ruoxi, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Who on earth are you? Ultimately, he succumbed to the ground, laden with profound questions and unyielding resentment. What? Elder Mo has been slain. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Which faction does this female cultivator belong to? Is she not afraid of retribution from the Holy Land? The onlookers, witnessing the scene, were struck with disbelief, whispering among themselves. They beheld Li Ruoxi with expressions filled with dread and incredulity. A powerful elder of the Holy Land had been effortlessly cut down by a mere female cultivator. Such prowess was genuinely spine-chilling. In the arena, Li Ruoxi gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, a cold smirk escaping her lips. Humph. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to lay a hand on my lady. With that, she stowed away the mirror of heaven and strode towards Jiang Chen. My lady, the competition has concluded. We should take our leave, Li Ruoxi gently reminded her. Oh, understood. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and followed her out. However, after taking just a few steps, she halted and turned to Li Ruoxi. Sister Ruoxi, please wait a moment. There's still someone left to deal with. With that, she pointed ahead. There, the saintess Gu Qinghuan was seated on the ground, desperately attempting to mend her injuries. Very well, I shall abide by my lady's wishes. Li Ruoxi pondered briefly before nodding. Subsequently, Jiang Chen advanced slowly toward Gu Qinghuan. At that moment, Gu Qinghuan sensed an approaching presence and abruptly opened her eyes. What do you intend to do? Her complexion paled as she instinctively recoiled, warily regarding Jiang Chen. Fear not, I shan't end your life so swiftly. Jiang Chen replied with a chilling calmness. Father always says that sometimes, tormenting an enemy slowly is far more entertaining than an immediate execution. As she spoke, Jiang Chen crouched before Gu Qinghuan, lifting her injured left arm. Don't do anything reckless. Gu Qinghuan's heart raced with panic as she struggled desperately. Reckless? Did you ever consider the consequences when you sought to kill me today? Jiang Yuer's gaze cut through her defenses like a dagger. Suddenly, she tightened her grip. A sharp crack resonating as Gu Qinghuan's right wrist shattered, her arm hanging limply. Ah! The searing pain surged through Gu Qinghuan, a cry of anguish escaping her lips as beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Now, it's time for your left hand. Jiang Chen clapped her hands together before seizing Gu Qinghuan's other arm. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Gu Qinghuan wailed, pleading for sympathy. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unmoved, resolutely grasping Gu Qinghuan's other arm. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed as Gu Qinghuan's remaining arm was rendered useless. Suddenly, an agonizing wave of pain threatened to engulf Gu Qinghuan, nearly causing her to faint. Her face drained of color, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Now, with all her meridians severed, she had become utterly incapacitated. Why, you demon? Gu Qinghuan spat through gritted teeth, witnessing Jiang Yuer's indifference. Demon? Jiang Chen tilted her head, feigning innocence. How could such a delightful creature as I be a demon? She displayed a facade of pure innocence, akin to a naive fawn. Master, the young lady's recent behavior is increasingly reminiscent of you. Observing this gruesome spectacle, Li Ruoxi felt a chill run down her spine. After all, the father and daughter duo shared a sinister affinity for cruelty. She shifted her gaze back to Jiang Chen, who appeared utterly devoid of empathy as she methodically dismembered Gu Qinghuan without hesitation. In a swift motion, Jiang Chen conjured an ice spike in her hand and mercilessly plunged it into Gu Qinghuan's skull. Crack! Crack! A series of faint sounds echoed as Gu Qinghuan's pupils dulled, her breath fading until it extinguished entirely. Well then, Sister Ruoxi, shall we depart? After executing her grim task, Jiang Chen dusted her hands and addressed Li Ruoxi. My lady, a powerful aura has locked onto us. It appears we cannot leave just yet. Li Ruoxi's expression shifted abruptly, her voice laced with urgency. Jiang Chen furrowed her brow, immediately on guard. Indeed, moments later, a chilling and ominous presence surged from the surrounding void. Soon after, a figure materialized before them, a man who was none other than Qin Chuan, the master of the ancient Holy Land. This is a being of the Holy Realm. Upon sighting him, Li Ruoxi's complexion paled as she exclaimed in alarm. The Holy Realm? Jiang Yuer's eyes flickered, her caution heightening. Though she had never faced a being from the Holy Realm, she understood that even wielding an imperial weapon would be futile against such an opponent, given the vast disparity in their realms. Gentlemen, having slain one of my Holy Land's enforcement elders and the saintess, do you think you can simply walk away without explanation? Qin Chuan's voice was eerily calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of danger. Particularly when he uttered the words enforcement elder, his gaze turned sharply menacing. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the Holy Realm descended upon them, enveloping the two in its grasp. Thud! In an instant, Li Ruoxi buckled under the immense weight of the pressure, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. My lady, Li Ruoxi struggled to speak, attempting to warn Jiang Yuer, but her throat felt constricted, making it nearly impossible to utter even a syllable. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Yuer stood firm, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive force. This peculiarity caught Qin Chuan off guard. You little girl, how is it that you remain unaffected by my pressure? He scrutinized Jiang Yuer with keen interest. Chapter 74, Soul Severing, The Fall of a Holy Realm Powerhouse. You big bad guy, let go of Sister Ruoxi immediately. Jiang Yuer lifted her head defiantly, glaring at Qin Chuan as she chastised him. Ignorant little girl, who are you calling a bad guy? Qin Chuan smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. With that, he extended his right hand, reaching out toward Jiang Yuer from afar. In an instant, she felt her body stiffen, as if bound by invisible chains, rendering her immobile. Oh no! Li Ruoxi's heart raced in alarm as she observed the unfolding events, yet she felt powerless to intervene. You little girl, so young yet already at the creation realm. Such a terrifying talent even stirs jealousy within me, Qin Chuan remarked with a hint of admiration. Alas, no matter how prodigious a talent, if it has yet to mature, it remains but a mere insect. As he spoke, his right hand inched closer to Jiang Yuer, seemingly poised for victory. In that moment, her eyes gleamed with determination. The next second, a long sword materialized above her, suspended in the air, exuding an aura of boundless destruction. Freeze! Slash! With a delicate exclamation, Jiang Yuer unleashed a powerful sword strike, sending forth a wave of sword energy that stirred countless snowflakes, swirling through the air and obscuring everything around. Boom! In an instant, Qin Chuan's offensive was thwarted. Immediately thereafter, an intense chill coursed through his hand, spreading throughout his body. Hiss! Qin Chuan could not help but gasp in shock, hastily withdrawing his hand. To his astonishment, a thick layer of frost had formed on his fingers, even causing cracks to appear at his wrists. This sword was indeed the legendary imperial weapon. From what formidable power do you hail? Qin Chuan's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yuer, his voice heavy with concern. At this moment, he began to comprehend why Jiang Yuer dared to venture into the ancient sacred land with such reckless abandon. Her background was truly formidable. What business is it of yours? Jiang Yuer gazed at him coldly, her tone as frigid as ice. You. Upon hearing her words, Qin Chuan's face darkened to an extreme. He had never anticipated that as a dignified expert of the sacred realm, he would find himself in such a precarious situation. This little girl before him was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Yet now, he faced a dilemma. Should he kill her or let her live? At this moment, Qin Chuan felt an inner turmoil. If he were to slay this young girl, her backing would undoubtedly seek vengeance, sealing his own fate. Conversely, if he spared her, what if she returned to report him? He would be unable to escape death either way. Since death was inevitable, he might as well eliminate her and erase all traces. With this thought, Qin Chuan's eyes glinted with malice as he looked towards Jiang Yuer. Little girl, remember this in your next life. Do not be so arrogant. He roared, palms pressed together, a tremendous force coalescing between his hands. Suddenly, two enormous hands materialized beside Jiang Yuer, slowly converging upon her. To ensure absolute certainty, Qin Chuan held nothing back. This strike encapsulated all the spiritual energy within him. In an instant, the winds howled violently, murderous intent surged, and the very air trembled. A profound sense of life and death crisis surged from the depths of Jiang Yuer's heart, sending chills down her spine. She understood all too well that should she endure this blow, her life would be forfeit. Miss, Li Ruoxi cried out in alarm, desperately wishing to rescue Jiang Yuer. However, her body had become utterly immobilized. What of possessing an imperial weapon? You will still perish by my hand. Qin Chuan laughed maniacally, envisioning the scene of Jiang Yuer being obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. Buzz. But in the next moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. In the blink of an eye, a thick white mist enveloped Jiang Yuer. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura began to spread rapidly. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, his expression souring. This aura was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of that emitted by the dragon sovereign, yet even more potent. Indeed, almost in a heartbeat, the white mist dissipated, revealing a tall figure within. Clad in flowing white robes, with long hair cascading gracefully, and a face of unparalleled beauty, he appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura that seemed to look down upon all of creation. Father! Jiang Yuer exclaimed joyfully, her eyes shimmering with delight. Indeed, the figure that had abruptly appeared was none other than Jiang Yuer's father, Jiang Chen. At this moment, he held Jiang Yuer in his arms, gazing down at Qin Chuan with an expression full of disdain. To Jiang Chen, Qin Chuan appeared as a mere insignificant insect, unworthy of even a moment's attention. Great Emperor. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuan's pupils constricted sharply, rendering him utterly dumbfounded. Wonderful, the master has finally. Li Ruoxi, standing nearby, became dazed for a moment. Then overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. This man, akin to a deity, had finally made his entrance. Father, I was so frightened just now, Jiang Yue murmured, lowering her head, nuzzling against Jiang Chen's embrace, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Fear not, for your father is here. Jiang Chen soothingly patted her head. Observing this scene, Qin Chuan felt a tremor in his heart and quickly knelt, fearfully exclaiming, Predecessor, there has been a misunderstanding. I was not aware that she was. Yet before he could finish, Jiang Chen shot him a glare, a flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! In the next instant, Qin Chuan's soul was forcibly extracted from his body, drawn into Jiang Chen's grasp. At this moment, Qin Chuan howled in agony. The extraction of his soul inflicted a torment surpassing that of any physical pain. Spare me, spare me. In that fleeting moment, Qin Chuan was utterly panicked. He pleaded desperately, tears streaming down his face, but it was to no avail. You despicable wretch, daring to harm my daughter, even if I kill you, it will not quell the hatred I harbor. Jiang Chen then released a wisp of black flame from his hand, engulfing Qin Chuan's soul and subjecting it to relentless searing. This agony was more horrific than death itself. No, I beg you, end my suffering. Qin Chuan cried out in despair, his soul slowly disintegrating. Thud. Ultimately, his soul was entirely annihilated. Throughout this process, Qin Chuan remained in a state of torment, his cries echoing. He was dead. The once mighty pinnacle of the sacred realm had met a tragically pitiful end. What? Even a sacred realm expert is no match in the presence of the master? Witnessing this scene, Li Ruoxi covered her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Qin Chuan, a figure of the sacred realm, had been effortlessly obliterated without a shred of resistance. Fear gripped her heart. Father, has he truly perished? Jiang Yue lifted her head, her cherubic face filled with curiosity. Indeed, he is dead beyond any chance of revival, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, I almost forgot about you. In the next moment, he turned to Li Ruoxi, his tone softening. He then extended his right hand, flicking his fingers. Whoosh! A wisp of ethereal light shot forth, directly embedding itself in Li Ruoxi's forehead. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into Li Ruoxi's mind, causing her to tremble violently. After a long while, her memories settled, and she opened her eyes, her lovely face etched with disbelief. This is the imperial-level cultivation method. After a moment, Li Ruoxi murmured to herself, her heart stirred by overwhelming waves of emotion. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. She took a deep breath, bowing respectfully. No need for thanks. This cultivation method was extracted from the memories of that individual earlier. Consider it a reward for you. Jiang Chen waved his hand, his tone calm. He then surveyed the surroundings and remarked, This place is rather nice, though it is regrettably overrun with people. At his words, Li Ruoxi shuddered violently. She could distinctly sense the bloodthirsty killing intent emanating from Jiang Chen's gaze, sending chills down her spine. Master, Li Ruoxi swallowed hard, speaking cautiously. What do you intend to do? Eradicate them all. The chilling and merciless words echoed, leaving Li Ruoxi feeling utterly frozen. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's consciousness expanded, instantaneously enveloping the entire ancient sacred land. A glint of icy light flickered in his eyes. Annihilate, he uttered with a single word. In an instant, every cultivator present in the sacred land turned to ash without exception. Simultaneously, within the forbidden area of the ancient sacred land, several figures sat motionless in deep meditation. Their eyes were tightly closed, as if they had entered a realm isolated from the world. These elders were the venerable members of the ancient sacred land, who typically engaged in quiet cultivation here, collectively exploring the path of enlightenment. Suddenly, a bizarre wave emanated from above the forbidden area, rippling outward like concentric circles. What is happening? In an instant, the few individuals within the forbidden area opened their eyes, their expressions shifting dramatically. In the next moment, a consciousness descended upon them. Bang! In the blink of an eye, several elders exploded into nothingness. They were unable to resist, their very essence obliterated, leaving no chance for survival. Aya! The air was filled with piercing screams of despair. In a brief moment, the vast sacred land was left with merely 3 individuals. The entire space had transformed into a realm of silence, punctuated only by the sound of rustling winds. Soon, everything returned to normal. Is this the end? Li Ruoxi stood in a daze, sensing the emptiness around her. Let us depart. Jiang Chen looked down at his daughter in his arms, a tender smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, the figures of the three vanished into the void, leaving not a trace behind. Sigh, they have finally left. After a considerable time had passed, a sigh resonated in the void. Gradually, a hazy black mist materialized, slowly coalescing into the form of an elderly man. Beside him stood a young man clad in white. His name was Yi Xian, a disciple of the elder. To their astonishment, someone on this continent had already touched upon that supreme realm. His gaze flickered, betraying deep-seated trepidation and fear. Master, you are also a quasi-emperor. Why must we hide from him? Yi Xian inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Foolish disciple. The elder shook his head, continuing, there is a reason for my actions. Based on my conjecture, that senior just now has likely reached the realm of the great emperor. After a brief hesitation, he added, moreover, even among the many great emperors, he is the mightiest. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's pupils constricted sharply. The great emperor realm, was that not more formidable than his master's strength? Hiss. Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp, realizing why his master had shown such apprehension. Let us not dwell on this. The elder waved his hand, suddenly turning to the young man in white, saying, disciple, now that the ancient sacred land has ceased to exist, we too should take our leave. Understood, Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the great Yin kingdom, Jiang Chen and the others had returned to their small courtyard. As they entered, Jiang Yuer flapped her wings and flew up to a tree branch, refusing to come down. Finally back home. Father, I don't want to go out again next time. What's this? Has our Yuer been struck a blow to her confidence? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Who said that? Jiang Yuer immediately refuted, mumbling, Yuer simply likes staying at home. At this point, her head drooped. Her eyes dimmed. Jiang Chen shook his head, choosing not to expose her. Master, I failed to protect the young lady in time this time. It is my dereliction of duty, and I implore you to impose punishment. Li Ruoxi knelt before Jiang Chen, her expression fraught with anxiety. Rise. You have done your utmost. Jiang Chen smiled gently, helping Li Ruoxi to her feet. A peak Saint Realm expert is not something you, a mere Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, can contend with. Furthermore, I have been following closely in the shadows. This brush with death may serve as an opportunity to ignite Yuer's zeal for cultivation. Otherwise, the girl would remain perpetually lethargic, and I would have no means to rouse her. As he spoke, Jiang Chen sighed, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Master, could this backfire? What if the young lady's confidence suffers a setback? Li Ruoxi furrowed her brow, worry etched across her face. Do not fret. This girl possesses a strong competitive spirit. She will not falter over a minor setback, Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Moreover, a towering tree cannot grow in a sheltered environment. Only through enduring the tempests can her growth be fortified. As his words settled, Li Ruoxi understood, nodding in agreement. Master, I comprehend. Now, let me first assist you in enhancing your strength. With your current cultivation at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, it is rather insufficient. As Jiang Chen spoke, he retrieved 3 vials of elixirs from his storage ring and tossed them to Li Ruoxi. Li Ruoxi caught the elixirs, her face alight with joy, hurriedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the medicine. Sit down. I shall protect you while you cultivate. Understood. Li Ruoxi nodded, then seated herself cross-legged and consumed one of the elixirs. Boom. As the elixir entered her stomach, a torrent of medicinal energy surged forth from Li Ruoxi's body. In an instant, radiant golden light erupted from within her, akin to a sun suspended above the dwelling. At that moment, Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, and 3 streams of pure spiritual power flowed into Li Ruoxi's body. Crack! The bones throughout Li Ruoxi's body shattered instantaneously, yet they swiftly healed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Her physical form underwent a rapid metamorphosis. Within her, blood boiled like magma, radiating intense heat. Chapter 76. True Dragon? Having my daughter ride one wouldn't be too bad. Within her, spiritual power transformed into raging flames, scorching her flesh while fervently reconstructing her body. As time passed, the golden light surrounding Li Ruoxi gradually dimmed, replaced by blinding silver light, which ultimately fused together. Peak of the Purple Mansion realm. At the same time, Li Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes, sharp cold light shooting forth, sending shivers down spines. The peak of the Purple Mansion realm, merely a hair's breadth away from the ethereal realm. Thank you for your grace, Master. Li Ruoxi rose and respectfully bowed to Jiang Chen. It appears that the spiritual energy in this vicinity is still too scant to facilitate your breakthrough. Jiang Chen pondered momentarily before continuing. Sit down. I will personally help you gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to aid your advancement. With that, he spread his right hand, generating a powerful pulling force. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles began to flow toward them unceasingly. At that moment, Cultivators throughout the imperial city halted their practices, gazing toward the distance with astonishment in their eyes. What is happening? Why is there such a surging flow of spiritual energy? What a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power. Who is breaking through? Look, the spiritual energy is flowing into the imperial palace. Various voices of discussion erupted as everyone felt the vast spiritual energy, each face etched with gravity. This spiritual power was being guided by Jiang Chen, continuously funneled to Li Ruoxi. As an immense surge of spiritual energy inundated her, Li Ruoxi let out a pained groan. The magnitude of this energy was overwhelming, rendering her incapable of swiftly absorbing and transforming it. In an instant, she found herself ensnared in a situation beyond her control. Endure. Jiang Chen, sensing Li Ruoxi's predicament, immediately communicated to her to remain conscious. Otherwise, she risked succumbing to demonic deviation, potentially leading to her explosive demise. Gritting her teeth, Li Ruoxi summoned every ounce of her strength to break through. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, yet she refused to relent. Boom. At last, Li Ruoxi shattered her bottleneck, and the profound spiritual energy surged forth like a breached dam, sweeping across the vast expanse of the universe. Crack. Within her, the sound of shattering bones echoed, as her physical body and meridians expanded exponentially, becoming even more formidable. Success. Feeling the changes within her body, Li Ruoxi exclaimed in excitement. But it is not enough. Continue. Consequently, Jiang Chen infused Li Ruoxi with even more spiritual energy, aiding her in stabilizing her dantian and meridians. Should an outsider have been present, they would have been astounded to witness Li Ruoxi's aura continuously ascending. Before long, she reached the mid-stage of the Tongyu realm, with signs of further enhancement. Quite impressive indeed. Although her innate talent may be somewhat lacking, her mental fortitude surpasses my expectations. Jiang Chen mused, thoroughly pleased with Li Ruoxi. His decision to take her in as a servant had proven to be wise. As her spiritual power surged, Li Ruoxi's complexion flushed with vitality. Approximately half an hour later, the spiritual energy within her finally ceased to grow. Huffing out a breath of stagnant air, Li Ruoxi slowly opened her eyes, her gaze bright and profound, as if imbued with the essence of stars. Late-stage Tongyu. Sensing the surging power within her, Li Ruoxi rejoiced. She never anticipated that she could ascend from the early stage of the Purple Mansion to the late stage of Tongyu in a single day. Feeling as though she were in a dream, unable to help herself, she turned to Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity, murmuring, "I wonder who the master's wife truly is." In the depths of the ancient sacred land, a red crystal floated in midair, emanating a blood-red radiance that shimmered with an aura of extreme danger. That human has been killed. Suddenly, the red crystal trembled, issuing an irate voice. To dare kill my servant is to seek death. As the words left its mouth, the patterns on the surface of the blood-red crystal flickered. Instantly, a cloud of blood mist enveloped the area, rapidly coalescing into the form of a man. Regardless of who you are, those who dare to slay my servant must pay a heavy price. The speaker was none other than the progenitor of the Qinglong clan, the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, his injuries had healed considerably, his aura robust, and his gaze filled with wrath and murderous intent. Dragon Emperor, you are as impulsive as ever, truly unchanged in the slightest. Suddenly, the void quivered gently, and a woman emerged. So it is you, cursed fox. Upon recognizing the visitor, the Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted slightly, betraying a trace of apprehension. This woman was none other than the nine-tailed fox, Xianxiaaudiobooks. A smile played on Xianxiaaudiobooks' lips as she approached the Dragon Emperor, her demeanor calm and unruffled. It seems your strength has diminished considerably over the past century. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's expression darkened. Cursed fox, how dare you speak? My current state is a result of your doing. The Dragon Emperor retorted, his tone frigid. A century ago, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Though her victory was achieved through a surprise attack, defeat is defeat, which is enough to demonstrate Xianxiaaudiobooks' prowess. Oh, is that so? Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed lightly, inquiring, are you now preparing to seek revenge? At her words, the Dragon Emperor's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. The humiliation of having been defeated by Xianxiaaudiobooks lingered in his heart. However, his current strength was significantly diminished. Engaging once more would surely place him at a disadvantage. Moments later, the Dragon Emperor regained his composure, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Xianxiaaudiobooks, shifting the topic. As expected of the nine-tailed fox, judging by your aura, you are on the verge of transcending this realm, are you not? Transcending is not so easily achieved. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a blank expression, her eyes slightly lowered. Upon hearing her words, the Dragon Emperor frowned. Cursed fox, what is it that you seek from me? Nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that your Qinglong clan has been annihilated. What do you mean by that? The Dragon Emperor's expression shifted slightly. Your Qinglong clan has been exterminated. Of course, Xianxiaaudiobooks shrugged nonchalantly. The moment those words left her lips, the Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that you were behind this? His voice was hoarse, nearly tearing through his throat in a roar. Yes, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a smile. I will kill you. The Dragon Emperor completely lost control, roaring as he charged at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Sigh, why go to such lengths? Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head, letting out a sigh. The next moment, she vanished from her spot, appearing behind the Dragon Emperor, and raised her hand to strike his head. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying force erupted, sending the Dragon Emperor flying. Uft! The Dragon Emperor was propelled several thousand meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth as he lay there, utterly defeated. Chapter 77. The Demon Emperor as a Servant, Forever Loyal. Dragon Emperor, we have merely been apart for a century. How is it that your strength has declined so drastically? Xianxiaaudiobooks floated before him, teasingly remarking. Cursed fox. The Dragon Emperor clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could grind her to dust. If you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for such humiliation. Despite sustaining severe injuries, the Dragon Emperor did not concede, gritting his teeth. Do not worry. I did not come here merely to kill you. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at the Dragon Emperor with a smile, her enchanting countenance devoid of any murderous intent. Then what is it that you seek from me? The Dragon Emperor asked, his eyes wary. He did not believe for a moment that Xianxiaaudiobooks' sudden visit was for idle chit-chat. Transform into your true form and serve as my daughter's mount for several hundred years, and I shall assist you in regaining your strength as the Demon Emperor. Xianxiaaudiobooks proposed with a smile, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's expression darkened immediately. You must be dreaming. The Dragon Emperor bellowed, for he, the esteemed progenitor of the Qinglong clan, would never serve as another's mount. Humph. It matters not whether you agree or not. Regardless, in your current state, even without my intervention, you will not last long. Xianxiaaudiobooks snorted coldly, and as her words fell, the surrounding air suddenly chilled, leaving the Dragon Emperor feeling ice-cold all over. What do you mean by that? The Dragon Emperor exclaimed in terror, acutely aware that his life force was rapidly draining away, as if some entity were siphoning it away. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a disdainful smile, offering no explanation. Could it be that you have done something to me? The Dragon Emperor shouted, his eyes wide with fear, a feeling he had never known before. Rest assured, you will not die just yet. However, if you delay any longer, I cannot guarantee your fate, Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, her gaze indifferent. You. The Dragon Emperor was filled with rage, yet found no outlet for it. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded in reluctant agreement. I, the Dragon Emperor, shall concede. The Dragon Emperor struggled to articulate each word, each syllable laden with profound humiliation. Very well. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled faintly, extending a finger, ascend. Upon her command, a gentle force enveloped the Dragon Emperor. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his location. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Atop a towering mountain, a waterfall cascaded from the heavens, creating a tumultuous spray of water. The Dragon Emperor slowly rose to his feet, gazing into the distance, his expression dazed. Xianxiaaudiobooks, you have brought this emperor into your domain. Are you not fearful that I might discover your vulnerabilities and bring about your demise? After a prolonged silence, he finally calmed his turbulent emotions and spoke to Xianxiaaudiobooks. If you are capable of such, I shall not impede you. Xianxiaaudiobooks, with her hands clasped behind her back, replied leisurely. The Dragon Emperor's frustration was palpable. However, should you proceed with such intentions, I cannot guarantee how long you will survive, Xianxiaaudiobooks added. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's countenance stiffened. He took several deep breaths to suppress the rage within him. After some time, he turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks, coldly inquiring, Did you not just claim you would restore my strength? Indeed, but first, you must follow me. Xianxiaaudiobooks responded with a nod, taking flight ahead. Although the Dragon Emperor was puzzled, he nonetheless followed her. Xianxiaaudiobooks led him to a lakeside where they came to a halt. What purpose do we serve here? He asked, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the lake. You shall soon discover, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble resonated through the air, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Xianxiaaudiobooks raised her palms, and an enigmatic rune began to coalesce. With a hum, the rune transformed into a meteor and plunged into the lake. Splash! Instantly, the lake bubbled and churned violently, as if boiling. From the depths of the water, a massive whirlpool emerged. The lake's waters parted, gradually revealing the world beneath its surface. What is this? The Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted, and his heart raced at the sight before him. At the lake's bottom stood a grand palace, suspended in the center and radiating a dazzling brilliance. Even more peculiar was the continuous influx of spiritual energy from the lake, seemingly devoured by the palace. Dragon Emperor, what do you think of this place? Xianxiaaudiobooks clapped her hands, smiling at him. What is the significance of this palace? The Dragon Emperor swallowed hard, his gaze ablaze with intensity. He could sense the immense power contained within the palace. If he could enter and cultivate there, his strength would surely rise swiftly. Do you wish to enter? Xianxiaaudiobooks raised an eyebrow. Of course. Who wouldn't desire access to such a magnificent place? The Dragon Emperor responded hastily. Then follow me, Xianxiaaudiobooks said with a faint smile. With that, she stepped toward the palace on the lake. The Dragon Emperor hesitated momentarily, but ultimately moved to keep pace with her. Soon, they arrived before the palace. Xianxiaaudiobooks, what trickery are you up to? The Dragon Emperor's brow furrowed deeply, his voice low and serious. He sensed an unsettling apprehension. Just then, a woman appeared at the entrance of the palace. I pay my respects, master, she said, kneeling before them with a voice like thunder. Rise, Xianxiaaudiobooks instructed, nodding. Who is she? The Dragon Emperor raised an eyebrow, surprised. You need not concern yourself with her identity. Now, I present you with two choices. First, surrender your soul seal, and I shall escort you into the palace for cultivation. Second, refuse, and I shall refine you into a mere puppet. Xianxiaaudiobooks stated directly. Upon hearing her words, the Dragon Emperor found himself in a perilous dilemma. If he was not mistaken, this realm was an existence evolved from laws, impossible to escape. You must contemplate this carefully, Dragon Emperor. This is your only path to survival. Xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to sense his concerns and reiterated. Xianxiaaudiobooks, did you not previously state that you only wished for me to serve as your mount? Why now must I surrender my soul seal? Do you not trust me? After a moment of contemplation, the Dragon Emperor clenched his teeth and spoke. Of course. I do not trust you, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a scoff. In that case, we have nothing further to discuss. You may proceed to kill me. The Dragon Emperor roared, closing his eyes and adopting a defiant posture. He would rather perish at Xianxiaaudiobooks' hands than become a servant. After all, once he relinquished his soul seal, she would wield the power to determine his fate. Thus, he had to weigh his options carefully. Ultimately, compared to life, his face, dignity, and pride were trivial matters. Hee. Have you given up your struggle? Xianxiaaudiobooks sneered at his demeanor. The more obstinate he appeared, the more exhilarated she felt. Dragon Emperor, you must think this through. My patience is finite. Should you continue to be obstinate, today you shall not escape relying on the peculiarities of your cultivation method. Xianxiaaudiobooks' smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. At her threat, the Dragon Emperor's fury ignited. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended upon him, rendering him as if plunged into an icy abyss. His body rigid and unable to breathe. Chapter 78. He is indeed my husband, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Her words were not false. She could easily slay him. Moreover, she had afforded him ample opportunities. If he remained obstinate, the consequences would be dire. With this thought, the Dragon Emperor clenched his fists, filled with rage and humiliation. As a once mighty demon emperor, he had never endured such indignity. Yet, every word Xianxiaaudiobooks uttered echoed in his mind like a haunting melody, impossible to shake off. With a thud, he finally bent his knees, kneeling before Xianxiaaudiobooks, speaking in a low and submissive tone. I am willing to surrender my soul seal. Ha ha. See how easy it is to cooperate. Xianxiaaudiobooks beamed with satisfaction upon witnessing his submission and waved her hand. Instantly, the restraints surrounding the Dragon Emperor dissipated. Thud. Without warning, the Dragon Emperor collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, utterly horrified. Merely a fraction of her pressure had nearly crushed him. If Xianxiaaudiobooks truly wished to kill him, she could obliterate him in an instant. Realizing this, the Dragon Emperor dared not utter another word. Hastily conjuring the soul seal from his brow and handing it to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Now you are behaving, she remarked with a smile as she received the soul seal. With a flick of her wrist, a medicinal pill floated into her hand. This is a healing elixir, the purple flame pill. Once consumed, your injuries will be healed. The Dragon Emperor's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened at her words. The purple flame pill was a 9th-tier elixir, exceedingly precious and rare. Yet now, it was being casually bestowed upon him. Dragon Emperor, from now on, you shall remain by my daughter's side, transforming into a humble earth dog, tasked with her protection. What say you? With these words, she placed the Xian pill into the Dragon Emperor's mouth, her enchanting eyes blinking as she giggled. An earth dog? I, a dignified demon emperor, could accept being your servant or mount, but to be reduced to a mere dog? Xianxiaaudiobooks, you surely go too far. This statement ignited the Dragon Emperor's fury, to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Xianxiaaudiobooks and silence her. What should you call me, Dragon Emperor? Upon hearing his rebuke, Shen Lingshua's delicate face darkened, exuding an icy chill. Instantly, the temperature around them plummeted, sending shivers down the Dragon Emperor's spine. Master. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth, forcing out the two words. Good. Obedient, Shen Lingxue replied, a satisfied smile gracing her lips upon hearing her title. She then flicked her jade fingers, causing a drop of her essence blood to emerge and merge into the palace. With a hum, as Shen Lingshue's blood entered, the once unadorned palace erupted in blinding golden light, illuminating the void. Boom! The palace doors swung open, unleashing a vast torrent of spiritual energy that surged toward the Dragon Emperor like a roaring river. What an abundant spiritual essence! The Dragon Emperor's gaze ignited with fervor upon sensing the purity of the energy, which far surpassed the outside world by countless times. Here, a single day of cultivation would equate to 50 years of ordinary practice. How about that? I have not deceived you, have I? As long as you stay by my daughter's side, you will not only gain ample resources for cultivation, but also enhance your power. Perhaps, with the abundance of spiritual energy here, you will soon heal from your injuries and even advance further. Observing the astonished Dragon Emperor, Shen Lingxue smiled with satisfaction. Her plan finally coming to fruition. I will agree to your terms. After a few deep breaths, the Dragon Emperor suppressed his excitement and gritted his teeth in acceptance. Excellent. You have not disappointed me, Shen Lingxue remarked with a hint of triumph as the Dragon Emperor finally yielded. Remember, from this day forth, you are but a humble earth dog raised by my daughter. You must obey her every command, understood? Shen Lingxue instructed with a casual glance. Yes, master. Although branded as a dog, the Dragon Emperor dared not retort, only responding in a subdued tone. Very well, I shall impart to you the method of transformation. With that, Shen Lingxue flicked her fingers. A brilliant starlight entered the Dragon Emperor's brow, swiftly vanishing. Simultaneously, an arcane incantation materialized in his mind, which he quickly memorized. Moments later, his aura began to shift, and he soon transformed into a new form, one reminiscent of a dog, yet bearing feline traits. Fluffy and pudgy, he appeared irresistibly adorable, especially with his round, glistening eyes that seemed to convey emotions. What a profound method of transformation, capable of altering one's aura. The Dragon Emperor marveled at his own metamorphosis. From this day forth, you shall be known as Erlang, Shen Lingxue declared, playfully patting the Dragon Emperor's plump form. Erlang. The Dragon Emperor was momentarily taken aback. The name was rather peculiar, but given Shen Lingxue's prowess, he had no choice but to acquiesce. With a swift motion, Shen Lingxue retrieved a piece of yellow cloth, which unfurled to reveal a lifelike portrait. Behold, this is my daughter, your little mistress. You shall serve as her most loyal protector, ensuring her safety. Shen Lingxue detailed while pointing at the portrait. Master, who is the man beside the little mistress? The Dragon Emperor's gaze lingered on the portrait, where a man clad in white stood, surveying the vast earth below. Though silent, he emanated an aura of unparalleled dominance. Ah, him. Shen Lingxue blushed slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. It was evident that she had an acquaintance with the man, otherwise, the portrait would not exist. Moreover, this was no ordinary painting, but one meticulously crafted by Shen Lingxue herself. You will understand in due time. Your current cultivation is merely at the peak of the Emperor level. I shall help you restore your strength to that of a demon emperor. Shen Lingxue sighed softly, then waved her hand. A drop of verdant, crystalline liquid fell from her fingertips, merging with the Dragon Emperor's being. Roar! In an instant, a vibrant green sheen enveloped the Dragon Emperor, revitalizing him. Boom! Under the nurturing essence, his injuries healed instantaneously, recovering at an alarming rate. Crack! 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 The sound of his bones resonated as the Dragon Emperor's veins swelled, a formidable energy coursing through him, rapidly escalating. Before long, he transcended his limitations, stepping into the realm of the Demon Emperor. With a deep breath, he opened his eyes, releasing a torrent of robust spiritual energy that shattered his constraints. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original form, transforming into a colossal dragon towering hundreds of feet high. Roar! The sound of his dragon's roar reverberated across the land, causing the entire palace to tremble. Feeling the surge of power within, the Dragon Emperor's expression brightened. In this moment, he had fully regained his status as a demon emperor, even stronger than before, all thanks to the presence of Shen Lingxue. Master. The Dragon Emperor turned his massive head to gaze at the stunning woman before him, a smile of flattery gracing his features. It appears you have successfully reached the early peak of the Demon Emperor stage, and you are not far from the mid-stage. Shen Lingxue nodded, clearly satisfied. She then extended her delicate hand, sending a glimmering essence into the Dragon Emperor's mind. Remember, this is where my daughter resides. Upon your arrival, you must transform into an earth dog and remain by her side, never revealing your true identity. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Xianxia's eyes hardened, a glint of deadly intent flashing within them. Understood. The Dragon Emperor felt the weight of her words, his heart racing as he respectfully replied. Go now? Xianxia affirmed with a nod. With that, the massive dragon body tore through the void, stirring up clouds of dust as he soared into the distance. Once the haze cleared, only Xianxia remained, standing alone. After a long moment, she reined in her thoughts and turned her gaze back to the portrait. My beloved husband, in this lifetime, we shall finally be together. With that, she slowly extended her arm, gently caressing the image of the man. A wave of tender emotions surfacing from her depths. In the central continent, within the sacred Yaoqi, a woman sat quietly in a small pavilion. Her brows are like inked paintings, her skin surpasses snow, and her flowing white gown drags behind her, a vision of breathtaking beauty. This person is none other than the sovereign of the sacred realm of Yaoqi, Yunluoli. With her eyes gently closed and her slender fingers caressing the strings of a zither, a melodious sound resonates, releasing wisps of refreshing air that mingle into the atmosphere. Suddenly, her delicate brows furrow slightly, as if sensing something, and she slowly opens her eyes. What is it? Yunluoli's voice is as melodious as a nightingale, yet carries an undertone of frost. As her words linger in the air, a woman clad in red emerges from the void, kneeling at her feet, reporting to the sovereign. We have just received news that the ancient sacred land has been destroyed. Upon hearing this, Yunluoli's expression instantly shifts, her jade hand sweeping through the air, bringing the zither's music to an abrupt halt. Who did this? Her dark brows knit together, her beautiful eyes glinting with a chilling light. The ancient sacred land is one of the 3 major sacred sites in the central continent, though it may be the weakest among them. Its long-standing heritage begs the question, how could it be so easily obliterated? Replying to the sovereign, it is said that the ancient sacred land offended a certain terrifying being, which led to its demise. The woman in red lowers her head, responding cautiously. The specific reasons are still unclear to me. After a moment of contemplation, she inquires, have you ascertained the identity of that being? Reporting to the sovereign, that individual possesses profound cultivation and left no trace of their aura. The woman in red shakes her head and continues, however, we did collect a trace of icy energy at the scene, which is likely related to this person. As she speaks, the woman in red produces an object and hands it to Yunluoli. Such terrifying coldness. Even as a quasi-emperor, I can feel a chill. Yunluoli takes it, examining it closely, her delicate face changing slightly. She can distinctly sense the formidable nature of this energy, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. Wait. This trace of icy energy even carries the might of an imperial weapon. Suddenly, Yunluoli's beautiful eyes narrow in puzzlement. What kind of being possesses an imperial weapon? At that moment, she finds herself at a loss for answers. Sovereign, the destruction of a sacred land often involves numerous forces. Should I disseminate this news? The woman in red hesitates for a moment before asking. Forget it. Upon hearing this, Yunluoli shakes her head. Since they dared to annihilate the ancient sacred land, they certainly do not fear the sacred realm of Yaoqi. Moreover, their strength is far too formidable. If we inadvertently offend them, they could very well destroy the entire Yaoqi. Sovereign, what should we do now? The woman in red furrows her brow, seeking guidance. First, locate this person's whereabouts. Then attempt to extend an invitation for them to visit our Yaoqi. Remember to treat them with courtesy. If they are unwilling, do not press the matter. Yunluoli reflects for a moment before speaking with an air of calm. Understood. The woman in red acknowledges and departs silently from the pavilion. Sighing, Yunluoli mutters to herself, I hope everything goes smoothly this time. Although the sacred realm of Yaoqi is strong, it is merely a quasi-emperor force. The fact that someone could obliterate the ancient sacred land indicates their true might. Perhaps they have already reached the imperial realm. This matter is grave. I must inform the Grand Elder for further deliberation. After a moment's thought, Yunluoli retrieves a communication talisman, shattering it to send out the message. In Balan Prefecture, high above a mountain range, the Dragon Emperor soars with its massive form, gazing down at the earth with a swell of emotions. The surrounding spiritual energy surges like vast ocean waves, continuously churning. The spiritual energy is so sparse here. The young master resides in such a place? The Dragon Emperor surveys the area, astonished. To its perception, this location's spiritual energy is exceedingly lacking, a stark contrast to the demon realm, and even weaker than that of other prefectures. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor's divine consciousness envelopes the surroundings and finally pinpoints a location. Found it. Could that be the young master? Soon, through its divine sense, the Dragon Emperor observes a small courtyard ahead. There, a child of about 7 or 8 years sits cross-legged, practicing cultivation. That child is Jiang Chen. Beside her, A man in white reclines on a bamboo chair, appearing to be in a state of light slumber. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide, his gaze deep as stars. Interesting, the one spying on me this time is actually a demon emperor. He raises his head to look into the distance, a smile gracing his lips. The next moment, he stands slowly, stepping forward, and his figure vanishes in an instant. Where did father go? Jiang Chen blinks in confusion, glancing around but failing to spot her father's figure. However, she soon adjusts her mood and resumes her cultivation practice. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor retracts its divine sense. Indeed, the young master possesses extraordinary talent. Given time, she will surely transcend this realm. It seems recognizing her as my master is not in vain. The Dragon Emperor nods, a look of satisfaction on its face. Having witnessed countless prodigies in the Fengyun continent, the Dragon Emperor considers Jiang Chen to be exceptionally gifted. Your judgment is commendable. My daughter is indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a languorous voice bursts forth in the Dragon Emperor's ear. Who? The Dragon Emperor erupts in anger, swiftly turning around. To its astonishment, a young man stands behind him, appearing there without a sound. He possesses a handsome visage, exuding an ethereal aura as if a celestial being descended from the heavens. Chapter 80. Jiang Chen, 9th Birthday Celebration. Who are you? The Dragon Emperor's pupils constrict, its heart racing. It senses an indescribable wave of terror emanating from this individual, and it realizes that the man before it bears a striking resemblance to the figure depicted in Xianxia's painting. You need not know who I am. Now, I will ask, and you will answer, understood? Jiang Chen stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound, and his tone as indifferent as snow. Understood. The Dragon Emperor quickly assents. Speak. Why were you spying on me for no reason? Senior, I am but a member of the demon clan. The Dragon Emperor respectfully recounts its circumstances without a hint of concealment. I see. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nods slightly, indicating understanding. He then shifts the topic. What is the name of the person you mentioned earlier, and what is their background? Replying to Senior, the individual I spoke of is named Xianxia, a peerless demon emperor. As for her background, I am not privy to that information. The Dragon Emperor responds with utmost respect, leaving no room for doubt. Xianxia? Jiang Chen's eyes flicker, and after a moment of contemplation, he asks, did she explicitly tell you that Yu is her daughter? Senior possesses keen insight. I indeed heard her say so, but the specifics remain unknown to me. The Dragon Emperor bows its head, answering truthfully. Interesting, Yuer's mother is also a demon emperor. Jiang Chen murmurs to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. But why is there so little information about her in the original host's memories? Could there be something more? He ponders for a moment before looking back at the Dragon Emperor. You have been dispatched by her, and I shall not make things difficult for you. Henceforth, you shall remain by Yuer's side, tasked with her protection. Indeed, thank you, Master. The Dragon Emperor was overjoyed, brimming with excitement. Master, given the relationship between the original host and her, it is not inappropriate to address me thus. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. Your current form is rather too large. Let us reduce it for now. Certainly. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Subsequently, its massive dragon form gradually contracted, ultimately transforming into a black earth dog. Master, is this acceptable? It blinked its little eyes, anxiously inquiring. Let us proceed. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then reached down to grasp its tail. Soon after, his figure vanished, leaving that place behind. When he reappeared, Jiang Chen had returned to the small courtyard. Father, where did you just go? In the courtyard, Jiang Chen joyfully approached her father upon his return. Naturally, I went to select a pet for our Chen. Jiang Chen gently stroked her head, smiling as he spoke. What pet? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuer's eyes widened in surprise. Look, this is the dog I found. Do you like it? Jiang Chen said, presenting the earth dog from behind him. Wow, this dog is so plump. The little girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. However, she soon wore a look of distaste, muttering, but this little dog is too ugly. Yu does not like it. Father, can we exchange it for another? At this, the Dragon Emperor's face twitched, nearly on the verge of tears. It was already humiliating enough for a true dragon to be treated as a mere dog. Yet now it was being rejected by its little master. At that moment, it felt as though the sky had darkened. Since Yu does not fancy it, let us change its appearance. Jiang Chen lowered his head, ruffling Jiang Yuer's hair, then turned to the Dragon Emperor. Quickly change. I too find the black dog rather unappealing. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor felt a deep sense of despair. It genuinely wanted to weep. However, it dared not retort and could only comply obediently. Soon, its form shifted once more, transforming into a large, fluffy orange cat. This orange cat, however, was significantly larger than an ordinary cat, possessing an adorably fluffy coat. Wow, Upon witnessing this transformation, Jiang Yuer dashed forward, unable to resist stroking its ears and paws. Meow. The Dragon Emperor was as docile as a little kitten, allowing Jiang Yuer to playfully frolic. Speaking of which, Yuer's birthday is approaching. Watching the girl and the cat at play, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious. It appears the original host has never organized a birthday celebration for her. So I shall take it upon myself to remedy this oversight. With this thought, he prepared to seek Jiang Yao for a discussion. Yuer, I must leave for a moment. Play at home for a while, Jiang Chen instructed, and then his figure vanished into thin air. Oh, Jiang Yuer seemed to sense something and nodded obediently. In the Taiwa Palace, within the inner courtyard, Jiang Yao and Lianer were seated around a stone table, each holding black and white chess pieces, engaged in a fierce match. Princess, your chess skills have truly improved. I can no longer keep up with you, Lianer lamented, shaking her head in frustration. Just a while ago, her skills were on par with Jiang Yao's, yet after numerous matches, she found herself at a disadvantage. Hee. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. Lianer, it seems I have triumphed again, she declared, effortlessly placing her black piece down. Alas, the princess is indeed astute and skillful. I concede defeat. Lianer sighed, admitting her loss. Lianer, do not be disheartened. Chess, much like life, is a game of ups and downs. Jiang Yao rarely displayed such warmth, looking at her with a comforting gaze. Then, I shall take your words to heart, princess. Hearing this, Lianer smiled brightly. Just then, both ladies noticed a figure appearing at the door. I greet your majesty. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Lianer hurriedly rose and called out to him. Brother, what brings you here? Jiang Yao also stood, inquiring. I have come to discuss something important with you. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, gesturing for them to sit. Brother, you wish to discuss the birthday celebration for little Yuer, do you not? Jiang Yao guessed, already aware of the matter. Indeed, I have come for Yuer's birthday, Jiang Chen affirmed, expressing his thoughts. However, when it comes to the specifics of the celebration, I am not particularly adept. Therefore, I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. You are too kind, brother. It is my duty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao smiled charmingly. Furthermore, as little Yuer's aunt, I must ensure her birthday celebration is meticulously organized. Then, this task shall be entrusted to you, dear sister. Jiang Chen clasped his hands in gratitude and continued, please resume your game. I shall not disturb you further. With that, his figure vanished once more. Watching Jiang Chen depart, Lianer curiously asked, Princess, it seems the emperor has truly changed from before. Chapter 81, An Orange Cat. Indeed, a demon emperor. Indeed, brother has become gentler, treating those around him with such kindness. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, then added, Lianer, where do you think the celebration should be held? After pondering for a moment, Lianer replied, Princess, I believe it should take place in the grand hall of the palace. I concur. Jiang Yao contemplated for a while before stating, Lianer, please notify everyone that little Yuer's birthday celebration will be held in the grand hall of the palace. Understood, princess. Lianer acknowledged and departed. Once Lianer had left, Jiang Yao recalled something and quickly called out to her. Wait. Lianer halted, looking back at Jiang Yao in confusion. Princess, do you have any further instructions? Ah, Lianer. We must also decorate the cities and streets throughout the Great Yan Kingdom. After saying this, Jiang Yao added, additionally, all inns and taverns within the cities should be opened free of charge to the citizens, with all expenses covered by the royal family. However, Lianer hesitated, a hint of concern flickering across her brow. Noticing this, Jiang Yao furrowed her brows and asked, what troubles you? Lianer bit her lip, hesitating before finally saying, Princess, such an approach may very well deplete the national treasury. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao displayed little worry, instead smiling brightly. Lianer, since I dare to do this, I have my reasons. Moreover, do not forget that brother possesses a considerable amount of spirit stones. One low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for how much common currency? I need not elaborate, correct? Upon hearing this, Lianer appeared to understand, her eyes lighting up. I see now. Jiang Yao smiled with satisfaction, then rose, softly stating, let us go. I shall assist you in organizing this birthday celebration. Yes, princess, Lianer respectfully replied. Having spoken, the two ladies strolled towards the door. Night had enveloped the sky in darkness, yet the imperial city was ablaze with lights. This evening was destined to be one of insomnia, as taverns, inns, and tea-houses across various cities were filled to capacity. At this moment, on the second floor of the Yunxiang Pavilion, seated by the window, a lady clad in red delicately sipped her tea, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance as if she were admiring the nocturnal scenery. Who would have thought that His Majesty would host the little princess's birthday banquet outside the palace? Indeed, this arrangement allows us commoners to enjoy a free feast. TSK. You call that free? It is clearly an opportunity to bask in the glory. Haha, you are right. The surrounding patrons chattered animatedly. However, the lady in red, seated at the table, listened to the conversations around her, a faint smile gracing her lips. At that moment, she set down her cup, took a handkerchief to dab at her cherry-red lips, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished without a trace. Where did the young lady who was just sitting here go? Yes, she was clearly right here a moment ago. How could she have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Impossible. You must have been mistaken. The onlookers scanned their surroundings in search of the red-clad lady, but found no sign of her. Meanwhile, the lady in red had already stealthily infiltrated the depths of the palace, making her way directly toward a small courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, she halted, reaching out to push the gate open. Creak. The wooden door swung open, allowing a chilly breeze to sweep in. The courtyard was silent and devoid of sound, illuminated only by the faint flicker of candlelight, rendering it particularly dark and eerie. Strange, the source of this icy aura should reside here, shouldn't it? The lady in red murmured to herself, then stepped inside. However, just as she lifted her foot to enter the courtyard, a sudden sound of a cat's meow pierced the air. Meow. Following this, a fully orange cat emerged from the bamboo house. Its gaze was fierce, fixated on the lady in red as if it wished to tear her to shreds. Upon discerning the feline's appearance, the lady's expression froze, her complexion paling dramatically. Why does the aura emanating from this small cat instill such a sense of dread within me? The lady in red struggled to swallow, her legs trembling uncontrollably. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. A formidable expert of the Dongshu realm, reduced to fear before an orange cat? Ow! The orange cat let out a roar, and immediately, a wave of pressure radiated outward, overwhelming the lady in red with its formidable presence. In but a second, she could no longer endure the weight of the pressure, a mouthful of blood spilling forth onto the ground. She knelt on one knee, her right hand clutching her chest, her complexion as pale as death. How dare you intrude upon the master's courtyard? The orange cat declared, raising its right paw, poised to strike the lady in red. Do not kill me. The lady's pupils constricted as she cried out in panic. Little orange, you have run off again. At that moment, a melodious voice laced with reproach rang out. The next second, Jiang Chen emerged from the bamboo house. Upon hearing her young master's voice, the orange cat immediately ceased its aggression, obediently lying down. Seeing this, the lady in red let out a sigh of relief, though she remained shaken, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Who are you? Jiang Chen cast a glance at the lady in red, her adorable face etched with confusion. Returning to the esteemed one, I am a member of the Yaoqi sacred land. Our leader holds you in high regard and has tasked me with inviting you to Yaoqi for a discussion. I humbly ask for your understanding regarding this unsolicited intrusion. The lady in red quickly clasped her hands in greeting, her tone earnest as she explained. Yaoqi sacred land? Upon hearing this phrase, Jiang Chen furrowed her brows. Lost in thought. After a moment, she shook her head, replying, but I do not recognize this Yaoqi sacred land you speak of. The lady in red's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. Esteemed one, you must have misunderstood. It is quite normal for you not to know of my leader's admiration for you. Humph. Can you refrain from calling me esteemed one? I am only 9 years old. Jiang Chen pouted, her voice high and innocent. 9 years old. The lady in red's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this child before me is not some ancient witch employing a beauty spell, but rather a mere little girl? The lady in red found herself increasingly baffled, yet upon further reflection, she shook her head, dismissing her own conjecture. If she were truly just a little girl, how could she possibly keep such a terrifying orange cat by her side? Chapter 82. The Birthday Banquet, a gift from Yun Luoli. You must be here to find my father, correct? Jiang Chen spoke again. Indeed. The lady in red nodded, then inquired, little sister, might I ask where your father is? Jiang Chen pondered, rubbing her chin, before murmuring, well, my father has gone to my aunt's house. He should be back shortly. How about you wait here for a bit? Upon hearing this, the lady in red shook her head, saying, no need. Since the esteemed one is not present, I shall take my leave for now. If there is a chance in the future, I shall visit again. With that, the lady in red turned and departed the courtyard. Long after she had left, Jiang Chen retracted her smile, her brows furrowed in concern. Alas, father, my birthday is approaching. Have you forgotten again? Jiang Chen sighed, burying her little head in her arms, her expression one of deep sorrow. Over the years, whenever Jiang Chen mentioned her birthday, the original owner would choose to ignore it completely. Thus, she was left to wallow in her own melancholy each time. Meow. At that moment, the orange cat leaped to Jiang Yue's side, nudging its head against her small palm as if to comfort her. I won't cry. Jiang Yue bit her lip, forcing a smile. Despite her words, tears still betrayed her, sliding down her cheeks. Poor little mistress, it seems I must act cute to cheer her up again. Observing this scene, The Dragon Emperor shook his head in resignation and pouted. Immediately, it transformed into a docile demeanor, circling around Jiang Yuer in a playful dance. All right. Little Orange, stop your antics. I'm truly fine now. Witnessing the orange cat's antics, Jiang Yuer broke into laughter, stroking its fluffy head. Meow. Upon hearing Jiang Yuer's words, the orange cat let out a joyful cry, as if expressing its delight. Haha, you really are a little fool. Jiang Yuer chuckled, her smile radiant. Yuer, your father has returned. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated from behind her. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Yuer swiftly turned around, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Father, just what were you two playing just now? Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled her delicate nose, inquiring. Hee, nothing much. Little Orange was just being adorable. Jiang Yuer replied with a mischievous grin, pointing at the orange cat. Hearing this, Jiang Chen lowered his gaze, his eyes falling upon the orange cat. Little Orange? This girl indeed has a knack for naming. Jiang Chen murmured softly as he looked at the orange cat. Father, do you still remember? At that moment, Jiang Yuer suddenly leaned closer to him, tugging at his sleeve, hesitating to speak. Your father remembers and will never forget again. Jiang Chen nodded, reaching out to stroke Jiang Yuer's head, smiling as he reassured her. Rest assured, Yuer's birthday banquet has already been arranged. Father, you already knew? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Yuer's eyes turned red, her voice catching in her throat. For so many years, this matter had lingered in her heart, impossible to shake off. Silly girl, this year, your birthday will not be forgotten. Jiang Chen replied with a bittersweet smile, lifting Jiang Yuer in his arms, gently saying, all right, it's getting late. Let us return to our quarters for some rest. Jiang Yuer nodded, her face blossoming with joy. 2 days later, early in the morning, the streets of cities across the Great Yin Kingdom were adorned with festive decorations. A scene of jubilance. Especially within and around the Imperial Palace, the atmosphere was extraordinarily lively. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Hall of the palace, Jiang Chen donned a dragon robe, exuding an air of authority. On either side of him sat Jiang Yuer and Jiang Yao. The remaining civil and military officials stood respectfully on either side. We pay our respects to your majesty and to her highness the princess. As the officials bowed in reverence, Jiang Chen commanded, rise. Thank you, your majesty. The officials responded in unison, standing back in their places. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the hall, his demeanor indifferent as he addressed the assembly. Please be seated, everyone. Today marks Yuer's 9th birthday. I have prepared a sumptuous feast, and I hope you all enjoy yourselves. We accept the decree, the officials chorused, subsequently taking their seats. Once everyone was settled, Jiang Chen turned to the eunuch Li and instructed, commence the banquet. Yes, your majesty, Li bowed before descending the steps and calling out. Serve the dishes. In an instant, a melodious tune filled the air as dozens of palace chefs entered, presenting exquisite delicacies. Soon, the hall was permeated with enticing aromas. Each dish laid out on the tables, tempting all present. Yuer, do try this. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Jiang Yuer's bowl. His voice filled with warmth. Happy birthday. Thank you. Father, Jiang Yuer beamed sweetly, picking up her chopsticks to eat. Is it delicious? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. It's delicious. Jiang Yuer nodded vigorously, quickly finishing her rice and grabbing more fish. Little Yuer, do eat slowly. Don't choke, Jiang Yao chuckled, shaking her head at Jiang Yuer's ravenous appetite. All right. Jiang Yuer replied, noticeably slowing down her pace. Yuer, have you thought about what gift you would like for your birthday? Seeing her enthusiasm, Jiang Chen inquired with a smile. Yuer wants another pet, otherwise. Little Orange will be lonely. Jiang Yuer pondered seriously before answering. Hearing this, Jiang Chen took a moment to reflect, then smiled. All right, after some time. I shall visit the demon domain and bring one back for you. After all, her mother had managed to acquire a demon emperor, and Jiang Chen naturally could not fall behind. The demon domain? Father, I just want a pet. Why must you go there? Jiang Yuer's brows knitted together, her expression tense as she asked. Do not worry. Since it is a pet, your father will ensure you receive the very best, Jiang Chen explained with a gentle smile. Moreover, with my strength, a trip there will pose no danger. Oh, Jiang Yuer finally relaxed upon hearing his words. Your Majesty, there is someone outside requesting an audience. At that moment, a eunuch announced from outside the door. Allow her to enter, Jiang Chen replied, narrowing his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, your Majesty. The eunuch complied and departed. Shortly after, a woman clad in blue gracefully stepped into the hall. This humble girl pays her respects to your Majesty. She bowed to Jiang Chen, her delicate face adorned with a smile. This woman was none other than the saintess of the Yaoqi, Yun Luoli. Rise. Jiang Chen inclined his head slightly, his tone indifferent. I hear from Yuer that you admire me? Indeed, Your Majesty. Yun Luoli nodded, her lips curving into a gentle smile. I have come to witness Your Majesty's grandeur. At her words, Jiang Chen's expression darkened, his gaze icy as it bore into her. Sensing his murderous intent, Yun Luoli paled, trembling slightly, yet she held her ground, refusing to show fear. You speak nonsense. Kneel before me, Jiang Chen bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder, shaking the grand hall. Suddenly, a dreadful pressure descended, forcefully pinning Yun Luoli to the ground. Thud! Instantly, her delicate form crumpled as her knees buckled under the weight, collapsing to the floor. At that moment, Jiang Chen loomed over her, his expression chillingly stern, akin to a predator poised to strike, instilling dread in all present. Brother, has she committed a transgression? Noticing Jiang Chen's fury, Jiang Yao leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuer remained oblivious, engrossed in her meal. The gathered officials, on the other hand, fell silent, adopting the role of onlookers. It is nothing. Sister need not concern herself. Jiang Chen murmured softly before shifting his cold gaze back to Yun Luoli, intoning, Do you recognize your offense? This humble girl. Yun Luoli opened her mouth, but words failed her. She had never anticipated that this formidable senior would possess such a tempestuous temperament. Had she known, she would have refrained from uttering flattery from the outset, now finding herself in an inescapable predicament. I did not intend to deceive Your Majesty. I have come to celebrate the little princess's birthday, and I have brought a gift, she finally managed to say, her resolve firming. Oh, present your gift. Jiang Chen's demeanor softened slightly, his imposing aura retracting. Yes. Relieved, Yun Luoli quickly retrieved a wooden box from her robe, handing it to Jiang Chen. Upon opening the box, a black orb came into view, its surface shimmering with a faint golden hue. What is this? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Beep. System fragment detected. Would you like to absorb it? The long-awaited system voice resonated in his mind, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Absorb. Without further thought, he responded immediately. In an instant, the black orb transformed into countless specks of starlight, merging seamlessly into Jiang Chen's being. Suddenly, as the orb vanished, a memory began to materialize in his mind. Within this memory lay a vast expanse of starry skies, a dazzling river of stars stretching infinitely across the horizon, seemingly boundless. At the core of this starry river sat a figure clad in white, radiating an enigmatic aura, as if he were one with the universe and coexisting with time and space. You are. Gazing at the figure, Jiang Chen opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. However, an instinctual awareness stirred within him, suggesting that this man bore some form of connection to his own existence. Brother, why are you daydreaming again? Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence, rousing Jiang Chen from his reverie. Ahem, I apologize, I was momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Chen replied with a sheepish smile. He then turned to Yun Luoli and inquired, Might I ask where you acquired this orb? In response to Your Majesty. Yun Luoli replied respectfully, I stumbled upon this orb by chance. It struck me as quite peculiar, so I brought it back. As for any special qualities it may possess, I am unaware. Her thoughts raced. Could this orb truly be a treasure? If that were the case, how regrettable that she had just given it away. Pray tell, where did you find it? Jiang Chen nodded and pressed further. Yun Luoli's delicate face clouded with hesitation. After a moment, she lowered her head and said, While traveling through Zhongzhou, I inadvertently ventured into a perilous location, and it was there that I discovered this orb. A perilous location? Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered as he asked, What is its name? Your Majesty, that place is known as the Endless Abyss. Upon mentioning the name, Yun Luoli's expression turned grave, clearly indicating the dangers that lay within. The Endless Abyss. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed in contemplation, thinking, could there be fragments of the system hidden in that place? As this thought crossed his mind, he turned to Yun Luoli and said, The gift you presented to Yuer is of great utility to me. In return, I shall bestow upon you a vial of elixir. With a wave of his hand, a crystal-clear jade vial soared towards her. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. Yun Luoli accepted the vial with a composed expression, not appearing overly excited. After all, it was merely a vial of elixir. Her Yaoqi's sacred land lacked for nothing in that regard. However, to avoid inciting Jiang Chen's ire, she feigned delight and tucked the vial away. Wait, this is actually a 9th-tier elixir. Suddenly, Yun Luoli's pupils constricted as she peered through her divine sense at the elixir within the vial, her expression one of astonishment. Such a high-caliber elixir was something even the Yaoqi's sacred land did not possess, and she was baffled as to where Jiang Chen had procured it. Moreover, given that he carried it with him, he must have many more of such elixirs. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow upon noticing the change in Yun Luoli's demeanor. Yun Luoli shook her head. No, I am quite satisfied. That is good to hear. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the endless abyss for an expedition. Yin Luoli was taken aback. Is there a problem? Jiang Chen asked. Your Majesty, that place is fraught with danger. It is said that even those of the quasi-emperor realm face perilous odds if they enter. Are you truly intent on going there in person? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a half-smile. Fear not. Besides, are you not also at the quasi-emperor level? You managed to emerge from that place alive. He cast a glance at Yin Luoli and continued. Thus, you need not worry. Simply lead the way. Yin Luoli was momentarily stunned and softly replied, Your Majesty should not be reckless. My return was purely by chance. Otherwise, I might have perished there long ago. After a pause, she sighed. Rest assured, your only responsibility is to guide me. Whether or not we venture inside will depend entirely on your discretion. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling her not to fret. Very well. With no other option, Yin Luoli nodded in acquiescence. She then found an empty seat in the great hall and sat down, her mind swirling with thoughts. She could not fathom why Jiang Chen was so insistent on visiting the endless abyss. Suddenly, a flicker of insight sparked in Yin Luoli's beautiful eyes, making her heart race. Could it be that there truly exists a treasure within that place? She mused. If so, she would be keen to explore further. With this thought, her gaze turned towards Jiang Chen, a glimmer of anticipation swelling within her. Chapter 84. Sister, where did you find such talent? Ministers, why do you linger? Continue to drink freely. There is no need for such restraint. Jiang Chen suddenly rose, raising his wine cup with a resounding voice. At his words, the court officials lifted their cups in unison. Your Majesty, I have studied the Guqin for over 20 years, and I wish to perform a piece for the occasion of the little princess's birthday banquet. I hope for your approval. A slender minister stood up and clasped his hands. His name was Li Si, the Minister of War for the Dayan Kingdom, holding a third-rank official position. Although a civil servant, he was well-versed in strategy, tactics, and military affairs. Due to his humble beginnings and diligent efforts, he was highly regarded by Jiang Yao. Oh, Minister Li is proficient in the Guqin as well? Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. In that case, I grant you permission. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Si bowed, and soon a Guqin was brought into the great hall and placed at the center. He approached, gently caressing the strings before closing his eyes. With a melodious sound, the music resonated throughout the hall, captivating all those present. Under the enchanting melody, the rest of the dignitaries were entranced. Yet, Yin Luoli fell into silence. Her beautiful face clouded with confusion. After all, the music struck her as rather subpar. After a quarter of an hour, Li Si concluded his performance. The officials were still in a trance, unable to recover from the experience. Well played. After a while, Jiang Chen began to applaud. At this, the officials awoke from their stupor, and many began to give Li Si a thumbs up. Your Majesty flatters me. I played this piece solely for the little princess's enjoyment. Li Si replied with a faint smile, though pride gleamed in his eyes. Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Yue and gently inquired, Yue, what do you think? However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yue simply uttered 3 words, it's mediocre. Instantly, the great hall fell into silence, including Li Si, who had not anticipated such a response. To him, the piece he had just performed was already quite remarkable. Your Highness speaks the truth. That performance was indeed average, Yin Luoli remarked, swirling her wine cup and speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing her words, Li Si's brows furrowed. He turned to Yin Luoli, replying coolly, Miss, while your assessment may be correct, I am curious if you would be willing to perform a piece yourself, so that His Majesty and the little princess may appreciate it. Though merely a civil servant, Li Si was well aware of the art of performance. The piece he had just played was one he had spent considerable time practicing to reach a certain standard. Now, Yin Luoli's public dismissal of his effort vexed him greatly. Very well. To his surprise, Yin Luoli did not refuse. Instead, she agreed with enthusiasm and stepped forward. Her delicate hands rested upon the strings, and she surveyed the 3 seated above in the hall. Your Majesty, allow me to showcase my humble skills. With that, she gracefully lifted her hand and plucked the strings. The sound flowed forth like a celestial melody. In the great hall, the officials wore expressions of astonishment. Li Si widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the sound of his own ears. How could her musical prowess be so exquisite? He too stood in a daze, his eyes bulging. Yin Luoli's melodies were elegant and rhythmic, imbued with an ethereal charm, as if they emanated from the celestial halls of the heavens, leaving one utterly entranced. The strings resonated with a crisp clarity, each pluck of her fingers executed with remarkable precision, leaving no moment wasted. In the blink of an eye, the performance concluded, and the vast hall fell into an absolute silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. As Yin Luoli ceased her playing and turned to glance at Jiang Chen on the high platform, a smile graced her lips. What a delightful performance. Jiang Yue was mesmerized. her lips curling into a smile as she couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. Hearing her voice, the assembled ministers emerged from their astonishment, nodding in agreement and showering praises. Your Majesty, this young lady's talent on the zither is truly extraordinary. Indeed, at such a tender age, her skill will surely echo through the annals of history. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Jiang Luoli, offering generous compliments without reservation. Upon hearing their exuberant remarks, Jiang Chen merely chuckled and shook his head, inwardly thinking, if these individuals realized that the woman before them had lived for over a millennium, they might well faint on the spot. His gaze then shifted to Li Si, who appeared utterly stunned, discontent etched across his face. In response, Jiang Chen lifted his wine cup. Taking a small sip before speaking softly, Li Aiqing, do not lose heart. I believe that with your capabilities, you will undoubtedly excel in your musical endeavors and make your mark in history. Your Majesty is too kind. Li Si managed to muster a forced smile, concealing his despondency. After a brief silence, he gradually knelt, his demeanor respectful as he addressed, Your Majesty, I have a request. Speak. I humbly hope that your Majesty might bestow this young lady's hand in marriage to me. Li Si raised his head, his gaze fervently fixed on Yun Luoli as he articulated, I am convinced that marrying her will enable me to achieve even greater heights in the art of music. At this, Jiang Chen sputtered, the wine he had just consumed spewing from his mouth. What in the world? What an audacious proposal. Jiang Chen was utterly taken aback. He had merely intended to encourage Li Si, yet the man had taken such an unexpected turn. Meanwhile, Yun Luoli's countenance turned frosty, her eyes ablaze with indignation. How could a mere mortal dare to covet her, the esteemed sovereign? This was nothing short of lunacy. Ahem, Li Aiqing, your request is utterly preposterous. Jiang Chen interjected with a light cough, his expression one of exasperation. Your Majesty, are you concerned that she might not be worthy of me? If that is the case, please rest assured, I am not so narrow-minded as to be deterred by her humble origins. Li Si persisted, his tone sincere and devoid of jest. Jiang Chen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He then turned to his sister Jiang Yao, inquiring, Sister, from where did you manage to discover such talent? Brother, can I pretend I don't know him? Jiang Yao replied, her big eyes blinking innocently, her expression one of pitiful dismay. She then looked down at Li Si and remarked, Li Si, I see you are weary. You should return and rest. Princess, Li Si began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yao. Silence. I said you are tired, and thus you shall return, so hurry along. Jiang Yao's expression was stern, her tone commanding. Yes, I take my leave, Li Si acquiesced. Not daring to linger further, he bowed respectfully before turning to exit the grand hall. Chapter 85, The Endless Abyss, The Laws of Time. Brother, must you really go to that place? Jiang Yue sat on the edge of the bed, tugging at Jiang Chen's sleeve, her face etched with reluctance. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair. But Jiang Yue bit her lip, preparing to plead further, but Jiang Chen interrupted her. Yue, dear, I will only be gone for a short while. Do not worry. All right. Jiang Yue acquiesced after a moment of contemplation, finally nodding in agreement. Senior, I have arrived, came the voice of Yun Luoli from outside the door. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled at Jiang Yue, saying, Yue, I shall take my leave now. Jiang Yue nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with reliance. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled gently and tousled her hair once more. He then opened the door and stepped outside. Yun Luoli awaited him, and upon seeing Jiang Chen, she hurriedly bowed, respectfully stating, Luoli pays her respects to the esteemed senior. There is no need for such formality. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. He then shifted the topic. Miss Luoli, please lead the way. Yes, Yun Luoli replied without further ado, raising her delicate hand. With her palm facing upward, she summoned her spiritual energy, coalescing it into a swirling mist. The mist gradually morphed, forming an illusory passageway. Senior, please enter, she gestured invitingly after finishing her incantation. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen stepped into the passage. Upon traversing the corridor, they arrived at the edge of the endless abyss. Senior, this is the entrance to the endless abyss. Yun Luoli indicated towards the dark chasm below, her voice a mere whisper. Is this truly the endless abyss? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow as he peered down into the unfathomable depths, which seemed to plummet for tens of thousands of meters. Indeed, esteemed senior, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. This place is exceedingly peculiar, capable of severing a cultivator's spiritual sense, Yun Luoli remarked, casting a glance toward him. Fear not. Let us proceed, Jiang Chen replied with a nod, leaping downwards without hesitation. Swish. Yun Luoli followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two descended to the base of the cliff. As they surveyed the surroundings, an impenetrable darkness enveloped them, rendering their hands invisible, as if they were submerged in chaos. How intriguing. This is indeed an isolated space, Jiang Chen mused, his spiritual sense sweeping the area, registering the strangeness of the environment. Senior, what do you make of it? Have you discerned anything unusual? Unable to contain her curiosity as Jiang Chen lingered in silence, Yun Lawley inquired. All is well, let us continue. Jiang Chen responded with a shake of his head, choosing not to elaborate. Understood, Yun Lawley nodded, promptly falling in step behind him as they ventured toward the heart of the abyss. The deeper they traversed, the more the temperature plummeted, eventually becoming bone-chilling and eerie. It's so cold, Yun Lawley shuddered involuntarily, the frigid air penetrating even her quasi-emperor level strength. Moreover, with each step further in, the cold intensified, as if composed of inexhaustible deathly energy. Crack, crack. Suddenly, Yun Lawley's ears twitched. She detected a rustling sound beneath her feet. What is that? Yun Lawley furrowed her brow, her gaze dropping to the ground. There, a mass of tiny, pale green insects wriggled, resembling ants in their form. These are soul-eating insects, Yun Lawley exclaimed in astonishment. Soul-eating insects, notorious for their ferocity and poisonous nature, were known to consume souls. Even a quasi-emperor would suffer dire consequences if afflicted by them. Furthermore, these insects moved with astonishing speed, capable of lurking in shadows and silently approaching their prey. Once attacked, unless one possessed absolute strength, evasion would be nearly impossible. Senior, be cautious of your footing, Yun Lawley suddenly warned. Not to worry, Jiang Chen replied with a calm smile, unfazed by her concern. While formidable, the soul-eating insects posed no threat to him. Whoosh! At that moment, one of the insects lunged towards Jiang Chen, aiming for his neck. The speed of the soul-eating insect was blinding, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, but Jiang Chen simply uttered 2 words, "I seal." Instantly, a chilling force erupted forth. In that instant, all the soul-eating insects froze, immobilized and rendered powerless. Simultaneously, their bodies encased in ice, they transformed into mere sculptures. Bang! With a resounding crack, the ice sculptures shattered. Gasp! Witnessing this, Yun Lawley inhaled sharply, her fair face awash with astonishment. Just moments ago, the soul-eating insect had been mere inches from Jiang Chen's neck, and even she would have been unable to react in time. Do not make a fuss. Let us proceed, Jiang Chen remarked, dusting off his hands nonchalantly. Very well, Yun Lawley replied, momentarily dazed, before hastening to follow him. Along their journey, they encountered numerous soul-eating insects, all of which were effortlessly dispatched. Before long, the duo arrived at the abyss's terminus. Before them stood a colossal altar, towering thousands of feet high. Beneath the altar, intricate patterns were etched, exuding an air of mystique. Surrounding the altar lay a pile of various corpses. Jiang Chen estimated that there were at least over 100,000 corpses. This was merely his rough observation. Countless more undoubtedly lay buried beneath. Senior, it was in this vicinity that I discovered the black orb, Yun Lawley remarked, gazing at the altar. Is that so? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with interest as he approached the altar. Buzz! With a mere thought, he unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, enveloping the entire altar. Soon, a look of delight spread across his face. Ah, I've found it, Jiang Chen murmured, his spiritual sense honing in on the altar's base, revealing a joyful smile. Senior? Yun Lawley inquired, a sense of curiosity piqued by his words. Underneath this altar lies a wealth of treasures. Retrieve them, and all that you find shall belong to you, Jiang Chen instructed, retracting his spiritual sense. Thank you, esteemed senior, Yun Lawley exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. With that, she leapt atop the altar. Standing at its pinnacle, she closed her eyes momentarily. Soon, Yun Lawley opened her enchanting eyes, raising her right arm and placing her delicate hand upon the altar. Huh, she called out, her potent spiritual energy surging forth and pouring into the altar. Rumble. As she struck with her fist, the altar trembled violently. Break for me. Another commanding shout escaped her lips as fissures began to appear across the altar's surface, culminating in its total collapse. Huff. Having completed her task, Yun Lawley exhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat adorning her brow, clearly exhausted from the exertion. Senior, I discovered that a peculiar force seemed to be protecting the surface of this altar, she remarked after a brief respite, turning her gaze to Jiang Chen. Indeed, you are correct. This altar has been ensnared with a restriction, Jiang Chen replied softly. However, dispelling the altar's barrier is relatively straightforward. Those of profound cultivation can simply shatter it with force. Upon hearing this, Yun Lawley paused, then inquired, Senior, you possess the ability to perceive the restrictions here? You must be able to utilize your spiritual sense. After all, the closer they drew to the abyss's core, the stronger the barrier against spiritual senses became. Indeed, Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Yin Luoli's expression shifted to one of astonishment. If you wish to avoid death, retreat swiftly. What lies beneath is beyond your capability to confront, Jiang Chen warned coldly, stepping forward. Yin Luoli's expression flickered, but she refrained from retorting, quickly retreating to the edge. Roar. Simultaneously, a deep roar emanated from below the altar. What is that sound? Startled by the eerie noise, Yin Luoli froze, staring ahead in shock. From the collapsed altar emerged a dark, monstrous insect, as large as a water buffalo, its body covered in a myriad of writhing tentacles. With two sharp fangs protruding from its maw, its pale yellow eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam. Is that a soul-eating demon insect? Yin Luoli exclaimed in horror. Such a terrifying creature was only something she had encountered in ancient texts. She never imagined it existed in reality. Screech. Suddenly, the soul-eating demon insect emitted a piercing shriek. Instantly, a wave of terrifying soul energy surged forth, saturating the entire space. Oh no, it is consuming my soul. Feeling the agonizing pull on her essence, Yin Luoli's face turned pale as she hastily mobilized her spiritual energy to resist the soul-eating demon insect's influence. Roar. The soul-devouring insect seemed to sense her movements and let out an enraged roar. It then lunged towards Yin Luoli. This is bad. Yin Luoli's pupils constricted sharply. She attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! At that moment, a colossal hand materialized before her, striking the soul-devouring insect away. Roar. The insect, in pain, spat out a glob of venom aimed at that gigantic palm. However, as soon as the venom approached within 3 feet of the giant hand, it was instantly frozen and fell to the ground. Luoli, thank you for your timely rescue, senior. Seizing the opportunity, she hurriedly hid behind Jiang Chen. Quite intriguing. This creature withstood an attack at 10% of my strength and still remains vigorous, Jiang Chen observed steadily. His interest peaked as he gazed at the soul-devouring insect. Senior, what realm does this soul-devouring insect belong to? Unable to contain herself, Yin Luoli inquired, for the insect's aura instilled in her a sense of dread, as though she were facing imminent death. Thus, her concern was palpable. Roughly equivalent to the early stages of the Emperor realm, Jiang Chen pondered before responding slowly. The Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Yin Luoli's eyes widened in shock. The Emperor realm represents the pinnacle of cultivation attainable by practitioners. In the vast expanse of the Fengyan continent, those who reach this level are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was astonishing to discover a soul-devouring insect of the Emperor realm lurking within this endless abyss. Roar. Once the soul-devouring insect regained its composure, it charged towards the two once more. In that case, I shall unleash 20% of my power to put an end to you, Jiang Chen declared, stepping forward with a surging aura. Crack. As he took a step, the surrounding void shattered like glass, revealing a myriad of spiderweb-like fractures. He then flicked his fingers, and an immense sword of spiritual energy formed, cleaving towards the soul-devouring insect. Sensing the danger, the insect immediately attempted to flee. Now you wish to escape? It is too late, Jiang Chen scoffed, as the sword of spiritual energy pursued relentlessly. Roar. The soul-devouring insect writhed frantically, attempting to evade the colossal sword. But to no avail. Swish. Ultimately, as the giant sword closed in on the soul-devouring insect, a flash of cold light severed it in two. Thud. The insect collapsed to the ground, its blood staining the altar crimson. That must be a system fragment, Jiang Chen observed as he noticed a golden sphere floating at the center of the insect's corpse. He then raised a hand, beckoning the sphere to him. The sphere emanated a gentle glow, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain wondrous patterns within. Ding. New system fragment detected. Would you like to absorb it? The system's notification resonated, causing Jiang Chen's gaze to brighten. Absorb. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen acquiesced, as this was precisely what he desired. Buzz. The sphere trembled, transforming into specks of starlight that melded into Jiang Chen's body. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System reward, Law of Time. Accompanied by a melodious notification. A peculiar wave of law emerged within Jiang Chen's mind. The Law of Time. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, immersing himself in the experience. Soon, he entered a state of complete absorption, lost within the profundity of it all. Meanwhile, Yin Luoli's beautiful eyes widened as she observed Jiang Chen suddenly become motionless, feeling perplexed. She stepped forward cautiously and called out a few times, Senior, Senior? Yet, Jiang Chen remained unresponsive. Could it be that he has fallen into a deep slumber? Yin Luoli speculated. She swallowed hard, extending her delicate hand, intending to touch Jiang Chen, hoping to awaken him. Chapter 87. In the blink of an eye, annihilating a demon emperor. Buzz. Just as her hand was about to make contact, a faint wave emanated from within Jiang Chen's body. In an instant, Yun Luoli let out a delicate cry, as though struck by a powerful blow, and fell to the ground. It was at that moment that Jiang Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and vast like the starry sky. Buzz. Instantly, time around them ceased to flow, and the world fell into a profound silence. Only Yun Luoli lay on the ground, panting heavily. The law of time is indeed mysterious. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, murmuring to himself with a faint smile gracing his lips. Senior, you have finally awakened. At this moment, Yun Luoli struggled to her feet. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen noticed for the first time that her garments were tattered and her skin marred with dark bruises. How did you sustain those injuries? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, regarding Yun Luoli with confusion. Senior, do you not recall? The injuries on my body were inflicted by you. Yun Luoli blinked in surprise, speaking with a hint of grievance. This scene left Jiang Chen both amused and exasperated as he shook his head and explained, I apologize. I had closed off my senses, leaving me unaware of some occurrences in the outside world. All right, I understand now. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoli felt a wave of relief wash over her. Gently caressing her injuries, she displayed an expression of vulnerability, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Seeing her thus, Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and he invoked the law of time. In an instant, the wounds on Yun Luoli's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, returning to their original state in mere seconds. Senior, Witnessing this miraculous transformation, Yun Luoli was left astounded, her face filled with disbelief. To this, Jiang Chen merely smiled, offering little further explanation. He then approached the shattered altar and flicked his finger. In the next moment, a plethora of treasures soared from the altar, hovering in midair. He then turned to Yun Luoli, saying calmly, as I mentioned earlier, everything beneath the altar belongs to you. Please, take them. Really for me? Staring at the floating treasures, Yun Luoli was momentarily stunned. These treasures had been stored beneath the altar for an extensive period, their value far exceeding her imagination. However, she did not rush to claim them. The display of Jiang Chen's strength had instilled a sense of caution in her. Do not worry. I have no interest in these items. You may take them all. Jiang Chen discerned her hesitation and waved his hand, presenting the treasures to her. Thank you, Senior. With this reassurance, Yun Luoli exhaled in relief and hurriedly collected the items. She then eagerly began to examine the treasures, her face alight with joy. These are all remarkable items, Yun Luoli exclaimed. After a cursory glance, she noted that there were 4 sacred ranked weapons among them, along with over a dozen rare materials, ample enough for her cultivation for a considerable time. Furthermore, she was astonished to find a quasi-emperor weapon within the collection. All in all, this expedition into the endless abyss had proven extraordinarily lucrative for her. Yun Luoli was brimming with excitement, nearly wanting to shout to the heavens in celebration of her elation. First, please store these items in your storage ring, Jiang Chen instructed. Yes, Senior. Yun Luoli nodded, suppressing her overwhelming joy. She then produced her storage ring and began to place all the treasures within. Having completed her tasks, Yun Luoli hurriedly approached Jiang Chen and bowed gracefully, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Senior, for your generous gift. I am immensely appreciative of your kindness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, responding with nonchalance. There is no need for such formality. This was merely a transaction, mutually beneficial for both parties involved. I acquired what I needed, and you received your rightful due. Such is the natural order of things, and there is no need to dwell on it. Yun Luoli's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise at Jiang Chen's words. She had not anticipated such a response from him. Very well, since esteemed Senior has expressed it thus, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental. She declared earnestly, should you require anything in the future, I will undoubtedly exert myself to the utmost. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze then drifted to the distance, furrowing his brow as if sensing something amiss. Esteemed Senior, what troubles you? Yun Luoli inquired, following his gaze but perceiving nothing unusual. It is nothing. Let us depart, Jiang Chen replied after a moment of silence. As they took their first steps, a sudden tremor rippled through the void. Sensing the disturbance, Yun Luoli halted and gazed upward into the emptiness. You little thief. Thinking you can just take something from me and leave? Such a thing is not so simple. A chilling and piercing scream erupted, and the dark sky was rent asunder by a brilliant crimson light, creating a massive rift. Immediately, a swirling mass of blood mist emerged, within which loomed a grotesque figure. This figure, disheveled and drenched in blood, resembled a desiccated corpse, teeming with a horrifying multitude of writhing insects, the soul-eating worms. This is the blood demon, Yun Luoli exclaimed, her fair face paling in shock. Is that not the soul-eating worm of the blood demon? The blood demon, upon noticing the altar, fixated on the 2 severed worm carcasses. You wretched little thieves, not only did you pilfer my treasures, but you also slaughtered the soul-eating worms that I painstakingly nurtured. Today, I shall not rest until I have ground you to dust." The blood demon roared, its malevolent aura surging forth. Suddenly, a veritable swarm of soul-eating worms lunged at Jiang Chen and Yun Luoli, seemingly intent on devouring them whole. "This is bad. We cannot escape." Yun Luoli's complexion darkened upon witnessing the oncoming horde. "Is this all? A mere trifling skill," Jiang Chen retorted, flicking his sleeve with a deft motion, unleashing a wave of frigid air that instantly froze the entire area. With a series of cracking sounds, the soul-eating worms were encased in ice, plummeting to the ground. At that moment, the blood demon materialized beside them, a sinister grin spreading across its face as it opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a nauseating torrent of blood. "Humph!" Jiang Chen scoffed, raising his right hand to deliver a forceful strike, releasing an overwhelming surge of spiritual power akin to a deity's assault. The blood demon's pupils constricted in horror as it hastily recoiled. Yet, Jiang Chen had anticipated this, denying it any chance of escape. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of palm strikes. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the fierce backlash swept outward, creating a terrifying vortex. The blood demon, unable to withstand the residual force, crashed heavily to the ground. "Damn it, you are also an emperor." It seethed, glaring at Jiang Chen with unbridled fury. It had never expected this individual to be so formidable, capable of overwhelming it with ease. "Huh." Jiang Chen chuckled derisively at the blood demon's disheveled state. "I thought you might warrant my serious attention. Instead, you remain so pitifully weak." The blood demon nearly exploded with rage at this remark. "You shall pay for this, little thief. Once I recover from my injuries, I will slaughter your loved ones one by one," it vowed, retreating in a disheveled manner through the rift. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The blood demon dared to threaten his family, a transgression that had crossed his threshold of tolerance. "Humph! You seek death," he declared, casting his gaze toward the direction of the blood demon's escape. He then raised his right arm, summoning a terrifying force that drew in all spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000,000 miles into his palm. In the next instant, the entire expanse of the endless abyss was sealed, transforming into an impenetrable cage. The blood demon found its route of escape obstructed, unable to proceed. "What is happening?" it exclaimed, panic-stricken as it scanned its surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Finally, its gaze landed on Jiang Chen. Cursed be this fate. The blood demon was both alarmed and enraged. Suddenly, it shifted tactics, pleading for mercy. "Friend, I was merely jesting before. If you let me go, I swear I shall never trouble you again." Yet, Jiang Chen remained unmoved. "From the moment you threatened me, your fate was already sealed." With that, he unleashed the spiritual energy he had been gathering in his palm, erupting forth with cataclysmic force. In an instant, the skies darkened and a terrifying pressure enveloped the endless abyss, causing all beings to tremble in fear. "No, please, don't." The blood demon howled, its pleas falling on deaf ears. Under Jiang Chen's command, the spiritual energy rained down like a torrential storm upon the blood demon. In mere moments, the very fabric of the endless abyss began to collapse, shattering into fragments. The blood demon let out a wretched scream as its body was torn asunder, blood and flesh scattering. It frantically channeled all its power to resist the onslaught, yet it had severely underestimated Jiang Chen's might. Under such a formidable assault, it proved utterly fragile. Boom. In the next heartbeat, the blood demon was obliterated. A demon emperor had thus met its end. Observing the ashes of the vanquished blood demon, Yun Luoli felt a twinge of sorrow. "Humph, those who commit heinous acts do not deserve to live," Jiang Chen remarked as he retracted his spiritual energy and surveyed the surroundings. "With so many bones scattered here, it is likely that the nearby mortals have all been slaughtered by him. What? That scoundrel!" Yun Luoli could not help but curse, her eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Though a cultivator, she had never engaged in such heartless acts, much less the slaughter of innocents. In the realm of cultivation, the lives of mortals are ultimately far too fragile, Jiang Chen stated, his gaze reflecting a deep-seated resignation, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such brutality. He then turned to Yun Luoli and declared, "Let us depart." "Yes," she replied. With that, the two figures vanished from sight. Heavenly Pool Sanctuary. Sacred Master Peak. Within a cave, Mu Wanqing sat cross-legged, her jade-like fingers delicately twirling as she closed her eyes, emanating a radiant glow. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, a crimson droplet spilling from her lips as she opened her eyes, her expression tinged with confusion. Forcing a breakthrough truly proves ineffective, she murmured to herself, wiping the blood from her mouth. Just moments ago, she had attempted to ascend to the sacred realm, only to fail. It seems that the innate talents of this corporeal form can only reach the pinnacle of the void realm. Mu Wanqing sighed, rising to her feet and surveying her surroundings before taking a step outside the cave dwelling. Who are you? Upon crossing the threshold, Mu Wanqing paused momentarily. There, at the edge of the mountain peak, stood a figure. Despite not having broken through to the sacred realm, even as a nominal servant of her husband, she could not afford to appear too weak. The figure then slowly turned, revealing a breathtaking visage. Clad in flowing white garments, she smiled, exuding an irresistible allure that was almost intoxicating. It was as if a celestial fairy had stepped forth from a painting, beauty so profound it rendered one breathless. This woman was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks. Husband? Could she be the master's wife? As she discerned the features before her, a hint of doubt crossed Mu Wanqing's brow. However, she quickly regained her composure and immediately bowed, saying, "Esteemed matriarch, this humble servant pays her respects." "Oh, you believe me so readily? Aren't you afraid that I might be deceiving you?" Observing Mu Wanqing's respectful demeanor, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a gentle smile. "There is no need for the matriarch to jest with this old servant. Your presence, coupled with the formidable aura that envelopes you, renders deceit utterly unnecessary." Mu Wanqing bitterly acknowledged, unable to meet Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze directly. "Your words are sweet, yet if you have encountered a bottleneck in your breakthrough, allow me to assist you." Xianxiaaudiobooks responded with a radiant smile, then gracefully advanced to Mu Wanqing's side. She placed her delicate hands upon Mu Wanqing's shoulders, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy surged into her body. As the energy coursed through her, Mu Wanqing shuddered, a grimace of pain crossing her features. She was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this power. If it were directed at another, even a mere wisp of spiritual energy could lead to utter devastation. Fortunately, Xianxiaaudiobooks was not as tyrannical as other powerful beings. Under her gentle influence, Mu Wanqing's agony gradually dissipated, and she felt a profound energy intertwining within her. Suddenly, a cataclysmic force surged forth from her being, causing Mu Wanqing's countenance to change dramatically. The initial stage of the sacred realm. She gazed at Xianxiaaudiobooks, utterly astonished. How could she have transitioned so swiftly from the pinnacle of the void realm to the sacred realm? There is no need for such astonishment. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a serene smile. You were already on the verge of a breakthrough. This is merely the natural progression of your journey. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing managed to calm herself slightly. Thunder rumbled ominously above the heavenly pool's sacred land, dark clouds swirling, the winds howling with the ferocity of an impending apocalypse. What is happening? A heavenly tribulation? Is someone undergoing tribulation here? The disciples of the sacred land hastily distanced themselves, fearing the repercussions. For the power of a heavenly tribulation was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, outside the cave dwelling on Sacred Master Peak, Mu Wanqing was filled with concern as she looked up at the sky. Matriarch, this old servant is about to commence the tribulation. You should retreat to the cave for your safety. There is no need. You may proceed with your tribulation without worry. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head, remaining steadfast by Mu Wanqing's side. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing ceased her insistence and focused intently on guiding the energy within her. Meanwhile, the clouds above grew denser, and thunder clapped ominously. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. Mu Wanqing's expression turned grave as she raised her jade palm, bracing against the lightning with all her might. Crack, crack. More lightning followed, illuminating the entire expanse, transforming the night into day. As Mu Wanqing's defenses began to falter, fear crept into her eyes. The heavenly tribulation was immensely terrifying. Each subsequent strike only intensified. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic, violet golden lightning dragon surged toward Mu Wanqing. This is disastrous. Now that I am a vessel seized from another, I am at odds with the heavens. The force of this tribulation exceeds what even a sacred realm can withstand. Mu Wanqing thought frantically as the lightning dragon approached rapidly. Matriarch, the power of this tribulation is formidable. You must evade. She struggled to turn her head to warn Xianxiaaudiobooks. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood unmoving, her expression unchanged. Suddenly, the lightning dragon altered its course and crashed violently into Xianxiaaudiobooks. Mu Wanqing's face blanched as she witnessed that the lightning dragon did not penetrate Xianxiaaudiobooks' form, as if halted by an enigmatic force. Realizing this, confusion flickered across Mu Wanqing's face. Truly, she is the one chosen by my husband. Her actions just now are indeed worthy of cultivation. Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked with approval, continuing, though this heavenly tribulation is potent, it is not insurmountable. Observe closely. As she spoke, her delicate hand lifted, unleashing a dazzling starlight. As the starlight made contact with the lightning dragon, it was instantly torn apart, dissipating into the void. Thunder rumbled ominously as the clouds above churned, brewing even more fearsome lightning dragons. Yet, these two could not harm Xianxia. Furthermore, with a casual wave of her hand, a cascade of radiant stars fell, enveloping the vicinity. In an instant, the dark clouds transformed into a shower of starlight. At that moment, Xianxia's figure harmonized with the brilliance of the stars, creating an exquisite tableau. Matriarch, you are truly extraordinary. In my several centuries of life, this is the first time I have witnessed a heavenly tribulation being vanquished. Mu Wanqing exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. Do not envy others. Diligent cultivation is of utmost importance. Xianxia replied with a faint smile, then withdrew the surrounding phenomena before gracefully departing. Yes, I shall heed the matriarch's teachings. Mu Wanqing bowed respectfully. Once Xianxia had left, she exhaled slowly, beginning to solidify her cultivation. Subsequently, she swiftly consumed a medicinal pill and seated herself on the ground in meditation. The quality of the pill was exceptional, and its effects were naturally remarkable. In mere moments, Mu Wanqing had completely stabilized her realm. Concurrently, she broke through, ascending from the pinnacle of the void realm to the initial stage of the sacred realm. Her strength significantly enhanced. This was all thanks to the matriarch. Were it not for her assistance, this old servant would have been unable to successfully breach the realm. Mu Wanqing felt profound gratitude, her respect for Xianxia deepening. She was certain that as long as she remained loyally devoted to them, she would undoubtedly reap immense rewards in the future. Saint Master, that heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. Are you unharmed? A concerned voice suddenly reached her ears. Mu Wanqing turned to see two elders of the heavenly pool's sacred land flying towards her. This old servant is indeed unscathed, and moreover, I have successfully entered the sacred realm. Mu Wanqing replied nonchalantly, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Wonderful. Congratulations, Saint Master. The two elders exclaimed, their faces alight with joy. They understood the significance of Mu Wanqing's breakthrough. It meant that the status of the heavenly pool's sacred land would undoubtedly rise. However, Saint Master, there is something I wish to convey, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. One of the elders hesitated. Mu Wanqing pondered for a moment before asking, speak freely. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded and solemnly remarked, it is my humble opinion that the Holy Master, being a woman, ought to refrain from referring to herself as this old man. Indeed, I too find it rather peculiar, another elder chimed in. At these words, Mu Wanqing's expression darkened, and she retorted furiously, begone. All of you, just leave. Ah, yes. The two elders, alarmed by her ire, hastily departed. They were perplexed, unable to discern what they had said to provoke such wrath from Mu Wanqing. Humph, mere insects dare to meddle in the affairs of this old man. Watching the retreating figures, Mu Wanqing snorted disdainfully, clearly incensed. Very well, I shall spare you for now. Shaking her head to cast away distracting thoughts, she lifted her gaze to the horizon. One wonders when the master will grant this old man a new corporeal form. As dusk fell over the palace, in a small courtyard, Jiang Chen lay languidly upon a tree branch, cradling a ginger cat in her arms, lost in contemplation of the world outside. Little Ginger, my father has deceived me once more. It is already so late, yet he has not returned. Upon speaking, Jiang Chen lowered her head, wearing a sullen expression. Since your father is absent, how about I keep you company? At that moment, a gentle voice floated in. Taken aback by the words, Jiang Chen looked down from the tree. There, seated at a stone table, was Xianxia, holding a teacup and smiling softly. Who are you? Jiang Chen inquired suspiciously. It seems that after just a few years, our Chen no longer recognizes her own mother, Xianxia replied, setting her teacup down and gazing up at Jiang Chen with an expression full of tenderness. Of course, you were quite young then, so it is understandable that you do not remember. But fret not, I shall slowly tell you everything. With that, Xianxia rose and approached the tree, taking Jiang Chen's hand in hers. You at her, I am Xianxia, your mother. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Chen abruptly withdrew her hand. Nonsense. I was raised by my father. My mother has long since passed. Jiang Chen's delicate face hardened, her fists clenched, seemingly poised for a confrontation. Hee. Xianxia chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke Jiang Chen's head, her voice gentle. Silly child. Who told you that your mother has died? I did. Came Jiang Chen's defiant reply, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xianxia's smile deepened. Chen, do you still not believe me? Perhaps you might try sensing the bond of blood that connects us. With that, she extended her hand towards her once more. Seeing this, Jiang Chen, though skeptical, chose to trust her for the moment, and lightly placed her hand atop Xianxia's. This sensation as she felt a warm and familiar pulse of bloodline energy coursing through her palm. Jiang Chen's petite frame trembled, her eyes widening in astonishment. This bond of blood could not be mistaken. As this thought took root, Jiang Chen stood in shock, unable to regain her composure. Are you truly my mother? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though reluctant to admit it, the resonance of their bloodline was undeniable. Of course, my dear Yue. Come here, and let your mother embrace you. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes brimmed with tears as she opened her arms, softly coaxing Jiang Yue. Unable to withstand the ache of separation any longer, Jiang Yue leapt into Xianxia's embrace. The two shared a tight hug, basking in each other's warmth and solace. After a long while, Xianxia released Jiang Yue, gently wiping away her tears, and said with a radiant smile, Yue, shall we go out to play now? No. Jiang Yue shook her head defiantly, resolutely stating, I will wait for my father to return. Do not worry, my dear. We shall only be out for a short while, and will not tarry too long. Xianxiu gently stroked her little head, continuing to persuade her. Well, if that is the case, after much hesitation, Jiang Yue eventually acquiesced. Chapter 90. Husband, why do you not allow me to touch you? Husband, now that we are home, why do you not come out to greet me? Xianxiu smiled charmingly, her gaze drifting into the distance. Moments later, a gentle breeze swept through, and a figure clad in white emerged from the void. The visitor was none other than Jiang Chen. Father, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Jiang Yue joyfully rushed over and clutched his arm tightly. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze soon resting upon Xianxiu. How infuriating! The original's wife is exceedingly beautiful. Observing the stunning woman before him, Jiang Chen inwardly sighed. Particularly captivating were her enchanting eyes, which seemed to ensnare one's very soul, leaving one breathless. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's formidable self-control, he might have been rendered utterly entranced. Husband, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something unsightly upon my face? Xianxiu blushed slightly under Jiang Chen's unwavering gaze, appearing somewhat shy. No. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly, hastily averting his eyes. Indeed, he had been captivated by Xianxiu's beauty, causing him to gaze a moment too long. Husband, during my absence, you must have found it quite taxing to care for Yue. At this, Xianxiu spoke suddenly, her voice as gentle as flowing water. Caring for Yue? Jiang Chen was taken aback by her words. He had assumed that Xianxiu had returned to confront him, given how the original had treated Jiang Yue, a memory still vivid in his mind. Could it be that she was unaware of this matter? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Husband, I know you harbor grievances, but I assure you, I shall make it up to you in double measure. Xianxiu's beautiful eyes blinked enticingly as she swept her hair back, revealing a delicate visage that sparkled with allure. This scene made Jiang Chen's heart race. Swallowing hard, Jiang Chen quickly diverted his gaze. Yet, Xianxiu did not allow him to evade her. She gracefully approached him, her steps light as a lotus flower. What do you intend to do? Jiang Chen's heart raced, instinctively retreating a step. Husband, why do you not allow me to touch you? Xianxiu feigned anger, pouting playfully. Is it that you dislike me? Or perhaps find me too aged? No. Jiang Chen shook his head, hastily explaining, it's just that your absence has been prolonged, and I am struggling to adapt. Upon hearing this, Xianxiu smiled softly, then gazed at Jiang Chen with a bewitching look, her lips parting gently. In that case, I shall grant you some time. With that, she took Jiang Yue by the hand and turned to depart, leaving Jiang Chen with a tantalizing view of her retreating figure. Few only after Xianxiu had vanished from sight did Jiang Chen take a deep breath, feeling as if he had been reborn, exhaling a long sigh. He could not deny that in that fleeting moment, he had almost lost control. Original, it is not that I lack loyalty to my brother. It is simply that your wife is the one who has been pursuing me. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Yun Luoli had returned to the Yaoqi sacred land, bearing treasures obtained from the endless abyss. Master, you have returned. As she landed, a young girl clad in green approached respectfully, addressing her. Her name was Li Linger, a gifted disciple of Yun Luoli. Linger, you have made remarkable progress. In just a few days, you have reached the divine illumination realm. Upon witnessing the growth in Li Linger's cultivation, Yun Luoli felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This is all thanks to Master's guidance, Li Linger replied, her head slightly bowed, her tone imbued with admiration. However, at that moment, Yun Luoli's gaze was drawn to a scar on Li Linger's left arm. Her delicate brows furrowed with concern as she inquired, Linger, what happened to that scar? At the sound of her voice, Li Linger's body stiffened abruptly. She lowered her head, unable to meet Yun Luoli's eyes. Master, this scar was accidentally acquired during my training, she eventually murmured after a prolonged silence. Is that so? Yun Luoli scrutinized her, a flicker of something unusual passing through her eyes. Indeed, Li Linger affirmed, gritting her teeth and nodding resolutely. Linger, I remember a time when you would never lie in front of me. Yun Luoli's tone turned icy. Tell me, who inflicted this injury upon you? Master, it is my fault. I should not have deceived you. Li Ling'er fell to her knees, pleading, please do not pursue this matter further. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. With a heavy sigh, Yunluoli helped her up and spoke earnestly, Ling. I hope you understand that in this world, apart from your parents, I am your only unwavering support. No matter what occurs, you must always be honest with me. You should know my temperament. Upon hearing these words, Li Ling'er trembled internally, her eyes reddening as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Master, I was wrong, she choked out. Good child. Yunluoli gently stroked her head, affectionately saying, rise now. Yes, master. Li Ling'er wiped the tears from her eyes and slowly stood up. Now tell me, how did this scar come to be? Yunluoli asked once more after a brief pause. Master, it was the saintess. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ling'er finally revealed the truth. Lin Shirin, it was her. Even the usually composed Yunluoli could not suppress her anger upon hearing the name. I recall that you two had no grievances. Why would she harm you? Because. Li Ling'er faltered, but ultimately recounted the events. It appeared that Lin Shirin, relying on her grandfather's status as the Grand Elder, had been tyrannical within the sacred grounds. She relentlessly bullied Li Ling'er, refusing to relent, and even stole her cultivation resources. Furthermore, she had threatened Li Ling'er to keep quiet about the matter, or she would ensure that Li Ling'er could not find a foothold in the sacred grounds. Fearing that this would implicate Yunluoli, Li Ling'er chose to conceal the truth, unwittingly allowing Lin Shirin's actions to escalate. Humph, what a saintess, her behavior is utterly intolerable. Upon learning the full extent of the situation, Yunluoli declared angrily, Ling'er, rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Master, won't this implicate you as well? After all, her grandfather is. Li Ling'er raised her head. Concern etched upon her face. Do not worry, this matter is entirely her fault. The Grand Elder is not a fool. He will not show favoritism towards his granddaughter. Yunluoli asserted, pausing for a moment before continuing. Moreover, her actions have already violated the rules set forth by the sacred grounds. She shall not escape her, just deserts. Very well, Ling'er will leave it to Master's discretion. With Yunluoli's assurance, Li Ling'er felt a sense of relief. Chapter 91. Revoking cultivation and imprisoning for 50 years on the cliff of reflection. Come, I shall take you to Tianquan Peak to seek justice. With that, Yunluoli grasped Li Ling'er's hand and soared towards Tianquan Peak. Meanwhile, at the summit of Tianquan Peak, located on the western side of the sacred grounds, the environment was serene and picturesque. A clear river meandered down, with fish and shrimp frolicking in the water, resembling a paradise. In a lakeside pavilion, two women sat facing each other, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Saintess, I have heard that you injured the disciple of the sacred lord. Do you not fear incurring his displeasure? A girl attired in a pink dress, seemingly youthful yet remarkably astute, inquired with genuine concern. She was Lan Sini, the daughter of the peak master of Yunxia Peak and Lin Shirin's closest confidant. In response, Lin Shirin lifted a blue and white porcelain cup, taking a delicate sip of fragrant tea, and replied with an air of nonchalance, It matters not. The sacred lord shall never know. For she would not dare to report me. But what if she does report you to the sacred lord? Lan Sini's brows knitted together, her worry palpable. While Lin Shirin was indeed the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, would he truly stand against the sacred lord for her when she committed a grave mistake? Humph. And why should it matter? The Grand Elder is my grandfather. How could the sacred lord possibly blame me? After speaking, Lin Shirin's eyes shimmered with a sudden realization, her gaze turning frigid. Should that little wretch dare to report me, I shall ensure her demise within the sacred grounds of Yaozi. Upon hearing this, Lan Sini felt a chill run down her spine. Indeed, just as she was about to caution Lin Shirin, she watched in horror as Lin Shirin smashed the teacup onto the ground with force. With a resounding crash, tea splattered everywhere, and shards littered the ground. Lin Shirin, how audacious! Whom do you wish to kill? A chilling voice suddenly resonated from outside the pavilion. In the next instant, Lin Shirin felt a vice-like grip around her neck, and a blue figure abruptly entered her line of sight, causing her to freeze in shock. The visitor was none other than the sacred lord, Yunluoli, followed closely by Li Ling'er. At the sight, Lin Shirin's previously brazen demeanor evaporated, replaced by profound terror. As sacred lord, she stammered, trembling as she raised her right arm to point at Yunluoli. She could hardly fathom that the esteemed sacred lord would personally visit Tianquan Peak and publicly declare her intent to kill her sole disciple. Regret flooded her being, wishing she could slap herself. However, a wave of dread soon enveloped her. As sacred lord, spare me. Lin Shirin's legs weakened, and she fell to the ground, desperately begging for mercy. I initially believed this was merely a trivial conflict among juniors, yet I never anticipated such malice from you. Yunluoli's eyes glinted with fury, her voice frigid. Please, Sacred Lord, my disciple is innocent. Lin Shireen frantically shook her head, desperately trying to defend herself. However, before she could finish, Yun Luoli's jade hand struck out with a swift motion. Slap. Ah! In an instant, Lin Shireen screamed in agony as she was sent flying several meters, colliding violently with a nearby stone bench before crashing to the ground. Cough. Blood sprayed from Lin Shireen's mouth, staining her green attire, rendering her a pitiful sight. Sacred Lord, while the saintess may have erred, is such punishment not excessive? Observing the scene, Lan Sini furrowed her brows, unable to restrain her urge to interject. After all, Lin Shireen held a unique status and was her closest friend. What? Does this Sacred Lord's actions require your input, Junior? Yun Luoli coldly retorted, showing no mercy. Your disciple dares not. Please, Sacred Lord, quell your anger. Lan Sini trembled, falling silent. Seeing this, Yun Luoli cast a cold glance before shifting her gaze to the prostrate Lin Shireen, her voice icy as she stated, for the sake of the Grand Elder. This Sacred Lord may spare your life. However, from this day forth, the Holy Lord declares the revocation of your status as the Saintess, stripping you of your powers. And you shall be immediately sent to the Cliff of Reflection for a confinement of 50 years. Holy Lord, please no. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shireen was instantly petrified with fear, hastily reaching out for Yun Luoli. Yet, Yun Luoli, with her ethereal grace, deftly evaded her grasp. Holy Lord, I truly recognize my mistakes. Please spare me this once. Lin Shireen wept profusely, pleading for mercy, hoping for clemency. Alas, no matter how she cried and begged, Yun Luoli remained indifferent. It wasn't until Lin Shireen's voice grew hoarse and her struggles waned that she resolved, Fine, since you refuse to show me mercy, I shall summon my grandfather for assistance. With that, she retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and shattered it. Observing this, Yun Luoli's delicate brows knitted slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze, yet she did not intervene. In an instant, the jade pendant transformed into specks of white light. Soon after, an ethereal figure materialized. Child, what brings you to seek your grandfather? A voice, resonant with age and authority, echoed from the void. Grandfather, please hurry to save me. Woo-woo. The Holy Lord intends to strip your granddaughter of her powers and confine her for 50 years. Before she could finish, Lin Shireen burst into tears. Holy Lord, is what this girl says truly the case? The ancient voice fell silent for a moment before finally responding, to the Grand Elder. It is indeed your granddaughter who is at fault. She has repeatedly bullied my disciple and brazenly declared her intent to endanger my disciple's life. Such treachery among fellow disciples is intolerable in the sacred land of Yaozi. Hearing Yun Luoli's reply, the ethereal figure fell into contemplation, remaining silent for an extended period. After a moment of reflection, he spoke again. Holy Lord, my granddaughter's temperament is rash. She has indeed committed grievous errors. However, recalling the bond we once shared, I humbly implore you to show leniency, confining her merely to the Cliff of Reflection for 50 years. As for stripping her of her powers, I believe that should be waived. What say you, Holy Lord? Upon hearing this, Lin Shireen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart that had been in turmoil now at ease. Though she would still face confinement for 50 years, to a cultivator, such a span was but a fleeting moment. Once the 50 years elapsed, she would once again ascend to her lofty position as the Saintess. Simultaneously, she cast a resentful glance at Li Linger, as if to say, Do you see? I have my grandfather to rely on. Even if you summon the Holy Lord, you can do nothing to me. Sensing Lin Shireen's gaze, Li Linger appeared despondent, her head drooping. Despite her unwillingness to believe that Lin Shireen would face severe punishment, it was a promise made by her master. And how could it be false? Grand Elder, the rules of the sacred land must not be broken. Your granddaughter has committed a grave offense and must be punished. Yun Luoli's delicate brows furrowed in disdainful refusal, clearly leaving no room for negotiation. Alas, the ethereal voice sighed, if the Holy Lord insists, I have no choice but to comply. Let us proceed according to the rules of the sacred land. As the words fell, the figure gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing entirely. Chapter 92. The tears of a crocodile are not worthy of compassion. Grandfather. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shireen was struck with disbelief, disregarding her pain as she scrambled to her feet. However, after just 2 steps, her ankle twisted painfully, causing her to fall to the ground. Child, the rules of the sacred land cannot be broken. Take heed of your actions. Meanwhile, the voice from the void grew fainter until it ultimately disappeared. Grandfather, please do not leave. If you abandon me, woo-woo. Lin Shireen cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face. This time, she was genuinely terrified. Gripped by profound dread, she understood all too well that if her powers were stripped away and she was confined to the Cliff of Reflection in a mortal body, it would be a fate worse than death. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Shirin's heart brimmed with unwillingness. Suddenly, she knelt before Li Linger. Junior sister, I truly recognize my mistakes. It was wrong of me to treat you that way. I beg you, as my senior sister, please plead with the Holy Lord for my sake, and spare me this once. She implored, tears streaming down her face, her appearance pitiful. Seeing this, Li Linger bit her lip, poised to speak. Yet, her words were abruptly cut off. Linger, do not be soft-hearted. The tears of a crocodile are not to be trusted. If you fail to grasp this truth, how can you stand firm in the realm of cultivation? Yun Luoli spoke calmly, her tone earnest, as if she had anticipated this very scene. Master, I understand, Li Linger replied with a quiet sigh, collecting herself. She inhaled deeply, raising her gaze to meet Lin Shirin's, and stated, I apologize, senior sister Lin, but I must take my leave. As her words fell, Li Linger executed a swift strike towards Lin Shirin's dantian. Bang! In the next moment, a dull thud resounded, accompanied by a chilling scream that reverberated throughout the entire Tianquan Peak. No, my powers, my powers. Lin Shirin wailed in anguish, her face drained of color, her eyes of vivid crimson. She could not fathom that Li Linger would dare to act, personally stripping her of her cultivation. It was well known that her aptitude for cultivation was exceptional. Within 10 years, she could have reached the realm of transformation. Yet now, all was in ruins. Li Linger, may you suffer a fate worse than death. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Shirin spun around, roaring in fury. She wished she could slay Li Linger with her gaze to vent her pent-up rage. Senior sister Lin, master is right. The tears of a crocodile must not be easily trusted. Li Linger shook her head, her expression resolute. With a sudden exhale, Lin Shirin's chest heaved violently, blood spilling from her lips as she fainted. Blue senior sister, please escort Lin senior sister to the cliff of reflection, Li Linger instructed, turning to the nearby Lan Sini. Understood, Lan Sini nodded in acknowledgement, immediately lifting Lin Shirin and departing Tianquan Peak, heading straight for the cliff of reflection. Once their figures faded into the distance, Yun Luoli stepped forward. Linger, you have truly not disappointed your master. Gazing at Li Linger, Yun Luoli smiled with approval, her eyes filled with warmth. All of this is thanks to your guidance, master. Li Linger replied playfully, performing a respectful gesture. Indeed, it brings me joy that you think so. I recall when you were but an infant, I found you in the wilderness and nurtured you with care. Now, you have finally grown up and have not neglected your cultivation. Yun Luoli spoke gently, her demeanor serene, as if imparting wisdom to her own child. Linger, you possess a pure and kind nature, averse to conflict and rivalry. I understand this about you. However, I hope you will learn to adapt to circumstances while preserving your true self, and not allow yourself to fall into a predicament again. Yun Luoli continued, her words flowing like a gentle stream, her expression calm and nurturing. Master, I understand, Li Linger replied earnestly, her demeanor respectful. Good. Yun Luoli nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before continuing. Since Lin Shirin is no longer the saintess, you shall take her place and become the new saintess of Yaozi. Master, I am unworthy. I fear I cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Please reconsider. Upon listening, Li Linger furrowed her delicate brows and promptly declined. Although she yearned to assume the position of the saintess, her age and limited cultivation rendered her unfit to command respect. Foolish disciple, I understand your reluctance to trouble your master, which is why you refuse, Yun Luoli remarked with a mysterious smile, gently patting Li Linger on the head. Fear not. With me by your side, who would dare to create trouble? As long as you fulfill your duties, leave everything else to me. Yun Luoli's unwavering smile warmed Li Linger's heart. Disciple obeys. In that instant, Li Linger bowed gracefully, accepting the arrangement with sincerity. She recognized that her master's intentions were for her benefit. Yaozi Sacred Land. Cliff of Reflection. Here lies the Cliff of Reflection, a place designated for punishing errant disciples. Perpetually shrouded in thick mist, casting an eerie and sinister ambience. At this moment, several disciples stationed at the cliff's summit leaned against the stone gate, taking a brief respite. Suddenly, a figure darted towards them with remarkable speed. Who goes there? The startled disciples quickly drew their swords, calling out sharply. However, upon recognizing the visitor's countenance, they were momentarily taken aback. Senior Sister Lan, what brings you to the Cliff of Reflection? One disciple rubbed her eyes to confirm that the newcomer was indeed Lan Sini, and hurriedly inquired. This junior sister, the sovereign has decreed that Lin Shirin, due to her violation of the Sacred Land's rules, is to be confined here for 50 years as punishment, Lan Sini explained gravely. Quickly, unlock the barrier at the gate. What? Isn't Sister Lin the Saintess? How could she be imprisoned here? Indeed, could it be that she has committed an offense that angered the sovereign? Humph, who told her to be so arrogant? She deserves this fate. Upon hearing Lan Sini's words, the disciples murmured among themselves, finding a sense of satisfaction in the situation. Hush, cease your chatter. If the elders hear us, we will be in dire straits, the leader of the disciples admonished, and then proceeded to follow orders and unlock the barrier. With a click, the barrier was lifted, and the stone gate slowly creaked open. Instantly, a chilling gust swept through, tousling Lan Sini's hair. With determination, Lan Sini carried Lin Shireen inside. Within the cliff of reflection, darkness enveloped the space, exuding an aura of dread. Cold winds howled through, reminiscent of vengeful spirits, sending shivers down one's spine. Saintess, awaken. Lan Sini gently placed Lin Shireen on the ground, urging her. As if stirred from a deep slumber, Lin Shireen groggily opened her eyes, glancing around in confusion. Upon grasping the scene before her, her body froze in shock, her pupils dilating, mouth agape. Junior sister, where is this? Lin Shireen exclaimed. Terror etched across her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. I misspoke. I should now address you as Sister Lin, Lan Sini said with a complex expression, sighing. Sister Lin, this is the cliff of reflection, and for the next 50 years, you shall remain here. With that, Lan Sini turned to depart. Please, senior Sister Lan, do not leave. I implore you, let me go. Lin Shireen, stripped of her cultivation, felt a surge of panic, clawing towards Lan Sini in desperation, grasping for the last straw of salvation. Chapter 93. The Return of Demonic Cultivators, a Crisis for the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Alas, hearing Lin Shireen's wails, Lan Sini shook her head with a heavy sigh. Sister Lin, your pleas are futile. This is a command directly from the sovereign. Suspended in midair, Lan Sini paused, her gaze flickering as she spoke softly. Moreover, I had previously advised you, yet you chose not to listen. You insisted on leveraging your status as the saintess to bully Li Linger, and now, look where you have landed, abandoned even by your own grandfather. Enough of this. I must take my leave now. Perhaps, should you still be alive in 20 years, I might return to visit you. With those parting words, Lan Sini's figure dissipated into shimmering starlight, merging into the void. Lan Sini, how could you betray my trust after I regarded you as my closest sister? As she watched Lan Sini vanish, Lin Shireen let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears streaming down her face. It's all Li Linger's fault. Were it not for her, I would not have fallen to this state. Lin Shireen gritted her teeth, her hatred surging. Such powerful resentment. Suddenly, a sinister, eerie laughter echoed, imbued with a sense of malevolence, sending chills down her spine. What was that sound? Startled by the unsettling laughter, Lin Shireen trembled, her complexion paling as she instinctively stepped back. She could distinctly sense a malevolent gaze fixated upon her. Buzzing. Meanwhile, from the depths of the ominous cliff, a swirling mass of black light emerged. This black luminescence appeared almost sentient, writhing continuously. Gradually, the light coalesced, revealing a grotesque creature. This monster bore the semblance of both a serpent and a spider, cloaked in darkness and exuding a pungent stench. Two upright black horns adorned its forehead, emanating an uncanny radiance. How the mighty saintess has fallen to such a fate. Do you not desire revenge? The creature's chilling laughter resonated as it fixed its gaze upon Lin Shireen, instilling fear. Revenge? Lin Shireen faltered, her expression laden with confusion as she regarded the creature. Yet, in an instant, realization dawned upon her, and her eyes glinted with murderous intent, fueled by boundless hatred. If you can truly assist me, I am willing to pay any price. Lin Shireen clenched her jaw, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Her demotion to the cliff of reflection was entirely due to Li Linger. If there existed a means to restore her powers, any price would be worth it. Very well. I shall aid you in reclaiming your life. The creature cackled gleefully, extending its claw towards Lin Shireen's head. With a series of sharp cracks, Lin Shireen's delicate features contorted grotesquely, blood erupting from her orifices, lifeless as a fallen flower. In the next moment, amidst the roiling black mist, Lin Shireen sprang back to life, standing once more. Yet, she had transformed entirely. Her skin was withered and aged, her eye sockets hollow, exuding an aura of decay akin to a dying tree. Lin Shireen howled to the heavens, her voice raspy and unbearable, resembling that of a wild beast. Her beauty and youth had deteriorated 100-fold. What have I become? She clutched her face with her hands, frantically pounding herself, her expression frenzied and desperate. This is the price one must pay for immense power. The creature observed Lin Shireen's torment, laughing heartily, utterly indifferent to her suffering. Upon hearing this, Lin Shireen regained her composure. She felt the terrifying power coursing within her, her eyes ablaze with murderous light. This power had reached the realm of Xianzun, a triumphant cackle escaping her lips. This is magnificent. Suddenly, the void trembled, a colossal thunderclap erupted, and torrential rain cascaded from the heavens. The downpour drenched the cliff of reflection. What is happening? Why has it started to rain so abruptly? Could it be that someone is undergoing a heavenly tribulation? Outside the cliff of reflection, the disciples wore expressions of astonishment, utterly perplexed. Humans, you must swiftly restrain your aura. If the heavenly Tao detects you, your fate is sealed. Within the cliff, the peculiar creature uttered a low warning to Lin Shirin, who, upon hearing this, Lin Shirin hastily held her breath and suppressed her aura. Though she possessed the power of a profound master, she felt as insignificant as an ant in the face of the vast heavenly Tao. Alas, even with the strength you have bestowed upon me, when compared to the Holy Lord, the disparity is akin to that between clouds and mud. The chasm between us is insurmountable. How can I possibly seek vengeance? Lin Shirin clenched her fists and roared, her eyes filled with resentment. Fear not. I have my methods. The creature chuckled ominously, then gestured toward the outside, saying, the disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land possess commendable talents. As long as you can consume them unnoticed, your strength will naturally increase. What? You want to devour others? Lin Shirin paused, a hint of hesitation flickering across her face. What's the matter? Are you afraid? The creature scoffed, saying, have you forgotten how these individuals belittled you during your downfall? Moreover, the disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land are prime nourishment. This is the only way to swiftly enhance your power. Very well, if that is the case. I shall proceed as you suggest. Lin Shirin's eyes glimmered, and after a moment of contemplation, she resolved herself. She then turned to the creature and inquired, by the way, there is one question I must address. The Yaoqi sacred lord is a formidable semi-imperial being. If I wish to secretly consume other disciples, how can I evade her divine sense? The Yaoqi sacred lord is exceedingly powerful, reportedly just a step away from achieving the emperor realm. To engage in covert actions beneath her gaze seems nearly impossible. Should she catch wind of it, death is inevitable. The mere divine sense of a semi-emperor is something I can easily contend with. You need only focus on your consumption. The creature grinned wickedly, a bloodthirsty glint shining in its eyes. Clearly, it had long coveted the inhabitants of the Yaoqi sacred land. So when shall we act? We must have a timeline. Lin Shirin furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her curiosity. Right now, let us first consume those individuals outside. The creature licked its lips, its eyes flashing with cold light as it spoke slowly. And what about you? You can't simply remain here. Upon hearing the creature's words, Lin Shirin's gaze shifted, questioning with suspicion. As for me, I will naturally need to conceal myself within your body. With that, the creature grinned sinisterly. Subsequently, its form transformed into a black mist, merging into Lin Shirin's body, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, at the cliff of reflection, outside the stone door, several disciples on guard were engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, their bodies stiffened, becoming as immobile as stone statues. Their eyes widened in horror, ultimately turning into vacant orbs. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, only a few skeletal remains collapsed to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Indeed, after consuming these few individuals, my strength has increased once more. It is truly intoxicating. The black mist surged, taking on a human form. It was Lin Shirin. Chapter 94. May I inquire, fair maiden, are you betrothed? She licked the remnants of blood from the corner of her mouth, her face revealing a look of indulgence. At this moment, her aura was even more robust than before, having reached the late stage of the transformation realm. Too weak, consuming this refuse hardly boosts my strength. It appears I must swiftly seek an opportunity to eliminate everyone. Her gaze was chillingly terrifying, reminiscent of a demon. Fear not in your consumption. With me concealing your aura, no one beneath the emperor realm shall perceive you. At that moment, the mysterious voice within her resonated. But remember, after your consumption, you must dispose of the corpses. Otherwise, discovery will lead to trouble. In response, Lin Shirin nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, she transformed once more into black mist, drifting toward another peak. In the great Yin kingdom, Yunming City, on the other side, Shen Lingxue strolled through the streets, holding her daughter's hand. Since returning home, she had taken Jiang Yu on numerous excursions, filling their days with joy. Mother, I want to eat candied hawthorn, osmanthus cake, and more. Jiang Yu tugged at her sleeve, whining incessantly, nearly drooling with anticipation. Observing this, Shen Lingxue smiled indulgently. Let us go, mother will buy them for you. She then turned and walked towards a vendor's stall. Young man, how much for these candied hawthorns and osmanthus cakes? As she approached, Shen Lingxue pointed at the treats and inquired. 1 coin for 2 skewers. How many would the young lady like? The vendor replied eagerly, his enthusiasm palpable. Give me 10 skewers and 2 jean of osmanthus cake. Thank you. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled slightly and quickly stated, "Certainly." Soon, the vendor packaged the candied hawthorns and other items, handing them to Xianxiaaudiobooks. After making the payment, she took the items and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the gazes of those around her all fell upon her. Following that, whispers of speculation arose. Good heavens! Could she be a celestial being? Wow, she is so beautiful. I'm swooning. Among the crowd not far away, several young men stared at Xianxiaaudiobooks, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Their expressions were exaggerated, as if they could not wait to rush over and embrace Xianxiaaudiobooks' slender waist. Moreover, many young women, upon catching sight of Xianxiaaudiobooks' face, were equally captivated. The reason was simple. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks' attire was simply too eye-catching. She was tall and graceful, her figure curvaceous, her skin whiter than snow, and her features exquisitely refined, making it impossible to resist her allure. Particularly, her eyes sparkled with clarity, resembling a deep, cold spring, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Even the world's most exquisite beauty appeared dim in comparison to her. Fair maiden, may I ask your surname? Might I inquire, are you betrothed? Which sect do you hail from, and what lineage do you follow? May I ask how old you are? Fair maiden, is this young girl beside you your sister? In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, surrounding Xianxiaaudiobooks and clamoring to ask their questions. These individuals were all cultivators, each possessing early-stage spiritual sea strength, quite remarkable. However, upon hearing their inquiries, a faint smile graced Xianxiaaudiobooks' lovely visage. She then looked down at Jiang and gently said, "You please tell these friends who you are." Jiang obediently nodded in affirmation, her voice ringing clear. She then raised her head and addressed the crowd. "Listen carefully. I am Jiang the daughter of my mother, not some sister. Furthermore, should you dare to harass my dear mother again, beware of my wrath." Her fierce and adorable demeanor is truly endearing. Witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled gently, her face radiating affection. What? This young lady actually has a child? Alas, what a pity. If she had given birth a few years earlier, perhaps I could have pursued her. In an instant, the crowd sighed in unison, filled with regret. My apologies for my earlier rudeness, esteemed lady. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion. Indeed, we shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell. With that, the crowd cupped their hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave. In response, Xianxiaaudiobooks merely smiled faintly, unaffected by their departure. Soon after, she cast an illusion upon her face, concealing her true appearance. Then, taking Jiang by the hand, they strolled leisurely along the street. Look, mother! There's a large gathering over there. Jiang exclaimed excitedly as they passed a tavern. Upon the second floor's railing, a delightful array of delicacies was displayed, the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, utterly mouth-watering. Since we've encountered this, let us go inside and take a look. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled softly, and together with Jiang they stepped into the tavern. At the counter, a young waiter approached them with a warm welcome. I'm terribly sorry, esteemed guests, but today our humble establishment is hosting a competition, and we are not serving customers at the moment. He surveyed Xianxiaaudiobooks and her daughter with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, what sort of competition? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, perplexed. It's a food-eating contest. If any patrons wish to participate, a fee is required. Should you succeed in the challenge, you will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. However, should you fail, the fee will not be refunded. The waiter rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly. Mother, I want to try? Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly tugged at Xianxiaaudiobooks' arm. Go ahead. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a warm smile. Yay, that is wonderful. With that, Jiang joyfully released Xianxiaaudiobooks' arm and skipped ahead, soon reaching the second floor. The space was even more expansive and well-organized than below, bustling with hundreds of people gathered in anticipation. Everyone, may I have your attention? A booming voice resonated through the room. Instantly, all heads turned in unison. A middle-aged man stood at the railing, declaring, I am Li Dafu, the overseer of this food-eating contest. The rules are simple. Whoever consumes the most will emerge victorious. As his words concluded, murmurs spread throughout the crowd, filled with excitement. This contest seems quite fair, some whispered. Indeed, though the registration fee is rather steep, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. After a flurry of discussion, the majority signed up to compete. Let the challenge commence, Li Dafu announced, waving his hand enthusiastically. In an instant, dozens of contestants rushed to the tables, ready to indulge. The sounds of ravenous eating filled the air as they devoured their meals voraciously, grease dripping from their mouths, and tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Meanwhile, Li Dafu and the waiter observed the scene from the window, their expressions gleeful. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew electric with anticipation as thunderous footsteps approached. Haha, clear the way. Let me show you how it's done, you bunch of weaklings. A robust man in black dashed into the fray. Without hesitation, he slammed his hand onto a table. With a resounding crack, the table splintered, sending dishes flying. He then opened his mouth wide and inhaled the food before him. In mere moments, he devoured the fragrant dishes, astonishing everyone around him. Is that fellow's stomach a grain storage facility? This is terrifying. This is not eating. It's like a starving ghost reincarnated. I can barely finish a piece of meat. The onlookers were left speechless, faces filled with disbelief. The remaining contestants in the competition halted their efforts, utterly unable to compete. Wow, that uncle is incredible, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration as she stood on her toes to get a better view of the man in black. Who is this little girl? The man in black noticed Xianxiaaudiobooks and raised an eyebrow, revealing a row of gleaming teeth, yet he did not cease his eating. Instead, he quickened his pace, consuming the food with wild abandon. In the blink of an eye, he polished off everything on the table, even lifting a bowl to pour its contents directly down his throat. After finishing, he let out a satisfied burp and patted his distended belly, which now resembled that of a woman 3 months pregnant. His physique had transformed, becoming even more robust. By heavens, that was truly delectable, he exclaimed with a grin. Look over there. Whose child is this? She can eat quite impressively. The crowd turned their attention to Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had an impressive mountain of empty plates stacked before her, evidencing her recent feast. Even the man in black stared in astonishment, realizing that he might not be the most voracious eater after all. Before long, Xianxiaaudiobooks had cleared her table completely. Boss, bring more dishes, she called out, her spirits soaring. Oh, Li Dafu was taken aback by Xianxiaaudiobooks' insatiable appetite, recognizing that if she continued at this rate, the tavern would surely incur a loss. Very well, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. The waiter quickly dashed to the kitchen to place an order. Soon, a fresh batch of dishes was delivered. Xianxiaaudiobooks wasted no time, devouring everything in sight. Little girl, do you still wish to eat? Li Dafu asked as he approached her, clearing his throat. Of course. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied nonchalantly, her focus unwavering. Seeing this, Li Dafu sighed inwardly and gestured to the waiter. Give this little lady 1,000 taels of silver as a reward for her successful challenge today. Li Dafu waved his hand, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Yes. The waiter promptly took his leave. Before long, the young attendant returned with several companions, laboriously transporting a hefty iron chest. With a clatter, the chest was opened, revealing a dazzling array of gleaming silver ingots. What? 1,000 taels. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers' eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Such a fortune was truly staggering. Even an ordinary person could lead a life of utmost comfort with such wealth. Not to mention, this motley crew of idlers and ruffians. At that moment, all eyes were filled with envy and resentment as they fixated on Xianxiaaudiobooks. This was money they could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Instantly, a wave of greed washed over the crowd, their eyes gleaming with desire. I don't want the silver. Unexpectedly, Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head in refusal. Li Dafu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Little girl, you can't possibly think it's insufficient, can you? No, I don't think it's insufficient. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurried to clarify. I simply feel that I've eaten a bit too much. I can't let the owner suffer a loss. Upon hearing her words, Li Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that this little girl was greedy and would ask for more than her due. In that case, please accept this token. Suddenly, Li Dafu produced a medallion from his waist and handed it to Xianxiaaudiobooks. The medallion was a deep emerald green, intricately carved with elaborate patterns. At its center, the characters for Night Blooming Sirius were elegantly outlined in gold thread. This is the VIP token of my tavern. With it, you can enjoy a 60% discount in my establishment. Li Dafu explained as he looked at her. Very well. Hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded and accepted the token. Though she had indulged herself somewhat, she was not inclined to take advantage of others. Subsequently, Li Dafu stepped to the center and announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, this grand eating contest concludes here. Thank you all for your support. As his words echoed, the crowd began to disperse. Alas, the money is spent, and we've gained nothing. One grumbled, damn it, this trip was a colossal loss. Such a waste of 50 taels, we could have feasted for months elsewhere. The crowd grumbled and left the tavern in resignation. It seems your mother has just discovered that you are quite the little foodie, xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, approaching with a smile of satisfaction. Mother, you wouldn't know, but father once told me that being able to eat is a blessing, Xianxiaaudiobooks teased, sticking out her pink tongue with a playful grin. Being able to eat is a blessing? It appears Xianxiaaudiobooks has truly been led astray by her husband, xianxiaaudiobooks replied. Bemused. Mother, I've had enough fun for today. Shouldn't we head home? Xianxiaaudiobooks tugged at her mother's sleeve. All right, let us go. With that, xianxiaaudiobooks took her daughter's hand, and they turned to leave. Soon, the figures of the mother and daughter faded from sight. Chapter 96. Husband, I realize my mistakes. In the imperial palace, the night had deepened. The mother and daughter returned to their small courtyard, only to find the candlelight still flickering within. Mother, it seems father is still waiting for us. Jiang Yue looked up at Xianxiaaudiobooks and whispered. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in agreement. Creak. The two pushed open the door to the bamboo house, where they found Jiang Chen seated at the table, a scroll in hand. Upon hearing their footsteps, he turned with a smile. Yue, you've returned. He greeted the two with warmth, yet inexplicably, his heart raced when his gaze fell upon Xianxiaaudiobooks' charming face, causing a moment of fluster. Father, what is wrong? Observing Jiang Chen's unusual demeanor, Jiang Yue asked with concern. Nothing, nothing, Jiang Chen quickly denied, then said, please, sit down. All right. With that, Jiang Yue grasped her mother's hand and took a seat at the table. Father, mother, allow me to brew you a pot of tea. It will be ready shortly. She stood to leave. Once only Jiang Chen and Xianxiaaudiobooks remained in the room, he cleared his throat softly. Why have you returned so late today? He gently set down the scroll and gazed at Xianxiaaudiobooks, his smile masking his inner apprehension. For he had never felt so nervous before. My dear husband, do you miss me? Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a gentle smile as she rose and slowly approached Jiang Chen. At that sight, his breath quickened. Xianxiaaudiobooks, you are truly beautiful. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, as if an uncontrollable fire were about to erupt from within. As Xianxiaaudiobooks drew near, a sweet fragrance enveloped him, intensifying his emotions. She halted before him, wrapping her arms around his neck and teasingly said, actually, I miss you very much too. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, wafted into Jiang Chen's senses, causing his heart to flutter. Then, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood on tiptoe, her lips brushing against Jiang Chen's ear as she softly murmured, husband, may I serve you tonight? As her words lingered, Jiang Chen felt a warm rush surge from his spine to his mind, leaving him in a state of blissful daze. All right, he managed to croak, his throat dry with anticipation. Could it be that this decades-long virgin would finally experience? As this thought crossed his mind, he swallowed hard, filled with hope. After all, in his previous life, he had never even been in a romantic relationship, let alone had any physical contact with a woman. However, in the next instant, Xianxiaaudiobooks released her hold on his neck. Husband, do you know? You look much cuter now than before. Jiang Chen was taken aback, only to realize that he had been playfully tricked by Xianxiaaudiobooks. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could he, a man of stature, allow a woman to tease him so? Nevertheless, since the moment had come, he decided to seize the opportunity. With that thought, Jiang Chen sprang to his feet, pulling Xianxiaaudiobooks into his embrace and kissing her fervently. Caught off guard by the sudden advance, Xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson. It was evident that his actions had surpassed her expectations. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated the kiss. After a brief moment, they parted, both breathing heavily, Xianxiaaudiobooks' face glowing with allure. Jiang Chen, however, appeared insatiable, yearning for more. This feeling was utterly exhilarating. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen leaned in for another kiss. Husband. No. Xianxiaaudiobooks protested, yet her tone was laced with a playful reluctance, only fueling Jiang Chen's fervor further. Accompanied by a soft moan from Xianxiaaudiobooks, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate. After what felt like an eternity, they finally separated. Husband. You now resemble a ravenous ghost of desire, Xianxiaaudiobooks quipped, her eyes sparkling mischievously. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate face flushed crimson as she softly spoke. What? Is my dear wife afraid? Jiang Chen teased with a mischievous grin. I am not afraid, Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted, her gaze evasive, her cheeks aglow as she endeavored to mask her inner turmoil. Shall we continue? Jiang Chen chuckled, observing Xianxiaaudiobooks' bashful demeanor. Husband, I realize my mistake, she said, extending a hand to cover his mouth, her voice a whisper. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Jiang Chen's lips, and he relented. Father, mother, what are you doing? At that moment, Jiang Yue entered the room with a tray of tea, her eyes widening at the suggestive scene before her. Instantly, Xianxiaaudiobooks trembled, her face turning a deep shade of red. She quickly extracted herself from Jiang Chen's embrace and returned to her original seat, casting a reproachful glare at him. Nothing much. Your father was merely helping your mother with a health check, Jiang Chen explained with a cough. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yue nodded, then handed a teacup to Xianxiaaudiobooks and another to Jiang Chen. Father, mother, please enjoy your tea. She regarded the two with a sweet demeanor. Thank you, Yue. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, accepting the cup with a gentle smile. She took a small sip and remarked, Yue, the tea you brewed is truly delightful. Then, if mother likes it, I shall make it for you every day, Jiang Yue replied with a beaming smile. That would be wonderful. Our Yue is the most filial, Xianxiaaudiobooks said. nodding in satisfaction. She then turned to Jiang Chen, saying, "Husband, you should also give it a taste." "Indeed." Jiang Chen nodded, lifting his teacup to take a sip, praising, "Yuer's tea is indeed remarkable." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's compliment, Jiang Yuer flashed a playful smile, her cheeks forming adorable dimples. "By the way, husband, while Yuer and I were out shopping today, I bought some osmanthus cake. Would you like to try it?" As she spoke, Shun Lingxue conjured a wooden box from thin air, opening it to reveal the fragrant cakes. What a delightful aroma! A rich, fresh scent of osmanthus wafted into Jiang Chen's nostrils, instantly captivating him. "Yuer, come and have a taste." Shun Lingxue beckoned, offering a piece of the cake to Jiang Yuer. Obediently, Jiang Yuer opened her mouth and took a bite. "Wow, mother, this osmanthus cake is truly delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Shun Lingxue smiled at her reaction, and Jiang Chen felt a warm sensation bloom in his heart. This atmosphere was something he had never experienced in his past life. It seemed that staying in this world was indeed quite pleasant. Yet, deep within, a flicker of unease lingered. Soon, Jiang Chen stood and made his way outside. "Father, it's already dark. Where are you going?" Jiang Yuer asked hurriedly upon seeing him leave. Shun Lingxue, too, wore a puzzled expression. "It's a bit stuffy in here. I'm just stepping out for some fresh air," Jiang Chen replied, his back turned as he waved his hand. He then pushed the door open and stepped outside. The night breeze gently caressed his face. "What was I thinking just now?" he murmured, gazing at the hazy night sky and shaking his head in confusion. Chapter 97. Unveiling Hearts, the Truth Revealed. "Husband, do you have something on your mind?" Suddenly, a soft figure pressed close to Jiang Chen, enveloped in an alluring fragrance. "What are you doing out here?" Noticing the silhouette behind him, Jiang Chen turned slightly. "I too wish to enjoy some fresh air. Is that not permissible?" Shun Lingxue chuckled softly, her delicate arms wrapped around her chest in a languid pose that was undeniably enticing. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, striving to suppress his inner turmoil. "Of course, it is," he replied with a slight smile, wrapping his arm around Shun Lingxue's slender waist. "However, my dear wife, could your actions today be an expression of concern for your husband?" At his words, Shun Lingxue's cheeks flushed, a wave of secret delight washing over her. "Husband, you have yet to answer my earlier question," she said, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Jiang Chen. "If there is something troubling your heart, do feel free to share it with me." It's nothing much, just some bothersome thoughts that crossed my mind," Jiang Chen responded with a wry smile. Shaking his head, "I see," Shun Lingxue said thoughtfully. "Could it be that your worries pertain to the matter of rebirth?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately pushed her away, a note of caution in his voice. "How do you know about this?" This was a secret he had wished to keep from Shun Lingxue, for it was his greatest concealed truth. "You need not worry, my husband. In truth, I have known about this for quite some time," Shun Lingxue said with a gentle smile, seeking to reassure him. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, and he spoke gravely. "Since you are already aware, I will relinquish this body." "Oh, my husband, you are overthinking," Shun Lingxue interjected before he could continue, her smile softening as she whispered, "After all, your rebirth was something I had planned long ago." "What?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his crossing over was intertwined with Shun Lingxue's machinations. "Truly, husband, there is no need for concern. Although this was orchestrated by me, your soul was never meant for that world. In essence, you have always been my Shun Lingxue's husband, merely returning to life through this body," she explained, a smile gracing her lips. "As for the body you have taken over, it was also created by me, while the true crown prince of the great Yan has long perished in the misty forest." Jiang Chen was left utterly bewildered by Shun Lingxue's revelations. The weight of this information was overwhelming, leaving him at a loss. "My husband, I have been searching for your soul for nearly 10,000 years, and at last, I found you in that world," Shun Lingxue said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at Jiang Chen, her voice choked with feeling. "I understand that your memories are fragmented, and it is normal for you not to recall everything. But please, trust me, I harbor no ill intentions toward you." Jiang Chen struggled to speak, his throat dry, unable to articulate his thoughts. He had never imagined that the original owner of this body was such a significant figure. "And what of Yuer? Is she truly my biological daughter?" After a long pause, Jiang Chen finally posed the most crucial question. "Indeed, she is your biological daughter," Shun Lingxue confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief, the burden of uncertainty lifting from his shoulders. "Then was my initial encounter with her also part of your design?" he inquired, still filled with questions. "Indeed," Shun Lingxue affirmed once more. "And were you not concerned that I might have chosen to stand by and not save her?" Jiang Chen pressed, a hint of reproach in his tone. "Not at all," Shun Lingxue replied, shaking her head. "Although you have lost your memories, your subconscious still desires to protect her, Otherwise, you would not have risked yourself to save you error. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile crossed Jiang Chen's face. My lord, I have imparted all that I can. The subsequent choices lie solely in your hands. Shun Lingxue remarked with a gentle smile, gracefully retreating a couple of steps to grant Jiang Chen ample space for contemplation. After a protracted silence, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. Could you elucidate what my identity was in this world? He inquired earnestly, directing his gaze towards Shun Lingxue. I regret to inform you, my lord, that there are matters I cannot disclose at this moment. In due course, you shall understand, she replied with an apologetic tone. Very well, Jiang Chen nodded, comprehending her stance, and refrained from probing further. So, this system, was it also bestowed upon me by you? He queried, summoning the system interface and pointing towards it. My lord, did you just utter something? Shun Lingxue's expression turned perplexed, as if Jiang Chen's previous words had been obscured by an enigmatic force. It appeared she was unaware of the system's existence. With a quiet sigh, Jiang Chen concealed the system interface. Ahem, it's nothing, he stated, regaining his composure after a brief moment and waving his hand dismissively. My lord, there is something I find puzzling. Shun Lingxue suddenly furrowed her brow, questioning, why is it that I have always been unable to perceive your realm? I am not entirely certain. Jiang Chen hesitated briefly before sheepishly responding. Perhaps it is due to the peculiarity of my soul? Oh, Shun Lingxue appeared skeptical, yet ultimately chose to believe him. That may indeed be the case. Your previous cultivation was already beyond this earthly realm. Even in death, your soul remains formidable. Perhaps this is why I cannot fathom it. At this point, Shun Lingxue playfully blinked her beautiful eyes and teased, however, my lord, you seem to have developed a rather more lascivious disposition compared to before, which I find quite delightful. Ahem. At her words, Jiang Chen's face flushed crimson, and he coughed awkwardly twice. He then drew Shun Lingxue into his embrace, inhaling her faint, enchanting fragrance, and softly expressed, Schwer, thank you. Shun Lingxue's body quivered slightly, her cheeks turning rosy as she shyly bit her lip. My lord, why do you suddenly say such things? It's nothing. I merely feel as though I owe a great deal to you and your mother, Jiang Chen murmured, gently caressing Shun Lingxue's hair. Although I remember nothing. Your relentless search for me over the millennia has truly been arduous. My lord, please do not think that way, Shun Lingxue replied, raising her head with determination. Had it not been for your presence, I would have likely perished in the demon realm, and today would not exist. Furthermore, I am overjoyed to be reunited with you. As she spoke, Shun Lingxue leaned against Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears as she whispered softly. Chapter 98. It is all thanks to you that my granddaughter has ended up in such a predicament. With a wife like you, what more could one desire? Jiang Chen grasped her delicate hand tightly, his voice filled with affection. He then swept Shun Lingxue into his arms and proceeded toward his bamboo cottage, murmuring, My dear, it is quite late, we should rest. Upon hearing this, Shun Lingxue's face flushed, and she shyly buried her face in Jiang Chen's chest, yet did not protest. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Chen awoke to find himself holding a soft figure in his arms. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Shun Lingxue from the previous night. Shun Lingxue slept soundly, her breathing steady, her beautiful eyes gently closed, and a faint smile adorning her lips. Jiang Chen, filled with affection, leaned down and placed a tender kiss on her lovely face. My lord. Suddenly, Shun Lingxue's eyelashes fluttered, and she drowsily opened her eyes. My dear, you are awake, Jiang Chen said, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and smiling warmly. Last night, I truly experienced your allure. Upon hearing this, Shun Lingxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. My lord, please do not speak so. Yue is in the next room. Rest assured, that little girl is still asleep. Jiang Chen replied with a mischievous grin, kissing Shun Lingxue again. Ah, my lord, how troublesome. Shun Lingxue's face grew even redder from Jiang Chen's playful advance. She then shot him a mock glare before sitting upright on the edge of the bed. By the way, my lord, I must return to the demon realm for a while. I will come to find you again when I have the time, she said apologetically, having dressed. Are you leaving today? Jiang Chen frowned at her words. Why, does my lord not wish for me to depart? Shun Lingxue observed Jiang Chen's unusual demeanor, smiling playfully. Jiang Chen nodded, contemplating. Indeed, I find myself somewhat reluctant. Hearing this, Shun Lingxue beamed and placed a kiss on his forehead, softly assuring him. Once I attend to my matters, I will certainly make time to visit you again. Be careful in all your endeavors, Jiang Chen advised, gazing at her earnestly. My lord, I am leaving now. Shun Lingxue nodded gently and transformed into a wisp of white light, vanishing from sight. Sighing, Jiang Chen watched her departure, feeling a sense of melancholy and solitude envelop him. In the sacred land of Yaoqi, atop Tianquan Peak, a conversation unfolded among several cleaning disciples. Have you heard? The saintess seems to have been rendered powerless by the Saint Lord. She can no longer progress in her cultivation and has become a mere shell of herself. I only just learned of this. It is said she was punished for humiliating the Saint Lord's disciple, another replied. Who could have predicted this? She has long been recklessly abusing her grandfather's influence, and now her comeuppance has arrived. As they spoke, a sudden black mist swept through, enveloping them and instilling terror in their hearts. They attempted to scream, but found their voices trapped, struggling in vain. When did mere cleaning disciples presume to discuss my affairs? A moment later, as the black mist dissipated, a withered, elderly woman emerged, her presence ominous. Who are you? One of the older female disciples stammered, her tone trembling with fear. You were just speaking of me. Who do you think I am? Lin Shireen, the former saintess of the sacred land, grinned malevolently, her eyes transforming into a sinister crimson hue. You are Lin Shireen. The other disciples gasped in realization. Correct, but alas, there is no reward for your correct guess. She cackled, her right hand sweeping outward as the black mist engulfed them. In an instant, the bodies of the female disciples began to dissolve, transforming into dark water. With a chilling shriek, Lin Shireen reveled in her triumph, her voice echoing like a banshee's wail. Having consumed so many souls these past few days, I have finally attained quasi-emperor cultivation. Now, it is your turn, my dear grandfather. Her gaze shifted to a towering mountain in the distance, her tone icy. Meanwhile, within the cave of Yunza Peak, a venerable elder with a white beard sat cross-legged, emanating a formidable aura that seemed to merge with the very heavens. He was none other than Lin Xingsong, the supreme elder of the Yaoqi sacred land. Who dares? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, directing a piercing glare towards a specific direction, a glint of cold light radiating from his gaze, brimming with murderous intent. Discovered already? You truly are impressive, came a voice, laced with malevolence. At that moment, a voice tinged with astonishment resounded, swiftly followed by an overwhelming aura permeating the entire cave. Who dares intrude upon my Yunza Peak, and for what purpose? Upon sensing this unfamiliar presence, Lin Xingsong's expression turned grave. Despite being at the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm, he could not discern the intruder's true strength, indicating that the visitor bore ill intentions. Grandfather, has it truly only been a few days? You wouldn't have forgotten your own granddaughter, would you? In the next instant, a frail and aged figure materialized out of thin air. It was none other than Lin Shireen. Shireen? Upon recognizing her, Lin Xingsong's countenance changed dramatically. Grandfather, you had the power to protect me back then. Why were you so heartless? Why? Lin Shireen glared at Lin Xingsong, her voice laced with resentment. Shireen, please allow me to explain, Lin Xingsong replied with a bitter smile, hastily attempting to soothe her. Boom. However, before he could finish his words, a deafening sound echoed through the cave, jolting Lin Xingsong's soul. Stop pretending. If you had saved me back then, how could I have ended up in this wretched state? I hate you, Lin Shireen screamed, her voice hoarse and filled with extreme animosity as she glared at Lin Xingsong. Shireen, there were reasons behind my actions. Please. Let me explain. Lin Xingsong urged desperately, but the more he pleaded, the more agitated Lin Shireen became. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Shireen suddenly vanished, transforming into a cloud of black mist that enveloped the entire cave. This is bad. How could my granddaughter's cultivation be so terrifying? Lin Xingsong's heart sank, and he yearned to tear through the void to escape this place. Buzz. Yet, an invisible barrier obstructed his path, rendering any escape futile. Grandfather, once I consume you, I will break through to the great emperor realm. You shall not escape today. Accompanied by a chilling voice, the black mist gradually coalesced, slowly taking on a human form, Lin Shireen. With her disheveled white hair swirling about, her visage was grotesque and terrifying, her crimson eyes exuding a bloodthirsty malice. Shireen, have you gone mad? Facing the devil-like Lin Shireen, Lin Xingsong was struck with fear. He could scarcely believe that in just a few short days, Lin Shireen's powers had surged to such heights. Ha ha ha, grandfather, this is all thanks to you. Lin Shireen laughed maniacally. If you had chosen to protect me back then, would I have fallen to such depths? Recalling the past, Lin Shireen's eyes burned red with unbridled hatred. Chapter 99. Not a single one left. All shall become nourishment. Very well, if that is the case, do not blame your grandfather for being merciless. Lin Xingsong gritted his teeth, secretly resolving to unleash his full power to eliminate her. With that, Lin Xingsong channeled all his inner spiritual energy, forming intricate hand seals to execute a profound spell. In an instant, the cave was illuminated by flashes of lightning and thunder, as a wave of destructive energy surged forth, filling the entire cavern. Immediately, hundreds of runes flew out, converging to create an ancient and vast formation, radiating an aura of extreme danger. Suppressor, Lin Qingsong bellowed, thrusting both palms forward. In that moment, the hundreds of runes erupted with brilliant light, converging from all directions to form a lifelike golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon roared, embodying the essence of destruction as it lunged towards Lin Shireen, intent on subduing her. Humph, a mere parlor trick. Yet, Lin Shireen showed no fear. A glimmer of derision flickering in her gaze. Netherworld demonic claw, she cried out, raising her hand to grasp. Boom. In an instant, the black mist surged, coalescing into a pitch-black claw, emanating a chilling aura as it advanced. Bang! The two forces collided, shattering the space around them, with the residual force sweeping outward. Uffed. Recoiling from the backlash, Lin Qingsong's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression darkened, eyes wide with horror. Since ascending to the quasi-emperor realm, it had been ages since he had coughed up blood, let alone been injured. This spoke volumes of Lin Shireen's formidable strength. Grandfather, cease your resistance. You should surrender willingly. Lin Shireen scoffed, drifting slowly towards Lin Qingsong. With her fingers splayed, a ball of black flame ignited, exuding an evil aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Ninth held demonic flame, burn. As Lin Shireen intoned, the dark flames surged forth, enveloping Lin Qingsong in an instant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The air was filled with anguished wails as Lin Qingsong's body smoked, his garments disintegrating, skin rapidly rotting away as he screamed in agony, wishing for death itself. Aya, Lin Shireen, you will not die a good death. Lin Qingsong glared at her, roaring in fury. He could scarcely fathom that he would ultimately perish at the hands of his own granddaughter. Grandfather, rest easy on your journey. Lin Shireen responded coldly, striking forth with her palm, releasing a surge of black mist that instantaneously enveloped Lin Qingsong. Shireen, stop. I am your grandfather. Lin Qingsong's voice grew increasingly faint, until it finally faded into silence. At last, I have consumed him. Return to me. Lin Shireen's expression twisted in malice as her right hand reached out, a terrifying force of attraction emerging, forcibly drawing the black mist into her body. Ha ha ha, great Emperor Realm, I have finally broken through. After refining the essence, Lin Shireen exhaled a breath of foul air, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. Boom. Suddenly, an unforeseen change erupted. The sky trembled, dark clouds churned, and arcs of lightning rampaged as the violent forces of nature surged forth, converging madly upon Lin Shireen. In a mere 3 breaths, the previously clear sky was obscured, shrouded in thick clouds, with erratic lightning dancing about, creating a terrifying spectacle. What the hell is happening? Sensing the oppressive force above, a hint of panic flickered across Lin Shireen's brow. Do not worry, I shall conceal your aura. Suddenly, the entity within her spoke. With that, a peculiar energy enveloped her physique, shielding her from the cosmic secrets. Instantly, the celestial forces quelled as if nothing had ever transpired. Thank you. Realizing the situation outside, Lin Shireen's face lit up with joy. Her eyes then turned icy as she gazed into the distant void. Saint Lord, and that little wench. Are you ready to meet your demise? Simultaneously, at the Saint Lord peak, within the grand hall, Yunluli reclined gracefully, her gaze profound, radiating a faint, cold light. Flanking her were 2 women, their countenances stern and their demeanor proud, standing respectfully at attention, awaiting her commands. These 2 were the left and right guardians of the Yaoqi sacred land, both at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. What could have caused such a terrifying celestial phenomenon above Yunza Peak? Could it be that the Grand Elder is breaking through? No. This aura does not appear to originate from the Grand Elder. Yun Luoli's brows furrowed slightly as her thoughts raced. She unleashed her divine sense, sweeping it across the entirety of Yunza Peak to ascertain the situation atop the mountain. What? The life force of the Grand Elder has vanished. Soon, Yun Luoli's expression shifted as she perceived the anomaly. This is bad. It seems our Yaoqi sacred land is under attack, she mused, rising abruptly. Following this, she formed intricate hand seals with her jade-like hands, quickly casting several spells. Swish. In the next moment, countless streams of radiant light materialized around the entire sacred land, interweaving and crisscrossing like an intricate spider's web, enveloping every corner. A deafening rumble resonated as a colossal barrier emerged, encasing the entirety of the Yaoqi sacred land. This barrier, forged from unique materials, boasted formidable defenses. Even a peak quasi-emperor would have to pay a hefty price to breach it. Come, let us venture forth at once. Yun Luoli commanded in a low voice, stepping forward and vanishing in an instant. Yes, Holy Lord, replied 2 women, nodding in agreement as they followed suit. At this moment, within the Yaoqi sacred land, in the plaza, tens of thousands of female disciples were seated in meditation, attentively listening to the teachings of the esteemed elder. Suddenly, a surge of black mist swept in, obscuring the sunlight and rendering the disciples unable to open their eyes. Who dares to intrude upon the Yaoqi sacred land? An elder bellowed, soaring onto a high platform, hands forming seals as he unleashed a blinding radiance that illuminated half the sky. Yet, he could not discern the identity of the assailant, nor did he sense any fluctuations of danger. Merely a morsel to aid in my ascension. And yet they dare to speak to me? A mocking voice echoed. In the next instant, the sky was engulfed by the black mist surging forth from a fissure beneath the plaza, sweeping over the Yaoqi sacred land. With a chilling hiss, the mist advanced, and any disciple it touched was pierced through as effortlessly as cutting through soft tofu, devouring their flesh and blood. Help! Run! Save me! The air was filled with heart-wrenching screams, sending shivers down spines. These disciples stood no chance. Any contact with the black mist meant certain death, leaving no room for resistance. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of female disciples were consumed, leaving behind only a sea of white bones. An overwhelming aura of resentment coalesced, transforming into a swirling tempest of malevolence that swept across the expanse. Chapter 100. The Earthly Fiend and Celestial Thunder Array, Lin Shirin's Complete Descent. This is impossible. Witnessing the scene, the elder's expression turned to one of horror, disbelief etched across her face. She distinctly sensed a powerful soul presence and a sinister, malevolent force emanating from the black mist, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Who are you? She gasped, her eyes wide with fear, as she took several steps back, her body trembling. Before her, a shadowy figure emerged from the mist, exuding an aura that sent chills through her very being. That figure was none other than Lin Shirin. Her face was as cold as ice, and her crimson eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Her lips pallid. She spoke in a voice that was both cold and piercing. Great Elder, do you still recognize me? Upon finishing her words, Lin Shirin raised her hand, drawing the elder closer with an iron grip, her fingers narrowing around her. You are the Saintess Lin? The elder's face was a canvas of shock, her words barely escaping her lips. Congratulations, Great Elder, you guessed correctly. As a reward, I shall grant you a swift end, Lin Shirin replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she tightened her grip. With a crackling sound, tendrils of black mist spread rapidly, enveloping the elder, eroding her flesh, spiritual energy, and soul. Spare me. The wails echoed as the elder convulsed, gradually withering away until she became nothing more than a pile of bones. Subsequently, a deep crimson glow flickered in Lin Shirin's gaze, her form expanding significantly. She stretched her waist and flexed her limbs, akin to a satiated beast. Her previously hunched back straightened, regaining its former grandeur. How had I not noticed before? It seems breaking through to this realm is so effortless. If I consume a bit more, I could perhaps reach the mid-emperor stage, or even beyond. Lin Shirin murmured to herself, a smile curving her lips, her eyes glinting with an otherworldly, blood-red light, as if she were a specter from the depths of hell. Suddenly, the surrounding void twisted and rippled, and a familiar figure materialized. It was none other than Yun Luoli. Holy Lord, you have arrived rather late, Lin Shirin remarked, casting a glance at her, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Look, I have already exterminated all of them, not leaving a single one for you. At these words, Yun Luoli's fair face turned ashen, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes glinting with frost as she gritted her teeth. That familiar aura. You are Lin Shirin. She could hardly believe that the one attacking the Yaoqi sacred land was Lin Shirin herself. It was common knowledge that Lin Shirin's Dantian had been destroyed, rendering her a mere shell of her former self. She should have been incapable of cultivation, let alone breaking through to a new realm. Truly worthy of being the Holy Lord, to recognize me at a glance. Very good, Lin Shirin laughed lightly, her voice seductive yet laced with an underlying chill. But fear not, Holy Lord, I shan't kill you so swiftly. After all, my current state is all because of you. Thus, I shall take my time to torment you to death, thereby alleviating the resentment in my heart. As soon as her words fell, she swung her right arm fiercely towards Yun Luoli. Rumbling, the force of her palm created a thunderous explosion, sending violent gusts of energy cascading in all directions, toppling structures in its wake. This is bad. Her strength has already surpassed that of an emperor. I cannot confront her head-on. Observing this scene, Yun Luoli's eyes widened in alarm, her expression grave. Without hesitation, she activated the grand formation of the Yaoqi sacred land. Instantly, boundless radiance surged forth, forming a robust barrier before her. Boom. The next moment, the palm strike collided with the barrier, akin to a boulder crashing into water, creating towering waves that rippled outward. Crack. The barrier held for but an instant before shattering into countless fragments, vanishing into the ether. What? Seeing this, Yun Luoli's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly channeled her spiritual energy to retreat 1,000 meters. Boom! The palm strike roared, crashing into the very spot Yun Luoli had occupied moments earlier. The space there erupted violently, creating a gaping maw. Chaos ensued. Ha ha! The protective formation of the Yaoqi's sacred land is nothing to scoff at, Lin Shireen mocked, her eyes gleaming with derision. Next, I shall have your most cherished disciples take your life. It shall be quite entertaining. With a scornful gaze, she raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of black mist. In an instant, the black mist spread, shrouding the heavens. The next moment, a multitude of souls emerged from the void, drifting through the air, dense and innumerable. These souls belonged to the fallen disciples of the Yaoqi's sacred land, each having endured endless torment in life. Now, they gathered, howling ferociously, their terrifying presence and wails chilling to the bone. Holy Lord, why did you not come to save us sooner? Indeed, we have fallen to this plight because of you. Why did you provoke Lin Shireen? Holy Lord, return our lives to us. In that fleeting moment, billions of souls surged towards Yun Luoli, overwhelming her in a spectacular yet horrifying scene that sent shivers down her spine. At this moment, Yun Luoli stood frozen in shock. Two protectors. Quickly form the array with me. Suddenly, she lifted her head and gazed into the distant void, shouting aloud. With a resounding crash, two figures materialized out of thin air, standing on either side of Yun Luoli, each channeling their powers and infusing their spiritual energy. Earthly Fiend Thunder Array, activate! The trio exclaimed in unison. In an instant, brilliant beams of light illuminated the heavens and the earth, intertwining and merging, ultimately forming an immense arrayed diagram. Within the diagram, countless runes pulsated, emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings. The array patterns flowed, delineating phantasmal figures of thunderous warriors, as if a tempest of lightning had descended. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world surged, transforming into intricate spiritual patterns that wove a net, encompassing an area of several hundred feet. Earthly Fiend Thunder Array, annihilate! Following this command, the three simultaneously murmured, manipulating the grand formation to unleash a barrage upon the souls. Thunderous roars erupted, shaking the very foundations of the earth. One soul after another was obliterated within the tempest of thunder, reduced to mere ashes. In the brief span of mere moments, the area within several miles had been turned into a desolate wasteland. As the final soul was extinguished, Yun Luoli's delicate figure trembled violently, blood spurting from the corner of her mouth. Forgive me, as the holy master of the Yao Pool, I still could not protect you. Tears streamed down her face as she surveyed the ravaged ruins around her, filled with guilt and remorse. All of this was a consequence of her actions. Had she chosen to eliminate Lin Shireen directly at that moment, the situation would not have escalated to such catastrophic proportions. Ha ha ha, O holy master, how ruthless you are. Once a soul perishes, they can never return. Lin Shireen could not help but laugh maniacally at the scene before her. Could it be that a certain elder has intervened? Yun Luoli exclaimed. Hearing this, she abruptly turned around, her beautiful eyes icy, brimming with lethal intent. They are, after all, your junior sisters. How could your heart be so malevolent? Am I malevolent? Lin Shireen retorted with a cold laugh, her expression darkening. When you ordered your precious disciple to cripple my cultivation, was that not malevolent? If it were not for you, how could they have perished? Upon hearing this, Yun Luoli's face paled, her eyes reddening. Indeed, I can only blame myself for being soft-hearted and sparing you, wretched beast, which led to their demise. Do you fear death? My two guardians? Yun Luoli inquired, taking a deep breath as she turned to the two elderly women beside her. Rest assured, holy master, I have followed you for so long and am fully prepared to face death, one elder replied. Indeed, it was your grace that allowed us to reach our current level. Even if it means sacrificing ourselves for you, it is of no consequence. As they spoke, a glimmer of determination sparked in their murky eyes as they exchanged resolute glances. Very well. Yun Luoli nodded slowly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Today, let us together eliminate this wretched beast. With her declaration, the three of them simultaneously offered their life essence and channeled all their spiritual energy into the array. An explosive sound erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, as strands of spiritual light flickered, illuminating the area for miles around, resembling a silver moon suspended in the sky. Immediately thereafter, a colossal thunder blade materialized, floating majestically in the air. As the thunder blade appeared, a vast and overwhelming aura swept through the surroundings, instilling fear in all who sensed it. This is bad. That power is alarmingly close to the realm of the Emperor. Lin Shireen gasped in shock upon sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the blade. Damn it, she cursed, retreating in haste. Flash. Yun Luoli uttered softly, and the thunder blade responded, slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh, pursuing Lin Shireen across the void. With a resounding crack, a massive blade of light pierced the air, spanning miles and instantly closing in on Lin Shireen. No. Lin Shireen's pupils constricted in horror as she screamed in desperation. Yet her resistance proved utterly futile. Boom. In the next moment, the thunderblade descended, engulfing Lin Shireen in an instant. The sound of shattering echoed, and then the blade dissipated. However, Lin Shireen had been cleaved in two, her flesh and blood rendered unrecognizable. Am I not an emperor? How could I perish here? Her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression vacant, filled with terror and dread. Soon after, her consciousness faded, and she met her end. At that moment, Yun Luoli staggered, blood spurting from her mouth, her vitality waning. That last strike had drained her of all her strength, leaving her at her limits. Holy Master, are you all right? The two elderly women hastily supported her. I am fine. Yun Luoli waved her hand dismissively, then produced a pill and swallowed it. Almost immediately, her pale complexion regained its color, even hinting at a potential breakthrough in her cultivation. Holy Master, we have actually slain an emperor. It is truly unfathomable. The two elderly women gazed at Yun Luoli with admiration. It was merely a pseudo-emperor, relying on illicit methods to force a breakthrough. It was to be expected that we could eliminate her. In response, Yun Luoli shook her head, still feeling a lingering fear. Although Lin Shireen was merely a pseudo-emperor, her unstable realm paled in comparison to a true emperor, yet one should never underestimate her. Had she not resorted to forbidden techniques at the last moment to forcibly amplify the power of the earthly fiend thunder array, her fate would have been sealed. Moreover, such forbidden techniques consumed life force at an alarming rate, making their use inadvisable within a short time frame. My two guardians, take these 2 pills and tend to your wounds quickly, Yun Luoli instructed, offering them 2 pills from her palm. Thank you, Holy Master. The 2 elders did not hesitate to accept, swiftly ingesting the pills and sitting cross-legged to recover. Boom. Just then, a wisp of black mist emerged from Lin Shireen's corpse. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and a vast expanse of black fog surged from the ground. Hee. As the black mist swirled, it coalesced into a grotesque specter, emitting sinister sounds. Gradually, a horned creature emerged from the mist. This is impossible. It is a demon. Gazing at the manifestation of black mist, Yun Luoli's body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes revealing intense horror. What demon? Upon hearing this, the 2 elderly women collapsed in fear. The demon race was a terror spoken of in hushed tones, known for their cruelty and bloodlust, often preying upon humanity to bolster their own strength. A mere quasi-emperor, and you can see through my origins. The voice from the black mist was eerie, resembling the cries of an infant, sending chills down one's spine. Holy Master, you must flee. I will delay them for you. The elder on the left shouted, raising her hand to prepare for a desperate fight. Bang. Unfortunately, the creature merely cast a cold glance at the elder on the right, and her body exploded into fragments. Human ants, utterly incapable of resistance. Upon witnessing this scene, the creature shrouded in black mist let out a sinister laugh. Saint, you must flee at once. Another elderly woman, disregarding her own sorrow, swiftly positioned herself in front of Yun Luoli, striving to shield her escape. Do you truly believe you can escape? The creature's mocking voice echoed from the depths of the black fog. In the next moment, an endless tide of darkness surged forth, instantly engulfing the elderly woman, reducing her to a mere skeleton. Almost immediately, the black mist lunged toward Yun Luoli, slowly enveloping her form. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the black mist writhed like venomous serpents, slithering into her body through every pore. In an instant, Yun Luoli felt her entire being stiffen, as if she had lost control over her own body. Her features contorted, revealing an expression of extreme agony, wisps of green smoke escaping from her mouth and nose. Within mere seconds, her skin began to crack, the flesh tearing away in strips. Her breath weakened rapidly, her once snow-white skin transformed into an inky blackness, with strange tendrils of dark energy swirling around her. The pitiful wails emanating from Yun Luoli were relentless. Yes, that is the sound. The more the human vermin suffers, the more exhilarated I become. At this sight, the creature's face twisted into a grotesque grin, laughter spilling forth. Suddenly, a jade vial containing a 9th-tier elixir floated out from Yun Luoli's embrace. This is the gift from Elder Jiang. Upon seeing the vial, Yun Luoli was momentarily taken aback, before recalling the white-clad man from that day. This vial contains a 9th-tier elixir. Such a treasure. Such a treasure. The creature in the black mist cackled with madness at the sight of the floating vial, its hand reaching out to seize it. However, just as it was about to grasp the vial, time around them slowed to a crawl, as if frozen in that moment. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, enveloping everything in its grasp. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the heavens, unremarkable yet imbued with a chilling, lethal intent. In the next instant, the space around them was sealed, trapping the creature in an immense vice of force. As the creature attempted to struggle, it felt as if a heavy blow struck its chest, causing it to spew forth blood. It retreated in haste, summoning every ounce of spiritual energy to counter the terrifying force. Damn it, there is nowhere to escape in the face of the power of the laws. Panic surged within the creature as it cried out in fear. Just then, a colossal finger slowly materialized in the sky, glimmering with radiance and radiating a terrifying aura that seemed capable of suppressing the heavens themselves. As the finger descended, it resembled a mountain crashing down, obliterating the very fabric of the universe. How dare you? I am a messenger of the demon lord. If you dare to kill me, you will face the relentless pursuit of my kind. Faced with this impending doom, the creature's expression shifted with alarm as it desperately invoked its background. Apologies, but I have grown weary of the typical farewell lines uttered by villains before their demise. The colossal finger ignored the creature's plea and continued its relentless descent. With a crack, the very void shattered beneath the finger's passage, leaving a narrow vacuum in its wake, effortlessly tearing apart the barriers of space. No, the creature's face drained of color, fear consuming it as it frantically tried to evade its fate. Yet, it was far too late. Boom. The immense finger descended with the force of a celestial pillar, reducing the creature to mere dust, dissipating into the ether. Simultaneously, Yun Luoli regained her ability to move. Yet her visage had become grotesque, her body marred by countless fissures as though it could shatter at any moment. Blood trickled from her lips, and she swayed unsteadily, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely intervention. Struggling to rise, Yun Luoli bowed deeply towards the heavens, her demeanor reverent. Though she remained unaware of the identity of this high being, she recognized the gratitude owed to one who had come to her aid in her moment of peril. Miss Luoli, it has been a long time. The voice resonated once more from above. Hearing this, Yun Luoli's eyes flickered, her heart racing. Could it be Elder Jiang? Though merely a conjecture, she felt an undeniable certainty, for only Jiang Chen would address her in such a manner. Hee. The voice above chuckled lightly. I did not expect you to remember me, Miss Luoli. As the words fell, a gentle breeze swept through, and a figure clad in white appeared beside her, exuding charm and elegance. It was indeed Jiang Chen. Elder Jiang, why have you come so suddenly? And, as she began to speak, a flicker of joy illuminated Yun Luoli's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a desire to turn away, wishing to hide her current appearance from Jiang Chen. After all, her visage was now nothing short of a horror. Please do not take offense, esteemed elder. My appearance is rather unsightly at the moment. I fear it may offend your eyes. After uttering these words, Yun Luoli's countenance darkened as she lowered her head. Once a paragon of beauty, her visage had been irrevocably marred, leaving her feeling utterly repugnant. Hee, Miss Luoli, you need not worry. I have never judged a person by their appearance. Jiang Chen replied with a soft laugh, his tone warm. Moreover, your beauty is not beyond restoration. With that, he waved his hand, and a gentle radiance enveloped the surroundings. This is, as the radiant light descended upon Yun Luoli, her once desiccated and decayed form astonishingly regained its luster. In just a few blinks, her previously grotesque and hideous skin gradually shed its disfigurement, ultimately transforming into a pristine and supple texture, as delicate as a petal. Ah, what is happening? Yun Luoli's beautiful eyes widened, her charming face reflecting utter astonishment. She could distinctly perceive the rejuvenation of her skin, as if she had been reborn. In merely a fleeting moment, she reverted to her former self. Thank you so much, Senior Jiang. Yun Luoli exclaimed excitedly, kneeling on the ground, respectfully bowing to Jiang Chen. There is no need for such formalities. During the last expedition to the Endless Abyss, I already owed Miss Luoli a favor. This assistance can be considered as settling that debt, Jiang Chen said, waving his hand and helping Yun Luoli to her feet, his voice warm and soothing. His acquaintance with Yun Luoli had not been extensive. This act of assistance was merely due to her having led him to the fragments of the system. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have been indifferent, for he was never one to meddle unnecessarily. The last time, Yun Luoli seemed to recall something. Well, since you have no further matters, I shall take my leave, Jiang Chen said with a slight nod, preparing to depart. Senior, please wait a moment. Suddenly, Yun Luoli called out to Jiang Chen. Senior, I have a request. She lifted her head, her gaze resolute. What is it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen halted his steps. Yun Luoli hesitated for a moment before speaking. The sacred land I established has been largely destroyed, and I am now the sole survivor. Therefore, I hope that Senior can take me in, regardless of the terms. With gritted teeth, Yun Luoli struggled to utter the words, I am willing to toil endlessly, at your command. After saying this, her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. At that moment, Yun Luoli's heart was filled with trepidation, fearing rejection from Jiang Chen. Chapter 103, Reversing Time to Save Everyone. Oh, I see, Jiang Chen said, suddenly enlightened, followed by a light chuckle. Miss Luoli, you need not worry so. I shall assist you one final time. Hearing this, Yun Luoli looked puzzled, unsure of Jiang Chen's implications. Buzz. In the next instant, with a thought, Jiang Chen activated the power of the laws of time. Instantly, the once desolate Yaoqi sacred land began to restore itself to its former glory. What is this? Yun Luoli's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. She watched in awe as the dilapidated peaks rapidly reconstructed themselves, regaining their former magnificence within mere breaths. Subsequently, the corpses of the disciples who should have perished began to float in the air. An enigmatic aura surged into the skeletal remains. Soon, the bones reformed into flesh and blood. Yun Luoli was utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. One by one, the disciples of the sacred land revived, their appearances unchanged, yet their brows bore an added gravitas. However, their gazes were vacant, clearly bewildered by the unfolding events. What is happening? What transpired? Am I not dead? We are still alive. They stood frozen for a few moments before erupting into exuberant joy, tears brimming in their eyes. Still, Yun Luoli stood quietly to the side, her heart racing as she witnessed this miraculous revival. What are you all waiting for? It is this esteemed Senior Jiang who has brought you back to life. You should express your gratitude to him immediately. After a long pause, Yun Luoli finally reacted, urgently admonishing her fellow disciples. Thank you, Senior. The disciples collectively bowed in gratitude. Then, their gazes converged upon Jiang Chen. Observing this, Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly, offering a faint smile. There is no need for such courtesy, he replied in a calm tone, devoid of any tumult. Upon hearing his words, the disciples expressed their heartfelt gratitude, fully aware that without Jiang Chen, they would have long since returned to the netherworld. Miss Luoli, this will be my final assistance to you. From here on, you must pave your own path, Jiang Chen said, looking at Yun Luoli with a measured tone. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoli's expression faltered, unsure of how to respond, yet she managed to force a smile. I shall forever remember Senior Jiang's kindness in my heart. Taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, she continued, if Senior does not mind, from this day forth, I, of the Yaoqi sacred land, wish to follow you faithfully, never to betray you. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances before kneeling in unison. Never to betray, they proclaimed in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. Very well. Miss Luoli, come with me, Jiang Chen nodded, beckoning as he began to walk away. Seeing this, Yun Luoli hurriedly followed. The two traversed through a bamboo grove, ultimately arriving at a pavilion by the lakeside. Yun Luoli surveyed her surroundings. The scenery was elegant and tranquil, providing her with a sense of comfort. Senior Jiang, you summoned me. May I inquire about your instructions? Once seated, Yun Luoli asked. Indeed, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Miss Luoli, you possess extraordinary talent and remarkable intelligence. With diligent training, you will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the Emperor in due time. However, are you truly willing to follow me? Yes, Senior Jiang, my mind is resolute, Yun Luoli affirmed, nodding her head. Although she had not yet reached the Emperor realm, she had already grazed its threshold, with only a thin line separating her from a breakthrough. Excellent. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, making a decisive choice. Then you shall now relinquish your soul imprint, and today I shall assist you in breaking through to the Emperor realm. His voice resonated loudly, echoing across the lake. Yun Luoli's heart raced in astonishment upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her composure. Yes, Senior. Without hesitation, she gathered her soul imprint from her forehead. The imprint shimmered in a cerulean hue, swirling like flowing water. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he reached out for the soul imprint. With a whoosh, it seemed as if Yun Luoli's soul was being drawn out, leaving her exceedingly weak. Uffed. She could not suppress a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale. Senior. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but hesitating, her gaze filled with earnestness. Do not worry, I am assisting you in your breakthrough. Just hold on. Jiang Chen reassured her calmly. Yes, please continue, Senior. Hearing this, Yun Luoli exhaled, feeling an infusion of strength coursing through her. She sensed a vast and boundless power continuously flowing into her body. Meanwhile, a peculiar energy began to gather within her spiritual sea, gradually forming a vortex. Boom. In the next moment, Yun Luoli felt a jolt in her head, as if something were breaking free from its constraints, racing towards her mind. Suddenly, the world before her spun, and she fell into unconsciousness. Time passed, and Yun Luoli gradually awoke, finding herself in a realm of chaos. She scrutinized her surroundings, her pupils suddenly contracting. Where's this? She felt an overwhelming force coursing through her limbs, as if they were on the verge of exploding. Wait, this power is... Yun Luoli gazed in astonishment at her arms, realizing that this newfound strength had not significantly increased. Could it be that I have already transcended to the Emperor level? The thought sent a jolt through her heart. Emperor? Such a feat is not easily attained. You must first break through the final barrier to achieve a successful advancement. Just then, an ethereal voice echoed through the air. Following the sound, Yun Luoli was taken aback to find a man clad in white, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This individual was none other than Jiang Chen. Senior Jiang, what brings you here? She exclaimed, startled, as she quickly rose to her feet to pay her respects. Haha, Jiang Chen chuckled softly, raising his gaze towards a staircase that seemed to lead to an unknown destination. Miss Luoli, may I ask what you perceive? At his prompt, Yun Luoli followed his pointed direction and looked toward the staircase. At its end, a shroud of mist obscured her view, rendering everything indistinct. Senior Jiang, I am but a fool. I can only see a thin veil of fog, nothing more. She shook her head, puzzled by Jiang Chen's inquiry, then ascended. In due time, you shall see for yourself. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously, and with that, he vanished from sight. Yun Luoli was about to inquire further, but alas, Jiang Chen had already disappeared. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and stepped onto the staircase. This scene did not escape Jiang Chen's notice, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. With each step Yun Luoli took, her body felt increasingly heavier. Damn it, is it impossible to ascend any further? She gritted her teeth, striving to push onward. Yet, she remained immobile, as if firmly anchored in place. In desperation, she halted, raising her gaze to the top of the staircase. Could it be that the key to my breakthrough lies there? This thought flickered in her mind, igniting a fervent desire within her. With fervor, she channeled her spiritual energy into her dantian, gathering all her strength into her feet, and forcefully stomped down onto the staircase. Buzz. As Yun Luoli poured all her might into the effort, the staircase trembled slightly, rippling with energy. It works. She rejoiced upon witnessing this, but her expression soon stiffened. Contorted in agony, she felt an overwhelming force surge forth, compelling her to kneel upon the staircase. Ah! Yun Luoli screamed in pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her features twisted in distress. The pressure was unbearably immense, far beyond what one at the quasi-emperor level could withstand. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating. Her knees shattered, collapsing to the ground. She attempted to rise, only to find it utterly impossible. Was this truly where her journey would end? Despair washed over her as she closed her eyes, a wave of melancholy and hopelessness engulfing her. Sigh. Just then, a sigh echoed in her ears. A gentle force cradled her delicate form. Opening her eyes, she discovered a warm hand resting on her shoulder, aiding her in her struggle. Who is it? She thought, glancing with the corner of her eye to see Jiang Chen standing before her. Senior. Upon seeing him, Yun Luoli was momentarily stunned before her excitement bubbled forth. Miss Luoli, this place is under the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. You must meditate and comprehend the essence of these laws to progress further. I can assist you only to this extent. The remainder is entirely up to you. With that, Jiang Chen's figure gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing completely. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Taking a few deep breaths, Yun Luoli regained her composure and nodded earnestly. She then sat cross-legged, adjusting her state of mind. At that moment, golden threads of law materialized from the endless chaos, swirling around her. Yun Luoli's aura surged, rising to a critical peak. This is the law of heaven and earth. Her eyes widened, sparkling with newfound clarity. The laws of heaven and earth signify the path to advancing to emperor. For a quasi-emperor to break through, one must merge their soul's power with the laws of heaven and earth. However, this process is extraordinarily arduous. Many quasi-emperors spend their entire lives without catching even a glimpse of it, for the laws are profoundly enigmatic. Concentrate. In the next instant, Yun Luoli uttered a single word. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, numerous laws descended like stars, hovering above her head. Simultaneously, a resplendent light erupted from her brow. Within her sea of consciousness, her Tao palace spun rapidly, emanating a rich aura. Soon after, an ethereal shadow slowly materialized, resembling a celestial being. This shadow was none other than Yun Luoli's soul. Merge. Yun Luoli commanded once more. Boom. In an instant, the majestic laws of heaven and earth surged forth like a torrent. Following this, her soul soared into the sky, expanding dramatically to an astonishing size. Surrounding her soul were boundless laws. Yet, at the same time, her soul began to visibly shrink, transforming from a colossal entity into something the size of a palm. The essence of her soul transitioned from ethereal to tangible, gradually merging with her true self. When the final trace of her soul integrated, Yun Luoli opened her eyes, a breathtaking brilliance gleaming within. I am on the verge of breaking through to Emperor, she murmured to herself, filled with elation. She could feel an abundance of power coursing through her veins. If Lin Shireen were to appear before her again, a single strike would suffice to annihilate her. Indeed, enlightenment comes swiftly. I had thought it would take you much longer to uncover these intricacies. A voice reached her ears, and Yun Luoli turned to see Jiang Chen standing before her once more. Senior, how is it that you are unaffected by the suppression of this place? She could not help but inquire, glancing at him in astonishment. Noticing her expression, Jiang Chen smiled. Before I answer that, do you recall what I had asked you earlier? At his words, Yun Luoli paused, suddenly enlightened. I remember, Senior asked me what I could see. Then now, tell me what you see over there, Jiang Chen nodded, gesturing towards the end of the staircase. Following his direction, Yun Luoli released her consciousness, piercing through the mist. Moments later, she withdrew her awareness, her expression a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Senior, I have seen it, she whispered. In that fog, I discerned a door. Indeed, since you can perceive that door, it signifies that the suppression here has little effect on you now. Jiang Chen nodded, as if he had anticipated this answer. Senior, did you know all along? Yun Luoli inquired in surprise. Yes, you have now completed the most crucial step, which is to merge your soul with the laws of heaven and earth. Now, continue onward. With that, Jiang Chen's figure vanished. Understood. As she continued her ascent, Yun Luoli moved forward, her steps deliberate as she approached the pinnacle of the staircase. With each stride she took, the ethereal resonance in the air surged ever more violently, rendering her efforts increasingly arduous. Each step she ventured forth drained an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, compelling her to exert herself beyond measure. Indeed, it was no simple endeavor. Gritting her teeth, Yun Luoli persevered, refusing to yield. 1 step, 2 steps, 30 steps, 100 steps, 1,000 steps, 10,000 steps. With every advance she made, the overwhelming resonance in the atmosphere intensified, as if it sought to engulf her entirely. Before long, she found herself at the precipice of 9,999 steps. At this juncture, Yun Luoli paused, gasping for breath. With a heavy exhalation, she lifted her gaze towards the resplendent golden gate before her. According to Senior Zhang's guidance, merely stepping inside would grant her the opportunity to transcend into the realm of the Emperor. Whispering to herself, she extended her hand and made contact with the golden door. In an instant, a tremor coursed through the gate, unleashing a flurry of golden runes that danced and intertwined in the air. They appeared almost sentient, swirling around Yun Luoli. She sensed her internal energy surging with vigor, propelling her towards the Emperor's domain. So this is the true essence of the Emperor's realm? She closed her eyes, savoring the moment. This state of being persisted for what felt like an eternity. An hour later, the runes dissipated, and the golden gate gradually swung open. Yun Luoli opened her eyes, her pupils gleaming with a radiant light. She gazed at the golden entrance, inhaled deeply, and stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before her shifted, and she found herself back in the pavilion where she had previously waited. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood within the pavilion, arms crossed behind his back. I pay my respects to the master. Yun Luoli quickly bowed, addressing him with reverence. Chapter 105, Ample Elixirs. Even a pig can achieve sanctity. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling her to rise, and remarked nonchalantly, Indeed, you have not disappointed me. All of this is thanks to your guidance, master. Without it, I could not have achieved such a breakthrough so swiftly. Hearing this, Yun Luoli offered a humble smile. Despite her status as an emperor-level cultivator, she could palpably sense the vast chasm that separated her from Jiang Chen, especially the suffocating pressure he exuded at all times. She even harbored doubts that if Jiang Chen wished to end her life, he could do so with a mere thought. After all, each incremental ascent within the Emperor's realm was akin to crossing a formidable chasm, nearly insurmountable. Miss Luoli, you are now an emperor. From this day forth, few in this world will be able to harm you. Suddenly, Jiang Chen turned to reveal his handsome visage. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, Do you, perchance, regret following me? Upon hearing these words, Yun Luoli was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, she offered a bittersweet smile and shook her head, saying, Master, my resolve is unwavering. I harbor no regrets. Is that so? Miss Luoli, if you were to reconsider, it would still not be too late. Once the soul imprint is absorbed into my consciousness, you shall have no opportunity to turn back. Jiang Chen's gaze met hers, his tone measured. Should you wish to depart, I will not stand in your way. Master, you jest, Yin Luoli replied with a slight smile, her tone earnest. My life was saved by you. If I were to abandon you merely because I have ascended to the Emperor's realm, what difference would I have from a beast? Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. If that is the case, then you shall remain by my side to carry out tasks henceforth. At this proclamation, Yin Luoli was filled with excitement and promptly knelt before him. Thank you, master. She bowed, declaring, should you have any commands in the future, I shall face fire and water without hesitation. Rise, Jiang Chen said, assisting her to her feet with a gentle smile. Now, I entrust you with a task. Take these elixirs and distribute them among the disciples of your sacred land. With that, he produced a storage ring and handed it to Yin Luoli. Master, do you intend to elevate the Yaoqi sacred land? Yin Luoli was momentarily startled before grasping his intentions. Precisely, Jiang Chen affirmed, his tone turning serious. Even the mightiest individual ultimately stands alone. Understanding dawned upon her. You intend to enhance the overall strength of the Yaoqi sacred land. Only in this manner can it remain steadfast in the world. Astute, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction at her words. Rest assured, master. I shall exert every effort to accomplish this task. Yin Luoli's demeanor was respectful and resolute. Go. Jiang Chen gestured for her to depart. Yes, master. Yin Luoli accepted her orders, turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she paused once more. What troubles you? Jiang Chen inquired, noticing her hesitation. Master. Yin Luoli replied softly. There is yet a matter that confounds me. Speak, he urged. The elixirs you provided, must they be distributed to every disciple? Yin Luoli hesitated before asking, for she believed that those with lesser talents were not deserving of such precious resources. Why not? Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated her inquiry, offering a calm smile as he elucidated. As long as elixirs are plentiful, even a pig can one day attain sanctity. Understood, master. Enlightenment washed over Yin Luoli, her eyes glimmering with reverence. Moreover, any disciple who reaches the saint realm must surrender their soul imprint, which you will then safeguard. In the cultivation world, one must always be wary of ungrateful wolves. Should they betray you in the future, it is wise to be prepared. At this pronouncement, Yin Luoli's expression shifted, and she nodded earnestly. Rest assured, master, I will know how to proceed. Very well, go. Jiang Chen gestured once more. I take my leave, master. With that declaration, Yin Luoli's figure gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, in the demon domain, within a dark and foreboding cavern permeated by the scent of blood, anguished cries echoed throughout the valley, chilling to the bone. In the heart of the cavern stood a woman clad in white, surrounded by the scattered remains of thousands of corpses, their blood staining the ground in a horrific display. These bodies had all fallen victim to her hand, their demise grotesque. The white-clad woman, slender and elegant, emanated an aura of lethal beauty. Amidst the carnage, her 9 tails swayed slightly behind her, exuding an undeniable allure. Xianxiaaudiobooks, you madwoman. When has my Ice Phoenix clan wronged you, that you seek to annihilate my entire lineage? A furious roar erupted from nearby. Xianxiaaudiobooks turned her gaze, her icy stare landing upon the speaker. Huang Xian, the progenitor of the Ice Phoenix clan, bloodied and battered, with half his skull cleaved away and his chest caved in. He was clearly on the brink of death. Yet, even in such a state, his ferocity remained undiminished as his scarlet eyes fixed on Xianxiaaudiobooks. It seems that the esteemed ancestor Huang Xian has a rather short memory, Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked with a soft chuckle. 1,000 years ago, I was forced to retreat into seclusion to heal from the tribulations of the heavens. Little did I expect that your Ice Phoenix clan would dare to conspire with the other 3 clans to seize my demon core during my absence. Had I not been fortunate, I would have perished long ago. Tell me, how shall I settle this score with you? Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate face was filled with a chilling aura, her voice laced with frost. At that moment, I too was compelled by circumstance. Huang Xian gritted his teeth and said, besides, you haven't suffered any loss, have you? You are indeed correct, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with an indifferent smile. There is, in fact, no loss. However, since you dared to strike, you must bear the corresponding consequences. As her words fell, a fox tail lashed out, entwining itself around Huang Xian's neck, gradually drawing him closer. Now, you may perish. Cough, cough. Huang Xian's eyes widened in horror as he struggled for breath, writhing in agony. Yet, no matter how he fought, he could not escape the grip of that fox tail. Moments later, his feet dangled in the air, his throat crushed, his pupils dilated, and his breath extinguished. The progenitor of the Ice Phoenix clan had met his demise. Observing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks released her tail, allowing Huang Xian's lifeless body to fall to the ground. Subsequently, she raised her palm. A wisp of eerie crimson light emanating from her hand as it delved into Huang Xian's body. Buzz. Almost immediately, a cerulean demon core was extracted, gently hovering in her palm. Is this the demon core of the demon emperor? Truly remarkable. Gazing at the core, Shun Lingshue's face illuminated with joy. She then composed herself, stowing the demon core within her storage ring. I wonder if my husband is thinking of me at this moment, Shun Lingxue murmured to herself, her countenance softening at the thought of Jiang Chen. Chapter 106, Subjugation of the Zhuke Clan. Whoosh. Just then, a sudden sound of wind slicing through the air reached her ears. Following that, an arrow streaked through the void, hurtling towards Shun Lingxue with unparalleled speed. Shun Lingshue's brows furrowed slightly as she reached out to grasp the arrow, glancing in the direction from which it came. In the distance, two figures lay concealed in the void. Upon recognizing their forms, Shun Lingshue's expression darkened. So it is you. Shun Lingxue, you possess immense audacity to slaughter your own kin, as if we do not exist. A man and a woman hovered in the air, their gazes piercing as they fixed their eyes on Shun Lingxue. They were none other than the progenitors of the Baihu and Zhuke clans. Shun Lingxue shot a cold glance at the pair, her voice icy. If I have killed, then I have killed. What can you do about it? Impudence. At her words, the Baihu and Zhuke were filled with righteous fury. You, a mere fox demon, have achieved this level of cultivation with great difficulty. We had initially intended to grant you a chance for redemption, yet you have proven to be utterly ungrateful. Today, we shall act in accordance with heavenly justice and eradicate you, this calamity. Ha! Shun Lingxue laughed uproariously upon hearing the threats from the two progenitors. Her laughter laden with scorn. What a notion of acting on behalf of heaven. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? With that, Shun Lingshue's lips curled into a mocking smile. I wish to see just how much your strength has grown since a millennium ago. As her words echoed, Shun Lingshue's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Swish, swish. In the next moment, her 9 snow-white fox tails whipped out like ethereal serpents, immediately sealing off the void where the Baihu and Zhuke stood, launching an intricate and cunning assault. Not good. The Baihu and Zhuchue's expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily unleashed defensive techniques to fend off the incoming tails. Boom, boom. In the midst of 2 thunderous crashes, the Baihu and Zhuke were each sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. How is this possible? The Baihu struggled to rise, his face ashen. He had not anticipated that Shun Lingshue's current strength would far exceed that of a millennium ago. Brother Bai, can you still hold on? On the other side, the Zhuke was in a more dire state, nearly having one of her legs rendered useless. At this moment, she looked towards the Baihu, her voice trembling with concern. I can still fight. The Baihu inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Very well. Let us burn our essence and attack together. The Zhuke nodded, gritting her teeth against the pain, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Baihu. Boom. The next instant, the Baihu and Zhuke returned to their true forms. The Baihu transformed into a colossal white tiger, his entire body pristine white, with sharp claws and formidable fangs. The Zhuke morphed into a fiery phoenix, flames billowing around her, raising the temperature in the vicinity dramatically. Roar! The Baihu let out a low growl, shaking the void as his massive form charged forward. With each step he took, the ground trembled violently, as if it could not bear his weight. Whoosh! The Zhuke took to the skies, her wings unfurling in a dive, showering the area with a torrential rain of fire. It seems you both intend to fight to the death, Shun Lingxue remarked, unperturbed, extending her delicate jade arms with fingers splayed wide. In an instant, her 9 foxtails extended to 100 feet, resembling 9 towering pillars. Roll! Accompanied by a delicate command, her tails swept outwards. Sizzle! In that moment, the torrent of fire unleashed by the Zhuke was completely extinguished. Simultaneously, the Baihu was once again sent flying, crashing through half a mountain peak. Shun Lingshue's tails were overwhelmingly dominant. What? The Zhuke stared at Shun Lingxue in shock, her fear palpable. Her cultivation has reached such heights. The Baihu and Zhuke were utterly horrified, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. The preceding events had unfolded too rapidly for them to process. The Baihu was the first to regain his composure, addressing the Zhuke beside him. Sister Yuanfeng, you must buy me some time while I tend to my injuries. Then I shall assist you. All right. The Zhuke took a deep breath, her wings fluttering as searing flames surged around her. She then softly chanted, and her wings suddenly expanded to a length of 30 meters. Whoosh whoosh. The flames surged, radiating intense heat, scorching the earth for miles around until it cracked and bore no life. Buzz. Simultaneously, a violent aura erupted from the Zhuke, her overwhelming presence spreading like a tempest. Clearly, she was preparing to unleash her most formidable attack. Xianxiaaudiobooks, today, you shall not leave alive. The Zhuqiue's eyes glinted with coldness as her claws danced, conjuring an endless barrage of fireballs. These fireballs contained devastating energy, warping the surrounding space and emitting piercing howls. Crash! In that moment, the Zhuqiue's wings flapped violently, transforming the fireballs into a celestial shower of flaming meteors cascading downwards. Humph! Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression was frigid as her 9 fox tails extended in unison, shielding her like a celestial canopy. Clang! 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 The fireball struck against her tails, creating a series of crisp sounds, yet could not breach her defenses. Damn it! Observing this, the Zhuqiue's expression darkened significantly. Yuanfeng, do you still wish to resist? Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed indifferently at the Zhuqiu, stepping lightly through the void as she approached. Her voice calm. If you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Her tone exuded absolute confidence. Humph, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even if the Zhuqiu clan is left with but a drop of blood, we shall fight to the bitter end. The Zhuqiue's eyes blazed crimson, her pores erupting with scorching flames, transforming into a raging inferno that engulfed the realm. Brother Bai, let us fight together today. The Zhuqiu turned to the Baihu, about to convey her thoughts. However, in the next instant, she was struck dumb. The Baihu had already fled without a trace. What? This scoundrel, promising to fight to the death, yet he abandons me and runs away. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhuqiue's complexion turned a shade of iron gray. She had clearly conferred with Baihu regarding a united front against Xianxiaaudiobooks, yet unexpectedly, this individual had chosen to flee at the critical moment. Gritting her teeth, Zhuqiu felt a sharp pain in her chest, causing her to stifle a groan as blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her thoughts raced, turning her gaze towards Xianxiaaudiobooks, and a wave of despair washed over her. No, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cultivation is far too formidable. I cannot possibly harm her. Perhaps I should simply plead for mercy. With this thought, Zhuqiu sighed internally, gradually lowering her head as she implored Xianxiaaudiobooks. I am willing to surrender my soul imprint. Will you spare my life? She was acutely aware that given her current strength, she stood no chance against Xianxiaaudiobooks. Surrender was her only path to survival. Oh, you truly intend to part with your soul imprint? Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' brow furrowed slightly as her gaze swept over Zhuqiu, appraising her. Rest assured, I would never dare to play tricks. Otherwise, you could just as easily kill me. Sensing Xianxiaaudiobooks' scrutiny, Zhuqiu hastily assured her. Although she was reluctant, the stakes of life and death compelled her to acquiesce. Very well. Observing this development, Xianxiaaudiobooks retracted her foxtail with satisfaction and gracefully descended before Zhuqiu. After all, acquiring a servant of an imperial beast was far more valuable than simply slaying her. Now, hand over the soul imprint. She coldly fixed her gaze on Zhuqiu, extending a delicate hand. As Zhuqiu beheld the outstretched palm mere inches away, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Must I truly relinquish my soul imprint to her? Such reluctance. Nevertheless, she resolved to dismiss her doubts. Gritting her teeth, she conjured a soul imprint from her forehead, allowing it to float before Xianxiaaudiobooks. Take it. Though unwilling, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Excellent, you are quite perceptive. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled radiantly as she grasped Zhuqiue's soul imprint. In an instant, a flicker of ethereal blue light surged forth, vanishing into Xianxiaaudiobooks' consciousness. Yuanfeng, I pay my respects to my master. At that moment, Zhuqiu reverted to her human form and bowed before Xianxiaaudiobooks. There's no need for that. Xianxiaaudiobooks waved her hand dismissively. Since you have pledged your allegiance, you shall remain within the demon domain for the time being. If there are urgent matters, I will summon you. As you command. Zhuqiu nodded in acquiescence, standing respectfully to the side. Master, you do not intend to take that treacherous individual under your wing, do you? Suddenly, Zhuqiu glanced at her, cautiously inquiring. Haha, of course not. Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled lightly, her gaze drifting toward the direction where Baihu had fled. He shall not escape my grasp. As her words fell, her figure flickered and vanished. Zhuqiu was momentarily taken aback before hastily following suit. Damn it, how has Xianxiaaudiobooks' strength grown so much compared to a millennium ago? Meanwhile, Baihu spat out a mouthful of blood, his countenance pale, overwhelmed with fury. He had believed that with 2 imperial beasts at his side, they could easily vanquish Xianxiaaudiobooks. Little did he expect to be met with utter defeat. Now, he bore grave injuries and was on the verge of exhausting his spiritual energy, struggling to maintain his human form. Alas, I cannot delay any longer. That woman will undoubtedly pursue me, and I shall have no chance of escape. Baihu lifted his head, scanning his surroundings with a grave expression. It seems my only option is to enter that forbidden zone, the realm of the Nether. This forbidden area, known as the realm of the Nether, was an unspeakable territory within the demon domain. It was said that once one entered, dangers lurked at every turn. Even an imperial beast might become lost within its depths. Yet, compared to being hunted down by Xianxiaaudiobooks, Baihu unhesitatingly made his decision. With a swift motion, Baihu stepped forward, tearing through the void, and in a heartbeat, he vanished several million miles away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the realm of the Nether. What lay before him was a vast expanse of blood river, spanning countless miles, seemingly endless. Yet, the waters of this river were not ordinary blood, but a thick, viscous black ichor. The stench of blood hung heavy in the air, suffocating to the senses. Within the blood, the faint outlines of corpses floated, exuding a dense aura of malevolence and malice, as if even sunlight could not dispel their presence. As Baihu approached, an intensely eerie and deathly silence enveloped him, causing his heart to tremble as though he had descended into the depths of hell. This aura was so potent that even a powerful figure at the imperial beast level would instinctively retreat. Truly, it was a realm that even the imperial beasts dared not tread lightly. Will I still be able to emerge alive after entering? Gazing at the tumultuous crimson waves ahead, Baihu inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising dread within. This is bad. That woman's presence is rapidly closing in. Suddenly, Baihu's expression shifted dramatically, terror overtaking him. Damn it. She has caught up so quickly. Could it be that Yuan Feng has already perished at her hands? Xianxiaaudiobooks was immensely powerful a millennium ago. He might have stood a chance, but now, even at his peak, he could not contend with her. Alas, my only hope lies in entering the realm of the Nether. It is the only way to escape her clutches. With this thought solidified, Baihu steeled himself and leaped into the blood river. The torrent surged violently, crashing against his form, yet his fur radiated a brilliant light, repelling the onslaught. Soon, he successfully submerged into the depths of the blood river. Suddenly, above the river, the fabric of reality warped, revealing a graceful figure stepping forth. This silhouette was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks. Master, look at it. How foolish it is to dare venture into the realm of the Nether. Is it not courting death? At this moment, Zhuke flapped her wings and perched upon Xianxiaaudiobooks' shoulder, speaking with concern. I believe we should simply depart. After all, no one can emerge from the realm of the Nether. At this juncture, her form had diminished to the size of a fist, appearing delicate and adorable. That is unnecessary. I had intended to explore this place all along. I am merely accelerating my timeline. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on the blood river, a smile gracing her lips. What? Master, you truly intend to enter? Upon hearing this, Zhuke's eyes widened in disbelief. The realm of the Nether was the most perilous abyss in the demon domain, a place where survival was a mere sliver of hope. It was said that this enigmatic blood river was born at the dawn of creation, harboring countless bizarre entities and immense dangers. Fear not, if I dare to descend. I am certainly prepared. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled charmingly, raising her right hand, where a palm-sized, crystalline disc hovered in her palm. This disc appeared simple and unassuming, resembling an ordinary stone, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Yet, upon just a glance, Zhuchua's pupils constricted, her body freezing in shock, her heart racing. Is this the Imperial artifact, the heavenly mechanism disc? Imperial artifacts, each possessing vast powers and unimaginable effects, were legendary. The heavenly mechanism disc was said to pierce the veils of fate, unravel causality, reverse reincarnation, and invert the cosmos. Indeed, you possess a discerning eye. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression remained calm as she nodded with a gentle smile. Subsequently, her gaze shifted back to the blood river, and she spoke slowly. Yuan Feng, you shall remain here. Remember, do not stray from this spot. As soon as the words left her lips, Xianxiaaudiobooks transformed into a fleeting shimmer, diving straight into the blood river. A protective barrier of spiritual energy enveloped her entire being, preventing the blood water from touching her as she descended along the river's current. Master, please do not perish. Zhuke exclaimed, her face etched with concern as she watched Xianxiaaudiobooks vanish from sight. After all, her soul imprint resided within Xianxiaaudiobooks' consciousness. Should Xianxiaaudiobooks meet her demise, Zhuke would likewise face obliteration, irrevocably lost. Chapter 108. Did I ever say I would spare you? If Xianxiaaudiobooks were to perish, she could not hope to escape her own fate. Meanwhile, beneath the blood river lay an entirely different realm. The sky here was shrouded in profound darkness, as if obscured by a thick layer of dust, with countless mountains and peaks standing tall, some soaring 100 zhang high, others majestic and imposing, while some were grotesque and terrifying, a myriad of forms. Even the flora, trees and flowers, boasted a deep, inky green hue. This scene exuded an eerie and chilling aura. The wind howled mournfully, brushing against Xianxiaaudiobooks' ears. Treading upon the blood water and guided by the celestial mechanism, She soon arrived before a colossal city, its towering walls as dark as ink, radiating a cold metallic sheen reminiscent of divine gold. This was none other than the fabled city of the underworld. It was said that when cultivators met their end, if their resentment was too profound, they would be drawn into this grand citadel, forever denied the chance of reincarnation. At last, Xianxiaaudiobooks had found the city of the underworld. A flicker of joy crossed her face upon sighting the immense structure. With a swift leap, she ascended into the air, standing poised and indifferent. Thunder rumbled, and in the next instant, she concentrated her thoughts, her consciousness enveloping the entire city. In an instant, every detail of the colossal city, every blade of grass, every grain of sand, became vividly clear to Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. How intriguing, she mused, noticing the presence of an immortal herb within the city's confines. Xianxiaaudiobooks' brows arched slightly, a spark of interest igniting within her. Oh, what is that? Soon, a look of astonishment crossed her features as she appeared to discover something remarkable. There, beside a great tree within the city of the underworld, a white tiger was ensnared by a thick vine. The vine was interwoven with runes, forming a net that firmly bound the white tiger, rendering it immobile. Its eyes were tightly shut, nostrils flaring in distress, and it was drenched in sweat, clearly on the brink of life's end. Despite its desperate struggles, it remained helpless against its bindings. Roar! Sensing Xianxiaaudiobooks' aura, the white tiger let out a desperate cry. Xianxiaaudiobooks, help me! Please, save me! The white tiger thrashed about, but its limbs were ensnared by the vine, unable to move even an inch. With a chuckle, Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but smile. White tiger, in this state, you appear rather endearing. She lifted her delicate foot and, in an instant, stepped into the city of the underworld, standing before the white tiger. Hey, stop wasting time. Hurry and save me. If you do, I promise I won't trouble you again. From now on, in this demon domain, everything will be at your command. The white tiger shouted anxiously, its demeanor frantic. It had never imagined that after narrowly escaping Xianxiaaudiobooks' pursuit, it would once again fall into her clutches. Had it known this would happen, it might have chosen submission from the start, thus avoiding all this trouble. Now, however, its lifeblood had been drained by the tree, and its cultivation had plummeted to the early stages of the holy realm. Rest assured, now that we've crossed paths, I cannot simply stand by. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled gently. With a flick of her hand, the vine was severed, and the white tiger was freed. Cough, cough, cough. Thank you. Upon regaining its freedom, the white tiger began to cough violently. At that moment, it was in a dire state, its spirit waning, patches of fur missing, and its body marred with wounds, a pitiful sight. No need for thanks. After all, if you were to die, it would be at my hands. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a faint smile. Then, she extended her slender hand, piercing through the white tiger's body. With a splatter of blood, a drop fell upon her cheek, enhancing her already stunning beauty. Yet, her expression remained placid, as if she had merely dispatched a stray dog by the roadside. Didn't you say you would spare me? The white tiger's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Xianxiaaudiobooks, its mouth opening as if to speak, but ultimately, it could only release a series of bubbling blood froth before entirely losing its breath. Spare you? Did I ever utter such words? Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. She then slowly retracted her hand, extracting the demon core. This core was a lustrous silver white, translucent and radiant, with the faint silhouette of a white tiger swirling around it. Next, it was time to claim that immortal herb. As she gazed at the demon core in her hand, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes slightly lowered. Suddenly, several vines lashed out, sweeping towards her. With a swift motion, she raised her right arm, fingers curling, instantly shattering the approaching vines. I almost forgot, I haven't dealt with this malevolent entity yet. Her gaze narrowed as she focused on the great tree before her. Ha! Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed. Before Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes, an ancient human face gradually emerged upon the surface of the great tree. The face was gaunt and twisted, with deep-set eyes and sharp, ghastly features, utterly terrifying. Its voice was low and raspy, dripping with malevolence and eeriness. You seem to be even more delectable than the last morsel. With that, its greedy gaze fixated upon Xianxiaaudiobooks, an insatiable hunger gleaming in its eyes. Humph! You dare to covet me? Xianxiaaudiobooks scoffed coldly, then lifted her delicate foot and stomped down with force. Boom! The ground trembled, clouds of dust rising. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged from her being. Her white dress billowed, and the surrounding vines receded like a tide, as though pressed by an unseen force. Noticing this, the ancient face on the tree suddenly shifted, revealing a look of caution and wariness. Indeed, you are a significant prize. I am certain that upon devouring you, my power will greatly increase. Moments later, it regained its composure, a cold smile spreading across its features. In an instant, countless vines began to writhe violently, blotting out the sun as they descended like a torrential downpour. Each vine harbored terrifying power, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as they surged towards Xianxiaaudiobooks to constrict her. Seeing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks remained calm, utterly unfazed. Is that all the strength you possess, yet you dare to act so brazenly? Her expression remained serene as she extended her right hand, a finger pointing outward. Crack! In an instant, the myriad of vines exploded, disintegrating into dust. What? The ancient face on the tree contorted in shock and disbelief as it witnessed its attack obliterated in an instant. Chapter 109. The Legendary Elixir of Immortality. Die! Xianxiaaudiobooks uttered a cold command, her right hand curling into a flick, and her fingertips erupted with a dazzling radiance. With a swift whoosh, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, its sharpness slicing through the air and unleashing a piercing shriek. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail echoed, as the majestic tree was instantly perforated, its entire structure trembling violently as if struck by lightning. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the crown of the tree shattered into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the grotesque visage that had emerged in midair was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. It was truly a fragile entity. One could only wonder how that foolish tiger had fallen prey to it. After this display, a faint smile graced Xianxiaaudiobooks' lips as she turned to depart. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous quake reverberated within the depths of the underworld city, followed by a surge of divine essence ascending skyward. It seems the elixir of immortality has fully matured, Xianxiaaudiobooks mused, raising an eyebrow. The elixir of immortality was a rare treasure, its worth far surpassing that of a ninth-tier spirit herb. Suddenly, a humanoid infant emerged from the underworld city, attempting to flee. This infant was, in fact, the manifestation of the elixir of immortality. Heh, do you truly believe you can escape under my watchful gaze? Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled softly, raising her right hand and targeting the infant, preparing to strike. In an instant, an enormous golden palm imprint materialized, encompassing a formidable might. Although her strike appeared gentle and feeble, it resembled an ancient mountain, exerting a pressure that made hearts quake with trepidation. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, akin to a bolt of lightning, shaking the surroundings. At that moment, the numerous vengeful spirits within the underworld city felt their minds sway, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. Yet, the infant, born of the elixir of immortality, remained rigid, frozen in place. Bang! As the palm descended, the void instantaneously fractured, revealing a web of cracks. Under that overwhelming force, the elixir of immortality had nowhere to hide. Spare me. Sensing impending doom, the elixir of immortality shrank back, desperately pleading for mercy. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks frowned and immediately retracted her hand. Come here. She beckoned gently, and the elixir of immortality obediently approached her. As it drew near, a rich, intoxicating fragrance wafted forth, enveloping her senses. For any cultivator below the holy realm, merely inhaling this aroma would be akin to a reward for centuries of arduous cultivation. Henceforth, you shall remain by my side, Xianxiaaudiobooks stated softly, clutching it in her hand. Yes, the elixir, though seemingly confused, nodded in compliance. In that case, let us first establish a master-servant contract. As her words fell, she delicately flicked her slender finger, a drop of crimson essence splattering onto the elixir. Sizzle! The crimson essence swiftly merged into the being of the elixir of immortality. Buzz! In that moment, the elixir radiated a brilliant red hue, akin to a searing hot iron, emanating plumes of steam. It let out a piercing cry, the sound sharp and resonant, expressing both agony and elation. Swish! After a considerable duration, the elixir finally ceased its struggles, regaining stability. As it gazed at Xianxiaaudiobooks, a flicker of fear and affection glimmered in its eyes, indicating that the master-servant bond had been successfully forged, and it acknowledged Xianxiaaudiobooks. What is your name? Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired, retracting her hand and looking at the elixir. I have no name, the elixir responded, pondering momentarily before speaking softly. No name? Then for now, I shall call you Little Herb. After a brief contemplation, Xianxiaaudiobooks declared. Thank you, Master, for the name, Little Herb respectfully replied, tilting its head in slight uncertainty. Master, are you leaving now? Yes, my daughter awaits me at home. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded, her gaze drifting beyond the layers of dark mist towards the distant south. But Master, the underworld's enigmatic domain can only be entered, not exited. Otherwise, I would not have been trapped here for a millennium, Little Herb lamented, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. The underworld's enigmatic domain was one of the 3 fabled locales of the Wind and Cloud continent, a forbidden place that none dared to approach. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had remained ensnared within its confines since its entrapment. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xianxia's enchanting eyes narrowed, a playful glint appearing. I am quite curious to see how this place can obstruct my exit. With that, Xianxia raised her hand and gestured. Boom. In an instant, the space trembled. A terrifying force enveloping the area as massive rifts in the void appeared, stretching across the horizon. This spectacle instilled terror in little Herb. Let us go. Xianxia's countenance remained indifferent as she stepped forth, soaring directly towards the rift above. Little Herb hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the shadowy void, the howling winds roared, carrying a chilling sense of menace that sent shivers down one's spine. With graceful poise, Xianxia advanced, each step sending ripples through the air. Around her, the void twisted as if ensnared in a quagmire, severely impeding her speed. In stark contrast, little Herb scampered eagerly behind her. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression turned solemn as she closed her eyes, extending her consciousness to survey the surroundings. The void here is actually sealed. No wonder Yuan Feng claimed that no one could exit alive. After a prolonged moment, Xianxia opened her eyes, her brows knitting together. She was already aware that the underworld's enigmatic domain was fraught with peril and complexity. However, she had not anticipated that even the void would be sealed. Yet, to Xianxia, this posed no significant challenge. After all, such a level of confinement could be easily shattered by her formidable prowess. Master, what shall we do? Are we truly unable to escape? Little Herb fretted, darting anxiously around Xianxia. Fear not. Though this seal is powerful, it cannot impede me. Xianxia replied with a faint smile, raising her delicate hand and drawing a circle in the air with her index finger. Break for me. In the next instant, Xianxia exhaled sharply, channeling her strength. Crack. A crisp sound resonated as a white mark materialized above the void. Following this, the mark shattered like glass, collapsing into fragments in an instant. Let us go. Having completed her actions, Xianxia extended her hand, grasping little Herb, and surged through the breach, returning to the outside world. At that moment, above the blood river, subtle vibrations quietly spread through the void. Soon after, a slender, graceful figure emerged. It was Xianxia. Perched upon her shoulder was a vibrant elixir of immortality. Little Herb. Is this the outside world? I'm finally free. Little Herb exclaimed. Nestled against Xianxia's fragrant shoulder, its gaze sweeping across the scenery with palpable excitement. Chapter 110. So terrifying, it feeds on the demon emperor. Yuan Feng. I pay my respects to my master. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, as a shimmering figure of the vermilion bird manifested, bowing deeply to Xianxia. Yes, the white tiger has been vanquished. From now on, you shall oversee this demon domain. Gazing at Zhuke, Xianxia nodded slightly and calmly issued her command. Your subordinate obeys. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, a flicker of joy sparkled in Zhuchue's eyes. Although the demon race is vast and widely dispersed, it comprises various demon kings and numerous factions. The White Tiger clan, being the second most powerful clan after the Zhuke clan, possesses profound heritage and extraordinary strength. Naturally, she felt elated at the downfall of the White Tiger. However, she dared not reveal her emotions. Stay in the demon realm for now and focus on your cultivation. Should you successfully undergo transformation, you may prove useful in the future, Xianxia continued. Moreover, from this day forth, ensure that your subordinates do not recklessly slay the human race. Do you understand? Xianxia's expression remained tranquil as she spoke. Master, your subordinate comprehends your words. But what should I do if human cultivators intrude into the demon realm without permission? Am I not allowed to kill them? Zhuke asked, somewhat troubled. There is no need to kill them. Simply strip them of their cultivation and send them back. However, if these human cultivators indiscriminately slaughter our kind, do not hesitate. Eliminate them without any reservations. Xianxia's gaze narrowed, her tone indifferent. Your teachings shall be heeded, master. I understand, Zhuke responded, a shiver coursing through her, as she promptly bowed her head and spoke earnestly. Good, Xianxia remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, her figure gradually faded, vanishing from sight. Yuan Feng bids farewell to her master. Once Xianxia departed, Zhuke exhaled with relief. Alas, the demon realm has now completely changed hands, she murmured to herself after Xianxia's exit. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Great Yin Kingdom, within a small courtyard, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. In the center of the yard, 2 bonfires blazed, adorned with strings of golden demon beast meat. A cauldron bubbled over the fire, steam rising, filling the atmosphere with an enticing fragrance. A man stood before it, tossing pieces of demon beast meat into the pot, allowing the fats to drip, intensifying the savory aroma. This man was none other than Jiang Chen. Dad, what spices are you sprinkling on the meat? It smells so good, Jiang Yue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, akin to someone intoxicated, appearing utterly enchanted. During this time, Jiang Yue had been absorbing the energy from demon cores, secluding herself day and night. Moreover, nourished by the demon beast meat and the pills concocted by Jiang Chen, her cultivation had surged to a new realm in a remarkably short period. It's nothing special, merely some basic seasonings, Jiang Chen replied cheerfully upon hearing his daughter's inquiry. As he added the last few pieces of demon beast meat into the pot, suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, a flame danced forth from his palm, leaping around the cauldron and sizzling audibly. Moments later, the demon beast meat was fully cooked, and he poured it all into a bowl. Wow, it smells amazing. Dad, your culinary skills surpass even those of the palace chefs, Jiang Yue exclaimed, inhaling the aroma from the bowl and licking her lips with delight. You chatter too much. My dear, hurry and eat, Jiang Chen said with a fond smile. They then sat at a stone table, relishing their lunch together. Hey, Dad, why haven't I seen Mom around lately? Jiang Yue suddenly raised her head, puzzled. Jiang Chen hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Yue, your mother has returned to the demon realm and should be back in a few days. After pondering for a moment, he fabricated an excuse to deflect her question, as he himself was unaware of how long Xianxiaaudiobooks would be gone. Oh, Jiang Yue replied, not doubting him, and returned to her meal, appearing exceptionally obedient. At that moment, Jiang Chen sensed something and wore a faint smile. Dad, what's the matter? Jiang Yue, sensing the unusual atmosphere, inquired with curiosity. Yue, your mother has returned, he announced. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and a graceful silhouette materialized, stepping into the courtyard. Mother! Upon recognizing the figure, Jiang Yue exclaimed joyfully. The figure was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks, clad in simple garments. Her brows resembled delicate ink, her skin as fair as snow. She appeared like a blooming lotus in full glory, breathtakingly beautiful. Her sparkling eyes shimmered with rippling depths, reminiscent of autumn waters. Moreover, her flawless visage bore an air of cold nobility, making it difficult for anyone to gaze upon her directly. Yue, look at you, with grease all over your mouth. Clean yourself up, Xianxiaaudiobooks said gently, brushing her finger across Jiang Yue's face as she approached. Jiang Yue flushed at the gentle touch, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. This was the first time in her life that her mother had caressed her so tenderly. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed at her mouth. Mother, Daddy has cooked a lot of meat today. You should come and have some. Jiang Yue blinked her large eyes, adorably inviting her mother. Haha, I see, dear, Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled at the sight. Husband, all this demon beast meat you've prepared must be from the Tianpeng clan, right? She then turned to Jiang Chen, speaking softly. Yes, if you dislike it. I shall refrain from eating demon beast meat in the future, Jiang Chen nodded, then managed a wry smile. My husband is mistaken. I simply feel that the strength of these demon beasts is too low and won't significantly benefit Yue's cultivation. If you wish to consume such meat, you could opt for higher bloodline demon beasts, which would yield more pronounced effects on cultivation, Xianxiaaudiobooks explained with a gentle smile. Oh, does my wife possess such meat? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he eagerly inquired. My husband is correct. I indeed have some, she replied, then took out the corpse of a white tiger from her storage ring. Boom. As the corpse emerged, the air around them suddenly thickened, a fierce malevolent aura erupting that sent chills down one's spine. Meow. Instantly, the orange cat in Jiang Yue's arms trembled violently, revealing a look of dread. This white tiger was all too familiar to it. Originally, the Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuke clans were the pinnacle of the demon realm. Now, the demon emperor of the White Tiger clan had been slain by Xianxiaaudiobooks, and they were about to consume its flesh and blood. As this thought surged within the orange cat, a tempest brewed in its heart. Little orange, what is wrong with you? Jiang Yue noticed the cat's unusual behavior. Momentarily taken aback, her face full of confusion. Chapter 111. Wife, it is time for our conjugal duty. Meow. In response, the orange cat merely shook its head, signaling that all was well. My dear, this white tiger appears to have reached the mid-level of demon emperor cultivation, yet you managed to kill it with ease. I am increasingly curious about your true identity, Jiang Chen remarked. Gazing at the corpse of the white tiger, Jiang Chen turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks and spoke. As his words fell, Xianxiaaudiobooks' body visibly stiffened, and a flicker of panic crossed her expression. My husband exaggerates. I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time to have the fortune of slaying it. After a moment, she forced herself to regain composure and offered a faint smile. Let us hope so. Jiang Chen shrugged with a smile, but chose not to delve deeper. Father, I am full now. At that moment, Jiang Yue patted her round belly, stood up, and beamed sweetly. By the way, Yue, Your mother has returned with a gift for you. Do you like it? Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled slightly, and then a small sprout emerged from her embrace, making its way toward Jiang Chen. Wow, what is this? It's so adorable. Thank you, mother. Upon seeing the sprout, Jiang Chen exclaimed with excitement, bouncing around while cradling it. Buzz! Instantly, the sprout radiated an overwhelming vitality that filled the entire courtyard. A rich medicinal fragrance permeated the air. Is this the immortal elixir? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he observed the sprout. My husband is correct. It is indeed the immortal elixir. I found this divine herb in the demon realm. With it, Yuer will be able to enhance her cultivation at a much faster rate. Upon seeing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled charmingly. However, my dear husband, do not think of refining it into pills, for our little Yuer would surely be displeased. Cough, naturally not. Do you take me for someone like that? Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly. After all, he had indeed contemplated refining the immortal elixir into pills. Unexpectedly, before he could act on it, Xianxiaaudiobooks had seen through his thoughts. If my husband wishes to refine pills, I happen to have other divine herbs here. Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed, seemingly already anticipating this. Oh, it seems there are indeed some other items. Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks appeared to recall something. She then took out a necklace from her bosom and handed it to Jiang Chen. Boom. As the necklace slipped from Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate hand, a tremendous force erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. All the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth seemed to be drawn towards the necklace, transforming into countless sparkling points. Simultaneously, the necklace emitted a dazzling blue radiance, resembling flowing water. What is this? Jiang Chen blinked in confusion as she gazed at the pendant in her hand. Mother, is this for me? She exclaimed with surprise. Her little face flushed with joy. Indeed, this is a protective treasure far exceeding that of imperial artifacts. Yuer must remember to wear it at all times. Xianxiaaudiobooks gently nodded, stealing a glance at Jiang Chen, her cheeks subtly tinged with crimson. Thank you, mother. Jiang Chen beamed with delight at the exquisite pendant. My husband, I too have something for you. Saying this, Xianxiaaudiobooks produced a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. I know you have a passion for pill refining. So this ring contains all the divine herbs I have collected over the past 10 millennia. Please take them. At her words, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a warm current flowing through his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, How can this be? If you give all the divine herbs to me, what will you have left? Keep some for yourself. Even if you were to get injured in the future, having a divine herb on hand could save your life. Though he spoke this way, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of gratitude within. My husband need not worry. In this world, aside from you, no one can harm me. Xianxiaaudiobooks said earnestly, taking hold of Jiang Chen's large hand. This declaration left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned, his previously tense expression softening considerably, and he ultimately acquiesced. He then reached out to caress Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate face and murmured, My wife, you have worked hard. I am delighted to be of assistance to my husband. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as she leaned against Jiang Chen's chest, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Oh dear. Is it really appropriate for you two to flaunt your affection in front of me, a mere child? Suddenly, Jiang Chen, covering her eyes with her hands, teased the couple through the gaps between her fingers. Jiang Chen and Xianxiaaudiobooks instantly turned crimson, hastily distancing themselves and sitting on a stone bench. Jiang Chen stole a glance at them, stifling a giggle. Yuer, it seems you have been somewhat remiss in your training lately, Jiang Chen remarked sternly, scrutinizing his daughter's small face. Humph, father, you are mistaken. I have been diligently practicing every day. Jiang Chen pouted defiantly. Oh, is that so? Observing her adorable demeanor, Jiang Chen feigned a serious expression. Absolutely, Jiang Chen asserted with conviction. I practice until midnight each night, not daring to slack off for even a moment. My husband, Yuer is still young. Perhaps you should not be too strict with her. Seeing this exchange, Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly intervened on their daughter's behalf. Cough. How could I be strict? It's just that ever since you returned, this little one has found a sense of security and learned to talk back, which may not bode well in the long run. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head helplessly. Yuer, come here. Suddenly, she beckoned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen obediently approached. Xianxiaaudiobooks grasped her small hand and addressed Jiang Chen. My husband, allow me to handle Yuer's training from now on. Ah, mother, I suddenly think father teaches quite well. There's no need for you to worry. Jiang Chen hastily waved her hands, fully aware that if her mother took over, her playtime would be severely curtailed. Mother, I have things to do, so I will be going out now. With that, Jiang Chen dashed away like a rabbit, leaving only a gust of wind in her wake. Yuer, wait. Xianxiaaudiobooks had not finished speaking before Jiang Chen had vanished from sight. My husband, I believe it would be best if we no longer entrusted our child to you. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed in resignation. Haha, very well. I shall heed my wife's wishes. Jiang Chen chuckled and then wrapped his arms around Xianxia's slender waist. However, since my wife has returned, let us not rush to part ways. Coincidentally, I stumbled upon a dual cultivation technique that is said to enhance our cultivation. Why don't we test its effects? As he spoke, he carried Xianxia's delicate form towards the bamboo cottage. My husband, how shameless. Xianxia's cheeks flushed crimson, and though she scolded playfully, she did not refuse. Chapter 112. A collective breakthrough, a gift from the ancestors. In the sacred land of Yaoqi, the plaza was filled with disciples from all the peaks. Gathered together. Where is our master? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Someone murmured quietly. Indeed, it is already this late. He should be here soon. Another replied in agreement. I wonder what special occasion it is today for the sovereign to summon us all. Yet another whispered curiously. Suddenly, dozens of figures soared through the air toward the plaza, dispersing in various directions. Crack. Immediately after, the fabric of the void was torn apart, and two graceful figures emerged from within. Oh. The individual behind the Holy Master appears to be named Li Linger, does she not? My heavens. Is that truly Li Linger? She is breathtaking. In comparison to senior sister Tao Yao, she is certainly not lacking in beauty. I have heard that the Holy Master dotes on her immensely. It is perplexing why that Lin Shireen would go mad and bully her. Indeed, that Lin Shireen is quite the vile character. Had it not been for the intervention of that mysterious elder who resurrected us, we would have surely perished. Thankfully, she was ultimately slain by the Holy Master. Otherwise, we would have lived in constant dread. As the numerous disciples observed the two figures, they began to murmur among themselves. Shortly thereafter, Yun Loli and Li Linger strolled gracefully towards the front of the square. They then paused on the elevated platform, overlooking the crowd. Disciples, pay your respects to the Holy Master. Subordinates, pay your respects to the Holy Master. In an instant, every individual in the square knelt in unison. All right, rise. Yun Loli said kindly, gazing down with a warm smile and nodding. Thank you, Holy Master. The disciples bowed their heads once more. They then straightened themselves. Dear disciples, the individual beside me, I trust that some of you are already familiar with her. Indeed, she is my sole apprentice, Li Linger, Yun Loli announced with a clear and resonant voice. Instantly, the square erupted in astonishment. Most had presumed she was merely a newly appointed elder, never imagining she was the Holy Master's disciple. After all, since Li Linger had been brought into the sacred ground by Yun Loli, her identity had remained undisclosed, known only to the elders of each peak. From this day forth, my apprentice shall succeed the previous saintess and assume the position of the new saintess of our Yaoqi sacred land, Yun Loli continued, expressing her hope that all would coexist harmoniously with her. Should anyone dare to bully my disciple, once discovered by me, they shall face severe repercussions. Upon hearing this, the disciples lowered their heads in deference. Li Linger, witnessing this, was equally astonished. She had never anticipated that her master would announce such a proclamation today. A surge of gratitude welled within her heart, for she understood that her master had done this to establish her authority. Otherwise, her master would not have publicly proposed to elevate her to the position of saintess. Though Li Linger was young, she was exceptionally perceptive and fully grasped the implications of this moment. Master, I thank you, she said, turning to Yun Loli and bowing deeply in gratitude. My dear apprentice, no need for formality. This matter was arranged specifically for you today, Yun Loli replied, gently stroking Li Linger's hair. Foolish child, rest assured. I shall ensure you never suffer any grievances again. Li Linger nodded earnestly, her eyes glistening with emotion. Now, I shall announce a second matter, Yun Loli declared, looking down at the disciples with a resolute voice. Then, without hesitation, she retrieved tens of thousands of bottles of elixirs from her storage ring, arranging them meticulously on the ground. Each porcelain bottle bore the inscription, Breakthrough Pill, Hiss. This is a 7th-rank breakthrough pill. Could it be the legendary elixir known for facilitating rapid breakthroughs? My heavens, the Holy Master has produced a staggering number of these. The crowd was suddenly abuzz with excitement. Silence. These elixirs were gifted to you by the elder who resurrected you a few days ago. From this moment forth, our Yaoqi sacred land belongs to the elder's faction. These elixirs were also prepared for you by him. Here, I hope you will diligently cultivate and achieve the sacred realm at the earliest opportunity. As Yun Loli spoke, she waved her hand, and the multitude of elixirs seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly soaring into the hands of each disciple. Disciples, thank you, Holy Master. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, trembling with excitement. Quickly consume them. I shall protect you, Yun Loli said calmly. Yes, thank you, Holy Master. They echoed, elated. One by one, they uncorked the bottles and ingested the elixirs. In an instant, a surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through each individual's meridians. The disciples hurriedly circulated their cultivation techniques, desperately absorbing the energy. The spiritual aura in the square swelled, becoming almost tangible and increasingly dense. Many disciples began to experience a notable rise in their cultivation levels. Within a mere quarter of an hour, thousands of disciples progressed to the late stages of the divine illumination realm, while several hundred even ascended directly to the celestial silence realm. Truly, the Elder's elixirs are formidable. Just a single pill has enabled so many disciples to elevate their realms. Alas, if only our innate talents were not so lacking. Otherwise, those at the peak of the divine illumination realm could have directly broken through to the mid-stage of the celestial silence realm. In an instant, the crowd was left in awe. Boom. Suddenly, dark clouds amassed overhead, and thunder crackled ominously. Huh, what is happening? Is this the heavenly tribulation? Damn. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Could it be that someone has broken through to the creation realm? The disciples were filled with trepidation. Fear not, dear disciples, with me present. A mere creation realm tribulation poses no threat. Yunlali replied with a calm smile, raising her hand to unleash a cascade of golden light, forming a vast protective barrier that enveloped all the disciples within the square. Next, she performed a series of intricate hand seals, uttering profound incantations. Mysterious symbols swiftly coalesced, manifesting as an enormous net that covered the entirety of the square. Buzz! Instantly, the terrifying lightning struck the protective shield with a resounding crash. Yet, it failed to penetrate. All of this unfolded before the astonished eyes of the disciples, who were left in shock. Hiss! It can even withstand the heavenly tribulation. Truly, the Holy Master possesses formidable power. Do not forget, our Holy Master is at the pinnacle of quasi-imperial cultivation. This trivial tribulation is nothing to fear. Indeed, henceforth, when we confront the heavenly tribulation again, we need not worry about falling beneath its wrath. The disciples in the square buzzed with excitement, discussing amongst themselves. This breakthrough was indeed a stroke of good fortune for them. Wait, it seems there is more than one wave of heavenly tribulation. Look, someone suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 113, Astonishment. Beyond the Emperor, there exists another realm. What? The disciples gasped in shock. Immediately, they turned their gazes skyward. At that moment, the heavens above were engulfed in a thick, oppressive cloud, rapidly converging to form an enormous thunderous serpent. Crack! With a thunderous boom, the black lightning serpent descended, striking the protective barrier above the square with tremendous force. In an instant, the barrier trembled slightly, but did not shatter. Phew, it was merely a common lightning tribulation after all. It seems it was just a feint, designed to frighten us. Upon witnessing this, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. However, Yunlali furrowed her brows, sensing that something was amiss. Logically speaking, the power of the heavenly tribulation should peak at the pinnacle of the creation realm. However, that recent strike astonishingly reached the realm of the profound sovereign. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an unsettling dissonance. Boom! Just as Yunlali was lost in contemplation, the third wave of celestial tribulation descended once more. Crack! The third wave of tribulation was significantly more formidable than the second. Nevertheless, the protective barrier remained steadfast, showing not a single crack. Witnessing the tribulation's failure to penetrate their defenses, the ominous clouds above rapidly dispersed. Observing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. They had anticipated a more formidable celestial tribulation this time. Indeed, the previous strike had terrified me. I thought the third wave would shatter the Saint Lord's barrier. Yet it seems to be nothing extraordinary after all. Splendid. With the tribulation dissipated, we no longer need to live in dread. Upon hearing these remarks, Yunlali's gaze gradually swept toward the heavens. She keenly sensed that although the dark clouds had vanished, an immensely powerful aura had locked onto the entire square. Clearly, the earlier anomaly was far from simple. A peculiar sensation suddenly arose within Yunlali. Abruptly, she lifted her gaze to the sky and spotted a colossal vortex rapidly forming in the distant heavens. Almost immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in half, frantically surging into the vortex. Soon, the vortex shrank to a size almost as small as a pinhead. Then, it suddenly expanded several-fold. A dazzling golden orb appeared in the sky, its brilliance shattering the surrounding clouds into fragments. Boundless lightning coiled around it, evoking a cataclysmic spectacle. What is this? The crowd was filled with horror, their faces reflecting palpable fear. Then, a full moon hung in the sky, surrounded by countless stars. Within it, a figure flickered in and out of visibility, shrouded in mist, obscuring its true form. All disciples, heed the command, swiftly vacate the square. Yunlali's voice resonated slowly. Yes, Saint Lord. At her words, the crowd hurriedly bowed and retreated. Once they were at a distance, they began to whisper among themselves. What was that figure just now? I have no idea, Could it be an old acquaintance of the Saint Lord come to visit? Indeed, it must be so. Consider this. That figure did not attack us at all. You are right. Over the decades, aside from the occasional visits from other sects to the Saint Lord, there have been no further disturbances. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering deeply. At that moment, however, Yun Luoli's pupils constricted, for she distinctly felt that the ethereal figure seemed to be fixating on her. Although only its profound eyes were visible, they weighed heavily upon her, as if they could see through her very soul. This sensation rendered her anxious, heightening her vigilance. She was unequivocally certain that this was no mere illusion. May I inquire who you are? Yun Luoli raised her head and asked. Indeed, my conjecture was spot on. The elusive figure replied softly. You are called Yun Luoli, correct? Precisely. Well then, come with me. Its voice was ethereal yet deep. Subsequently, there was no further sound. Whoosh. Concurrently, the scenery before Yun Luoli shifted, and in an instant, she found herself within a magnificent palace. Please, make yourself comfortable. Suddenly, a man clad in purple stood at the top of the steps, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing coldly at her. Why have you brought me here? Yun Luoli's tone was calm, yet brimming with caution. There is no need for such trepidation. I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I can assist you in transcending to higher realms. He turned to face Yun Luoli, his deep, shadowy eyes glimmering with a soul-binding intensity. Assist me? Upon hearing this, Yun Luoli felt a flicker of confusion. Indeed, a smile crept upon the man's lips. You must surely perceive the vast chasm in strength between us, correct? Yes. Yun Luoli inhaled deeply, responding. In truth, I am not from your realm. I merely passed through. The man stated nonchalantly. Yun Luoli was taken aback. Passed through? Yes. The man nodded. The so-called emperor realm you speak of is not deemed particularly strong in my world. With that, he extended his finger, tracing two arcs in the air. A stream of light shot forth from his fingertip, and the wall before them began to melt away like crystal glass. As Yun Luoli watched in astonishment, images began to materialize. Instantly, her eyes widened as she scrutinized the scenes before her. She discerned that the images depicted a desolate desert, a barren land, and an icy expanse. Is this the landscape of your realm? Indeed. The man explained with a smile. I am an elder of the demon source sect, known as Tai Shuzi. Over the years, I have journeyed through various worlds. Ultimately, I arrived in your realm, only to find the spiritual energy here exceedingly thin. The strength and talent of every cultivator are disappointingly inadequate. Furthermore, I have observed that your realm is riddled with various prohibitions, making it exceedingly arduous for you to transcend the emperor realm. Therefore, I cannot bear the thought of someone as gifted as you being squandered here. Thus, I wish to offer you this technique to help you break through your shackles and achieve transcendence. As he spoke, a jade slip appeared in Tai Shuzi's hand. Instantly, Yun Luoli felt a chill run through her, and she solemnly accepted it. Such an intricate technique. Yun Luoli examined the jade slip, noticing it was filled with dense and obscure characters. Fear not. As long as you infuse your spiritual power into it, you will comprehend the contents inscribed within. Upon hearing the instruction, Yun Luoli did not dare delay, promptly closing her eyes and channeling her energy. In an instant, the jade slip radiated a resplendent brilliance. Simultaneously, a passage of text emerged, embedding itself in her mind. Chapter 114. Rejecting a toast and accepting a punishment. The Tsang Yuming Emperor technique is a cultivation method that involves devouring the essence of a cultivator's flesh and blood. It enables the refinement of the death energy contained within the flesh, thereby enhancing physical strength. Concurrently, it can absorb the malevolent energy that drifts through the heavens and earth, thus achieving the effect of strengthening one's cultivation. A series of intricate and convoluted characters gradually surfaced within her consciousness. This technique, she opened her beautiful eyes, murmuring softly, How do you find it? Tai Shuzi inquired. This technique is truly remarkable. If I cultivate according to its principles, I may indeed have a chance to step into the realm of transcendence. Yun Luoli replied calmly. However, I cannot accept this technique. I must implore you to take it back. She directly refused. Oh, why would you not want it? Upon hearing these words, Tai Shuzi appeared remarkably taken aback. The reason being, this particular technique was undeniably too sinister for me to accept. Yun Luoli shook her head and replied, Haha, I understand now. You are concerned about being discovered by others, correct? You need not worry. Rest assured in your cultivation. With my presence, no one would dare utter a word against you. Moreover, the effects of this technique far surpass your imagination. Tai Shuzi maintained a calm demeanor, showing no hint of anger, and instead patiently elucidated. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoli furrowed her brows and said, There is no need for further persuasion, senior. I do not wish to engage in actions that go against my own conscience. Ha ha ha, if that is the case, then I shall not press you further, Tai Shuzi replied with a hearty laugh. However, There is a matter I would like you to enlighten me about. What matter? Yun Luo Li's heart stirred as she inquired. Not long ago, I sensed a fluctuation of the power of laws within your domain. Do you know who is responsible for it? My domain. Yun Luo Li was momentarily taken aback. Precisely. Tai Suzi descended the steps and approached her, gazing down at her. Furthermore, this power of laws has seemingly tainted even your disciples. Are you intending to seek out this individual, senior? Hearing this, Yun Luo Li's expression darkened. Indeed, Tai Suzi affirmed with a nod. Yet, I find it perplexing how such a formidable power of laws could manifest in your world. His brows knitted tightly. At this moment, Yun Luo Li's pupils involuntarily constricted. In response to your query, senior, I am not privy to the information you seek. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. She rose, preparing to depart. Humph, refusing hospitality while inviting punishment. Do you truly think I am so easy to deal with? Suddenly, Tai Suzi raised his hand and struck. A shadow of his palm shot forth, forcefully colliding with Yun Luo Li's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Puff! Yun Luo Li's delicate form flew through the air as if a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, her eyes widened in shock, revealing a glimmer of terror. The strike had directly injured her meridians and internal organs. Humph! A mere ant dares to deceive me. Tai Suzi scoffed, slowly stepping forward to tower over her, his gaze icy. Today, should you obediently divulge the information regarding that person, I shall spare your wretched life. Otherwise, I possess countless methods to make you wish for death without being able to attain it. Spit. Give up. I will not tell you. Yun Luo Li retorted coldly, disdainfully spitting at him. Very well. The corners of Tai Suzi's mouth curled into a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with a savage, bloodthirsty light. It seems I must first allow you to experience my methods. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out with that massive hand, gripping her head tightly as if intending to crush it. In an instant, excruciating pain coursed through her limbs and bones. The agony compelled Yun Luo Li to scream, her body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, she felt as if she were on the brink of collapse. Kill me if you must. Yun Luo Li gritted her teeth defiantly. Wanna die? It is not so simple. Tai Suzi replied coldly with a smirk. He then abruptly lifted his foot and kicked. Bang! Yun Luo Li's body was sent flying. Cough, cough. A violent bout of coughing erupted, blood splattering forth. I advise you to recognize the situation, or I shall have no choice but to extract your soul for an interrogation, Tai Suzi declared coldly as he regarded her. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise from the ground, Yun Luo Li wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She then began to chuckle softly, her laughter laced with rich sarcasm. Senior, do not attempt to deceive me any longer. If you truly possess the ability to extract souls, you would have done so from the very beginning, rather than waiting until now. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Tai Suzi's face. He had not anticipated that his intentions would be so easily discerned. After all, he had considered directly extracting her soul, yet his consciousness had persistently failed to penetrate Yun Luo Li's sea of consciousness. It felt as though a mysterious force had effectively severed his access. Nevertheless, Tai Suzi remained undeterred. He cast another glance at Yun Luo Li, smirking coldly. Ha ha, you are indeed clever. I do not wish to waste words with you. Should you disclose the whereabouts of that individual, I shall spare your life. Senior, are you not said to be in existence above the great emperor? If you truly wish to locate that person, you could easily envelop this world with your divine sense. Surely, this would not pose a great challenge for you. Yun Luo Li fixed her gaze on him and spoke indifferently. Simultaneously, she inwardly lamented. After all, she had only recently stepped into the realm of the great emperor, whereas he was a terrifying existence of the transcendent realm. The disparity between them was far too vast, leaving no hope of survival. She had already braced herself for the possibility of death. Ha ha ha, truly amusing. I did not expect my disguise to be so thoroughly penetrated by you. Since that is the case, I shall no longer conceal the truth. A hint of seriousness flickered in Tai Suzi's eyes. You are correct. Even if I were to envelop your world with my divine sense, I would be unable to detect even a trace of that person's aura. Otherwise, I would not still be here, droning on with you for so long. As he spoke, his tone was laden with frustration. Senior, what is it that you seek from this person with such fervor? Yun Luo Li inquired, her brow furrowing in a serious tone. What do I seek? Those who possess the power of laws are exceedingly rare, even in my realm. Moreover, that individual's power of laws is among the most formidable. If I could seize it, it would greatly benefit my cultivation journey. As he concluded, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. Senior, are you so confident that you can defeat that person? Do not forget, you cannot even locate him now, let alone contend with him. Are you not afraid of losing everything in your pursuit? Yun Luo Li shook her head mockingly in response. Chapter 115. Farewell, my lord. That man was able to effortlessly resurrect everyone with his own strength. Such prowess speaks volumes about the extent of his power. Though Tai Su Zi was of the transcendent realm, Yin Luo Li did not believe he could surpass Jiang Chen. Humph, a mere denizen of a small world. How could I regard him with any seriousness? I do not hesitate to inform you that my true form lies far beyond your world. What you see now is merely a projection of my essence. Should my true form descend, I would only need a single finger to crush him effortlessly. A hint of arrogance flickered across Tai Su Zi's face. What? Just a projection? Upon hearing those words, Yin Luoli felt a jolt of trepidation. Merely a fragment of his being had rendered her utterly defenseless. Did this not imply that should his true self descend, he could shatter this continent with but a flick of his finger? What might be the extent of this individual's actual prowess? Have you made up your mind? Observing Yin Luoli's demeanor, the countenance of Tai Shuzi unveiled a glimmer of excitement. Clearly, her reaction gratified him immensely. Very well, I shall guide you. Moments later, Yin Luoli lifted her gaze and spoke. Oh, you have consented? Tai Shuzi was taken aback, evidently unprepared for her prompt agreement. He had anticipated that she would prefer death over submission. Indeed, Yin Luoli nodded. However, you must accompany me to a certain location. He resides over there. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Tai Shuzi's face. What? Do you lack the courage? Who dares say that I am afraid? Tai Shuzi glared at her. I advise you not to play tricks, for if you do, your fate will be far more tragic than death. Following this exchange, the two departed the grand hall. Heading outside. Meanwhile, Yin Luoli discreetly produced a pill and swallowed it. This was the elixir she had stealthily placed in her mouth while Tai Shuzi was distracted. This pill, known as the blood transformation pill, could temporarily enhance a cultivator's power, increasing it manifold. Alas, its side effects were severe. Its use could result in substantial cultivation loss. Or worse, self-destruction of one's realm. In an instant, Yin Luoli led Tai Shuzi through layers of space, arriving in a secluded valley. As they landed, Tai Shuzi suddenly halted, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, his divine sense unfurled, sensing something amiss within the valley. He turned to Yin Luoli, his gaze darkened. Aunt, do you dare deceive me? You speak true, senior. I have indeed deceived you. As she spoke, Yin Luoli formed a hand seal and pointed. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped in a shroud of white mist. Damn it, a mere ant. Who gave you the audacity to scheme against me? Do you think that with that pill you just ingested, you can bridge the chasm between us? Tai Shuzi's fury was palpable. He then struck out with a palm. A massive shadow descending upon the void. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. Puff. Yin Luoli spat out a mouthful of blood, her once vibrant visage turning ashen. Even with the blood transformation pill, she had only managed to elevate her cultivation to the late emperor stage. Yet, against the transcendent Tai Shuzi, the disparity was as vast as the heavens, utterly insurmountable. Nevertheless, she harbored no intention of fleeing, gritting her teeth resolutely. My intention in bringing you here was never to return alive. Yin Luoli's voice resonated with a tone of finality. In the next moment, her internal energy surged rapidly, preparing for self-detonation. On the other side, witnessing this, Tai Shuzi hastily withdrew his offensive. Aunt, do you dare? He bellowed. He had not anticipated Yin Luoli's decisiveness. No wonder she dared to scheme against him. She had clearly resolved to perish together. At this moment, a hint of worry began to etch itself onto Tai Shuzi's face. Although a self-detonation at the emperor stage posed little threat to him, Yin Luoli was acquainted with a being of law, and should she perish, the lead would be utterly severed. Finding that individual again would prove insurmountably difficult. Damn it, cease this at once. Tai Shuzi shouted urgently, but Yin Luoli remained oblivious. Slowly, she raised her arms. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy coalesced, forming a tempestuous wave. Master, farewell. Ultimately, with a whisper, tears welling in her eyes, Yin Luoli gently closed her beautiful lids. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the entire space began to tremble violently. Boom. In the next moment, Yin Luoli's form erupted violently. A colossal wave of energy surged outward, overwhelming all in its path. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding explosions echoed as Yin Luoli's figure disintegrated into the ether, reduced to mere ashes. Tai Shuzi roared, his eyes aflame, a tempest of murderous intent swirling around him. Aunt, how dare you? Following this, he unleashed a punch. Crack. The space shattered, revealing a pitch-black rift stretching for thousands of feet. The residual force from this punch swept across the 8 directions, leveling the entire valley to the ground. After a long while, as the dust settled, Tai Shuzi stood alone, his expression chillingly cold. This time, not only had he gained nothing, but he had also been outmaneuvered by Yin Luoli. Damn. At this moment, Tai Shuzi ground his teeth in resentment. He never imagined that Yun Luoli would be so ruthless, preferring self-destruction to revealing a single word. Yet, just as Tai Shuzi seethed with rage, he felt a sudden tremor in his brow, sensing an impending crisis. What was this ominous feeling? His face contorted in disbelief. He began to calculate his fate, his expression shifting abruptly. How is this possible? He was horrified to discover a black line manifesting over his lifespan. It must be noted that he was a cultivator of the transcendent realm. Logically, his current lifespan should suffice to allow him to exist for quite some time. Yet, at this moment, the appearance of such a black line was utterly perplexing. This indicated that he would face certain unpredictable calamities in the future, potentially even losing his life. With this realization, his pupils constricted, his heart racing uncontrollably. Impossible. Could there truly exist an entity in this realm capable of threatening me? Tai Shuzi's expression grew grave. After a prolonged contemplation, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Ha ha ha. I am merely overthinking. Even if such a being exists, so what? I am but a fragment of my true self. Even if I fall, it would merely be a significant injury to my soul. Once my true body returns, this minuscule world could be obliterated in an instant. Tai Shuzi sneered repeatedly, evidently brimming with confidence in his power. Yet, he remained unaware that this time might very well be his last opportunity to gaze upon this beautiful world. In the great Yin kingdom, within the royal palace. Simultaneously, in a quaint courtyard, in a bamboo house imbued with antiquity, Jiang Chen and Xianxiaaudiobooks awoke leisurely after a night of dual cultivation. As dawn broke, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, rising from the bed. Darling, you are awake. Xianxiaaudiobooks, blushing profusely, hurriedly assisted him in dressing. Indeed, my dear wife. You worked hard last night. I must be somewhat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. Not at all. I did not mind in the least. Xianxiaaudiobooks lowered her head, her lovely face aflame, resembling a rose freshly in bloom. My lord, I shall take my leave to prepare your breakfast. After we have dined, I will guide you in her cultivation, murmured Xianxiaaudiobooks, her voice as gentle as flowing water, imbued with sweetness. Very well, my dear wife. Your efforts during this time are greatly appreciated, Jiang Chen replied with a nod. Then, I shall take my leave, she said, gracefully departing the bamboo hut, leaving behind a mesmerizing figure. Suddenly, a resonating hum echoed within his mind. Jiang Chen pondered, his brows furrowing as he began to investigate. To his astonishment, the soul imprint that once belonged to Yun Luoli had shattered completely. The woman had perished. A shadow fell across Jiang Chen's countenance, cold light flickering within his eyes. His spirits plummeted, for he had promised Yun Luoli that he would always protect her. Yet now, such an unforeseen tragedy had occurred. Memories of Yun Luoli's final moments surged into him through the remnants of her soul imprint. A myriad of emotions played across Jiang Chen's visage. Why did you choose such a path? He murmured, a complex expression etched upon his face. It appeared that in her dying moments, she had employed a secret technique in a desperate bid to take her enemies down with her. Her unwavering loyalty and determination were commendable. Recalling her last words, Jiang Chen could not suppress a deep sigh. Yet he understood that with Yun Luoli's strength, escape had been an impossibility. Thus, she had resorted to self-destruction to evade further torment. Ding. System task activated. Please eliminate the external cultivator, Tai Shuzi, within the designated time frame. Upon successful completion of this task, the reward will be the divine level technique, Chaos Extreme Dao Formula. The system's notification reverberated in his mind once more. Even without your directives, I am resolute in my intent to slay this man, Jiang Chen declared, a tide of murderous intent surging in his gaze. Tai Shuzi must die. With a thought, his figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Tai Shuzi had returned to his palace. Sitting cross-legged, he began to adjust his state through the cultivation technique. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled a cloud of stale air, regaining his composure. Damn this black line. It appears I cannot sever it no matter what, he muttered, his brow furrowing. It seems I must wait until this clone returns to my true form before devising a method to extricate it. As this realization dawned upon him, Tai Shuzi let out a subtle breath of relief. What is this? Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, his eyes snapping open as he scanned his surroundings. A moment later, his expression darkened ominously. What is happening? Where am I? He bellowed, his features contorting with fury as his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Before him lay a vast expanse of ice and snow, an oppressive chill permeating the air. This is your final resting place. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a breeze from the underworld, sending shivers down his spine. Who are you? Tai Shuzi exclaimed, terror-stricken, unable to discern the source of the voice, feeling no presence whatsoever. The next instant, an icy wave of cold enveloped him, and before he could react, He cried out in anguish, his body rendered immobile as if encased in ice. "You wretched being, reveal yourself," Taishuzi shouted, his face a mask of horror as he summoned all his strength, yet it bore no fruit. In his panicked gaze, a gray mist began to materialize before him. "What is this?" Taishuzi's countenance shifted dramatically. "Who are you?" He ground out between clenched teeth, fury boiling within him. "You are not worthy to know." The mist replied coldly. With those words, Taishuzi erupted with rage. "How dare you? I am an elder of the Demon Source sect. And you presume to declare my worth?" His face twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. "Regardless of who you are, for the death of my servant, you shall pay with your life." The mist retorted ominously. In an instant, it raised a massive arm and struck down with tremendous force. The very air trembled as if mountains were collapsing. The sheer might of the blow was terrifying. "Arrogant fool." Taishuzi's eyes narrowed, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." With a resounding clap, Taishuzi's right palm spread wide and fell with ferocity. In a flash, two vast, inexhaustible forces collided, unleashing a tempest of wind. A deafening explosion echoed as the mist erupted violently. "Ha ha ha, mere insects are still mere insects." Taishuzi guffawed, reveling in his apparent triumph. "Have you celebrated too soon?" Yet. The next moment, a calm voice reached his ears. "What?" Taishuzi was taken aback, swiftly turning toward the source. But what he beheld left him utterly stunned. Before him stood a man clad in white, his gaze icy and fixed upon Taishuzi. This man was none other than Jiang Chen. In that instant, Taishuzi experienced an uncanny sensation, as if the figure before him had merged with the very fabric of the cosmos. This familiar aura of laws. "You must be the master she spoke of?" After a brief moment of bewilderment, Taishuzi quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes as he stared intently at Jiang Chen. "You do not speak?" he inquired. Jiang Chen remained silent, his expression tranquil as a placid lake, yet a flicker of golden light danced in his eyes. "Ha ha, fortune smiles upon me. I have been searching for you, and here you are, presenting yourself willingly." Taishuzi laughed boisterously. "You may possess some uniqueness, but that is all. Are you not going to make your move?" Taishuzi's brows arched slightly. Jiang Chen remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back, observing him with indifference. "Do you truly believe you can surpass me?" Taishuzi scoffed, confident in his superiority, for this clone's realm transcended the first layer of heaven. "Not going to speak? Then perish." Taishuzi roared, unleashing his most formidable technique in a lethal assault against Jiang Chen. A hum reverberated as he thrust his palm forward, causing the void to tremble and manifest thousands of blades in the air. These blades, cutting through the atmosphere with a slicing sound, surged toward Jiang Chen with deadly intent. "Humph." Jiang Chen remained expressionless, a cold snort escaping his lips as he gradually raised his palm, seemingly unhurried in his response. His strike appeared mundane, devoid of any embellishment. However, at the moment this strike was unleashed, the void trembled violently, as if ensnared by some unseen force, coming to a standstill. Almost immediately, the thousands of sword blades suspended in the air dissipated in a most peculiar manner. What kind of power is this? The sinister smile upon Taishuzi's face abruptly froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief. A profound sense of crisis surged within him, as if he had plunged into the abyss of death. "Flee!" Instinctively, Taishuzi turned abruptly, seeking to escape. It was too late. Jiang Chen shook his head and calmly uttered two words. Bang! In the next instant, he appeared to casually extend a finger and gently flick it. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted, racing like lightning towards the center of Taishuzi's brow. The speed of this red light was astonishing, and the destructive force it contained sent chills down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. How could this be? Taishuzi's heart raced violently, utterly unable to evade. In that critical moment, he summoned an imperial weapon to shield himself. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound of collision, the imperial weapon shattered instantly, splintering like glass into countless sparkling fragments that vanished into the void. Uft! Then, the red light pierced directly through Taishuzi's forehead, leading to his instantaneous demise. Ultimately, his physical form was devoid of life, leaving only a wisp of his soul behind. How could this be? I have actually been defeated. At this moment, Taishuzi's eyes widened in shock and confusion. He never imagined that a mere inhabitant of a small world could possess such terrifying strength. It is worth noting that even a cultivator transcending the second celestial realm would find it exceedingly difficult to harm him. Yet, Jiang Chen had effortlessly shattered his physical defenses with a mere finger. Could it be that he has already stepped into the fifth tier of transcendence? A nearly frenzied thought sprang forth in Taishuzi's mind. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing this conjecture. If he had truly reached such heights of transcendence, why would he conceal himself within this small world? Moreover, Transcending realms is not an easy feat to achieve. Tai Shuzi found it utterly hard to believe. He never anticipated that his avatar, having just entered this world, would meet such an untimely demise. How infuriating! Upon realizing this, Tai Shuzi's heart brimmed with resentment. "Aunt, you shall wait for me. When my true self descends, I shall surely trample this realm." At this moment, Tai Shuzi roared with venomous fury. Hearing this, Jiang Chen merely raised an eyebrow. He did not intervene, allowing Tai Shuzi's wisp of soul to detach and escape. Soon after, Tai Shuzi's fragment transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the void. Yet, unbeknownst even to Tai Shuzi, Jiang Chen had already left a trace of his essence upon him. The moment Tai Shuzi's fragment returned to his true form, Jiang Chen would be able to instantly pinpoint his location. In the Deluo star domain, on the primordial star, within the headquarters of the Mo Yuan sect, a place shrouded in darkness like ink, ominous and foreboding. This was the domain of the Mo Yuan sect, renowned as the most perilous location on the primordial star. Suddenly, a streak of light shot down from the heavens, landing within a forbidden area of the Mo Yuan sect. At this moment, a young man clad in purple robes was seated cross-legged. Embedded in the center of his brow were two resplendent purple stars, signifying his profound cultivation at the 6th tier of transcendence. Abruptly, the young man slowly opened his eyes. "My fragment of the soul, how has it returned?" The young man murmured to himself, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. He was the true form of Tai Shuzi and also the third elder of the Mo Yuan sect. In an instant, he merged the fragment back into his main body, and a flood of memories surged into his mind. "What? Damn it!" Tai Shuzi suddenly sprang to his feet. Roaring in rage, "My avatar has actually perished at the hands of a mere inhabitant of a small world. No, I must immediately set forth to that small world. I shall not rest until I have tormented this person to death." Tai Shuzi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a fierce and vengeful glare. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Mo Yuan sect trembled violently, as if the very heavens were collapsing, heralding the end of days. At the same time, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged into the sky, altering the very fabric of reality, casting the sun and moon into darkness. "So, your true form is here." Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed forth, followed by an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping the area. Instantly, Tai Shuzi's expression darkened slightly as he gazed towards the distant sky. There, a figure stood suspended in midair, surveying all beneath, akin to a deity high above. "It is you." Upon recognizing the visitor, Tai Shuzi's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing with tension. Who on earth is this individual to traverse the cosmos and arrive here? Tai Shuzi's heart was gripped with a sense of trepidation. Although Jiang Chen's strength was vastly superior to his own, Tai Shuzi understood that individuals like him were often the most perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. "You bold youth, how dare you leave a trace of your essence upon my fragment, and even have the audacity to follow me here?" After a brief moment of shock, Tai Shuzi regained his composure, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. "You cannot possibly believe that my strength remains unchanged from before." As his words fell, Tai Shuzi's figure flickered and vanished from sight, reappearing in close proximity to Jiang Chen. Bang! However, Jiang Chen did not evade. Instead, he unleashed a punch that obliterated Tai Shuzi's right arm. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the heavens. Tai Shuzi's right arm shattered into countless pieces, dispersing like a blood mist around him. "No, this is impossible. What level of cultivation are you?" Tai Shuzi, drenched in sweat from the searing pain, gritted his teeth and demanded. He was exceedingly confident in his own strength, believing that even among peak adversaries of the same tier, none could stand against him. Yet now, he found himself utterly outmatched by Jiang Chen. "I have said it before. Today, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Jiang Chen's voice was cold and laced with an icy chill. "Humph, do not think you can defeat me." Tai Shuzi roared. "This is the Mo Yuan sect. You are far too arrogant. Who dares to intrude upon my Mo Yuan sect?" Suddenly, a voice of authority rang out, shaking the very heavens. Following that, an elderly man with white hair stepped forth, his murky eyes glinting with a fierce light, resembling thunder itself. "I pay my respects to the sect master." Upon seeing this, Tai Shuzi hurriedly bowed in deference. The sect master he referred to was Mo Yuanji, the leader of the Mo Yuan sect. "Who are you to dare run rampant in my Mo Yuan sect?" Mo Yuanji glared coldly at Jiang Chen. Chapter 118. Condensing Divine Attributes, Unseen Levels of Power. A terrifying aura radiated from him, overwhelming the surroundings. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed, as if this oppressive force were nothing more than a mere tickle, leaving him entirely unfazed. Mo Yuanji's expression shifted. He sensed that his imposing aura was being thwarted as if blocked by a mass of cotton. Noticing this, Jiang Chen maintained his calm demeanor, offering no response, and instead raised his left palm, aiming a strike at Mo Yunji. Bang! In an instant, a vast imprint of laws coalesced and struck fiercely against Mo Yunji's form. With a gasp, Mo Yunji spewed blood and was sent flying through the air. How could this be possible? The sight horrified Tai Shuzi, who hurriedly rushed to support Mo Yunji, his face a mask of terror. After all, Mo Yunji had transcended to the 9th layer. To be defeated in a single strike by Jiang Chen was unfathomable. Without even a glance at Mo Yunji, Jiang Chen strode towards him, sending a chill down Tai Shuzi's spine, igniting an instinctual urge to flee. Yet, as Jiang Chen took a step forward, he effectively blocked Tai Shuzi's escape route. What do you intend to do? Tai Shuzi stammered, his voice trembling. To kill you, came Jiang Chen's indifferent reply, as he reached out to grasp Tai Shuzi by the neck. Please don't kill me. Tai Shuzi pleaded desperately. I beg you to spare my life. I am willing to surrender, to become your servant. To be my servant? You dare presume to deserve such a fate? Jiang Chen scoffed. Even a mere glance at you would be a desecration to my eyes. With a cruel sneer, he disregarded Tai Shuzi's pleas and tightened his grip. Tai Shuzi's feet left the ground as he struggled with all his might, but it was futile. No. His desperate scream echoed far and wide. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out as Tai Shuzi's head drooped to his chest, his body collapsing lifelessly. Swoosh! In that instant, Tai Shuzi's soul erupted from his corpse, attempting to flee. Still wish to escape? You shall remain here, Jiang Chen roared, stretching out his hand to firmly ensnare Tai Shuzi's soul. Realizing the dire situation, Tai Shuzi's soul, still in a semi-corporeal state, was akin to a fragile membrane encasing his essence, on the verge of shattering. Yet now, a crack had appeared in that membrane. No, I beg you to spare me. After millennia of striving, I have finally reached this level. I cannot die. Tai Shuzi shrieked, thrashing in a futile rebellion as his spirit was confined, unable to move. Your life is indeed resilient, but once your soul perishes, I wonder if you will still exist in this world. Jiang Chen observed him with a cold smile. No. This scene shattered Tai Shuzi's resolve, and he let out a piercing, anguished wail. Uft! Jiang Chen dismissed his cries, delivering a swift strike to his soul. Instantly, the membrane ruptured further. I am unwilling. Tai Shuzi lamented, tears streaming down his face as despair consumed him, his soul disintegrating. After extinguishing Tai Shuzi, Jiang Chen turned to face Mo Yunji, locking eyes with him. Immediately, Mo Yunji quivered, feeling as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him, chilling him to the bone. Jiang Chen's merciless gaze pierced through him, rendering him paralyzed with fear, unable to flee. Now, it is your turn, Jiang Chen stated slowly, fixing his gaze upon him. Hearing this, Mo Yunji opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Please, my friend, listen to my words. I do not know why my sect's elder has offended you, but since he has been slain by your hand, I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. Suddenly, Mo Yunji fell to his knees before Jiang Chen, his voice filled with desperation. What? You dare imply that I am merciful? Then you shall not be spared. Jiang Chen's anger turned to mockery, raising his hand once more. The power of terrifying laws converging within his palm, akin to a blazing sun. Friend, please stop. That is not what I meant. Mo Yunji's eyes widened in horror as he shouted in panic, desperately attempting to halt Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen did not relent, forcefully pressing his palm downward. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the heavens trembled, and the earth shook. The ground beneath Mo Yunji collapsed instantaneously, creating a deep pit, while surrounding trees turned to dust. In that moment, Mo Yunji's physical form was utterly annihilated. You wretched beast, you have gone too far. At that moment, Mo Yunji's soul manifested, roaring in fury, twisted with rage. Jiang Chen's earlier strike had not only destroyed his body, but also dealt a devastating blow to his spirit. He had not only been reduced to ashes, but his cultivation had plummeted to the realm of the great emperor. Originally, he had thought to momentarily beg for mercy, intending to recover from his injuries before seeking revenge on Jiang Chen. Yet, he never anticipated that Jiang Chen would act so unpredictably. Just as this thought flickered to life, he found himself obliterated in a single blow, leaving him no chance for retaliation. He glared at Jiang Chen with rage and malice, wishing nothing more than to devour him alive. Are you finished? If so, prepare to depart. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, uninterested in engaging him further. You dare? Mo Yunji hissed through gritted teeth. My Mo Yuan sect is under the auspices of the Tsongyuan Dao Master. Should you dare to kill me, it will undoubtedly incite his wrath. In that case, there will be no place for you in the Deluo star domain. Enough of your prattle. Perish. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, a fierce brilliance shooting forth, piercing Mo Yuanzai's soul. No, a heart-wrenching scream erupted, as Mo Yuanzai's soul was torn apart, utterly vanishing into nothingness. Consider this vengeance repaid, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, drawing in his aura. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, divine level technique, chaos supreme path formula. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Following that, an ancient tome of techniques materialized in Jiang Chen's consciousness. Chaos supreme path formula. In the primordial chaos, yin and yang divide, evolving into all things of the universe. The chaos supreme path formula consists of three forms: yin-yang fusion, chaos unification, and chaos explosion. Each form possesses the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, a true weapon of mass destruction. Note, the chaos supreme path formula is divided into 3 volumes: upper, middle, and lower. The lower volume requires divine essence to cultivate. Divine essence? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in confusion. He had never encountered this term before. Ding. Given that the host has exceeded the task requirements, divine essence has been condensed for the host, and the technique has automatically been comprehended to perfection. Swish. As the prompt echoed, a translucent personal information panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Chen. Race, human. Realm, technique, chaos supreme path formula. Talent, strange. Why can't my realm be displayed? Jiang Chen's heart sank upon seeing the information on the panel. Ever since acquiring the system fragments, he had sensed a shift in his cultivation level. Otherwise, he would not have dared to venture into Tai Chu stars so recklessly. Chapter 119. With a snap, stars are annihilated. Yet, Jiang Chen never anticipated that he would be unable to ascertain his own cultivation level. Could it be that he had become invincible? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen's expression gradually returned to normal, his heartbeat steadying. Forget it. I should leave this place first. Jiang Chen shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts. With that, he stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Moments later, Jiang Chen reappeared in the skies above Tai Chu star, gazing down at the entire planet. Tai Chu star, with its black and white exterior, appeared smooth and flawless, evoking an aura of darkness. Is this the true visage of Tai Chu star? Jiang Chen's consciousness swept across, enveloping the entirety of Tai Chu star. Subsequently, he discovered that the core of the primordial star was imbued with an extraordinarily dense aura of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon a particular area, his brows arching in surprise. These are all the corpses of cultivators. His pupils constricted as he realized that the landscapes of mountains and rivers on the primordial star were strewn with an overwhelming multitude of bones, resembling a colossal graveyard. It seems that the practitioners of this world have all been refined by the demon source sect. A chill coursed through Jiang Chen's heart. He could sense the residual energy within these remains, which undoubtedly belonged to formidable beings at the sacred realm and above. Such powerful figures have become mere fodder. These corpses must have accumulated over millennia. If anyone else were to witness this sight, they would likely be driven mad with terror. Since the cultivators of this realm have been entirely consumed by the demon source sect, then the primordial star no longer needs to exist. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with coldness, and the intent to kill permeated the air. Immediately, he flicked his finger lightly, and a vast surge of spiritual power surged into the primordial star like a torrential flood. Instantly, an intense tremor reverberated through the land, akin to an earthquake. Boom. Following that, the entire primordial star began to gradually collapse and disintegrate. What is happening? This is very strange. Hurry, inform the ancestor. Meanwhile, the disciples within the demon source sect felt the ground quaking beneath them, and they became somewhat flustered. They rushed towards a high tower, simultaneously shouting to those at the top, "Ancestor, something terrible has happened." At that moment, at the pinnacle of the tower, an elder sat cross-legged, his face etched with anxiety, as if he were desperately awaiting something. He was the ancestor of the demon source sect, Mo Yuan, whose cultivation was unfathomable, having reached the boundary of transformation. At that moment, Mo Yuan was engrossed in his practice, attempting to break through to an even higher realm. Surrounding him was an array that rendered all external sounds and auras incapable of affecting him. However, as the primordial star trembled violently, it was on the brink of collapse. This is not good. Upon sensing the violent shaking, Mo Yuan exclaimed in alarm, and his figure flickered. In an instant, he appeared directly above the primordial star. Boom. The speed at which the primordial star was disintegrating was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the vast celestial body had turned to ash. What have we? The demon source sect offended? Witnessing this scene, Mo Yuan's complexion turned ghastly pale, filled with dread. He was well aware that the demon source sect had offended numerous individuals over the millennia. Yet, He never anticipated that someone could unleash such destruction. To annihilate the primordial star, only a being of the Tao Master level could accomplish it with such ease. Could it be that yet another Tao Master has descended? The more Mo Yuan pondered, the more fearful he became. His greatest fears had materialized. No, I must flee. With this thought, Mo Yuan promptly turned to escape. Crack. However, before he could get far, a rift suddenly tore open in the void, and a hand slowly emerged from it. No. Mo Yuan's eyes widened in terror, his entire body turning icy cold. Bang. In an instant, he was seized by this hand and tossed before Jiang Chen like a mere chick. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Yuan struggled desperately, but was utterly unable to break free. His strength was vastly inferior to Jiang Chen's. He then lifted his head with great difficulty to gaze at Jiang Chen. I do not know why my demon source sect has offended you, esteemed senior, but I hope you will spare me for the sake of the Zhongyuan Dao Master. Yet, before he could finish his plea, a terrifying force surged forth, leaving him speechless, his mouth agape in shock. In that moment, Mo Yuan panicked, his eyes bulging in horror. Such a loquacious fool. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, without hesitation slamming his palm down, obliterating Mo Yuan's corporeal form. Whoosh. Subsequently, Mo Yuan's soul detached from his body, attempting to flee. But Jiang Chen extended his right hand, fingers curling, and Mo Yuan's soul was irresistibly drawn into his grasp, firmly held in his palm. Esteemed senior, spare me. Mo Yuan cried out in terror upon realizing his predicament. However, Jiang Chen paid him no heed, activating his divine consciousness, intent on obliterating his soul. Halt! Who dares to wreak havoc in my Deluo star domain? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, reverberating through every corner of the starry sky. Buzz! Immediately, the starry void trembled, and a pitch-black chain materialized from thin air, wrapping around Jiang Chen. This chain was forged from the power of the laws. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, shattering the chain with a flick of his finger and then striking Mo Yuan's soul with a backhanded blow. With a resounding pop, his soul disintegrated completely. You foolish junior. You seek death. A booming voice thundered, a vast force sweeping towards Jiang Chen like an ocean in upheaval. Bored, unfazed by the unfolding scene, Jiang Chen raised his hand and swept it outward. A wave of formidable power surged forth, colliding with that force. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed throughout the starry sky. The terrifying might caused nearby stars to shatter instantaneously, all subjected to a devastating onslaught. Where Jiang Chen clashed with that force, the starry expanse caved in, revealing a gaping black hole. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood still, his expression indifferent as he gazed into the distance. How is this possible? Are you also of the Tao Master level? From the depths of the starry sky came a voice filled with shock, laced with astonishment and fury. The previous attack had utilized a full 70% of his strength. Yet, it seemed Jiang Chen had barely exerted even 10% of his own. Merely relying on an aura, he had obliterated the attack. It was utterly unfathomable. The next moment, the starry sky trembled, and a massive plume of red mist surged forth. As the red mist dissipated, a middle-aged man appeared before Jiang Chen, dressed in a crimson robe, with flowing beard and eyes shimmering with an eerie light. He exuded an imposing aura. His cultivation evidently surpassed the boundary of transformation, stepping into an entirely new realm. I thought you would remain hidden in the shadows, too afraid to show yourself. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Jiang Chen's tone was as calm as water, revealing no hint of the underlying mockery. Esteemed friend, please do not take offense. I was too rash earlier. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his fists in apology. Chapter 120, Reversal. The River of Time. This middle-aged man was none other than the Tao Master who commanded the Deluo star domain, Song Yuan. Though he felt a flicker of anger at Jiang Chen's words, the formidable power Jiang Chen displayed instilled a sense of caution in him, preventing him from acting rashly. Your attitude is truly lacking in sincerity. Kneel and speak, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile, his gaze fixed intently on the other. Buzz. Instantly, a terrifying pressure enveloped him. In a heartbeat, Song Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, and beads of sweat began to bead upon his forehead. He understood that Jiang Chen's words were not mere jest. Should he refuse to comply with Jiang Chen's demands, it was likely that he would meet his end here today. Esteemed senior, I kneel. Song Yuan gritted his teeth and slowly bent down. Thud. As his knees touched the ground, his entire body began to tremble slightly. The esteemed master of an entire star domain was actually kneeling. This was a complete loss of dignity. However, he had no choice but to endure this humiliation. After all, survival was of utmost importance. Without it, nothing else mattered. Ah, you are quite astute, Jiang Chen remarked, suppressing his aura. No wonder you are a cunning old fox who has lived for tens of thousands of years. You possess far greater awareness than others. His words dripped with sarcasm and mockery. This only deepened Song Yuan's embarrassment, yet he steeled himself to inquire, Senior, may I ask what grievance the Demon Source sect has caused you? Ha, Jiang Chen scoffed. Let me ask you this. Is the Demon Source sect under your command? Indeed it is, Senior, Song Yuan replied, his heart racing. No wonder he had sensed an undercurrent of unease upon arriving here. This formidable elder bore a grudge against the Demon Source sect. Cursing his misfortune internally, he lamented that he should have never meddled in this matter. Now, he had unwittingly kicked a hard object. Then it seems I have not misidentified the target, Jiang Chen remarked, his gaze indifferent. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan's heart raced with foreboding. Bang! Before he could react, a crushing blow struck his chest, sending him flying. Jiang Chen raised his hand, immobilizing him, then delivered another slap, causing Song Yuan to spit out blood incessantly. The successive blows left him grievously wounded. Struggling to lift his head, his eyes burned with endless hatred. Do not look at me with such eyes. This is merely a small lesson I am imparting to you, Jiang Chen said calmly. What do you want from me, Senior? Song Yuan asked weakly, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. You will find out shortly, Jiang Chen replied, extending his hand to point at the space between Song Yuan's brows. Instantly, Song Yuan's body convulsed violently. What have you done to me? He cried out, acutely aware that a portion of his soul seemed to have been severed. Do not worry. I have merely forcefully stripped away your soul imprint. From now on, you shall be my servant, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Upon hearing the word servant, Song Yuan's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. No, this cannot be, he screamed, refusing to believe such a fate. As the master of the Daluo star domain, how could he become someone else's servant? What is your realm? Song Yuan suddenly realized this point and asked in shock. After all, no one had ever been able to forcibly strip away another's soul imprint unless the practitioner willingly relinquished it. Yet, throughout their encounter, Jiang Chen exuded an aura that felt unfathomably deep, like an endless ocean that could not be explored to its depths. To be honest, I am not entirely sure myself, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head in a mockingly profound manner, though a hint of helplessness crept in. He genuinely did not know what realm he had attained, as his cultivation was entirely bestowed by the system. Without it, he would likely have remained at the Spirit Sea realm. Alas, since you already possess my soul imprint, I have no choice but to comply. However, I hope that you will not ask me to undertake any tasks that might lead to my demise. Otherwise, I would rather perish than obey. Song sighed deeply, conceding. Rest assured, I have no desire to engage in such matters. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he should not worry. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan finally exhaled in relief. He then knelt on one knee and said with utmost respect, Song Yuan pays his respects to my master. Rise. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then asked, tell me about the Daluo star domain. Yes. Song Yuan promptly divulged all he knew about the Daluo star domain. It turned out that there were trillions of stars within the Daluo star domain, each inhabited by various races. Within each star domain, there existed a master responsible for overseeing all the stars. As Jiang Chen listened to Song Yuan's explanations, he gained a clearer understanding of the Daluo star domain. I see. I wonder where Blue Star is located. Perhaps I can return there someday, Jiang Chen mused, a sense of nostalgia washing over him as he thought of Blue Star. Master, I have other matters to attend to. May I leave now? Song Yuan tentatively asked. Yes, go ahead. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. Song Yuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders and hurriedly departed. It seemed the mysteries of this world were truly multiplying. Watching Song Yuan's retreating figure, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, his gaze flickering. Well, since this matter is settled, I should return for a while. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already hovering in the air above the valley where Yun Lali had previously perished. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood in the void, gazing down at the land beneath him. The place had been flattened, and Yun Lali's body had disintegrated into dust. Sigh, this is quite troublesome. There's not even a corpse left. How am I supposed to resurrect this woman? Jiang Chen frowned tightly, lost in thought. After all, while he had previously resurrected disciples from the Yaoqi sacred land, it was only possible when the corpse was intact. Otherwise, without a target for the time law, it could not be enacted. Wait, perhaps this method could work. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Jiang Chen's mind. Having made up his mind, he harnessed the power of time within him and merged his being into the river of time. Reverse time, he called out, activating his power. In an instant, the river of time began to churn, stirring up colossal waves and creating a tempest. Within the river, a corpse emerged. It was none other than Yun Lali. Her soul had already dissipated, but her body still remained. This was precisely Jiang Chen's goal, He needed to time it just right to save Yun Luoli. Congeal. Jiang Chen swiftly formed hand seals, channeling the power of time. Boom. In an instant, the time around Jiang Chen began to reverse, transforming into a chaotic scene. Chapter 121. Whoever I wish to save. Even the heavenly Tao cannot obstruct. Once everything returned to normal, Jiang Chen stood above the river of time. He gently placed his palm on Yun Luoli's forehead, allowing the power of time to slowly penetrate. Before long, Yun Luoli's soul began to coalesce under the influence of the time power. Boom. Suddenly, a massive will descended, engaging in communication with Jiang Chen. How dare you trespass into the river of time? You possess great audacity. A cold voice resonated, imbued with authority. What is this? Sensing the unfamiliar presence, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. Following that, a colossal face materialized, looking down upon Jiang Chen with indifferent eyes, as if a deity had descended. Within 3 breaths, depart swiftly, or you shall meet your demise here. The terrifying aura enveloped Jiang Chen, rendering him as insignificant as a mere insect. A mere wisp of consciousness dares to be arrogant. A smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, unfazed. Begone. With a single word, he unleashed the torrent of time's essence, transforming it into a lethal blade that struck fiercely at the visage before him. Bang! In an instant, the face shattered, vanishing entirely. At that moment, Yun Luoli also opened her eyes. Bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings and realized she was in an unfamiliar place. Where's this? She gently shook her head and abruptly lifted her gaze, only to find a man standing not far away. That man was none other than Jiang Chen. Hello, may I inquire who you are? Yun Luoli's demeanor shifted to one of caution as she questioned him. Jiang Chen disregarded her reaction and approached, grasping her shoulder and pulling her forcefully. What are you doing? Startled, Yun Luoli instinctively stepped back 2 paces, her eyes wide with fear as she regarded Jiang Chen. Yet, she soon discerned that he bore no ill intent towards her. Furthermore, her own strength was woefully inadequate, rendering her incapable of breaking free from his grasp. Do not worry. Noticing her confusion, Jiang Chen offered a gentle smile. Upon hearing his words, Yun Luoli was taken aback. In an instant, Jiang Chen led her away from the river of time, returning to reality. Where's this? Back in the valley, Yun Luoli still felt a profound strangeness, as if the preceding events had been but a dream. It seems this woman's memory is severely flawed, Jiang Chen mused silently. From her reactions, it was evident that she had lost all recollection. However, this posed no challenge for Jiang Chen. In that case, His gaze flickered momentarily before he extracted Yun Luoli's damaged soul imprint from his sea of consciousness. Buzzing. He utilized the power of time to instantly restore the shattered imprint to its former state. Subsequently, he returned the repaired soul imprint to Yun Luoli's sea of consciousness. In that instant, a torrent of memories surged into her mind like a flood. After absorbing the overwhelming memories, Yun Luoli's complexion turned pale, and she involuntarily cried out. Once she regained her composure and recognized Jiang Chen, she immediately knelt before him. Your servant pays homage to you, my lord. It appears you have successfully regained your memories, Jiang Chen remarked with satisfaction upon witnessing her reaction. This time, I thank you for resurrecting your servant. I shall pledge my life to follow you henceforth. Yun Luoli was overwhelmed with emotion, bowing her head to Jiang Chen once more. She understood that without his aid, she would never have been reborn. Consequently, her loyalty to Jiang Chen was unwavering. Whatever commands he issued, she would execute without hesitation. Please rise. Observing Yun Luoli, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, in the future, do not engage in such foolish acts as self-detonation. Your servant obeys. Yun Luoli replied respectfully, then curiously asked, My lord, where has that powerful outsider gone? She vividly recalled that during her self-detonation, he seemed utterly unscathed. Do not worry, I have already slain him. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoli's eyes widened in shock. That outsider had possessed terrifying strength, leaving her with lingering fear. She never would have imagined that Jiang Chen had defeated him. She could hardly fathom the extent of Jiang Chen's prowess. By the way, my lord, I have something to report. Suddenly, Yun Luoli recalled something and hastily spoke up. Oh, what is it? Jiang Chen inquired. Your servant believes that the person you killed was merely a doppelganger. His true self, Yun Luoli whispered, recounting everything she knew. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen merely smiled lightly. Ha. I thought you were going to say something of significance. Turns out it was merely this. Did my lord already know? Yun Luoli felt slightly astonished. Naturally, not only did I know, but I also went and obliterated his entire lair, Jiang Chen remarked casually. Hearing this, a storm of emotions surged within Yun Luoli. Though she recognized Jiang Chen's strength, she never anticipated it would reach such heights. Since you have regained your memories, you should return to the Holy Land. With that, Jiang Chen produced a jade pendant and tossed it to Yun Luoli. My lord, what is this? Yun Luoli accepted the pendant, her eyes filled with curiosity. Consider it a protective talisman. I have sealed 1/10,000th of my power within this jade. Henceforth, no cultivator below the Tao Master realm shall be able to harm you in the slightest. But remember, even 1/10,000th of my strength is beyond this pendant's capacity to withstand. Thus, it may only be used about 10 times, Jiang Chen cautioned her earnestly. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Yun Luoli's heart trembled. Merely 1/10,000th could repel attacks below the realm of transformation. When calculated, it implied that Jiang Chen could annihilate this world with a mere gesture. Contemplating this, her admiration for the man before her deepened. Thank you for your generous gift. My lord, I understand. Yun Luoli took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and spoke solemnly. Go now. Jiang Chen waved his hand. My lord, take care. Yun Luoli turned, and with a flicker, her figure vanished. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen's own figure dissipated from the spot, in the great Yin kingdom, within a secluded courtyard of the palace. Upon reappearing, Jiang Chen found himself back in the bamboo cottage. Husband, you have returned. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Shun Lingxue, who was sitting by the window, immediately rose to greet him. Swear, are you not curious where I have been? Jiang Chen approached slowly, embracing her gently and speaking tenderly. Humph. Regardless of where my husband goes, you must not forget about us too. Shun Lingxue looked up at him, playfully chiding. Haha, of course not. Jiang Chen replied with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly. What is it? Shun Lingxue asked, puzzled. I sense that your body seems to have undergone some changes. Jiang Chen directed his gaze towards Shun Lingxue, scrutinizing her carefully. Shun Lingxue paused, nervously asking, what changes? Swear. You appear to have become even more beautiful, Jiang Chen remarked, his eyes fixed on her exquisite countenance with a mischievous smile. Stop it, husband, you're just talking nonsense. Shun Lingxue's face flushed crimson as she playfully punched his chest with her delicate hand. Jiang Chen effortlessly captured Shun Lingxue's fist, a charming smile gracing his lips. The two then shared a kiss. After a long while, Shun Lingxue nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace, her lovely face glowing with a bewitching blush. She lifted her head, her eyes brimming with deep affection. Husband, she shyly called out. By the way, Swear, how has Yue been progressing in her cultivation recently? Jiang Chen inquired softly while caressing her silky hair. A radiant expression of happiness illuminated Shun Lingxue's face at the mention of her daughter. In the past few days, under my guidance, Yue has successfully cultivated the ninefold ice sealing technique to the 3rd level. I believe she will soon reach the 4th. Shun Lingxue spoke with excitement, as though showcasing a precious treasure to her beloved. The ninefold ice sealing technique comprises 9 levels, each of which is further divided into 3 smaller realms, front, middle, and back. The first 3 levels merely represent the introductory stage. I am confident that, with Yue's innate talent, she will swiftly step into the 4th level. Shun Lingxue declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. That is wonderful. Indeed, this girl possesses astonishing talent. It should be no trouble for her to reach the Emperor realm before turning 20. Suddenly, Shun Lingxue wriggled free from Jiang Chen's embrace, gazing at him with an air of mystery. Noticing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, Swear, what are you up to? My dear husband, please follow me. Shun Lingxue replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling playfully. She gently nodded and grasped Jiang Chen's hand, and in an instant, their figures vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, they found themselves on an island. The atmosphere of this island was suffused with a potent aura of law, strikingly different from the outside world. Swear, what is the purpose of bringing me here? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. My dear husband, you shall find out shortly, Shun Lingxue replied with a playful smile, her jade arm waving lightly. In a heartbeat, the once clear sky darkened ominously, replaced by a canopy of golden thunderclouds. These clouds swiftly coalesced, unleashing a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down their spines. A natural phenomenon. It seems a rare treasure is about to manifest, Jiang Chen murmured, gazing at the sky's extraordinary sight. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening rumble echoed through the air. Jiang Chen witnessed a bolt of golden lightning descend, striking the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, a towering cliff was shattered into fragments, with dust and debris swirling into the sky. Could it be? A sudden flash of insight struck Jiang Chen. My dear husband, you guessed correctly, Shun Lingxue replied with a playful grin. This island harbors an immensely formidable power of law. Those who can comprehend it will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in their strength. However, this power is so potent that even a mere brush with it can bring immense suffering, and it may take a year and a half to fully refine and integrate. So, you brought me here to help me comprehend this power of law? Jiang Chen pondered thoughtfully. Precisely, Xianxiaaudiobooks affirmed with a nod. Now, my dear husband, there is no time to waste. You must begin at once. Ahem, if I were to say that I no longer require comprehension of this power, would you be angry? Jiang Chen asked timidly, clearing his throat. My dear husband, what are you saying? Xianxiaaudiobooks furrowed her brows, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at him. Could it be that you have already comprehended the law? She questioned, sensing that Jiang Chen had indeed grasped some form of law. Yes, indeed, Jiang Chen replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Oh, I see. It seems that the secrets you possess are becoming increasingly intriguing, Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, delight illuminating her exquisite features. Her mood brightened further, and her cheeks flushed like blossoms kissed by the spring breeze. My dear Schwer, I only recently grasped it. You won't hold it against me for keeping it from you, will you? Jiang Chen expressed his concern, fearing she might be upset. Haha, my dear husband. You are rather adorable in this state, Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, she was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, if my husband wishes to share, he shall do so willingly. After all, I too have matters I have not disclosed. Xianxiaaudiobooks pouted charmingly, appearing almost vulnerable. Schwer. Seeing her this way, Jiang Chen's heart softened. In truth, the power of law I comprehend is the law of time, he stated earnestly. However, I have only grasped its surface. There remains a considerable distance to mastery. The law of time? Xianxiaaudiobooks gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening. The law of time is one of the most extraordinary among the myriad laws. It is said that if one comprehends it fully, they could even reverse the entire timeline of the world. My dear husband, I am delighted that you can be honest with me. After a brief moment of shock, a glimmer of joy shone in Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. Subsequently, she extended her delicate, fair hand to gently caress Jiang Chen's handsome face, smiling radiantly. Since you no longer require it, let our Yuer comprehend it instead. However, given her current cultivation, it may pose some danger, so we must protect her closely. Indeed. I shall follow your lead. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Whoosh. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly reached out into the void. Instantly, Jiang Yuer was drawn from the ether, landing gracefully in Xianxiaaudiobooks' embrace. Her delicate features appeared exceptionally enchanting. Mother, what are you doing? Yuer was just sleeping, Jiang Yuer complained, rubbing her sleepy eyes and pouting her small lips. After setting her down on solid ground, Xianxiaaudiobooks pointed toward a nearby large rock. Yuer, please sit on that for a moment, she instructed gently. Although confused, Jiang Yuer complied with her mother's words, soaring toward the massive stone and settling upon it. As soon as she perched atop the boulder, an enigmatic surge of energy swept through the heavens and earth. Mother, Jiang Yuer sensed the atmosphere turning solemn and immediately asked, what is happening? Yuer, dear, close your eyes and do not concern yourself with anything else, Xianxiaaudiobooks urged softly. Okay. Jiang Yuer obediently nodded and closed her eyes. Whoosh. No sooner had she shut her eyes than a thick, white mist began to swirl around her. It enveloped her in a luminous shroud, shielding her from her surroundings. Yuer, from this moment on, you must exert your utmost effort to absorb this power of law, Xianxiaaudiobooks instructed through her divine sense. Buzz. In the next instant, the white mist penetrated Jiang Yuer's body. Instantly, she felt a wave of comfort, as though basking in sunlight, with every cell in her body brimming with vitality. Simultaneously, tendrils of white mist continued to flow into Jiang Yuer, and she could distinctly sense a wondrous power coursing through her being. As this mysterious energy nourished her, her cultivation surged at an astonishing rate, visibly elevating her strength. In the mid-stages of the creation realm, and subsequently reaching its pinnacle, Jiang Yuer experienced a meteoric rise in her cultivation after just the duration of an incense stick. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Her cultivation continued to soar uncontrollably. She ascended to the early stages of the soul refinement realm, then to its mid-stages, and ultimately to the peak of the soul refinement realm. With a resounding crash akin to thunder, Xianxiaaudiobooks reached the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks let out a sigh of relief. She knew that the remaining power of the laws on the island had been nearly exhausted by Jiang Yuer. All right, Yuer, you may open your eyes now, she gently instructed as the mist dissipated. Mother, what was that just now? Jiang Yuer inquired slowly, her eyes filled with confusion. The rapid ascent in her cultivation had bestowed upon her an unprecedented sensation of comfort. The power you just absorbed is known as the power of the laws, Xianxiaaudiobooks explained. Laws? Is that what you mentioned to me last time, Mother? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuer's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a warm smile, then retrieved a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Chen. Husband, you should drip your blood into this and condense your time power into runes. Understood, Jiang Chen consented without hesitation. biting his finger and following Shun Lingshue's instructions to condense several silver-white runes. In an instant, these silver runes radiated a brilliant light, floating in mid-air. Shun Lingxue raised her delicate hand, bringing her index and middle fingers together to grasp the runes. With a crack, the runes shattered, splitting into several fragments. Subsequently, strands of white light converged, gradually transforming into an ancient scroll. The scroll trembled slightly, emitting peculiar waves of energy. Divine ability, the art of unifying all things. The next moment, the inscriptions on the scroll flickered briefly before vanishing completely. Everything returned to its original state, and the scroll remained suspended in the air. Within this scroll lay a self-contained microcosm. Jiang Chen gazed at the scroll before him, contemplating its significance. He used his spiritual sense to scan it, discovering that it possessed an incredibly powerful divine ability. Yuer, this scroll is now entrusted to you. Take it and ponder it deeply. Shun Lingxue said as she handed the scroll to Jiang Yuer. Mother, what is depicted within it? Jiang Yuer asked, momentarily taken aback. You will see very soon. Shun Lingxue replied with a faint smile, then infused a strand of her soul into the scroll. In a flash, a radiant azure beam descended from above, directly penetrating Jiang Yuer's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying information surged into her mind. A vivid scene unfolded within her consciousness, showcasing mountains, rivers, forests, and flowers. Even towering mountains and a magnificent city stood within this realm. Wow, is this the world inside? Jiang Yuer exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Yuer, from now on, when you cultivate, enter the world within the scroll, Shun Lingxue advised earnestly, a gentle smile gracing her face. But mother, how do I enter? Jiang Yuer asked, her delicate features reflecting confusion. With that, Shun Lingxue began to instruct her on how to utilize the scroll. I understand now, mother. Jiang Yuer nodded after listening to Shun Lingxue's explanation. Very well, Shun Lingxue affirmed, but do not think about playing around inside. I will be keeping a close watch on you. Mother, I still don't quite grasp what the power of the laws is for. Jiang Yuer lifted her gaze to Shun Lingxue, inquiring. All right, let me explain, Shun Lingxue replied. Once you comprehend the power of the laws, it will enable you to defeat enemies of a higher realm than yourself in battle. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Yuer exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Her innate talent was already extraordinary, and should she grasp the laws, it would not be long before she stepped into the sacred realm. After all, the scroll crafted by Shun Lingxue contained the power of time laws, equivalent to a single day of cultivation within granting decades of experience in the outside world. Then mother, I shall enter and comprehend the laws now, Jiang Yuer declared, and with that, her figure vanished from sight. As evening descended, after several hours, Jiang Yuer emerged from the scroll, returning to the reality around her. Pouting slightly, she expressed her frustration. Mother, I still haven't grasped the laws. Do not fret. Take your time, Shun Lingxue replied, observing her daughter's slightly dejected expression. Understanding the laws cannot be rushed. Do not be too impatient. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuer blinked her eyes and asked, Mother, can I not cultivate? After all, I have you and father to protect me. You little girl, just like your father said. You seem utterly unconcerned about cultivation. Shun Lingxue gently ruffled Jiang Yuer's head with a smile. How about this? If you successfully comprehend the laws, I will grant you one request. Really? Jiang Yuer asked skeptically. But what if I make a request and you refuse it? At this, Shun Lingxue smiled coyly, about to elaborate further when suddenly, her expression stiffened, and she looked up towards the horizon. In that moment, a streak of black light shot through the void with blinding speed, almost impossible to detect. Look out, Yuer! Shun Lingxue instantly reacted, rushing forward to shield her daughter. With a resounding thud, a shadow crashed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a pitch-black spear. Who dares? Shun Lingxue glared into the void, her gaze icy as she demanded an answer. Humph. Shun Lingxue, I have searched for you for so long, only to find you hiding in such a small world. An ominous voice echoed abruptly. Then, an elder stepped out from the void, emanating a chilling aura. It's you. Shun Lingxue's expression shifted dramatically as she recognized the figure. Had you not leaked your aura, it would have taken considerable effort for me to find you. The elder spoke disdainfully, looking down upon Shun Lingxue with a cold demeanor. Enough of this chatter. Return with me obediently and marry the young master, or do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, he clenched his right hand, and the black spear surged forth with a piercing shriek. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from the elder, drawing the surrounding natural energies into him with violent force. Peak of the 9th level of the Tao Master Realm. Shun Lingxue's expression shifted as she sensed the elderess aura. Though her strength was formidable, she was merely at the 7th level of the Tao Master Realm. Between the two, there exists a chasm of two minor realms, nearly insurmountable. Moreover, there lies that formidable, jet-black spear. Should it strike, there would be no chance of survival. My beloved, I entrust you with the care of Yuera for now. I shall explain today's events to you later. After a moment's contemplation, Xianxiaaudiobooks abruptly turned to Jiang Chen and spoke in a hushed tone. Subsequently, a resolute glimmer sparked in her beautiful eyes. Mother, upon witnessing this, Jiang Yuera felt a pang of sorrow, tears welling up as she cried out. Yuera, do not weep. Once I have driven away the villains, I will return to accompany you. A faint smile graced Xianxiaaudiobooks' lips as she tenderly patted Jiang Yuera's head, offering her gentle comfort. Swish! In the next instant, Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate foot touched the ground, and her graceful figure transformed into a white rainbow, soaring into the sky. Father, will mother be all right? Gazing at Xianxiaaudiobooks as she ascended, Jiang Yuera anxiously inquired. Do not worry, Jiang Chen reassured her, stroking her small head. Your mother's strength is formidable. Even if she cannot prevail, she has me by her side. After all, this realm was already enveloped by Jiang Chen's divine consciousness. Should the adversary dare to make any reckless moves, they would be instantly obliterated by his awareness. Hearing this, Jiang Yuera sighed with relief. Whoosh! At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks had engaged in combat with the elder. Both spared no effort, unleashing their full strength as fists and feet collided. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Staggering back several dozen yards, Xianxiaaudiobooks managed to steady herself, her charming visage pale. In contrast, the elder had only retreated 5 or 6 steps, a smile still playing on his lips, seemingly unscathed. It was evident that he held the upper hand in their recent exchange. Hee, Xianxiaaudiobooks. It appears your cultivation has ascended to the Tao Master realm. Such talent is indeed formidable, the elder mocked with a cold smile. Regrettably, had you not undergone a reconstruction of your realm, I fear a mere encounter would have resulted in your swift demise. However, I have heard that back in the day, you squandered your own cultivation to seek out a man. In my view, such an act is profoundly foolish. You, Xianxiaaudiobooks, incensed, felt her chest rise and fall rapidly, glaring furiously at the elder, her pearly teeth biting into her rosy lip. Xianxiaaudiobooks, do not resist futilely. Return with me obediently, and perhaps you may preserve your life. The elder continued with a sinister grin. How arrogant. Were this 1,000 years ago? Do you truly believe your meager cultivation would grant you the audacity to speak to me? Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted, her face as cold as frost. Without further ado, she formed a seal with her delicate hands, channeling her spiritual energy into her fingertips. Stubborn and unyielding, the elder sighed, shaking his head. If that is the case, I must regrettably make you my enemy. Buzz. Before his words could fully dissipate, the elder once again activated the spear, propelling it toward Xianxiaaudiobooks with lethal intent. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, shattering the void and dimming the heavens. Boom. Yet, facing the ferociously incoming spear, Xianxiaaudiobooks remained undaunted. She extended her slender, pristine hand, grasping the spear's tail and yanking it outward with conviction. Sizzle. The spear, razor-sharp as it was, found itself in the grip of Xianxiaaudiobooks' impossibly resilient hand. As she tore it apart, her skin remained unscathed. What? The elder's face contorted in shock, his pupils constricting. The mirth that once graced his features vanished. Logically, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cultivation was merely at the Tao Master realm. Her physical form should not possess the same strength as in the past. How could she exhibit such formidable defense now? Old fool, perish. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxiaaudiobooks closed in, her 9 fox tails whipping out with terrifying intent toward the elder. Puff. The elder, caught off guard, felt one strike his left arm, tearing his sleeve asunder. Amidst the swirling blood mist, a segment of eerie white bone was revealed. It seems I have underestimated you. The elder inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with intensity. In the next moment, his entire being surged with spiritual energy, akin to a tidal wave, roaring forth. Since you refuse to surrender, I shall take your corpse back with me. With a thunderous roar, a dreadful aura enveloped the area, overwhelming in its magnitude. Crash. Simultaneously, hundreds of blades manifested around the elder, hovering menacingly, gleaming with a chilling radiance that instilled fear. Go, he commanded, sweeping his right hand, sending the multitude of blades slicing through the air, a deluge of deadly intent aimed at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Humph. In the face of this onslaught, Xianxiaaudiobooks called out, her 9 foxtails swirling to conjure a tempest that collided with the blades. Clang. As the blades met her tails, they shattered into nothingness. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. This is the true extent of my lethal technique. Simultaneously, the elder cackled malevolently, his gaze treacherous. Soon after, a golden spear materialized in his grasp, radiating with resplendent brilliance and containing dreadful energy. The appearance of the spear rendered the atmosphere suffocating, as if breathing itself became a struggle. Disastrous. There's no time to evade. Shun Lingshua's heart raced, sensing the imminent threat of death from this strike. Shun Lingxua die? The elder bellowed, hurling the spear with ferocity. Whoosh. In an instant, the spear pierced the void with lightning speed, aimed directly at Shun Lingshua's chest. As the spear drew perilously closer, a look of urgency crossed Shun Lingshua's face. Buzz. Just then, an inexplicable, extraordinary force materialized. The jet-black spear halted abruptly, merely 3 inches from Shun Lingxua, as if frozen in time. Crack. At that moment, a distinct shattering sound echoed, causing the elder's expression to shift dramatically. Crack. Following this, the spear disintegrated inch by inch, turning to dust. Chapter 125. Madman, you are nothing but a madman. How is this possible? The elder gazed at Shun Lingxua in disbelief, his eyes filled with deep trepidation. He could hardly fathom that his most prized strike had been effortlessly dismantled by Shun Lingxua. More critically, he had not even discerned how she had achieved such a feat. Shun Lingxua, how did you accomplish this? The elder demanded, his voice heavy with incredulity. In response, Shun Lingxua remained silent, a faint smile playing on her lips. She lowered her gaze to Jiang Chen below and transmitted softly, my beloved, thank you. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Chen before turning her attention back to the elder. Humph, regardless of the means you employed just now, today you shall not escape my grasp. The elder snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes to slits, radiating a chilling light. Old fool, you have cultivated alone for over 10,000 years. What do you understand of matters of the heart? Shun Lingshua's face remained serene, devoid of fear, as she replied indifferently. Moreover, I have family. Do you? As her words fell, the elder's expression darkened. Her statement had struck a nerve. Very well, I have changed my mind. I shall not rest until I have tormented you to death today. The elder scoffed, conjuring a long sword in his hand. Flash. He let out a low growl, and shadows of swords flickered around him. In the blink of an eye, an incalculable number of sword lights crossed the void, enveloping Shun Lingxua with the intent to annihilate her. In the face of this merciless onslaught, Shun Lingxua remained composed, her 9 foxtails swirling gracefully, fending off the relentless sword beams from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the sword lights shattered, transforming into scattered sparks. Shun Lingxua stepped with a mystical gait, weaving through the torrent of blades, untouched by any threat. Suddenly, with a swift twist of her delicate form, she darted to the elder's side, extending a claw. Slap. The elder reacted with astonishing speed, raising his hand to block Shun Lingxua's strike. Humph, mere trifles. He scoffed coldly, as countless sharp blades surged forth from his wrist, sealing off every possible escape route for her. Seeing this, Shun Lingxua's fair complexion turned frosty, her 9 foxtails swaying in unison, deflecting the barrage of blades. Hee. I shall see how you evade this move. The elder's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he gripped his long sword, unleashing a fierce sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the elder lunged forward, his sword slashing with unrelenting ferocity. Each strike was imbued with immense killing intent, placing tremendous pressure on Shun Lingxua. This old fox is truly cunning. He has even poisoned his sword. After a brief exchange, Shun Lingxua's brow furrowed slightly. She had initially believed that her current cultivation would be sufficient to contend with the elder. However, after several encounters, she realized her miscalculation. The elder's prowess was far greater than she had anticipated, especially that long sword, which was extraordinarily sharp and carried a strange toxin that even her 9 foxtails struggled to withstand. I cannot afford to continue this entanglement, or I will surely suffer. Shun Lingxua's brows knitted tightly as her thoughts raced, quickly arriving at a conclusion. It's now or never. With this thought, she bit her crimson lip, a trickle of bright red blood oozing forth. Boom. In that instant, the space around Shun Lingxua quaked, and her 9 foxtails radiated an eerie brilliance. Secret technique. Eye of the Celestial Fox. Shun Lingxua enunciated each word distinctly, her 9 tails swaying with an ominous energy. Strangely, why does it feel as if she can see through me? Sensing the shift in Shun Lingxua's aura, the elder's expression turned grave, his eyes filled with wariness. Rumbling. The next moment, Shun Lingxua took a decisive step forward, raising her jade arm as her 9 tails lashed out like whips. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 9 resounding explosions erupted, the void fracturing as cracks spread like a spider's web. At this moment, under the influence of the Eye of the Celestial Fox, all of the elder's movements were laid bare. Shun Lingxua could clearly perceive the flow of his spiritual power, the trajectory of his attacks, and even the hidden weaknesses deep within his soul. Bang! Suddenly, the elder was caught off guard, struck directly by the 9 foxtails. he was hurled backward, crashing into a massive boulder on the island. Spitting blood, the elder finally regained his footing, his face pale with shock as he stared at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Old fool, it's time we settle our scores. Xianxiaaudiobooks' beautiful eyes glimmered with rage, an aura of terror radiating from her. She then stepped forward gracefully toward the elder. Hee. Is that so? You think that merely seeing through my weaknesses will grant you victory? The elder rose, wiping the blood from his lips, a cold sneer adorning his face. Whoosh. As he spoke, the elder flipped his wrist, retrieving a pill to swallow. With a gulp, the pill rolled into his stomach, and his injuries healed in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze quivered slightly, a look of incredulity gracing her features. Ha ha ha, Xianxiaaudiobooks, you have indeed surprised me. Unfortunately, with the elixir bestowed upon me by the young master, you will ultimately fall before me. The rejuvenated elder laughed heartily, his confidence restored. With that, he brandished his sword once more, charging at Xianxiaaudiobooks, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Whoosh! The dreadful aura surged toward her heart. Old fool. Do not overestimate yourself. Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate brows relaxed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding surged within the elder at her words. Crack. As expected, under the elder's horrified gaze, Xianxiaaudiobooks ignited her own blood essence. In that moment, her 9 foxtails blazed with brilliance. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged forth, as if prepared to obliterate the heavens and earth. Crack. In the next instant, the elder's long sword shattered, pieces flying from his grasp. Oh no. A strong sense of crisis surged within the elder, prompting him to flee immediately. Whoosh. However, it was too late. The 9 foxtails roared forward, their speed akin to lightning. Bang. In the final moment, the 9 tails struck the elder's waist with tremendous force, propelling him through the air. He was sent crashing to the ground 100 feet away, a dull thud echoing in the air. Cough. A violent fit of coughing ensued, blood spilling from the elder's mouth, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze toward Xianxiaaudiobooks, filled with profound fear. You are courting death. How dare you burn your blood essence? At this moment, the elder's expression was ashen, his voice hoarse and laced with dread. Burning blood essence could lead to a fall in cultivation or, at worst, death. The cost was exorbitant. Xianxiaaudiobooks said nothing. Her 9 foxtails shimmered as they surged forward once more. Madwoman, you lunatic. The elder bellowed in fury, his figure twisting and dodging as he attempted to escape. Yet Xianxiaaudiobooks did not grant him a moment's respite, relentlessly pursuing him. In the span of merely 3 breaths, the elder bore numerous wounds, blood streaming profusely. Xianxiaaudiobooks, if you spare me this once, I will surely plead your case with the young master upon my return. Otherwise, I would rather perish alongside you. The elder, disheveled and ragged, his breath nearly spent, pleaded desperately. Enough of your empty words. Prepare to meet your end. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression was icily resolute, devoid of mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 foxtails sliced through the void, their power overwhelming, akin to 9 ferocious dragons intent on devouring the elder. Chapter 126, A Tribulation for the Immortal. Stop. In a moment of peril, a voice suddenly resonated through the air. Instantly, radiant light filled the sky as a young man's figure descended. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Xianxiaaudiobooks, a chilling glint emanating from them. The young man was strikingly handsome, clad in a flowing black robe that exuded a formidable aura. It is the young master. The elder was overjoyed, struggling to rise and hastening to the side of the robed youth. At this moment, the young man appeared indifferent, casting a fleeting glance at the elder. Young master, you have finally arrived. This woman's strength. The elder sighed with relief upon seeing the young man, hastily lamenting his plight. Silence. You are truly a waste for failing to handle such a trivial matter. The young man's voice rang out with a fierce reprimand. Slap. With a swift motion, he struck the elder across the face, sending him crashing to the ground, losing 2 teeth in the process. Young master, this cannot entirely be blamed on me. It was truly her. Clutching his stinging cheek, the elder's face was filled with terror, his body trembling as he lamented his fate. Waste. Not only do you fail to accomplish your tasks, but you have also reduced yourself to this pitiful state. The youth's eyes were cast downward, filled with disdain and a palpable sense of disappointment. The elderly man before him, Lin Zhengshan, was an elder of the Daotian Immortal Palace, possessing formidable capabilities at the Dao Master realm. Previously, Lin Zhengshan had made an unwavering promise that if the youth aided him in elevating his cultivation, he would confidently capture Xianxiaaudiobooks. Yet, the outcome was far from what he had assured. Not only did he fail to seize Xianxiaaudiobooks, but he also nearly lost his life in the process. This was nothing short of infuriating for the youth. Young master, this was a grave oversight on my part. I am willing to accept any punishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingshan hastily bowed his head in apology, adopting an expression of utmost loyalty. Huh, to squander such a wealth of my cultivation resources, do you truly believe I would let you off the hook? The youth coldly glanced at Lin Jingshan, shaking his head with a sneer. Beneath his exterior lay an ocean of contempt and disgust. Whoosh. In the next moment, he reached out, conjuring a ball of golden light that surged into Lin Jingshan's body. Instantly, an overwhelming force flooded through him, causing him to involuntarily emit cries of agony. Ah, ah, ah. Soon, Lin Jingshan's face turned crimson, his features contorted in suffering. Young master, please spare me. With a sudden burst, Lin Jingshan's body and soul were obliterated, transforming into a shower of starlight that dissipated into the void. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend why the youth had chosen to end his life. Having executed this deed, the youth concealed his aura and turned to gaze at Shun Lingxue, his eyes gleaming with malice. It has been a long time, Shun Lingxue. He licked his lips, speaking with greedy anticipation. His desire for Shun Lingxue had long since festered, but he had refrained from acting due to concerns about her strength. However, now that her cultivation had been severely weakened, the youth brimmed with confidence that he could capture her. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward. Shun Lingxue's delicate brows furrowed, a wave of unease washing over her. Having expended a significant amount of her essence to confront the enemy moments ago, her strength had diminished greatly. As she noticed the youth closing in rapidly, a sense of urgency filled her heart. Shun Lingxue, do not harbor any thoughts of resistance. I would not wish to harm you. Surrender willingly, and I might yet show you some leniency. The youth's smile was sinister, his gaze fervently fixed on Shun Lingxue. Get lost. Shun Lingxue clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Boom. In the next instant, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged into the heavens, enveloping the entire island. What? How has her aura surged so dramatically? The sudden escalation took the youth by surprise, his pupils contracting in shock. Crack. The youth's expression froze as he felt a chill run down his spine, as if confronted by some terrifying presence. Bang. He suddenly looked up, his eyes widening in horror. Shun Lingxue flicked her fingers, unleashing a brilliant sword radiance that sliced through the void, descending upon him with lethal precision. This is bad. The youth's complexion paled, and he retreated hastily, attempting to escape the range of her attack. Yet, Shun Lingxue's strike was as swift as lightning, arriving in an instant. Clang. Ultimately, the youth barely managed to fend off the onslaught, but he stumbled backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his right arm trembling violently. It was evident that Shun Lingxue's blow had severely injured him. Shun Lingxue, how dare you harm me? A fierce glint ignited in his eyes, flames of rage almost bursting forth. Since achieving the Dao Master Realm, no one had dared to harm him. This time, not only had she injured him, but she also dared to continue her assault. Such a profound humiliation drove the youth into a frenzy. Then I shall cripple you and take you back, the youth bellowed, releasing a torrent of potent spiritual energy that surged like a roaring river. In an instant, a colossal and ferocious beast manifestation took shape, its gaping maw dripping with malevolence as it lunged towards Shun Lingxue. Boom. The island trembled violently, the very fabric of space seeming to buckle under the overwhelming pressure of the beast's might. Humph. Yet, Shun Lingxue's expression remained icy, undaunted as she stepped forward, her delicate hands weaving intricate gestures. In an instant, mysterious patterns flowed forth, coalescing into a seal that hung in the air, exuding an ancient and immense aura. This seal was none other than the Tai Divine Mark technique. Whoosh. In the next moment, Shun Lingxue flicked her fingers, launching the seal to collide with the overwhelming beastly force. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the colossal beast manifestation shattered, dissolving into nothingness. However, Shun Lingxue's face paled slightly, clearly indicating that utilizing such a secret technique came at a significant cost. Damn it. How does this woman possess so many hidden cards? The youth's expression darkened, astonishment etched across his features. In merely a span of 10,000 years, Shun Lingxue had transformed into someone entirely unrecognizable. Wang Pe, this woman is exceedingly cunning. Do not let your guard down. The youth's expression turned serious as he spoke softly to a figure in the distance. Wang Pe. Hearing this, Shun Lingxue's complexion shifted slightly. Young master, I have already stated that you need not intervene. Allow me to handle this. A cold voice followed as a gray-robed crone with white hair stepped forth from the void. Her visage was gaunt, reminiscent of a skeletal figure. Wang Pe. This woman is too treacherous. Be on high alert. The youth warned, his demeanor grave. Rest assured, young master, I have already thoroughly investigated her with my divine sense. The gray-robed crone chuckled ominously. Her aura is rapidly diminishing, and after 2 consecutive battles, her spiritual energy has been entirely depleted. Now, she is merely holding on by a thread. Upon hearing this, the youth finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile creeping onto his face. If that is the case, then I shall entrust her to you, Wang Pe. With that, the youth took a couple of steps back, observing the unfolding situation. Chapter 127, Unique Techniques. Breaking through in crisis. He believed that with Wang Pe's strength as a tribulation-dispersing immortal, she would undoubtedly be able to easily subdue xianxiaaudiobooks. Child, I advise you to be wise and recognize the situation. Wang Pe slowly raised her withered arm, her voice dripping with malice. If you surrender, you may yet retain your life. Otherwise, once I make my move, you shall have no chance of survival. As she spoke, a frigid aura emanated from her, instantly freezing the surrounding space. In response, xianxiaaudiobooks maintained her stoic expression, channeling her spiritual energy within, preparing for another strike. Swear, do you require me to intervene and eliminate these two insignificant pests? Suddenly, a voice resonated in her ear, quietly transmitting. No need. The cultivation technique I practice is rather unique. I must push myself to the brink of despair to undergo a complete transformation. Therefore, I kindly ask my husband not to interfere. I still have hidden cards yet to play. Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate face was pale as she responded with great difficulty. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. However, you must promise me that if danger arises, you shall immediately call for my assistance. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. Jiang Chen's tone was filled with affection and tenderness. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' beautiful eyes sparkled, her red lips pursed slightly as she responded softly. Buzz. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Pe, witnessing this, was filled with uncontrollable rage. Despite being a mere calamity-level immortal herself, she found herself so brazenly disregarded by xianxiaaudiobooks. Instantly, her gaze turned icy, and she reached out with a swift motion. Crash! In an instant, a ghostly axe emerged, shrouded in swirling black mist, exuding a sinister glow that was utterly mesmerizing. Whoosh! The next moment, with a stomp of her foot, Wang Pe lunged towards xianxiaaudiobooks. Boom! With a single swing of the axe, the heavens and earth shifted, and the atmosphere filled with a sense of impending doom. Humph! Facing the oncoming Wang Pe, xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate face turned cold, her jade-like hands forming a seal. In that instant, the Tai divine pattern technique was activated, conjuring an enigmatic rune that radiated an inexplicable aura. Sizzle! The moment this rune appeared, it transformed into a sword shadow, slicing through the void. Wherever the sword shadow passed, annihilation ensued, akin to a blade of destruction. Bang! Wang Pe's ghostly axe met no resistance, cleaving effortlessly into two pieces that fell to the ground. What? This scene left Wang Pe wide-eyed, her expression frozen in disbelief. This axe was a treasure she had casually selected and refined. Yet, despite its formidable hardness, it was not something a mere Dao master could easily shatter. How could it be that xianxiaaudiobooks managed to sever it so effortlessly? Young master, I must exert my full strength now. However, whether she lives or dies is beyond my guarantee. Wang Pe's fury flared, her head snapping up to glare at xianxiaaudiobooks. There, she beheld xianxiaaudiobooks' pale face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, wielding the Tai divine pattern technique had exacted a heavy toll on her. No. Wang Pe, spare her life. I have yet to savor her essence. If she were to perish now, it would be an utter waste. Hearing Wang Pe's declaration, the young man beside her furrowed his brow, hastening to interject. Young master, I understand. Wang Pe nodded, her gaze sharpening as her right hand formed a seal, releasing her own restraints. Crack! A terrifying force erupted, akin to a mountain's roar and a tsunami's might, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. This was the pinnacle of calamity-level immortals. Witnessing this, xianxiaaudiobooks' body trembled violently, her complexion pale. Although she had surmised that Wang Pe's true strength was that of a calamity-level immortal, stronger than an ordinary immortal, she had never anticipated that Wang Pe had actually reached the pinnacle of this realm. She was merely half a step away from becoming a 2-caliber immortal. The distinction between a 1-caliber and a 2-caliber immortal is but a single character, yet it represents a qualitative leap. Once one strides into the realm of 2-caliber immortals, their power multiplies exponentially, wielding the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth with a mere flick of their wrist. The pinnacle of calamity-level immortals is precisely such an existence. Each of these beings is a paragon of unparalleled strength. Child, I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender willingly, or you shall truly meet your demise. Wang Pe's stooped figure straightened, her eyes gleaming with cold determination as she fixed her gaze on xianxiaaudiobooks. Within the murky depths of her eyes lingered a palpable intent to kill. Were it not for the young man's orders to spare xianxiaaudiobooks, she would have already struck with lethal force. Dream on. Yet, xianxiaaudiobooks gritted her teeth, unwavering in her resolve. Boom. A fierce glint ignited in Wang Po's eyes as she stepped forward, a tempest of violent energy billowing forth. Such courage is commendable. Thus, you shall perish. The next moment, Wang Po raised her withered hand, descending with a terrifying force that shattered layers of the void. Shun Lingshua's expression grew solemn as she formed another seal, forcibly activating the Tai divine pattern technique once more. Whoosh! In an instant, a radiant and profound rune materialized. The moment this rune appeared, it resembled a vortex, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Shun Lingshua's complexion grew increasingly pale, her aura dwindling to its nadir. Humph, you dare to use that technique again? Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? Wang Po sneered, her fingers splayed wide as she unleashed a punch. The Xianwang shield. Faced with the onslaught of the punch, Shun Lingshua's face contorted in pain as she cried out. Buzz! A shield, the size of a palm, emerged, enveloping Shun Lingxue in its formidable defense. Clang! However, under Wang Po's punch, the shield trembled violently, as if on the verge of shattering. How powerful! No wonder she is a pinnacle calamity-level immortal. Feeling the immense force from Wang Po, Shun Lingshua's complexion grew ever more ashen. At this moment, the shield could no longer withstand the pressure, surface cracks forming densely. Huh. Let me see how you will withstand this punch. Wang Po cackled maliciously, preparing for another assault. Boom. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The nearly shattered shield erupted with resplendent golden light, releasing a vast surge of energy. Wang Po's expression froze, sensing an unprecedented sense of oppression. Staggering backward, she struggled to regain her footing. You have actually broken through to calamity-level immortal. Wang Po's face darkened as she stepped back, barely managing to steady herself. At this moment, she stared at Shun Lingxue in utter disbelief, her mind a whirlwind. She could hardly fathom that Shun Lingxue had achieved a breakthrough at such a critical juncture. How could this be? She was clearly on the verge of exhaustion. Why would she break through at such a moment of crisis? Could it be? As this thought crossed her mind, Wang Po shuddered, her expression revealing sheer horror. She was unwilling to accept this reality, yet the evidence lay before her, leaving no room for doubt. Shun Lingxue had genuinely advanced to the rank of calamity-level immortal. However, in terms of true combat prowess, she had already reached the level of a 2-caliber immortal. This cannot be. This girl possesses terrifying talent. If she is not eliminated now, there may never be another opportunity. Wang Po muttered, her eyes glinting with venomous cunning. She understood that she could no longer afford to delay. Otherwise, once Shun Lingxue thoroughly solidified her cultivation, her defeat would be inevitable. Chapter 128. Devouring Spirit Blood Pill. Damn it. How could her cultivation rise so rapidly? Wang Po's face was a mask of resentment, her heart brimming with malice and jealousy. She had toiled for tens of thousands of years to barely reach the pinnacle of calamity-level immortal. Yet Shun Lingshue's ascent was astonishingly swift, bordering on the unbelievable. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar, creating waves of turmoil. Moreover, transitioning from the 7th level of the Dao Master Realm to calamity-level immortal is a journey both lengthy and resource-intensive. Yet Shun Lingxue, in a mere span of time, had leaped 3 small realms to attain calamity-level immortal status. Such an extraordinary talent is exceedingly rare throughout the ages. It is known that in the realm of cultivation, the higher one ascends, the more arduous the path becomes. Especially upon reaching calamity-level immortal, advancement becomes nearly impossible. Finally, having reached the immortal realm, she can now unleash her formidable techniques without the constraints of previous limitations. At this moment, Shun Lingxue slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her gaze resting upon Wang Po. Icy and indifferent. Whoosh! With a flicker of her thoughts, the Xianhuang divine pattern rune danced into the air, spinning gracefully and radiating dazzling brilliance. Swish! The next moment, Shun Lingxue extended her jade hand, grasping at the void. Sizzle! A stream of ethereal energy swiftly converged, coiling around her palm and transforming into a magnificent longsword. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of sword intent surged skyward, resembling a ferocious torrent that ravaged the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to pale in its wake. This was indeed sword intent. Who would have thought you were a sword cultivator? At this moment, even the old hag displayed a hint of trepidation. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. A slight smile graced Shun Lingxue's lips as she spoke softly. As her words fell, she tightened her grip on the long sword and struck down with ferocity. Whoosh! A resplendent silver arc tore through the void, propelled by an astonishingly sharp force, aimed directly at the old hag. This strike was so swift that even divine senses could not capture it. Crack! In the next moment, accompanied by a crisp sound of breaking, the silver arc pierced through the old hag's arm, blood splattering and leaving behind a grotesque wound. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. reverberating through the skies, sending chills down one's spine. The old hag's face contorted in agony, her body trembling as pain threatened to render her unconscious. Very well. You have thoroughly enraged me. The intense pain ignited a frenzy within the old hag, making her appear utterly deranged. She raised her hand and grasped, summoning a black cane from the void. This cane, entirely dark, was etched with eerie patterns and exuded a chilling malice. Die, you wretched girl, the old hag roared, brandishing the cane as she charged at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Boom. The force of this strike was tremendous, instilling sheer terror. Yet, Xianxiaaudiobooks remained undaunted, her jade-like hands weaving through the air as the sword intent erupted like a tidal wave. The first form of the xianxian sword cannon, 9 heavens, divine thunder, she murmured, swinging her sword. Instantly, dark clouds churned in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, as if the apocalypse had descended. A robust purple lightning bolt howled, carrying the terrifying power to annihilate all life, striking directly towards the old hag. This scene caused the old hag's complexion to change drastically. She hurriedly swung her dark cane to defend herself. Clang! The thunder collided with the cane, producing a deafening clash. Immediately, a colossal force surged forth, violently slamming into the old hag, sending her flying 100 meters away. Cough, cough. At that moment, the old hag's hair was disheveled, her garments tattered, and a charred hole marred her chest. She coughed up blood, appearing utterly defeated. It seems the young master was correct. You indeed possess many hidden cards. It is time for the old hag to get serious. The old hag gritted her teeth, her face twisted with rage, wishing she could swallow Xianxiaaudiobooks whole. Soul-locking chain, appear. As her words fell, an iron chain erupted from within her body. This chain, under her control, swept directly towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. This is a quasi-immortal artifact. Upon witnessing the approaching chain, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression turned grave. She could distinctly sense the terrifying energy contained within it, surpassing the realm of ordinary Dao artifacts. This chain was the old hag's life weapon. Although it had not yet reached the status of an immortal artifact, it was perilously close. Moreover, it was composed of 12 interwoven links, exuding immense power. Any ordinary cultivator ensnared by it would find no escape. In the past, the old hag had successfully ambushed a 4-calamity loose immortal with this chain, ultimately retreating unscathed. Thus, she held unwavering confidence in this item. Humph. You possess a modicum of insight, but regrettably, you shall not escape death today. The old hag's eyes gleamed with malice as she manipulated the chain, which emitted a low hum. Clatter. In an instant, circle after circle of chains extended from the tip of the iron chain, densely encircling Xianxiaaudiobooks and sealing off all her escape routes. These chains were an inky green, radiating a dense malevolence, resembling ghostly claws that instilled terror. Once ensnared, escape would be utterly impossible. At this moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood still, utterly unfazed. However, the old hag sensed something amiss. Xianxiaaudiobooks clasped her hands, her brow glowing with a hint of radiance. Whoosh! In an instant, 2 flames erupted from thin air, blazing fiercely and rapidly engulfing her entire being. Celestial fire of annihilation. Xianxiaaudiobooks called out softly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 flames erupted, unleashing a tremendous wave of heat that swept in all directions. Sizzle! Under the scorching aura, segments of the chains melted, transforming into molten iron that fell. Staggering! The overwhelming force surged forth, causing the old hag to grunt, stumbling back several steps before barely regaining her balance. At this moment, her complexion was ashen, panting heavily, and she appeared extremely disheveled. Impossible! What kind of flame is this that can incinerate a quasi-immortal artifact? Witnessing this scene, the old hag's face was filled with horror. This was her life's quasi-immortal artifact. Moreover, invoking the soul-locking chain had already drained a significant amount of her essence and spirit, leaving her severely weakened. One could say that if it were any other 1-calamity loose immortal, she could have effortlessly dispatched them in a single exchange. Yet, when facing Xianxiaaudiobooks, she was utterly outmatched. The disparity was simply too vast. Could it be that she has already comprehended the power of the laws? Gazing at the unfolding scene, the old hag stood dazed, mumbling to herself, as a storm of emotions surged within her. She never anticipated that a formidable being, nearly at the threshold of the 2nd calamity, would be unable to defeat a mere 1-calamity loose immortal. Alas, it seems I must resort to that method. After a brief moment of distraction, the old hag quickly regained her composure. A chilling murderous intent flickered in her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Xianxiaaudiobooks. Hee. You have forced my hand. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall drag you down with me. The old hag's eyes radiated a bloodthirsty light as venomous words spilled from her lips. Chapter 129. My lord, your cultivation level. With a flourish, she flipped her wrist, revealing a blood-red pill in her palm. The surface of the pill was pockmarked and protruding, resembling decayed flesh. This pill was none other than the spirit-devouring blood pill. The spirit-devouring blood pill could temporarily elevate a cultivator's realm to its peak. However, once the effects wore off, it would leave the cultivator in a state worse than death, potentially leading to the complete loss of their cultivation. Nevertheless, in her quest to eliminate xianxiaaudiobooks, the old hag could no longer afford to concern herself with the consequences. Thunderous roars erupted as soon as the spirit-devouring blood pill entered her abdomen. Its overwhelming effects unleashed. In an instant, the old hag's aura surged, her skin taking on a blood-like hue, as if coated in oil. Moreover, a long scar on her forehead slithered like a centipede. Suddenly, the old hag howled to the heavens, her eyes turning crimson as they brimmed with a savage, frenzied essence. It seemed she had succumbed to a state of madness, utterly losing her reason. Perish. Abruptly, she lifted her head, a sinister smile gracing her lips. The old hag then took a step forward, once more conjuring iron chains in her hands, striking towards xianxiaaudiobooks. Crack! The void split open, the air rushing in with a crackling sound. This strike was even more terrifying than the last. Its speed exponentially increased, like a tempest, with an onslaught that was relentless. Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate features darkened slightly. Her right hand gripped the sword, while her left formed seals, channeling her ethereal energy to its utmost. The second form of the xianxian sword cannon, 3,000 azure lotuses. With a delicate shout, Xianxiaaudiobooks unleashed a supreme technique. Surrounding her was a multitude of ethereal blue lotus apparitions, their delicate chimes resonating like a symphony of vibrant blossoms, dazzling and resplendent. With a decisive stroke, Xianxiaaudiobooks wielded her longsword, the blade slicing through the air with a glimmering cold light, directing a blue lotus apparition to dart towards the iron chains entwined before her. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the sword's energy struck the chains, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars, unleashing a tempest of force. Wang Po was violently rebuffed, staggering backwards several paces, blood spurting from her mouth. At that moment, her expression was one of sheer horror, disbelief etched across her features. No, impossible. I have consumed the soul-devouring blood pill. Even when faced with a fourth tribulation loose immortal, I should be a match. She is merely a first tribulation loose immortal. How could she possess such power? Wang Po's face turned ashen, her lips trembling in trepidation. The soul-devouring blood pill, crafted from the essence of cultivators' souls, contained extraordinary energy. Once ingested, it could instantly awaken latent potential, tripling one's cultivation. Yet, the side effects were equally pronounced, requiring a significant amount of vital blood to sustain the effects. Wang Po estimated that after consuming this pill, she would only maintain its potency for half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Thus, she had to eliminate Xianxiaaudiobooks within that time frame. Otherwise, she would face certain death when the effects wore off. Gritting her teeth, Wang Po produced a dagger. Swish! With a ruthless swing, she drove the blade into her own chest. Plunge! Pain contorted Wang Po's face as she forcibly tore away half of her shoulder. The wound was deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth, staining her garments crimson. Hiss! Upon witnessing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Wang Po's extreme resolve, willing to sacrifice her own arm to prolong the pill's efficacy. Even if I perish today, I will ensure you suffer. Wang Po roared fiercely, her visage twisted in madness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by a flurry of piercing sounds, dense iron chains surged forth. Each chain slithered like venomous serpents, coiling around Xianxiaaudiobooks. Observing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' countenance grew grave. She swiftly swept her sword, conjuring rippling waves of sword energy. With a series of soft clangs, the chains shattered. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, additional iron chains lunged at her. Though her longsword wielded immense power, it could not withstand the sheer volume of chains. In an instant, 2 chains ensnared her sword, binding it firmly. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the second, third, and so on, until the 7th, 8th, and 9th chains wrapped tightly around her weapon, rendering it unusable. Oh no! Xianxiaaudiobooks' beautiful eyes flickered, her expression shifting between hope and despair. In the next moment, the chains constricted violently, shattering her sword into fragments. Ha! Now, old woman shall see where you can escape. Wang Po chuckled coldly, her eyes ablaze as she charged at Xianxiaaudiobooks like a ravenous beast. Bang, bang, bang. She reached out, seizing Xianxiaaudiobooks' wrists, imprisoning her. Perish. Wang Po cackled with malevolence, her claws poised to viciously grasp Xianxiaaudiobooks' throat. Buzz! At that instant, her assault came to an abrupt halt. Unable to advance even a fraction, it was as though an invisible wall obstructed her path, rendering her immovable. Wang Po's expression shifted as she instinctively looked up. only to behold a man in white descending gracefully before her. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feet upon frost, robes billowing as if he were an otherworldly being. His striking features bore an expression of indifference, his eyes tranquil as a still lake, devoid of ripples. This man was none other than Jiang Chen. My lord, I can still. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Xianxia's heart soared with joy, and she hurriedly began to speak. But before she could finish, she was interrupted. I know, Jiang Chen nodded, signaling her to remain calm. He then cast his gaze upon Wang Po. Feeling the weight of Jiang Chen's stare, Wang Po's heart raced, and she bellowed, Whoever you are, since you wish to save her, then you shall die with her. With that, her right hand morphed into a palm and struck fiercely. Bang! Yet, Jiang Chen did not evade. He allowed her palm to connect with his chest. In that instant, Wang Po was stunned to discover that all her power dissipated. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged forth, rendering her body numb, nearly causing her to collapse. How could this be? Wang Po's face contorted in confusion. She could not fathom how Jiang Chen could withstand her strike with mere flesh. Could he be a ninth tribulation loose immortal? She pondered anxiously, her heart racing as she fixated on Jiang Chen. I felt nothing from that blow. It seems my cultivation level remains a mystery, even to me. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself. Since that is the case, you are of no further use. He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Wang Po as he summoned the powers of time. Instantly, Wang Po's body began to wither rapidly, resembling a desiccated husk, emaciated and frail. Within mere breaths, the once formidable figure had been reduced to a mere skeleton. Wang Po's pupils dilated, her eyes bulging as if she were a corpse. Impossible. What manner of power is this? She uttered faintly before disintegrating into ashes, vanishing into the ether. Witnessing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood in stunned silence. A peak first tribulation loose immortal had perished so effortlessly. Whoosh. Without granting her a moment to ponder, Jiang Chen's figure flickered, appearing beside Xianxiaaudiobooks. My lord, your cultivation. Xianxiaaudiobooks was initially taken aback, then astonished as she inquired. Swear, there are some matters I cannot yet elucidate, so for now, consider me a ninth tribulation loose immortal, Jiang Chen replied with a gentle smile. A ninth tribulation loose immortal, I understand now. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes lit up with clarity, a warm current surging within her heart. Let us depart. Yuer is likely growing anxious, Jiang Chen affirmed, taking Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate hand as they soared towards the ground. Splash. In the next moment, they landed solidly. As they touched down, they beheld Jiang Yuer binding a young man with ropes. How dare you? You little rascal, you dare to bind me like this? Release me at once. The bound youth glared at Jiang Yuer, his fury palpable. He was Wang Tong, the fourth son of the Wang family, blessed with extraordinary talent. Having already attained the Dao Master Realm at a young age, he had come with the intent of capturing Xianxiaaudiobooks to forge a dual cultivation partnership. Yet, he never anticipated that not only would he fail, but he would also find himself ensnared. Now, with his cultivation suppressed by Jiang Chen, he could only feign bravado. Smack. However, before he could finish his protest, a slap landed across his face. You damned little brat. I will kill you. Wang Tong howled in pain, glaring daggers at Jiang Yuer. Wicked villain. Do you dare to lay a hand on my mother again? Jiang Yuer stood with her hands on her hips, radiating an imposing demeanor that belied her 9 years of age. She then extended her hands, launching a barrage of punches against Wang Tong's face, leaving him thoroughly bruised and battered. Ouch. That hurts terribly. Damn it, you little brat. Once my powers are restored, I will surely dismantle you piece by piece. Wang Tong bellowed in agony. Yet, Jiang Yuer remained unfazed, delivering another kick directly to his groin. Bang. Wang Tong let out a blood-curdling scream, his legs clamping tightly together as he nearly fainted from the pain. You. Wang Tong glared at Jiang Yuer with eyes filled with rage, yearning to retaliate. But alas, his entire cultivation was bound, leaving him utterly defenseless. Still unwilling to admit your faults? It seems I have been too lenient, Jiang Yuer taunted, then proceeded to deliver another round of blows. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Tong could no longer endure the onslaught and hastily pleaded for mercy. I admit my mistakes. I admit my mistakes. Please spare me, my lady. Yuer, that was splendid, came Jiang Chen's voice. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Jiang Yuer turned around and saw the two approaching. Without hesitation, she leaped into Jiang Chen's embrace, her voice soft and delicate. Father, do you think I was a bit too cruel just now? Cruel? As your father, I believe you were rather gentle. However, remember, when dealing with enemies in the future, you must escalate your efforts and strike them down mercilessly, Jiang Chen said, gently stroking her lustrous hair, filled with admiration. Hee hee, I understand now, Jiang Yuer replied playfully. By the way, mother, are you alright? Suddenly, Jiang Yue broke free from his embrace and rushed to Shun Lingshue's side, her concern evident. Shun Lingxue gazed at her for a moment before revealing a slight smile. I am fine, my dear. She affectionately ruffled Jiang Yue's hair and continued, but you, with that temperament, are increasingly resembling your father. Hee, it's all thanks to Father's good teaching. Jiang Yue beamed sweetly. She then turned to the two and said, Father, Mother, please continue your conversation. I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Jiang Yue tore through the void and gracefully departed from the island. Witnessing her leave, a tender smile graced Shun Lingshue's face as her gaze flickered towards Jiang Chen. Feeling her gaze, Jiang Chen cleared his throat awkwardly, choosing not to elaborate further. Shun Lingxue covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, exuding an enchanting charm that left one breathless. This scene ignited an overwhelming jealousy within Wang Teng. Why, he pondered. Should there be such a stark disparity between men? Since Shun Lingxue is already your wife, I shall not contest with you. Therefore, if you release me upon my return, I will certainly prepare a lavish gift and pay you another visit. How does that sound? Wang Teng inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure as he spoke in a low voice. Though his anger simmered, he was not foolish. With Wang Pe yet to return, any intelligent person could discern that she had likely met her demise. Now, with his cultivation sealed, he had no choice but to bow his head. Otherwise, Jiang Chen could easily end his life with a mere flick of his wrist. After all, he understood the wisdom of preserving one's life for future endeavors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool. This fellow's intellect was indeed concerning. You need not fret. As long as you release me, I assure you I will not trouble you again, Wang Teng insisted, believing Jiang Chen remained skeptical. Heh. Jiang Chen let out a cold chortle, shaking his head. Do you still doubt my intentions? Upon noticing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Wang Teng's brows knitted together as he spoke icily. You should be aware that our Wang family is a prominent clan of Tianqian Star, not some rural bumpkin from a petty world like you can provoke. Jiang Chen scoffed at his words, a mocking grin plastered on his face. A mere Wang family might indeed be considered a significant clan within Tianqian Star. Yet, in Jiang Chen's eyes, they were inconsequential, easily obliterated at a whim. Little Na F, do you truly believe you can leave here alive today? Jiang Chen remarked, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he gazed at him indifferently. What do you mean? Wang Teng's expression suddenly stiffened. Abruptly, Jiang Chen ceased his idle chatter. Raising his right hand, a terrifying force erupted, instantly enveloping Wang Teng's entire being. Tianqian Star, is it? Let me see where this place truly lies. Buzz. In an instant, Wang Teng's body trembled as he became rigid, immobilized in place. What is this? Soul-searching. Wang Teng exclaimed in horror. He sensed the surrounding space distorting, as if a strange power was gnawing at his very soul. He attempted to resist, but to no avail. Moments later, Wang Teng's pupils dilated, rendering him a mere shell of a man, collapsing to the ground in a stupor. I found it. It's located right there. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within. Husband, you aren't planning to venture to Tianqian Star alone, are you? Shun Lingshue's beautiful eyes flickered with concern. Do not worry, my dear. I just discovered a fragment of his soul within his consciousness. It must belong to some elder of the Wang family. Now, all I need to do is transfer my spirit into this fragment. At that moment, my soul will be able to directly descend upon Tianqian Star, Jiang Chen explained, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Husband, you truly are remarkable. I cannot believe you devised such a plan, Shun Lingxue replied, smiling brightly. She had not anticipated that Jiang Chen possessed such ingenuity. However, the pressing matter at hand is to tend to your injuries first. Jiang Chen gazed lovingly at Shun Lingxue. She nodded obediently, sitting down on the ground and shedding her white garments. Instantly, a flawless and exquisite form revealed itself, igniting a rush of blood. Gulp. Jiang Chen struggled to swallow, his gaze fixated upon her with fervor. After a moment, he finally regained his composure, bewildered. Schwer, what are you doing? Husband, why are you still standing there in a daze? Shun Lingshue's cheeks flushed as she replied. Did you not just say you would heal my wounds? Jiang Chen was rendered speechless. Shun Lingshue's reasoning was so sound that he found himself unable to retort. With a wry smile, he finally said, who told you that healing required this? But 100,000 years ago, when I first took form, you mentioned it just like this, Shun Lingxue shyly declared, biting her red lip. That was then, this is now. I hope, Schwer, that you can forget the past me and allow our relationship to begin anew in this life. Is that agreeable? Jiang Chen looked at her earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shun Lingxue froze for a moment, her eyes welling with tears as she choked out. I will listen to my husband in all things. With that, tears streamed down her cheeks. For all these years, she had kept herself in solitude. Her heart, filled with loneliness, with Jiang Chen as her only solace. Thus, when she heard his words, she could no longer hold back her emotions. Sigh, all right, Schwer. Please put your clothes back on. I am about to help you heal, Jiang Chen sighed, pulling her into his embrace and gently comforting her. Husband, I want to stay in your arms a little longer, Xianxia murmured, burying her head against Jiang Chen's chest. Of course, Jiang Chen readily agreed, allowing her to rest in his embrace. After a brief moment, Xianxia slowly rose to her feet. Her cheeks were flushed, radiant and enchanting, akin to a blossoming rose. Husband, let us commence, she spoke softly to him. With that, she donned her white garment once more and closed her eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. He raised his hand and pressed it against her delicate shoulder. Instantly, a surge of immense power from the laws of the universe coursed into her being. In that fleeting moment, Xianxia's body trembled, her face flushed with color, and she bit her crimson lip as if enduring excruciating pain. Yet, she refrained from uttering a sound, resolutely enduring the torment. Approximately half an hour later, her complexion returned to normal. Schwer, while healing you just now, I discovered that your soul is incomplete. Has someone caused you grievous harm before? Jiang Chen withdrew his hand and, after a prolonged silence, suddenly inquired. Not at all. All of this is the consequence of my own actions, Xianxia replied, shaking her head earnestly. Indeed, her soul was fractured, but it had nothing to do with anyone else. Oh, Jiang Chen expressed surprise, asking, then please tell me the truth. Why have you done this? Husband, do you still remember the matter I spoke of previously? Xianxia pondered for a moment before raising her head to speak. Are you referring to the incident of my soul traversing? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Precisely, Xianxia nodded earnestly. At that time, to ensure the process was flawless, I had no choice but to sacrifice all of my cultivation, along with a portion of my soul, to the heavenly mechanism disc. As she spoke, she retrieved the heavenly mechanism disc from within her and held it aloft. With a hum, the disc emitted a dazzling light under Xianxia's control. Suddenly, a colossal array emerged from the void, exuding an ancient and profound aura, enveloping the entire island, instilling a sense of dread. Simultaneously, Xianxia trembled. A drop of her essence blood flew forth and landed upon the heavenly mechanism disc. Soul locking array, activate, she commanded with fervor. In an instant, threads of blood appeared, connecting various points on the disc. Each thread represented fragments of Xianxia's soul. Husband, do you see? She turned to Jiang Chen, softly murmuring. These threads of blood signify the parts of my lost soul. They must fuse together to construct a complete soul-locking array, allowing for the summoning of your soul. As she spoke, her expression fluctuated with anxiety, for this method was perilously fraught with danger. A mere misstep could lead to her demise. Schwer, why must you go to such lengths? Jiang Chen sighed, stepping closer to grasp her slender wrist and draw her into his embrace. Husband, Xianxia gasped softly, her cheeks reddening, revealing a blissful smile as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. Do you trust me, Schwet? Jiang Chen gently stroked her dark, lustrous hair, his tone soothing. I do, Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Then, when I perform the secret technique shortly, simply follow my lead, Jiang Chen declared. Releasing her and taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Hearing Jiang Chen mention the secret technique, Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered with understanding, her delicate face shifting slightly. However, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to her change in demeanor. He raised his right arm, extending his index finger, and softly intoned, "Time, cease." In an instant, a wondrous power enveloped the island, freezing time in a grip of death and despair, overwhelming and oppressive. Husband, what are you planning to do? At that moment, a flicker of unease surged within Xianxia, compelling her to voice her concern. The next second, Jiang Chen tightened his embrace around her waist, lifting her into the air. Then his eyes took on a clock-like appearance, unleashing terrifying temporal laws. Buzzing, with a mere thought, he began to channel the full force of the time laws. Instantly, countless rivers of time appeared around Xianxia, as if traversing epochs. With a rush, Jiang Chen raised his left arm, palm open, releasing several wisps of soul fragments that drifted from within him. These fragments were, unmistakably, remnants of Jiang Chen's own soul. Husband, even without that part of my soul, I could still live for a long time. Please, do not act recklessly. Xianxia's eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded, fully aware of Jiang Chen's intentions. Though this action could safely extricate her soul from the heavenly mechanism disc, the risks were monumental. Should he fail, Jiang Chen's soul would be utterly annihilated. Yet, Jiang Chen paid her no heed. He placed the soul fragments beside Xianxia, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He then formed intricate seals with his hands, casting arcane runes. Immediately, The blood threads dispersed throughout the heavenly mechanism disc began to be drawn forth by the time loss. "Husband, stop! You might die!" Xianxia cried, tears streaming down her face in desperation. But Jiang Chen remained silent, his actions unwavering as he continued to channel the runes. Gradually, his wisps of soul began to merge into the heavenly mechanism disc, exchanging positions with Xianxia's soul. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia struggled with all her might to halt the process, yet her strength seemed utterly insignificant before Jiang Chen, proving futile. As the fragments of soul integrated into the disc, it trembled violently, radiating brilliant golden light. "Husband, I beg you, please don't." Xianxia wept, her face a mask of desperation. Regardless of her pleas, Jiang Chen persisted, his movements unceasing, the runes shimmering incessantly. In that moment, the blood threads that had been extricated automatically returned to Xianxia's body. Instantly, those threads fused with her soul, causing her cultivation to rise exponentially. From second tribulation loose immortal to third, and finally to ninth tribulation loose immortal, culminating at the peak of the profound immortal realm. At that moment, Jiang Chen thrust his palm forward, completely merging the heavenly mechanism disc with his soul fragments, forming new blood threads. Seeing this, Jiang Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Originally, he had intended to forcefully extract the blood threads from the disc, but that would have risked harming Xianxia's soul fragments. Thus, for the sake of safety, he had opted for this alternative approach. Thankfully, everything unfolded smoothly. "Husband, how can you be so foolish? If you die, what meaning does my life hold?" At that moment, Xianxia collapsed into Jiang Chen's embrace, her face streaming with tears. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Chen felt a surge of tenderness. Though their time together had been brief, he could sense the sincerity of Xianxia's feelings for him. "Do not weep. I am perfectly fine," Jiang Chen spoke softly, using his sleeve to wipe away her tears. "Besides, my beloved Shuer is so beautiful, I could never bear to leave you. However, should I ever become a mere mortal, will Cher still be willing to stay by my side for a lifetime?" Upon hearing these words, Xianxia broke into a smile through her tears, embracing him tightly. "Yes, regardless of how my husband changes, I am willing to follow you." In that moment, the two shared a kiss, lost in each other's presence. After a long while, they parted, and Jiang Chen gazed at Xianxia, his eyes brimming with deeper affection. "By the way, my husband, now that you have lost part of your soul, do you feel any discomfort?" Suddenly, Xianxia lifted her head, concern etched across her face. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback and shook his head to indicate he was fine. Seeing this, Xianxia finally felt relieved. However, when she noticed beads of sweat forming on Jiang Chen's forehead, her delicate features darkened. After all, once a cultivator loses part of their soul, it invariably impacts their lifespan and cultivation level considerably. Then, Xianxia took out a pill and fed it to Jiang Chen, subsequently retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. "Is this what it feels like to be cared for by a wife?" Watching Xianxia diligently wiping his sweat, Jiang Chen mused inwardly, relishing this rare moment of warmth. "Ouch, it suddenly hurts here." After a brief moment of enjoyment, Jiang Chen feigned a look of pain, clutching his chest and frowning dramatically. "My husband, what is wrong?" As expected, Xianxia immediately grew anxious, quickly helping Jiang Chen to sit up. "Haha, I was just teasing you." Jiang Chen laughed heartily, ruffling Xianxia's hair. "How annoying." Seeing Jiang Chen return to normal, Xianxia shot him a playful glare before lowering her head, shyly saying, "My husband, you have done so much for me. Yet I have nothing to give you in return. How about tonight?" "Shuer, are you suggesting?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Xianxia nodded, gently biting her lip. "Ha ha ha, that would be splendid." Jiang Chen laughed heartily, embracing Xianxia as he prepared to leave. To this, Xianxia's face flushed. Yet she did not resist, silently permitting Jiang Chen's actions. "My husband, please wait a moment." Suddenly, Xianxia spoke, her gaze settling on the celestial mechanism plate. She then raised her hand, and the plate floated into her grasp. "My husband, this celestial mechanism plate has merged with your fragment of soul. My strength has yet to return to its peak, and I cannot adequately protect it. Perhaps it would be best entrusted to you for safekeeping." After saying this, Xianxia handed the plate to Jiang Chen. It was evident that she feared it might be seized or destroyed by others. After all, if the plate were to be damaged, Jiang Chen's soul would suffer a severe blow. "No, Shuer should keep it herself," Jiang Chen replied, refusing to take the celestial mechanism plate. "Moreover, with my fragment of soul present, your safety will be better assured. But with my current cultivation..." Xianxia hesitated. "Shuer, I understand your concerns. Fear not, I will be fine," Jiang Chen reassured her, grasping Xianxia's delicate hand. "For me, your safety is paramount. My husband." Upon hearing this, Xianxia trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she gazed adoringly at Jiang Chen. All right, since Shuer is worried about her cultivation, allow me to help you refine a divine-grade pill to assist your breakthrough, Jiang Chen said with a gentle smile. Then took out an alchemical furnace and various divine herbs from his spatial ring. With a flick of his consciousness, flames erupted into being, spiraling around the furnace like a majestic dragon. Jiang Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes snapping open, radiating with determination. Boom. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed as the entire island trembled violently, while the ocean surrounding it surged with towering waves. Meanwhile, inside the island, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood vigil beside Jiang Chen. Worry etched on her face. After all, divine-grade pills could only be refined by powerful beings from higher realms. Refining a divine-grade pill required not only exceptional alchemical skills, but also the alchemists themselves to possess divine status. Both were indispensable. Lacking either would be catastrophic. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Jiang Chen began to add the divine herbs into the furnace one by one. Since the system had rewarded him with perfect alchemical proficiency, he was confident he would encounter no issues in refining this divine-grade pill. With a thought, Jiang Chen unleashed the chaotic flame within him, enveloping each divine herb. As the chaotic fire blazed, the herbs gradually transformed into a potent elixir. Jiang Chen focused intently, manipulating the chaotic flames to expedite the dissolution of the herbs. However, under his watchful gaze, the herbs seemed restless, beginning to clash against one another. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, surprised by the herb's stubbornness. Indeed, entities that had awakened intelligence were reluctant to be refined. But do you think this will spare you from your fate of being turned into a pill? Jiang Chen thought to himself, intensifying the power of the chaotic flames. During this process, the previously restless divine herbs gradually began to calm. After about half a stick of incense, Jiang Chen collected his focus, carefully controlling the heat to facilitate the transformation of the herbs into liquid form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Finally, all the herbs transformed into liquid and entered the final stage of fusion. Suddenly, the liquid emitted cries, as if pleading for mercy. Humph, Jiang Chen scoffed, disregarding the pleas and continuing to fuel the chaotic flames to scorch the liquid. Soon, all the liquid within the furnace merged into one, leaving behind intricate patterns that exuded a rich, exotic fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen pressed his right palm against the base of the furnace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, the furnace trembled, emitting strange sound waves akin to an incantation. Then, the divine pill within the furnace rapidly expanded before erupting with a resounding bang. Palm-sized pills flew out, scattering in all directions. Whoosh! Thinking to escape? Jiang Chen had anticipated this, reaching out to grasp several divine pills mid-air. My husband, you truly refined divine-grade pills. Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed in astonishment as she beheld the divine pills in Jiang Chen's palm. After all, divine-grade pills were not something that could be successfully refined in this lowly realm. Haha, it's merely a divine-grade pill, Jiang Chen replied with a nonchalant smile. Before handing the freshly made pills to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Swear, these pills have just been created. Consume them while they are still warm. I will guard you, Jiang Chen instructed, then sat beside her, observing intently. Thank you, my husband. Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a grateful glance at Jiang Chen, hurriedly swallowing the pills. As soon as the pills entered her abdomen, they transformed into immense medicinal power, surging through her dantian. Xianxiaaudiobooks closed her beautiful eyes, diligently regulating her breath to absorb the overwhelming energy. It seemed she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen kept a watchful eye on Xianxiaaudiobooks, assessing her condition. As time passed, Xianxiaaudiobooks' aura grew stronger, her cultivation steadily rising. Suddenly, a chilling wave swept over her entire body, causing Xianxiaaudiobooks to involuntarily shiver. Immediately, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cultivation rapidly ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm in the blink of an eye, merely a step away from an even higher echelon. However, this single step has confounded countless cultivators, with some dedicating their entire lives to attempting to traverse it without success. Why hasn't she awakened yet? Moments later, Xianxiaaudiobooks still showed no signs of regaining consciousness, instead remaining in a state of unconsciousness. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, extending his left hand to her forehead, probing her physical condition. Strange. Yet, Jiang Chen was taken aback, for he had previously scanned her with his spiritual sense and found no injuries. What astonished him was that there was not even a trace of spiritual energy within her body. Schwer. Seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks remain unresponsive, Jiang Chen hurriedly attempted to rouse her. However, despite his fervent calls, she remained utterly still. Could this be related to the elixir I just concocted? Jiang Chen pondered. It must be so, otherwise, Schwer would not have succumbed to unconsciousness. After this realization, Jiang Chen attempted to channel spiritual energy into Xianxia's body. Yet, as soon as his energy approached her, it vanished completely. What is happening? Jiang Chen was stunned, his gaze shifting to the space between Xianxia's brows, where an imprint resembling a lotus flower resided. The lotus design was vividly lifelike, shimmering with a faint azure luminescence, as if it were a living entity. System, what on earth is this? Jiang Chen inquired, having never encountered such a phenomenon. Ding. The system detects that the other party has reached the peak of the realm, currently in the process of forming a divine personality. The host need not be concerned. The system's prompt echoed. Forming a divine personality? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. He had indeed heard the system mention this matter before. In that case, I'll wait a little longer, Jiang Chen thought, placing his hand back on Xianxia's face. At that moment, Xianxia slowly opened her eyes, her pupils tinged with red, exuding an enchanting allure. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from her being, palpable and fierce. Shweta seems a bit off right now. Jiang Chen's heart sank as he prepared to retract his hand, only to realize it was firmly grasped by her. Instantly, Jiang Chen's expression changed, and just as he intended to break free, he heard Xianxia's soft voice. Husband. This voice was intoxicating, almost magical, rendering Jiang Chen momentarily paralyzed. Soon after, Xianxia's delicate form drew closer, her breath fragrant as orchids. At that moment, Jiang Chen's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the sensation of her silken body pressed against his chest, igniting a fire within him. Simultaneously, beneath their feet, ice crystals materialized, forming a bed of ice. Husband, I truly adore you, Xianxia murmured, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Then, she extended her jade-like arm, winding it around Jiang Chen's neck, her soft, warm lips approaching him. Shuer, your current demeanor is rather peculiar. Perhaps you should calm down first? Suddenly, Jiang Chen pushed her away, his expression grave. In response, Xianxia's smile blossomed like a flower, enchanting and captivating, yet it soon faded, replaced by a fierce glare. Husband, do you no longer fancy me? Or do you wish to abandon me once more, as you did a millennium ago? As her words fell, Xianxia's eyes turned blood red, filled with boundless malice that sent chills down one's spine. With a thunderous rumble, the entire island trembled violently, a terrifying aura of slaughter spreading forth. System, what is happening? Jiang Chen's heart raced as he inquired. Ding. The system detects that the other party has successfully formed a divine personality. However, due to her overwhelming obsession, it has been exploited by inner demons, magnifying her fixation to the point of resentment. But the host need not worry. Simply subduing her and engaging in mutual cultivation will resolve everything. Hearing this, Jiang Chen finally exhaled in relief. Shuer, you must awaken quickly, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to be unkind to you. Jiang Chen steadied his emotions, feigning sternness as he spoke. I have always been quite aware, rather. Dear husband, you shall not think to leave me again in this life. Xianxia replied, her teeth gritted, each word dripping with intensity. Otherwise, I shall have to sever your limbs. Following her declaration, Xianxia's figure vanished from sight. Bang! In the next instant, she reappeared behind Jiang Chen, kicking towards his waist. Shuer, your behavior is quite unruly. Jiang Chen turned, swiftly grasping her calf. With a slight exertion, he pulled Xianxia into his embrace. Husband, you. Xianxia was taken aback, her previous ferocity dissipating, replaced by a look of sheer panic. I apologize, Shuer, your current state is too perilous, and I must resort to this method to awaken you. Jiang Chen sighed, shaking his head as he enveloped her slender waist and pressed her onto the ice bed. Chapter 134. Arriving at Tiantian Star, the annihilation of the Wang clan. Husband. Startled by Jiang Chen's sudden actions, Xianxia's cheeks flushed with two rosy hues. Fear not. My dear, I am merely aiding you in regaining your senses. Relax. Jiang Chen reassured her, leaning down to kiss her tempting lips, savoring her sweetness. After an hour had passed, Jiang Chen sighed deeply, rising from the ice bed. At this moment, Xianxia appeared to have regained much of her clarity. She stared blankly at the sky, motionless. Shuer, do you remember? Jiang Chen gently caressed her hair, calling her name. Husband, Xianxia murmured softly, her expression one of distress. Husband, it seems I have experienced an exceedingly long dream. Xianxia suddenly grasped Jiang Chen's arm, tears welling in her eyes, in the dream. You did not keep your promise and heartlessly abandoned me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen touched her forehead, finding no abnormalities. It seems the Shuer I know has returned. Jiang Chen sighed in relief, wrapping her in his arms, reassuring her, foolish girl, I shall never abandon you, nor will I leave your side. Nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace, Shun Lingshue's tear-streaked face reflected her vulnerability as she sniffled. Husband, although our souls are the same, you have truly changed in this life. After all, in Shun Lingshue's memories, the Jiang Chen of her past was born proud and aloof, viewing the world as mere ants beneath him. Yet the current Jiang Chen possessed none of that tyrannical aura. Instead, he was gentle and considerate, evoking trust and closeness. Then, Shuer, do you like the current me? Jiang Chen looked at her, a smile gracing his lips. I do. Shun Lingxue replied softly, her cheeks flushed, appearing exceedingly bashful. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen's heart fluttered, nearly yielding to the impulse to lay her down upon the ice bed. Thankfully, reason prevailed, and he restrained himself. Husband, I feel a bit fatigued. I wish to sleep for a while. At that moment, Shun Lingxue lay lazily in Jiang Chen's arms. Yawning, since you're tired, then sleep. Jiang Chen, with an air of indulgence, effortlessly scooped up Shun Lingxue, preparing to depart. She murmured in response. Her eyelids firmly shut as she succumbed to a deep slumber. Having lingered here for long enough, it was indeed time to leave, Jiang Chen mused silently. With Shun Lingxue cradled in his arms, his figure vanished from sight. Before his departure, he also ensnared the foolish Wang Tung into the system's spatial confines. Once they had left, the sea regained its tranquil demeanor, as though nothing had ever transpired. In the next moment, Jiang Chen reappeared in the familiar courtyard. Creak. Pushing open the door, he strode directly inside, while holding Shun Lingxue. Gently, he laid her down upon the bed. Husband, Shun Lingxue called out in a daze, reaching for the hem of Jiang Chen's garment. Observing this, Jiang Chen seated himself at the edge of the bed, propping his chin on his hand. A faint smile graced his lips as his deep gaze lingered upon Shun Lingxue. Sleep now. I shall remain by your side, he spoke softly, tucking her under the covers and soothing her gently. Moments passed, and Shun Lingxue gradually drifted into the realm of dreams, her brow furrowed with fatigue. At last, she has fallen asleep. Jiang Chen sighed lightly, tenderly smoothing her disheveled hair. He then rose and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Now, it was time to attend to that matter. I must see to it, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, subsequently releasing the bewildered Wang Tung from the system's confines. At that moment, Wang Tung appeared dazed, his eyes vacant, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a rather comical sight. Well then, let us ascertain the whereabouts of Tianxian Star, Jiang Chen uttered coldly, immediately manifesting a wisp of his soul from within. A wave of terrifying pressure descended upon Wang Tung, causing him to curl up in agony. Jiang Chen's fragment of soul then surged into Wang Tung's consciousness. In an instant, anguished cries erupted from Wang Tung. His visage contorted as if enduring unspeakable torment. Within Wang Tung's consciousness, aside from his own soul, there existed other fragments of soul. A man clad in black robes hovered in midair, surrounded by ominous lightning, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Who dares intrude upon the consciousness of our young master? The sudden appearance of Jiang Chen rendered Wang Ming's countenance ominously dark. Silence. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, raising his right hand to bind him in place. Crack. In the next instant, a formidable surge of spiritual energy ensnared Wang Ming entirely, eliciting a howl of agony from him. Who are you? Wang Ming cried out in terror, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Jiang Chen. Unfazed, Jiang Chen extended his finger and pointed into the void. A brilliant silver light shot forth, piercing Wang Ming's forehead. Wang Ming let out a heart-wrenching scream, his head throbbing as if it were about to burst. Seeing this, Jiang Chen remained indifferent and transformed into a streak of light, directly entering Wang Ming's body. Wang Ming bellowed, his form exploding into a gruesome spectacle. Immediately thereafter, a tempestuous wave of spiritual energy swept through Wang Tung's consciousness, swiftly disintegrating his physical form into ash. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen, through Wang Ming's fragment of soul, established a connection with his main body, effortlessly arriving at Tianxian Star. Such abundant spiritual energy. Upon setting foot on Tianxian Star, Jiang Chen instantly sensed the realm's spiritual essence, brimming with pure energy, even more concentrated than that of Taichu Star. This place is quite splendid. Perhaps I shall consider relocating here in the future, Jiang Chen mused, glancing around and nodding in approval. Subsequently, he unleashed his consciousness, enveloping Tianxian Star in an instant, commencing his search for the Wang family's location. Found it. So it lies there, he discerned. Soon, Jiang Chen's consciousness pinpointed a courtyard. Swish. Jiang Chen's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward a specific area. Young master, please spare us. We acknowledge our mistakes. Do not take our lives. A group of guards knelt before a courtyard, drenched in sweat, pleading for mercy. Standing before them was a young man, resplendently dressed and exuding an air of distinction. The young man's cultivation had already reached the realm of transformation. This youth was none other than the third son of the Wang family, Wang Hao. Useless. Wang Hao's eyes flared with anger as he bellowed. I have invested substantial resources in nurturing you, yet you cannot even keep track of a single person. What use are you? Hearing this, the guards trembled in fear. Young master, we truly exerted ourselves. We dispatched countless individuals to investigate. Yet we have found no trace of young master Wang Tung. Suddenly, one guard spoke up. Young master. I heard that young master Wang Tung has already departed Tianqian Star via a teleportation array. At this, Wang Hao's face contorted with rage, gritting his teeth. Quickly tell me. Where did he go through the teleportation array? Chapter 135. Today, no living soul shall remain here. I am not entirely certain where young master Wang Tung has gone. The guard stammered. Damn it. What a useless lot. Wang Hao seethed, delivering a fierce kick to the guard. Since that is the case, you shall meet your demise. As he spoke, he raised his hand, condensing a long sword of energy, and swung it down with force. With a splatter of blood, a severed head rolled to the ground, creating a scene of sheer horror. Witnessing this, the remaining guards quaked in terror. Continue searching for young master. Even if we must scour the entire star domain, we will locate him. We must see him alive, or his corpse. Wang Hao's countenance darkened as he spoke coldly. I refuse to believe that Wang Tung can simply vanish into thin air. Understood. The guards replied in unison, swiftly dispersing to execute his orders. This group of fools. Were it not for the current shortage of manpower, I would have slaughtered them all. Wang Hao scoffed, a sinister expression crossing his face as he watched them depart. Suddenly, his gaze flickered to a corner where a small cage sat, containing a young girl. The girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, her fair skin contrasting with her disheveled and dirt-stained clothing. Her large, expressive eyes darted around, revealing her cleverness. It has been quite some time since I savored human flesh. Wang Hao mused, licking his dry lips as he gazed at the girl in the cage. With a swish, Wang Hao approached, seizing the girl by the neck and drawing her near. Huff, huff, the girl seemed to sense her peril, writhing in fear. With no hesitation, Wang Hao struck her twice, barking, "Be quiet, little one." How the girl cried out in pain, tears cascading down her cheeks. However, the more she wept, the tighter Wang Hao's grip became, suffocating her. Upon observing the small girl, Wang Hao revealed a sinister smile. Very well, let us first savor the most tender morsel, he declared, producing a dagger from his bosom, poised to sever the girl's wrist and indulge in his macabre feast. However, as the dagger was raised, it suddenly suspended in midair. Wang Hao furrowed his brow in confusion and glanced downward. He discovered that his wrist seemed to be grasped by an unseen force. Crack! A faint sound of bones fracturing echoed, causing Wang Hao's arm to droop limply. A surge of excruciating pain surged through him, and he could not stifle a wretched scream, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His arm had twisted grotesquely, now fractured. Who is it? Wang Hao's complexion turned ashen, his gaze sweeping his surroundings, yet he saw no one. His legs began to tremble, dread enveloping him. Who could it be? Sneaking up is no skill. Show yourself if you dare, he shouted in panic. Crack! No sooner had he finished speaking than another sound of bone shattering was heard. Wang Hao cried out once more, as his other arm dislocated, leaving him sprawled on the ground in utter disarray. Crack! Yet, this was merely the beginning. Amidst his piercing screams, his other leg also dislocated, collapsing stiffly to the ground. Wang Hao's eyes were filled with terror and malice. How could he have anticipated that such an extraordinary power lurked in the shadows? You fiend, who are you? Do you harbor a grudge against the Wang family? Wang Hao forced back his terror, his tone icy as he inquired. What do you think? A detached voice reverberated through the courtyard, laced with mockery. In an instant, a figure clad in white materialized before him. It was none other than Jiang Chen. The sight of Jiang Chen caused Wang Hao's pupils to constrict, an overwhelming fear swelling within him. He felt as if, in the presence of Jiang Chen, he could not summon a single thought of resistance. The man was too enigmatic. Though he stood within arm's reach, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm separated them. What manner of person are you? He stammered, swallowing hard. The one who will end your life. Jiang Chen scoffed, and with a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind surged forth, striking Wang Hao with brutal force. Bang! Wang Hao was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall, and spewed a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, he exclaimed in horror, I warn you. Do not act rashly. The ancestor of the Wang family is a true immortal. If you wish to live, you must flee at once. Otherwise, once the ancestor makes his move, you shall have no escape. With that, Wang Hao retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed warily on Jiang Chen, fearful that the slightest misstep would see him slain. In response, Jiang Chen paid him no heed, striding directly to the small girl. He knelt down, gently ruffling her hair, and said with a soft smile, Little sister, Fear not, your brother is not a bad person. Upon witnessing the gentleness on Jiang Chen's face, the girl blinked her big eyes and timidly asked, Big brother, can you take me home? I want to go back. Hearing her words, Jiang Chen paused, then smiled and shook his head. Of course, but you must wait until your brother has finished his business. As he spoke, he flicked a spark of flame from his fingertips, which landed upon Wang Hao. In the next instant, Wang Hao did not even have time to scream before he was reduced to a pile of ashes, dissipating into the ether. After completing this, Jiang Chen rose and gazed upon the entirety of the Wang family estate, murmuring, killing them one by one is simply too slow. With that, he lifted the small girl into his arms, and with a flicker of movement, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself hovering above the Wang family estate. Then let us eradicate the entire Wang family in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen's expression remained placid as his gaze locked onto the estate below, slowly extending his hand. Instantly, the clouds in the sky converged, forming a colossal vortex that obscured the sun, enveloping the Wang estate. Thunder rumbled. As the vortex spun, torrents of violent spiritual energy cascaded forth, crashing down upon the estate like a cataclysmic tidal wave. Thud, thud. When this oppressive force descended, the guards of the Wang estate could no longer withstand it, collapsing to their knees, trembling uncontrollably, their faces drained of color. They looked up at the heavens, their eyes bulging with horror, paralyzed by fear. Flee! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Panic screams filled every corner of the Wang estate. Enemy attack! What on earth is happening? Quickly! Report to the family head. In an instant, chaos erupted within the estate. Whoosh! Simultaneously, several shadowy figures shot into the sky, emanating a chilling aura as they charged toward Jiang Chen. These figures were the esteemed protectors of the Wang family, each possessing the cultivation level of a loose immortal. However, to the astonishment of the protectors, before they could even approach within 3 meters of Jiang Chen, they were met with an invisible barrier that blocked their path. What the hell is this? What powerful pressure? Who is this young man? They wondered, exchanging glances filled with dread and trepidation. No matter, we must subdue him first. One protector declared through gritted teeth. He stepped forward, conjuring a pitch-black iron claw that glimmered ominously. Whoosh! In the next moment, he thrust it forward with the speed of lightning, aiming directly at Jiang Chen's chest. Utterly foolish. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, disdain evident in his tone. He then cast a piercing glare at the attacker, a flicker of red light flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! The next second, the protector's movement halted abruptly, rendered motionless. A peculiar wave of energy radiated from within him. Boom! In an instant, the protector's body erupted, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh. A mere glance from Jiang Chen had obliterated a formidable loose immortal. What sort of power is this? The remaining protectors were rendered speechless at this sight. Chapter 136. Since you've arrived, why leave? Whoosh! In the next moment, they disregarded everything and hastily retreated, desperate to distance themselves from Jiang Chen. However, alas, their speed was no match for Jiang Chen's gaze. Since you have come, why would you wish to depart? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as his eyes scanned the vicinity, akin to a cat hunting its prey. As they barely managed a few steps away, they found themselves rooted in place, expressions of confusion etched on their faces. What is this? Why can't I move? They realized they were utterly immobilized, like puppets frozen in place. Buzz! Suddenly, a red glow enveloped their bodies, swiftly igniting them in a searing blaze, transforming them into mere fireballs in an instant. A chilling scream reverberated through the heavens, as several acolytes writhed in agony amidst the inferno. What on earth is happening? I felt as though my very blood were boiling. No, spare me. Each of the acolytes bore a visage of despair, their hearts heavy with regret. Had they known from the outset, they should have fled. Why did they insist on meddling in this affair? Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Soon, the corporeal forms of these individuals were reduced to ashes, their bones utterly consumed. At this moment, the little girl cradled in Jiang Chen's arms gazed, wide-eyed, at the horrific scene unfolding before her. Her bright eyes reflected no fear. Rather, she sensed that Jiang Chen was a good man. Thus, she nestled against him, exuding an air of complete dependence. Fear not. Jiang Chen reassured her with a gentle smile, stroking her hair softly. In a little while, brother will take you home. Home. Thank you, big brother, the girl replied, nodding earnestly, a radiant smile illuminating her cheeks. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air, akin to the earth itself convulsing. Instantly, a malevolent aura surged forth, enveloping the Wang family estate and shrouding the sky, making it difficult to breathe. Has he finally arrived? Jiang Chen squinted, his gaze fixed ahead. A towering figure strode through the air, seemingly treading upon the void with effortless grace, each motion summoning the tempest of wind and thunder. This man was none other than the ancestral patriarch of the Wang clan, Wang Daler. He hovered in the air, his fists crackling ominously. His icy stare locked onto Jiang Chen, like twin stars illuminating the vast expanse. Flanking him were several formidable elders, each a powerful being. The weakest among them being a 6 tribulation loose immortal, with even a 9 tribulation loose immortal in their midst. This assembly encircled Jiang Chen, pinning him in place. "You little beast, how dare you slay members of my Wang family?" Wang Daler thundered, his disdain palpable as he looked down upon Jiang Chen. "Huh, I killed. And so what?" Jiang Chen shook his head, slowly raising his chin, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant silver light, his tone resolute. "Old codger, what can you possibly do to me?" Wang Daler's fury ignited at Jiang Chen's blatant disrespect. "Impudent." A feminine-looking elder erupted, jabbing a finger at Jiang Chen. His voice laced with rage. "Who do you think you are, ignorant child, unaware of your impending doom?" At these words, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, a frigid glint flashing across them. He abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the effeminate elder. In that instant, the elder shuddered, a wave of fear washing over him. His face paling. With a flick of his finger, Jiang Chen unleashed a piercing beam of sword light. In an instant, the effeminate elder was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth as his severed remains fell away. Gasping, the onlookers inhaled sharply, horrified at the sight. They had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would act with such swiftness and decisiveness. Their shock deepened, for among them, the effeminate elder possessed the highest strength. Having attained the 9 tribulation loose immortal level, mere steps away from true immortality. Yet, he had been so effortlessly vanquished by Jiang Chen. Remarkable. The remaining elders' hearts raced. Their gazes filled with trepidation as they instinctively took several steps back. Fool. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Daler's eyes bulged with rage, his body trembling with fury. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively, maintaining his composure as he spoke coldly. "Little beast. Do not presume that slaying a 9 tribulation loose immortal grants you free reign in my Wang family. The foundation of my clan is not something you can contend with." His voice boomed, imbued with overwhelming authority. Although he yearned to strike, he could not ascertain Jiang Chen's true strength and thus opted for a cautious approach. "Is that so?" Jiang Chen replied indifferently. He extended his palm, facing upward, aimed at Wang Daler. In an instant, an oppressive force descended upon Wang Daler. "Kneel," Jiang Chen commanded, his voice resonating like thunder. With a thud, Wang Daler trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees. "Impossible." The others gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that the venerable patriarch of the Wang family had been so easily intimidated into submission. This shattered their comprehension of reality. Wang Daler's astonishment deepened as he gazed at Jiang Chen in disbelief. "Enough of this idle chatter," Jiang Chen said, his brow furrowed in irritation. "Out of mercy, I shall grant you a swift death." He raised his index finger, a surge of formidable energy coalescing at its tip. Whoosh! Jiang Chen pointed, and a streak of crimson light pierced through the air, hurtling toward Wang Daler's brow. "Damn it, stop him!" Wang Daler roared, channeling all his spiritual energy to conjure a thick protective barrier. Boom! Yet, in the face of that crimson light, the shield shattered like fragile glass, and the deadly beam surged forth, aiming directly for Wang Daler's forehead. "You wretch, you shall not harm the patriarch." At that moment, an 8 tribulation loose immortal unleashed a furious roar, transforming into a streak of light to shield Wang Daler. Bang! The crimson light collided with the elder, obliterating him into a mist of blood. "You little beast, even if it costs me my life, I will skin you alive." Wang Daler howled in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent as he beheld the demise of his kin. With a low grunt, a brilliant golden light erupted from Wang Daler's body, illuminating the surroundings. This radiance intensified, gradually manifesting into a towering figure resembling an ancient giant, exuding immense pressure. It seems the patriarch has resorted to forbidden techniques. The remaining acolytes exchanged glances of excitement, marveling at the sight. The ancestors of the Wang family had long mastered forbidden techniques, their power formidable, once unleashed. Their might rivaled that of peak true immortals. Legend spoke of how a Wang patriarch had once slain 7 true immortals in a single encounter, claiming dominion over 7 cities. Unrivaled in his era, all members of the Wang family shall perish. "Little beast, die?" The towering figure, as if animated, opened its mouth, releasing a resplendent golden blade. Clang! As the blade appeared, its sharp glimmer pierced the air, stinging the eyes of those who beheld it. Wang Daler's avatar wielded the sword with one arm, swinging it toward Jiang Chen, unleashing a tempest of terrifying force. "Now this is more like it," Jiang Chen remarked, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the incoming strike. Clang! He reached out, grasping the blade's edge. Crack! To the astonishment of all present, the long sword, which Wang Daler had forged over countless years, began to fracture inch by inch. Wang Daler froze, staring blankly at the weapon in his grasp. This blade, crafted with his utmost devotion, rivaled the quality of low-grade immortal artifacts, yet it was being so effortlessly destroyed. How is this possible? Wang Dalai's heart nearly ceased to beat. He found it utterly inconceivable to accept such a fate. Suddenly, a small flame ignited at the tip of Jiang Chen's finger. With a swift motion, he thrust his finger forward, and the tiny flame leapt from his palm, swelling against the wind, and in an instant transforming into a raging inferno, devouring the void and engulfing the world around it. No, Wang Dalai sensed the lethal peril and hastily released his grip, turning to flee. Yet, the flames surged forth with ferocity, rapidly encircling his feet. Amidst a wretched scream, Wang Dalai's entire being was incinerated in an instant, reduced to mere ashes. Thus, the ancestral lineage of the Wang family met its demise. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the remaining onlookers were overcome with shock. They had believed Jiang Chen's cultivation to be at most that of a true immortal. To their astonishment, they had gravely underestimated him. Perhaps we should make our escape. Indeed, if he could slay the patriarch, this youth is far too formidable. Precisely, if we scatter, even if he is powerful, he cannot possibly thwart us all. Excellent suggestion. I shall take my leave first. Suddenly, one of the white-robed attendants bolted away. Seeing this, the others erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Ha ha ha, so naive. In the face of this chaos, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Almost instantly, his pupils took on a clock-like appearance, and a force of temporal energy radiated outward. Buzzing. In a heartbeat, the bodies of several individuals abruptly stiffened, as though bound by an unseen force. Whoosh. Following this, their figures gradually came to a halt, frozen in their escape posture, unable to take even a single step. Terror etched itself upon their faces, as if they beheld something profoundly horrifying. No, please don't kill me. I am willing to submit. One among them cried out in fear, trembling uncontrollably. I'm afraid I have little interest in that. Jiang Chen replied with a tranquil smile, then waved his arm lightly, summoning an invisible gust of wind. Uft! In an instant, the throat of the one who had spoken was torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Spare me. The remaining individuals, terrified, hastened to plead for mercy. Die. Jiang Chen's gaze deepened, his voice cold as he uttered a single word. In the next moment, the others exploded into a mist of blood. Thus, the entirety of the Wang family's power was obliterated. Only Jiang Chen stood proudly amidst the scene, resembling a demonic deity. Big brother, the others from our village have also been captured by the Wang family. Could you rescue them? Suddenly, the little girl in Jiang Chen's arms looked up, her voice timid. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen agreed. He then extended his consciousness to envelop the entire Wang family estate, commencing his search for the others. Soon, his consciousness pinpointed a location within a dungeon. This place was dark, damp, and reeked of foul odors, imprisoning numerous children. They huddled together, their bodies marred with scars, appearing utterly pitiable. What a monstrous family the Wangs are, devoid of any humanity, even unwilling to spare these innocent children. Gazing at the densely packed children within the dungeon, Jiang Chen could not help but furrow his brow. Each child appeared to be around 6 years old, or even younger, looking frail and listless. Big brother. Suddenly, the little girl in his arms tugged at his sleeve, her small head bowed with a hint of concern. Fear not, I will ensure their safe rescue. Meeting the little girl's pure gaze, Jiang Chen gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly. After saying this, his figure vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, the two found themselves within the dungeon. Ugh! Upon entering the dungeon, a wave of putrid stench assaulted their senses, inducing nausea. Ha ha ha, young master. I have captured a prime specimen this time, perfect to present to you for your enjoyment. Within the dungeon, a man exclaimed excitedly, tossing a pair of shackles forward. Clatter! The shackles struck the wrist of a 5 or 6-year-old boy within a cage, emitting a sharp sound and leaving a distinct red mark. The boy looked up, tears glistening in his dark eyes. His body trembled, teeth chattering as he struggled to suppress his anger and fear. Indeed, this child appears remarkably tender. On the other side, a young man clad in a brocade gray robe sat in a chair, laughing heartily. This young man was none other than Wang Yu, the eldest son of the Wang family. Young master, this little boy's skin is softer than that of an infant. Beside him, a burly man fawned, saying, I have searched for quite some time to find him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu nodded, stroking his chin with satisfaction. You have done well this time. You shall be rewarded. Wang Yu stated nonchalantly. Thank you, young master. The burly man exclaimed with unrestrained joy, hastily kneeling in gratitude. Shortly, You shall proceed to the alchemy pavilion to collect a bottle of Qingyuan pills. Wang Yu casually glanced at him as he spoke. Yes, yes, thank you, young master. At his words, the burly man erupted in jubilant cheers, barely containing his excitement. Bang! However, the next moment, his head exploded without warning, blood and gore splattering everywhere. Who? Wang Yu roared in fury, casting a furious glance around. You would lay your hands on such young innocents, truly. The likes of you in the Wang family deserve to perish. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. At once, a towering figure gradually emerged before Wang Yu, delivering words laced with an icy chill. This person was none other than Jiang Chen. Who are you? Daring to meddle in the affairs of the Wang family? Have you grown weary of life? Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Although he could not discern Jiang Chen's cultivation level, the fact that he could approach unnoticed indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Therefore, he remained vigilant, preparing to strike. I do not wish to repeat myself. Jiang Chen scoffed, extending his right hand to grasp the air. Boom. In the next instant, Wang Yu's body was instantaneously reduced to dust, utterly obliterated. Taidan, are you all right? Suddenly, the little girl in Jiang Chen's arms slipped from his grasp and rushed toward the cage, calling out anxiously. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Taidan referred to the little boy confined within the cage. I'm fine, sister. Taidan opened his bleary eyes, gazing at the girl before him, weakly speaking. The little girl knelt down, wiping Tiedan's dirty cheeks, and cried, Don't be afraid, Taidan. I'll set you free right away. Chapter 138. In this world, there truly exists a technique for resurrection. Saying this, the little girl turned to Jiang Chen, pleading, Big brother, could you please save my little brother? Very well. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, approaching the cage. Thank you, big brother. The little girl wiped her tears away and smiled sweetly at Jiang Chen. Crack. Then, with a gentle flick of his finger, the cage shattered into pieces. Woo. Upon witnessing this, Taidan burst into tears, as if he had suffered immense grievances. Taidan, do not cry. The little girl hurriedly wiped away Tiedan's tears, comforting him, saying, I am here, so do not run off again, understand? Upon hearing these words, Taidan trembled, ultimately nodding obediently. Jiang Chen stood quietly beside them, observing. After a brief moment, the two returned to stand before Jiang Chen. Big brother, I am immensely grateful for saving my brother, the little girl said, tugging at Jiang Chen's sleeve with heartfelt appreciation. It was merely a trifling effort, Jiang Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively before inquiring, What is your name? My name is Xiaoyu. The little girl beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth in a radiant smile. Xiaoyu? That is a lovely name, Jiang Chen remarked, momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. Taidan, why aren't you thanking this big brother yet? Xiaoyu urged, tugging at Taidan. Thank you, big brother, Taidan said, blinking earnestly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled with warmth. He then surveyed the surroundings and declared, Let us proceed. All right. Xiaoyu nodded dutifully, taking Tiedan's hand and snuggling closely beside Jiang Chen. Before long, the trio arrived at the depths of the dungeon. In a dark and damp room that reeked of decay. Inside, hundreds of skeletal remains lay piled together, exuding a palpable aura of resentment that sent chills down one's spine. Big brother, these people are all villagers from our Shaha village who went missing years ago. I never imagined they were all murdered by the Wang family. Xiaoyu's face turned pale upon witnessing the gruesome scene. Taidan trembled in fear, hiding behind Xiaoyu. Most of the corpses belonged to children, women, and the elderly, including several infants. All sadly deceased. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow deeply, remaining silent for a long while. Xiaoyu, do you wish for your brother to help you revive these people? After a moment, he composed himself and turned to her. Big brother, what did you say? Xiaoyu's expression went blank as she stared at Jiang Chen in astonishment. Your brother can bring them back to life, restoring them to their former selves, Jiang Chen stated solemnly. Do you believe me? Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu gasped. Although she was merely a 7 or 8-year-old girl, she understood that the dead could not return to life. Big brother, please do not comfort Xiaoyu. These villagers are in this state. Even a celestial being would be unable to resurrect them, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. Moreover, if we had not encountered you, my brother and I would have met the same fate as them. Her tone took on a hint of sorrow at the end. Alas, Jiang Chen sighed lightly, offering no further explanation. Such matters were too fantastical. It was no wonder she found it hard to believe. Yet, the truth would prove that Jiang Chen was not deceiving her. Buzzing with energy, he invoked the power of time, lifting a corpse from the ground. With a swish, a crimson glow enveloped the body. Gradually, the once skeletal remains shimmered with a faint radiance as flesh began to regrow. Within mere moments, all the corpses regained their original appearance, lying as though in slumber, eyes gently closed. This, How is this possible? Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide, glimmering with astonishment. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Chen's words were entirely true, and this was not a mere figment of her imagination. Big brother, have these people truly come back to life? After a long pause, Xiaoyu finally processed the scene and stammered her inquiry to Jiang Chen. Indeed, they are alive. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, then turned to Xiaoyu with a smile, saying, Xiaoyu, you should now believe that your brother did not deceive you. Big brother is so amazing. After a moment of dazedness, Xiaoyu quickly nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. Where's this place? At that moment, the revived villagers began to awaken one by one. Looking around in confusion, this environment feels so familiar. My head hurts. I recall working in the fields just a moment ago. The villagers wore expressions of bewilderment as they surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings. You are in a dungeon. You were all killed by the Wang family, and now, it is this big brother before us who has revived you, Xiaoyu explained to the bewildered group. Upon hearing the word dungeon, the villagers' faces changed dramatically. I think I remember now. Suddenly, an elderly man murmured, fear evident in his eyes, as if trapped in a nightmare. He then turned sharply to Jiang Chen, falling to his knees and expressing gratitude. Thank you, Celestial Master, for saving us. Your great kindness we shall never forget. Indeed, Celestial Master. Your tremendous benevolence shall remain etched in our hearts, the others echoed in unison. Although they were uncertain as to why they could be alive again, since Xiaoyu had declared that Jiang Chen was the one who revived them, they had no reason to doubt. Thus, they were filled with profound gratitude towards him. Please rise, Jiang Chen urged as he assisted the villagers to their feet, stating, it was merely a small gesture, it does not warrant such praise. Celestial Master, you are like our rebirth parents. Had it not been for you, we would have long since returned to the underworld. A middle-aged man stepped forward, clasping his hands in reverence. From now on, we in Xiaha village shall honor your name with a longevity tablet. Let us forego the longevity tablet, Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile, declining their goodwill. My purpose in coming here was to eradicate the Wang family. Saving you was merely incidental. Upon hearing this, the villagers were momentarily taken aback. Celestial Master intends to eliminate the Wang family? They quickly became agitated, for the Wang family was notorious for their misdeeds, and everyone clamored for their downfall. Now, with Jiang Chen's assistance, they finally had the chance to exact vengeance. Indeed, the Wang family has committed numerous atrocities, even resorting to cannibalism. Such behavior is utterly monstrous, Jiang Chen stated with solemnity. Rest assured, Celestial Master, should you call upon us, we will do everything in our power to support you. Yes, although we may be few in number, we are not afraid of the Wang family. If necessary, we will fight to the death, the villagers declared passionately, their expressions resolute. I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter does not require your intervention. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. For now, let me escort you back to your village. The villagers paused, displaying expressions of concern. Clearly, they were apprehensive about Jiang Chen encountering danger. Xiaoyu, in which direction is your village located? Jiang Chen asked, lowering his gaze to the little girl beside him. Hearing this, Xiaoyu promptly stood on her tiptoes, whispering in Jiang Chen's ear. Big brother, our village is. Chapter 139. Big brother, would you take me as your disciple? She pointed towards the northwest. I understand now, Jiang Chen nodded, releasing his spiritual sense to gaze in the direction she indicated. In an instant, he located the precise position of the village. Swish. He then withdrew his gaze, rising to address the villagers. I shall now escort you back to your village. Celestial Master, our Xiaha village is quite far from the Wang family. Even by carriage, it would take at least 2 to 3 days, one villager interjected hesitantly. There is no need for concern, Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile, waving his hand as a cloud of white mist enveloped the entire dungeon. What is this? Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly perplexed. Soon after, the white mist swiftly dissipated, and all the villagers vanished without a trace. At that moment, in the vast, desolate dungeon, only Jiang Chen remained. Next, it was time for the Wang family. Jiang Chen raised his head, his profound gaze glinting with a cold light. In the next instant, he stepped forward, and his figure appeared directly above the Wang residence. This filthy place is unworthy of existence. A chilling voice emanated from Jiang Chen's throat. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Chen lifted his hand, conjuring a colossal handprint. This imprint towered 100 feet high, obscuring half the sky and swallowing the landscape. As the handprint descended, the surrounding void shattered instantaneously. The immense handprint, imbued with overwhelming power, struck the Wang residence. In that fleeting moment, a wave of destructive force erupted, sweeping forth and obliterating the walls, pavilions, and towers of the Wang family estate into mere rubble. Countless fragments soared through the air. In the blink of an eye, the grand estate of the Wang family was utterly reduced to ashes, ceasing to exist. The members of the Wang family within were transformed into a cloud of blood, their remains non-existent. The Wang family was thus erased from existence. At that moment, in the distance, some cultivators witnessed this horrifying spectacle, their souls chilled with terror, their bodies frozen in fear. How could the illustrious Wang family be annihilated by someone? What sort of formidable individual had they offended? They felt their hearts race, perceiving themselves as insignificant as ants, not daring to approach. Now, with the Wang residence leveled, every trace erased, Jiang Chen turned away, satisfaction evident in his demeanor as he gradually faded from sight. Meanwhile, in Xiaohe village, the newly returned villagers were enveloped in joy, unable to contain their elation. The immortal master was indeed extraordinary, having brought us back with but a thought. An elderly man exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The immortal's prowess far exceeds what mere mortals like us can fathom. The might of the immortal master is truly celestial. A chorus of admiration resonated among the villagers, their respect for Jiang Chen reaching its zenith. However, someone posed a question: why didn't the immortal master return with us? Yes, I had planned to prepare a feast to honor the immortal master. Who could have known? Perhaps the immortal master has already departed. Alas, the fact that the immortal master could revive us is already a monumental grace. How could we dare to ask for more? After all, there is a distinction between the celestial and the mortal. The villagers sighed collectively, filled with regret. Xiaoyu, why are you crying? Suddenly, an elderly woman noticed Xiaoyu's reddened eyes. At this remark, Xiaoyu paused, quickly wiping away her tears. Thank you, Aunt Li, for your concern. I am fine. Merely caught off guard by the wind. As she spoke, she forced a smile. Haha, Xiaoyu, this is the first time I've seen you lie? Aunt Li chuckled, shaking her head. My dear child, I have never seen you shed a tear from childhood until now, and now look at you, all weepy. Hearing Aunt Li's teasing, Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, her head bowed in shyness. Oh well, regardless of the reason, since the immortal master is not here, let us celebrate on our own, Aunt Li said, patting her head with a smile. She then turned to the elderly man ahead, saying, Village chief, I will go and prepare the chickens and ducks for soup, so we can nourish everyone properly. I shall also fetch a few jars of fine wine that I have treasured for many years, so we can enjoy a good feast. Very well, let us proceed. Hee. This time I want chicken legs and wings. I want chicken feet. Upon hearing the plans for the celebration, many villagers sprang into action, their busy figures bustling throughout the village. Yet, Xiaoyu remained in place, a look of deep melancholy etched upon her face. She surveyed her surroundings, silently thinking, Big brother, have you truly departed? At that moment, her mood grew even more somber, her eyes misting over. However, she forced herself to hold back her tears, striving to maintain a smile. She feared that if she cried again, the villagers would worry. Xiaoyu. Just then, a light, cheerful voice called out. A girl slightly younger than her approached, grasping her arm. Someone at the village entrance is looking for you. Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, gazing at the innocent smile before her. Someone is looking for me. Who? Xiaoyu beamed, following her out of the village. At the village entrance, beneath a willow tree, a white-clad man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The man was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura, as if he had stepped out of a painting. This man was none other than Jiang Chen, Big brother. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with joy, and she hurried towards him. However, just a meter away from Jiang Chen, she suddenly halted, kneeling before him. Big brother, thank you for saving the people of our village. Xiaoyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for your intervention, my brother and I might have perished at the hands of the Wang family. Recalling the Wang family, Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen. Xiaoyu, please rise and speak. Jiang Chen looked at her, calmly gesturing for her to stand. In response, Xiaoyu complied, standing obediently. Big brother, I have come to bid you farewell. My primary purpose for this visit is to say goodbye. We may meet again when fate allows, Jiang Chen said softly. With that, he prepared to turn away. Big brother, Xiaoyu bit her lip, summoning her courage. Would you please accept me as your disciple? Her eyes gazed earnestly at Jiang Chen. At his words, Jiang Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. Big brother, although I know this is abrupt, I promise to train diligently and never be a burden to you. Fearing rejection, Xiaoyu hurriedly added. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. On the brink of tears, Jiang Chen regarded Xiaoyu, his silence lingering. Seeing this, Xiaoyu grew increasingly anxious, hastily kneeling again. Please rise. Finally, Jiang Chen helped her to her feet. Big brother, does this mean you agree? Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes shining with surprise. Chapter 140, Disciple. Greetings to the master. I apologize, but I must decline. Jiang Chen shook his head. Moreover, I have never had any intention of taking on disciples. Is that so? Xiao Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, appearing quite aggrieved as she lowered her head, unable to speak. Xiao Yu, I must take my leave now, Jiang Chen announced before turning to depart. Big brother. As he began to walk away, Xiao Yu panicked and hurried after him. Unfortunately, she ran too quickly and stumbled, falling to the ground. Ouch! Xiao Yu cried out in pain, writhing in agony. Upon hearing her cry, Jiang Chen turned back to see Xiao Yu on the ground, her face somewhat pale. He furrowed his brow, remaining where he was without approaching to assist her. Cough, cough. A moment later, Xiao Yu slowly rose, clutching her chest as she coughed violently. Her small face flushed crimson. Big brother, is it because you do not wish to accept me as your disciple that you disdain me for being merely a mortal? At that moment, Xiao Yu tilted her head back, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Yu, why are you so determined to become my disciple? Seeing her unwavering resolve, Jiang Chen spoke solemnly. Do you not understand that cultivating immortality is an exceedingly perilous endeavor? It demands immense sacrifices, even at the cost of one's life. In the realm of cultivation, dangers lurk at every corner, and death can strike without warning. For instance, the ignoble act of slaying others for treasure is all too common. I am not afraid, Xiao Yu replied without hesitation. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and a steadfast light. I must become an immortal like my elder brother. For only then can I protect my younger brother and safeguard our village. At this point, her tone faltered, as she could no longer bear to witness the suffering of her fellow villagers at the hands of malevolent individuals. The feeling of helplessness was one she wished never to experience again. So, elder brother, I implore you, take me as your disciple, she concluded, her voice tinged with desperation. Sighing, Jiang Chen finally nodded. Very well, since you are so insistent on becoming my disciple, I shall make an exception this once. Ah, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Is this true? Of course, Jiang Chen replied with a casual nod. However, before you formally become my disciple, there are two matters I must discuss with you. What are they? Xiao Yu asked, wiping her tears away. First, the world of cultivation is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Are you still willing? Jiang Chen asked earnestly, gazing at her. Yes, Xiao Yu affirmed, nodding vigorously. Seeing her determination, Jiang Chen continued. Secondly, as my disciple, I cannot impart too much knowledge to you. After all, the path of cultivation is diverse, with each individual possessing their unique strengths and weaknesses. To reach higher realms, one must rely on their innate talent. I understand. Elder brother, Xiao Yu nodded, having mentally prepared herself for this reality. Why do you still call me elder brother? Suddenly, Jiang Chen cleared his throat and feigned seriousness. Xiao Yu paused for a moment before realizing and immediately knelt before him, addressing him as disciple greets master. Very well, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction, patting Xiao Yu on the head. Today, I shall cleanse your meridians, allowing you to officially embark on the path of cultivation. With that, he extended his right hand and placed it upon Xiao Yu's forehead. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a pure essence of spiritual energy flowed into Xiao Yu's body. Wow, that feels wonderful. Xiao Yu couldn't help but emit a pleasurable sigh. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, channeling the energy carefully through her meridians, ensuring it circulated smoothly throughout her body. After approximately half a stick of incense, Xiao Yu opened her eyes, her face alight with excitement. She clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, as if she could effortlessly shatter a boulder. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have successfully become a cultivator." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, her eyes gleaming with joy and gratitude as she softly replied, "Thank you, master." After a moment's pause, she looked up with eager anticipation and asked, "Master, what realm am I currently in?" "You're in the body refinement realm," Jiang Chen answered with a smile. "Master, what is the body refinement realm?" Xiao Yu inquired curiously, her large, watery eyes blinking. In simple terms, there are 14 realms in the cultivation world, Jiang Chen patiently explained. These are the body refinement realm, the spirit sea realm, the Dao palace realm, and the divine illumination realm. Oh, I see now. Xiao Yu nodded, then asked, "What realm are you in, master?" Jiang Chen chuckled, "Guess." "Master, how could I possibly guess?" Xiao Yu puffed her cheeks, feigning annoyance. Seeing this, Jiang Chen laughed heartily, deciding to stop teasing her. "All right, for now, consider me a practitioner of the creation realm." Creation realm. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment, she exclaimed with delight, "Does that mean master can soar through the skies and move mountains and fill seas?" Jiang Chen chuckled softly. "If you choose to think that way, then yes." Hee hee. Xiao Yu giggled sweetly, her admiration evident. "Xiao Yu, this book of techniques and this storage ring are my gifts to you as a token of your apprenticeship. As he spoke, an ancient tome and a black ring floated into his hand. Xiaoyu quickly extended her hands to receive them, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this truly the legendary technique and storage ring?" Although she had heard about such things from storytellers, seeing them in person was still profoundly overwhelming. "Disciple, thank you, master." Xiaoyu expressed her excitement and bowed deeply in gratitude once more. "Rise," Jiang Chen said, lifting her with a gentle hand. "Xiaoyu, remember to keep your cultivation a secret, or it may attract unnecessary trouble." "Disciple will heed your teachings," Xiaoyu replied obediently. Then, she asked with curiosity, "So, master, are you leaving now?" "Yes, I have stayed in your world long enough," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "It is time for me to depart." With that, he turned to leave. "Master, wait." Xiaoyu hurried after him, taking out a wooden carving from her pocket. "What is this?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, looking down at the small carving. It depicted a dragon, intricately carved, with the character for rain etched along its body. "Master, this is a keepsake left to me by my mother before she passed away," Xiaoyu said softly, looking up at him. "Now, I wish to entrust this carving to you. In the future, when you see it, you will remember me." "Very well, I shall accept it," Jiang Chen said with a gentle smile, taking the carving. "Rest assured, I will carry it with me wherever I go." Upon hearing his affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Xiaoyu's face. "Now, I must take my leave," Jiang Chen reminded her as he prepared to go. "During my absence, do not neglect your training." With those parting words, his figure transformed into a wisp of white mist, vanishing instantaneously. At this moment, Xiaoyu stood frozen in place, gazing blankly in the direction Jiang Chen had disappeared. After a long while, she turned her attention back to the storage ring in her hand, her thoughts racing. "Master, I will strive diligently in my training and await your return." She clenched her fists, resolutely declaring. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's soul fragment reintegrated with his main body. He opened his eyes, finding himself resting on a soft bed. "Darling, you are awake." A familiar voice reached his ears, bringing Jiang Chen back to full consciousness. Turning his head, he saw the graceful figure of Xianxiaaudiobooks sitting at the edge of the bed. "Swear, how long have I been asleep?" Jiang Chen asked, rubbing his forehead. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled gently and replied, "Darling, it has been 3 days." "What, 3 days?" Jiang Chen exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that his visit to Tianqian Star would consume such a length of time. "Indeed, my lord, your consciousness is entwined with the fragment of your soul, and consequently, your true self lies in a deep slumber," Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked as she assisted Jiang Chen to his feet and dressed him. "These past few days, I have been dreadfully worried about you." Upon finishing her words, a gaze of lingering melancholy enveloped her. "My apologies," Jiang Chen replied with an apologetic smile. "From now on, I shall ensure that you need not worry about me." Sighing, she added, "In the future, should you wish to embark on any endeavors, please be sure to inform me in advance." Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her eyes. "Ah, my lord, since you have awakened, you must taste the nourishing soup I have prepared for you." With that, she took his hand and led him to the table. Upon the tabletop rested a ceramic bowl, covered with a cloth. With a flourish, Xianxiaaudiobooks removed the cloth, and an overpowering aroma wafted through the air. Within the bowl lay a dark, viscous liquid. "My lord, please drink it while it is still warm," she encouraged, her smile gentle as she urged Jiang Chen to partake. "Swear, what exactly did you use to concoct this soup?" Jiang Chen inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed at the peculiar contents. "My lord, you may not be aware, but I meticulously brewed this using tiger, sheep, deer, and cow whips, among other fine ingredients," Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a cheerful demeanor. "These are all potent tonics, especially valuable for men." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen's expression shifted to one of bemusement. "Swear, where on earth did you procure such things?" "Why, by hunting low-tier demon creatures in the demon realm, of course," she responded nonchalantly. "Do you not like it, my lord? These items are indeed beneficial." "Swear, you must tell me honestly, have you recently been perusing some rather peculiar books to acquire this knowledge?" Jiang Chen's question rendered Xianxiaaudiobooks momentarily awkward. She averted her gaze, stammering, "Why yes, but I was merely bored." Seeing her flustered reaction, Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. "Very well, I shall drink it, but please, do not brew such a concoction again in the future." With that, Jiang Chen lifted the bowl of nourishing soup to his lips and gulped it down. Moments later, he set the bowl aside with a sigh of relief. "Phew, it is finally finished." Jiang Chen exhaled, as the taste lingered, threatening to rise again. However, out of respect for Xianxiaaudiobooks' good intentions, he steeled himself and swallowed every last drop. My lord, how was it? Did you find the taste to your liking?" Xianxiaaudiobooks beamed as she observed him finish. "Yes, it was good, but please refrain from making it again in the future. I fear for your well-being," Jiang Chen praised. though inwardly he mused that he would prefer to avoid such a brew in the future. My lord, I would endure any hardship for you. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied shyly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Noticing her radiant smile, Jiang Chen's heart fluttered. He cleared his throat to divert the conversation. By the way, where has our daughter, Yue, been these past few days? Oh, she has been busy cultivating and loves to wander about. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a resigned shake of her head. However, her talent is exceptional. She has already reached the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. She has reached the Purple Mansion realm so quickly, Jiang Chen exclaimed, astonished, for Jiang Yue was not yet even 10 years old. Such an achievement at her age would be considered prodigious in any realm. Indeed, do not underestimate our daughter. Her future cultivation may even surpass yours. Xianxiaaudiobooks said with a twinkle in her eye, smiling brightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled silently to himself, thinking, although Yue cultivates rapidly, surpassing me seems improbable, considering I possess a system. Yet, he maintained a composed exterior. Just then, a jade slip at Jiang Chen's waist suddenly illuminated. Almost immediately, a hazy figure materialized before him. Yin Luoli pays her respects to the master. She bowed gracefully to Jiang Chen. You summon me, and it must be of great importance, Jiang Chen remarked, raising his gaze calmly. Master, there is one who claims to be the heavenly Tao seeking an audience with you. However, his cultivation is exceedingly powerful, and I was unable to prevent him from coming. I humbly ask for your pardon, she explained. Claims to be the heavenly Tao? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed as he pondered. Could it be the pair of colossal eyes I encountered within the river of time? With this thought, Jiang Chen gestured, bring him to me. Yes, Yin Luoli complied, and her ethereal form dissipated. My lord, your newly acquired servant possesses quite an exquisite appearance, Xianxiaaudiobooks chimed in, drawing closer with a playful tone. My dear husband, will you not introduce her to me? Her words were laced with a hint of jealousy. Ahem, Schwer, you misunderstand. My relationship with her is purely that of master and servant. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly in clarification. Oh, Xianxiaaudiobooks pouted, feigning jealousy. It seems I have misjudged the situation. However, your charm is quite remarkable. With that, she shot Jiang Chen an accusatory glance. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Chen felt a stirring in his heart. He chuckled and wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. Schwer, are you perhaps feeling envious? And no, of course not, Xianxiaaudiobooks stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she found herself nestled in his embrace. Chapter 142, The Heavenly Tao, The Power of the Origin. Despite her bashfulness, she made no attempt to break free, having long since grown accustomed to such intimate gestures with Jiang Chen. After a brief moment, Yin Luoli returned, escorting a man into the room. Greetings, master, she said, kneeling reverently before Jiang Chen. The guest has been brought before you. I shall take my leave now. With that, she transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished. Ah, Jiang Chen acknowledged casually, scrutinizing the man before him. I did not expect you to be so cautious. It seems my last strike inflicted considerable damage upon you. The man before him, clad in azure garments, possessed an attractive visage and bright, clear eyes, exuding an air of mystery. More importantly, he was enveloped in a palpable aura of law. Do you recognize me? He asked, taken aback that Jiang Chen had discerned his identity so easily. He had disguised himself effectively, even employing an external incarnation to obscure his true nature. Yet, Jiang Chen had seen through it all, leaving him astounded. Your use of an incarnation to approach me indicates a high level of vigilance, Jiang Chen remarked with a sigh. Regrettably, it was not enough to elude my perception. However, since you have taken the initiative to seek me out, it is clear you have a request. Speak freely. Ha ha. The azure-clad man laughed heartily. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. You are truly exceptional. However, I must now adopt a more serious demeanor. I have come with a request for your assistance, he continued. The esteemed heavenly Tao, facing an unsolvable dilemma? Jiang Chen inquired, seemingly reading the man's thoughts. Could it be that your request pertains to ascending to a higher realm? To think you would discern that, truly remarkable, the man replied, astonished. Indeed, you are correct. The man in the azure attire showed no hesitation, nodding in affirmation before continuing. If I aspire to ascend to a higher plane, I must rely upon your temporal laws. Of course, once my ambitions are realized, I shall bestow upon you certain fortuitous opportunities. A cold smile crept across Jiang Chen's face as he retorted. And what if I refuse? At his words, the azure-clad man's eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity as he coldly replied, I do not favor coercing others into action. Yet should you decline, the consequences. He paused for a moment, then continued, I fear you may meet your demise here today. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from his being, distorting the very fabric of the void. I advise you, it would be wise not to act rashly, Jiang Chen said, shaking his head with a placid tone. Is that so? The azure-clad man's expression shifted slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. Do you possess the confidence to defeat me? Jiang Chen's behavior had been exceedingly peculiar since earlier. With a dismissive smirk, Jiang Chen replied indifferently, confidence is hardly the term. Rather, no one has ever managed to withstand a single strike from me. Upon hearing this, the azure-clad man felt a profound insult. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for what follows, he said in a low voice, his gaze glinting with a deadly chill. Humph, let us see then, Jiang Chen said. A playful smile gracing his lips as he crossed his arms, exuding an air of nonchalance. Arrogant, the azure-clad man exclaimed, raising his right palm and thrusting it forward with great force. A torrent of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertip, resembling a shooting star racing directly toward Jiang Chen's head. How dare you lay a hand on my husband? Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks cried out. Her delicate fingers unfurled as she reached out, unleashing a burst of white brilliance. Bang! The two forces collided, causing the azure-clad man to grunt as he was violently hurled backward, skidding to a halt after several paces. How is this possible? In my realm, there exists an authentic xianxian. The azure-clad man steadied himself, staring at Xianxiaaudiobooks in astonishment. Despite her aura suggesting she had recently ascended, he understood all too well that she was indeed a genuine xianxian. Swear. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen rose, embracing Xianxiaaudiobooks and gently kissing her forehead. He recognized that her intervention stemmed from concern for his safety, and warmth surged within him as he smiled affectionately at her. Now, allow me to handle this, he said, turning his gaze back to the azure-clad man with an air of indifference. To be frank, if you wish to enlist my assistance, your demeanor leaves much to be desired. You would do well to kneel as you speak. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon the azure-clad man, rendering his complexion pale and his knees trembling. Thud. In the next moment, his legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling involuntarily. Jiang Chen's oppressive force felt as though it had emerged from the depths of a hellish abyss, instilling sheer terror within the azure-clad man. Who are you truly? He gritted through clenched teeth, struggling to articulate. Jiang Chen, however, was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. He extended his right hand, reaching out into the void. Bang! The azure-clad man's body was lifted off the ground, slowly suspended in the air as Jiang Chen gazed at him with an indifferent expression. Now, it is my turn to inquire. What is your true purpose for being here? His voice resonated with authority, akin to that of a divine judgment. An invisible force held the azure-clad man in thrall, rendering him incapable of deceit, leaving him with no choice but to divulge the truth. I intended to devise a scheme to eliminate you once I successfully ascended to a higher plane, thereby allowing me to seize control of your temporal laws. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Based on what you just said, I could find great satisfaction in ending your existence with a single blow. However, I am a benevolent soul, reluctant even to crush an ant beneath my foot. Here is my proposal. Surrender your original power and acknowledge me as your master, and I shall consider sparing your life. What say you? The azure-clad man was taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation as memories of Jiang Chen's earlier actions flooded his mind. Are you attempting to devour my original power? The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. After all, as the embodiment of a world's heavenly Tao, he had only just gained self-awareness. Should his original power be absorbed, he would cease to exist entirely. You overestimate yourself. Your paltry original power is hardly of interest to me, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the azure-clad man exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next breath, he was met with Jiang Chen's words. Enough. My wife and I have limited patience. I shall grant you 3 breaths to ponder your decision. 1. Jiang Chen began, the countdown looming. 2. His tone grew increasingly urgent, a hint of chill piercing his gaze. The azure-clad man stood frozen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as his heart raced wildly. 3. With the final number, his heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. He understood that he had no options left. His only hope for survival lay in submitting to Jiang Chen. Wait. I am willing to serve you as my master. Taking a deep breath, the azure-clad man knelt before Jiang Chen, bowing his head in servitude, humbled as a dog. He then produced a golden sphere of light from within, presenting it to Jiang Chen. This is my original power, now entrusted to you for safekeeping. Furthermore, I possess a plethora of rare treasures, all of which I offer to you, my master. Jiang Chen glanced at the golden sphere in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he grasped it firmly. Chapter 143, 1 year outside, 1,000 years within the tower. This golden sphere is the condensed essence of the heavenly Tao, imbued with profound principles of the great Tao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for subduing a servant of the heavenly Tao. System reward, a divine artifact, the Hongming Time Tower. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Jiang Chen's ear. In the next instant, a small tower materialized in his grasp, the Hongming Time Tower. Is this the Hongming Time Tower? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Ding. The Hongming Time Tower is constructed from the primordial chaos of the Hongming, containing a miniature realm that accelerates cultivation progress. 1 year outside. 1,000 years within the tower. Note: each use necessitates a significant expenditure of top-tier spirit stones and the power of temporal laws. The host must replenish accordingly. As if perceiving Jiang Chen's thoughts, the system provided an explanation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's mind stirred slightly as he scrutinized the Hongming Time Tower. Its exterior gleamed with a metallic sheen, enveloped in a mist of chaos, exuding an air of antiquity. Swish! Jiang Chen activated the Hongming Time Tower, and in an instant, a peculiar radiance enveloped the entire bamboo dwelling. That small tower in your hand. Husband, I feel as though I have seen it somewhere before, Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, gazing at Jiang Chen in astonishment. Swear, allow me to take you to a marvelous place. Jiang Chen suddenly turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks, his smile warm and inviting. My lord, where are we going? A look of bewilderment adorned Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate face. You will find out soon, Jiang Chen teased, gently wrapping his arm around Xianxiaaudiobooks' slender waist. In a flash, they transformed into a beam of rainbow light, entering the primordial time tower. Inside the primordial time tower, a deep blue vortex materialized, from which the two emerged. This is the world within the tower, Jiang Chen murmured, gazing at the enchanting scenery before him. They stood in a secluded realm, filled with fragrant flowers, melodious birdsong, and lush, shady trees, teeming with various birds and beasts. Moreover, the atmosphere brimmed with rich primordial spiritual energy, almost in a liquid state. What pure primordial spiritual energy! In an instant, Xianxiaaudiobooks discerned the essence of power contained within it. If she could absorb this energy, her cultivation would soar to new heights. My lord, is this the splendid place you mentioned? After a brief moment of shock, Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke softly. Yes, swear. Do you like it here? Jiang Chen asked with a gentle smile. I do, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied quietly. By the way, my lord, that small tower in your hand appears to be extraordinary. I feel as though I have seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, she recalled the primordial time tower Jiang Chen held. A memory buried in the sands of time, obscured by the passage of millennia. Since Schwerer is curious, let me enlighten you, Jiang Chen said. This small tower is called the Primordial Time Tower, a divine artifact. Its function is to accelerate the cultivation process. 1 year in the outside world equates to 1,000 years within this tower. 1,000 years. Xianxiaaudiobooks gasped in disbelief. The notion that a year outside could translate to a millennium inside was simply unfathomable. More importantly, she could sense the accelerated flow of time within the primordial time tower compared to the outside world, now at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. If she were to cultivate here, her prowess would undoubtedly reach a new zenith, with ample primordial spiritual energy to absorb. Rapidly enhancing her cultivation would not be an arduous task. My lord, may I cultivate here? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked earnestly. Swear, your previous statement sounded rather formal. Everything that belongs to me is inherently yours, Jiang Chen replied, causing her cheeks to flush. He then embraced her closely, their bodies radiating warmth. The next moment, Jiang Chen leaned down to kiss her. After a passionate exchange, he released her lips. Xianxiaaudiobooks' beautiful eyes were glazed with enchantment, her body soft and pliable. Nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, her face aglow with a rosy hue. My lord, you are exceedingly kind to me. It is a pity that with my current cultivation, I cannot share the burden with you. Instead, I seem to be hindering you. After a moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks regained her composure, a hint of regret in her voice. Silly girl, why be so courteous with me? Jiang Chen said, playfully tapping her nose with his finger. Moreover, as long as Schwer attends to me well each night, that is sufficient. With that, he burst into hearty laughter. Xianxiaaudiobooks playfully punched his chest, feigning anger. My lord, you are truly incorrigible. Jiang Chen said nothing, holding her slender waist, savoring a moment of tranquility. Schwer, let us marry soon, he proposed after a while. Marriage? Are you referring to a mortal wedding ceremony? Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired thoughtfully, her expression turning serious. Indeed, Schwer, do you wish for that? Jiang Chen nodded, gazing into her eyes. Although he was no longer immortal, he yearned to experience the joy of a wedding. I am willing. I shall leave everything to your discretion, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied bashfully, biting her cherry lips. Hearing this, a smile graced Jiang Chen's face. He then swept Xianxiaaudiobooks into his arms and soared toward a mountain peak. My lord, where are you taking me now? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, slightly puzzled by Jiang Chen's sudden action. Did you not wish to cultivate here? I am seeking a suitable spot for you, Jiang Chen smiled. And with a thought, they landed atop a mountain peak. The scenery unfolded before them, bathed in radiant light, resembling a celestial paradise. The primordial spiritual energy in this location was even more concentrated than where Xianxiaaudiobooks had previously been, significantly more potent. Wow! Xianxiaaudiobooks spread her delicate arms, dancing in the wind, her gown billowing like a celestial maiden. Jiang Chen stood beside her, quietly admiring her, his eyes filled with affection. My lord, I truly adore this place. After a while, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned back, flashing a captivating smile that left him entranced. Jiang Chen stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace and softly saying, I am glad you like it. Xianxiaaudiobooks nestled obediently against him, her heart fluttering with joy. My lord, I wish to begin my cultivation now. Will you guard me? She suddenly declared after a long pause. Of course, Jiang Chen nodded, sitting beside her. Seeing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks settled into a lotus position, commencing her cultivation as she fervently absorbed the surrounding primordial spiritual energy. In an instant, torrents of primordial spiritual energy flowed through her meridians into her dantian. As the energy entered her body, Xianxiaaudiobooks promptly closed her eyes, immersing herself in her practice. Under the nourishing effect of the primordial spiritual energy, her aura gradually intensified, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Jiang Chen watched with a smile, murmuring, what rapid cultivation speed. Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cultivation surged dramatically. From the peak of the profound immortal realm, she instantly leaped to the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Not only that, her energy continued to rise rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal level. This astonishing speed of advancement astonished even Jiang Chen, who thought to himself, interesting. She has directly crossed a major boundary. It appears my wife truly possesses extraordinary talent. My lord. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with excitement. Shuer, congratulations on your advancement. Jiang Chen said, beaming at her. My lord, thank you. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied sweetly. I have now broken through to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage, mere steps away from the true De Luo golden immortal realm. Once I solidify my foundation, I will attempt to challenge the Tai Luo golden immortal level. Very well, then let us exit for now. While speaking, Jiang Chen waved his hand, parting the surrounding space to envelop them both. With a whoosh, they vanished from the mountaintop, reappearing within the bamboo cottage. Greetings, master. The cloaked man remained kneeling on the ground, bowing to the couple. Why are you still on your knees? Jiang Chen frowned slightly at his supplicant posture, speaking in an indifferent tone. Without the command of his master, I dare not rise, the man in green replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen merely waved his hand, signaling the man in green to withdraw. Once he had distanced himself, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards Xianxiaaudiobooks at his side. Shuer, let us wed tomorrow, he said, fixing his earnest gaze into Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. Very well, I shall heed all of my husband's wishes, Xianxiaaudiobooks responded with a nod. Her delicate face tinged with a rosy hue, rendering her exceedingly enchanting. The following day, on the day of the grand wedding, the entire palace was adorned with vibrant red lanterns beneath its eaves. At this moment, within the Taiwa Hall, Xianxiaaudiobooks sat before a bronze mirror, allowing Jiang Yao to attend to her. Clad in her bridal gown, she radiated beauty, her flawless visage adorned with a blissful smile. As the momentous occasion approached, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt an exhilarating surge of nerves. After all, this was her first marriage in tens of thousands of years. Sister-in-law, it is time for your makeup. Jiang Yao reminded her gently. She then began applying rouge from the vanity onto Xianxiaaudiobooks' porcelain skin. Instantly, Xianxiaaudiobooks' aura transformed, appearing ethereal like a goddess descending from the heavens, captivating all who beheld her. Jiang Yao's face flushed with pride as she admired her handiwork. Indeed, sister-in-law is stunning. With such adornment, you are simply breathtaking. Thank you, Yaoer, for your efforts, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a gentle smile. Sister-in-law, you are too kind, Jiang Yao shook her head. Smiling brightly, it is my duty to help you prepare. Just then, Jiang Chen's figure appeared as he entered the room with a leisurely stride. Brother, what brings you here? Jiang Yao exclaimed as she hurried to greet him, her eyes sparkling with joy. Sister-in-law, look how much my brother dotes on you. He can hardly wait to see you even before the appointed time. At this, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled coyly, her laughter enchanting and illuminating the space around her. Brother, you and sister-in-law carry on. I shall not intrude, she said, sensing the growing intimacy between them and gracefully leaving the room. With only the two of them left in the spacious chamber, the atmosphere shifted to one of tender intimacy. Particularly as Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Xianxiaaudiobooks in her resplendent red bridal gown, stirring his heart. Dear husband, do not stare, Xianxiaaudiobooks murmured shyly. Her head bowed. Shuer, today you are truly beautiful, Jiang Chen said, reaching out to caress her silky hair with tenderness. To marry you in this life is a fortune accrued over 3 lifetimes. Hearing these words, Shun Lingxue lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Chen's husband. She then rose on her tiptoes, gently biting her lip, and pressed her lips against his. Feeling Shun Lingxue's initiative, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and deepened the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart, their breaths quickened and uneven. Jiang Chen's gaze then drifted to Shun Lingxue's delicate feet, and with a flicker of thought, he lifted her into his arms. In the next instant, their figures vanished from Taihua Hall, reappearing within a bamboo cottage. "What are you doing, husband?" Shun Lingxue asked, sensing his unusual behavior, her body tensing. Her cheeks flushed with nervousness. "Schwerer, the marriage of mortals involves bowing to heaven and earth as well as to our parents. Therefore, I believe we can forego this step and proceed directly to our bridal chamber," Jiang Chen declared, setting Shun Lingxue down upon the bed and leaning over her. "Husband, Shun Lingxue began to protest, but her words were swiftly silenced by his lips. "Schwerer, tonight I shall endeavor to be gentle," Jiang Chen said with a playful smile, his voice low as he began to remove her bridal gown. As the fabric cascaded away, revealing Shun Lingxue's exquisite form, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in awe. "Husband," she murmured, feeling vulnerable under his intense gaze. "Hush, close your eyes," he urged softly, and soon, the air was filled with the warmth of their union. Time slipped away. At that moment, Shun Lingxue lay drenched in fragrant perspiration, utterly exhausted, her voice barely above a whisper. In contrast, Jiang Chen appeared blissfully content, showing no signs of fatigue. "Husband, may I rest for a while?" she murmured, nestling languidly against the bed. "As you wish," Jiang Chen replied, tenderly caressing her cheek. "However, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Shun Lingxue asked lazily, exuding an air of willing submission. Leaning closer, Jiang Chen whispered, "Let us give our moon a little brother." At this, Shun Lingxue's face turned crimson. "Husband, you are incorrigible," she exclaimed playfully, lightly hitting his chest, only for him to capture her fist in his hand. "Ha ha ha, merely a jest. Do not take it to heart." Jiang Chen laughed heartily, pulling her close. "Schwerer, I am truly fortunate to have you as my wife in this life." Upon hearing this, a gentle blush adorned Shun Lingxue's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with deep affection. "Husband, meeting you in this lifetime is my greatest fortune." As she nestled against him, a wave of sweetness enveloped her heart, providing an unprecedented sense of security. Jiang Chen remained silent, cherishing the tranquil intimacy they shared. Before long, their wedding night came to an end. The next day, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window. Jiang Chen stirred from his slumber, blinking in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings, perplexed. It seemed he had dreamt of traversing into a world of cultivation and sharing a bridal chamber with Shun Lingxue. Though the details of the dream were hazy, perhaps it is merely a dream. How could someone like me marry such a beautiful woman? I shall return to sleep, he mused, settling back down. However, just as he prepared to lie back down, his pupils dilated in shock and his heart raced. "What is happening?" Jiang Chen gasped. Bolting upright as a flurry of images flooded his mind, scenes flashing before him like a cinematic reel, dizzying and overwhelming. This is not a dream. Gradually, a serious expression took hold of his gaze. He distinctly remembered entering the bridal chamber with Shun Lingxue. Why then had he awakened in a different environment? Could it be that I have traversed back again? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, ensnared in a web of confusion. At that moment, light footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. Jiang Chen focused his gaze, only to behold an exquisite beauty gracefully entering the room. The woman stood tall, her figure voluptuous and graceful, with fair skin and stunning beauty that could captivate a nation. "Darling, it's time to eat," she beamed sweetly at Jiang Chen, who was momentarily taken aback. Quickly, he regained his composure, leaping from the bed to her side, grasping her delicate hand with excitement. "Schwerer, yes, I'm here," Shun Lingxue nodded, her smile warm. "What is the matter, dear?" Jiang Chen recalled that he had indeed traversed into another realm. Yet, why had Shun Lingxue accompanied him, calling him her husband? "Are you feeling unwell? Should I accompany you to the hospital?" she inquired, her brow furrowed with concern at his peculiar demeanor. No, I'm fine." Jiang Chen shook his head, then posed a question. "By the way, Schwerer, do you remember our wedding yesterday?" "Wedding? Darling, what are you talking about? We've been married for 5 years already." Shun Lingxue blinked in confusion. 5 years? We got married?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Yes, dear," Shun Lingxue affirmed seriously. "On the night we wed 5 years ago, I even cried." At her words, Jiang Chen felt as if he had turned to stone, rooted to the spot. Could it be that all of this was merely a dream? He sighed inwardly, pondering why she was here if that were the case. After all, in the Blue Star, Jiang Chen had been a lifelong bachelor, having never even had a girlfriend. "Daddy?" Suddenly, Shun Lingxue, noticing his odd expression, gently tugged at his sleeve. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital after all. No, really, I'm all right. Jiang Chen forced a smile, attempting to regain his composure. Let us go eat first. He took Xianxia's hand and left the bedroom. Upon entering the living room, he was greeted by a lavishly set table, adorned with 3 dishes and a steaming bowl of rice, clearly freshly prepared. Daddy, you just woke up now? How shameful. A sweet, childlike voice erupted in the air. Turning towards the sound, Jiang Chen beheld a 9-year-old girl, her features exquisite, with rosy lips and pearly white teeth. She sat on a chair, holding a lollipop, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at him. You are. Jiang Chen recognized her immediately, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never expected Jiang Yue to have crossed over as well. Jiang Yue popped the lollipop from her mouth and bounded over, leaping into his arms. Daddy, today I want to go to the amusement park. Will you take me and Mommy with you? Sure. Looking into her sparkling eyes, Jiang Chen instinctively agreed. Thank you, Daddy. That's wonderful. Jiang Yue cheered, her joy infectious, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Darling, sit down to eat, or it will get cold. Xianxiaaudiobooks gently urged, bringing 2 bowls of rice to the table. Nodding, Jiang Chen sat down with Jiang Yue, beginning their meal. Mama, this fried rice is delicious. Jiang Yue exclaimed, her face brimming with happiness as she bit into a piece of egg yolk. Well, if you like it, eat some more. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a soft smile, pushing the plate closer to Jiang Yue. Then, she delicately picked up a piece of green vegetable with her chopsticks and offered it to Jiang Chen's mouth. Darling, open up. Swear, I can do this myself. Jiang Chen was taken aback and quickly reached out to stop her graceful hand. Why are you shy? We already have children, Xianxiaaudiobooks teased, her cheeks tinged with pink. Hearing this, Jiang Chen rubbed his nose sheepishly. You know I'm a bit bashful. With a laugh, Xianxiaaudiobooks covered her mouth, unable to contain her mirth. You used to always let me feed you, she said, shaking her head in playful resignation. The meal was filled with warmth and joy. The family of 3 sharing stories and laughter around the table, the atmosphere harmonious and delightful. Host, considering your past performance, this system exceptionally grants you a perfect life. Are you satisfied? At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Wow, you finally showed up, you pesky system. Jiang Chen exclaimed in delight, bombarding it with questions. What do you mean by a perfect life? And why did you bring me back? Perfect life, as the name suggests, means your parents are alive, and you can reunite with your wife and daughter every day. Moreover, even your long-deceased sister can live in this world. Additionally, you will receive various riches and power. In short, you are now quite affluent. Furthermore, even in the Blue Star, your cultivation will remain unaffected. As for why you returned to the Blue Star, do you not like your current life? Jiang Chen fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a long moment, he composed himself and softly replied, System, you are right. This is indeed the life I have longed for. Turning to Xianxiaaudiobooks, he spoke with deep affection. Wife, you've worked hard. At his words, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, murmuring, Darling, why are you suddenly saying such sweet things? A hint of sweetness danced across her face. Mom and Dad are showing off their love again, Jiang Yue giggled, covering her mouth in amusement. Then, she stood up. Daddy, I'm full now. Can we go to the amusement park? Of course, let us go. Jiang Chen replied, beaming. He stood up, lifting Jiang Yue into his arms as they headed towards the door. Xianxiaaudiobooks followed closely behind. The trio's silhouettes gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a scene of blissful family togetherness. Chapter 146, The Happiest Day for the Family. Half an hour later, in the city, Jiang Chen drove the car, carrying Jiang Yue and Xianxiaaudiobooks to an amusement park in the countryside. This amusement park, vast in scale, was built on the mountainside, spanning hundreds of acres, with elegant scenery and a tranquil environment. Due to its geographical location, several private resorts surrounded it, drawing many visitors. Jiang Chen parked the car by the roadside and led them into the amusement park. Wow, this place is enormous. Jiang Yue squealed in excitement, gazing in awe at the surroundings. Indeed, it is quite large, Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, her eyes drifting to the man beside her, who wore a satisfied smile as he took in the view. This stirred a complex array of emotions within her, yet she maintained a composed demeanor, following the crowd into the amusement park. Soon, the trio ventured into the vibrant realm of entertainment, where an impressive array of attractions awaited them. Upon their entrance, they indulged in a ride on the Ferris wheel, the pirate ship, and the carousel. Subsequently, they arrived at the ticket booth for the roller coaster. Where? Do you wish to ride this? Jiang Chen inquired, turning to his daughter. Jiang Yue nodded in agreement, showing no signs of reluctance. Honey, she's still quite small. Do you think it's safe for her to ride this? Xianxiaaudiobooks interjected, her delicate brows furrowed with concern as she overheard their conversation. She was acutely aware that if the roller coaster's safety harness were to fail, or if it derailed, the consequences could be dire. Although the odds were slim, she was unwilling to take any risks. Rest assured, I'm here, nothing will happen, Jiang Chen replied with a light smile, exuding confidence. Very well. Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitated for a moment before ultimately acquiescing with a nod. Mommy, please ride with me and Daddy, Jiang Yue implored, tugging at Xianxiaaudiobooks' arm in a playful manner. All right, Xianxiaaudiobooks responded, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. Hee hee yay, Jiang Yue exclaimed joyfully upon receiving her mother's consent. She then eagerly grasped Xianxiaaudiobooks' hand and led her toward the roller coaster ticket booth, while Jiang Chen followed closely behind, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of assurance. After purchasing their tickets, they promptly boarded the roller coaster, ready to embark on their exhilarating adventure. The roller coaster began to hum and roar, slowly ascending while gaining momentum. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue sat gripping the seat, her fists clenched tightly, eyes shut. Haha, is Yue frightened? Jiang Chen chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at his daughter's visible trepidation. I'm not scared at all, Jiang Yue retorted, puffing her cheeks defiantly as she opened her eyes in irritation. Then why are your eyes closed? Jiang Chen teased, shaking his head in jest. Jiang Yue found herself momentarily speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. Unsure of how to respond, she then chose to close her eyes once more, ignoring her father's playful banter. Haha, this little one, Jiang Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. His gaze then shifted to Xianxiaaudiobooks, concern evident in his eyes. Swear, are you afraid? Just a little, but with you by my side. It doesn't feel so daunting, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. With me here, you have nothing to worry about, Jiang Chen assured her earnestly. Thank you, darling, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Buzzing and roaring, the roller coaster had now reached its zenith. Suddenly, it plummeted at breakneck speed, a cacophony of sound enveloping them, akin to plummeting into an abyss, instilling a profound sense of dread. Jiang Yue trembled in fear, her complexion paling, her legs turning to jelly, devoid of strength. She screamed in panic, her heart racing as if facing a formidable adversary. Daddy, help, she cried, her eyes brimming with tears, feeling as though she might be flung from her seat. Yue, there's no need to be afraid, Jiang Chen quickly reassured her. He reached out his right hand, placing it firmly on her shoulder, a surge of comforting energy flowing from his palm into her. In an instant, Jiang Yue's frightened expression began to soften, her tension dissipating. It seemed less frightening now. Feeling a warm current coursing through her, Jiang Yue blinked her big, watery eyes, murmuring to herself. Turning to face her father, who was now so close, she felt enveloped in warmth. Daddy, I'm not scared at all now, she beamed, her delicate face radiating joy. Indeed, our Yue is remarkable, Jiang Chen praised, giving her a thumbs up. After a considerable duration, the roller coaster gradually slowed and came to a steady halt at the terminal station. Wow, that was exhilarating. Upon disembarking, Jiang Yue could hardly contain her excitement, energetically waving her tiny fists. All right, let us go grab some hot pot, Jiang Chen suggested with a slight smile, beckoning his wife and daughter to follow him. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen abruptly sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze towards the sky. Darling, what's wrong? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, her curiosity piqued by his sudden behavior. Nothing, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head slightly, gathering his thoughts before responding with a smile. He then took his wife and daughter's hands, leading them away from the amusement park. As night descended, Jiang Chen drove them to a hot pot restaurant, where the ambience was bright and the aroma of delectable food wafted through the air. Boss, please bring me a dual-flavor hot pot base and a few bottles of beer, Jiang Chen instructed the server as he settled into a cozy spot. Certainly, please hold on, the server replied courteously, taken by Jiang Chen's youthful charm. Honey, do you enjoy hot pot? If not, we can choose something else, Jiang Chen inquired as they sat down. I'm fine with anything, Xianxiaaudiobooks answered with a smile, nodding her head. All right then, Jiang Chen conceded, accepting her response. Before long, the server delivered the dual-flavor hot pot base to their table. Gurgling sounds filled the air as Jiang Yue, already famished, eagerly picked up her chopsticks, dipping a piece of tripe into the bubbling pot for 10 seconds before popping it into her mouth. As soon as she bit down, she was momentarily taken aback. The tripe burst with flavor, releasing an intoxicating aroma that enveloped her senses. Instantly, the delectable taste of the tripe spread through her body, leaving Jiang Yue utterly entranced. This is amazing, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight, her mouth full as she spoke. Seeing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cheeks flushed with color. Yet she said nothing more and began to enjoy her meal as well. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen quietly observed the two, his gaze deep and contemplative. Ding! At that moment, A message notification chimed from the phone on the table. Chapter 147. No more pretenses. Here is the truth. I'm a billionaire. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and saw a message from XX Bank. Dear customer, your account ending in XXX has received a transfer of 50 trillion huaxia coins today. 50 trillion. This notification sent Jiang Chen's heart racing and his mind buzzing, struggling to comprehend the astonishing sum. He had never anticipated receiving such a windfall. However, recalling the words of the system, Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure. Darling, is everything all right? At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Jiang Yue both looked up, their attention drawn to him. All is well, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head and offering a faint smile. Let us continue eating. The two women nodded in agreement, returning to their meal. Honey, there is something I need to tell you. After a moment, Jiang Chen set down his utensils and gazed earnestly at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Please, go ahead. Xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily taken aback, then replied softly, Actually, your husband is a billionaire. Once we finish our meal, I shall take you to purchase new clothes and a diamond ring. Jiang Chen carefully organized his words and spoke slowly. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Husband, are you joking with me? After a prolonged fit of giggles, she managed to suppress her mirth and playfully retorted. Wife, do I look like I'm joking right now? Jiang Chen feigned annoyance as he replied. All right, my billionaire husband. Do come and have a piece of beef. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled coyly, picking up a piece of beef and placing it in Jiang Chen's bowl. Sigh. I am not deceiving you. Just take a look for yourself. Noticing her skepticism, Jiang Chen sighed, pulled out his phone, opened the messaging app, and handed it to her for inspection. Xianxiaaudiobooks took the phone and her gaze fell upon the screen. Upon reading the message displayed, her pupils widened in disbelief. 500 trillion? She stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, unable to comprehend. See, I wasn't lying to you. Jiang Chen gently grasped Xianxiaaudiobooks' delicate hand and said softly, So, shall we go shopping shortly? At his words, Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind went blank. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she could scarcely speak. 500 trillion, a number so staggering it left her breathless. She had never imagined that her husband could possess such wealth. Husband, is this money from a legitimate source? After a moment of silence, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Jiang Chen, her tone laced with trepidation. At her question, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He had already devised a response. He looked at Xianxiaaudiobooks and chuckled. Since you've uncovered my secret, I shall no longer pretend. In truth, I am a second-generation rich kid. This wealth was inherited from my parents. Jiang Chen shrugged exaggeratedly, feigning helplessness. He understood that without clarification, Xianxiaaudiobooks would remain uneasy. Oh, I see now. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks exhaled in relief, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She then gazed at Jiang Chen with a hint of reproach in her eyes. You've kept this from me for so long, hiding it quite thoroughly. I wasn't hiding anything. The timing simply wasn't right. Jiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head in denial. However, upon noticing the glimmer of tears in Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes, he quickly offered comfort. All right, I was just teasing you. Don't cry. If you keep it up, your makeup will run. Jiang Chen playfully tapped her pert nose with his finger. Feeling the warmth of Jiang Chen's hand, Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded and broke into a smile. Daddy and Mommy are being all lovey-dovey, Jiang Yue exclaimed, sticking out her tongue and grinning. At their daughter's words, the couple immediately felt their faces flush crimson. After finishing dinner, Jiang Chen settled the bill, and the three of them exited the hot pot restaurant. As night fell, the city lights began to twinkle. Jiang Chen drove along the urban streets. But before heading out for shopping, he first dropped his daughter off at home. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took Xianxiaaudiobooks into a luxury brand mall named Hermes. Sir or madam, may I assist you with your shopping needs? A young sales assistant approached them politely. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings and casually said, I would like the most expensive handbag you have in your store. Certainly, sir. The sales assistant replied and led the couple toward the central area. Madam, which type of handbag do you prefer? The assistant inquired while showcasing. This is a newly launched high-end custom style, priced around 100,000. 100,000. How extravagant. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes lit up with surprise. Well, where did this country bumpkin come from, daring to enter a high-end mall to shop? How embarrassing. A derisive voice interrupted from nearby. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to look. He saw a fashionably dressed young woman staring disdainfully at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Upon hearing those words, Xianxiaaudiobooks' face slightly changed, her eyes reddening as she bit her lower lip, clearly upset by the disparaging remark. A poor person is still a poor person, trying to shop like others. Shouldn't they take a good look in the mirror? The young woman glared at Xianxiaaudiobooks with contempt before turning to her middle-aged companion, complaining, Darling, go call security and have these two deadbeats thrown out. They're ruining my mood. All right, I understand. The middle-aged man nodded and immediately pulled out his phone, ready to call the security captain. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. His gaze icy. Then, with a thought, he directed a strand of spiritual energy toward the two, wrapping around their necks. Huh, what is happening? Why can't I breathe? Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression contorted in discomfort, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his face turned a deep shade of purple. Simultaneously, the young woman experienced the same plight. Both struggled desperately, yet remained immobile, as if a terrifying weight pressed down on them, suffocating them. Help! Soon. Hoarse cries for help escaped their throats, their faces reddening. In the next moment, they both lost consciousness from their inability to breathe. Seeing this, Jiang Chen finally relented, retracting his spiritual energy and regarding them with a detached gaze. These two pests truly spoil the mood. If not for the onlookers, I would have killed them outright. Jiang Chen silently cursed, then shifted his attention to the sales assistant before him. However, the assistant was already in shock, standing frozen for a moment before tremblingly taking out her phone to make a call. Moments later, several security personnel rushed into the mall and dragged away the unconscious pair. Sir, madam, I sincerely apologize for the disruption to your shopping experience. After witnessing the commotion, the sales assistant turned to Jiang Chen and Xianxiaaudiobooks with an apologetic demeanor. Though she felt a flicker of fear inside, her professional training kept her composure intact. Your service is commendable. I expected you to act like those two fools and have us thrown out. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement of the sales assistant's sincere apology. You're too kind, sir. I'm merely an employee and would never dream of driving away customers. The assistant bowed her head slightly, speaking respectfully. Very well. Bring out every single one of your most expensive bags. I shall take them all. Jiang Chen instructed with a nod. Of course, sir, please hold on. The assistant nodded, somewhat astonished by Jiang Chen's extravagance. It was known that the most expensive bags in the store each retailed for over 400,000. Collectively, they could amount to 7 or 8 million, enough to purchase a house. More importantly, anyone capable of making such a purchase was undoubtedly a member of a wealthy family. Thus, the assistant's respect for Jiang Chen grew significantly. Without delay, she hurried toward the counter. Suddenly, she took out the most expensive handbags in the store and placed them before Jiang Chen and his companion. Darling, is it truly necessary to buy so many bags? Isn't that rather extravagant? Observing the array of bags, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a pang of guilt and couldn't help but advise him. What does this amount of money signify? Besides, the primary purpose of our outing today is to accompany you while shopping. Hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' words, Jiang Chen shook his head, smiling as he explained. Since we are out to have fun today, we ought to enjoy ourselves. As he spoke, Jiang Chen retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to the attendant, saying, please charge it. The password is 6 zeros, and there's no limit. Of course, sir. The attendant was visibly excited. She swiftly took the card and hurried to the counter to process the transaction. Soon, after completing the necessary procedures, she returned the card to Jiang Chen and respectfully stated, Sir, it is all set. All right, have the items delivered to the XXXX address. Jiang Chen instructed as he accepted the card and took Xianxiaaudiobooks' hand to leave. That lady is truly enviable to have such a wealthy husband. The attendant couldn't help but exclaim as she watched their receding figures. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks linked her arm with Jiang Chen's, strolling leisurely down the street. As they walked, they chatted about trivial matters, creating a delightful atmosphere. After a short while, Jiang Chen halted, lifting his gaze toward the distant horizon. Darling, what's the matter? Noticing Jiang Chen's unusual demeanor, Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired. Swear, are you enjoying yourself today? Jiang Chen asked solemnly, his expression serious. I'm having a wonderful time, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, her delicate face radiating happiness. That is good to hear. Jiang Chen sighed in relief upon hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' response. He then placed his right hand on her delicate shoulder, continuing, Swear. Thank you for allowing me to experience the warmth of home today. However, it is time to awaken from this dream. Daddy, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand, Xianxiaaudiobooks responded, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm sorry, Swear. This illusory world is, after all, merely an illusion. If I do not leave soon, I fear I will truly be assimilated by this reality. Jiang Chen's profound gaze locked onto Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' body stiffened, her mind blank. Darling, can you not go? My daughter and I truly cannot live without you. Sob, sob, sob. In the next moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks reacted, throwing herself into Jiang Chen's embrace, weeping. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen gently stroked her lovely long hair, his face reflecting affection. After a long while, a bittersweet smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips as he slowly pushed Xianxiaaudiobooks away. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, emanating an enigmatic aura. Boom. In an instant, The previously clear sky darkened ominously, fierce winds began to howl, and thunder rumbled. Crack, crack. Following this, the surrounding space began to twist violently, shattering like a mirror. Darling, stop. Xianxiaaudiobooks screamed in panic, attempting to halt the unfolding chaos. Boom. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, his eyes shifting, sparkling with a peculiar light. As Jiang Chen moved, the entire world collapsed completely, descending into chaos. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's form began to dissolve within this tumultuous void. Time passed unmeasured. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes, he was met with a familiar sight. It seems my soul has successfully detached from that world, he murmured, surveying his surroundings with a frown. Husband, you have finally awakened. A familiar voice suddenly called to him. Turning his head, Jiang Chen was instantly greeted by Xianxiaaudiobooks' graceful silhouette. Swear, how long have I been unconscious? Jiang Chen asked, momentarily taken aback. Husband, you have slept for a full 3 years, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, her eyes reddening, filled with concern. 3 years? No wonder upon hearing this figure, Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred. According to his calculations, time in that illusory world did not correspond with reality. He had only spent a day there, yet 3 years had passed in the real world. I can hardly believe I have been in such a deep slumber for so long, he reflected, recalling the events that had just transpired. Husband, when you lay unconscious, I discovered your soul had already departed from your body, and it frightened me terribly, Xianxiaaudiobooks confided, moving closer and grasping Jiang Chen's hand gently. It's all right. I have returned now, Jiang Chen reassured her with a smile, attempting to calm her worries. Humph. With a playful huff, Xianxiaaudiobooks pouted, feigning a stern expression. If you had not returned, how would I have avoided being alone like 1,000 years ago? Cough, how could that be? Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly. Even if I were truly dead, I would crawl out of my coffin just to be by your side. Such sweet talk. Xianxiaaudiobooks shot him an admonishing glance. However, soon after, a gleam of joy lit up her face as she cheerfully said, Husband, you must be hungry after just waking up, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of foreboding and was about to decline. Unfortunately, it was too late. Someone, bring me the nourishing soup I prepared. Xianxiaaudiobooks commanded loudly toward the outside, her voice brimming with authority. Moments later, 2 palace maids entered, carrying a tray and setting down a bowl and spoon. Jiang Chen felt a wave of despair wash over him at the sight. Husband, drink it while it's hot. It will lose flavor when it cools, Xianxiaaudiobooks urged, scooping a spoonful of soup and bringing it to Jiang Chen's lips. Swallow. Jiang Chen gulped, struggling to open his mouth and swallow that spoonful of soup. Instantly, a wave of nausea surged up his throat, threatening to force its way back out. At that moment, Jiang Chen was profoundly impressed by Xianxiaaudiobooks' culinary skills. What should have been a simple bowl of soup had turned into something akin to poison under her care. To make matters worse, Xianxiaaudiobooks relentlessly continued to feed him soup. Husband, would you like more? She gazed at him expectantly after he finished the bowl. No thanks, I'm full. Jiang Chen waved his hand, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit as he stood up hastily. He simply could not endure that foul stench any longer. Husband, this nourishing soup, which I painstakingly prepared, is infused with my love for you. How can you waste it? Xianxiaaudiobooks pouted, her eyes filled with a hint of reproach as she looked at him. Hearing her complaints, Jiang Chen felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead, cursing inwardly. Goodness, this is even worse than poison. He dared not drink any more. While he wouldn't be poisoned, the taste was simply unbearable. Cough. I wonder where that girl you wear is. I should go look for her. Jiang Chen fabricated an excuse and made a hasty exit. Husband, wait. Seeing Jiang Chen leave, Xianxiaaudiobooks hurriedly called after him. However, her voice abruptly cut off as Jiang Chen's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Alas, husband, is my soup truly that hard to swallow? Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a sorrowful glance out the window, murmuring softly to herself. Meanwhile, deep within the misty forest, concealed within a hidden cave, various kinds of firewood and timber lay piled high, interspersed with the skeletal remains of mythical beasts. A flicker of flame danced wildly as a young girl sat cross-legged upon a bed of straw, her palms resting on her knees, eyes closed in meditation. This girl was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks. Clad in a flowing red gown, her skin was as fair as snow, and her delicate features were framed by long, fluttering eyelashes, reminiscent of butterfly wings gently stirring. Around her, the air grew frigid, a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and 2 piercing beams of light erupted forth. Instantly, Xianxiaaudiobooks extended her right hand, palm facing outward. Boom. As her hand made contact with the void, a violent disturbance rippled through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. A moment later, she withdrew her hand, her expression serene. After 3 years, I have finally reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. If father were to know, he would surely commend me. Gazing at her palm, A smile graced Jiang Yuer's lips. She had ascended to the sacred realm, drawing ever closer to the threshold of becoming a quasi-emperor. Just then, her brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, an arrow shot forth from the outside, its speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Clang! However, before the arrow could approach Jiang Yuer, it was intercepted by a thin, fragile barrier, falling harmlessly to the ground. Whoosh! At the same time, dozens of arrows rained down from all directions, overwhelming the cave and leaving no room for escape. Such trifling tactics cannot hinder me. Observing the scene, Jiang Yuer shook her head dismissively. In an instant, she twirled her hand, conjuring sharp ice blades that swept through the air, creating a dense net of blades that severed all the arrows in their path. Thud, 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 the arrows clattered to the ground, reduced to splinters by the icy blades. Ha ha! As expected of a half-demon who has reached the sacred realm, truly formidable, a hearty laugh echoed suddenly. An elderly man entered the cave, marveling at the sight of Jiang Yuer. He was tall and robust, sporting a bushy beard and a fierce countenance. In his hand, he wielded a blood-red bow, exuding an ominous aura of slaughter. It was clear that he was no benevolent figure. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Jiang Yuer inquired, her tone frosty as she scrutinized the old man. "Little Yuer, it has been quite some time." A woman emerged from behind the elder, a wicked smile adorning her face. Xianxianer. Jiang Yuer's eyes widened in fury as recognition dawned upon her. This woman, Xianxianer, was someone Jiang Yuer had rescued from a beast a year prior. She had hoped that after such a time, Xianxianer would express gratitude, but instead, she was met with betrayal. "Master, it seems my guess was not amiss. Jiang Yuer truly hides here," Xianxianer declared triumphantly, a gleam of pride in her eyes. "Indeed, well done. Upon our return, I shall reward you handsomely." The old man nodded approvingly before turning his gaze to Jiang Yuer, sneering. "Little girl, the chasm between us is vast. Will you surrender willingly? Or shall I be forced to act?" At his words, Jiang Yuer's face turned icy, her eyes blazing with rage as she glared at Xianxianer. "Xianxianer, you ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for my intervention, you would have long been devoured by that beast." Xianxianer dismissed her words with a laugh. "You saved me. That much is true, but I did not ask for your help. It was your choice, not mine." With a sly glint in her eye, she added, "Moreover, I certainly did not beg you for assistance." Jiang Yuer's expression hardened, her eyes glinting with cold fury. "Humph, as my father said, there are indeed countless treacherous souls in this world. If that is the case, I shall take your life." With that, she stepped forward, her figure vanishing from sight. Whoosh! In the next instant, Jiang Yuer appeared behind Xianxianer, delivering a powerful punch. "Master, save me!" Xianxianer cried out in panic. "You fool, stop her!" The old man's expression shifted to one of alarm as he drew back his bow, a terrifying power coalescing within. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, unleashing a potent gust of wind, charged with destructive energy, aimed directly at Jiang Yuer. "Die!" Yet Jiang Yuer's countenance remained resolute, without a hint of hesitation. She unleashed her fist, shattering the space before her with overwhelming force. Bang! In an instant, Xianxianer's body was obliterated, blood splattering across the old man. Immediately, Jiang Yuer's figure flickered, effortlessly evading the old man's arrow. Boom! The arrow struck the cave wall with a colossal crash, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing. The entire cave was reduced to rubble. At that moment, Jiang Yuer stood amidst the swirling dust, her gown billowing as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. "You dare to slay my beloved disciple? Today, I shall see you dead." The old man roared in fury, his eyes alight with rage. He swung his arm, and the blood-red bow reappeared, emanating a dark, ominous glow that instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. Raining arrows materialized, filling the air as they surged toward Jiang Yuer. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows tore through the air, carrying an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, the space around her erupted, the storm of arrows enveloping all avenues of retreat. "Is this all you can muster?" Jiang Yuer scoffed, her expression laced with disdain. She gracefully stepped forward, employing her mystical footwork, effortlessly evading each attack with every step she took. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, the arrows whizzed past, failing to graze her in the slightest. "Damn it!" The old man seethed with rage, his wrist flicking as a talisman materialized in his palm. "Little girl, I had hoped to avoid using this talisman. It contains the full-force strike of an emperor. I would not have resorted to it unless I were facing a life-or-death situation. However, it seems I have no choice but to deploy it against you." With a venomous glare, he growled, "Let us see if you can evade the might of an emperor's strike." With that, the old man crushed the talisman. Chapter 150, Breaking the Shackles, Ascending to Quasi-Emperor. Boom. In the next moment, a tempestuous force erupted, shattering the void and throwing the surrounding spiritual energy into disarray. Soon after, a phantom of an emperor began to take shape, emanating a terrifying malevolence, as if it were an ancient demonic mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dread aura enveloped the cave, causing Jiang Yuer's petite form to tremble. What of an emperor's strength? Even if I must suffer injuries today, I shall slay you. Gazing at the increasingly distinct phantom of the emperor, Jiang Yuer's eyes turned icy as she declared, whoosh. In an instant, her figure darted forward, conjuring a long sword in her hand as she charged toward the emperor's phantom. Boom. The sword struck the phantom with a resounding crash, unleashing a deafening roar. With a sharp crack, the entire space began to collapse, crumbling inch by inch, presenting an utterly terrifying scene. How could this be? The small figure held within her grasp an imperial weapon. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of dread surging from the depths of his gaze. After all, one who possesses an imperial weapon must surely possess an extraordinary identity and status. No, she must be eliminated at once. Since the confrontation had begun, there was no way she could be allowed to escape. After a brief moment of distraction, the elder's thoughts sharpened, summoning forth the illusory figure of the emperor, compelling it to unleash its full might. Little one, prepare to meet your demise. The elder grinned savagely, directing the emperor's phantom with a palm strike. Crack. In an instant, the void shattered, and a colossal black handprint, spanning 100 feet, manifested, obscuring the heavens. This ominous mark radiated a magnificent imperial aura, vast and inscrutable. A terrifying pressure descended from above, suppressing the land beneath. Feeling the weight of such might, Jiang Yuer's expression drastically altered. Is this the power of an emperor? Indeed formidable. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet fear did not grip her. Instead, fierce combativeness ignited in her eyes as she resolutely declared, though I may not match my father, a mere phantom of an emperor cannot intimidate me. With that, she tightened her grip on the imperial weapon, her aura suddenly surging as if awakening a primordial beast. In that moment, Jiang Yuer broke through the constraints of the sacred realm, ascending to the quasi-emperor's stage. Boom. Simultaneously, she unleashed her full spiritual power, channeling it into her sword, striking forth. Instantly, a phantom ice phoenix soared from Jiang Yuer's back, letting out a piercing cry that reverberated through the atmosphere. Caw! The ice phoenix flapped its wings, emitting a high-pitched, sharp call. The sound waves rippled outward, incinerating the surrounding flora, extinguishing all vitality. What a terrifying pace of cultivation, to break through to the quasi-emperor stage so swiftly. Witnessing this, the elder's face turned pale with horror, trembling uncontrollably. He never anticipated that Jiang Yuer, at merely 12 years of age, would reach the quasi-emperor stage. If she were to continue growing, she might truly become an emperor in the future. At that time, who would dare provoke her? Kill. She must be slain. Gritting his teeth, the elder made his decision, once again summoning the emperor's phantom. Swish. In an instant, the black hand swept across the sky, crashing down with ferocity. Crack. Wherever the black hand passed, mountains and rivers were obliterated, everything consumed by a chasm of darkness. Bang, bang, bang. However, just as the black hand was about to touch the ice phoenix, the latter flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest of snow and ice. This blizzard was excruciatingly cold, freezing the black hand in place, rendering it unable to advance a single step. Oomph, what if you have broken through? The might of an emperor is not something a quasi-emperor can contend with. The elder's gaze turned frigid as he bellowed, fervently urging the emperor's phantom once more. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds resonated as the black hand's surface shimmered with black patterns, writhing as if alive. Crack. Mere seconds later, the frost on the black hand rapidly fissured, ultimately exploding into dust. Bang. The next moment, the ice phoenix was struck by the black hand, erupting into a shower of shimmering ice crystals. Following this, the black hand, carrying the force of thunder, descended upon Jiang Yuer. This must end. A sinister smile curled upon the elder's lips, his heart secretly rejoicing. Whoosh. As the black hand approached, Jiang Yuer's delicate face paled, yet she did not flinch. Gripping the imperial weapon tightly, determination sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She understood that the emperor's power was overwhelming, and her current strength was insufficient to withstand it. The only option was to fight with her all. Die. At that moment, the elder cackled wickedly, urging the black hand downward with ferocity. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive might surged forth. This overwhelming pressure was suffocating, as if a deity had awakened, making it difficult to breathe. Crack. In the blink of an eye, the black hand and the emperor's phantom could no longer bear the immense weight, instantly shattering into nothingness. What? At this sight, The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially thought that even if he could not kill Jiang Chen, he could at least severely wound her. Yet now, everything had been effortlessly dismantled. This turn of events left him incredulous. The next moment, before the elder's stunned gaze, a young man stepped forward. Who are you? Upon seeing this youth, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, unable to suppress his inquiry. The young man, garbed in white, exuded an air of sharpness. His eyes sparkled brilliantly, akin to two gleaming swords, capable of piercing the soul. Just a single glance instilled a profound sense of threat. This individual was none other than Jiang Chen. You just claimed you wished to kill my daughter? Jiang Chen spoke with indifference, his tone calm, yet brimming with a terrifying fury. Senior, you misunderstand. I merely... The elder stammered, his face pale with terror, hastily attempting to defend himself. However, Jiang Chen dismissed him with a wave of his hand. A small flame surging towards the elder. Sizzle, the flames blazed fiercely, transforming into a colossal dragon that roared forth. In that moment, the elder's spirit fled in terror, panic overwhelming him. He attempted to resist, but it was futile. He was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The demise of a quasi-emperor was a pitiful affair. Father. Upon witnessing the figure before her, Jiang Chen felt tears welling up, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. She could hardly believe that her father had arrived just in time to save her. I can hardly believe how much you've grown in these few years, Jiang Chen said, gently wiping away his daughter's tears with a smile. Woo at his words, Jiang Chen wept unabated, burying herself in Jiang Chen's embrace. For her, the reunion with her father was an overwhelming source of joy. Be good, do not cry. With your father here, no one dares to bully you. Jiang Chen comforted her tenderly, stroking her hair with affection in his eyes. Father, how did you know someone wanted to kill me? After a long while, Jiang Chen finally ceased her tears, looking up with curiosity. At this question, Jiang Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, he had arrived long ago. Observing the battle from the shadows, he merely wished to see how much his daughter had progressed in these 3 years. Hence, when the elders summoned the emperor's phantom, he chose to remain hidden. After all, Jiang Chen had grown. She needed her own trials and tribulations. Father, you must tell me. Seeing Jiang Chen's hesitation, Jiang Chen stamped her foot in impatience. Well, perhaps there is a special connection between us as father and daughter. Jiang Chen scratched his head, speaking awkwardly. Liar. Jiang Chen pouted, indignantly turning her head away. Sigh. Observing this, Jiang Chen could only smile wryly, shaking his head. Very well, allow me to escort you home first, Jiang Chen declared, swiftly lifting her into his arms as he prepared to depart from the premises. Father, wait a moment. Suddenly, Jiang Chen seemed to recall something, tugging at Jiang Chen's sleeve. What is it? Jiang Chen inquired, his expression one of surprise as he looked down at her. Father, those two individuals were relentlessly pursuing me. After giving it some thought, I cannot simply let this go, Jiang Chen stated resolutely. Therefore, I wish to pay a visit to the Divine Void sect and thoroughly plunder their cultivation resources. If anyone dares to obstruct me, well, Jiang Chen chuckled mischievously, revealing a glint of cunning in her eyes. Very well, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement with his daughter's request. After all, he had originally intended to return her home before embarking on a mission to annihilate the Divine Void sect. Now, the task had merely shifted to Jiang Chen, with him simply needing to follow closely behind to ensure her safety. Thank you, father. Overjoyed by her father's consent, Jiang Chen beamed brightly. In an instant, Jiang Chen's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The Divine Void sect, situated at the border of Central State, bordered the southwestern continent. This region boasted towering mountains, ancient trees, and rampant demonic beasts, making it a paradise for cultivators. At this moment, a grand mountain gate loomed amidst the depths of the forest, inscribed with 3 gilded characters, Divine Void Sect. Whoosh! At that very instant, a figure emerged from a rift in the distance, swiftly approaching the mountain gate of the Divine Void Sect. In the blink of an eye, the figure halted just outside the gate. Who dares intrude? Do you seek death by trespassing into our Divine Void Sect? Before Jiang Chen could draw near, 2 disciples stationed at the gate glared coldly, barking their warning. Begone. However, Jiang Chen did not waste words. With a disdainful snort, he swept his hand. Bang! In an instant, the 2 guarding disciples were sent flying, crashing against the gate and exploding into a mist of blood. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen strode through the gate. Enemy attack. We are under siege. The alarm echoed throughout the Divine Void sect as disciples rushed to relay the news. Stop. This path is forbidden. Moments later, dozens of powerful cultivators at the cave void realm appeared before Jiang Chen, blocking his path. Annihilate. Jiang Chen's expression turned frigid, uttering a single word without further ado. Boom. The sound wave erupted, and in an instant, The heads of the dozens of cultivators burst apart, claiming their lives on the spot. Following that, Jiang Chen took a step forward, his figure vanishing as if merging with the darkness, moving silently. Within the main hall of the Divine Void sect, a formidable middle-aged man sat at the head position. He was none other than Zhao Ritian, the sect master of the Divine Void sect. Master, a grave situation has arisen. An outsider has intruded upon our mountain gate and has killed several of our guarding disciples. A disciple rushed into the hall, breathless with urgency. What? They dare to slay my disciples? They are truly courting death. At that moment, a black-robed elder seated on the left side leapt to his feet, furious. Master, I have recently achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the quasi-emperor realm. Allow me to go and bring back this person's head. Another white-bearded elder on the right calmly suggested. Hold on, third elder. This individual possesses the audacity to infiltrate our mountain gate, indicating they must have some form of backing. We cannot afford to be careless, an old matriarch on the right cautioned after a moment of contemplation. The fourth elder speaks wisely. Third elder, it would be best for you to join us in a concerted effort to eliminate this intruder, a purple-robed elder on the left chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Very well. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded elder did not refuse and consented to the group's proposal. After listening to the elders' discussions, Zhao Ritian, seated at the head, bore a cold and sinister expression as he declared, in that case, first elder, second elder, and third elder, you three shall accompany me. The rest shall remain here. Understood. The collective response echoed throughout the hall. In the treasure vault of the Divine Void sect, a prestigious sect in Central State with profound resources, vast amounts of spirit stones, spiritual artifacts, and precious elixirs were stored. Yet today, it was destined to be completely looted. Father, there are so many spirit stones here. In the treasure vault, Jiang Yuer exclaimed with delight as she picked up a fist-sized top-tier spirit stone. If you like them, take them all, Jiang Chen replied with a slight nod, showing no concern for the spirit stones. All right. Elated, Jiang Yuer began to enthusiastically scour the piles of spirit stones. In less than the time it takes to burn a joss stick, the entire vault was entirely emptied of its top-tier spirit stones. However, she chose not to collect any 8th-grade spiritual herbs, clearly showing her disinterest. Father, come over here quickly. Suddenly, Jiang Yuer turned her head and called out to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced in her direction and saw a pitch-black coffin emanating a ghostly glow in the corner of the treasure vault. What is this? Jiang Chen approached, intrigued, and reached out to touch it. Buzz. At that moment, the dark coffin trembled violently, releasing waves of ghostly light that enveloped Jiang Chen. Let me see what you truly are. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he channeled his spiritual energy to dispel the seal on the coffin. Crack. With a crisp sound, the seal on the coffin shattered, revealing its true form. The lid of the black coffin slowly rose, unveiling its contents. Inside the coffin lay a woman of unparalleled beauty. Her skin as white as snow, and her eyes closed, resembling a sleeping beauty. However, she radiated a vibrant life force, suggesting she was still alive. Most strikingly, a translucent pearl rested upon her chest, emanating radiant brilliance. Within the pearl flowed dense energy, akin to a clear spring nourishing her body. Even after millennia, her physical form remained unblemished and preserved. This individual within the coffin must have possessed cultivation at the level of a great Luo golden immortal during her lifetime. Gazing at the corpse, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, Father, is the person in this coffin still alive? Jiang Yuer approached, her large, watery eyes filled with curiosity. Currently, she is dead, but perhaps she may yet return to life, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Although the body retained its original appearance, it had actually been dead for over 10,000 years. How do you know that, Father? Jiang Yuer blinked her large eyes in confusion. Haha, it's quite simple. Just probe with my spiritual sense, and it becomes evident. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, not delving into further details. Oh, hearing this, Jiang Yuer nodded obediently and ceased her inquiries. Father, since she is already dead, may I take the pearl from her chest? She asked playfully, pointing at the gem. Go ahead, Jiang Chen said affectionately, ruffling her hair with a smile. Thank you, Father. With her father's permission, Jiang Yuer eagerly lunged towards the black coffin, intent on retrieving the pearl from the corpse's chest. Thief! How dare you pilfer the treasures of my sacred void sect? You seek death. Just as Jiang Yuer was about to succeed, a sharp reprimand pierced her ears. In an instant, a colossal hammer materialized out of thin air, descending upon her with tremendous force. Boom! The impact was akin to the weight of 1,000 mountains, carrying an overwhelming destructive power that was utterly terrifying. Humph! Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yuer let out a cold snort, raising her right hand to meet the giant hammer head-on. Bang! The two forces clashed, unleashing a tempest that sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Swoosh! At that moment, A figure soared out from the treasure chamber. What an audacious little thief. No wonder you dared to steal from our sect. It turns out you are merely a quasi-emperor. The figure revealed itself to be a silver-haired elder, his gaze electrifying and exuding an immense pressure. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, fury radiating from him. Humph. What do you mean by stealing? Do not speak so harshly. Clearly, it is your sacred void sect disciples who have committed ungrateful acts, causing great harm to my innocent heart. I merely seek a small compensation. Is that not reasonable? Facing the silver-haired elder, Jiang Chen maintained her composure, unperturbed. After all, Jiang Chen was watching from the side, providing her with a profound sense of security. Infuriating. At her words, the silver-haired elder erupted in rage, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Swish. In an instant, the elder lunged forward with astonishing speed, aiming to subdue Jiang Chen. Observing this, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. She flipped her hand, a faint blue light emanating from her palm as she lightly struck towards the silver-haired elder. Boom. Their confrontation unleashed a massive storm, causing the surrounding walls to crumble and dust to fill the air. Staggering backward, the silver-haired elder found himself retreating 3 steps, nearly losing his balance. What kind of cultivation technique is this little girl practicing? The elder steadied himself, his eyes gleaming with a newfound intensity. In that fleeting moment of their clash, he sensed a surging, formidable spiritual power within Jiang Chen, far surpassing that of an ordinary quasi-emperor. In fact, she seemed to even eclipse some late-stage quasi-emperors. Humph. Do you wish to continue? Jiang Chen stood her ground, exuding an air of leisure. Indeed, her current strength was likely infinitely close to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. Jiang Chen, witnessing Jiang Chen's displayed prowess, felt a sense of astonishment. Little girl, I concede that your strength is remarkable, sufficient to rival even the late-stage quasi-emperors. The silver-haired elder took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and spoke in a solemn tone. But you do not presume that I am alone, do you? No sooner had he spoken than ripples in the void began to undulate. Following this, several cultivators stepped forth from the ether. The leader, a middle-aged man, possessed a pair of cold, venomous eyes, reminiscent of a snake. Flanking him were several elders, all of whom were at the quasi-emperor level. The assembly of such formidable figures exuded an aura of terror. Notably, the middle-aged man, Xianxiaaudiobooks, stood at the apex of the quasi-emperor realm. Subordinates, pay your respects to the sect master. The silver-haired elder bowed before the middle-aged man. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded slightly, his icy gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen. Sect master, these two are the audacious intruders. The silver-haired elder pointed at Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others turned their attention to the duo. You possess great audacity to wreak havoc in my sacred void sect. Do you believe that some strength makes you invincible? Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke first, his tone chilling. Sect master, why waste words with them? Just kill them. Indeed, one is merely a fledgling quasi-emperor, while the other's cultivation remains inscrutable, yet equally insignificant. Humph. A mere initial stage quasi-emperor dares to challenge my sacred void sect. This is nothing short of courting death. The elders beside Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke coldly, clearly dismissing Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. After all, they were quasi-emperors, each surpassing the strength of ordinary quasi-emperors. Ha ha. Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Boy, what are you laughing at? The elders' expressions shifted dramatically. I laugh at your ignorance. Like frogs at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. Jiang Chen lifted his chin, addressing them with indifference. Humph. Such arrogance. The elders seethed with fury, their murderous intent palpable. You shall perish. At this moment, an elder, unable to contain himself, launched an attack, slapping towards Jiang Chen. Buzz. In response to the elder's assault, Jiang Chen merely shot him a glance, his eyes igniting with 2 beams of chilling light. Crack. In an instant, the elder was frozen into an ice sculpture, crashing to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Gasp. Witnessing this scene, all the elders gasped in horror, trembling in fear. This was terrifying. With just a glance, he could obliterate a quasi-emperor. Such power was beyond even the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. What should we do? A wave of trepidation washed over the elders as they turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks in panic. Who exactly are you, great emperor? Xianxiaaudiobooks' brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave as he regarded Jiang Chen with caution. What? An emperor? The word echoed in their ears, sending chills through all present, including the silver-haired elder. If this were true, they had truly provoked a being of emperor caliber. Realizing this, the elders broke out in a cold sweat. An emperor-level existence was a rarity across the entire wondrous cloud continent. Each one could shake the very heavens with their presence. Can you guess? A smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth as he spoke with disdain. Senior, while you may be a great emperor, The treasures here are the accumulated wealth of my sacred void sect over millennia. It would be unwise to seize them recklessly. Zhao Ritian, gathering his courage, interjected. These treasures you speak of, are they the refuse scattered upon the ground? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. Oh, at this. Jiang Chen's brow shot up. Are the treasures you refer to those worthless items littered about? You. Zhao Ritian's face flushed crimson. The spiritual herbs on the ground, though only of the 8th rank, were still considered quite valuable, rare across the wondrous Cloud Continent. Yet, Jiang Chen had dismissed them as mere refuse. Senior, my sacred void sect has stood for 10,000 years in the central state, with profound foundations that may well rival you. Zhao Ritian gritted his teeth, saying, since you look down upon these items, I advise you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, when our sect's ancestors emerge from their seclusion, even if you are a revered emperor, do not expect to leave unscathed. In his closing words, Zhao Ritian deliberately invoked the name of his sect's ancestor, hoping to intimidate Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. Do you know why I have come here? Jiang Chen retorted. Pray enlighten me, senior. Zhao Ritian shook his head. Thud. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's consciousness surged, enveloping several individuals and compelling them to kneel upon the ground. You have touched my forbidden scale. Jiang Chen's voice was icy and piercing. Thunderous roars erupted as a tremendous aura burst forth from his being. In an instant, Zhao Ritian and the others found it difficult to breathe, as if they were ensnared in the depths of a hellish abyss, their bodies trembling in fear. You are doomed, came the frigid declaration. In the next moment, their physical forms disintegrated, exploding into a mist of crimson. Simultaneously, within a secret chamber of the Divine Void sect, an elderly man clad in white sat cross-legged, surrounded by dense white mist that continuously flowed into his body. With a sudden gasp, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of terrifying light shot forth from his gaze. At last, I have broken through to the pinnacle of the initial emperor stage. Sensing the surging spiritual energy within him, the elder revealed a satisfied smile. He then rose to his feet and exited the chamber, officially concluding his seclusion. Greetings, ancestor. Upon his emergence, the disciples guarding the chamber bowed respectfully. You may all withdraw. The elder nodded, gesturing for them to leave. Someone has entered the treasure vault. Soon, his consciousness detected disturbances emanating from the direction of the treasure vault. Could it be that brat Zhao Ritian? The elder's expression darkened as he vanished from his location. Swish. When he reappeared, he found himself within the treasure vault. Stop. Do not lay a hand on her. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Jiang Yue reaching into a black coffin. In an instant, the elder's expression shifted to one of alarm as he bellowed. Naya. Jiang Yue turned her head and playfully stuck out her tongue at the elder. You insolent child. The elder roared, raising his hand to strike at Jiang Yue. However, at that moment, a vast pressure surged forth. The elder felt a warning in his heart and quickly halted his movement. Who goes there? Turning, he beheld Jiang Chen standing not far away. You are the ancestor of the Divine Void sect? Jiang Chen assessed the elder with keen interest. At this, the elder's complexion shifted slightly, his mind racing. I cannot see through this person's cultivation. Filled with trepidation, he refrained from making any rash movements. Indeed, I am. May I inquire why you have trespassed into my Divine Void sect? The elder asked cautiously. To collect a debt. Jiang Chen responded tersely, his tone chilling. Collect a debt? The elder's brow furrowed in confusion. He did not recognize Jiang Chen at all. Sir, I believe you are mistaken. My Divine Void sect has no entanglements with you. One of your elders nearly killed my daughter, and you claim there are no entanglements? Absurd. Jiang Chen's voice was cold as ice. Today, the Divine Void sect shall perish. With that, Jiang Chen unleashed a terrifying killing intent, causing the very space around them to tremble. Not good. The elder's heart raced as he instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's murderous aura. Please, do not act rashly. I am not unreasonable. Moreover, I am completely unaware of the matters you mentioned. The elder hastily defended himself. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Why not sit down and discuss this? Misunderstanding? Jiang Chen scoffed. Your Divine Void sect has long been notorious in the central continent. Is there still a need for misunderstandings? With a single step, he appeared directly behind the elder. The elder's face turned pale, and he felt a chill run down his spine. What do you intend to do? He shouted, his voice laced with panic. Kill. Jiang Chen disregarded him, pointing a finger at the elder. Boom. In the next moment, the elder let out a horrific scream as his body shattered, transforming into a rain of blood. Thud. Simultaneously, a jade talisman fell to the ground, appearing utterly ordinary, devoid of any special characteristics. This fellow is quite cunning. He even left a fragment of his soul within this jade talisman, hoping to escape, Jiang Chen remarked, glancing at the talisman on the ground with indifference. Unfortunately for him, Encountering me means he has no chance of survival. As he spoke, he beckoned with his fingers, drawing the jade talisman into his palm. Buzz. The moment the talisman was grasped, ripples emerged on its surface, as though it were attempting to struggle free. Seeing this, Jiang Chen frowned, preparing to crush the talisman. Please, do not crush it. A feeble voice of pleading emanated from the talisman. It was the elder's voice. In the next instant, the elder's fragment of soul emerged from the talisman. His face as pale as a ghost, clearly suffering from grievous injuries. Oh, Jiang Chen paused, intrigued by the elder's words. Why not continue playing dumb? Senior, I am acutely aware that the Divine Void sect has committed a grave mistake, and your annihilation of us is entirely justified. However, I have cultivated for nearly 10,000 years and am loath to perish so easily. I implore you to spare this fragment of my soul, and in the future, I shall certainly mend my ways and never commit evil again. The elder's voice trembled with desperation. Spare you? A smirk tugged at Jiang Chen's lips, his tone mocking. Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me? At his words, the elder's expression faltered, a flicker of regret igniting within him. Had he known, he would have remained in seclusion within the chamber for much longer. Now, with his physical form destroyed and only this fragment of soul remaining, reconstructing his body would require a tremendous cost. As for rebirth through possession, that was an even greater challenge. After all, the strong would not be defeated, and the weak were beneath his notice. He found himself in a most lamentable predicament. If you are willing to spare me, I shall reveal the origin of this black coffin. The elder suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly spoke. Black coffin? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest glimmering in his eyes. If that is the case, do enlighten me. Should your answer satisfy me, I may grant you a chance at survival. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. The elder's spirits soared as he exclaimed, Senior, this black coffin was discovered by me in an ancient ruin. As for its specific origins, I am not entirely certain. Concerning the woman within the coffin, I suspect she hails from another world. At the time, I intended to bring the coffin back to the sect, and once I reached the mid-emperor stage, I would. At this point, he abruptly fell silent, casting a wary glance at Jiang Chen. Chapter 154, Utterly Unappreciative. True Water of the Dark Moon. He realized that Jiang Chen's expression had darkened, fury flickering in his eyes. The elder's heart sank, and he comprehended that he was doomed. After all this, you actually have no idea about the origins of the woman in the black coffin? Jiang Chen's voice was frigid, his killing intent palpable, reminiscent of ancient ice. Forefather, the elder stammered, fear overtaking him. Did you think I would be easily deceived? Believing that I am oblivious to your deceit, you casually concoct a few sentences to obfuscate the truth? Jiang Chen scoffed, his gaze icy as it pierced through the white-robed elder. The one thing I detest most in this world is being deceived. With a sudden motion, Jiang Chen pointed into the air, unleashing a terrifying force that surged forth. Spare me, Senior. The elder cried out in terror as he faced his impending doom. Yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. Jiang Chen shattered his soul with a decisive blow. Afterward, Jiang Chen turned to his daughter, speaking softly, Yuer, did you not have a fondness for that orb? Go and retrieve it. There is no longer anyone to hinder you. All right. Jiang Yuer blinked her large eyes and reached to extract the orb from the lifeless body's chest. Buzz. Instantly, the corpse, now devoid of the orb's nurturing energy, began to wither, its skin sagged, and its visage became that of a decrepit old person, resembling one at death's door. Father, why is she transformed in such a manner? Jiang Yuer, filled with dread, hid behind Jiang Chen, her little face pale as a ghost. Fear not, she merely lost the vitality that the orb provided. Her flesh will naturally decay, Jiang Chen reassured her, glancing at the corpse within the black coffin. With a mere thought, he infused a force of temporal law into the coffin. With a whoosh, the corpse that was gradually decomposing suddenly regained vitality, awakening anew. In the next moment, she opened her eyes, her pupils as dark as ink, drawing in anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Father, she seems to have awakened, Jiang Yuer exclaimed, sensing the corpse's unusual movement, tugging at Jiang Chen's sleeve in alarm. Yes, I am aware, Jiang Chen nodded, familiar with the signs of resurrection. Rumbling. In the next instant, the heavens shifted, dark clouds churned, and arcs of lightning danced as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless bolts of thunder intertwined, converging around the black coffin. Wisps of purple energy descended, transforming into a mist that enveloped the corpse. Then, the corpse stood erect. In a swift motion, she turned her head toward Jiang Yuer. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuer was utterly terrified, retreating behind Jiang Chen. Could you return the celestial artifact to me? Suddenly, the corpse's lips quivered, producing a hoarse whisper. Perhaps due to her recent revival, her speech was fragmented. What celestial artifact? Jiang Yuer, unable to comprehend, inquired with confusion. The celestial artifact, the corpse reiterated. Yet her articulation remained unclear, her voice strangely raspy. It is the orb you hold in your hand. As she spoke, she slowly advanced toward Jiang Chen, yearning to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Each step she took seemed to exact a heavy toll. However, she ultimately reached Jiang Chen, extending her right hand in an attempt to grasp the orb. Startled, Jiang Chen instinctively concealed the orb while stepping back, regarding her with apprehension. "Return it to me." The corpse implored again, her voice weaker, imbued with desperation. "Enough. One must not be overly greedy. Having resurrected you, let this orb serve as your reward," Jiang Chen interjected, raising his hand to block the corpse's advance, his tone indifferent. "No, it cannot be." At that moment, the corpse suddenly bellowed, her entire form radiating intense light. A terrifying pressure emanating in all directions. Boom. In an instant, the void quaked, fierce winds howled, dark clouds surged, and lightning lashed about. A wave of destruction spread, rendering Jiang Chen breathless, compelling her to close her eyes. "Humph." Jiang Chen, however, merely snorted, unperturbed, as he stepped forward to confront the pressure unleashed by the corpse. Truly ungrateful. His expression remained cold, his body radiating golden light as though he were a deity. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingers, releasing a beam of light that shattered the oppressive force and struck her chest. Puffed. Blood sprayed forth as the corpse was hurled backward, crashing through the wall and tumbling outside. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, too swift for one to react. Wow. The corpse lay in a pool of blood, gasping as she expelled a spurt of crimson. "Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy," Jiang Chen declared, looking down upon her with a commanding presence. "Why yes," the corpse stammered, sensing Jiang Chen's murderous intent. She dared not resist and obediently nodded. She could discern that Jiang Chen's power was truly formidable, eclipsing her own peak strength. Subsequently, Jiang Chen restrained his aura and turned his gaze toward his daughter. Noticing her confusion, he affectionately patted her head, saying gently, "Let us return home." Hom. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded enthusiastically, a smile brightening her face as she leaped into her father's embrace. He then lifted her up, preparing to depart from the Divine Void sect. "Senior, please wait." Suddenly, the corpse called out, struggling to rise as she knelt before Jiang Chen. At his pause, Jiang Chen turned to regard her, asking, "What else is there?" "Might I accompany you, senior?" She gazed at Jiang Chen with beseeching eyes, her voice growing increasingly frail. "My current form is weak. I require a significant amount of life essence to recover. Thus I implore your assistance." The corpse articulated with great difficulty, her pallid visage marked by earnestness. "Whether you are weak or not has no bearing on me," Jiang Chen shot back, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. The corpse froze, her expression stiffening. After a moment of silence, she shook her head, replying, "It has no bearing. If it bears no relation, why should I aid you?" Jiang Chen continued calmly. Hearing this, the corpse gritted her teeth, ultimately refraining from stating her reasons, instead asserting, "If you are willing to assist me, I would serve you as a humble maid, attending to your every need." She lowered her head, adopting a submissive posture. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen regarded her with a discerning eye, gently shaking his head as he turned to leave. "Senior." As Jiang Chen began to depart, the corpse cried out in desperation, "Enough! I am not a charitable soul. You must look after yourself," Jiang Chen replied coldly over his shoulder. "Senior, do you not desire to swiftly assist your daughter in breaking through to the great emperor level?" Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, the corpse suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and halted, turning back to her. "If I am not mistaken, your daughter practices an ice-based technique, her true combat prowess already surpassing that of a typical peak quasi-emperor. And she is even on the verge of great emperor status." The corpse fixed her gaze upon Jiang Chen, speaking with deliberate emphasis. Should she immerse herself in the true Yin water, she would undoubtedly break through to the great emperor level immediately. As she spoke, she closely observed Jiang Chen's expression, gauging his reaction. "Is what you say truly the case?" After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Chen inquired solemnly. "Absolutely true." The corpse affirmed with a nod, her eyes gleaming with hope. She continued, "Senior, I am aware that your cultivation is profound and that the true Yin water is not particularly precious to you. However, your daughter is currently at a bottleneck, mere steps away from becoming a great emperor, and the true Yin water is precisely what she requires to shatter her constraints." Her analysis was earnest and entirely accurate. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall grant you one chance. Once the matter is resolved, I will assist in restoring your cultivation." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen ultimately decided. "Thank you, senior." The corpse exclaimed with overwhelming joy, hastily bowing in gratitude. "However, I must forewarn you that if this true Yin water proves ineffective for my daughter, or worse, inflicts even the slightest harm upon her, I shall ensure you meet a fate most grievous. Jiang Chen's tone was frigid, imbued with an ominous aura of impending doom. The younger generation would never dare to deceive their elders. Upon hearing this, the female corpse immediately pledged her assurance, her forehead pressed firmly to the ground, exuding an extraordinary reverence. Very well, from this day forth, you shall serve as my servant. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. With that, he extended his hand, delicately pressing a finger against the center of the female corpse's brow. Instantly, a soul mark emerged from her forehead, captured within the grasp of Jiang Chen's palm. Buzz! The female corpse trembled, overwhelmed by a searing pain, as if her very soul were being torn asunder. Her entire being feeling as though it were being ripped in two. I shall claim your soul mark. Do you have any objections? Jiang Chen inquired, his gaze fixed on the female corpse as he withdrew the soul mark. No, none at all. Whatever my master desires, he may take freely. The female corpse shook her head, her expression forlorn, as though she had anticipated this outcome. Little did she expect, however, that Jiang Chen could so effortlessly seize her soul mark. It is known that unless a practitioner willingly relinquishes it, such marks are beyond the reach of others. Just how formidable is Jiang Chen's power? The thought sent an involuntary shiver through her core. Lead the way. Jiang Chen spoke with an air of undeniable authority. Yes, my lord, the female corpse replied, not daring to defy him. She then rose, her hands weaving an intricate, arcane gesture to unveil a swirling passageway. My lord, please follow me. With that, the female corpse stepped into the vortex first. Observing this, Jiang Chen cradled his daughter and followed suit. Swish! As the two vanished from sight, the vortex gradually closed, sealing off this space. Boom! Subsequently, after Jiang Chen departed, the ground of the Xianxiu sect began to tremble violently. What is happening? What is occurring? The disciples of Xianxiu sect cried out in panic, uncertainty clouding their minds. Bang! Suddenly, a wave of terrifying energy erupted, sweeping through with a ferocity that obliterated all in its path. In the midst of anguished cries, every disciple of the Xianxiu sect perished on the spot, transformed into a mist of blood. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, following the female corpse, arrived in a realm of frigid desolation. The howling wind and snow lashed against his face like daggers, conveying an unrelenting chill. As he surveyed the landscape, it stretched endlessly before him, a vast expanse blanketed in purest white snow. My lord, the true water you seek lies just ahead. Upon reaching a towering ice mountain, the female corpse pointed carefully to a specific location. Jiang Chen's gaze followed, and he discerned a shimmering lake nestled within the colossal ice formation, its surface glinting with a radiant sparkle. Surrounding the ice mountain were towering walls of solid ice, forming a prison that separated the lake from the outside world. These icy layers harbored a terrifying cold, palpable even from a distance, sending chills through one's very bones. My lord, the true water contains an extreme coldness. Only those who have cultivated ice-based techniques can absorb and refine it. For ordinary practitioners, even a mere touch would lead to instant frostbite and shattering. The female corpse elucidated. This cold is not merely a physical affliction, but a torment to the spirit. A moment's carelessness could result in one's soul being frozen, never to awaken again. As she spoke, her face reflected trepidation, showing no inclination to approach the lake. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded lightly, acknowledging her explanation. He then turned his gaze downward to his daughter, Jiang Yuer, and gently inquired, Do you feel afraid, Yuer? Father, I am not afraid. At the sound of her father's voice, Jiang Yuer opened her eyes and replied cheerfully, her tone soft and sweet. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed. Jiang Chen spoke tenderly. With that, he soared toward the center of the ice mountain. Seeing this, the female corpse gritted her teeth and reluctantly followed. Midway through their ascent, a fierce gust of frigid wind assaulted them, laced with sharp ice shards. Humph! Jiang Chen scoffed, his garments billowing as a tremendous force surged forth, akin to a tempest, dispelling the oncoming ice blades. Unfaltering, he continued his flight towards the lake. Splash! At that moment, sounds of splashing water erupted from the lake, and a shadowy figure launched itself upward with astonishing speed, hurtling towards Jiang Chen. What beast dares obstruct my path? Jiang Chen's expression hardened as he coldly shouted, lifting his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to the shadow. Instantly, the figure was sent flying, crashing into the glacier and scattering shards of ice. Roar! The shadow rose, letting out a thunderous roar, its form exuding an aura of deep-seated resentment that sent shivers down one's spine. It bore the appearance of a serpent, yet possessed the head of a lion, its visage fearsome and menacing, with eerie green flames flickering in its eyes, evoking dread. My lord, that is a true beast. Comparable in strength to a Deluo golden immortal, it poses a formidable challenge. You must exercise caution, the female corpse hastily warned, her voice rife with concern. Whoosh. But before Jiang Chen could react, the true Yin beast charged at him with lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant. Freeze. Jiang Chen's gaze darkened as he uttered a single command. In an instant, the true Yin beast became immobilized, unable to make a single move. Its pupils swirled with strange runes, suggesting an intelligence within, suffused with rage and ferocity. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen thrust his right hand forward, piercing into the true Yin beast's body to grasp a cerulean demon core. Upon witnessing this, the true Yin beast thrashed wildly, roaring in desperation, yet to no avail. Forced to watch helplessly as Jiang Chen extracted its demon core. Roar. Ultimately, the true Yin beast's voice grew hoarse, its massive form collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Utterly defeated. Having retrieved the demon core from the true Yin beast, Jiang Chen toyed with it, a smile gracing his visage. In this era, there still exist demon beasts that willingly offer their cores. My fortune indeed seems to be exceptional. Jiang Chen mused, his spirits lifted, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon upon arriving in this realm. However, this scene left the female corpse utterly astounded. She had assumed that given the current strength of the true Yin beast, even Jiang Chen would face considerable difficulty in vanquishing it. Little did she expect him to so effortlessly dispatch the creature. Regardless of Jiang Chen's origins, the techniques he had just displayed surpassed her understanding entirely. Let us proceed. Stowing away the true Yin beast's demon core, Jiang Chen continued his flight towards the lake. Yes, the female corpse replied. This lake is the true Yin water. Jiang Chen stood at the lake's edge, gazing at the tranquil surface with a hint of anticipation in his brow. Under his watchful eye, ripples appeared on the water's surface, a wave of cold air surging forth. Indeed, my lord. The female corpse nodded. While she had not cultivated ice-based techniques, she was well versed in ice element energy, and thus could not be mistaken. Considering Yuer's current physical strength, she is perfectly suited to absorb this true Yin water, Jiang Chen remarked, his gaze falling upon Jiang Yuer as he prepared to immerse her in the lake. Buzz. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the scene before him fading into oblivion. Brother, please wake up. A voice filled with urgency pierced through the air, rousing Jiang Chen from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a face marred by tears. This visage was strikingly beautiful, with willow-like brows, eyes that sparkled like the Milky Way, and delicate features that left one in awe. Who are you? Rower. Upon recognizing the face before him, Jiang Chen exclaimed with fervor. The young girl standing there was his beloved sister, Jiang Rower. Having relied on one another for 16 years, Jiang Chen could never forget her appearance. Yet, confusion soon washed over him. Why am I lying on a hospital bed? It quickly dawned on him that something was amiss. His body lay supine on a hospital bed surrounded by an array of medical equipment. Doctors and nurses were attending to him, conducting various examinations. Brother, it's such a relief to see you awake, Jiang Rower said, her face brightening with joy. I was so worried. Rower, please tell me what happened, Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed. His memories were still tethered to his quest for the Taiyin True Water, after which he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Brother, a colleague from your company called me to say you collapsed while working overtime. I thought you were gone, she sobbed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her beautiful face flushed with sorrow. Stunned by her words, Jiang Chen shook his head bitterly, a wave of desolation washing over him. Could it be that everything I experienced in the realm of cultivation was merely a dream? Brother, what's wrong? Please don't frighten me, Jiang Rower cried, clutching him in fear upon seeing him shake his head. I'm fine, he reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Darling, you finally awakened. At that moment, a woman clad in a white dress and adorned with sunglasses entered the room, her demeanor exuding elegance and concern. Beside her was a 12-year-old girl, exquisitely beautiful and charming. They were Xianxiaaudiobooks and Jiang Yuer. Sister-in-law, Jiang Rower called out upon seeing the newcomer. Yes, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, taking a seat beside Jiang Chen with her daughter. Daddy, are you feeling better? Jiang Yuer's sweet, childish voice chimed, her sparkling eyes fixated on Jiang Chen. Startled, Jiang Chen paused before affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Yuer, dear, I'm perfectly fine. I can go home today. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had removed her sunglasses, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist. Her flawless complexion and exquisite features radiated an ethereal quality. It seemed that the system had truly brought me back. Once assured that the scene before him was not an illusion, Jiang Chen whispered to himself. However, returning was indeed a blessing, for at last, our family could be reunited. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen smiled with newfound contentment. The end.